System prompt, detected the host's extreme desire for money. The ultimate blind box system has been activated. Would you like to bind the ultimate blind box system? After binding, the host can draw a blind box once a day. This system's blind box can contain billions in cash/weapons/equipment/skills and techniques. Priced at only 3 dog heads. Would you like to bind? Binding successful for you. In view of the host's first binding to the system, receive a newcomer red envelope, Dragon Country coins 20 million. At this time, Lu Ruyan despised me for not being able to give her the life she wanted, and she turned and got into someone else's Ferrari, and the system's voice still echoed in my mind. Congratulations, the host's new user red envelope has been credited. Receiving legal cash, 20 million. The host can draw a blind box today, one time. Would you like to draw? With the introduction of the system, another virtual blind box machine appeared in front of me, with dozens of blind boxes placed on top, each with the same appearance pattern, and it was impossible to tell the difference just by looking with the eyes. I randomly chose one. As a blind box is opened, the reward inside also pops out. Congratulations, host. You have won a set of 400 square meter Riverview duplex large flat in Binjiang Mansion. The relevant property rights certificate is stored in the system space and can be accessed at any time. The property fee is 30 yuan per square meter, and has been prepaid for 10 years. Host, feel free to move in. Shocked. The first blind box comes with such a big reward. I thought it would be some small rewards at the beginning, but the first blind box surprised me. Binjiang Mansion, located in the commercial district of Jiangchang, is also the residential ceiling of Jiangchang, with a selling price of up to 60,000 per square meter. There are only 200 units in total, and there are only 20 duplex units in the entire community. Just the property management fee alone costs more than 10,000 per month. Such scarce high-end residences are not something you can buy just because you have money, they are a symbol of status and position. I quickly claimed the reward. At this moment, the system sent another prompt. Risk alert, this house is currently being shared by others. Please decide on the disposal method after receiving the house. No, why is there someone else living in my house? I was a bit surprised. Isn't this a joke? Why hasn't the system eliminated those few people? I said to the system, provide some information about the tenants. A few seconds later, the system sent the tenants' information. Seeing the tenant information, my eyes widened. According to the information and photos, there are a total of 3 tenants, all of whom are Jiang Hang's flight attendants. Should I say or not? A few ID photos can even surpass Lu Ruyan's retouched photos. So, 3 stunning flight attendants are living in my house as roommates. They are my tenants. Who hasn't had a dream of becoming a flight attendant from childhood to adulthood? Now that there's nothing to do, I have to hurry back and take a look. Soon, I arrived at the door of my own house. There was a facial recognition password lock on the door, and I didn't know if my information had been entered into the system in advance. Thinking about this, as soon as I stood there, the door clanged open automatically. As I stepped inside, there was a sudden scream of awe in the living room. I saw a white figure in front of me, swiftly turning away. My eyes were almost blinded by the sudden movement. Who's come in? How did they get the house key? In the living room, the other 2 girls looked nervous, and they came in while the sisters were changing clothes. Too sudden. One casually picked up a cushion, and the other grabbed the fruit knife on the coffee table. With a tense expression on their faces, in a defensive posture, the girl who was changing clothes just now put on a random piece of clothing, her eyes red with tears, looking towards the door, with a panicked expression. The next second, the panic disappeared. A bit unexpected. He's quite handsome, and very young, probably around 185 centimeters tall. Definitely not some weird uncle. The feeling of nervousness in her heart instantly eased a lot. Don't get me wrong. I am the owner of this house, which means I am your landlord, I explained with my hands open. As I spoke, I also got a clear look at the several women in front of me. I saw that all 3 of them were tall and slim, standing at 170 centimeters tall, with prominent fronts and raised backs, long and slender thighs. They were like a landscape just standing there, but each had a different style. According to the information provided in the system, the first one is Lu Hanxiao, 28 years old, an elegant and charming mature woman, with fiery red lips and a thick makeup style beauty. Her yoga pants revealing a standard S-shaped figure. Also the best among the 3, the second one is Di Sheba, a person from northern Xinjiang, 25 years old this year, with an oval face, a high nose bridge, light blue eyes, looking like a mixed race, full of exotic charm, with a distinctive style, leaving a deep impression. And the third one, the one who just changed clothes, is Pan Yuyao, a delicate and beautiful girl from the south, 22 years old this year, just graduated from university, with double ponytails tied up, a bell hanging on her neck, wearing a JK skirt with white stockings, A cute and innocent dress. For a moment I was a bit stunned. And I also noticed, on the heads of the 3 people, there were actually a few stars displayed, the least 2 stars, the most 4 stars. Glancing at the system, this is the Peach Blossom value. It is a comprehensive evaluation based on the host's impression and degree of favorability. Are you the landlord? The 2-starred Lu Hanxiao was the first to express doubt. How do you prove it? The person who signed the contract with us at the time was not you at all. She said so. Still vigilant. It's simple. My name is Ji Boda. You can go to the property to check. I don't think he's lying. Pan Yuyo. After the panic just now her emotions have stabilized. Such a handsome young man. He can't be a bad person. No. Yuyo. Your values have gone with your appearance again. Your task now is to read less tomato novels. Seeing Pan Yuyo infatuated again, Di Xiaoba had an expression of speechlessness. No. You guys keep talking. Can I go into my house now? I want to call the police. I want to go into my own house and be held at knife point. This is your home. Of course you can go in, Pan Yuyao quickly said, as if completely unaware that I had just seen everything. Lu Hanxiao supported her forehead, also feeling helpless. At this point, the question she had just asked the property owner. The property owner replied back with a WeChat. Confirmed. He is the owner of the house and has just taken over the suite. I'll go. The Zhang Yu in front of you is really the owner. Ha! Look at the clothes he is wearing. Printed with attendresses. The whole body is estimated to be no more than $200. Surprisingly, you're the owner of a large duplex bungalow? Chapter 3, how small are they? I don't think they're small either. At this point, Zhang Yu walked into the living room, and was amazed by the furnishings in the house. By the stunning, the houses are delivered with finishing touches, and the standard of finish, per square meter, is as high as $8,000. So the whole house was renovated and it all cost over $3 million. New air conditioning system, central air conditioning, in-floor heating, all fully equipped. The large balcony overlooking the river is 10 meters long, with floor-to-ceiling glass on the entire side. The river view is maximized to the eye. Just sealing this balcony alone will cost $40,000 to $50,000. Further in, there are several bedrooms and bathrooms. In the bathroom, there's a big bathtub. He poked in and took a look. Just saw a couple of shredded bodysuits hanging in the bathroom. Lu Hanyasha's stopping was too late to say anything. The face went red. How presumptuous. Was it intentional or accidental? I'm sorry, I forgot that the first floor is already rented to you. Zhang Yu said he was sorry and then walked towards the second floor. According to the system, the entire first floor, the living room, kitchen, 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, were rented to the 3 of them. The second floor of the duplex, on the other hand, is vacant. At the end of the corridor is the rotating staircase. The layout of the 2 floors is pretty much the same. The only room on the second floor, though, is a bedroom. The others are an audiovisual room, a gaming room, and a billiards room. There is also a large terrace. One half is a lounge area and the other half is an infinity pool. Perfect. Too perfect. Zhang Yu came to the second floor, saw the blue pool, and instantly realized what it means to be rich when the weather is good. It's a top-notch treat to swim here and see the first-line river view. At this point, Pan Yuyo and Di Xiaoba, who were on the first floor, looked at each other, then said to Lu Hanxiao, Sister Xiao, he's the landlord. Don't piss him off. What are you afraid of? The big deal is that we'll rent a different place. Lu Hanxiao was unimpressed. But have you forgotten how expensive the deposit is here? We signed a 1-year contract. It's not refundable until it expires. Di Saba said. This house, even if the 3 of them shared it, would cost $20,000 a month in rent. The deposit, on the other hand, was pressed for 2 months. $40,000. That's 2 months' wages. Di Xiaba hearttake this money. White silver cannot be so wasted. Big deal. I'll pay for the loss of the deposit. Lu Hanxiao tilted her head, looking towards the rotating staircase, as if she was guarding against Zhang Yu's sudden appearance. I have a feeling, though, that he's not a good person. What makes Sister Xiao say that? The other 2 asked. Aren't you afraid that he will eat you guys? Lu Hanxiao said. Di Koba is okay, not a relationship brain, and knows what she wants. It's hard to say about Pan Yuyao. She's young and has always been a good girl. Before I graduated from college, I came to Zhanghang for an internship. There is no appreciation of the treachery out there. Ha? Eat us? Pan Yuyao froze for a second, then said, so what? I'm not afraid. Instead, his expression was expectant. Really? Don't you guys realize that he's really handsome? And there are pecs too. The key thing is, okay, stop. I know what you're going to say. Lu Hanxiao looked at her with a look of hatred. Pan Yuyo has 0 real-world experience. However, The level of theoretical knowledge is 100 points. Really let her open up and ramble. The landlord is on the second floor. They still have to face it. How is it that you, with your thick eyebrows, have fallen back so quickly? It just went pear-shaped and treated people like uninvited guests. Seeing the landlord's good looks. Is this a sign that you've lost your sense of decency? That's a little too quick of a reversal. Lu Hanxia couldn't help but want to punch the flamboyant her in the face. But the house is his. His status, then, should be big, right? Which family's son? D. Koba mused curiously at this point. The landlord said that his surname is Zhang. Sister Xiao, you are a local of Jiangchang. Is there any group whose boss is surnamed Zhang? Let's see. Doesn't seem to. Lu Hanxiao rolled her eyes and thought. Jiangcheng called out the name of the big enterprises. It seems that there is really no one whose boss is surnamed Zhang. However, those who can afford to buy a house here in Riverside House are more than just rich. Could it be that Zhang Yu is not from Jiangcheng? It's too late to think about it. Just heard footsteps coming from upstairs. Shoo, it's the landlord coming down. Zhang Yu returned to the first floor and saw the three beauties in front of him. So what? Next quarter's rent. Is it due? He remembered that there was this hint in the system. After saying that, the three beauties looked at each other. The rent was ready a long time ago. Lu Hanxia took out a thick envelope. The other two sisters closed their eyes and couldn't bear to look at the envelope. It's their hard-earned wages. Rent is 20,000 per month. That's 60,000 a quarter. Though Lu Hanxiao was the proposer of the carpool, and she alone paid for half of it. The remaining two are split evenly between each, but they only make about 10,000 a month. And after paying rent, they don't have much left. However, I have a question for Mr. Zhang. In the future, are you going to live here? Lu Hanxiao asked. The three of them were the only ones who lived there before, and the second floor was vacant. As agreed in the contract, they only rented the first floor. Or else. This is my house. Where do I live if not here? Zhang Yu looked at Lu Hanxiao with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Living in the same house with three stunningly beautiful flight attendants, he was still quite excited about the story behind it yet. Worthy of being the most strictly selected Jet Airways flight attendant. Each of them has a different style, but their face value alone can beat more than 99% of the netroots on the internet. Isn't it a bit of a shame to just be a stewardess? And I don't know what they think, but it doesn't matter. That's good. Lu Hanxiao hugged her arms and stood half a step in front of the other two sisters. These two sisters of mine are still young. So, let's follow the contractual agreement that well water doesn't interfere with river water. She has to protect her two sisters. In life they are sisters. At work they are subordinates. What's small about it? I don't think they are small either. Zhang Yu scanned a glance, then smiled. You. Lu Hanxiao extended a finger, wanting to say that Zhang Yu was driving, but couldn't find any evidence. It would not be fun in case Zhang Yu turned the tables on him and said that he was thinking blindly. Anyway, we pay rent according to the contract. Other than collecting rent, it's better for us to keep our distance, said. Lu Hanxiao took the thick envelope and shoved it into Zhang Yu's hand. Turning around, he said, it's almost time for work. Let's go. Take 2 steps and realize that no footsteps are following behind you. Looking back, the blood pressure rubbed off on me. Landlord, let's add a friend. It's easier to contact if something happens. Pan Yuyao took out her cell phone. It's very welcoming. What landlord? It's okay to call me Feather. Through the information, he knew that Pan Yuyao was a flight attendant trainee, a few months younger than himself. Barb, do you want to add one too? It's easy to contact when something happens. Pan Yuyao was looking for an accomplice. Encouraged by Pan Yuyao, Di Sheba also took out her cell phone. Then I'll add one too. No, why are you all still adding friends? Lu Hanxiao folded back, a slight huff on his face. Doesn't that put me on the shelf? Chapter 4, Building a Group. Loving each other as a family. Landlord, are upstairs and downstairs. Head up and down. Always have to have a contact. Pan Yuyao appeared to be justified. Why don't you add me too? It's bad for you to be left alone. At this time, Zhang Yu smiled and glanced at Lu Hanxiao. Let's create a group where we can talk about anything. The sincerity of his words. She couldn't really pick a reason to refuse for a while. After a few seconds of thought, he took out his cell phone. You scan it. Yay! Zhang Yu screamed in his heart. Obedience test with initial success. Although on the surface, Lu Hanxiao looked like a stranger and defensive, but she has a weakness, and this test is true. With men she wasn't very friendly, and now she didn't know what it was. To the two sisters, it's a sisterly thing to do. As soon as the two sisters were taken, she would have to follow suit. Don't you guys have to work? So get going. After Zhang Yu successively added 3 flight attendants' friends, he then built a group. There were only 4 of them in the group. After thinking about it for a while, I changed the name of the group to Loving Family. What lame group name? Lu Hanxia frowned. Child who is in your family. It feels like the landlord is secretly taking advantage of the situation. What? Are you allergic to matchmaking? I'm the group leader. I think it's fine. Zhang Yu retorted. Yes, Sister Xiao. Don't we call out to the passengers as family members? It's nothing. Di Xiaoba said. Okay, Sister Xiao. We should go out. Pan Yuya was a bit anxious at this point. She's the only intern. And she hasn't moved on yet. It's natural to go to work and behave well, so you can't let anyone get a hold of you. So the trio grabbed the 3 identical standard suitcases that had long been packed in the corner and prepared to head out. By the way, where are you guys flying? This trip? Zhang Yu asked in passing. Flight leaves at 8 p.m. To the capital. Pan Yuyo replied. Her mouth was faster than her brain. And Lu Hanxiao couldn't even stop her. It's a work thing. Why do you say everything out loud? And it's only the first meeting with the landlord. Revealing too much. Oh, I know. Zhang Yu waved his hand. Then you guys go. Walked into the elevator and came downstairs. Lu Hanxia realized something was wrong. No, did he just order us around? It seems to be, but it doesn't matter. Let's get out of here. Watching the 3 stewardesses disappear in front of the cell, the large, 2-story duplex bungalow suddenly seemed empty. Only then did Zhang Yu take out his cell phone and took pictures of the living room, the balcony, the double kitchen, and the upstairs terrace, the swimming pool, and whatnot. The more you look at it, the more you like it. Who could not be thrilled when the poor become rich and sit in such a mansion? Lying in the wide, soft couch in the first-floor living room, on the backrest, the faint scent of a young girl still lingered. He chose a few photos to post to his friends. If you don't post to your friends, isn't that the same as not posting at all? After considering it, I gave up and posted it in Shakeology, with the caption, New house, not bad. After seeing the word sent successfully, he put the phone down and went to use the restroom. Even the toilet smells good. Not half as much dirt. Not to mention the feeling of wanting to escape as soon as possible. When he returned to the living room and picked up his cell phone, he was shocked by the 99 plus on the screen. No, are you all this enthusiastic? There was a flurry of likes and comments that he couldn't get enough of. All praise and envy for this large flat. There were also a lot of users with beautiful avatars who sent themselves a lot of private messages. Handsome. Is this your house? It's so beautiful. Is this the duplex at Riverside House? Can I go take a look? Handsome. I live so close to you. I can see this house of yours on my walk. Is there a shortage of hostesses in the handsome man's house? I can play for free. Yo. All sorts of trysts and overtures. It's really not even pretending. Some of them are still very telegenic. Sending half-covered rubbing photos. Zhang Yu sighed. Only people with money and luxury cars and big houses can see women being so proactive. In the flurry of avatars, he suddenly caught his eye and felt that one of them looked a little familiar. Tapped into her homepage. With 200,000 followers, it's a bit of an internet sensation. All the way down the slide, there are all sorts of hot dancing videos of people in little short skirts, twerking and gyrating. The look of it set his belly on fire. It was also through these videos that Zhang Yu recognized it. This turned out to be the flower of the art department of Jiangcheng Normal University, Chen Wan. She has been taking dance lessons for a long time since she was a child, and her body is very flexible. Her 200,000 plus followers went viral on a video of her performing a 1-2 on a bar gym machine. That video was topped and liked all over 1 million times. Moreover, Chen Wan and Lu Ruyan are bosom friends. The two often hang out together. Also had dinner with myself a couple times. However, Chen Wan had always looked down on him. Thinks he's broke and shabby, and after meeting him a few times, has very little interest. I think Lu Ruyan turned into such a reality now. Less than her behind the flurry. What a surprise. It's amazing how open she is online. If you know, the owner of this duplex large flat in Riverside House is yourself, how would she react? Zhang Yu was really eager to see it, so he replied to the private message sent by Chen Wan. It's almost dark. You want to come to my house? Of course. Your house is so good at looking at the river. Taking pictures must be very photogenic. Chen Wan replied. And there's a fireworks show tonight. I checked. And just this part of Riverside Mansion has the best view. Aren't you afraid that I'm a bad guy? Zhang Yu replied. The opposite side quickly returned a sheepish expression in seconds. How can someone so rich be a bad person? Zhang Yu took a deep breath. This is the most supercilious schoolgirl in the division. There weren't many guys at school that she could even look at, let alone talk to. Even though he had met her a few times because of Lu Ruyan, there was no friending, leaving a phone number or anything. I can't imagine that she has such an unabashed side to rich people. This is a real eye-opener. Proactive to such an extent that you don't even need to find a reason as outrageous as my cat doing backflips. Straight shots are fine. She must have been mentally prepared. 2. Okay, you do it then. Zhang Yu replied. Chen Wan returned a yes and rushed off to get ready. About 20 minutes or so later, on his cell phone, the message popped up again. Brother, I'm downstairs. How do I get there? Zhang Yu saw through the balcony floor-to-ceiling windows. In the middle of the neighborhood, standing a girl with long flowing hair, wearing a short pleated skirt. That's right, it's really Chen Wan from the art department of the Normal University. I haven't seen her in a long time, and I feel like she's a little prettier. Dressing up has taken off the only remaining youthful, become full of mature flavor. Chen Wan reference chart. First building on your left. Go up to the 5th floor. Zhang Yu showed her the way. Upon receiving the command, Chen Wan came this way. Get to the 5th floor door. She slowed down for a few seconds and knocked on the door. The gate opens. The two men inside and out looked at each other in all directions. When she saw Zhang Yu clearly, Chen Wan first froze, then rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Looking at Zhang Yu again, his eyes then widened. You are Zhang Yu? How is he? What? You've met a few times and don't remember? He smiled faintly. Come in. Chapter 5. Don't ride a shared bike. Take a taxi back. No. Chen Wan asked suspiciously. This house, is it yours? She was completely confused at the moment. There's no way to draw a parallel between Zhang Yu and a rich man. One couldn't help but wonder if he hadn't understood Zhang Yu in enough detail before. If I had known that he was the owner of Riverside Mansion, I would have jumped on him long ago. And what's the matter with Ruyan Lu? Then what else? Zhang Yu smiled. Why don't I take the house book and show it to you? No. Looking at him at the bottom, he was acting like a total master. You can't fake this kind of temperament. But the slightest hint of weakness will reveal itself. It was just that. Wasn't Zhang Yu clearly a poor student? How did he come to have this house? Standing in the doorway. Just one look at the luxurious furnishings of the house was enough to make one's head spin. A top-class mansion, a top-class view, and its owner, surprisingly, was Zhang Yu, whom he had previously looked down upon. Did he hit the jackpot? Or did he fall for a rich woman? He knew about his breakup with Lu Ruyan himself. Lu Ruyan was afraid that she didn't know what kind of a big moneymaker she had missed out on. Zhang Yu, I really didn't expect that your home would be so luxurious. Chen Wan walked in and couldn't help but take out her cell phone and clicked a dozen photos in a row. What are you taking pictures for? Zhang Yu asked. He didn't really understand this confusing behavior. Quite a lot of shots of mansions, shots of luxury cars. It seems like anything that has anything to do with luxury, and didn't care if it was her own. The house is just so beautiful. I'll take some pictures and reminisce about it. Chen Wan certainly didn't want to explicitly say that she was trying to act 13 in front of others. Later, Zhang Yu smiled. Rumble. Crackle. At that moment, across the river, a brilliant firework rose. The fireworks went up in the air, and 3 or 4 seconds later the sound came this way. Wow. It's beautiful. And the internet was right. It's right in front of the burn site with the best view. With a delighted look on her face, Chen Wan ran to the floor-to-ceiling window. Crossing his cell phone, he pointed it at the opposite side of the river and recorded the screen. Lying on the railing of the balcony, he leaned forward slightly. That's when she felt an extra hand on her waist. Looking back, I only saw Zhang Yu gently smiling. You shoot yours. Chen Wan knew his intentions. Without speaking, he craned his head out the window again. Instead, he pressed down on his waist. This is the simplest basic skill for dance students. That's really understanding, Zhang Yuxin said. Since the stage is all set up, wouldn't it be a waste of this beautiful scene if we don't sing this opera? So, he no longer hesitated. Half an hour later, fireworks burn out. The last column of fireworks spraying show in the sky ends. Chen Wan also hurriedly organized herself. Zhang Yu, this matter, you must not let Ruyan know. Chen Wan's nervous tone. What's the point of telling her? We all broke up. Zhang Yu sat back on the sofa and said indifferently. To him, now Lu Ruyan had completely become a thing of the past. Ah, you guys really split up. Ha! When Chen Wan heard this, she immediately felt that her chance had come. What? Didn't she tell you? Zhang Yu poked her little mind. Then, Zhang Yu, what do you think about me? Being your girlfriend in the future? She ruffled her hair, still confident in his charms. In Jiangcheng Normal University, this kind of male-to-female ratio of 3-to-7 school can become the department flower, the top 5 of the school's top 10 beautiful women. That face and body and talent are quite capable in every aspect. It's just a shame. Chen Wan's requirements for finding a boyfriend are particularly high, both rich and handsome, and the height must be more than 185. One of them is not enough. The heart is very high, around the pursuit of a lot of people. Turned down, meet 1 or 2 of the many, but there really isn't one that fulfills all 3 at the same time. So far, Zhang Yu was the only one who met the criteria. He would have had the looks and the height. Now, even the shortcoming of being poor has been made up for. Isn't that the perfect man? Looking at Jiang Cheng, how many people can live in Riverside Mansion? And it's still only 20 seats, selling one less duplex large flat. Chen Wan had never felt that she had been so proactive. Once the goal is clear, take the initiative. This is a very realistic and intelligent woman. Girlfriend? Zhang Yu smiled faintly. It's a bit not too good, right? I've only just broken up, and I'm seamlessly moving on to the next one. Those outside who don't know would think I'm a scumbag. Well, then, let's just keep in touch for now, and we can make it public after a while, right? When Chen Wan thought about it, what he said was also true. Wouldn't want to let go of such an opportunity. Let's be the pre-girlfriend first. Zhang Yu, how much is your WeChat? I'll add you. Realized I hadn't had his contact information for several years in college. Chen Wan, somewhat embarrassed, took out her cell phone and requested. It's just so weird sometimes. The two have known each other for a few years, and it's amazing that they don't even have contact information by now. Okay. Zhang Yu also did not care about the ground. Opened the QR code. Let her scan the code to add a friend. It's getting late, so go home. Zhang Yu yawned and said to Chen Wan. Ha? She glanced out the window. No, it's late. Let me go home? Thought I'd be able to stay in this big luxury flat for the night today. Was he dissatisfied just now? Chen Wan's thoughts flashed. It seems like just now, I was really busy taking pictures and kind of dealing with it. Zhang Yu, you're tired. Why don't I help you? I'm a little sleepy and want to go to bed. Zhang Yu's attitude was resolute. Can anyone live at home? How is that possible? With that, he transferred $200 to Chen Wan's WeChat. It's not safe at this late hour, so you should stop riding the shared bike and take a cab back. Chen Wan walked out of Zhang Yu's house somewhat soulfully. No, $200 gets me home? There was something unpleasant in her mind, but he was completely unreasonable. His name was not right, so he could only go back first. Besides, Zhang Yu just said it wasn't safe. Was he concerned about me? That means, there's drama behind it. With that thought, she was relieved. The guard at the door watched her walk out, his eyes awestruck. Just came and went. Whose homeowner eats so well? Inside the house. After Chen Wan left, Zhang Yu also went into the shower and took a bath. The bathtub and the shower. The shower head. It's all smart equipment. It automatically drains the water, adjusts the water temperature, and also plays music accompaniment and sprays aromatherapy. You don't have to do anything yourself. Just lay into it and be done with it. It turns out that rich people, taking a bath is also so cozy. It just feels, well, almost something. Zhang Yu suddenly regretted a bit for letting Chen Wan leave so early, or else stay and serve him a cup of tea, a back rub or something. That would be a real top-notch treat. Chapter 6 New Blind Box Rewards. A small lender, and in a home environment that is also absolutely safe and private. Think of it this way. Suddenly, I heard, overhead, the sound of an airplane skimming by. By the time the legs went weak, those 3 flight attendant tenants, they wouldn't be on this plane, would they? The words are split. At this time, the flight flown by Lu Hanxiao, Di Xiaoba, and Pan Yuyo had left the airspace over Jiangcheng and entered the cruising state. Having just finished their work, the trio entered the pantry and sneezed almost simultaneously. Who's cursing us? Di Saba said as she lowered her hand from her nose. You still believe in this? Ha? Lu Hanxiao pointed to the dust in the pantry. Who spilled the coffee powder? He said, glancing at intern Pan Yuyo. Sister Xiao. It's not me, Pan Yuyo weakly explained. Noticing that Lu Hanxiao didn't say anything, he looked up to find her smiling and looking right at him. Yu Yao, I told you that you have to call out your position at work. If you can't remember it all the time, what will you do when you turn around? Lu Hanxiao also had a worried tone, and although he scolded her, he didn't want to raise his voice. She was a crew chief at River Air and took them both on flights. It's basically become a fixed combination. Sometimes you fly a larger model, and you'll be paired with an extra flight attendant or two. But the matter of the transfer assessment is carried out by the company at that time. She can't intervene. She had to be reminded of it again and again. Dash. Is not. Stewardess. I know. Pan Yuyo spat out her tongue in fear. The world of adults is turning out to be so hard to navigate. Sloppy. Okay. It's okay now. You two can go rest and relax. I'm going to check out the cabin. Lu Hanxiao said, walking towards the cabin. Red and blue stewardess uniform skirt. Corseted design, showing a wonderful waist and hip curve. A plaid silk scarf was tied around her slender, white neck. The small black silk heels make the legs look even better. Under the backdrop of this uniform, Lu Hanxiao's aura appeared even more elegant and outstanding. The natural twisting of her waist as she walked made the passengers in the cabin look sideways. There was a look of envy in her eyes. It was so beautiful. Worthy of being a flight attendant for River Air. Though the airfare for River Air is more expensive than other carriers, it's expensive for a reason, and they're willing to spend the money. You say, Sister Zhao's family is so rich, how come she has to come to do this job of serving people? Pan Yuyo and Di Xiaoba whispered. They are sisters with Lu Hanxiao and they share a suite. But other than knowing that her family was rich, she didn't know much about Lu Hanxiao, and haven't been looking for a boyfriend. Why don't we see a suitable one and introduce it to Sister Xiao? The two sisters, who have been worrying about Xiao's lifetime. Lu Hanxiao is 28. In their old country, that's 30. In the old family, when they were her age, they held 2 children in 3 years, and their children could play soy sauce. Looking for who? Di Xiaoba's light blue eyes widened. What do you think? How about the landlord? Zhang Yu? Only met once though. Di Xiaoba thinks that Zhang Yu's height and face value are a good match for Sister Xiao. As for financial resources, don't know which of the two of them is richer, but they're certainly both rich. Zhang Yua? Pan Yuyo shook her head. Does Sister Xiao accept sibling love? Moreover, I see that Sister Xiao is treating him as if she doesn't have a very good attitude. So saying, in Pan Yuyao's heart, Zhang Yu's knitted brows and smile also surfaced. It's just too handsome. The first time she saw it, it knocked her on the jaws of her heart. At her age, she's not quite out of society yet, and it's all about looks. Now that I've confirmed that both Xiao Xiao and Xiaoba don't have any interest in him, I'll be polite. The thought came into his head and he was taken aback himself. The flight was still halfway there, but it felt so long. Can't wait for the plane to turn around now and head back to River City. But, according to the flight schedule, we will rest on the spot after arriving at the capital this evening. Then tomorrow afternoon, we'll take the next flight back to Jiangcheng. This is also a professional characteristic of flight attendants. Airborne everywhere. Sometimes there is a shortage of manpower, and they are temporarily pulled out to help on other flights. However, because of their personnel relationship, they were Jiang Heng's people, so they still spent most of their time in Jiangcheng. What are you two, talking bad about me again? At this time, Lu Hanxiao made his rounds and returned to the pantry. We were talking about helping you find a boyfriend. Di Xiaoba laughed. Boyfriend? Lu Hanxiao laughed and held out a finger and wiggled it. No, don't agree. That. You too, if you can't be bothered, go and refill the passengers' tea. The two sisters were just about to speak when Lu Hanxiao's eyes glared and they hurriedly sealed their mouths shut. Lu Hanxiao looked down through the porthole. At the height of the moment, the river city was brightly lit and divided in half by a large, dark river, and the place where the lights are densest is the Riverside Business District. That's where Riverside House is located. I wonder what Zhang Yu is doing at home now. He's not peeking at my laundry, is he? Something about Zhang Yu popped into her mind, giving herself a sudden shock as well. What's going on? Am I being dropped? It was the first time in 28 years that a man would, without realizing it, bring himself back to it. There's nothing deliberate about it. Achoo! Zhang Yu, who was soaking in the bathtub, also sneezed at this moment. Gotta get up. You'll catch a cold if you wash again. He stood up from the tub, dried himself off, and draped a white towel over him. Looked at the time. It's just after 12 o'clock. Right. He wanted to get up. It's a new day. And now, since I haven't slept yet, it's a good time to smoke today's blind box first. Let's see what kind of rewards we can draw. This time. System. Zhang Yu chanted silently. Host, go ahead. The system, which was in temporary hibernation, was soon awakened. I'm going to draw the blind box for the next day. Zhang Yu rubbed his hands together in some anticipation, preparing a blind box for the host. When he finished speaking, the virtual blind box machine reappeared in front of his eyes. Every blind box is the same. Can't see the mystery inside. Zhang Yu chose one point blank style. That's it. Then, the blind box was opened. Congratulations to the host. The system's beep sounded. You have acquired one of the Snap Loan financial lending companies. I'll go. Zhang Yu was a little excited. Obtaining a company, wouldn't this be just the right solution to the problem of an ongoing economic source? Even if you live in a big house, that's not food. If we rent it out, the rent will only be more than $200,000 a year. Where is it enough? A bonus for newbie rewards that can sit on the shelf for a long time. Spending money is not the same as not having money. He hurriedly clicked on the company's details page and just checked it out. Snap Loan Financial Company, headquartered in the Fortune Building in Jiangcheng, has operations throughout Dingchu. There are currently more than 300 employees under the company's umbrella, and the marketing, customer service, collections, and concierge departments are fully equipped. The company's assets total $5 billion. The number of clients exceeds 100,000. And the profits are more than $500 million per year. But the name of this company? Zhang Yu felt that it was a bit abrupt. Shouldn't it be? Chapter 7 Plain and Simple Business Warfare. Take another look at the company information. Women make up 60% of the portrait of loan customers. Host, don't worry. Any business of the company is reasonable and legal. And the interest rate is within the standard range. Annual profit of $500 million without any risk. The system prompted. Boy, $500 million profit. How many zeros is that? Since the money is clean. It's a laugh. Zhang Yu was so happy that he collected the company reward. Does the host choose to disclose the company's identity to the public? At this point, the system gave another option. After looking at it, if you select yes, then this company will appear in your name. It would be known by many. If you choose no, your own identity is hidden. No one other than company executives and key clients will know the identity of the real owner. Depends on whether you want to be high profile or low profile. This option is so user-friendly. It's kinda nice. Zhang Yu thought about it. It's better to hide it. Now that he was just starting out and had no roots in Jiangcheng, he could easily be targeted. It's better to stay put and develop a wave of obscenity first. Host information has been hidden. Once again, congratulations to the host for obtaining the company. Zhang Yu nodded. I was about to exit the system when I noticed the interface. There is a personal center. Curious, I clicked in and saw that the first column said my assets, the Riverside House property, and the company just acquired, are listed. Further down the page, there is my points. Currently the points are 525, with 475 to go to the next level. There are also features such as points lucky draw and points for goodies at the back. You can redeem some functional props. Zhang Yu didn't look at it much before turning off the blind box system. Sleepy and ready for bed. Decided to go ahead and visit the office tomorrow. At this point, River City Fortune Mansion, Snap Loans, a similar financial company across the street, is sitting on its hands a bit. The conference room was brightly lit. The reason for calling everyone here for an urgent meeting is that we have something important to say. The owner's face was grave. What's up, boss? Just now, there's a reliable source that the company across the street has changed owners. I suspect that they're going to make a big move soon. The owner looked anxious. Snapper Loans, which has been their competitor. This change of ownership on the other side will inevitably lead to a wave of manipulation and further erosion of their market share. The business of lending nowadays is not as good as it used to be. If Snaploan, on the strength of a change of ownership, makes a big kill, it will be them who will have a hard time. Boss, do you know who the boss across the street is? The employees asked. If I knew that, I wouldn't have to call everyone to a meeting. The boss held his forehead. The news is so tightly sealed that there's no way to know what the identity is. So what are we going to do? The boss looked up and scanned the scene. Then pointing to one of them, you, go take out the company across the street. Ah, me? The man looked up. He was none other than Ding Cohen. He held out a finger and pointed it at himself with a look of incredulity. Why do you always arrange for yourself every time something like this happens? It was just screwed up not too long ago. Boss, can we get someone else? Ding Cohen screamed in agony. Ding Cohen, I'm looking at you favorably. Grow up as early as possible and become the backbone of the company. The boss said. So what am I going to do this time? He was a little confused. You don't care what happens. It's okay to wreak havoc. But press their momentum anyway. Dismissed. The meeting ended and the crowd dispersed. Dinkum circled his office a few times. A pat on the head. There it is. So, he picked up the kettle on the table and walked to the door of the Snappy Loan Microfinance Company. A kettle of boiling water was poured over the hairy tree in the doorway. That didn't work, so he reached out his hand and took the leaves off the hairy tree, and gripped a lot of them off. Real business warfare is so unpretentious. Dinkin looked at the scene and tried to do more damage. Suddenly, alarms blared and the red warning light above the doorway lit up. Holy! Ding Cohen was startled and fled. The night was silent, as the day was a bit physically exhausting. So sleep is good. The next morning, Zhang Yu woke up and took the subway directly to the company. Just arrived in front of the office. Just noticed a large crowd gathered. What's going on? Zhang Yu directly opened his mouth and asked, who are you? The company looked back and saw a young man standing there, fresh out of college. The face was unfamiliar, not like someone from the company. This is the new boss of the company. Don't you guys know? At this time, a woman wearing black framed glasses and a black professional wraparound skirt hurriedly walked over. The thin heels knocked on the floor with a crisp clatter. The hair is coiled at the back of the head for a very intellectual look. Secretary Yang. The crowd was a little nervous when they saw him. Secretary Yang ignored them and walked straight to Zhang Yu. He bowed deeply, revealing his deep grooves. Mr. Zhang, I didn't know that you came to the company so early. I'm sorry to have missed you. Secretary Yang was one of the first people in the company to learn the identity of the boss. I had planned to go to work and report to Zhang Yu. I didn't expect him to come so early. Ah, this is the new owner of the company? A few people have gossip and know that the company has changed owners, but they don't know that it's him. Scared to death. Glad I didn't just badmouth him. Otherwise, you'd have to be fired today for entering the door with your right foot first. Hello, boss. All the employees bowed and greeted each other with a respectful face. No need for that. What's going on at this door? Zhang Yu looked towards the doorway. A floor of dirt and broken leaves. It was particularly dirty. Mr. Zhang, I just went to retrieve the surveillance. Take a look. Secretary Yang held up his cell phone and came over. A whiff of perfume drilled into my nostrils, and it smelled kinda nice. Zhang Yu looked at the video screen. You can see that someone is taking advantage of the night to wreak havoc. It is? He frowned, recognizing the man as if he was Ding Kuan. Good lord, it's a real misnomer. I haven't screwed you yet, but you're messing with me first. This man, boss, is from the company across the street. I've seen it a few times. I can't imagine using such disgusting tactics. Secretary Yang reported. Call the police first. Zhang Yu said. Tally up the damages and have them compensate. Boss, calling the police won't work. It's too disgusting. It's not the first time they've done this. You have to combat their arrogance. Secretary Yang pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. The company across the street is our nemesis, and before that, they even got a bunch of villagers to maliciously borrow money from our company and not pay it back. We went to collect a debt and the whole village attacked us. When it comes to this matter, the company's employees, especially those in the collections department, feel aggrieved. Yes, instead of paying us back, they drove us away with sticks. Several of my co-workers, they've been injured because of this fracture, and they've spent a lot of money on medical bills. This thing, from what I've heard, seems to be the work of the guy in the video. As a financial lending company, it is the rule of the trade and there is nothing wrong with interest rates being a little higher than banks. But take someone who borrows money in bad faith and then intentionally runs away and doesn't pay it back to the normal operation of the company, caused a lot of losses. This, in all seriousness, already constitutes fraud. I just can't find the evidence, and it's useless to report it. Those villagers got the benefits and would naturally take sides with the accuser. Chapter 8 Deciphering Cards. New vengeance and old hatred together. There was nothing that could be done about this kind of scoundrelly rotter before. This time, with a new boss in town, it's natural to pin all your hopes on him. Kind of interesting. The corners of Zhang Yu's mouth rose. This risk alert point was already in the system when I took over the company at night. Says the company has a portion of uncollectible bad debt that has been overdue for over 300 days. And there is also information that the company has been maligned. It just didn't occur to me that the originator behind this incident was actually Ding Kuan and the company he worked for. The company instructs and Ding Kuan executes. Because Ding Kuan can really do something like this, there is no fear at all. The innate lack of the sacred body of virtue. It's just as well, since we've bumped into a gun. New grudges and old grudges. Let's settle them together. And so, Zhang Yu first let the employees each return to their work. Then he went into the office by himself. Secretary Yang came to the office before dawn. Early on, the office was organized, and a cup of tea was brewed, which was brought in with both hands and handed to his hand. Mr. Zhang, please have some tea. Zhang Yu nodded. You can put it away for now. As the words fell, Secretary Yang folded his hands together with no intention of leaving. Secretary Yang, is there anything else you need? Mr. Zhang, you've just arrived at the company. There are some statements for the handover. Reporting, that have to be shown to you. She smiled respectfully. This is not urgent. The thorn in the side has to be removed first. Zhang Yu said indifferently. Mr. Zhang, you have a solution? A hint of surprise surfaced on Secretary Yang's face, and his eyes lit up. The first time she just met Mr. Zhang, she felt that he was imposing, beyond one's expectations. When I first learned that the owner had changed, I thought it would be a fat, greasy uncle. Then I saw the profile information and it turned out that the new owner was so young and handsome. And there's a special air of mystery about it. It's a feeling that has never been felt before. It's like a magnetic field that attracts all eyes away. Secretary Yang is 25 years old and is the peach half-ripe on the branch. Not married yet. However, when she saw Zhang Yu, who was 3 years younger than herself, she was surprised to have a feeling of motherhood flooding her heart. Secretary Yang reference chart. Just wait, I'll just let you know later. As Zhang Yu said so, in the system, he found the page for points redemption. In points redemption, there are a lot of things you can redeem, especially the cards. I was a bit impressed when I was casually looking through it earlier. Soon, he flipped to a dark decryption card. Card function, you can check the black history of any person or company, against morality and public order and morality, as well as illegal and criminal events. Redemption requires 500 points. He had just enough points to redeem one at the moment. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu used the points. Watch the points drop from 525 to 25. A dark decryption card that went to the system's personal center. Does the host want to use the card? The system asked. Use. I want to inquire. Across the street. Into all the unknown secrets of the company. Where are the companies that make small amount loans with completely clean asses? The following relevant information has been queried for the host. The system quickly gave a string of query results. Sure enough, it verified Zhang Yu's suspicions. Good lord, these secrets get out. Top to bottom. You're going to have to go into the orange squat. Looking at the information displayed on it, he also felt refreshed. The owner of the company across the street has human lives on his hands and is also guilty of bribery. He won't get away with life imprisonment. Ding Cohen, who has molested many of his fellow students, is also a peeping Tom. There's also evidence of bringing villagers to set up loans. How's this for a couple years in jail? Other employees, at the very least, have to be detained. Secretary Young, I'm going to give you a piece of information and you're going to take it to the police department. Zhang Yu said. Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'll get right on it. Secretary Young nodded. When she got that information, she glanced at it and her whole body was stunned. On this, it is written all sorts of evil things that the employees of the opposite company have done. Almost everyone has two of them on them, at one time or another. I really didn't expect that in the company across the street. The composition was so complicated, and there were all kinds of triads. What a full complement of villains. Once the news gets out, and the police get hold of it, then this rival company can directly announce its dissolution and closure. Boiling water on 2 fortune trees. Think it's nothing, right? In return, the company was exterminated. It's too hard, even less expected. Much of this classified information is still several years old. How did Mr. Zhang summarize it in such detail? Various details were not missed, as if someone had recorded them on the spot. When Secretary Yang went to the copy room to print documents, he stole a glance at Zhang Yu from afar. Mr. Zhang, the man, is getting taller and more majestic. Ha 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 ha. Snappy Loan Company has been defeated again this time. No response at all until now in the morning. That's right, this time we have to credit Ding Cohen again. Ding Cohen, what kind of reward do you want? The office across the street was a hive of activity. The boss looked at the love interest and was pleased. And he was also the son of his old friend. Boss, when can my girlfriend officially start work? Dinkin asked as he stood up. The young man is quite smitten. Everyone laughed. Dinkin just smiled sardonically. He didn't want to be so aggressive, but tried it yesterday. Fruitless. Before Lu Ruyan was even on board, she wouldn't let herself touch her at all. Greedy for her for years. Seeing that it's so hard to pry the corner and it's about to be in your hands, you can't get stuck on the last step. Don't worry, Ding Cohen. She can be inducted today. You inform her directly. The boss patted his chest and said. The words hadn't even landed. Suddenly, there was a commotion in front of the company. What's going on? Ding Cohen and the boss. A group of people looked towards the door. Several police officers were found and rushed right in. Police. Freeze. Everybody down. The sheriff at the head of the group droned. Hello officer? What's our offense? Ding Cohen was stunned. You're Ding Cohen? Don't you know what you've done? Take them all away. A command. Silver glittering handcuffs were cuffed to them in droves. I'll go. What happened? So many police officers are here? Looking at the aura, it's so oppressive. This financial company, what the hell is going on? There's no need to ask. It must be something criminal. And they're in finance. It's even easier to commit crimes. Yeah, there's a lot of crime in the financial world. It's real, but it's the first time I've come across something like this in one pot. Behind it should have offended some big shot. Otherwise, it wouldn't have ended so completely. At this point, the companies on the other floors of the Jiangcheng Fortune building heard the commotion over here. Classes are not even in session, and they've rushed over to watch. Those who couldn't make it were watching the live video relayed from the site on their cell phones and actively eating it. Only the people in this company, one by one, were handcuffed, brought out of the building, and escorted directly to the police car. The police sent several large vehicles in all, and they could barely fit. The company, which had just been bustling with activity, was just empty. The computer screen was still on and the lights were still on. An open WPS document with the cursor blinking before you can save it. The microphone of the landline, still hanging in mid-air, shook. Mr. Zhang, the people from the opposite company, they've really all been taken. At this point, the entire staff of Snappy Loans, all witnessed the commotion across the street. Secretary Yang hurriedly trotted into Zhang Yu's office and reported the situation. On his face was uncontrollable happiness. Chapter 9, I'm sorry. I have a favorite person. All captured? That's good. Zhang Yu had an expression of having won a long time ago. Since this card was sacrificed, there was nothing that couldn't be done. But, on Secretary Yang's face, another trace of worry surfaced. Mr. Zhang, I've heard that their boss has a very hard background, as if he's from the Tao. If they know that it was us who did it, will they come to retaliate? No. Zhang Yu shook his head. In the future, you guys, just work well. Whatever the background, he doesn't carry falsehoods now. It was fine if they held down and didn't make a move, but if they did come and mess with them, they certainly wouldn't be allowed to get away with it. That's the bottom line now. Okay, Mr. Zhang, then I'll get to work. Secretary Yang bowed, then turned and left the office. The natural twisting of her waist under her wraparound skirt rolled up a fragrant breeze. It caught the eye of many of the company's employees, also envied the new boss, Zhang Yu. Several previous bosses were women, and Secretary Yang escaped. This time it was the male boss instead. That's not a fish on a chopping block. Hey, it's good to be rich. Look, there's a financial company in Zhengcheng, all taken away by the police. All of them? How can that be? It's true. Not a single one of them is missing, and there's barely enough room in the car. The police are still asking the community for leads and looking for more evidence. Capital Airport. About to return to Zhengcheng on a flight, and 5 minutes of cell phone time to play at the end. Di Xiaoba swiped an online video and hurriedly shared it with her other two sisters. Let's see. Lu Hanyasha went over to take a look, zoomed in on the video screen, and frowned, spotting the waypoint. Look guys, in the company across the street, the guy sitting on the end. Seems a bit familiar? Yeah, let's see. Di Xiaoba looked over in the direction Lu Hanxiao was pointing, and soon, let out a cry of surprise. Isn't that the landlord, Zhang Yu? What's the situation? Pan Yuyao, at this time, was also curious about the video, seeing the opposite snap loan company sitting in the person. It is Zhang Yu. Thankfully, the pixels in the image are clear enough. Zoom in and you can still see it on the sign hanging in the doorway. It says boss's office. If there are people in the world who look exactly alike, but it's no coincidence that even the clothes they're wearing are the same. The three of them looked at each other. The eyes all had the same reaction. Could it be that Zhang Yu was the owner of Snappy Loan Company? If that's the case, it explains why he's the landlord of Riverside House. Snap Loan is one of the most well-known financial companies in Zhengcheng, and it has existed for a long time. There was also a college student business before. As long as you are over 18 years old, you can get a loan with your student ID and proof of schooling, and the interest rate is not too high, which was once very popular among college students. It is very popular among the student body. All three of them, therefore, were impressed with the company. When did Zhang Yu become the owner of this company? Work first, the plane will be leaving soon, Lu Hanxiao said. The flight back to Zhengcheng was about to take off for the final finishing touches before takeoff. Confirm the passengers, if they have all arrived, Lu Hanxiao commanded. Lu crew chief, Pan Yuyao checked the list. There was also a male passenger named Wang Xiaosong who did not board the plane. Wang Xiaosong? Lu Hanxiao couldn't help but freeze for a moment when she heard this name. Big beautiful Lu. What a coincidence that I actually met you. At that moment, the last passenger, carrying a bag, rushed this way, suited and booted. He looked at Lu Hanxiao with a smile. Hello, please show me the proper identification, Di Xiaoba said as she reached out her hand in a gesture. The man pulled out his credentials and handed them to Di Koba. His eyes, however, kept staring at Lu Hanxiao. Big beautiful Lu. What? Don't you recognize me? Sir, please return to your own seat according to your seat number. We will be taking off soon, Lu Hanxiao said expressionlessly. That's when Di Xiaoba sees the ID, and it turns out he's Wang Xiaosong, first-class guests, and by the looks of it, it seems to know Sister Xiao for a long time? Good. Wang Xiaosong snapped. Crew Chief Lu, make me a pot of tea over later. Yu Yao, later you make a pot of tea for this Mr. Wang, Lu Hanxiao said. Crew Chief Lu, I hope it's you who personally delivers it. Otherwise, I'll complain about your division's attitude towards guest service, and that would be a bad influence. Speaking of which, Di Xiaoba's face also turned cold. According to the information, Wang Xiaosong is a black and gold VIP customer of Jianghang Airlines. To put it mildly, if a black and gold customer complains, the repercussions can be very significant. It's a big loss for the company's reputation. Okay, Lu Hanxiao revealed a leathery smile. Then please return to your seat, Mr. Wang. The tea will be delivered later. Only then did Wang Xiaosong take off in a somewhat smug manner. Land crew chief, Sheba and Pan Yuya watched Wang Xiaozong's back disappear. One on the left and one on the right supported Lu Hanxiao's arm. We'll help you. If Wang Xiaozong went too far, they definitely wouldn't watch and not care. It's okay, you guys go about your business. Keep yourselves out of this. Lu Hanxia also does not want the two sisters to be involved in this matter. The Wang family has a lot of power. Two small stewardesses. What can they do? The airplane took off from the capital airport and slowly lifted off in the direction of Jiangcheng. Lu Hanxiao finished the matter at hand and brewed a pot of tea, placed on a tray and carried it in the direction of the first-class cabin. Wang Xiaozong is playing with his cell phone with his legs crossed. Saw her walk in and put her legs down. I'm a bit flattered by the personal service of Crew Chief Lu. Mr. Wang, here's the tea you asked for. Please enjoy. Lu Hanxia was forced to open for business and put on a fake smile. Placed the tea on the small table in front of Wang Xiaozong, just about ready to turn away, only to see him suddenly reach out and try to grab her wrist. What are you doing? Lu Hanxiao was startled, and instinctively, jerked back a step. Look at him warily. Wang Xiaozong's outstretched hand only caught a handful of air. It hung somewhat awkwardly. Lu Hanxia, what do you mean? He finally couldn't help himself. How many miles have I thrown down on Jiangheng to keep you company, and you don't even have a good face? Mr. Wang, I think you might have misunderstood. You can fly on Jiang Airlines, and we, as a crew, will surely serve you well, Lu Hanxiao said. But the rest of what you said, I don't understand. Playing dumb, huh? The corner of Wang Xiaozong's mouth twitched a few times, somewhat unable to hold back. The gift I sent you. You returned it. The red envelopes sent to you. You don't want them. The flowers sent to you. You also threw them in the trash. Am I not sincere enough? Mr. Woof, I don't know what the point of you doing this is, Lu Hanxiao said, his tone pausing. I already have someone I like. Say this. In her mind, she remembered Zhang Yu. To make similar excuses in the past would have been a pure excuse. The heart didn't fluctuate, but not this time. In her mind, surprisingly, a specific person appeared. The landlord. She couldn't describe it either. Why it was like that. In short, Lu Hanxiao only wanted to run away from Wang Xiaozong as soon as possible, whether this was an excuse or not. If he keeps on pestering like this, Zhang Heng, she won't be able to stay and will have to quit her job. Chapter 10, What are you thinking? The high and mighty persona has collapsed. Got a favorite? Wang Xiaozong first froze, then gave a disdainful laugh. If I remember correctly, this is already the 20th reason you found. I don't believe it. Can you change it to one that can convince me? I really do have a favorite. Believe it or not. It's up to you, Lu Hanxiao said. Who the hell is it? Wang Xiaozong looked at her expression and wondered if she was telling the truth. Kind of broke his defenses. No comment on that one. Lu Hanxia, you have to think clearly. I don't have the patience to maneuver with you. Wang Xiaozong looked at her. Even if you don't think about yourself, don't you think about your family? Our two families are family friends. What's wrong with a world friend? Did I sell you? Lu Hanxia smiled. Mr. Wang, the tea has been brewed. Please enjoy. At this point, it's not good to pull someone else out as a shield again. Then she turned and left the first-class cabin. Outrageous. Wang Xiaozong clenched his fists. His face was red warm. No matter who you are talking about, let me find out and I definitely won't let him have a good time. Dare to steal a woman from me? When we get back to Jiangcheng, we're going to find this person. Crew Chief Lu. Mr. Wang didn't give you a hard time just now, did he? One out of first class. The two of them, Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuyo, then greeted them. There was concern on his face. It's okay. Lu Hanxiao smiled. This is a public place. He can't do anything to me. That's good. Pan Yuyo said. Let's go make our rounds. Crew Chief Lu, you go rest. With that, the two of them went about their business. Lu Hanxiao looked at the playful backs of the two sisters and felt a warmth in his heart. Working at the airline division, it's just a matter of talking to the two of them. Suddenly, she realized something. Rush called them both back again. Crew Chief Lu, what's wrong? I feel as if I just said the wrong thing. Lu Hanxiao's heart was suddenly a bit uneasy. Said what? Just now, that Wang Xiaozong pestered me, and I told him I already had a favorite. Lu Hanxiao had a sort of self-reproach on his face, although I didn't tell him who it was. However, with the strength of the Wang family, in case it gets to Zhang Yu's head, what to do? No way. Zhang Yu, he's just our landlord. Pan Yuyo expressed her doubts. There's no connection either. But, Lu Crew Chief has never been associated with any man. This young male landlord might actually get Wang Xiaozong's attention. Di Xiaoba also vaguely guessed what was going on. Wang Xiaozong will definitely start from the places Lu Hanxiao frequents. Well, since Zhang Yu is the landlord, it's easy for him to target. Then what should we do? Isn't this innocently causing trouble for Zhang Yu? Pan Yuyao's expression looked a little anxious. She had a good feeling about Zhang Yu in her heart. Why don't we just fake it and do it for real? Di Xiaoba made a suggestion. I don't know if it's serious or if it's a joke. Lu Hanxiao gave her a blank look. The cloud is good. Next time don't cloud. And that's what you're doing? It's too soon, isn't it? I hadn't thought of this place yet. She currently had no special feelings for Zhang Yu, either. It was just about the same as a passerby. However, this offer from Di Soba, but it made Lu Hanxiao's heart really start to float. Zhang Yu is tall and handsome, and it looks like it's in good condition. It wouldn't be bad if he became his boyfriend. And vaguely, it makes you really look forward to it. Ahem. What are you thinking? Lu Hanxia couldn't help but curse herself in her heart. Aren't you the rumored #1 beauty of Jianghang, the high-flying goddess? Isn't it labeled as not being attracted to any man? There was no fluctuation in the heart for so many years. How is it that once this landlord shows up, all of a sudden, she was a mess? Without realizing it, the plane had returned to the sky over Jiangchang. The familiar scale of the city appeared under the clouds. Almost there. We're about to arrive at Jiangcheng Airport ahead. Please get ready. Lu Hanxiao immediately got back into the swing of things. A standard fluent bilingual exchange that demonstrates strong business skills. Professionalism, that's nothing to sneeze at. No matter how difficult the passenger is, she ends up gushing about her dedicated attitude and solid work ethic. Year after year, he has been nominated for the best employee in JAC. And it's basically 3 mentions and 2 wins more often than not. Sister Zhao's ability to work is really enviable. If only we were like her one day. Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuyo, even the girls, were overwhelmed by her aura. It's no wonder that so many men are crazy about her. It's not just outside the company. Even within the airline company, there were many captains, tower management, and flight attendants, who expressed a definite favorable opinion of her. There was no telling which man would end up getting his hands on such a goddess-like crew chief. Just think of how happy you feel for that man. The plane slowly landed on the runway and taxied forward. They, too, rushed into action, guiding passengers to leave in an orderly fashion. After all the work is taken care of, the 3 left the airport and together they headed in the direction of Riverside House. At this point, Zhang Yu is in a large duplex flat, organized a few items. With such a luxurious house, you can return the rentals you were previously renting and not live in them. Although the time has not expired yet, Zhang Yu also did not stay in that room of a dozen square feet, which did not even have a window anymore. And the soundproofing in a shared room is not good. Every time and Lu Ruyan didn't dare to make a sound. The bed frame was also flimsy and an extremely bad experience. But now, ex-girlfriends are a thing of the past, and no more nesting in rented rooms. Speaking of which, we have her to thank for that. If she hadn't mentioned the breakup, she might not have activated the system over it. And, witnessing Ding Kuan being taken away by the police today is a way of holding the revenge for being cheated on. Is packing up his belongings. Suddenly the door creaked open. Zhang Yu looked up and saw 3 flight attendants in uniform. It was those 3 tenants who came back. It was the first time he had seen the 3 of them in uniform. A small square hat on her head, a slim professional suit, and small black silk heels. Zhang Yu's heart, too, could not help but come alive. There are such great beauties living in the house, and more than one of them. Who can stay calm? I wonder. And again, he was at his youngest and most vigorous. Back. Ha? Zhang Yu asked. Yeah, we just got back to River City. Pan Yuyo replied, feeling her face burning. It's really cool, especially, with fine beads of sweat on his face. It was even sexier. Di Xiaoba also saw Pan Yuyao's mind. She was a total face controller, and the fact that she could lose her temper so much in front of Zhang Yu was enough to show his face value. There's noodles down in the kitchen. You guys want some? I'll make some more bowls. Zhang Yu said. Despite having money, spending habits haven't changed that quickly. So it's fire in the house. Ah, landlord, you're cooking yourself? Di Xiaoba was surprised. It's a rare thing for someone so rich to cook himself. Yeah, what's the problem? Zhang Yu spread his hands and said. No, nothing. Di Xiaoba also looked a little flustered at this time. It was as if it had been struck by some invisible point. Out of nowhere, Lu Hanxiao, who hadn't said anything, watched as both of them lost their cool a bit. After all, I'm still young. I can't resist when I see a handsome man. So, Lu Hanxiao took out her sister's tone. Zhang Yu, didn't we make a pact? Yeah, but there's only one kitchen. I'm the landlord. I can use it, right? Zhang Yu smiled. Chapter 11, you've eaten it all. And you still think it's not good enough? How come I need your permission to start a fire in my own house? That's kind of funny, too. Nah, I mean, if it's okay, you don't mess with us. Especially the 2 sisters. They're still young. Lu Hanxiao finished the sentence. Pan Yuyo and Di Sheba fell back on some mood swings. Ah, don't mind landlord. Sister Zhao's speech is a bit icy, but the person is very nice. You'll know once you've been in contact for a long time. Yeah, landlord, she said what I was going to say. The two men explained. Lu Hanxiao glared at them. Why are you still turning your elbows out? You're doing it for the good of the two of them. They are socially inexperienced. Once out of school, you enter the workplace and live in a single environment. In case he couldn't hold on and was eaten up by Zhang Yu, that's not going to end well. The one who suffers is himself. Oh, not that I can see at the moment anyway. Zhang Yu smiled. Then it went back into the kitchen. Landlord, can I try the noodles you laid? It feels so fragrant. Pan Yuyo had been hungry for a long time and followed to the kitchen, looking at the noodles in the pot and gulping. That's right, she's both a face dog and a big greedy girl. Every month's paycheck, except for the rent, is all in the mouth. What bad thoughts can a girl who only knows how to eat have? Then I'll serve you a bowl. Zhang Yu smiled. Who couldn't be confused when being looked at so expectantly by a beautiful young girl with a little bit of adoration in her eyes? The emotional value this gives is pulled right up to the fullest. By the way, here's some beans I fried myself. They're a bit old. Just deal with it and eat. Zhang Yu pointed to the dining table. Landlord, then I'm welcome. Pan Yuyao carried the noodles and came to sit at the table. Tasted it and mm'd. Landlord, where are the string beans old? These beanstalks are just too good. She praised it absolutely, giving it a thumbs up. Lu Hanxiao watched Pan Yuyao eat so favorably that she felt her stomach getting hungry as well. Twisting her head, Di Koba looked at herself as well. If you're hungry, go have a bowl too. Sister Saya, what about you? I'm not hungry, so I'll go to my room and rest. Lu Hanxiao's whole body was soft, except for her mouth. That attitude towards him just now, and now he turns around and eats the noodles that people lay down? It doesn't make sense either. Zhang Yu thought to himself that it would be good to pull in 2 out of 3, so to this exotic Di Koba he waved. Come over here. Is it really edible? She was still a little unsure. Don't worry, no increase in your rent. Zhang Yu smiled. This huge house is 400 square feet on the upper and lower floors. It would be pretty empty if you lived alone. Talking echoes. Having 3 beautiful flight attendant tenants in the house. That adds to the fun. Barb, after we eat later, let's go out shopping. Pan Yuyo suggested as she ate her noodles. Is Sister Xiao going? Di Sheba asked. I'm not going. I want to rest for a while. You guys go ahead. Lu Hanxiao's voice came from the room. The 2 girls realized that they had spoken a little too loudly, so it was lowered. Sister Xiao seems to have been in a bad mood after she ran into Wang Xiaotsong on the airplane. Hey, but the 2 of them, they didn't know how to comfort her properly. Why don't we go out and quietly buy a gift for Sister Xiao? Okay, how much did you buy it for? Let's say. The 2 also hit it off. The mall is just down the stairs and convenient for shopping. Don't you guys have to work tomorrow? You're going out for the evening? Zhang Yu was curious. Tomorrow will be a day off. Then the day after that it's time to fly to another place. Pan Yuyo said. Oh, where to? Zhang Yu asked. The next flight is to Sioux City Mayu Airport. Di Xiaba said. Oh, Zhang Yu was puzzled. Alright, then you guys can put the bowls away when you're done eating. Landlord, how embarrassing that would be. The 2 girls were a bit rushed. Let's wash it. If you guys are over it, mop my share when you sweep and mop. Zhang Yu pointed to the second floor. His least favorite thing was mopping the floor. Yeah, the 2 sisters agreed without hesitation. Then, we'll go out first? Go on. Watching the 2 of them, they changed their clothes and headed out the door. Zhang Yu then began to clean up the dishes, go into the kitchen and wash the dishes and wipe down the stove afterward. He returned to the living room. Sitting down on the large, soft couch, he began to swipe his phone. In Shakeology, there are still people still sending private messages. The number of likes and comments on that video, too, has been rising. Just a day without looking at it, the number of comments is a few hundred more. And there are big dozens of private messages. More than 80% are female users commenting. No, just a large flat with a river view. Is it so magical? Zhang Yu read it and didn't reply to anyone. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound coming from Lu Hanxiao's room. It looks like a glass bottle broke on the floor. Zhang Yu got up and walked to the door, asking, Lu Hanxia, what's going on? The room was quiet and no one answered. He tried the doorknob. There's no lock. The door had just opened a crack when the smell of alcohol came out. He couldn't help but hold his mouth and nose and frown. When the door opened completely, Zhang Yu saw that Lu Hanxia was sitting on the floor against the bed. There was also a beer can in his hand. On the floor, on the other hand, a bottle of wine was broken and a lot of wine spilled out. No, why are you still drinking? Landlord, I'm so sorry. Lu Hanxiao was slightly drunk at this time. and her face was a little red. "I'll clean it up. I'll pay for any damage done to the floor," said. She then realized the wrongness of her actions and tried to stand up, stumbling a bit. Come toward the door. One was unsteady and was about to fall toward the cabinet by the wall. Zhang Yu hurriedly reached out to stop it. Lu Hanxia fell softly into his arms. She looked up, a few strands of hair resting on her face in a kind of messy beauty. Looking up at Zhang Yu, she suddenly pursed her lips and smiled. Then, he hasn't reacted yet. Just feel. A breath of wine with a refreshing aroma reached his lips. Not a sister, are you? Zhang Yu froze. When she was awake again. No, Lu Hanxiao was shocked in her heart, and her face then turned red. I warned both sisters repeatedly on the front foot about being careful of being confused by the landlord. As a result, the first to be eaten dry. Surprisingly, it's myself? The emotions in her heart at that moment could be imagined. I haven't been in love yet. One could only keep a cold face. Zhang Yu, I was drunk just now and I don't know what happened. Please go out. Classic drinking again. Zhang Yu also guessed that she would say that when she woke up, but he wasn't at a disadvantage anyway, so he stood up knowingly, too, and said as he did so, "But, honestly, you need more practice." Practice what? Lu Hanxiao stared blankly, not knowing what he was talking about. You guess. Zhang Yu smiled faintly. What? Lu Hanxiao now understood what he meant by that. What? You want to kill a man and kill his heart? A bowl of rice is clean and you still think it's a bad meal? Inside, she was still a little chagrined and broken. However, it's done, so we'll just have to put the pot on the wine. Chapter 12. The shower stall is broken. Her face was red and flushed, but at this point she was completely deflated and didn't know what to say. Any words pale in comparison. Then you wait. It was all that could be held back. Zhang Yu also knew that it was time to take things as they came and let her calm herself down. So it was out of the room. Just came into the living room. Just see the door outside and it opens. Sister Xiao, look what we bought. Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuyo, carrying several shopping bags in their hands. Before the words could finish coming out of his mouth, he saw Zhang Yu walking out of Lu Hanxiao's room. Landlord? You. The two men watched the scene with some fascination. Why did he go to Lu Hanxiao's room? Sister Xiao wasn't that enthusiastic about him. How could she allow him to enter the room? What just happened? Oh, I just exchanged words with her for a while. It's nothing, Zhang Yu deliberately said out loud, so that Lu Hanxiao could hear and clean up the mess quickly. Ah, communication? Wasn't Sister Dash cold to her landlord? How did she progress to the point of shared communication so quickly? With doubts, they then knocked on Lu Hanxiao's door. She was seen cleaning up broken glass bottles on the floor. The sheets were also balled up and thrown on the floor. Sister Xiao, you spilled the wine all over the bed sheets? Pan Yuyao innocently asked. Sister Xiao, let me help you. Di Xiaoba elbowed her gently, then prepared to help. It's okay, I'm fine on my own. What did you guys just go and do? Oh, Sister Xiao, look, we bought a massager and tried it out. It works. Don't you have a bad cervical spine? It's just the thing to try. With that, Di Seba took out a box from the bag. Thanks then. Lu Hanxiao knew that there was no way to push back. It was also decided in my mind that next time I would fly to Sioux City Mayu Airport, go to the duty-free store over there and buy some gifts to give back to the two girls. It's good that Sister Xiao likes it. Then we'll go back to our room first. Pan Yuyo and Di Xiaoba returned to their respective rooms. Get ready for a shower. Negotiate the order of bathing. There's no way around it. There are 2 bathrooms on the first floor though. Enough to get by. Only one, however, is fitted with a shower. At this point, Zhang Yu also returned to his master suite on the second floor. His favorite part of the interior furnishings of this house was the luxurious bath in the suite. The large 2-meter diameter bathtub is almost big enough to swim in. And I don't know what the design is for when it's that big. This time, he heard a knock on the door outside. Landlord, are you asleep? Outside the door came the voices of Pan Yuyao and Di Xiaoba. What's wrong? Zhang Yu looked at the time. What are they doing up here at this hour? The shower on the first floor suddenly broke down. Can we, borrow the one on the second floor? At the door, the two sisters asked a little nervously. Both had pajamas and bath towels in their hands. One person is afraid to come up here and has to travel in a group. Shower broken? Zhang Yu said in his heart. Luxury residence. The shower room is even given a bad use? The quality of this product is really something to spit out. It's too late in the day to replace and repair it. Or must I say, this shower knows too much about creating opportunities? Yeah, we don't know what's going on. But the sprinklers only put out cold water and no hot water for half a day. So, okay, then you guys come on in. Zhang Yu opened the door. Pan Yuyo and Di Xiaoba hugged their clothes and bath towels. So they walked to his bathroom. As soon as he saw the bathroom furnishings, his eyes went straight. Wow. What a big tub. This tub can totally be washed by several people. I think so, too. Why don't we both just get together? D. Shaba and Pan Yuyo said. How can a shower be as comfortable as a bath? And in the bathroom, there was a faint scent of incense. It's very charged. How can a young girl stand this? So the two girls went into the bathroom together, closed the door, also made sure the door locks were good. No. Still defending me? Zhang Yu felt a little funny. The bathroom has floor-to-ceiling furry glass and no one can be seen. But it's the vaguely blurred outlines that are even more deadly. Ahem. Thinking out loud, he withdrew his thoughts and focused on the TV program. With classic BGM, Mr. Show's voiceover also plays. As winter passes and spring arrives, the animals are active again. From time to time, the laughter of D. Xiaoba and Pan Yuyao playing with water came out from the bathroom. Crouching Nima. You can't brainstorm or this is just going to kill you. Lu Hanxiao, who was downstairs, was also holding a rag at this time, wiping the floor clean inch by inch. Just as he straightened up, he heard the laughter of two sisters from upstairs. No, how come you're not at all reserved even for a shower? What will the landlord think? She was literally worried about two people. That's the way it is with antelope on the prairie. They like to make a fool of themselves in front of the beasts, totally unaware of the crisis. The thought turned to himself, and then I thought, hey, who is I to talk to them about those things now? I can't help but feel a little sweaty in my heart, feeling like I shouldn't have had that drink earlier. But the mood is stirred up by Wang Xiaotsong, and he holds his family hostage. There's nowhere to talk about it, and there's nothing to do but numb yourself with alcohol. And, now that the shower on the first floor is broken and I just got sweaty, I can't afford not to wash. Having no choice but to take the clothes as well, she made her way down the stairs to the second floor. The mood was more apprehensive, and the more I walked, the more I felt guilty. Zhang Yu heard the commotion and turned his head with a smile. Yo, you're up here too? He asked so. The corners of his mouth looked like they were smiling. It made Lu Hanxia couldn't help but remember what happened in the room. It seems like making any high and mighty gesture is a bit out of place right now. So, for a moment, it was hard to know how to respond. Hate to find a hole in the wall. Sister Xiao, are you coming to wash too? At this time, the two people, Pan Yuyo and Di Xiaoba, had already finished washing and came out from the bathroom. The hair was still half dry and half wet on his shoulders. It was wrapped in a white bathrobe that almost revealed most of her legs. There were a few droplets of water left on it, which was tantalizing. Seeing Lu Hanxiao's hand, also holding some clothes, he asked, yeah, are you all washed up? The two sisters came out at this moment, and Lu Hanxiao happened to breathe a sigh of relief. Changing the subject, he said, it's washed, so hurry up and get in. Are you guys going down to the first floor? Lu Hanxiao actually got a little nervous at the thought of going into the bathroom by herself, trying to get them to go down later and not knowing what to say. Don't worry, I'll have them just wait for you on the second floor. At this time, Zhang Yu said, next to that is the video room, so if you guys get bored, you can go watch a movie. Zhang Yu pointed to a room next to him. Really? There's a movie room? I love watching movies. Di Xiaoba was a little excited. Sure, come by anytime you want to watch. Zhang Yu laughed. The two men then curiously pushed open the door to the room. It was only dark in this room. The walls are decorated with foam acoustic material. Dolby stereos are hooked up in all four corners. In surround sound, the main focus is a top-notch audition enjoyment. On the wall of the room is a 3-meter-high, 4-meter-wide movie screen. It's not much smaller than a movie theater screen. Right in the center were 4 leather sofas in groups of 2. Between each set of sofas, there is also a small table. You can put something to eat and drink. A home theater that is decorated to this extent is a real expense. Everywhere is very well thought out and professional. Wow, this home theater, it's too luxurious. Can't imagine how enjoyable it would be to watch a movie here. I can't wait to try it. The two sisters were awestruck in their eyes and couldn't help but marvel. Chapter 13, If you eat meat, you've earned it. Reaching out, he stroked the sofa seat, which felt very soft and cozy. Even a 5-star movie theater doesn't have this sophistication. This seat is a top-notch ride, worthy of being the most luxurious riverfront residence in Jiangchang. This configuration really afford its price. Di Xiaoba couldn't help it. Her mind began to float. She is a devoted movie lover and her biggest hobby is watching movies. It would be nice to come back from work every day and if I could immerse myself in such an environment and leave everything behind. It's a top-notch treat to watch a movie while lying in a leather couch. Doesn't that feel a lot better than holding a tablet and watching a small screen? Even those projectors sold on the market, the viewing effect is not as good as this. All IQ tax. It's really good to have money. Di Xiaoba once again intuited the benefits of having money. Although she doesn't like money, but every detail of a quality life requires money. On her salary of over 10 000 a month. She could not live like this for the rest of her life. What movie do you guys want to see? I'll play it. Zhang Yu laughed. What's the movie? All the movies in the library except the newest movies in theaters. The accompanying library of titles includes almost every classic movie bought in the country. Ah, do we really have to watch it? Pan Yuyao glanced at Di Xiaoba. I want to watch it. Yuyao, why don't you watch it with me for a while? We'll just watch a shorter movie. Di Koba took her arm. Otherwise, watch it here by yourself. Still a little nervous. Alright then. Pan Yuyao nodded. I'll accompany you then. Soon. The two of them then picked out a movie. The two marveled again as the screen lit up. It's a laser screen. And it works so well. It really feels like watching a movie in a theater. Di Xiaoba clenched her hands into fists and sighed. The vibe, the generation is superb. Without realizing it, the two were immersed. Concentrate on the picture. Suddenly thinking of something, they looked at Zhang Yu and said in unison, Landlord, thank you. They couldn't think of anything more to say than thank you for such hospitality. You're welcome. Living in the same house, it's inevitable that we'll have to deal with each other in the future. So come back often when you have time. Zhang Yu smiled. It also didn't occur to me that it was just a home theater. It's nothing to him, but for the two sisters, especially Di Koba, that would mean something different. That's when he found out. Di Xiaoba's peach blossom value, at this time, had risen from 4 stars, and with it, to 6 stars. And Pan Yuyao's mood swings weren't very big. It was still 7 stars unchanged. There's no rush. You can't eat hot tofu if you're in a hurry. High-end hunters often have the best patience. Then you guys watch first. Zhang Yu said and left the AV room. When he went back to the master bedroom suite, he saw that Lu Hanxiao had also come out of the bathroom. Lu Hanxiao, who had just gotten out of the bath, had dazzlingly white skin, tall, imperial-type beauty, with cold white skin and long, tall legs. That's just great. Unfortunately, her peach value, right now, is still only 3 stars. It's hard not to wonder if there's some kind of bug in this system's determination of numerical values. Zhang Yu, why are you looking at me like that? Lu Hanxiao wiped her hair with a towel and couldn't help but ask. By the way, where are the two Pan Yuyao and Di Xiaoba? Didn't we agree to wait for her to join us? The two of them? They're watching a movie in the adjacent video room. Do you want to come in and sit down? Zhang Yu said. Watching a movie? Lu Hanxiao thought for a moment. What movie was playing? Was it good? I think it's a romance movie, with a little bit of action. Zhang Yu recalled. Ha? Lu Hanxiao froze. No dude. Are you poisoning 2 girls? So without thinking, I rushed right in and saw what was on the movie screen. Seems like a classic Hong Kong movie. The theme is the love between a man and a woman, but the hero often goes around fighting with other people. The shot at the end where he hangs up in color and drives the heroine on his motorcycle is particularly classic. So that's what Zhang Yu meant by action romance. Ha! She realized at once that she was being played by him. It is certain that he did it on purpose. Sister Xiao, come watch it with us. It's an old classic. When Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuyao saw Lu Hanxiao appear, they couldn't help but greet him warmly. Okay, I'm on my way. It would have been a bit rude to burst in. The only way to ease the little bit of embarrassment inside was to sit in the room for a while, purely racked up. Lu Hanxiao had never been so speechless in his heart. And so, Lu Hanxiao sat down in the empty seat of the sofa next to him as well. There are 4 seats in the room and only one is empty. The 3 flight attendant beauties looked at each other. It felt as if something was wrong. As a tenant, taking over the landlord's AV room, and the landlord alone went back to the master bedroom in silence, the back of which made people look and feel a little heartbroken. Wouldn't that be, like, kind of backwards for the Big Dipper? The heart is all a bit too much. It was also a silent thought. But not again. The landlord doesn't say anything. That's because he's nice and doesn't care. But they can't afford not to know better. What's free is often the most expensive. After all, this is all the landlord stuff. And it can't be too casual, or else you can't get over that hurdle in your heart. So they whispered to each other and discussed. From now on, we'll take care of the hygiene on this 2nd floor of the landlord's house. I have the same intention. Pan Yuyao nodded. Okay, we'll take turns once a day and then on our group vacation, we'll do a cleanup together. Okay, it's settled then. Usually see if he needs any help, chores or whatever. Do it if you can. Di Xiaoba said. Seeing that both sisters had agreed, Lu Hanxiao also said, then you guys remember to call out to me. At this time, Zhang Yu had already returned to his master bedroom to lie down. Didn't hear them chatting in the AV room. He was lying on a large bed that was 2 meters 5 wide and 2 meters 2 long, fiddled with some button presses on the bed. Suddenly, on the TV in front of him, a surveillance screen appeared. You can show shots from multiple viewpoints on the upper and lower floors. In each room. In total, There are 16 surveillance probes in a 4x4 layout. Zhang Yu got interested and switched. Then the camera suddenly cut to the video room. The lens is located on top of the screen, right in the direction of the home theater seating. I have to say, the face of a stunning beauty is just tops. Even with crummy pixels like the camera, it's still unbelievably beautiful. The three of them lay casually on the couch. By mistake, Lu Hanxiao had accomplished his mission, although the peach value is still not high. So what? Ahem. Hold it. Think wrong. Glancing at the time, it would soon be 0 hour again. It's time to extract the blind box again. Zhang Yu turned off the surveillance system and retrieved his thoughts. It was almost like counting the minutes, not wanting to waste a second. 12 o'clock. The date jumped to a new day by this time. System, I want to draw today's blind box. Zhang Yu awakened the system as he mumbled in his heart. Chapter 14. It's too fast. I'm scared. The system is running and will arrange for the host immediately. The system is responsive and still pretty fast. Zhang Yu also couldn't help but begin to look forward to what kind of blind box he would be able to draw this time. I wonder when that hidden model blind box will be drawn and what kind of things will be drawn. Thinking so, I only saw the blind box's extraction interface appear in front of me. After choosing one of them at random, the lid of the blind box, which opened with it. Congratulations to the host for drawing the reward Lamborghini Poison sports car. No need to read about the system. Zhang Yu was too familiar with it. Theoretically, this is the top of the line. Limited edition sports car priced at a whopping $50 million with only 14 units available worldwide. It's been featured very heavily in all the major novels. Very rare to see in reality. I can't believe I drew this reward as well. Isn't it a bit too high profile? Zhang Yu looked at the system's description again. The sports car has been parked in the downstairs parking lot of the neighborhood and the relevant proof of ownership has been deposited in the system backpack. The car keys have been sent to your bedroom drawer. Comes with top-notch car driving skills. The host can drive with confidence. He walked out onto the large balcony that came with the master bedroom, looked down, under the shroud of the night. All that could be seen was a cool black sports car, parked silently in the ground parking space downstairs. Zhang Yu's blood couldn't help but burn a little when he took a look. I've seen it countless times online as well though, but when this poisonous sports car, literally came into its own, how can one not get hot under the collar? It's the ultimate dream for men. Can any other luxury car compare to it? And a wealth of driving techniques have been fed into the mind. Previously took driving lessons, only basic operations. This time, the input is a high-level version of the driving technique. He doesn't even need to fumble anymore. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu decided to go out for a test drive while he was free. At this point, he heard that the movie ended in the AV room. The three stewardesses, who had gotten up and left, went back to the first floor to get ready for bed. And so, Zhang Yu put on a thin jacket and prepared to go out. He went down to the first floor and out the front door, pressed the down button at the elevator entrance. Soon the elevator doors opened. Wait, he had just gotten into the elevator when another voice sounded at the door. Just a figure, jogging towards the elevator entrance. Pan Yuyao? Zhang Yu turned his head, only to see her coming out of the house. Landlord? Pan Yuyao was also a bit surprised to see him. Are you going out? Zhang Yu looked at her, wearing a loose sweater on top and a sports-style tennis skirt underneath. The white thighs were round and powerful. It looks very youthful and vibrant. Yeah, I'm in the habit of running at night and I'm going to go downstairs and do some laps. Pan Yuyao was a little embarrassed, speaking to him alone for the first time. Her breath caught a little, hurrying to find a topic to cover the embarrassment. Landlord, are you going out too? Yeah, I'm going out for a drive. You can join me if you're okay? Zhang Yu smiled and said, it's so late? Going for a ride somewhere? In Pan Yuyao's words, there was no meaning of rejection. Riverside Mansion goes out to Riverside Avenue, and there shouldn't be anyone on the road right now. Zhang Yu laughed. Yes, then it must be cool with the river breeze. Pan Yuyao also laughed. The two went downstairs. Wow, there's a poison parked here. Even though it was night, Pan Yuyao recognized the car parked in front of the door at once. It seems like the first time I've seen this car in the neighborhood, and I don't know whose car it is. She circled the car, resisting the urge to take a picture. Young girls, where is the resistance to such a luxury sports car? Then, as soon as her words fell, she only saw Zhang Yu smile. The remote control in his hand was pressed. The sports car beeped twice. Then the cool headlights came on. It's lighting up half the neighborhood. Ha! Pan Yuyao looked at him incredulously. Landlord, this poison sports car, is it yours? Zhang Yu nodded. Nice guy. What kind of background does this handsome young landlord have? That Riverside Mansion duplex large flat is off the table. But this car is limited to a dozen units worldwide. There won't be more than 3 units in the country. The person who could own it could imagine what kind of deep background there was. It's just unimaginable and over the top. Well, get in the car. Zhang Yu smiled. Pan Yuyao felt her heartbeat miss a beat and her mind went blank. It feels like a dream. Even those who don't like cars anymore are defenseless in front of such a sports car. There's just something so uniquely appealing about a top-of-the-line sports car. She felt her legs begin to weaken. It's just a few meters from the car, and I'm walking a little bit. Pan Yuyao, you have to be calm. You can't show your cowardice and make the landlord look at you. She took a few deep breaths, trying hard to keep myself calm. She felt the scene was too surreal until she got into the car. Looking left and right, full of curiosity and afraid to move. Boy, that's a $50 million luxury car. One has to go to work for 400 years without eating or drinking. Sit down, Zhang Yu said, then started the sports car. Not bad for a top-of-the-line sports car. The handling is really an excellent experience. The sports car was soon out of the Riverside House neighborhood. Turn right and you'll come to Riverside Drive. The avenue along the river is built on an embankment, and the river is almost within reach as you drive on the dike. It is now midnight at this hour. There were hardly any other vehicles to be seen on the road. This also gave Zhang Yu the most room for manipulation. It pulled right up to 300 miles per hour and leapt out like a bolt of lightning. Ah, come on. It's too fast. I'm scared. Pan Yuyao stretched out her hands and covered her eyes, not daring to look. The sound of the wind was whistling in his ears, and it even hurt his ears a little to scrape them. Zhang Yu twisted his head to look at it. As the body lurched slightly, Pan Yuyao's bodysuit, too, shook in waves. This dress is so stretchy. No, this harness is so soft. It's obvious, absolutely real. For a moment of distraction, the car went a little off course. Pan Yuyao's face went white with fear, and she couldn't help but beg for mercy. Landlord, this car is too fast. You'd better slow down. Heartbeat 180. It's about to jump out of my throat. After Zhang Yu got over it, he also lowered his speed a bit, but it was still around 150 miles per hour. It's also pretty fast. A few girls on the side of the road had their skirts lifted up by the air currents brought up by the sports car. The girls were so scared that they reached out to cover it. Attention, all teams, along the River Avenue. Someone has been spotted racing. At this point, the Iron Rider on duty called out on his walkie-talkie. Lately they've been noticing people keep racing at night and checking them out at night, especially along the river. It's been a good few days of fighting, and I thought the operation would come to an end when today passed peacefully. I didn't realize that there were people out racing again. Isn't that an eye-opener for them? It must be intentional. The person calling with the walkie-talkie was a female police officer wearing a helmet. One long leg was propped up on the ground. The helmet revealed only a pair of eyes full of valor. Captain, that car is really fast too. This motorcycle of ours. We can't catch up. The henchman assessed it as an almost impossible task. It's the nature of the problem. The policewoman would not be denied. It doesn't matter how fast his car is going. This note, I'm going to have to put it on him. Chapter 15, do you, then, owe me one? At this point, Zhang Yu drove his Lamborghini Poison all the way and had arrived at a beach by the river. The water level has receded quite a bit on this side and the mudflats are full of fine, soft sand. Looking back again, the lights of the tall buildings were already a dozen kilometers away from them. Landlord, where is this? Pan Yuyao saw the car slowly slowing down and twisted her head to look. The buildings across the river are much lower. This is the outskirts of Zhangcheng. Zhang Yu said, the air is good. Let's take a break. Pan Yuyao nodded. Wow, you can still see the stars from here. Pan Yuyao tilted her head to look at the sky. Because of the movement of his body, his head also leaned towards Zhang Yu's shoulder. The distinctive fresh scent of freshly washed hair drilled into his nostrils as well. It was a moment of great intent. Pan Yuyao nervously glanced around. There's no one else around. And reassured. Wait, why am I thinking that? Pan Yuyao. At this time, Zhang Yu smiled at her. Ha, Pan Yuyao answered, but her head was twisted to the side, not daring to look at him. I didn't realize that you weren't usually honest about paying your taxes. Zhang Yu said. Ha, she was confused. What's that supposed to mean? Because you avoid taxes a lot. Pan Yuyao had a jolt. It's so annoying to get seconds. Pan Yuyao had never been in love, but she had seen a pig run without ever eating it. She knew what he meant, and he knew what she knew. The fact that the two people were unaware of each other made Pan Yuyao want to find a place to burrow in even more. What girl can stand such a trial? Zhang Yu noticed that the peach blossom value had risen by another star and was now 8. Jingle bells. This time, suddenly, a phone rang. It stung in the silence of the night. Pan Yuyao was startled by the ringtone, and her body quickly bounced back to the passenger side. Taking out his cell phone from his pocket, he saw that it was Lu Hanshao calling. Hello, Sister Saya? Pan Yuyo said. Yu Yao, where did you go running? Why aren't you back yet? In the Riverside house, Lu Hanxiao asked. On weekdays she goes out for a night run and should have been back long ago. It's been a long time since I was supposed to be back today, and there's been no sign of anyone and not a single phone call. The more I think about it, the more uneasy I get. So, she took the initiative to call Pan Yuyao. Luckily, the opposite side was answering in seconds, which was a relief. Sister Xiao, I am at the river. Why did you run to the river? Alone? Lu Hanxiao asked. No, the landlord is next to me. Pan Yuyo still couldn't help but tell her. Why is he there too? Yeah, I ran into it while going out. So I came to the river and took a stroll. Pan Yuyo picked the highlights and said. Okay, it's getting late, so you'd better come back soon. Aha, we'll be right back. After hanging up the phone, Pan Yuyo glanced at Zhang Yu with some shame. Feel a little sorry for him. It's a bummer to be halfway through something like this. Landlord, let's go back or. She still wants a face, and just now would have been ready with one eye crossed and one heart closed. It's going to be hard to get into that state again when this call comes in. And it's late. If I stay here any longer, I don't know what time it will be when I go back. It affects tomorrow's schedule. Fine. Zhang Yu sighed and started the sports car, turning the steering wheel. So do you, owe me one? Ha? Pan Yuyo looked at Zhang Yu with a pair of beautiful eyes. Then he lowered his head again and gave a soft A. Okay, so keep score. Let's go back. Zhang Yu smiled as Lamborghini Poison turned around and drove in the direction of Riverside House. There was no talking all the way. Pan Yuyo still had palpitations. If that call from Sister Xiao hadn't come, today would have been. Stealing a glance at Zhang Yu, he drove intently, a slight smile on his lips. I couldn't help but think, it's over. It's over. Otherwise, if he were to tell Sister Xiao and Di Xieba someday, wouldn't he? The more I think about it, the more confused I get. No, we can't let them know. Otherwise it's going to be a joke for a long time. A few minutes later, they were back at the Riverside house. Pan Yuyo went back to her room first, and Zhang Yu parked his car and also returned to the master bedroom on the second floor, getting ready for bed. Before going to sleep, Zhang Yu opened the system and took an inventory, won a $50 million sports car and added another 50 points to his score. It looks like the points are converted to 1% of the initial value of the prize. There are now 75 unused points to go. Go to the points redemption mall and see what you can redeem. Zhang Yu is like that. The blind box is going to be the first draw, and the points are going to be interesting to see what I can wool gather. Can't wait a bit. After flipping through a few pages, an item quickly caught his attention. Body function strengthening and repair potion. Product description. This potion requires 60 points to redeem points. After using it, it can greatly enhance physical fitness, physical strength, endurance, and explosive power. It can also enhance your face value and get rid of spots and acne. I'll go. That's a good potion. And it's only 60 points. Can you use it not only to strengthen your body, but also to become more handsome? And so, Zhang Yu then did not hesitate and directly chose to redeem it, with the prompt of the successful deduction of system points. As soon as the strengthening repair potion arrived at his personal center, he immediately chose to use it. Soon, he only felt a flash of golden light in front of him, followed by a sense of coolness, and a burning sensation, alternate in the body. The coolness brushed over his eyes, and he realized that it was much clearer to see in the darkened room. What had been 200 degrees of myopia plus astigmatism was also much clearer all of a sudden. That clarity, it's like going straight from 480p to 1080p. And the burning sensation traveled through the body with a heat that felt like it was going to burst. He picked up his phone again and turned on the front camera. I was surprised to find that a pimple that had grown on fire on the corner of my mouth had disappeared without a trace. And the complexion, which was a bit dull, has whitened and brightened considerably. The blood in his eyes was gone. The face is 2 notches higher than it was before the potion was used. It really is amazing. Zhang Yu was only considered a small handsome before. After this potion was used, it was already enough to be described as a top handsome. Looking at this handsome face on camera, even he was about to get hooked. Chapter 16, the landlord has grown handsome again after one night's absence. But you have to sleep even if you're handsome. While the potion also has a refreshing effect, sleeping only 4 hours a day can produce 8 hours of sleep. But there's nothing else to do at this late hour. Nothing happened this night. Early the next morning, Zhang Yu had just woken up when he received a phone call. Hello, good morning Mr. Zhang. I'm sorry to bother you. Is it convenient to answer the phone? The caller was an unfamiliar local cell phone number. Which one are you? He was a little curious. There aren't many people who know their identity. And the moment you open your mouth and call yourself Mr. Zhang, the range of candidates is even smaller. Mr. Zhang, I'm Wang Taijun. Ah, Your company's party B. The opposite party introduced themselves. Mr. Zhang, are you free today? I'd like to invite you to dinner. Wang Taijun? In Zhang Yu's mind, he thought for a moment, and then the information of a person quickly surfaced. At the time of drawing this company, the corresponding client list is automatically saved in the brain. Wang Taijun is one of the borrowing customers of SAP Loans and Loans. Earlier in the company, a $10 million loan was taken out. It's also one of the larger amounts he's loaned out in this company, so it's more impressive too. Doing the math, the $10 million loan is almost due. Buy me dinner? Yes, Mr. Zhang. I have something important I want to talk to you about. It's not convenient to talk on the phone. I've booked a private room at Drunken Wind House. I'll pick you up later? The tone on the other side was respectful. Zhang Yu also sighed. Worthy of being in society. This mouth. This attitude. One's own that is modeled after even cannot learn. You're welcome, Mr. Wang. You report the location. I'll just go there myself later. The opposite party was so enthusiastic, so there was no need for Zhang Yu to spoil the fun. Alright, Mr. Zhang. I'll be waiting for you then. Wang Taijun, who was on the opposite side, sounded happy. Zhang Yu hummed, then hung up the phone. It just so happens that we don't have anything scheduled for today. Drunken Wind House was also one of the most upscale and pushy restaurants in Jiangcheng, so why not have someone treat you? Got up and washed up. Zhang Yu left the master bedroom and came to the first floor. In the living room, only the three tenants were packing again. The body had already been dressed in a stewardess uniform, and they were all as tall as each other. Same look again. From behind, it's pretty hard to tell who's who. You guys are flying again? Zhang Yu saw this and asked. Yeah, we're flying to Mayu Airport today, so we need to get there early and get ready. The three heard his voice and turned back. When they saw his face, they couldn't help but all giggle, then looked at each other in surprise. Is this still the landlord? How come you're so much more handsome than yesterday? It's like wearing a filter. Her eyes are more alert, her skin is better, and she exudes a fresh, natural cleanliness. If before he was the handsome man of the ordinary people, then today's landlord was the handsome man of the handsome men. Even male celebrities on TV are nothing more than that. Lu Han Xiao, Peach Blossom value up 1 star. Currently 4 stars. Di Xiaoba, Peach Blossom value up 1 star. Currently 7 stars. Pan Yuyao, Peach Blossom value up 2 stars. Currently 9 stars. As the system prompted, Zhang Yu saw the values of the 3 people, all of which had been boosted. Nice guy. You don't need to talk to be good looking. Someone will naturally come and argue the case for you. Everything reacts on top of the values. Landlord, Di Xiaoba stammered a little. You? What kind of cleanser are you using? So much had changed in one night, and that was all she could think of. Even if you're doing a medical procedure, it's not that fast. If this face goes out, I don't know how many teenage girls will be mesmerized again. Yeah, landlord, have a good recipe. Share it. Lu Hanxiao also said. They are flight attendants who are required to perform night flights frequently, and their routine is disorganized under long shifts. The job is also stressful, with different clients every day. Every now and then I get dark circles under my eyes, and I get fire and nasty pimples. It was a question that had been bothering her for a long time. Ha ha ha, this is a secret recipe. It must not be spread out. Zhang Yu smiled. It's not really easy to explain. Che, getting all secretive. Lu Hanxia couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Looking at the time, he said to the 2 sisters, it's getting late. We have to go out. Pan Yuyao didn't say anything the entire time, dragging her suitcase and walking at the end. Before leaving the door, he turned back and looked at Zhang Yu again. The eyes, watery. It's almost drawn. If that's what the landlord was doing last night, he could have saved himself even the half-assed process. Found him looking in the direction of the door. He couldn't help but blush and hurriedly turned his head away. The 3 went downstairs. Lu Hanxiao unlocked his BMW, then eeped in surprise. The car was found parked next to a black sports car with a very cool-looking, eye-catching body. Even for high-end homes like Riverside House, top-of-the-line sports cars are rare. People passing by in the neighborhood also stopped to look at it for a long time. Mouths were murmuring something. Whose sports car is this? Lu Hanxiao frowned slightly. Never saw the car before. It seems to have grown overnight. Could it be that there's another capable person in Riverside Mansion? Turning his head, he saw Pan Yuyao. She didn't seem surprised, as if she had known it all along. Yu Yao, you know? Yeah, it's the landlord's car. Last night, that's the car I was in. Pan Yuyao nodded. It's poison. Di Koba's eyes widened as well. The landlord drove home without a word. She thought Lu Hanxia's BMW X6 was luxurious enough, but in the presence of poison, that's completely worthless. A BMW X6, that's all it takes to buy a wheel. However, since he lives in such a house, with a car like that, it makes sense. It also made Di Xiaoba even more curious. What kind of identity did Zhang Yu have? It felt a little more mysterious than Sister Xiao. Okay, let's get in the car. Lu Han Xiao pulled the car door open. The three of them have shared a room together since they moved here. Whenever I go to work at the airline, it's in my own car. Sister Saya, there's a question we've been meaning to ask you. Pan Yuyao couldn't help but speak. Ask. Lu Hanxiao smiled. You drive $1 million plus car. Your family should be rich. How did you come up with the idea of being a rideshare and not going home to live out of your house? Pan Yuyao asked and added. Sister Xiao, don't scold me huh? Though Lu Hanxiao didn't tell them, but they could also see that the car Lu Hanxia drove, the jewelry on her body, and all aspects of it showed that her family was very rich, probably richer than even the landlord, Zhang Yu, but she never brings that up. Hey, Lu Hanxiao sighed. You guys aren't at fault, so what's the point of scolding you? As she drove, she said, anyway, it just doesn't fit with the family. It's easier to live outside. As she said this, her eyes fell into deep thought, before starting the car. This way, Zhang Yu drove to Drunken Wind Mansion after briefly cleaning himself up. Along the way, this racy limited edition sports car also attracted the envy of countless passers-by. It was all awestruck exclamations of admiration, and the owners of the cars, who were driving, were careful, operating the steering wheel, consciously keeping their cars away from the poison. If you scratch it, you can't afford to sell the car. It's too inconsiderate to drive this car out and blow up the street. Originally the road was a bit congested. The owners of the car so let Zhang Yu can be cool. In the sports car, it was smooth sailing all the way. Soon they arrived in front of an antique building. This is the Drunken Wind House, mainly a Chinese style. It is very famous in Jiangchang, and many important business banquets are chosen here. He parked his car in the parking lot and headed for the front door. Zhang Yu? This time, a voice suddenly sounded ahead. Chapter 17 National Style Song and Dance Performance, Meeting an Acquaintance. Listen to the voice. It's a bit familiar. Turning his head, he saw that it was his ex-girlfriend Lu Ruyan. A small square bag with a plaid pattern was also in her hand. Lu Ruyan's face also instantly collapsed when she saw Zhang Yu appear. What do you mean? Zhang Yu, why are you like this? What are you saying? Why can't I understand? Zhang Yu laughed. Still pretending? Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth. Ding Koan was arrested for good reason. It was you who messed up, right? You can't see me as good? How do you know? Zhang Yu was curious. Is this getting around so fast? I saw you in that video. When did you run that company for work? And it got me out of a job. The entirety of Ding Koan's company was arrested and the company was closed. Negotiations for entry-level employment just fizzled out. Where did Lu Ruyan swallow this breath? After watching the video frame by frame, he realized that there was an old acquaintance, Zhang Yu. In it, naturally, the finger was pointed at him. Zhang Yu found it funny. You should be concerned about this? Which of his charges is unjust? Are you questioning the police handling the case? Don't you know what kind of person Ding Koan is? He didn't really want to get involved with his ex-girlfriend in any way. Instead, it backfired on her, leaving her speechless. So why are you doing this? Why are you here too? You're not still thinking about me, are you? Ding Koan's arrest made her irritable, and seeing him also appear at Drunken Wind House, she couldn't help but be even more fed up. She couldn't help but wonder why she was still shady when she had broken up. Big sister. Zhang Yu was furious and laughed. He really hadn't realized before that Lu Ruyan was so self-conscious. Is Drunken Wind House owned by your family? I'd like to ask what you're doing here. This high-spending place is not for the average person. Lu Ruyan's boyfriends have all been arrested and imprisoned, so they don't have the ability to come here and spend money. None of your business, Lu Ruyan said nonchalantly. Not here to pester me. That would be best. With that, without looking back, she twisted her waist and walked in. The welcoming guests at the door are all brightened up. What a beautiful beauty. Even with the countless beauties coming in and out every day, Lu Ruyan's lithe physique was eye-catching. After all, Lu Ruyan had the face value of an art department flower, so wherever she went, she would naturally attract attention. Zhang Yu didn't feel anything. For one thing, after 3 years of talking, any prettier? That doesn't feel right. Tired of it. Secondly, the 3 stewardess tenants in the house, no matter who they were more outstanding than her in every aspect of their face and body temperament. Who would stay with the crooked tree at the entrance of the village after seeing the forest? It's all in the past. Retracted thoughts. Zhang Yu then continued to walk towards Drunken Wind House. Mr. Zhang, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Just walked down the hall. A middle-aged man, seeing him, hurriedly got up and greeted him with a few escorts, hands outstretched from a distance, full of spring. Zhang Yu looked at the middle-aged man. This is the client of the snappy loan company who called himself Wang Taijun. I can't believe that the owner of the company is so young. Wang Taijun couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Zhang Yu. Snappy Lender, Inc., with $5 billion in assets. Profit exceeds $500 million per year. This is all verifiable with publicly available data. Its owner was so young. It really surprised Wang Taijun. You know, a company that does financial lending can't make it big without black and white support. There's just so much involved in it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to subdue the scene at all. So of course the owner of a financial firm, no matter how young, can't afford to slack off. A few of the accompanying officers, too, nodded their heads and were incomparably polite and courteous. One of them was a female about 30 years old, dressed in leopard print black silk, and her eyes were looking at Zhang Yu with hooks in her eyes. Mr. Zhang, come, this way please. A few men were in front, slightly lowered to guide the route. Zhang Yu followed behind, passing through the winding paths and arriving at a private room in a short while. Walked in, the eyes suddenly lit up. The scene, something else. Only a stage was set up in the box. Right in front of it, below the stage, there is a large round dining table. Between the dining table and the stage, there is an artificial stream. The fog filled the room and created a special atmosphere. Zhang Yu had also heard of this, and this was the specialty of Drunken Wind House. Eat while you watch the show. There are all kinds of performances, elegant and popular. The girls who perform are dressed in national style and perform different programs according to the needs of the guests. So come here for more than just dinner. The food is moody, allowing guests to feel like ancient emperors. That's why it costs several times more for the girl to perform the program than the meal itself. If the guest has other needs, it's not impossible to talk about it as long as he or she is willing to pay for it and the person is willing to do so. You can't leave the house without 5 figures per person for a meal. Therefore, the Drunken Wind House, with its unique stylistic advantages, occupies an exclusive place in Zhongcheng. A few had tried to imitate it, and due to the girls not being pretty enough or not having enough professionalism, none of them ended up competing with Drunken Wind House. It's been a long day to be here in person. So, is this what it's like to be daddy, eh? You can grow all kinds of insights without spending any money. Mr. Zhang, please sit down for a moment. The show will begin soon, Wang Taijun said. When you bring the A-boss here, naturally, you have to entertain him. With a clap, the lobby manager pushed open the door. Good evening, boss. Next, from the girls of our store, a wonderful performance for the boss. As the words fell, a row of sisters sidled through the door. All of them wore long flowing national style dresses, tall and slender-waisted, and stood neatly on the stage, with smiles on their faces, and each holding a group fan to cover their faces. They bowed in the direction of the dining table and cried out sweetly in their vocal lines. Good evening, boss. Alright, remove all the fans. Mr. Zhang wants to see it. Wang Taijun waved his hand somewhat impatiently. Then he came to Zhang Yu's ear and smiled somewhat mysteriously. Mr. Zhang, there are a few new girls coming today, and they are particularly pretty. If you look at them and like them, Mr. Zhang, I'll arrange it. This Wang Taijun is quite good at what he does. Zhang Yu looked towards the stage as a few sisters removed their group fans from their faces. All of them are beautiful, at least at the level of a liberal arts major's class valedictorian. It was a surprise to see one of them. Isn't this Lu Ruyan? What's she doing here in the show? And Lu Ruyan saw Zhang Yu on the stage. There was also a look of dismay. The middle-aged man who shouted, Mr. Zhang, it's Zhang Yu? What the hell? It's only been a few short days since I've seen him, and how he's made himself unreadable. Watching the two of them lock eyes, Wang Taijun said, Mr. Zhang, you really have a good eye. This is the one I was just talking about, said the man, clapping his hands together. All of you go down first, she stays. Wang Taijun pointed at Lu Ruyan. He said, and pointed to another sister, not forgetting to save one for himself. Mr. Wang, why don't you play in another box first? Zhang Yu said at Wang Taijun. Ha? He froze for a moment, then quickly responded. Okay, yes. Then Mr. Zhang, have fun. With that, he got up, greeted a few of his chaperones and left the box. He also had to point to Zhang Yu's company to provide convenience, so naturally he had to listen to whatever he said. Inside the box, there were only 2 people left, Zhang Yu and Lu Ruyan. No wonder I saw you at the door today. So you work here? Zhang Yu hugged up his arms and leaned towards the back of the chair. With a teasing undertone, he looked at her. What do you mean? You're here to see me laugh? Lu Ruyan's face also changed. Why didn't I realize before that you are such a person? Seeing you laugh? Zhang Yu laughed. I'm not that boring. Besides, I came here to take care of your business. Chapter 18, he has a background. Who dares to mess with him? You're humiliating me. Lu Ruyan broke her defense somewhat. Who understands? Having lost my dependence and made up my mind to come here to work, I was afraid to meet someone I knew. And on your first day on the job, you ran into Zhang Yu? And talk about taking care of your business. Isn't this a clear insult to you? And, more than anything, she couldn't figure it out. How did he go from being a poor student to being Mr. Zhang in other people's mouths? What kind of luck has he had these past few days? Drunken Winhouse one-time consumption are per capita tens of thousands of starting, which is ordinary wage earners can afford to spend. Who goes in and out of this place, whether hiring or being hired? Who doesn't have a special status? So, Lu Ruyan more broken defenses that after the breakup. How Zhang Yu is still getting better and better. Instead, he's getting worse and worse. Whatever. Zhang Yu spread his legs, go fetch a basin of water and soak my feet. The moment. The last bit of pent-up frustration within him was all but emptied. In front of the school, with so many people watching, being broken up with in front of you, that's a stain. No matter how rich he is now and how beautiful girls he knows, the stain will always be there. And now, letting Lu Ruyan do the thing she least wanted to do was a ruthless relief. Soak your feet? Lu Ruyan asked rhetorically. What? No? Zhang Yu smiled again. You're making this kind of money and you're still thinking about that? What happens if I complain about your poor service? Lu Ruyan froze for a few seconds and ruthlessly did as she was told. Bringing a basin of water, he half-kneeled in front of his legs. The little bit of pride left inside her was already shattered to pieces at this point. She was the head of the art department and had never had to do the work of serving others. Even if she was in a relationship with Zhang Yu, she didn't say she washed people's feet anymore. I can't believe that on my first day here, I met my ex-boyfriend. The disillusionment and the blow, it was huge. By the way, the old mud on the soles of my feet later, help me pick it up too. Zhang Yu laughed. Lu Ruyan hung her head and whimpered. Crying? Crying doesn't count towards time. He added another cut. Zhang Yu, I was wrong. Will you forgive me? She finally couldn't hold it together and burst into tears. Actually, I've always had feelings for you. However, I was anxious when I couldn't find a job after graduation, and it just so happened that Ding Kuan showed up. So that's why Lu Ruyan played the emotional card, trying to get him back with a 3-year relationship. He used to soften his heart even when he cried a little when he was upset, but not this time. Zhang Yu was indifferent to her cries. There was no expression on his face. I think you're mistaken. I'm here today as a consumer, and you are number 003. I don't understand what you're saying. I'm okay with tipping if you rub it well. Lu Ruyan didn't say anything, lifting his head. His eyes were red. However, there is no way around it. She made all of this happen today. Just have to be good and do as you're told. Mr. Zhang, do you think the force is okay? Yes, that's it. Zhang Yu hugged his arms and lay on the sofa. An hour later, Lu Ruyan picked up the basin and stood up again. The hands were so sore they felt like they weren't even my own. Very good. Good performance. Zhang Yu nodded. Transferred the tip for you. Check in on WeChat later. Lu Ruyan bowed slightly and left the box without looking back. Her footsteps in a hurry. As if making up his mind, he then headed for the door. Mr. Zhang, how does it feel? At this time, Wang Taijun pushed the door in from outside. If you like that girl, I'll arrange another program. He was a regular here and naturally knew that as long as the money was there, nothing that can't be arranged. Just the thing to pitch to a. Forget it. Zhang Yu smiled. Just don't wreak havoc on people. Since Mr. Zhang said so, I'll definitely do as I'm told. Wang Taijun smiled and picked up the wine cup. Come on, I'll toast you. I'll drink up. Feel free. Right. What did you want to see me about today? Zhang Yu looked at the time. There was no need to stay any longer as he had seen what he needed to see. Mr. Zhang, it's like this. Wang Taijun said. Last time, the money I borrowed from your company is about to expire, and I want to apply for a rollover. Mr. Zhang, you can rest assured that I will definitely pay back this money with interest. Sure enough, it's this thing. Zhang Yu expected it in his heart, but there's no precedent for this in my company before. If we opened this up, the company wouldn't have to do it. So I'm looking for Mr. Zhang to discuss this matter and see how to solve it? Wang Tiejuan's attitude was earnest. Then how about this? I heard that Mr. Wang is always doing big business. Since this money is difficult, you don't have to pay it back. Count me in. According to the information, Wang Taijun is in the earth-moving business. It's a line of work that falls into a gray area. Not just anyone can get their hands on it, which means he has a lot of energy behind him as well. It's not just his own family that borrows money, either. Rather than letting him keep dragging it out. Instead, it's better to be proactive and turn debt into equity. Expand your career map in the meantime. Into the stock?
Wang Taijun did not expect that Zhang Yu would say this.
That's a bit unconventional. Is Mr. Wang having a hard time? That's not true. It's just that, on the company's board side, it has to be discussed and discussed. That's fine. When Mr. Wang discusses any results, feel free to contact me.
Zhang Yu stood up and drank the wine in his cup.
I'll leave first then. Watching his back, he disappeared into the doorway of the box. Wang Taijun also couldn't help but squeeze the cup in his hand.
There was no light in his eyes.
Tai?
A couple of the brothers asked.
Zhang Yu, this kid. Later, Jiangcheng business community, there will be a place for him. He lamented. Just graduated from the university age. Handling things surprisingly do not show the least bit of timidity. No youthful childishness.
Instead of falling into his own vision,
he gave himself a problem. Either pay the money back on time or accept the entry. Yokel couldn't take advantage of it himself. Well, why don't we send someone? Several brothers could see Wang Tiejuan's difficulty. You guys don't mess around. Wang Taijun glared at the few of them. Zhang Yu must be a very background person. How many of you have the guts to dare to mess with him? So young to be in control of a lending company that wanders into the gray area.
And it also took the initiative to propose that it wanted to take a stake in its own company.
It shows that there is also an understanding of one's own company. Brains are good enough too. How can the average person do that? He must have some unknown background. But exactly what kind of deep origin? Now cannot find out. And no clue. So what's next? Do what he says? Shall I go and probe him? The leopard-printed black silk woman from earlier asked. Go back first and see what the big boss says. Wang Taijun thought for a moment, then beckoned and called for the lobby manager. Check out. The words were split into two. Zhang Yu sighed. Exit the drunken wind house. Get in the car and get ready to leave. When the car turned the corner, he saw Lu Ruyan squatting on the doorstep and crying. The clothes on her body, instead of the long national-style dress, were replaced with what she looked like when she first arrived. I think after washing his own feet, his heart collapsed, saw the danger of earning this kind of money, and couldn't do it anymore and ran away. Looking through the rearview mirror, Zhang Yu's heart did not fluctuate either. It's a path that she chose for herself. Every choice made is backed by a price that was marked up long ago, so whatever the cost, it had to be her own. Lu Ruyan, who was buried in tears, heard the roar of the sports car's engine. When I looked up, I saw a very racy and cool sports car pass in front of me, and the person in the driver's seat was none other than Zhang Yu. She stood up in surprise and opened her mouth to say something. Chapter 19, Blood-sucking father and son? I'll back you up. Before he could say anything, the sports car had left the parking lot and was far away. Can't even eat his tailpipe. The moment. In Lu Ruyan's heart, she was once again hit hard. Looking at my ex-boyfriend, I hadn't seen him for a few days, and he was already high up in the clouds. Why hadn't I realized before that he had such a scenic side? Could it be that it was like the bully in the movie or TV drama who had been hiding his true identity for the purpose of testing her? Test her to see if she'll change her mind by the time she graduates? However, one does not stand the test. Is that why Zhang Yu stopped pretending and revealed his true identity? I can't help but feel remorse in my heart. I should have known better. Undeterred, she tried to take out her cell phone and send a message to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, I really know I'm wrong. You can beat me and scold me however you want, as long as I can start over. The tweet didn't go out. Only a red exclamation point was received. Tried to call again and found no connection and was blacked out. Good you Zhang Yu. I pulled down my face so much to beg you. Surprisingly, you pulled the plug on me. The last glimmer of hope in Lu Ruyan's heart was dashed. She clicked on her best friend Chen Wan's avatar and wanted to cry about it. Ruyan, what did you say? Zhang Yu drove a Lamborghini? Chen Wan was surprised. Now, the house and the car? If I climb up to him, I'll never have to take a cab out again. Yes, Wan Air, what should I do? How can I make him come back to me? Lu Ruyan was not able to do anything at all. If you ask me, you'd better give up. You brought up the breakup. And when a man gets desperate, there's nothing for a woman to do. Chen Wan, even though she's BFFs with her, and no more support for her to fight for Zhang Yu. Otherwise, wouldn't you have no chance? That's the Plastic Sisters. This way. Zhang Yu drove his car and prepared to return to Binjiang House, passing by a noisy pedestrian street. Suddenly, a figure passed in front of him, something familiar that caught his attention. So Zhang Yu slowed down his car, just by the side of the road. A woman in a flight attendant's uniform was talking about something with several men of different ages. The rhetoric also seemed rather heated, and it didn't seem very pleasant. Look at the uniform she's wearing for River Air. Looking at her face again, thanks to the Super 2.0 vision granted by the system. Well, if it isn't Dixie Bar, there's no mistaking it. Signature high nose, light blue eyes, and blonde wavy hair. Shouldn't she be on a flight right now? How could he appear alone on the streets of Jiangchang? And there was no sign of the other two. The stewardess uniform on her body. She didn't even have time to change. I think it should have come to a more urgent matter and came straight here. And, who were those men again? Looking at Di Xiaoba surrounded by several people. Isolated. After all, it was his tenant, and since he saw it, he naturally couldn't ignore it. Thus, Zhang Yu hurriedly turned the car around in front and drove over there. Di Saba, I'm going to ask you one more time. Are you going to return this money or not? A middle-aged man asked. I'm not giving it back. I'm just not giving it back. Di Xiaoba's eyes were stubborn, looking at the man with a face full of defiance. You've really got your wings, soft and hard. The middle-aged man, furious, raised his palm, ready to hit her. Stop. At this time, a bellowing cry rang out behind them. The middle-aged man looked back and saw that it was a young boy who was walking briskly this way. Di Xiaoba looked over as well, and a hint of delight instantly showed in her eyes. There was light in his eyes again. I didn't realize it was the landlord coming. What's going on? Zhang Yu walked over and asked directly. Who are you? Are you in charge here? Before Di Xiaoba could speak, the middle-aged man said impatiently. I'm her friend. And who are you guys? Zhang Yu's aura was not weak at all. Friend? The middle-aged man laughed. I'm her old man. It's not your turn to meddle in my family's affairs. That's it. Next to the man, there stood a boy, about 18 or 19 years old, with pimples all over his face. He also stepped forward and said, This is my family's business, so go play while you're at it. When Zhang Yu took a look at the combination, he instantly understood. Is this dad bringing her brother to her? What about the two men next to me that I don't recognize? Di Saba, you tell me. Anything, I'm behind it, backing you up. Zhang Yu's sentence was like a warm current that caused ripples in Di Xiaoba's heart. Instinctively, he was trusted. Landlord, they're my dad and my brother. Di Xiaoba spoke up. My brother, he owed a sum of money and couldn't pay it back. They found me and asked me to pay it back. When she said that, her nose turned sour and she felt aggrieved. It's extra heartbreaking when a person hides these grievances from the world and someone cares. You're still aggravated? Your brother owes money. He has no income. And you as a sister have to pay. Di Xiaoba's father crossed his arms and said, The debt collectors are still waiting here. So hurry up and get the money. Yeah. The several debt collectors beside us also spoke up. We've been spending half a day with this. Who in the end is going to pay back the money? We're still waiting to go back and deliver. They called in the debt and found the family. It doesn't matter who pays. Just get the money. As for what kind of mess they have at home, don't really care. Why should I pay for this? Di Xiaoba was aggrieved. For so many years, you've been asking for money from me on the grounds that my younger brother has to go to school and buy study materials. Well, give and take. Why do you want me to pay back the debt he owes outside? Your brother is also young and unintelligent, and does not know the dangers of online lending. What's wrong with you helping him out? Don't know any better? Have you ever asked what your precious son owes money for? He's young. He doesn't do well. He skips classes every day. He borrows money from loan sharks. He gambles. He looks for women. You really don't know about this? Or is it that you are also involved? D. Koba for being emotional. The chest rose and fell. It's suffocating to think that this father and son are truly hopeless. What are you talking about? In front of the crowd, Dee's dad's face couldn't hang on. I feed you and put you through college. And it's so hard for you to pay back $50,000? The money you used on my head. I've long since paid it back with interest in the past few years. As for going to college, the tuition and living expenses for the 4 years of college were all earned by my part-time job. Are you forgetting? At this point in time, she couldn't care less about the family scandal. Pouring out all the pent-up frustrations of the past. Zhang Yu was on the side and heard her crying. Couldn't help but feel compassion as well. There are a lot of patriarchal families in this world. There are also a lot of brainwashed fuddy-duddies. And instead of succumbing to such circumstances, D. Koba fought hard. It shows that she is not foolishly filial, much less at the mercy of her. Rather, she knows exactly what kind of life she should choose. This is a pretty sober, opinionated girl. Zhang Yu expressed his admiration for her. No, who wants to hear about your families? All this talk, do we still want our debt? How can we explain to Brother Tai? A couple of debt collectors, a little impatient. I see the stewardess is quite pretty. Really no money. I'll introduce you. A few nights will earn, said the man, some lewdness rising in his words. Looking up and down at D. Saba, her heart began to stir. Hearing the words Brother Tai, D. Shaba's father also knew how powerful he was. The expression was fleshy and tense, hastily urging, D. Shaba, if you don't pay back the money, your brother won't be able to keep his arms and legs. No matter what, he's your brother. Chapter 20, How to Thank Me. Verbally, What company are you with? Hearing this, Zhang Yu also couldn't help but open his mouth and ask. What? The two debt collectors looked at each other, then laughed. What are you asking our company for? Wanting a loan? Injustice has its price, and she shouldn't be the one to pay the money her brother owes, Zhang Yu said, stepping forward and extending his arm to protect Di Xiaoba behind him. It was such an unintentional gesture. Her heart, again, rippled. From childhood to adulthood, just living in a love-starved environment. Since the age of 6, when an extra brother was added to the family, she has taken on the task of caring for him. The slightest misstep is a punch or kick. As a child, I remember all the images of being bullied. When it came time to fill out the college aspirations, it was not easy to come from the northern border, not far from the Junction study. But still, you can't get out of the family's control. Every now and then, they ask for money in various names. When she got a paycheck from her job, Dee's dad inquired about her paycheck, which was over $10,000 a month, and it got even worse, knocking on the door like it's an ATM machine for Di Xiaoba. That's why Di Xiaoba couldn't swallow it and preferred to take the money to rent a very expensive house rather than keep it in her hand. You can't keep money. Now, his brother owes a large sum of money to loan sharks for the sake of pleasure, and he can't afford to come back to himself. When Zhang Yu's tall figure blocked the front, the warmth in Di Xiaoba's heart surged even more. This is the moment when any thought of being ungrateful for the honor of your life pops up. Are you a cop in the Pacific? You've got such a wide berth? The two debt collectors were getting a little impatient. She's the only one in her family with money. If she doesn't pay it back, who will? If I'm not mistaken, the brother Tai you guys are talking about is Wang Taijun, right? At this time, Zhang Yu suddenly asked. I think I've seen these two people at the entrance of Drunken Wind House. Except they're not chaperones, they just leave through the door. And then heard them shouting Brother Tai. Guessed that these two should be Wang Taijun under the horseman. The two debt collectors froze. He was only in his 20s. How did he know their boss's name and call him by his first name? How dare you? Our boss's name. Is it yours to call? My name is Zhang Yu. He smiled. Go back and tell your boss that I'm in charge of this matter. Who is Zhang Yu? Don't recognize but look at his bottom. Could it be that he's friends with Tai? They're just the bottom of the barrel debt collectors. I wonder who the owner deals with on a daily basis. But on the opposite side, it was clear that the bottom line was not like someone they could afford to mess with. In case it's really a friend of Tai's and there's a conflict, it's a small matter if you want to get to the money or not, but the two of you will definitely lose your jobs. Can't help but feel a little weak. And don't dare count anymore. Just you wait. You won't get away with this money anyway. The two men dropped a line, then got into a van and left. You know their boss Wang Taijun? At this time, Deepa also realized Zhang Yu's identity. They were just about to be cornered by the debt collectors, and he lets those guys go with a few soft words? Exactly. Zhang Yu smiled. Can Di Xiaoba go now? If he says it's okay, count him in. If you refuse, you won't be polite. Then my son's debt. Di's dad hadn't finished a sentence. Zhang Yu then interrupted. The contract was signed by him. His ID card. All grown up. Do you really expect a blood-sucking sister for the rest of your life? This time it's tens of thousands of dollars in online loans. If she pays it off, there's hundreds of thousands of dollars in dowry behind her. Hundreds of thousands of dollars in down payments on houses. It's always a bottomless pit. She agrees, and he won't. But, if he's truly remorseful, I can offer a bridge loan. Zhang Yu laughed. A bridge loan? Father and son froze. But the money has to be paid back. And the interest? It's standard. It won't be usurious. Think about it yourself. Replace a high-interest loan with a low-interest loan. Both solved the problem and brought a piece of business to their company. When Dee's dad heard that, he said, it can be done. It can be done. Landlord. Di Xiaoba gently tugged on his sleeve from behind. What if you lend them money and they run away and don't pay back? She knew the virtues of father and son all too well. There is a debt on the line. And there is definitely a way to renege on it. It's already barefoot anyway. So what's the fear? What person who runs a financial firm doesn't have their own means? Zhang Yu smiled. Don't worry. If you owe money, only people don't want to take care of it. There is nothing they can't take care of. Landlord. Di Xiaoba was a little overjoyed. Turn around. This money will be made up to you when I get paid. Pay for your brother? No way. However, Zhang Yu must never be allowed to have losses. Have you guys thought about it? Zhang Yu asked again. Think about it. Think about it. Dee's dad and son nodded. Then you bring your documents and go directly to my company tomorrow for a face-to-face interview. Don't forget to pay back the money on time. Zhang Yu said. Definitely. Definitely. They also knew that Zhang Yu was able to make the people of Brother Tai give him some face. The strength behind it, when compared, will only be higher, not lower. Who dares to owe him money and not pay him back? The father and son, who had just been a little more honest, moved again, and hastened to say to Di Xiaoba, "Don't you thank your friend yet?" Zhang Yu couldn't help but blank them. "Let's go." He turned to Di Koba. She was wearing a stewardess uniform and couldn't get her legs under her short skirt. It took a few trotting steps to keep up with Zhang Yu's pace. "Thank you," she said softly, if he hadn't suddenly appeared and defused today's situation. Otherwise, the current direction of the outcome would be unacceptable to her. And he stood up for himself today. It also showed the father and son that they were covered. It will not dare to come back to her easily in the future. D. Littleba doesn't love money or looking at cute guys. But there is a special fascination with men who are manly and powerful enough to cover her. Such a man is bursting with androgyny. "What did you say?" Zhang Yu didn't hear what she just said clearly. "I said, thank you." "Who are you thanking for?" "Of course it's myself," Di Saba said. "I really wouldn't have gotten away today without you." As her words fell, Zhang Yu also saw the system's prompt. Di Xiaoba's peach blossom value plus 2 stars. Currently 9 stars. Just 1 star shy of a full star. The full stars represent more than just her emotional attitude. And the system also said that a special reward could be triggered once. "Ha ha, how are you going to thank me? Verbally?" Zhang Yu smiled and said, "Of course not." Di Xiaoba shook her head. "I'd like to take you to dinner to show my appreciation. Is that okay? The location is yours." After saying that, only then did he realize that in Zhang Yu's words, it seemed like he was referring to something else. Couldn't help but blush and didn't speak anymore. "Hate myself, how I got it in seconds again." Zhang Yu smiled slightly. It seemed like she had figured out what was going on as well. Looking at her reaction, there was no displeasure. That's what makes you feel the darkest in your heart. At this moment, the few college student-looking boys passing by were like seeing a science fiction movie. Surprised, he looked over. The young lady who looked so beautiful was also wearing a flight attendant's uniform that had buffs added to it. To offer to take a guy to dinner? It's really going to be a gas. They offer to invite the average-looking girls at school to dinner. And they don't get any good looks and dislike the food. Not to mention, being offered a treat by a girl. And such a pretty girl at that. At this moment, it was realized that the gap between people was like heaven and earth. Ah, what a day of daily broken defenses. Chapter 21. Your girlfriend is so pretty. Could be. Why don't we just go get a little barbecue hot and spicy and have some beers? What do you think? Yes. Di Xiaoba nodded, sneaking a look at the change balance. It was running low. I was just considering a bloodbath today and borrowing some from Sister Dash. I can't believe the landlord was so easygoing and pressed for anything. The way she looked at Zhang Yu was on the verge of drawing silk. It seems that the only way to realize that the landlord exudes charm all over is to get to know him better. Then hurry up and get in the car, Zhang Yu said to Di Xiaoba. Di Xiaoba nodded and lifted her foot, ready to get in the car. The stewardess outfit she was wearing was a little taut, and she had to be a little careful when she got on the bus. Otherwise, it's easy to get naked. Ready yet? I'll send the car when it's ready. Zhang Yu was not in a good position to turn his head to look. After all, the Lamborghini Poison is built shorter. As seen from the driver's seat, it's easy to see something you shouldn't. Wait, I haven't gotten in the car yet. Di Xiaoba was a little embarrassed and said with a red face. After finally getting into the passenger side, she softly said, "Landlord, I'm sitting down. Put on your seatbelt. We're off." Zhang Yu said and started the sports car. Notice Di Koba's face. It's like a red Fuji apple. "What's wrong?" he asked. "No, nothing." Di Saba's face turned even redder. It's really a case of saying what you don't want to hear. How would she dare to tell Zhang Yu what she had just thought of? Ah, she might be mocked by him as a laughingstock. Look at the pretty girl. Why is her brain full of colors? So it's better not to say anything. The Lamborghini is back on the street. A car like this is destined to be the center of everyone's attention when it appears. Look, that sports car. It's so cool. It looks like a Lamborghini by the badge. More than that, it's Poison. Limited to only 14 cars worldwide. There is never a shortage of science and technology emperors among the melon-eating passers-by. Asterisk. Is this Poison? What luck has gone to see a real car? This car is limited to so few. This is the second time it's been seen in the country. Yes, this is the first time this has appeared in Zhangcheng. Look at the license plate or Jiang's. When did we have such a powerful person in Zhangcheng? Yes. On the co-pilot also sat a flight attendant of Jianghang Airlines. Jianghang Airlines that can all be top beauty. Ah, if I'm not mistaken, that beauty should be Di Xiaoba, the only girl from the Northern Territory in Jianghang. No way. Di Koba? That 170 Northern Territory beauty? Got some fame online years ago. Really envious. Being rich is good. What kind of beauty is not at stake? Alas, the goddesses in the eyes of the poor are but their pots of gold. We have nothing but envy. Everywhere Lamborghini Poison went, It was all awesomeness. A top-notch visual treat. It's a feeling that is incredibly rewarding. No wonder rich people like to buy sports cars. No wonder beautiful women like to ride in luxury cars. I really don't blame them for being vain and vulgar. It's true that once you sit up, the adrenaline is uncontrollable and skyrockets. It's not yet my turn to say whether it's vain or not. The whole thing floated right off. Those passers-by were talking, and they were also pulling out their cell phones to record this rare moment, and then posted it online. For a while, the local channels of all the major social apps were screened by this black sports car. Southeast, northwest, up, down, left, right, different angles of this luxury sports car. All the netizens followed the post below, and for a while, it became the king of local traffic. It's good to see the rich and famous out pretending to blow up the streets again. I've seen this car once. I think I raced it along the river one night. So envious. And with such a beautiful beauty, it's 100 times better than those snake charmers with cone faces. I don't look as pretty as you guys make me out to be. You're talking tough with your pants on, huh? I don't know who's the rich kid in the car. He's quite handsome. Don't get too excited. Owner. I've got my dad starting to struggle. The screen is full of sour breath. Netizens enthusiastically discussed the luxury car. Di Xiaoba took out her cell phone and a similar message popped up. In the background, it was full of private messages from strange netizens. Di Xiaoba, I just saw you, and you actually look better in person than you do on video. Barb, I want to apologize to you. In the past, I didn't believe that there were such beautiful beauties, and that it was a 10th grade beauty. It was my mistake. Follow you. From now on you're the only one I follow. I don't know where these netizens got their magical powers to find her account so quickly. The number of fans, from 100,000 or so in the beginning, rose rapidly. It quickly came to 500,000 followers. The backstage private messages, too, are about to explode, and it's impossible to read them. I was just about to see what others were saying when the message was toppled out of sight. A new cell phone that at one point was hot and a bit stuck? It's crazy. Is this traffic? It exploded straight away. Where has Di Xiaoba seen this kind of scene? Obviously did not do anything. Just ride a Lamborghini sports car. So sensational? Scared. She hurriedly hid the home page. The few videos she had. She's not a fan of high-profile throwbacks, especially with this sky-splashing traffic. She was just a small flight attendant. She couldn't catch it at all. Then he twisted his head to look at Zhang Yu. Apparently, he's concentrating on driving and doesn't know what's going on online yet. Looking at the side of his face that was as delicate as an elaborate carving. Her heartbeat, she felt, was missing another beat. A gust of wind sobered her up a bit and she hurriedly withdrew her thoughts. Di Xiaoba, when did you become such a face dog? She mentally scolded herself. There's a food court up ahead. Let's eat there. A lighted snack street appeared in front of us. The aroma of cumin was also rising from the stores along the street. The diners, in twos and threes, were a lively scene, pushing their glasses. Aha! Listen to you. Di Xiaoba nodded. Zhang Yu parked his car in a parking lot in front of a hotel. The two walked to the snack bar and casually found an empty seat and sat down. What a beautiful beauty. Like a hybrid. So much style. I think he's from the northern side of the border. He's tall and has super white skin. Long legs, too, from the neck down. The guests at the surrounding tables immediately noticed Di Xiaoba dressed as a stewardess. And Di Soba took out a pack of tissues and pulled out two. First, he wiped the grease stains on the table in front of Zhang Yu. Only then did he wipe off the side he was sitting on. What would you two like to eat? One of the owners then rushed to welcome them. Put the menu on their table. Raising his eyes to see the handsome pair of Zhang Yu and Di Xiaoba, he couldn't help but look dumbfounded. After so many years of doing business, I've seen no less than 10,000 or 8,000 people a year. But one as beautiful as Di Xiaoba has never been seen before. I felt like I had brightened up my little store. Of course, Zhang Yu is also a rare handsome man. But from a man's perspective, the boss was envious of Zhang Yu. This exotic style beauty is tall not to mention sweet. Young man, your girlfriend is really pretty. And she's a stewardess, isn't she? The boss risked a glare at the boss's wife just as this was said. Frightened, his tongue lolled out. The word girlfriend made Di Xiaoba lower her head in embarrassment and didn't dare to retort. Looking out at the details on the shoes. Luckily, the firelight next to him was bright enough so that he did not lose his temper in front of Zhang Yu. Chapter 22 Landlord. Do you have your ID card? By the way, what would you like to eat? Zhang Yu asked without raising his head as he held a pencil and ticked off the menu. I said I'd buy you dinner. So just order what you like. Di Xiaoba said. I have no taboos. I'll eat what you eat. Then I'm welcome to it. Zhang Yu smiled. 2 skewers of big waist, 2 oysters, 1 grilled abalone, and 5 skewers of chives.
he ordered and gave the name of the dish. The more the boss listened, the more shocked he became.
No, why are you eating so much? You want to eat abalone now? Are you going to eat it later?
With all these things drummed down,
you won't be able to sleep tonight. In my heart, I couldn't help but feel for the flight attendant. This tomorrow, can we still get off the ground? Old Wong too, what are you fooling around with again?
The boss's wife saw the expression on his face and grabbed him by the ear. Old age still has a belly full of flowers.
Men, hang on the wall to be honest. This comment made D. Sheba snort with laughter. Halfway through the laugh, he felt it was inappropriate and reached out his long, slender fingers to cover his mouth again.
Zhang Yu finished reporting the names of the dishes and then added, "That's all? Don't order more if you don't have enough.
2 more small bottles of strong wine."
Okay, you wait.
The owner of the barbecue restaurant took note of the dishes, took away the menu and turned to leave, glancing at the boss's wife. Mentally, he couldn't help but think again. A little microbrew would make things better. Young people, they just know how to have fun. The owner sighed and went back to his work, waiting for a break in the food.
Zhang Yu looked at Di Sheba.
Not to mention,
under the somewhat dim and inferior lighting of this barbecue stand, it was as if her face was wearing a yellowish filter.
Sitting there, it really feels like the years have passed. Not bad for a top-notch beauty.
There is no dead space in 360 degrees.
Sitting there is a view.
Even in this somewhat cluttered night market scene,
it seems to be out of place. If someone takes a picture and sends it out, netizens would think it was keyed out. Looking up again, the diners, all around them, cocked their heads and looked this way. Even the delicious barbecue doesn't feel good anymore.
When they met Zhang Yu's eyes, they all hurriedly turned their heads back as if they were thieves.
Barbecue for both of you. Ready. About 10 minutes later,
the owner then brought over a stainless steel platter with all the grilled skewers on it.
There were almost a dozen items, meat and vegetarian. A rich aroma permeates the room. Zhang Yu was also hungry and had a big appetite. He picked up a meat skewer and tasted it. Not bad. Try it. Is it that good?
Di Sheba looked at Zhang Yu enjoying himself and picked up a bunch as well.
Cherry Mouth carefully ate a piece and instantly purred back. It sure is tasty. Come on, let's have a drink. Zhang Yu picked up the plastic wine glass. The brown liquid in the glass is the small powerful wine that sells well in Jiangcheng. It says it has some kind of ginseng and antler added to it for good health benefits. That's why it's also become a staple drink at night markets. Di Xiaoba doesn't drink alcohol, not even beer. However, as long as the landlord, Zhang Yu, was happy, she was willing to drink with him. So Di Xiaoba also filled her glass and raised it. Landlord, I toast you. She wouldn't say the toasts either. The gratitude she felt for him was all in this wine. Taking a sip, his brow furrowed in all 5 senses. It's really hard to drink. A strong medicinal flavor that goes straight to the sky. But, still with her eyes closed, Di Koba drained the glass in one gulp. He would rather make things difficult for himself than make Zhang Yu unhappy. It was the truth of her heart. After finishing the glass, she choked and covered her mouth and coughed. His face was red from coughing. If you can't drink, don't drink. Don't embarrass yourself. Zhang Yu could see that Di Xiaoba was not going to do anything at all. Persuasion. The ones who beg for favors. The ones who are low on the drinking game. It's all about being accustomed to obedience tests. And the more you drink, the happier everyone else is. But he doesn't see it that way. If you can drink it well, you can't drink it. You can't drink it. Including just now. If she shook her head and said no, she wouldn't force herself to drink. No, I'm not embarrassing myself. Di Xiaoba waved her hand. Then poured another glass. I am happy. Really. After today, that blood-sucking father and son won't come after her so easily. Flesh and blood though. But Deepa hadn't felt any love since she was a child. Long ago, she wanted nothing to do with them as father and son. This situation was still broken thanks to the appearance of Zhang Yu. If he hadn't happened to know the bosses of those debt collectors, the matter wouldn't have been so easily resolved. With that thought, Di Xiaoba raised her glass again. Landlord, I'll toast you again. Okay, stop drinking. Zhang Yu hastily excused himself. I didn't even think about letting her drink like that myself. But you can't stop it. Di Koba finished her toast and drank it all herself with a tilt of her head. A girl was like this. How could Zhang Yu show weakness? So he also dried his second cup. Just eat and drink. After an hour, the people on the snack street, too, dwindled. Those seats, too, were empty by a large margin. Some of the stalls with no business are starting to close up one by one. Zhang Yu and Di Xiaoba's table was also full of leftover bone scraps and various shells. 2 small bottles of strong liquor, both of which had also bottomed out, fell across the table. Zhang Yu shook his head. That's a bit of an aftertaste to the wine. I didn't feel it just now, but now my head feels heavy. Looking at Di Koba again, with 2 red clouds on her face. She looked even more of a beauty. Even consciousness is a little slow. You can't drive a car when you're drunk. The good thing is that in the neighborhood, there are quite a few hotels. What with all the 8-day hotels, Speedy 6 hotels, city convenience hotels, a street full of them. The sign stood out against the night sky. Landlord, do you have your ID with you? Di Xiaoba shouted drunkenly. I didn't bring it. What's the point of bringing an ID? Zhang Yu said. I brought it. Hey. With that, Di Saba flashed an ID card in her hand. As a flight attendant who flies around a lot, documents are a must-have item on your person. I'm a little sleepy. Landlord, can you take me to the hotel? Di Xiaoba took advantage of the drink. Talking isn't as coy as it was a moment ago. It's not, is it? Zhang Yu looked at her as if he was looking at a replica of Lu Hanxiao. Last time, she was also drinking alone, and when she came in the door herself, she jumped at him raw. This time, it's a repeat? To say that he was looking forward to it, Zhang Yu was definitely looking forward to it. It just feels a little weird. Nevertheless, Zhang Yu nodded. Okay, I'll walk you there then. Di Saba stood up crookedly, taking 2 steps in her heels and nearly falling over. There's grease all over this floor that won't wash off. Zhang Yu hurriedly stepped forward and assisted him. Di Xiaoba turned her head and showed her teeth. Landlord, you're so nice. Wait, is this a good guy card for me? If it was placed in the past, Zhang Yu would definitely feel angry. Don't feel it now though. When you're poor and have nothing. When people say you're a good person, they're calling you names. When you're rich and people say you're a good person, then you're a hexagonal warrior with no dead ends. It can be pushed all the way through. It's fine. I'll give you a hand. And you'll help me a few times when you have the chance. Zhang Yu smiled, walked into a random hotel. The drowsy receptionist girl's eyes lit up unsteadily when she saw a big handsome man enter the door. What a handsome little brother. Tall and handsome. This night shift was worth it. Upon further inspection, he had a pretty flight attendant on his shoulder. He was also unable to hide his loss. Why is it that handsome men always have a name, and they are so beautiful and have better jobs than their own? It's a complete downgrade, not giving other girls a chance to live. Chapter 23 Lu Hanxia, I want to call the police. Hello, little sister. Get a room. Zhang Yu took out Di Xiaoba's ID card. There's only one ID. According to the hotel's rules, only one person can stay with one ID. Still, the receptionist made an exception and turned a blind eye to the matter. The room was soon ready. Zhang Yu took the room card and assisted Di Xiaoba into the room. Phew, it's kinda tiring after carrying it for so long. Put Di Xiaoba back on the bed. Zhang Yu also couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and move his somewhat stiff shoulders. A drunken person's body that can be more than a few times heavier than a normal person. Even if Zhang Yu had the physical repair potions boost, this walkover had consumed a lot. One more look at Di Koba. She was lying on her side and had fallen asleep. The neckline of the shirt and the spring light is also hidden. At this time, Zhang Yu was faced with a difficult choice. Is it being an animal? Or is it worse than an animal? He felt that something was going to happen if he stayed any longer. So, rushed to the bathroom and took a shower. Cold water poured over your head. That's what it was. When I came out of the wash, I picked up my cell phone and looked at it. Holy, it's already 0 o'clock? Time is still flying by. Before I knew it, after a meal and a shower, it was 0 hour. Zhang Yu couldn't help but shout in his heart. A new day has come and gone. So doesn't that make it a new reward? It's idle anyway. Without hesitation, he awakened the system. System, I want to draw today's blind box. Being prepared for the host. The blind box is ready. Host, please choose. As the system prompted, the blind box's extraction interface appeared before his eyes once again. Since it's a blind box and you can't see anything, it's a random draw. So he just picked a random box. This time, the box didn't open right away. Instead, the box sprouted a circle of golden light first. Only then did the box slowly open. Holy, there's even special effects this time? Couldn't have, by any chance, drawn the hidden model blind box? Zhang Yu looked at the system interface and clenched his fists. And he couldn't help but feel excited in his heart. Sure enough, the next thing I knew, the system's mechanical voice sounded. Congratulations to the host, who has drawn the hidden model blind box. The golden light flashed and the reward popped up. First draw of the hidden model blind box. Overjoyed, he held his breath and rushed to see what the reward was. The host receives a reward, a future event precognition modifier. What's this? Zhang Yu was a bit puzzled and looked at the instructions for use. Future event modifier. Current level. The host can change what is about to happen in the next week. Number of uses, 3. After use, the worldview is refreshed and the memories of those involved are rewritten. Is a hidden model blind box. No less. It's too anticlimactic. Getting a house, a car, or even a company is still essentially about money. It needs to be built up slowly. And the options now offered. It could have taken him a lot less time. If you don't want to make the effort, just write that a week later, a rich woman came to me and ironically insisted on marrying me and giving me all her possessions. If you look at any guy and get upset, just write that he died a day later in a strange and violent way and no one can find out why. One day also falls within a week. It can even be compressed to the minute level. This is literally more poisonous than the death note when you really use it. But now that there are only 3 chances given, that still has to be used with caution. Gotta spend it on useful moments. And so, Zhang Yu calmed down and collected this hidden version of the reward, putting it into his system backpack. Then the system was put away. Turning his head again, he looked at the large bed in the center of the room, only to see Di Xiaoba roll over, unconsciously, and begin to pick at the buttons of her own clothes. Moreover, the red lips were slightly open, and the tip of her tongue licked the corner of her mouth, as if she wanted to ask for something. My goodness, when Zhang Yu saw this scene, it was simply luring people to commit a crime. Who has such a strong determination to be able to be distracted in this scene? What do you want? He stepped forward and asked. I want. Di Xiaoba murmured unconsciously. I want water. Drunk and now in a daze. She felt so hot she was about to explode. Parched as hell. Just wait a minute. It'll just take a second. Zhang Yu looked at the furnishings in the room. On the table were 2 miscellaneous bottles of mineral water. Complimentary drinks for hotel rooms. So, picking up a bottle and opening it, he handed it to Di Koba's mouth. But, right now, it was clear that she couldn't hold a bottle of water steady, and she couldn't drink it at all while lying in bed. A full bottle of water spilled several drops on the sheets. As a last resort, Zhang Yu could only help her up, wrapping his arms around her neck and half lying in the crook of his arm. Then he handed the top of the bottle of mineral water to Di Xiaoba's mouth. The scene is rather like breastfeeding a child. Her red lips wrapped around the top of the bottle and she greedily drank the mineral water. In one gulp, I drank most of the bottle. I'll go. Zhang Yu couldn't help but brainstorm a bit more and felt positive all of a sudden. Ahem. Think again. Feeling better now? He asked, shifting his thoughts. There was no reply from Di Seba, and a quick glance down revealed that she was lying in the crook of her arm, asleep again. No, the aftertaste of this wine, is it that strong? Zhang Yu had drunk more than her and was now largely sober. Hey, don't drink if you can't hold your liquor. Drinking it all up is not causing trouble for others. You can't compare physiques between people. After all, luckily he's a decent man. If he ran into some people with ulterior motives, Di Xiaoba was afraid that she would be eaten to the bone crumbs. Sigh. Lay her down again. Flat on her back. Jingle bells. At this time, Di Xiaoba's cell phone suddenly rang. Zhang Yu picked up his cell phone and took a look at the caller ID on the screen, which read Sister Xiao. Considering it's between a couple of their sisters, so it wasn't picked up. The phone rang for a minute before it stopped. It didn't take more than a few seconds for it to hit again. Is it something important that you have to say now? Having no choice, Zhang Yu had no choice but to pick up her cell phone and connect it. Hey Barb, we're in Sioux City. I'm telling you. Across the street, Lu Hanxia Feilu landed, having just finished the work at hand. Just call Di Koba. She hadn't finished her sentence. A male voice was heard. On the phone. Di Chanba is asleep, so you can talk tomorrow if you need anything. Who are you? Why do you have her cell phone? As soon as Lu Hanxia heard the voice of the man speaking from the opposite side of the room, her mind was instantly alerted and a level 10 alarm was sounded. Di Xiaoba was saying that something suddenly came up at home, so she took a leave of absence and left the flight before it even took off. Returned to River City alone. She's worried about Di Seba, afraid she'll get into trouble. But on a flight, you can't look at your cell phone for hours. Just landed and made the first call and found a man with her cell phone and said she was asleep? It's hard not to think about it too much. Di Seba wouldn't have done anything stupid, would she? Or were they hijacked? The more she thought about it, the more scared she became, and she couldn't help but want to call the police now. It's me. My voice. Can't you hear me? Zhang Yu added. Are you, the landlord? Lu Hanxiao listened carefully to the voice on the phone again. It seems to be Zhang Yu. The first time I heard his voice on the phone, it was still a little different from reality, so it wasn't heard first. But, didn't Di Xiaoba say she was dealing with family matters? How come she was with her landlord, Zhang Yu, or in the same room? Lu Hanxia couldn't figure it out. Chapter 24. Am I not pretty enough? I can't believe I'm being ignored. Yeah, it's me. Zhang Yu smiled and said. So, what's going on with Di Soba? Why isn't she answering her phone? Lu Hanxiao was a bit anxious. Di Koba, she had a little to drink and is now in the hotel. Asleep. Zhang Yu said simply. What? A hotel? You guys got a room? Sioux City sighed. Lu Hanxiao's voice was a few decibels more, attracting Pan Yuyo, who had just come out of the shower. Sister Dash, who's got a room? D. Koba, I can't believe she's with the landlord. Lu Hanxiao didn't hide it either. This landlord, he's really seeing things. Do you really want to leave no one behind? Lu Hanxiao felt that this Zhang Yu was just too scary. It's like a flood. There's no defense against it. Then he said to Zhang Yu, landlord, if you're a decent person, don't do something bad while she's asleep. Lu Hanxiao was a bit anxious. She also knows that what good is a warning? It's simply out of reach. If he ignored himself, by the time he got back, the raw rice would have been made into thin rice. If it wasn't all thousands of miles away now, she'd want to fly back immediately. It felt like the sheep had already been in the tiger's mouth and was just about to be swallowed. But it's a distance. If people really want to do something, it's too late to go back. This feeling of powerlessness, who understands? And I never said I was decent. Zhang Yu knew what she was worried about and couldn't help but smile. But don't worry guys. By the way, what did you call her to say? I'll tell her when she wakes up. Oh, yes. Lu Hanxiao remembered that in his haste, he had forgotten to say the main thing. It was meant to be told to D. Koba though, but it's just as well to talk to your landlord. He'll pass it on. The two of us, Yu Yao and I, made an appointment to prepare for a day of shopping in Sioux City tomorrow, and we'll be returning later. That's it? Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows. Thought it was something big and important. And that's something to emphasize. That's it. Lu Hanxiao nodded. Then if there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. Hang up the phone. Lu Hanxiao glanced at Pan Yuyo. Neither spoke, and the atmosphere was somewhat silent. In their hearts, they all felt that the decision to take a stroll through Sioux City was a bit hasty. Sister Xiao, is it okay if Barb is drunk? Why don't we just go back early in the morning? Learned about D. Saba. Pan Yuyo couldn't sit still for a bit, especially knowing that Zhang Yu was still beside her at this moment. It's hard to put into words what this mindset is about. Is it jealousy? Not really, but there was still a slight jealousy in his heart, like the kind of mindset of two children grabbing a toy. She had no problem with her good sister, D. Koba, but just want to go back early. Good. Then we'll return to Jiangcheng in the morning. Lu Hanxiao nodded. Knowing what happened to D. Sheba, she didn't have the heart, either, to stay in Sioux City. I can't wait for the day to dawn and take the first train back to Jiangcheng. Damn Zhang Yu. She couldn't help but curse mentally. Then Sister Xiao, let's take an early rest. The airline company has a long-standing relationship with a hotel on the Sioux City side. Flight attendants who can't make it back at night will stay in a double room. Wait until there's a next flight and fly back. The hotel is also relatively close to the airport, just to make it easier to get back and forth. There was no talk all night. Zhang Yu still kept his word, chose to be beastly, just on the couch next to the bed, dealing with the night. Wait until it's slightly light. Di Xiaoba opened a pair of beautiful eyes, lying on her side. Her line of sight happened to see Zhang Yu curled up on the sofa. He's 185 tall and this 170 long couch just doesn't fit his body. The eyes looked back on themselves. The clothes were a bit disheveled, but they were all on the body and there were no other marks. All night, nothing? Di Xiaoba secretly celebrated in her heart for a moment. Fortunately she didn't get confused and give an account of her innocence. This landlord, Zhang Yu, is really a decent guy. D. Koba grew up with a love of righteous men, gentlemen with manners, and problem solvers. Seeing Zhang Yu lying there, D. Xiaoba's favorable opinion of him rose another star. 10 stars. The next moment, though, a chagrin rolled back into his mind. Am I not pretty or attractive enough? Not enough to please him? He's amazing. Boundary sense is so good. When D. Xiaoba thought of this, she felt as if she was being ignored by Zhang Yu. Hate to think of hitting him. At this time, Zhang Yu suddenly opened his eyes. The four eyes met, startling D. Xiaoba, and she hurriedly withdrew her gaze. The covers were over his head and his heart was beating fast. Zhang Yu squinted his eyes and looked outside. The sky was already bright. The night went by pretty fast. And, he was surprised to find out, in the system, there's an unread alert. D. Xiaoba's peach blossom value rises to 10 stars. Sent a few minutes ago. I'll go. So soon. Full level? Zhang Yu was surprised. Having had skin-to-skin contact with Lu Hanxiao was not a perfect score, or even just over half, and Pan Yuyao's full face control, and took her for a ride, didn't reach full rank either. The first one to get a perfect score was D. Xiaoba. Who would have thought of that? I can't help but wonder if this system's ratings aren't a bit inaccurate? Landlord, you're awake. D. Xiaoba was a little embarrassed. She hung her head slightly. A few strands of hair hung down in some disarray. Instead, it has a lazy, messy beauty. Well, are you sober? Zhang Yu asked. Then he got up and stood. Aha. D. Saba's voice was soft, the booze long gone. Thank you.
She also knew in her heart that he had been the one to take care of her this night. Otherwise I don't know where it is yet.
You're welcome. Zhang Yu smiled. By the way, your sister Xiao called last night. What did they say? Di Saba was a little nervous. Didn't say much, just that it might be back a day late.
Zhang Yu also informed truthfully. When Di Sherba heard this, she also picked up her cell phone and read the message.
Then said, no, they left early this morning and are coming back. Ha, changed your mind?
This, Zhang Yu had not thought of.
Didn't you say you were going to hang out in Sioux City? Why did you go back early in the morning?
But those don't matter either.
After thinking about it, Zhang Yu said to Di Sherba, then get up and wash up quickly. We should go back.
He glanced out through the hotel window. Just see the Lamborghini parked in the parking lot right in front of the entrance, surrounded by a dozen conical barrels. There are also 2 security guards that are dedicated to guarding the place.
You have to keep an eye on the customer's car. If something goes wrong, we can't even afford to pay for it.
Isn't it a pain in the ass to go out in such a nice car? The security guard looked around at a circle of people, taking pictures of the poison roadster.
With caution. Such a cool sports car. Zhangchang is still after many years, the second time it appeared.
Passers-by were interested in the car, and took a keen interest.
Oh my god. This is the sports car that was all over the internet last night, isn't it? Take out the word bar. It's this one.
There's no second one in all of Zhangchang. But this sports car,
why is it here? Aren't you talking nonsense? This is a hotel. In yesterday's video, the car was carrying a very pretty stewardess. So, the 2 of them last night, the passers-by, who were onlookers, quickly began to associate their brains. Chapter 25 Public Opinion Explodes. Super Runner Man meeting wonderful flight attendant at night? That's right. I can testify to that.
I was here yesterday for a barbecue and saw the 2 of them go into the hotel with my own eyes.
No way. This really doesn't have any effect? Wearing the company's clothes represents the company's image. The crowd murmured.
There was also a very excited look on his face because of the melon. A topic like this is always the most hotly discussed.
Room. In the bathroom, Di Koba repacked herself,
put on her makeup and brushed her hair. Then the clamor of a number of people talking was heard downstairs.
What's going on? She didn't understand what was going on out there. Suddenly, his own phone rang.
Thinking it was Sister Xiao and the girls arriving, a smile lifted up on her face. Emotions clouded over when I saw the caller ID. The smile at the corners of his mouth froze.
This call, it's from Manager Lee. Manager Lee is their top supervisor and is responsible for personnel recruitment,
as well as performance appraisals.
For many reasons,
it caused him to be poorly liked in the Voyages division and everyone hated him.
As long as it's about him, there's not a single thing that can put anyone in a good mood.
But Manager Lee's call,
and dare not answer. Hello, manager? After a few seconds of hesitation, she pressed the call button. Di Shuba, what took you half a day to answer? Where are you now?
The mood on the other side was a little bad.
What did you do with your vacation yesterday? Ah me. Di Shuba thought for a moment, then said, yesterday, a little bit of something at home, so I didn't fly. I've already talked to Sister Xiao. Family matters?
Manager Lee's voice rose a few degrees.
Still lying? Did you get in the passenger seat of a rich man and go to a hotel together? Manager Lee, are you spying on me? Di Xiaoba's face went cold.
She doesn't realize that someone has spelled out a video straight from yesterday's 2 events.
Leave out the argument with the father and son, and the dinner at the barbecue stand.
The final patchwork effect,
as presented, makes it easy to misinterpret.
What they saw in their eyes.
Di Xiaoba was not even changing her clothes,
wearing a uniform with the company logo. He was then picked up directly by a man in a luxury sports car and taken to the hotel.
As we all know, you can't PA video,
just a spliced together video that countless uninformed people would take at face value.
And again,
people who swipe short videos lack the ability to recognize the authenticity of the information.
It's easy to get carried away, or rather, don't have that free time, so what you see is what you get. I spy on you?
Manager Lee couldn't help himself.
This matter, it's all over the internet. Do you know how big of a storm it has caused on the internet? Our company, thanks to you, its reputation has been affected. The stock price is going to plummet, though society always looks at the profession of flight attendant with a special layer of colored glasses. But after all, it's all just private talk.
This is the first time.
Clothes do not change. Directly to the hotel rushed. Not to Tiger. It's not even possible to mess up Zhang Hang. Manager Lee, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. That's not what happened. Di Xiaoba realized what he was talking about and hurriedly tried to clarify the circumstances surrounding the incident. You don't say anything. Now hurry up and come to the company. Otherwise, there will be consequences. After saying that,
Manager Lee hung up the phone.
D. Saba listened to the busy signal on the phone for a moment, at a loss for words. How come a lot of things have changed since I woke up? At this point, Zhang Yu also picked up his cell phone and connected to the internet. Quickly saw those comments online. There are videos, moving pictures, all sorts of patchwork graft, various angles. Those netizens at the bottom said anything. Rich kid drives a supercar and picks up a stewardess to go to a hotel with clouds and rain. Every word is bombastic enough, put together. That's even more attention-grabbing. Those self-media bloggers, for the sake of traffic, are even making up all sorts of things? What videos are posted on the internet? There are also some big verses, who are giving their so-called exclusive views on the matter. What do you think about the ultra-running man meeting a wonderful flight attendant at night? As far as I know, things like this in Jianghang are just the tip of the iceberg. Super rich and pretty. It was originally a windy and wonderful article. How come it gives people a sense of diaphragm? Where is the problem? This is outrageous. Zhang Yu looked at the news on the internet and was also angry. It's obvious that I didn't do anything, and I feel like I'm about to die a social death as a result of all the blind rumors on the internet. There are waves of hilarious netizens. The spread, too, is getting wider and wider. Next, maybe someone will take those videos from the internet and graft them in, showing a sneak peek of the scene. It didn't matter to himself. He was thick-skinned anyway. It's not like you can lose a piece of meat if you say a few words, but not so with D. Saba. A woman, especially a beautiful one, is most susceptible to yellow rumors. And there are still mouths that are hard to distinguish, and all the mouths that are covered in them can't speak. If you don't get it right, you'll just ruin it. The internet is here to have fun and only want to see what they themselves want to see. As for the truth, who will be affected? Doesn't really matter. Landlord, I'm so sorry to have affected you. I'll go to the office now and explain things. D. Xiaoba's heart, it was very much overpowered, said, about to leave the room. Wait, let me walk you there. Zhang Yu said, since I'm already one of the parties involved, of course I won't stand idly by in this matter. This is something that not only caused trouble for himself, but D. Xiaoba is also innocent. Ha! D. Xiaoba was surprised. It's a deal. Let's go, Zhang Yu said in a tone that could not be refused. That's good. Seeing that Zhang Yu was so responsible to face this matter together, D. Koba's heart was touched by a great deal. The two men retired to their rooms. As they walked downstairs, those gathered around the sports car saw the two of them come out, also standing at a distance, talking and pointing. With a cold face, Zhang Yu glared at them, frightening them all so much that they didn't dare to speak again. Those eyes, they're too scary to mess with. Anyone who can drive a sports car like that, who knows what they're in for? It's just a matter of getting high. Now that you've met the main man, you'd better get a grip on yourself. Don't get yourself in trouble and splattered with blood just to have a good time. Then it's not worth it. After the two got in the car, he then started the car and drove in the direction of River Air. At the same time, he remembered the hidden model blind box he had just acquired last night. Now to address the unfavorable public opinion. The function of this blind box will come in handy just in time. Otherwise, it can't really be pressed. System, use the future event modifier once. In his mind, Zhang Yu awakened the system. Immediately, a virtual writing pad popped up right in front of my eyes. Host, please write on the writing pad the event you wish to modify. And the time. The system prompted. The content should be within the word requirements specified on the writing board. The system prompted so. Zhang Yu did not hesitate either. The minimum required time unit is 10 minutes after. Within 10 minutes, all negative news about me as well as D. Xiaoba is cleared. After thinking about it, he added a few more words. A network-wide ban on reissuing it. After writing it, he realized there were a few spaces left and added another sentence so as not to waste it. Within 2 hours, become the mysterious majority shareholder of River Air. Chapter 26, Perform a full internet hot search disappearing technique. After writing and submitting, found that the system has been reviewed and approved, and there is no indication that there is a non-compliance or anything like that. Host, the several future event modifications you submitted have been approved and will begin to be honored soon. A prompt from the system was sent. The corners of Zhang Yu's mouth rose, and he could barely suppress them. Not bad for a hidden model blind box. This future event modifier, too, is just too buggy. You can write as many entries as you want as long as you don't exceed the current level's revision limit and stay within the word count requirements. Requests that are not outrageous are honored straight away. It made Zhang Yu want to write in Mandarin next time, just in case the system would not be able to read it. After putting away the system panel, he craned his head, glancing at D. Koba. She didn't say a word the entire time, keeping her head down and refreshing her phone. Follow the self-published media, adding to the dynamic. Videos spliced in from various angles are flying all over the internet. Di Xiaoba was feeling particularly down. There's a very helpless feeling.
Especially the discussion she caused online by wearing a flight attendant uniform with the River Air logo.
It has risen from the net to the entire airline. There were quite a few people in the shipping division, too, who took advantage of their work to discuss the matter. What department's employee is this? How could they do such a thing? It's too much of an impact on our company. Us innocent stewardesses. What will people think of us in the future? Di Koba boasts of not being in a relationship or having contact with men. And suddenly she pops one this big? People in the company, discussing it in 2s and 3s. What to do? What to do? Seeing that the headquarters of the shipping company was getting closer and closer, Di Xiaoba had been mumbling in her mind. Obviously nothing was done. But the word on the internet is getting more and more outrageous. The narrative now has her catalogued as a peripheral who repeatedly misses work to work on the side in defiance of the company's rules, and perked up and talked about it as if he had witnessed it. Who can carry a yellow ballot of this magnitude? She had nothing on her mind right now, and she still didn't know how Manager Lee would punish her. Unable to control myself, I anxiously refreshed my phone again. Suddenly realized that, not right the highest number of likes hot several videos disappeared. Di Xiaoba wondered if she was blind and misreading the situation. Refreshed again. Then it became clear that it wasn't just the videos with tens of thousands of likes and comments. The video that had a few thousand likes and comments earlier is also gone. Only a few scattered videos with a few dozen or so likes remain, and they're still going viral on a small scale, but the impact has been minimal. Weird. It wasn't just Di Xiaoba, but the netizens, too, who noticed something was wrong. That powerful hot search that was hanging on the top one just now, how come it's gone? I've also noticed that all the videos I've just bookmarked are showing up as invalid as well. I just sent a video as well and it shows a send failure. It won't send at all. The same Lamborghini video that can still be found is still a couple days old and there's just one person in the car. I clearly remember a stewardess sitting on the bus. Why does it feel like it's been grafted on? Netizens have found that the videos that were flying all over the place just now have suddenly evaporated as if they were collectively vaporized. A few sporadic videos were posted shortly afterward, and netizens clicked on them to find that they were also quickly gone. I have screenshots. I'm going to look. Wow. Where are the screenshots? Some netizens remembered that they had saved screenshots. Open your phone and see where the screenshot is. It's as if that event never happened. No. Am I dreaming? Or did I delete it by mistake? Are we all dreamers if you say so? It's so weird. Who's behind the hot search? To disappear so completely? The mysterious force behind this is so powerful. Could it be that Jiang Hang spent money to withdraw the hot search? No way. How much money does an airline have to spend on this level of scrubbing? Besides, the airline is ready to cut ties with that flight attendant. A netizen who knows the inside story said. What was that all about? Was it the handsome guy in the sports car who made the move? Jiang Hang headquarters. The employees also found that all the videos and graphics on the internet are gone, except in my head. There was also a memory of the video from earlier. All relevant materials, all gone. The document consisting of the relevant photos collected by the shipping company has also, inexplicably, become an unopenable mess. All of this happened in a matter of minutes. What's going on? Manager Lee also found problems. There's no evidence left. How can we pin down Di Xiaoba? Think of it this way. The henchman came over and reported. Manager Lee, Di Xiaoba has arrived at the company. Let her in. Manager Lee immediately put on the airs of being an executive. Putting down his cell phone, he sat down at the table. The elevator doors opened. Di Xiaoba showed up at the office. Tall figure, an exotic face. As soon as he entered the company, he became the center of attention of all the employees. Should I say no? Di Xiaoba is really pretty. Big thunder legs, long skin, white. Too perfect. It's not necessarily her fault for making such a big fuss this time. Maybe someone is setting it up. But is the gold master behind her so energetic? All the video pictures are all gone. Not a single one can be found. What are you all talking about? Why can't I understand? The oldest hardworking bull in the company looked up and asked. No amount of video circulating on the internet can cover everyone. For example, those who don't look at their cell phones and chat about gossip didn't see it from the time it happened to the time it was over. At this point, I heard everyone talking about Di Xiaoba, and was head over heels in confusion. It's okay, brother. You keep working, the others said and dispersed. With some trepidation, Di Xiaoba entered Manager Lee's office door, closed the door. Manager Lee snapped, then crossed his legs, with a sense of superiority. Eyes squinted at her. The aura made her heart rise in her throat all of a sudden. With a careful backhand, he closed the door behind him. Di Koba, do you realize how much trouble you've gotten the company into? Manager Lee banged the table. Throwing yourself around in a company uniform and doing that kind of thing. You're violating company rules. Manager Lee, it's my fault for wearing company clothing. But, I didn't do anything. The ones that are spread on the internet are maliciously pieced together and are rumors, D. Xiaobai explained. Still weaseling? No attitude at all. Manager Lee pounded the table again and said, you must be punished for this incident. His roar made the employees, who were passing by, feel shivering. The sense of oppression is just too strong. Some people can't help but sweat for D. Koba, but no one dared to come closer. Manager Lee, I didn't do anything. D. Xiaobai emphasized again. And, the online video, isn't it already gone? D. Koba, what are you talking about? Manager Lee's small eyes behind his glasses stared at her. The video is gone, so just pretend nothing happened? It's all over the company. Manager Lee, what do you want to punish me for this time? Payroll deduction? Or performance deduction? Or do you want to fire me? D. Xiaoba remembered the words that her landlord, Zhang Yu, had urged her to say before she got off the bus so that she wouldn't be afraid. Said he'd work it out. I don't know what the landlord has to offer, but the thought of his words gives me a little more inner strength. Chapter 27, Deborah, you don't want to get fired, do you? So the tension hadn't been removed except as soon as I walked in the door. Now D. Koba isn't so scared anymore. The thoughts in his head, too, were clear. Manager Lee didn't expect her attitude to suddenly become so tough. Good. According to the rules, you should be fired. He looked at D. Koba. What do you have to say about that? Dismissed? D. Xiaoba asked rhetorically. That's right. Manager Lee stood. Of course, but in my case, it's a big deal. As he spoke, he made his way over to D. Koba. As for what I'll do, that's up to you. You don't want to get fired from the company either. His voice lowered, his meaning unmistakable. Taking the short end of the stick with D. Seba and threatening her with expulsion. She had to give something to keep the job, right? Manager Lee has been craving D. Xiaoba for a long time, just can't always find a reason. Moreover, that crew chief of hers, Lu Hanxiao, was not to be messed with in the company and made him a bit wary. This time it was hard to catch the handle, and Lu Hanxiao happened to be away. A rare opportunity. It's natural to take advantage of it. The reason he was so bold, in addition to being in a high position in the company, and being a repeat offender as well, he had bullied several stewardesses before by doing the same thing, and those people didn't dare to say anything, because there's no evidence for saying it, and instead he'll use his position to come up with a wave of countersmears. A few did just that, but ultimately didn't shake him. So, Manager Lee's guts grew fatter and fatter. Today is naturally no exception. D. Xiaoba was the most outstanding in terms of face value and figure among the thousands of ordinary flight attendants of Jianghang Airlines. I don't know how many people have been watching since the day I joined, and that includes him. It would be a blessing to get it today. It's exciting to think about. However, D. Xiaoba didn't show any semblance of timidity, her expression flat. Manager Lee, are you finished? She smiled, then held up a hand. In your hand, you're holding a tape recorder? He saw the recorder and panicked for a moment. Then he laughed disdainfully. D. Xiaoba, you dared to record? Do you know what happened to the last person who recorded? Manager Lee, I don't want to know. I only know that you want to use the convenience of your position to threaten your subordinates. D. Seba said firmly. Give me the recorder obediently and I can pretend nothing happened today. Otherwise, you can't walk out. Manager Lee quickly thought of a countermeasure. It doesn't look like we're going to get it today. The key now is to get the recorder back in a hurry. Otherwise, this stuff gets out. And that's not good. It's going to cause trouble again. Knock knock. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Manager Lee. It was his own men who came in. I've got something going on right now. You can come back later, he said with some impatience. Why don't you have any sense? Don't you know you're busy? No, Manager Lee, I'm here to deliver your termination notice. The henchman didn't go away and continued. What did you say? The termination notice? Why didn't I know that? He didn't believe it. Manager Lee, this is a direct notification from the top management of the headquarters. The whole company knows about it now. How is that possible? He reacted by yelling, I'm a company patriarch. Who dares to fire me? I want to see the vice president. Vice president? Even if D. Soba was going to spill the beans on this, it would be too soon. She's still in her office. Can the top brass react that fast? You held your yell. At this time, the vice president of Jianghang appeared at the door. The face was grim. Vice president, you're here. This must be a fake, right? Manager Lee greeted him. Li Chu Sheng, you are indeed fired. This is the order of the major shareholder behind Jianghang. There's nothing I can do, the vice president said. Just now, the company executives received a message. The mysterious major shareholder behind the scenes, who had not shown up for many years, suddenly issued a directive.
naming Manager Lee to be fired directly, immediately, right away. This major shareholder behind the scenes has always been unknown to him. Today, inexplicably, this directive was issued out of the blue. Could it be? Is it related to those rumors on the internet? What major shareholder behind the scenes? I've never seen him before. Where did I offend him? Li Chusheng hasn't realized his problem yet. Stop it. It's a top-level resolution. Go ahead and check in. The VP finished and left. Before he left, he glanced at Di Sheba. The heart couldn't help but feel a bit of fear. In fact, he'd been thinking about it for a long time, but just hadn't acted on it yet. The energy behind her, it now seemed, was too powerful. Powerful enough to make all the rumors on the internet disappear without a trace. In such a short period of time, it's like it never existed. And to alert the major shareholder behind the curtain and fire Manager Lee? This is a sure death for those who dabble with D. Littleba. It's too scary. No wonder she doesn't deal with anyone in the company except her two sisters. Nor do they take it upon themselves to make overtures to leaders at all levels. With such a powerful background, it really isn't necessary. And Manager Lee, who was notified of his dismissal, lost his eyes and his legs weakly, just fell to his knees. It's over. It's all over. After so many years of hard work, it's been hard to climb up to where we are now. Suddenly, there was nothing. The paycheck is gone, and so is the status. He regretted in his heart how he couldn't control his penis. Ghostly, hot-headed in trying to force Di Shuba's hand. This really is a kick in the nuts. The news of Manager Lee's on-the-spot dismissal quickly spread up and down the Zhonghang headquarters. Did you hear? Within 5 minutes of Di Shuba walking in the door, Manager Lee was fired. How do you know? I was just pouring water and stopped by to hear the VP make the announcement with my own ears. Woohoo! It's Di Shuba again? Two things today, both related to her. Could it be that she's the canary in the coalition of company executives? How can that be? That Lamborghini driver drove her yesterday. Which executives wouldn't be pissed off? Besides, the company's executives don't have that much energy. So, does. The group talked and looked at each other with a sense of horror. Is that the handsome guy in the poison sports car? What is his background that he can take this matter and handle it so cleanly? It's just unimaginable. My brain is running out of ideas. Fear, fear, fear. Who dares to mess with this? Don't say it. Di Chanbie is out. Everyone watched as Di Seba came out of the office. The timidity was evident in his eyes. They've been involved in rumor-mongering and discussions before. Now it turns out that you can't afford to mess with it. You can't afford to mess with it at all. If you don't get it right, you're going to be swept away just like Li Chusheng. How hard it is to get a job these days. No one wants to lose their job by discussing her. Take a quick look at Di Xiaoba's profile and see if it meets the criteria for preferential treatment and processing of salary. Yeah, let's see if we can get her a promotion. Her work achievements are there for all to see. We can't bury any talent. We must reuse it. The HR department was also busy, pulling out her resume information and annual appraisals. Look into it and see if you can get a raise for D. Koba. The finance department is also on the back foot, with allowances, grants, and subsidies previously withheld in various guises, trying to figure out how to give it back to her. Chapter 28, Green Tea sent private photos. This way, Di Xiaoba headed for the elevator entrance. Walking out of the office, the eyes I saw along the way were kind and ingratiating. Everyone had a smile on their face. She also felt in her heart that it was well received. It was a completely different look from the lewd look that each person carried in their eyes before. It seems that in the future, there will be no more rumors. And again, it was all related to Zhang Yu. Di Xiaoba quickly realized. Before getting out of the car, he told himself not to be afraid. He'd take care of everything. Only, she couldn't figure it out. How did Zhang Yu do these two things? It all calmed down so quickly, and it also elevated his reputation in the company quite a bit. It's impossible to do what it takes to settle things so thoroughly if you're not a very reputable person. There is not a single online message left. Manager Lee is also said to be done away with. Going down. Gotta thank him for that. She didn't know how to express her gratitude for such a great favor. Out. How's it going? A corner of the underground parking lot. Zhang Yu saw Di Xiaoba come out and asked. It worked out just as you expected. See him. Inside. Her feelings for him were more than she could say. A man like that seems to do nothing, but totally protects himself and backs himself up. It didn't even have to be him personally. Di Shuba was not half as resistant to this kind of man. The heart welled up with infinite gratitude. There's no way to repay me, so I'll just have to live with it. The thought popped into his head. Di Shuba couldn't help herself, but bent down and placed a deep kiss on Zhang Yu's face. All the words of gratitude were in that kiss. Zhang Yu was completely unprepared. A big beautiful girl sending straight-up kisses? Are you, like, thanking me? Di Seba blushed and didn't say anything.
just nodded her head. But isn't that not quite enough strength to thank me? He joked about it. And Di Xiaoba whispered, I'm all yours. She was totally ready for it. There was no hesitation. Let's get out of here and go home. This underground parking lot. There are cameras. He didn't want to be passed around the internet again with a valuable future card. Di Xiaoba nodded. Said. He then started the sports car, took Di Xiaoba, and left the headquarters of the Zhonghang company. Landlord, you go up first. Arriving at the entrance of the Riverside House neighborhood, Di Xiaoba suddenly said, What's wrong? Zhang Yu asked. I'm going to get something at the grocery store. Di Xiaoba whispered. Okay, I'll go home first then. Zhang Yu put her on the side of the road and then drove into the neighborhood. Di Xiaoba watched him leave and then turned around while walking into the supermarket. The supermarket wasn't very crowded, but she walked in. Every customer instantly felt that the store was suddenly much brighter. Upon further inspection, a tall, beautiful woman of dazzling white color walked into the store. With a remarkable air, she had long ago gotten used to the feeling of being surrounded by people. You can only pretend you didn't see it and go pick out the items you want to buy. She made her way to the shelves, looking at a certain brand of small umbrellas placed above. Thought about it for a second, then took a box down fast. Whoopee. The male customers were disillusioned. She bought this as soon as she came in. So wouldn't. Hey, behind every goddess you can't have, there's a rich guy she has to please and cater to. Even this has to be bought in person. Di Xiaoba was ready to check out and realized that this was all she had in her hand, as if it was too solid. Feeling just a little hungry, I went around to the snack section and grabbed 8 Swiss rolls. It was only then that Di Xiaoba made her way to the cash register, handed the Swiss roll to the clerk first. After the cashier scanned the code, she asked, Anything else? Yes. Di Xiaoba eyed the ground and handed over the small umbrella. The cashier was envious. Such a beautiful exotic style beauty came to buy this in person. I don't know who was so happy, so well behaved and obedient. However, this supermarket backs right up to Riverside House. It's no surprise that those who live here, that are people of status. Even if the prettiest beauty is 1 in a million, it's not as rare as a top tycoon. The rich people who live in Riverside Mansion are at least at the level of 1 in 100,000. One beauty in a million isn't enough. After Di Xiaoba finished checking out and exited the supermarket. Strange. Why do I think she looks a bit familiar? Like I've seen her somewhere? To confirm the message, he pulled out his cell phone and tried to look at it. Noticed that all previous browsing history on the phone was gone. Strange. How come I can't see it when it's clearly still in my head? Zhang Yu returned home first. On his cell phone, a series of message beeps suddenly rang out. Picking it up, it was surprisingly from Chen Wan. I didn't talk much after I added WeChat last time. Although Chen Wan initiated the conversation every time, Zhang Yu returned it perfunctorily. I wonder what kind of nonsense she's come to pull this time. Do you realize that this constitutes harassment? Once he read the message, his eyes glazed over. This time, I'm posting a few lifestyle photos. It's very scrubby. You can tell that it was shot with care. That kind of half cover. Let the young and vigorous Zhang Yu simply cannot top. True to form. The top green tea is one that knows how to find angles. Zhang Yu didn't really approve of her character's 3 views, but that body, it's pretty much a no-brainer. Say, what do you want? Zhang Yu replied. Not doing anything. Zhang Yu, what are you doing? Nothing doing. I'm home. So are you free? And I'll come hang out with you in this? Chen Wan said directly. Can I go to the terrace on the roof of your building to take pictures? It's a nice day today. Since the last time I've been to his house, I could never forget it. And I always fantasized that I would live in a mansion like this. I don't know how comfortable and at ease it would be. She doesn't want to live in a studio apartment with only 30 square feet anymore. Not today. I'm afraid. Zhang Yu rejected it outright. Okay then. Chen Wan didn't expect that he would refuse so dryly, not even looking for a reason, but she didn't dare show her displeasure. Okay, next time then, when you're free. After returning the message, Zhang Yu called the security office. Mr. Zhang, what can I do for you? The property security office, seeing the call from Zhang Yu, did not dare to be slow. Ever since he'd moved in, the property had been trying to figure out what Zhang Yu's background was, especially with a few recent events. He was, in Jiangcheng, kind of on fire. Make the property more careful about what happens to his family. Here's the deal. For my personal safety, anyone coming to see me in the future, other than the 3 tenants in my house, will have to make an appointment with me in advance. Zhang Yu said. This Chen Wan always wanted to come and play with herself, though refused. He didn't want her to come in unannounced at any point and just knock on the door out of the blue. That would be a bit awkward then. Alright, Mr. Zhang, we'll immediately order it down. Be sure to step up the cross-examination. This property takes such an expensive property fee and the service is top-notch. Let's not even talk about neighborhood security and public area sanitation. Even the owners of the courier, takeaway. The property is to send a full-time housekeeper, delivered to the owners of the home. It's also natural that security requests from owners have to be complied with. After Zhang Yu instructed, he hung up the phone. That's when the door to the house was opened. Chapter 29, Lu Hanxia's True Identity. It's D. Littleba. Back, what did you buy? Zhang Yu laughed. Bought. Later, D. Seba put her things on the table and said, I'm going to take a shower first. I went straight to bed last night after drinking and woke up today to make another trip to the office. It's been so long, can you not wash it? Zhang Yu glanced at the shopping bag. 2.0 supervision to see a small square box. A knowing smile. Because the bathroom on the first floor hadn't been repaired yet, Di Xiaoba went to the master bedroom shower on the second floor. Zhang Yu picked up the bag and went straight up to the second floor. I've got the stuff up here. Hearing him say that, Di Xiaoba's face turned even redder. Don't dare to squeak. That's all. There's always going to be this. With the atmosphere all set, it would be inappropriate to be a deserter. And landlord Zhang Yu is so manly. Several times to level the playing field for myself. In over 20 years, this was the first man to make his heart sing. It's just a shame that she knows her niche. Identity is too common. And he's too bright. It is impossible to claim anything against him. He was so strong that he wouldn't stop for her alone. Then repay him with what is most precious to you. Or the favor will not be repaid. And I will never speak of it again. Pretend it never happened. After the wash, Di Xiaoba walked out wrapped in a bath towel and saw Zhang Yu looking at her. Blushing, she lowered her head. Zhang Yu smiled. Washed up? Grace. She nodded. Close the curtains. The light during the day is a bit harsh. Zhang Yu commanded. And she dutifully complied. Next, skip 10,000 words. Completely shielded from the outside world. Zhang Yu's feelings were what Gaken Jusher said. Those classic 2 words. As the day outside dimmed, Zhang Yu sat on the sofa and picked up his cell phone to see what the latest news was. Di Xiaoba packed up in silence. The atmosphere felt a little awkward as his sanity returned to his senses. So said, I'll take the sheets and wash them. Okay, go ahead. Zhang Yu watched her clean up. The velvety white sheet had starry red marks. Di Koba saw it too and cleaned up even faster. Then it was off to the laundry room. Looking in the mirror, she noticed many red fingerprints on her shoulders, waist, and legs. Frozen for a moment, he hurriedly dressed to cover the mark. Landlord, Barb, are you guys home? We're almost there. This time, in a small group of 4, Lu Hanyu Xiao aided the 2 of them. We're at home, Zhang Yu replied. Then you guys don't go out, huh? We'll go out later. For dinner, Lu Hanxiao said in the group. Sister Saya, why? At that moment, Di Xiaoba also saw the message and replied. Barb, why didn't you answer my call just now? I was so anxious. You didn't even tell me when something so big happened. Pan Yuyo saw Di Xiaoba bubbling. Couldn't resist posting a voice square. We just took turns calling you a dozen times and didn't answer. You're so busy. Di Xiaoba glanced at Zhang Yu, remembering the time she had just called herself. So said, I just went to eat and didn't have my cell phone with me. Good. What a good thing to eat. And you didn't even call out to me. No eating alone next time. Pan Yuyao's voice, pretending to be angry. Okay, next time for sure. Di Xiaoba said so and realized that Zhang Yu was smiling at her. Her face reddened again. It's not a good thing to do together. After putting down the cell phone, she looked out the window, lost in thought. Suddenly it felt like behind her, someone had wrapped their arms around her waist. It's Zhang Yu. From now on, you are my woman. If there's anything, just tell me. Zhang Yu was in her ear, whispering. Landlord, I don't want you to do anything for me. You've done more than enough. Di Xiaoba's heart was still grateful. Dare not demand anything more of him. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have gotten past the bloodsucking father and son alone. His appearance directly lifted the biggest hidden danger in his heart. Don't want anything? Zhang Yu was all a bit surprised. People are so different from each other. Indeed. People like Chen Wan, Lu Ruyan, people like that are highly targeted. Landlord, can you not tell either of them? Di Seba said. Including today and all the details of what happened yesterday. Okay, I won't say anything. Zhang Yu nodded. Facing the 3 of you, I'm still the landlord. She also didn't want to worry the 2 sisters or have the relationship change in the future. So, pretending that nothing happened is the best way to make amends. Speaking, the gate rang open again. It's 2 sisters back. Di Seba rushed to the door to greet her. Picked up Lu Hanxiao's and Pan Yuyao's boxes. Gee, missed you. A couple of sisters, who hadn't seen each other all day, were the first to give each other big hugs. Their relationship, it's really good. They are all together at work and after work. They are not sisters. They are like sisters. You guys are hungry. I'll go cook you something to eat, D. Saba said. And thanks for covering my shift, guys. We're all sisters. And that's a bit of an insult, Lu Hanxiao said. Why don't we not do it today and we'll go out to eat? She offered. Landlord, may I? D. Shaba twisted her head to solicit Zhang Yu's opinion. Where to eat? Isn't the mall downstairs? We'll eat whichever one we see is good, Pan Yuyo said. Then it's a deal. The four of them simply packed up and headed out the door. Since the mall was just downstairs, there was no need to dress up and wear the most everyday loungewear. And it's still a vegan appearance. Even so, a man and 3 women walking through the mall caused a lot of people to be amazed. It's true that if you look good in person, you're beautiful in anything you wear. All 3 of them, they have different temperaments and styles. Can they look this good even with a veiled face? Who is that handsome guy? I really envy him for being accompanied by 3 big beauties. He seems to be the one who lives in Riverside Mansion and drives a Lamborghini. I just thought it looked a little bit like that. But when I look at it like this, it really is. The 3 of them, do they live in the Riverside Mansion? 2, look guys, that woman next to him, she seems to be the daughter of the Lu family. In the crowd, the king of science and technology appeared again. Which Lu family? Which Lu family can there be in Zhangcheng? It's the Lu group that runs the Jiutong pharmaceutical group. I'll go. So powerful? Lu's group. A group that has long ranked in the top 10 in Zhangcheng. At its best, it was in the top 5. The company focuses on medical and pharmaceutical industries. There are 3 pharmaceutical factories, 4 hospitals and a dozen drug sub-brands. It generates tens of billions of dollars in turnover every year and provides tens of thousands of jobs. It is a big taxpayer in Zhangcheng. It's also very influential. As Zhang Yu listened to the passers-by's comments, he was also aware of Lu Hanxiao's true identity. Some people are in charge of electricity. Some people are in charge of water. Some people are in charge of finance. And the Lu family, they are in charge of medicine in Zhangcheng. It's one of the most profitable industries out there. The 2 sisters, Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuyo, were even more incredulous when they heard the others' comments. Wide-eyed, she asked, Sister Xiao, are they telling the truth? You're the daughter of the Lu family? Hey, I knew that sooner or later I wouldn't be able to hide it. Lu Hanxiao spread his hands, expressing his helplessness. Chapter 30, Shower Stalls, deliberately not fixed? All this time, in the company and in front of the sisters, the identity was concealed. Everyone can see that her family has money, but they just don't know exactly where she comes from, because she kept it secret well enough. I didn't expect to break in this mall. Surprisingly, it was seen. There was no way around it. Many of the people who came to this mall were famous people in Zhangcheng, or the fringe of the upper class circle. It's as good as it gets for the gossip of the gentry class. After all, you have to rely on that to eat the information gap. So it could be no surprise that Lu Hanxiao was recognized. OMG. Sister Xiao, you're surprising. Hearing this, the 2 sisters couldn't help but say, then today's meal, Sister Xiao must treat, hiding it from us for so long. Although they could usually tell that Lu Hanxiao's family was rich. Either way, but I didn't expect it to be so rich. Surprisingly, it's a Zhangcheng pharmaceutical predator with a turnover of tens of billions of dollars a year. It's a proper rich family's daughter. Fine, on me. Lu Hanxiao agreed readily. Then he said, however, even if you guys know, you can't tell the public. I don't want others to know, especially the company. Got it, Sister Dash. The 2 sisters nodded their heads. There was a natural reason why she wouldn't let it be said. Just eat this one. Good. I want fondue too. The 4 of them circled around and stopped in front of the old bottom of the sea hot pot city. The clerk also greeted them warmly as they went in. Arrangements were made for them to sit in the best seats by the window. For one thing, sitting at the table leaning out first is to draw traffic. Secondly, with these 4 handsome men and women sitting in the window, wouldn't that be the equivalent of advertising the store? Sure enough, seeing these 4 people at the door, many of those who would have gone to other homes for dinner turned their feet and went into the old seabed. Attendance at the store was, well, higher than usual. Go arrange for the back kitchen to prioritize their food, the front room manager ordered. These customers, at first glance, are extraordinary, so you can't afford to have any problems with the service. Soon, the dishes ordered by the 4 of them were served. Hey, wait, I don't think we ordered these dishes. Lu Hanxiao pointed to several of the meat dishes and said, did you guys order? Zhang Yu and the 2 sisters both shook their heads. This is a gift from our store to a few of you. Feel free to eat it. The clerk smiled back and explained. They are the equivalent of the store's living signage. Today's customer traffic. It's a more than 50% boost from previous days. Giving away a few plates of food is nothing. Since it's a gift, let's put it all in the pot. Zhang Yu said so. The other three, almost simultaneously, extended their chopsticks to get at the slices of raw meat on their plates. Lu Hanxia and Di Xiaoba were the first to react and withdrew their 2 pairs of chopsticks. Leave the chance to perform to the youngest.
Pan Yuyo. The hot pot was steaming. The 3 flight attendants, while eating, chatted about the things they had encountered in the past 2 days. When the girls are together, that's when there's no end to what they can say. For a moment, Zhang Yu was thrown to the side. However, he didn't care. Fish the meat in the pot for yourself. Today's physical exertion was a bit heavy, and this bit of food is not enough to stuff your teeth. And Di Shuba was the second biggest eater out of the 4. While talking, not forgetting to fill your stomach first. No, you 2 big eaters? Pan Yuyo looked dumbfounded. I've been on the road for 2 days and I've never been this hungry. Here, this piece of meat is hot and ready for you first. Di Shuba picked up a piece straight away and put it in her bowl. Barb, you're the best. Pan Yuyo yelled. When you have food, you don't care about anything. Big greedy girl, just like this. For her, the most enjoyable thing in her life at the moment was eating. Come on, let's have a few clinks. For men raised their juice drinks. We're a family of 4. Or the first time we've eaten together. So let's take a picture. Pan Yuyo suggested. What family of 4? Zhang Yu and Lu Hanxiao. Di Xiaoba looked at each other. Still, it cooperated by raising its scissor hand. Yo, isn't this Pan Yuyo? I haven't seen you in years, and I'm surprised to run into you here. This time, a few people passed by outside and looked this way. Suddenly stopping in his tracks, he recognized Pan Yuyo. She had been eating happily when she looked up and saw the men and her face changed. The tripe in my mouth doesn't smell good anymore. Zhang Yu looked over and only saw these few people, both male and female, perms of various colors. It looks rather like the rainbow has come to life. A proper spiritual boy and spiritual girl, and all dressed in fancy clothes. A girl with a full head of dirty braids and dark eyeshadow, wearing tattered pants, with a few strings attached to the top and bottom legs. She was the one who recognized Pan Yuyo just now. Who are you? Lu Hanxiao looked at the few of them. Take the lead. She noticed the change in her sister's face. Nothing, just seeing an old friend and saying hello. What do you say, Pan Yuyo? Hey, Pan Yuyo, why don't you say anything? The dirty braided girl said at her. Pan Yuyo, on the other hand, lowered her head and didn't look at them, not saying a word. Hey, it's no fun. Still so baggy. Go away, a few people said, and then they took off. They're gone. Di Saba whispered as she saw the person move away. Landlord, Sister Xiao, Barb, you guys eat first, I want to go back. Pan Yuyo stood up. Yu Yao, wait, let's go back together. Zhang Yu said. Obviously, that group of people and Pan Yuyo not only knew each other, they should have had conflicts in the past. Otherwise the mood wouldn't have suddenly hit rock bottom. Pan Yuyo's heart was also warmed when she heard his words. A word of encouragement and comfort when one is down can be quite powerful. Thanks, I'm fine. She laughed. Come on then, we'll go back together. Lu Hanxiao chimed in. The 3 of us, no matter what we do, we have to be together. It just so happens that it's almost time to eat too. After saying that, he saw a somewhat surprised expression on Zhang Yu's face. Thinking about what had happened before was a bit disheartening. And then it's onward. Took Pan Yuyao's arm. Di Koba also went up to her and comforted her. Zhang Yu followed a few steps behind them, watching the 3 of them arm in arm, almost exactly the same tall height. Walking side by side in the mall is a most beautiful sight. Everywhere he went, he drew a chorus of admiration. In his mind, he couldn't help but have a somewhat evil thought pop up. That's triple the joy when the opportunity is ripe in time. And among the 3 sisters, there was currently only one Pan Yuyo left. Ahem. It's a bit much to think about right now. The main task now is to avoid blind thoughts. Out of the mall is the entrance to the neighborhood. Returned to the riverside house and simply cleaned up. A quick trip out and back. And it's big night again. Zhang Yu returned to his master bedroom on the 2nd floor. Turned on the big 100-inch TV hanging in the bedroom. There's a Nationals game tonight. As a hardcore fan, it's natural to have to pay some attention. It's still a great feeling to look at a big 100-inch TV. Landlord, at this time, Lu Hanxia's voice sounded downstairs. The shower on the 1st floor. How come it's still broken? I don't know. You just wash it on the 2nd floor. Zhang Yu responded through the floorboards. 2nd floor? Lu Hanxiao grunted through her nose when she heard him say that. Doubt you just deliberately didn't fix it. Chapter 31, Major Shareholder. I don't owe you anything. That must be it. Zhang Yu would be able to achieve his goal, making the 3 of them only able to go to his bedroom to wash. As for why this is so, it's not to take advantage of them. That little mind. It's so see-through. On second thought, He lives in a house with tens of millions of dollars and drives a car with tens of millions of dollars.
Is it really so hungry when there's no shortage of girls by definition? And again, to him,
he had no secrets of his own for a long time. She even tried to call a master online to come to her home to repair it.
Think of it this way. Lu Hanxiao suddenly realized another problem. No, did I pander to him?
That petulant hum just now was clearly something that only a male and female couple would show. Although Lu Hanxiao has never been in love,
but it's been seen in movies and TV shows, and know what it's like to be pampered. Lu Hanxia, if you keep this up, you're really going to fall. The high-flying persona fell apart too quickly. Not only the body, but this heart is going to be inclined towards him? It's just horrible. Even though he thought so, Lu Hanxiao's body was still honest. Didn't think much of it either.
Grabbing a towel and a change of clothes, he made his way to the second-floor bathroom.
Seeing Zhang Yu on the bed, lying in a big shape, he was leisurely watching the ballgame on the sofa. Hey, Zhang Yu, on your bed, how come there's no sheet? Lu Hanxiao noticed the difference in the room. Washed. Zhang Yu laughed. You have to change it every so often, don't you?
Lu Hanxiao was speechless.
Hey, you're so innocent. You can only blame the wine. Blame it on the booze. It's all bad. Lu Hanxiao, red-faced, went into the bathroom and closed the door. It didn't take long. Di Sheba also came to the second floor. Landlord, I've washed and dried the sheets. Will I put them on for you? She said, cradling the sheet in his hands. Well, thank you then. Zhang Yu laughed. Di Sheba walked over to the bed and began to make the sheets.
The movements are also very skillful. Zhang Yu glanced at her as she was bending over her work.
In the back of his mind, the word popped up. Sage, unimaginable. The #1 beauty in the Jet Airways flight attendants. The goddess in the eyes of many. It's amazing how good you are at doing housework. Emotional value pulls right up to the full awe. And it's a pleasure to watch a beautiful woman do her chores. It put Zhang Yu in a pleasant mood. Barb, why are you making sheets for Zhang Yu? At this point, Lu Hanxiao washed up and walked out of the bathroom. Seeing the scene in front of me was nothing short of astonishing. What had happened to them the day they hadn't returned from Sioux City? Think of the rumors you've seen. The thought quickly crossed her mind that Di Koba had been eaten as well? What a sin. It's horrible.
Lu Hanxiao thought 8 or 9 times in his heart.
It's only been a few days. He's
2 of the 3 positions have been lost.
That's a big debacle on the battlefield. And people didn't even bother. No matter what, the last one must be protected. Otherwise, 3 collective falls, which would be too much of that. I wonder, will Pan Yuyo? Thinking hard, she barely left her sight. Except, that one time when we went for a drive along the river at night. But on second thought, based on the time she went out and came back, she shouldn't have suffered. Unless Zhang Yu is quick. But is he fast enough to know for himself? At this time, Pan Yuyo also went up to the second floor. Seeing Di Xiaoba making the bed, she hurried over to help. Xiaoba, let me help you. No, I'll be done in a minute. Di Xiaoba didn't want her to see the problem with the sheets. I'll just take out the trash then.
Pan Yuyo picked up the trash can and didn't think much of it when she saw the paper towels and other miscellaneous items inside. Just tied the garbage spout shut, took it out and threw it out the door. Watching 2 people scramble to give their rooms a hand, Zhang Yu was also very flattered. When he looked up, he found Lu Hanxiao, who had finished his bath. Looking at himself, the look looked a little complicated. Are you very hungry? Lu Hanxiao opened his mouth to ask. Yes, very hungry. Zhang Yu nodded his head.
As soon as she opened her mouth, he himself guessed what she was asking. So, it went along with what she said. Hungry and you eat everywhere? Didn't eat everywhere, I ate at home. Are we still changing flavors tomorrow? That depends on how good the meal was before. The encrypted call between the 2 was too much for Pan Yuyo and Di Xiaobai to understand. No, landlord, sister dash, what are you talking about, hungry or not? Haven't you just eaten? Yeah, and didn't we just eat out? And how come the landlord said it was home again? They both asked curiously. Pan Yuyo is anything but an outsider. Di Xiaoba, on the other hand, didn't know that Lu Hanxiao's position had also been lost. It creates such a difference in information. Nothing, I was asking him what he was going to eat tomorrow. Lu Hanxiao changed the topic. It's getting late. Let's go back to the first floor. Personally, she watched the 2 sisters go down the stairs first before she followed. Oh, right. Lu Hanxiao suddenly remembered something. We have an international flight tomorrow and won't be back until the day after tomorrow at the earliest. Talk to you. After the words were out of his mouth, he felt chagrined. Why did he have to tell him that? Flying international flights? Zhang Yu smiled. Then tomorrow, what will I eat? You. Lu Hanxiao was practically speechless. Who understands? Surprisingly, he couldn't do anything about him himself. Can we only sacrifice ourselves to feed the tiger? As soon as the tiger is fed, it will huff and puff and won't wreak havoc on anyone else. After thinking about it, he finally made up his mind. Later, for a late-night snack. Ah, Sister Xiao, you're having a late-night snack? The two girls in front of them turned around and asked, are you guys going to eat too? Lu Hanxiao was a bit embarrassed. Then we'll stop eating and lose weight. The two girls shook their heads and went to their respective rooms. Lu Hanxiao also went back to his room, his mood still unable to calm down. Zhang Yu returned to the made bed and lay down. Keep watching the game. At the end of the full-time match, the team won the match 1-0. The process has a lot of twists and turns and is very dramatic. It was a late kickoff and a long extra time, so the game just ended with the time coming to 0. System, open the blind box. Zhang Yu spoke up. With that, the virtual screen of the system lit up before his eyes. Still a familiar interface. Just smoke the first one. He didn't bother to choose. Draw whatever you want. Congratulations to the host, who has drawn 55% of the equity of Rice Technology Corporation, becoming the largest shareholder of the company. Rice Technology Corporation, with a market capitalization of $200 billion, owns a number of core businesses such as cell phones, automobiles, drones, etc., and is the most Netflix-esque tech company in the country of China. Zhang Yu was so surprised that he sat up from the bed. Rice Technologies? It's the first time I've ever drawn such a big company. 200 billion. What a concept. China's top 10 wealth volume now. The cell phone he uses is even from Rice. Suddenly came the splash of wealth, which some dare not receive. Host, is the identity of the largest shareholder hidden from the public? Hide it. Zhang Yu thought about it and responded. He wasn't ready. Information like this should just be open to the top dozen or so people who know about it. Open to up to middle management, as appropriate. Has encrypted the identity of the host's shareholders. Secret level, S. At this time, the lights were still on at Rice Technology. The latest research project is working overtime to catch up. Even the company executives are personally supervising the battle. Chairman's office. OK looked at a message sent from his cell phone and fell into deep thought. After decades of hard work, the major shareholder, who has never been seen before, has finally sent word this time that he's coming back to take over the shares. When I think about the journey all the way through the business, the major shareholders behind the scenes have given a lot of support. Otherwise, he wouldn't be as brilliant as he is today. One could say that one is nurtured by the major shareholders. Brother OK said silently, thank you for the major shareholders' trust for many years. From now on, I don't owe you anything. There was this day when he had made his mark and could now prepare in peace and hand over all his shares. This day, in fact, he had been preparing for it for a long time. Chapter 32, a late night snack at your door. Nothing else is in doubt. It just didn't occur to me that the major shareholder in the photo was so young. Looked like a recent college graduate. It's 2 rounds smaller than even myself. The person in the photo when he or she was just starting out. I don't think he or she was even born yet. Of course, maybe it was the force behind it that pushed him out. That's the only way to explain it. Chief OK, the company's major shareholder, other executives, too, have come to the office. I already know, Brother OK said. So what instructions do the major shareholders have for us? The executives asked. The major shareholders have requested that identifying information be kept strictly confidential. That's why it's confidential to everyone except the company's middle management and above, including employees and the media. Okay, we'll get right on it. Since the chairman of the board of directors, who was openly publicized, issued a gag order, the senior management immediately conveyed the implementation to all departments. It's time to go to bed. 2. After receiving the reward from Rice Technologies, Inc., Zhang Yu turned off the lights and his mind took a long time to calm down. Smoking a $200 billion megacorporation without even realizing it turned up his appetite. What will we draw next? After reading the system description again, Zhang Yu realized, the blind box, it turns out, was drawn because of the 10-star bonus, and the 10 stars come from D. Koba. The rewards of a regular blind box are not as great. After a little more inventory, the next closest thing to 10 stars was Pan Yuyao, only 1 star left to fill. Zhang Yu is a man of action and doesn't like to procrastinate. It seemed like it was necessary to get Pan Yuyao to reach 10 stars as soon as possible and then extract the next heavy reward. Unfortunately, they have an international flight tomorrow and will have to wait until the day after tomorrow at the earliest. She should be long in bed by now. At this moment, Zhang Yu really wanted to utilize his status as a shareholder of the airline company to rearrange a shift for them overnight. It was better to hold off thinking that it would spook them and arouse their suspicion. This time, the door to the room knocked softly. Who? Zhang Yu perked up his ears. It's me. Outside the door. It was Lu Hanxiao's voice. What? 3 question marks rose above him. No, She really came for a midnight snack? Thought she was joking. Zhang Yu got up and went to open the door.
Only Lu Hanxiao stood there with a cold expression.
I can't help but wonder what a high-strung goddess. You've come for a nightcap and you still have such a face. As if how reluctant. How contradictory. They're all asleep? Yes.
Lu Hanxiao felt a strong sense of shame.
Similar to a descending head. Her body was not controlled by her brain. Get a grip. I have to get up early in the morning.
The tone of voice was like that of an old married couple who have been married for years on a routine basis.
But,
Lu Hanxiao admonished as he walked through the door of the room.
Pan Yuyo is still a trainee.
With the purest of minds, and hasn't seen much of society's perils.
That's a big sacrifice.
Zhang Yu also couldn't figure out why she was doing this.
Could it be that she was born into a wealthy family and grew up seeing all the tricks? For the white paper Pan Yuyao, instinctively want to protect it?
Thinking about it that way made my own heart beat a little.
Or does Lu Hanxiao know what he wants? She says she doesn't want it, but her body is honest? After all,
she's also peonied for 28 years.
But after all, come what may. I know what you mean. Don't stand in the doorway. Come in, he said, taking her arm. The master bedroom was electric. Meanwhile, outside the neighborhood, a black business car, shrouded in the night, was parked on the side of the road for a long, disorienting time. In the car, someone took binoculars and looked around.
Then take the cell phone and report back.
Mr. Wang, we've found out.
Lu Hanxia is renting in the home of a homeowner named Zhang Yu in Riverside Mansion. Renting together are two of her co-workers,
both living on the first floor. Who is Zhang Yu?
Wang Xiaosong had never heard of this name.
It's the guy in the Lamborghini. He's online, the henchman reported. So that's the guy? What the hell is he about? Wang Xiaosong got curious. Living in a better house than him, driving a better car than him, and you can't find out what the background is? Don't worry, Mr. Wang, we will continue to investigate. Wait a minute, Wang Xiaosong added.
I called Lu Hanxia several times.
She didn't answer. Is she asleep? Mr. Wang.
The 3 rooms on the first floor had their lights out very early in the morning. The second floor does still have table lamps on. The man in the car reported that there was only so much that could be seen.
I guess it's sleeping then.
Wang Xiaosong reassured himself.
I checked and she has an early shift tomorrow and has to be up before dawn. She's so dedicated.
She must have gone to bed long ago. But, he didn't feel comfortable with Lu Hanxia staying here for one more day.
We have to find a way to find Zhang Yu's bad luck. Still have to get Lu Hanxiao to move out as soon as possible. By whatever means. 5 a.m.
Until the sky outside began to whiten slightly.
A tall silhouette before leaving the master bedroom on the second floor.
Zhang Yu looked at himself in the mirror.
Bloodshot eyes and dark circles are coming out. Looking down again, he couldn't help but sigh. Notice an unread alert in the system. 6 stars out of 6 for Lu Hanxiao. Hard work and finally, sort of, a passing grade. It's too hard to ascend.
It was also unknown what kind of amazing reward she would have after reaching the 10 stars.
Anyway, the harder it is to upgrade, the bigger the reward. Whatever, let's go to sleep first.
I don't know how long it was when I fell asleep in a daze.
He heard a couple of people talking downstairs. Sister Saya, get up. It's time to go to work. Strange.
Sister Xiao is always the earliest riser.
What's going on today? Di Shiba looked at the time. It was already 7 o'clock. Normally she's up at 6 a.m.
She was the one who yelled at them to get up every time.
Could it be jet lag in advance for an international flight? Let's go to the room, drag her up and help her wash up. The 2 sisters, who had slept soundly this night, were completely unaware of what had happened during the night. Should we call up the landlord too? Pan Yuyao asked.
What's the point of yelling at him?
He doesn't have to work, Di Saba said. Just let him sleep a little longer. Barb, you are going to zap. Pan Yuyao propped her eyelids with both hands, forcing herself to be awake. I'm getting a phobia of flying internationally. Someone come to the rescue. Don't say it unless you get a guy who supports you. Let's get a grip. The 2 of them walked into Lu Hanxiao's room, found her sleeping heavily. Sister Saya? Pan Yuyao patted her arm. No reaction. Let's help her wash up first. Di Shiba looked at the time. Any further delay would be too late. You go get her toothbrush and toothpaste, and I'll help her get dressed, Di Saba said, going to the closet to get her clothes. Lu Hanxiao is too abnormal today. I don't know what's going on. Insomnia? Chapter 33, Do Rich People Like to Work So Much? Di Saba dresses her. Lu Hanxiao, at this time, also finally woke up in a daze. Sister Xiao, get up. I'll brush your teeth. Pan Yuyao toothpaste squeezed. Lu Hanxiao nodded numbly and went to the washstand. Sister Xiao, didn't you even sleep yesterday? So sleepy, Pan Yuyao said. Lu Hanxiao was like a thunderbolt. It was a moment of complete sobriety. I'll do it myself. You go help me collect my bags. Watch her walk away. Lu Hanyasha's 180 heart rate only calmed down a bit. Looking at himself in the mirror, he cursed inwardly. What a sin! How careless. Can't blame Zhang Yu either. She couldn't have imagined that madness would be like this. Zhang Yu slept through this sleep. When I woke up again, I looked at the time, and it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Feeling my stomach rumble and a little hungry. So he got up and washed up, getting ready to head out for a quick bite to eat and a side trip. It's looking pretty good out there today. Not to mention, Lu Hanxia's give yourself up is really effective. Sleep to wake, 7 or 8 hours. Surprisingly, not a single dream comes to mind. It's a complete state of letting go. It wasn't like this before. Zhang Yu smiled somewhat helplessly. Who knew it would be like this? Went to the first floor and found it empty. The 3 stewardesses should have been on the international flight a long time ago. I'll be back the day after tomorrow. It's going to be all alone in this huge house for the next 2 days. So, it's not exactly like I want to be at home. So downstairs, he got in his Lamborghini and headed out of the neighborhood. It's just the right amount of sunshine outside. He remembered a restaurant he'd eaten at before where the food tasted good. Get ready to eat there. It's not a far drive, 4 or 5 minutes. At this point, there were several traffic police in reflective vests on the roadside, on duty, directing traffic in the neighborhood. One of them is a policewoman. He was leaning against his motorcycle for a drink of water when he turned his head and saw a Lamborghini come into view. Eyes froze for a second. The moment came. Handing his co-worker his water bottle, he put on his helmet, got on his motorcycle and gave chase. Captain, what's wrong? Seeing her long legs straddle the police motorcycle, the team asked. The sports car that raced the other night has appeared again. I'll go after it. You guys just stand guard here. She snapped. Last time, I didn't catch up and ate a mouthful of dust and went back to be criticized. We can't let him get away this time. So the policewoman twisted the throttle of her motorcycle and gave chase. Hey, this captain, he really won't let him go. If she had been half as enthusiastic about finding a date, she wouldn't have been oyster for over 20 years. The captain is really dedicated. A few $1,000s a month to play what life. Go home to inherit the family fortune. How good. The team couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Stop it. Let's guard this side. At this point, the female police captain had long since not heard the comments of the team members behind her. She rode her police motorcycle with one conviction in mind. The guy who raced the car the other night must be caught. Give him the punishment he deserves. Otherwise, how can you do it in front of your teammates in the future? Not steaming buns in order to prove themselves. Zhang Yu was driving the Lamborghini in front, and through the rearview mirror, he noticed a police motorcycle more than 100 meters behind him. Keeps following himself. Turns several intersections in a row without getting rid of it. Bad. Is it coming at me? Zhang Yu thought back, but he hadn't done anything. Seriously good people. Well, it shouldn't matter to me. Thus, Zhang Yu then accelerated the speed of the vehicle again. No, can't you see the Q light I hit? And it's getting faster and faster. How outrageous is that? The policewoman was even angrier when she realized that the sports car in front of her was accelerating. Isn't that provoking me? The fire in her heart rubbed off on her. So, with a twist of the throttle, he also accelerated to catch up. A street chase. What's the offense of the car in front of you? Being chased? Could it be that the car in front of us has emergency syrup? But this policewoman, she sure is as tiger as a leopard. No, something doesn't seem right. Passers-by noticed that the 2 vehicles, one in front of the other, never swung out of the way and never caught up. There was a lot of talk, and all of them also hid far away for fear of being caught by the car's airwaves. There's another intersection, and the light is red up ahead. There are a lot of elementary school kids lining up to cross the street. Still really coming at me. I realized that the motorcycle was still behind me, but the front was full of people and I couldn't get through. There was no way out. Zhang Yu's car could only slow down, and behind, the policewoman on her motorcycle noticed the sports car in front of her slowing down. Brake in a hurry, but it's too late. With a long she screamed. The motorcycle did its best to slow down and avoid it though, but it still grazed the rear of the Lamborghini. Scuffed off a bull-sized chunk of paint. Zhang Yu was so rubbed by the motorcycle behind him that he also felt the car vibrate. The scene was awkward. He got out of the car to check it out and found the rear of the sports car, with a lot of paint off, and the policewoman on that motorcycle got off and noticed the damage to the rear of the car, and the heart cried out. It's over. Such a luxury sports car. Rub off a little skin. Repair costs at least a few $100,000. And look at the owner of the sports car. I didn't realize it was so young and handsome. Now, it doesn't matter what kind of racing, what kind of violation. It doesn't matter at all. The nature of things changed. Zhang Yu had not yet opened his mouth. She then panicked and said, I'm sorry, I'm fully responsible for this. I'll pay for whatever it takes to fix the car. Out on duty and ended up rear-ending someone else's car. That's hilarious. 2. A career Waterloo. Doesn't add another big piece of black history on the team. If the family found out, they would be even less likely to agree to let themselves do this. Ha! He didn't expect the opposite side to agree so readily. Huge car repair bill. Just say you'll pay for it? Saying that, I only saw the other party pull out a business card. This is my personal information. Don't worry, I won't run. Zhang Yu took a look at the name on the business card, which was Su Mei. The position is that of first sergeant. Su Mei reference chart. Looking up again, he found Su Mei on the phone, contacting the tow truck. Yes, I'm at the intersection of Yukon Elementary School. Send a tow truck over as soon as possible so as not to disrupt traffic. You're towing my car? Zhang Yu asked. Sir, I'm the one who caused the damage to your vehicle. You don't have to worry about this. I'll pay for the whole thing. After it's fixed, I'll send the car back to you. Su Mei was full of apologies. Not to mention, that's a great way to admit you're wrong. There's just a little. Su Mei wanted to say. You say. Zhang Yu was curious about what she wanted to say. That's the thing. You mustn't complain or post it online. I promise to take care of it for you. Su Mei reassured again. Oh, so that's what I'm afraid of. Zhang Yu understood in his heart. However, it was clear that Su Mei was aware that the car was expensive to repair. Definitely not a cost as small as tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars. And the fact that she can guarantee to be responsible for the entire cost shows that, with her financial resources, she can afford the expense of fixing the car. Another rich girl out to experience life? No. How come rich people like to work so much? Zhang Yu remembered that there was a tenant at home. And wasn't Lu Hanxia like that? What about when I don't have a car to drive? Zhang Yu asked. Sir, don't worry. Until the car is repaired and returned, I'll give you my personal use car. Su Mei hurriedly explained. It's already on its way over. Chapter 34, A Chance Encounter. A childhood friend's first love. As the words fell, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan drove this way around the corner ahead. Su Mei saw the car and quickly waved. The car slowed down and pulled over, stopping on the opposite side of the road. Sir, that one is the car I usually drive. It's not a nice car, so you can just drive it, Su Mei said with an apologetic face. The Cullinan is also considered a T1 class luxury car and sells for 7 to 8 million, but it's really nothing in front of the limited edition Lamborghini Poison. What do you call this not a very nice car? Good heavens, is the rich man's world also hoity-toity? This policewoman could have been Missy and had to come out to work. The passers-by, who were watching from afar, felt a huge shock. What is this talk? That's great. Another day of shattering 3 views. A cargo hauler passing by. That unbalance in his heart. It feels like always wanting to do something. You mean, give me this car to drive? Zhang Yu looked around the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. It's not like a sports car. It's big enough to be dominant, and it has 4 seats and a trunk. A little more practical than a sports car. If it wasn't for the fact that it was a reward from the system, Zhang Yu felt that a car like this would be quite good. And the license plate hanging from the car caught his attention. Zhang A666666. Such an auspicious number plate? And it's good to remember. I don't know, either, how much the number plates cost to buy. Yeah, sir, Su Mei said. Leave your name and number and I'll contact you when the car is fixed. She knew that for a car like this, there were no parts available in the country and it would have to be sent back to the original manufacturer for repairs. Because the car was so luxurious, care and attention had to be taken during transportation. The whole process, at least, will take more than a month. To chase a car and cause so much disruption to others. She was also feeling overwhelmed inside. So I'm taking the car away? Zhang Yu said. Since the Lamborghini can't be driven, it's going to be towed. Then she offers a solution, which is not bad. To him, any car is the same. It didn't cost him any money anyway. Hey, wait a minute. Su Mei thought about it. Walked to the trunk of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Bending down, he pulled a black backpack out of it. Zhang Yu watched silently. It's not unusual for her to take personal items out of her car. However, in the next second, he only saw Su Mei handing him that black backpack. In this bag, there is $200,000. It's even if it's my compensation for your moral damages. Su Mei's expression was sincere. No, the money? Zhang Yu hefted his backpack. Sir, this is my pocket money that I keep in my car. It's ready because I often forget my cell phone. Su Mei explained. That's not a bad reason. But there aren't really many people who take large amounts of cash out with them these days. I'll take it then? Zhang Yu laughed. She drives such a nice car. Her family must be very rich. Not so much that you'd ruin your reputation for $200,000
$000.
There's nothing wrong with that. Sir, you haven't given me your contact information yet, Su Mei reminded. Let's add a WeChat then,
Zhang Yu said and opened the QR code on his cell phone. Su Mei took out her cell phone to scan the code and saw his avatar.
Mentally, I couldn't help but eek. This Weibo name and avatar. How come it seems like I've seen it somewhere before? What's wrong? Zhang Yu asked. Oh, nothing. I'm adding it. Go through it, Su Mei said back, after adding the friends. He didn't want to linger on the scene either and drove up to the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Through the rearview mirror,
I saw that a tow truck had been dispatched. Su Mei and a few staff members
were directing the scene, transferring the Lamborghini towards the trailer. The perimeter was also cordoned off, clearing the neighborhood of all vehicles. It was only after a while, after transferring the Lamborghini away,
that Su Mei also finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Hey, what a bad day. Not only did the work assignment not get done again, but they hit someone's car.
Not to mention the fact that you'll have to shell out quite a bit of money to repair the car. His own seat was also offset, and for some time to come, he would have to ride his bike to work. The bitterness in my heart, I don't know where to say it. The teammates who had heard the news and came over to reinforce her didn't dare to make jokes as they watched her black face.
A little episode, and that was the end of it. Zhang Yu drove this strange car.
The different cars operate in much the same way, and you get used to them quickly. The car still smelled faintly of incense.
It's obviously a women-only ride.
Luckily the decor and furnishings in the car are on the neutral side.
It's not as overtly feminine, or it's a really bad car to drive. Another glance at the black backpack on the passenger side. 200,000 in cash is a little too much. These days, there are fewer and fewer scenarios where cash is used. He saw a bank not far ahead. I thought to myself, I don't have anything to do right now anyway, so I'll just go ahead and save this money on the side. Say it and do it. Zhang Yu's mobility was strong, and with a thought, he pulled into the parking space next to the bank. Getting out of the car and grabbing a bag of money, he walked into the bank. Hello, what kind of business are you looking for? The female teller at the window said. I came to deposit money. Zhang Yu replied. How much to save? 200,000. The bank uniformed teller, busy with his computer, craned his head to get the stacks of bills shoved in the window. When he looked up and saw Zhang Yu, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. He noticed the change in the teller's expression and mentally took it for granted. Handsome men are also a scarce resource. It's not unusual to be mobbed everywhere you go. Zhang Yu thought so in his heart. The teller's face changed in expression, and after opening her mouth, she suddenly shouted, You, are you Zhang Yu? That's how you're recognized? Zhang Yu was puzzled. She was? Looking again at the teller's face, he took a closer look. She put her hair behind her head. Fair melon face, small mouth. There's also a beauty mark in the corner of her eye. A small, clean style, feeling somewhat familiar. His mind was quickly matching past memories. Then, all of a sudden, the realization hit. Wasn't this the former classmate she grew up going to school with, Su Mu Fei? Su Mu Fei reference chart. And she was also a former neighbor, next to the front and back houses in the village. Been in the same class since elementary school. I was in the same class for 9 years until I graduated from junior high school. The two often go to and from school together, live close to each other, and are considered childhood friends. Only, at the end of junior high school, Su Mu Fei's family moved away. Haven't seen it since. At that time, Zhang Yu also did not have his own cell phone number, so slowly lost contact. That was 7 or 8 years ago. Seeing the former deceased again, Zhang Yu was also overwhelmed with emotions. Karma can be marvelous. Zhang Yu, wait for me first. I'll finish this business. We'll catch up again. Su Mu Fei's emotions were obviously quite excited as well. It's fun to meet your childhood playmates. Deposit the 200,000, and after that, explain to one of your coworkers to temporarily cover the shift. Then she stepped out of it. Here, passbook, you keep it. We'll talk next door. Looking at her happy expression, Zhang Yu's mood was brought back to what it once was. It would have been something to be sentimental about meeting a former childhood friend. Growing up, I didn't understand why a lot of parents could talk for a long time when they met an acquaintance on the street. Isn't it just the same thing now? Zhang Yu, how have you been these past few years? Su Mu Fei asked with concern. Chapter 35, Old Family House, to be torn down? Pretty good, aren't you? Zhang Yu also asked. I'm okay too. Su Mu Fei looked at Zhang Yu. After so many years of not seeing you, you've grown even more handsome, taller as well. The previous impression of Zhang Yu was that he was rather short. Suddenly so tall and handsome, just now really did not dare to recognize, for fear of calling the wrong embarrassing. In contrast to the past, now Zhang Yu Chang has changed. It's also much more handsome and manly. Yeah, I've just jumped up a little bit in the last couple years. Zhang Yu laughed. High school was not very top-notch, and even then it was not as high as Su Mufei. Until later years, 1 year at a time, it grew straight from 165 to 185. Pretty good, Su Mufei asked. Have you gotten a girlfriend yet? Good question. Zhang Yu smiled. Technically, there's no girlfriend yet. That's good, that's good. Su Mufei said inwardly, then got a little sentimental. Do you remember the old days? Remember. Zhang Yu smiled. If we hadn't moved, we would have been together then. Speaking up, Su Mufei is the first love of her own adolescence. It's very mutual. Just before the last layer of window paper was pierced, Su Mufei's family moved. The contact information has since changed. The regrets of adolescence come to an abrupt end. I didn't expect to meet again here after a few years. Yeah. Su Mufei was also infinitely emotional. Waves also rose in my heart, and my life, which felt somewhat gray, brightened up again. Right. Zhang Yu, what are you doing now? Su Mufei asked. Me. Zhang Yu thought about it and found an excuse. It's still a part-time job. It's not worth mentioning. Ha ha. He is now a shareholder or owner of 3 companies, but in either capacity, saying it still scares people. So it's better not to say anything. There's something about that. We're all hit and miss. Su Mufei gave a smile. Hurry up and come over to do business. There's a lineup at the bank. At this time, the branch manager came over and urged. Okay, coming right up. Su Mufei turned around and answered. Then, I'll go and get busy first? Su Mufei asked with some hesitation. Go on then. We'll talk again when we have time. Zhang Yu smiled. Oh yeah. She suddenly remembered something. The village where I used to live is going to be demolished, and the whole village is going back for one last break-up dinner tonight. Are you going back? What do you mean? The village is going to be demolished? A big question mark on Zhang Yu's head. Yeah, you didn't know that, did you? Su Mufei was puzzled. Even their family had received notice of their move a few years ago, and Zhang Yu didn't even know about it? I don't really know. He shook his head. But yeah, Su Mufei suddenly realized, even though we moved, the old house is still there. You don't have a house in your name. So just, not really. Zhang Yu smiled faintly. Alright, you go ahead and get busy. We'll talk after work. Watching Su Mufei return to her workstation, Zhang Yu was also in deep thought. Luckily, I was passing through and ran into a former classmate and neighbor here. Otherwise, you won't even know that your house has been stripped. Subsequently, the memories of the past, too, popped out of his mind. He hadn't seen his real parents since he could remember, all brought up by grandparents. There are also several elders in the family, including the second and third uncles and the youngest aunt. The residence is a 6-story self-built house, and this house, with 2 floors of property rights, fell under Zhang Yu's name. Then everyone else has 1 layer each, because it was the father, as the eldest son, who contributed the bulk of the construction. When he was young, Zhang Yu did not understand this. It was all held by the elders. Didn't think so. Now that it's going to be torn down, they're hiding it from themselves? Zhang Yu hasn't gone back since he went to college. I also work outside part-time during the summer and winter vacations. Ex-girlfriend Lu Ruyan is in the part-time job handing out flyers to meet later, or she chased his own. Now, a few years have passed. Zhang Yu already owns the most luxurious house and car in Jiangcheng. It also holds 3 companies in finance, aviation, and technology. The invisible rich man worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Still, the old family business, revisited at this time, remains unsettling. Although a 2-story urban village self-built house is not worth much, at a payout of $5,000 a square foot, that's about $1 million. But this is the nature of the problem. What's mine is mine. I may not want it, but you can't rob it, and it's still the only thing my parents left me. Zhang Yu thought in his heart that since he knew, he would take this time to go back, take care of the demolition and relocation, and in the future, with the second and third uncles, they will have nothing to do, then go back to Riverside House in peace. Wait for the stewardess tenant to return, and live a life of unashamed ease. This time, a phone call came in. It seems that the electricity, surprisingly, is the head of the Central China headquarters of Rice Technology, Shuang Xiuqiang. As a company executive, he knows his place. Mr. Zhen. As soon as he picked up the phone, he shouted enthusiastically from the other side. Can I help you? Business matters, just report directly to Mr. Okay, Mr. Zhang. There's something related to you that I must report to you. Shuang Xiuqiang, looking at the drawings on his desk. The expression was grave. Go ahead. What is it? Mr. Zhang is like this. The company is preparing to build a research and development center in the south of the city. The land acquisition and relocation are almost negotiated. Across the room, Shuang Xiuqiang reported.
But there's a family that wants a particularly high demolition payment,
and they can't negotiate.
And we found out from our investigation that the building seems to have 2 floors that are under your ownership.
Want to confirm it?
There's no need to confirm.
Those 2 floors are, indeed, mine, Zhang Yu said indifferently. Ha! Zhuang Xiuqiang was dumbfounded. How come the demolition really came to Mr. Zhang's house? Moreover,
that family member never mentioned that there was another Zhang Yu, and totally wanted to take advantage of the chaos and keep the 2 layers of demolition money all to themselves. The bottom line is that they can't figure out why they want 6 floors of demolition money when there are clearly only 4 families.
And that party, again, didn't show up. The people at the bottom didn't know Zhang Yu's identity and couldn't solve it, so they reported to Zhuang Xiuqiang's hands level by level. Then, Mr. Zhang, what should we do next?
Zhuang Xiuqiang waited for his instructions.
Not yet. Put things on hold. I'm going to go back today and check it out. Should I send some of my men to follow?
Zhuang Xiuqiang also heard out that family is not in harmony with Zhang Yua. The most outrageous thing is,
don't they know Mr. Zhang's real identity? Chapter 36, The Doubts of Lu Hanxia, the chief cabin operator. Is the secrecy that tight?
Not even those who are related by blood.
No, you do what you need to do. I'll just go by myself.
Zhang Yu hung up the phone and looked at Su Mufei at the counter. Made a gesture to leave first.
She nodded back. Zhang Yu drove the Rolls-Royce Cullinan and left the bank. In the bank, someone exclaimed in shock and hurriedly spoke to Su Mufei. Who was the man you were just talking to? Driving a Rolls-Royce?
A co-worker was surprised.
Really? I didn't pay attention. Su Mufei was a bit surprised. Are you sure it's him? How can I by looking wrong? It's him. The co-worker was impressed by Zhang Yu's tall and handsome appearance.
And the whole time he was watching him go.
Does he have a girlfriend? I don't know. Su Mufei smiled faintly. Hey, even if I don't have a girlfriend, it's not my turn.
The excitement of his colleague passed and he realized the reality.
Of all the bank's outlets, Su Mufei's face value can be ranked in the top 3.
And he or she is just the most common wave. Are rich people not blind to what kind of girlfriends they are looking for?
Happy for nothing.
And Su Mufei was in deep thought at this point.
Zhang Yu was driving a Rolls-Royce? Not reasonably likely. Probably borrowed it. She didn't think much of it either. I'm going back home from work today and will run into it again. So I'll just ask then. Sister Xiao, look, isn't this Zhang Yu's car? Why is it on the trailer? At this point, a transit airport for certain international flights. Lu Hanxiao. The 3 of them had a short half-hour break. International flights take too long with 2 layover stops in between, used for refueling, overhauling, etc. The flight attendants, too, will be able to take advantage of this opportunity to land and rest. As soon as Pan Yuyao opened her cell phone, she swiped the video of the trailer. Let's see. Lu Hanxiao looked at the cell phone screen. This was taken and uploaded by a netizen in front of an elementary school. Several police officers were in command, transferring the Lamborghini toward the trailer. The rear of the car has more obvious cut marks. The comment section was full of gloating netizens. This car has been high profile for so long. It finally crashed. It still seems like a policewoman's motorcycle hit it. And I was there. She even lent her car to the owner of that car. And if you ask me, it shouldn't have been. Netizens made acidic comments. Just can't see the good in people's homes. It's really Zhang Yu's car. Lu Hanxiao said. There's only one Lamborghini in Zhangcheng. No matter what, it will be the center of attention of the internet. A rear-end collision with a traffic cop's motorcycle would be even more hot news. Take a look at other related videos. Someone caught a Rolls-Royce leaving. That's the policewoman's car. Rolls-Royce? Where did she get that kind of money? It can't be greed. At the bottom, there are still quite a few comments from netizens. Saw that license plate number. In Lu Hanxiao's heart, he suddenly thumped. That license plate number. It's all too familiar. If it's not a set of cards, that is to say. She was about to make a cross-country phone call to seek clarification on what was going on. Di Xiaoba hurriedly ran over. Sister Xiao, it's time. We have to get ready. Lu Hanxia had to put down the phone and quickly switch to work. It still has to be Sister Xiao. Pan Yuyao was dumbfounded. Don't you learn yet? It's almost time for the transfer test. Di Xiaoba couldn't help but knock her little brain. How come you can't get nervous? This way. Zhang Yu drove his car and headed in the direction of his old home. As the houses on either side of the road get shorter and shabbier, it means it's almost at the place. Looking at a large, low-rise urban village in front of us. This is where he grew up now. The land, which is about to be demolished, will become the new research and development base of Rice Technology Corporation. Roads in urban villages are narrower. A big car like a Rolls-Royce Cullinan can't get in or out. So Zhang Yu parked his car in an open parking lot outside. Walked in. After circling a few alleys, a 6-story, Two-bedroom self-built house came into view. The building of the house is almost 20 years old. The walls are laid out in strip tiles with a year, 2005. It looks like the village is bustling. There are those who are busy moving, and those who are posing for pictures in front of their old houses. A lot of people got a big chunk of the demolition money. It's time to live in the city soon and get out of this shabby urban village. Can one not be happy? And the rates for demolition payments are higher than elsewhere. Jean Yu heard that inside the old house, it was also full of people. Hot off the press. I made a deal with them to move tonight as long as we pay them what we asked for. Yes, I heard that it's the Rice Technology Company that wants this piece of land. It's a big enterprise, it's rich and powerful, so you can't order more. That's right, when the money for the demolition comes down, we'll get together again and split it proportionally. Inside the house, a large family of 3 generations and a dozen people, sitting around and talking was great fun. Great, so I can marry my wife and have enough for the bride price. My plans of wanting to open a nail salon can be realized. The broken house is torn down so we can all live in a new house. The younger generation, too, have longed for it. What's all the chatter about? So lively. At that moment, a voice sounded outside the door. Everyone in the room froze. Then both looked outward. Zhang Yu, why are you back? Chapter 37, $1 million house and you want to get rid of it for $100. 000? That's right. Although he hadn't seen him for a few years, making people almost completely forget that there was such a person in the Zhang family. When Zhang Yu, 185's tall figure, appeared in the doorway, it really made the dozen or so people in the room all froze. How is he? Mom, who is he? A child in his teens had never seen Zhang Yu before. Curious, he asked. Zhang Yu, why are you back? A middle-aged man with somewhat shaggy hair stood up with a somewhat embarrassed expression. He is Zhang Yu's second uncle, Zhang Jianmen. That's the grandfather of the little girl just now. It's funny to say that the second uncle, although younger than his father, married and had children very early. So, he's got grandchildren. Not married on my own side. I came back to split the demolition money. Why didn't you tell me about such a big deal? Zhang Yu smiled, and without beating around the bush, he got straight to the point. Split what demolition money? Who told you that? A middle-aged woman with a collapsed nose and convex lips couldn't help but yell. She was Zhang Yu's second aunt. The whole Zhang family kept their mouths shut about this matter. Even said hello to neighbors who knew each other well, too. It's just that I'm afraid Zhang Yu will know. How come this thing? He still got the message. Who became a traitor? It doesn't matter. What matters is, how much can I share? Zhang Yu did not reply. How many years without even a phone call? Do you have us elders in your eyes? As soon as you heard about the demolition, you came back? Her segment is still somewhat high, straight up moralizing him. So saying, the dozen or so people from the Zhang family were instantly incited. Zhang Yu, you're a white-eyed wolf, and you still have the nerve to come back and share the money. You haven't been a member of the Zhang family for a long time. The demolition of this building has nothing to do with you in the least. Several cousins said. They also know about having a 2-story house. I was counting on an extra share of the money from these 2 layers so I could take it and open a store so I could put up the dowry. Originally, if Zhang Yu didn't know, this matter would have been nailed down after tonight. Once the house is pushed, the money comes in. If he wanted it again, it would be impossible. How can you pull out more money when it's in your hand? Even what to do with the money is planned. As a result, he came out of nowhere at this time. Wouldn't that plan go out the window? That's why a few cousins of similar age were the most emotional. They were already at odds with Zhang Yu. He hadn't played with him since he was a kid, and after so many years of not seeing him, he was even more rusty as an outsider. Dad, I'm about to get engaged to my girlfriend here, so I can't let him mess around. I know. Uncle too naturally knew. If Zhang Yu split the money, the engagement would be hopeless. How hard it is to find a wife these days. How could he not let Zhang Yu have his way? If I remember correctly, I believe I own 2 floors of this building. There was a black and white certificate at the time. What proof? I didn't see it. The second aunt balked. I never saw any proof. You guys are right. Yeah, haven't seen that. The Zhang family members said one after another. Second uncle, are you going to play dumb too? Zhang Yu aimed his words directly at him. Zhang Yu, it's like this. Second uncle tried to stabilize him. There are many things you don't understand. You were still young. You should have misremembered. This way. Second uncle said. I know that you've been out there for the past few years. It's been aggravating. It's not easy. Why don't we put together $100,000 for you together, and you can take it to open a store and spend it all. The others listened and nodded silently in agreement. A 2-story self-built home that can be demolished for over $1 million. It wouldn't be a bad idea to get $100K to get rid of him. If you want more, then just deny the denial. If the elders find it difficult, then like this. How could Zhang Yu look at this $100,000? Those 2 floors have disputed property rights and unclear formalities. So I'll go and check it out. If you're going to tear it down, tear down the bottom 4 floors. Leave the top 2 floors for now. When it's cleared up, dispose of them as you see fit. This proposal from Zhang Yu. It made a couple of cousins laugh. They didn't read much though, and they weren't cuties. How do you demolish a building if you only demolish the bottom but not the top? Isn't that picking a fight? Zhang Yu, stop being unreasonable. Either you take 100,000 and leave, or not a single cent. Choose for yourself. The second aunt was also a bit anxious and pressured her elder. Dad, say something. Take care of this unfilial grandson of yours. Zhang Yu, this is the decision of the elders, and you, as a junior, have no place to interrupt yet. That's when Grandpa snapped. In fact, he felt a bit guilty when he saw Zhang Yu return. It's just that there's only so much of it. Now that the family has grandchildren who are getting engaged, it's a top priority to start a family for the Zhang family. 10 fingers have length, plus being pressured by other people. He had to favor the majority. Good. Very good. Zhang Yu looked at this family of 3, none of whom stood on his side and spoke for him. It was also known that there was no need to show them any mercy. It's just over $1 million to tear down these 2 floors. It's nothing to him, but where the Zhang family is up and down, a dozen or so people, there is one person who says a soft word. Be sincere. He could be completely oblivious. Now it seems unnecessary. One more word is a waste of expression. Zhang Yu, what do you want? Cousin noticed the change in his face and felt a little weak inside. Do you want to make a move? She's all dressed up. The manicures on the fingers are centimeters long. It's kind of a little beauty, too. Usually used to being pampered. All I see is other people's gestures of goodwill. Suddenly, he saw Zhang Yu with such an expression. It's still a little scary. The others were also on guard. Zhang Yu, don't mess around. Those in the room are your elders. Poof. He sneered. All right. This building, you can't tear it down. So keep living here. If they can't realize the cash, all their plans will have to go down the drain. Joke. Auntie Tu said. You run the planning office? You run the big capitalist company? And Zhang Yu ignored her. Sent a direct message to Zhuang Xiuqiang. Immediately dock with the relevant departments and change the planning program. This building of the Zhang family goes around and is not demolished. Copy that. Mr. Zhen. I'll get right on it. It's like Zhuang Xiuqiang is waiting for a message. Almost like a second reply. He didn't dare to ask more questions, knowing for sure that the talk has fallen apart. The faces of those people in the Zhang family had been seen long ago. After replying, another call was rushed. Mr. Zhang is back in the middle of the city, so he might make a scene. All of you in the neighborhood keep an eye out. If there's any movement, hurry up. Yes, promise to protect Mr. Zhen. The henchman spoke up. Chapter 38 Overnight change of plan. No demolition. No. Zhang Yu, who are you messaging? Uncle Tu was a little puzzled. Zhang Yu shook his cell phone. Everyone wash up. This building is not going to be demolished. At the latest, you guys will get the news first thing in the morning. What nonsense. Who do you think you are? Such a big thing. And loaded. Cousin disdainfully said. You're complaining with 12,345. Right. Tell you. It's useless. With his imagination. What did he think Zhang Yu could do? Nothing more than a call to 12,345. A call to the mayor's hotline. To complain about the matter. But who cares about him? I haven't seen him in a few years. But I've heard from him occasionally. The last I heard, he was broken up with by an ex-girlfriend he had been talking to for several years. It even became a laughing stock in their eyes. And the girlfriend I'm getting engaged to soon. She works at the planning department. Otherwise we wouldn't be so well informed. Cousin was a little smug. It was also the pride of the entire Zhang family. Thinks he's got a knack for finding a girlfriend with an establishment. The planning department girlfriend didn't show up today, though, after the demolition. She'll be part of the Zhang family. Speaking of which, the cousin's cell phone suddenly rang. Hey, Ray. He saw the caller and it was none other than his girlfriend from the planning office. What's going on with your family? The tone across the room. It was bad. What's going on? Cousin responded as he glanced at the crowd. I just got word that there's going to be a zoning change on that parcel. And it's going to be an all-nighter tonight. Change what plan? Cousin hadn't gotten the message. Is it an expansion of the demolition? In that case, the vegetable garden in the back will have to be torn down as well. So we'll get another amount of money. That building of yours? No more demolition. The next reply from the other party left him dumbfounded. No. Wasn't there a mistake? Didn't we agree that the board was going to be torn down? Cousin was starting to panic a little inside. No demolition.
We got a call from up there and from the rice company to downsize a few hundred square meters. It just happened to cross out your house. I was already in a bad mood because I was temporarily called back to work urgent overtime. And I also learned that the Zhang family's building will not be demolished. It just happens to be only the extent of this one building. And the other areas involved are just some low sheds and vegetable plots, which are not significant at all. What is it about the rice company that they would rather have a corner missing from the land they are acquiring than have it zoned in? What's this about? Cousin was still on cloud 9. Your family. Think about what you've offended. Just hang up. Listening to the phone, the beeping busy signal. Cousin was dumbfounded on the spot. Son, what's going on? The second uncle and aunt asked in a hurry. This building, our house, is not being torn down, Cousin said in frustration. What? Not tearing it down? Isn't that a mistake? Is it possible that we're asking for a high price? Hurry up and call the person in charge of the demolition and say it's still at the previous price. It's all 8 or 9. Why don't you suddenly stop tearing it down? You're not joking and teasing us, are you? The Zhang family, up and down, heard what he said. It blew up. What kind of reactions are there? Just don't believe this fact. If it's not torn down, it's all over. Not only did the plan fizzle out, I'll have to continue to live in this shabby building in the future. Who can accept this? Didn't lie to you guys. Cousin's eyes lost their light. My girlfriend said that our family must have offended some big shot. That's why it's like this. Offend the big man? The Zhang family was a dozen or so people. You looked at me. I looked at you. The conclusion is no. The people who have dealt with it simply don't have the ability to decide which building to demolish or not. After thinking around in my head, none of them matched up. Then, all of them, in unison, turned their gazes towards Zhang Yu. In the eyes, there was confusion and horror. Eliminate all possibilities, and the one that remains is as outrageous as it gets. And that's the truth. This has something to do with Zhang Yu? On a mental note, that phone call just now came after a complete tear. But how is that possible? Zhang Yu is also only just graduated from the age of college. College tuition are working to earn. What's with all the energy? I remember. Zhang Yu, he came back in a Rolls Royce. A cousin suddenly said. At first I was wrong and didn't recognize it. Rolls Royce? It was as if the crowd was listening to heavenly books. But I've checked. That car. It's not Zhang Yu's either. It's the car of a very rich man. Cousin said so. Cousin reacted. Oh, I get it. Zhang Yu is being adopted as a gigolo, right? I can't believe that you, Zhang Yu, would even do this kind of thing for money? Our Zhang family's prize money has been disgraced by you. Uncle Tu's face was also red warm. Zhang Yu, is this true? Grandpa was also a bit agitated. You went to a prestigious university, and you're also a teacher. How can you do such a hurtful thing? Zhang Yu, on the other hand, just smiled indifferently. The Changs are all logical and self-consistent, and they're snapping their hats according to their own ideas, so it's a waste of time to explain one more word. See, got told off and got weak in the heart, didn't you? Cousin laughed. Zhang Yu, you make me feel sick. Cousin also rose in disdain. They took out their anger at not being able to demolish the house on him. Anyway, no matter what, TM blames Zhang Yu. How dare you all slander our Mr. Zhan? This time, there was a clamor at the door and a booming voice came in. The crowd looked toward the door. Only a big, burly man with a couple of young men came this way. Yeah, isn't this Mr. Guo from the Demolition and Relocation Work Office? Second uncle rushed out the door and went up to him from afar. Then he couldn't help but ask, Mr. Guo, I heard that my house won't be demolished. What's the situation? Is there a misunderstanding? With that, he continued to state, Mr. Guo, if it's really difficult, let's take a step back in this way, and just demolish it at the previous price. We will immediately move overnight. Can't tear it down. Mr. Guo said. Mr. Guo, don't. How about a 10% discount on the previous demolition payment? That's always okay. Uncle Tu knows. Tear it down and there's money in the bag. If we don't tear it down, the house is construction debris and will just rot there. Can't tear it down. Can't you understand human language? Mr. Gui gave him a blank look. You guys offended Mr. Zhang, and you brought this consequence on yourselves. Said. He then enthusiastically walked over to Zhang Yu and extended his hands from afar. Mr. Zhang, I've long heard of your great name. It's really fortunate to be able to run into you here. Looking at Mr. Guo, who was in charge of this piece of demolition and relocation. He was as enthusiastic as fire towards Zhang Yu. A dozen or so members of the Zhang family had their glasses shattered. Chapter 39 Zhang Yu name. In the end, a few companies? Mr. Gui is in charge of this piece of demolition work, and he has the final say on all the big and small things. The strength is not to be missed. How come when he saw Zhang Yu,
He was so polite and took the initiative to shake his hand with such a respectful attitude? And call him Mr. Zhang? Zhang Yu is so young to be the boss? How is this possible? It felt like I was watching a sci-fi movie. Mr. Gui is polite. The demolition work in this area. Well done. Zhang Yu also laughed. The parcels are going to be demolished. And there is so much more involved. Just so much more. Rice Technologies is going to use the land to build a new research and development site. Mr. Kwok was able to complete essentially all of the demolitions before the required date and also half a month early. The ability is strong. Had it not been for the lion's share of the Zhang family, which delayed the demolition for some time, the demolition could have actually taken place much earlier. I don't know how much money would have been saved if it had been developed a day earlier. Zhang Yu, you've become the old boss? Uncle Tu looked at Zhang Yu and felt so strange. Could it be that you are the head of the Zhangcheng branch of the Rice Technology Company? It was all he could think of. Even up to this point, it was the limit of his imagination. Zhang Yu, I was wrong just now. I apologize to you. At the end of the day, you can't write two Zhangs with one stroke. We're all family. Zhang Yu, we don't mean to be targeting you either. We are narrow-minded. I hope you don't see eye to eye with us. The Zhang family, realizing Zhang Yu's current position, could not be underestimated. All of them squeezed out smiles on their faces and showed Zhang Yu goodwill. Right now, Zhang Yu's position was at an unimaginable level for them, still counting on the fact that he can lift them up and bring them along for the ride. A smile was on his face. What a blunder. How come they didn't check in advance how Zhang Yu actually became this old boss? What kind of power is behind it? It's still not too late to suck up to him, right? Head of the branch? Let him be? Cousin laughed dismissively. Even though the Zhangs are now seeing the wind in their sails, he couldn't swallow it either. I was counting on demolishing the house, taking a $500,000 dowry, and marrying my girlfriend who works at the planning office. Having accomplished this, his grandparents will also give a lot of their savings to support him. It's the same as getting a wife with an establishment for nothing. If this works out, he'll be the most capable male in the Zhang family. Now, with the appearance of Zhang Yu, who also said that there would be no more demolition, all his plans had gone down the drain. That's why he's the most affected. When he was a child, he just didn't get along with Zhang Yu, and now because of this, his cousin is even more displeased with him. So what if you're the boss of the branch? You're still here on soft food. I'm not your employee. I'm not afraid of you. All he could think now was that the car Zhang Yu was driving was borrowed. Then this name of Mr. Zhang is nothing more than a false name. Maybe it's just a paper tiger. So, cousin didn't leave himself open at all. Zhang Yu, I don't care that much. If you don't demolish the building, you'll get the money. Aren't you the old boss now? Can't you afford to shell out a few $100,000? Cousin's flowers made Zhang Yu laugh. How can anyone reach out for money and ask for it so justifiably? And, this time, Zhang Yu suddenly remembered. It seems that there is a Zhang Weilong inside the delinquent customers of the Snappy Loan Financial and Loan Company. At the time, I thought it was just the same name. Now think of the customer profile, realizing that the man was the so-called cousin in front of him. According to the information, Zhang Weilong owes a total of $200,000 in unpaid debts to Snappy Loans, and it's long overdue. Collections called many times. Zhang Weilong also did not pay. He was one of those wool gatherers that Ding Kuan brought last time. What a ride! Back to the very beginning. Since this Zhang Weilong is so jumpy, this time, then, let's beat him completely. Think about it. Zhang Yu couldn't help but let out a laugh. Zhang Weilong, you are a bit arrogant to say that. What's wrong with me being crazy? You want to come and beat me up? Zhang Weilong laughed. Then I'll lie down on the ground and you wait to pay for it. Also, is my name something you can call? So what if you're rich? Don't you still have to watch out for the repercussions? He played the scoundrel straight to that level. Zhang Weilong, you still have $200,000 in arrears. Long overdue. Now counting the interest and penalties, it's a total of $281,000. Isn't it time to pay me back? What $200,000? When did I owe you money? Zhang Weilong smiled disdainfully. Looks like you really forgot until I reminded you. Zhang Yu laughed. The $200,000 you owe at Snappy Loan. Black and white. The contract is in my hands. Do you still want to deny it? What? Snap loans? Zhang Weilong just snorted coldly through his nose, preparing to retort. Suddenly realizing something, his face couldn't help but change violently. You're, like, the owner of Snap Loan? He had recently heard that the loan company had changed owners, but didn't know who. Thought that the money owed might be even more available to not pay. It didn't occur to me that the owner of the company was Zhang Yu. Now, the dozen or so members of the Zhang family, led by the second uncle, were even more surprised. Is there more than one company under Zhang Yu's name? 2 companies already in such a short time? What the hell is going on? Zhang Weilong, what's wrong with you? Why do you still owe $200,000 and not pay it back?
Uncle Tu looked at his son with a tone of hatred.
Dad, don't listen to him. It must be a mistake. Someone must have impersonated my identity information. It must be a fake.
Zhang Weilong exclaimed. I dropped my wallet documents earlier.
I was completely unaware of it. Now it's all about deniability. If you can deny it, you can deny it. As long as it's beaten to death. It's not true. Are you saying that the information captured from the face of the ID card you were holding was also coerced from you? Zhang Yu, without mercy, demolished him. On the side, Mr. Voy and a few of his men had their eyes rounded.
I never thought that I could eat such a big melon when I came to pay my respects to Mr.
Zhang Yu Zhang. How come this whole Zhang family is so strange? How come Zhang Yu is the only one in the whole family?
This, Zhang Weilong hesitated for a moment.
Then said, Zhang Yu, I'm really telling you, since the company is yours, I'm really not going to pay back this $200,000. I'll see what you can do.
He had originally made up his mind to delay this money for as long as he could.
Learning that the company is owned by Zhang Yu, that's all the more reason not to want to pay it back. He didn't believe it anymore. Would Zhang Yu really disregard the family and forcefully collect the money? That would make even he himself a joke, not conducive to the growth of his company. This is a poisonous trick called Jade and Stone. I'm barefoot anyway. I'll see what you can do to me.
Chapter 40, a sincere apology from a cousin's girlfriend.
At this point, even the eyes of the Zhang family, as they looked at him, were completely unfamiliar. Compared to Rascal, Zhang Weilong is simply blue in color. Zhang Weilong, how can you be so shameless? This time, a dainty cry suddenly came to mind. Someone else is here? Mr. Gua,
as well as the Zhang family,
all looked back, only to see a woman with cloaked hair, black-framed glasses, and a lady's slim-fit suit, coming this way.
There were also some documents and other items in his hand. When Zhang Weilong saw her,
he immediately greeted her. Xinli, what brings you here?
Zhang Yu also saw and understood that this woman should be the girlfriend who will be engaged after the demolition money is obtained.
What a standard section dresser. And, surprise surprise, not bad looking either. Among the women in the organization, it is one of the best in 100.
Although it wasn't a top-notch face like the 3 stewardess tenants,
when put into the school, it was still at the level of a class flower. It's about the same as Chen Wan.
And there's also a kind of intellectual cadre temperament that should lead to faster promotions in the future. No wonder the Zhang family cares so much about the demolition money. It would be a real blessing if my cousin could marry a civil servant girlfriend of class flower caliber.
However, looking at the way things are going, it's basically a lost cause. I originally came to resurvey the land parcel. Xin Li's face was frosty. Zhang Weilong, is it true that you owe someone $200,000 and won't pay back? Facing her questioning, Zhang Weilong didn't dare to hide it. Yes, that's right, but I have a bitter reason. What's your pain in the ass? Did someone else ask you to borrow it? And what did you do with the $200,000? Gamble? Xinli is at least working in the system.
The words were also straight to the point.
Xinli, I didn't gamble. Really? Zhang Weilong was anxious. I do like you too much. I want to buy you a bag, clothes, and cosmetics, but I don't have any money. So, you mean, all that stuff, you took out a loan to buy it?
Xinli felt her blood pressure coming up.
She's not a vain woman.
There was no desire to talk to Zhang Weilong in the beginning,
because it was simply not the same way. Later, he gave himself a gift every day.
Xinli was then a bit impressed and decided to try living together first, but it was also agreed that the two would keep their distance and not go over the edge until they were engaged. At that time, Zhang Weilong also agreed. Now that he had confessed so much, Xinli felt like a clown. He gave gifts, all bought with a loan. What is the nature of this? Equivalent to taking on this debt without her knowing anything about it? That's not acceptable to anyone.
No strength cannot chase. Swollen face, the nature of the change. Zhang Weilong, how could you? The second uncle and the second aunt saw Qin Li's face was blue, and knew that in this matter, the fault was all on the son. Hastily apologizing to Qin Li. He also likes you too much to do confusing things. You give him another chance. Zhang Weilong, I don't think there's any need to talk about it. I'm tired. Qin Li was completely disappointed in him. It doesn't matter if there's a change in demolition, and the dowry doesn't have to be that much. And it was Zhang Weilong himself who took the initiative to say that he would take the demolition money as the bride price. Disappointing, but acceptable. But now it turns out that Zhang Weilong also hid the debt. That's completely beyond the bottom line. She spat out a sentence before turning around and looking at Zhang Yu. I'm really sorry, Mr. Zhang. I didn't know things were like this. Don't worry. If he doesn't pay back the money, I'll pay back the money, Xinli also assured. She also wanted to use the money to completely draw a line with the Zhang family. There will be no more involvement. And she felt a great deal of fear in her heart. Luckily, it was the appearance of Mr. Zhang from Rice Technology that changed the plan of demolition and allowed her to escape. At first, when he was notified to work overtime, he was really a bit angry with Zhang Yu in his heart. Thinking about it now, it was really a shame. Zhang Yu had saved her from the fire in disguise. Zhang Yu looked at Qinli. It seems that she is not bad in nature. There was some doubt earlier as to what kind of institutionalized woman would look at someone like a cousin. So, it's been deluded and deceived all along. It's a good thing this story got out, or it would have been a disservice to her. It's okay, you guys watch. Zhang Yu laughed. Jiang Weilong looked at Qinli speaking so politely to him. The anger in his heart, even more so. Qinli had never spoken to herself so politely. Good you Qinli, so you just hate the poor and love the rich. Since they were all about to break up, Jiang Weilong couldn't care less about anything. It's all my fault that I've been so good to you, isn't it? You're enough. Second uncle yelled from the side. Don't you know what you did yourself? Why don't you hurry up and apologize to her? Uncle, I think you all understand what's going on. Qinli rushed to the Zhang family and said, me and him, it definitely won't work out. The $200,000 he owes, there's no need for him to pay it back. I'll pay it back. With that, she removed the watches, necklaces, and other items she wore on her hands, neck, and ears. It was handed to Uncle too. There was no need to speak. The attitude, it already showed everything. The second aunt was about to faint. After all the hustle and preparation for so long, she got nothing in the end. The house won't be demolished, and the prospective daughter-in-law in hand is gone. The son was also revealed to be in debt. It's all over. The Zhang family, now silent, did not dare to speak. Mr. Zhang, can I add you a WeChat? I'll transfer this money to you now. Qinli once again walked up to Zhang Yu. Very respectfully, he bent and bowed. Qinli, non-relative and non-subordinate. I can't afford such a big gift. Zhang Yu laughed. Mr. Zhang, you're welcome. Not knowing ahead of time that the house has a property rights dispute is also responsible for my faulty work. Otherwise, things don't work that way. Okay, since you're going to pay it back, I won't push it. Zhang Yu took out his cell phone. Ding! Added WeChat. And soon, $200,000 arrived. It's kinda true what they say. When someone pays back money after a long time, it feels like they picked it up. Zhang Yu's first reaction was that he wanted to spend this money straight away. Mr. Zhang, it's been transferred to you. Check it out. Qinli said. Received. Zhang Yu laughed. By the way, the subsequent planning work for this plot of land, that would be a problem for you. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang, this is our duty. We will do our best. When Qinli saw Zhang Yu, she had a feeling like a spring breeze. Good looking, tall and capable. There is no dead space in all aspects. In such a comparison, Jiang Weilong, who was also a member of the Zhang family, appeared to be too unattractive and unplatonic. Qinli University Everyday Bubble Library, graduated directly into the unit, did not break into the society. Seeing fewer men made it a close call. It was no exaggeration to say that Zhang Yu was her savior. Mentally, an idea suddenly came to him. Chapter 41, Takeover? The main one is a pinch. Mr. Zhang, are you free? I would like to invite you to dinner tonight. Qinli said sincerely. Even then, one cannot fully express one's gratitude. Director Qin. At this time, the nearby Mr. Gua also hastened to say when he saw this. Today's meal, naturally it has to be my treat. I still hope that both Mr. Zhang and Director Qin will give face to it. Mr. Gui is a businessman, and of course he refuses to miss such an opportunity to be a businessman. One is the owner of Rice Technologies, and the other is a red herring on the planning board. Whoever it is, he's above himself. The Zhang family members, up and down, were completely dumbfounded at this moment. Mr. Hua from the demolition office, and Qinli from the bureau, all want to invite Zhang Yu to dinner. This status of his is really a huge gap to be felt. There was a flurry of heartfelt regret. Why did he treat Zhang Yu so badly and hide the fact that he was going to be demolished? Now not only is the demolition not going to happen, moreover, Zhang Yu's status is so prominent now. I don't know how many opportunities for a chicken and a dog have been missed. How could it not have gotten to this point if we had gotten the relationship right earlier? Zhang Yu, I was unaware of all this. The cousin stepped forward and tried to pull his arm. I always thought that the house did not have your name written on it. Yeah, if I'd known, I definitely wouldn't have let my parents do that. Uncle Tu's daughter, holding her child, chimed in. Two women stepped in to plead for mercy. You guys are kind of talking about people. But what happened earlier? Zhang Yu looked at the two of them. Whether it's genuine or not, it doesn't matter. Zhang Yu, look.
A large family of the Zhang family has been living here. The building has long been in disrepair.
Cousin was still holding out for a chance. Zhang Yu, let's talk to the elders. Your 2 floors are all counted for you. All of our other families will then add an extra 100,000 to you, for a total of 400,000, plus the 2 floors. Look, is that okay? The second uncle's daughter also said. The second uncle and second aunt. The others, with the exception of Zhang Weilong who was still stubborn, all expressed their approval. Yes, Zhang Yu, in the end we are all family. I know this bit of property is nothing to you. We can make it up to you more. Uncle too really knows it's wrong. If Zhang Yu, you refuse to forgive us, I'll kneel down and kowtow to you. Is that alright with you? He was in such a hurry that tears came to his eyes. At this time, in the city village, there were also many people watching from afar. Basically, it was also known that Zhang Yu had now made a name for himself. No longer the fatherless, motherless, poor boy who could be bullied at will back then. Looking at the usually arrogant Zhang family, they were now so lowly. It was also a bit of a relief. This Zhang family, too, has hit the south wall before turning back. I still remember when the building took up 3 feet of my house. I've seen their family steal from my garden and they still won't admit it. There's something really wrong with this family, the neighbors whispered. In the past, the Zhang family had a large number of people, especially boys, and people didn't dare to say anything. Now, seeing the Zhang family so unlucky, and it's still banished Zhang Yu will be a army. This can be completely as a refreshing article to read. No, can you guys speak some basic law? Mr. Wu couldn't watch from the sidelines. How to see the benefits on. And now to their own detriment and pull down the old face it. This is not kidnapping Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, don't worry. If we really need to change the plan, I can work overtime with the section overnight. Xinli also assured. She's the deputy head of the planning section. There are still 2 or 3 guns underhand as well. So that's a good problem to have. The R&D base. Is there a phase 2 site that hasn't been acquired yet? Zhang Yu asked. Yes, Mr. Zhang. Currently, only the first phase of the site has been acquired. And there are still some details of the planning for the second phase that need to be further finalized with Director Qin. Mr. Gua said. Good. And he had it in his mind. Now that I've said that the building will not be torn down, it won't change. This sentence sentenced the Zhang family to death. The faces of a dozen people darkened. If the second phase is going to acquire land, when the time comes, please trouble Director Qin to show me the program in advance. This next sentence made the Zhang family, again, have a glimmer of hope. Qin Li and Mr. Hua also understood that Zhang Yu had not loosened his lips, but he had not blocked the road either. The Zhangs just need to perform well before the start of phase 2. Send the share that originally belonged to Mr. Zhang with both hands, and then make up for the moral damages over the years. Then maybe there's a chance of demolition. However, the power of life and death of the family at that time was completely in Zhang Yu's hands. A tightening of his hand could send the Zhang family to the brink of extinction. If you're in a good mood and loose, the Zhang family can live. Staple a take. Mr. Zhang, you really have a big pattern and a big heart. Admirable. Mr. Guo was also in awe of Zhang Yu. The heart made up its mind that, in the future, it would have to find a way to follow him. Such a man, if he serves his allegiance well, he will not be bad to his men. Xinli looked at Zhang Yu, and there was also a twinkle in her eyes. That's charisma. Revenge with a passion. That's rash behavior. Such a combination of grace and mercy, just and soft, is the art of advanced mastery. Zhang Yu also knew. 2 or 3 of the Zhang family's dozen or so members are also innocent. Even though second uncle and Zhang Weilong were so tough just now, they didn't say anything. It's also good for you to keep a reputation of generosity for yourself. Mr. Hua and Xinli obviously showed their admiration for him. Maybe the news media will come and interview themselves. As for the Zhang family, now that every one of them has lowered their eyebrows, who dares to make a move? It would be a pain in the ass if they were really pushed to the extremes. Alright, that's the end of this matter then. Zhang Yu looked at the time and said he was leaving. Mr. Zhang, you've made a trip here. How can you leave without eating? This time, a black red flag official car approached. A couple of guys in executive jackets got out of the car. Who are they? I don't know. Looking in costume it feels like a pretty big official position. Why are they so polite to Mr. Zhang too? The eyes of the onlookers, the neighbors, were even more amazed. This Zhang Yu. I haven't seen him for a few years. What kind of luck has he gotten? So it's Secretary Xia. When Mr. Guo saw the visitor, he hurriedly greeted him. Hello Secretary Sha. Chen Li also shouted politely and courteously. Here, let me introduce you. Mr. Gua said. This is Secretary Sha, who is in charge of planning in Riverside District of Jiangcheng City. I know. This is Mr. Zhang from Rice Technology. Long time no see. Sherry Khan held out his hand. Hello Secretary Sha. Zhang Yu also smiled and shook back. I never thought that Mr. Zhang would be so young and promising. Especially, you have invested heavily in the construction of a R&D base in my Binjiang district, which is a great thing to benefit the people in the area. Chapter 42, The airplane landed. The stewardess was guilty of lovesickness. Sha Ruikan looked at Zhang Yu and also felt honored. The status of big enterprises, even in Jiangcheng, would make them respect a few points. With a company of the size of Rice Technologies, building a new project, the district has to take it personally, build a regional headquarters and the mayor has to step in. In the case of strategic relocation, the province has to pay a personal visit. For example, Laowan's Wanda Plaza, the boss of many prefecture-level cities, are to take the initiative to visit, in order to fight for the project to be landed. Because, the tax revenue that can be generated every year by the landing of a big project or a big company, the jobs created, and the enhancement of the city's impression are all immeasurable. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's the local god of wealth. Those small companies will never know what it's like to have people turn around and beg you. Secretary Sha is really polite. I've only done something tiny, Zhang Yu said modestly. Originally, I came back just to settle the matter of the demolition of the house and to take a breath of fresh air. I didn't realize that people from all walks of life were out in force, even Secretary Sha of Riverside District. That was quite an accident, and it was Sherry Khan who initiated the gesture. It's a feeling that's quite flattering. In the future, it's the same as being in the Riverside District, which is sort of backed up by officialdom. The resource is valuable. Don't take it for nothing. The Riverside District is one of the richest and most advanced districts in the River City in terms of business, healthcare, education, entertainment, and GDP. A large portion of the advantageous resources are located in the Riverside area. If you need anything in the future, isn't it just a matter of words? The Zhang family members were so polite and courteous to Zhang Yu when they saw such a big figure. Now it was also thoroughly known how powerful his background was. More than being the head of a branch, this was clearly the treatment only available to executives of the Rice Technology head office. The heart was full of remorse, fear, anxiety, and all sorts of emotions, all intertwined together. The few people from the Zhang family who didn't speak were all glad at this moment that they hadn't spoken out to offend him just now. Mr. Zhang, you are really modest. You'll know if you come and take a look. Sherry Khan reached out. Zhang Yu walked side by side with him. Mr. Gua, Chen Li, and the other personnel, all followed behind consciously. Mr. Zhang, take a look at the city interface here. Sherry Khan pointed to a large area of low, dilapidated houses around the area. The relocation and remodeling of this place has always been a problem, until Mr. Zhang's company, which has its eye on this piece of land to build a research and development center, has also improved the living conditions of countless residents. They took the demolition money and have a new house to live in. Building a high-tech company here is a great thing no matter which way you look at it. Speaking of which, I really have to thank Mr. Zhang, Sherry Khan said sincerely. If Secretary Sha hadn't said that, I really wouldn't have realized that I'd done such a great good deed. Zhang Yu laughed. But since I said so, I'll make sure to build the R&D center and generate more tax revenue. Generate more tax revenue. Wouldn't that be, like, a lot more money for yourself? Not only do they make money, they have to thank us. It's a great feeling. It's a great feeling. To be demolished area. Some buildings have been razed to the ground. A variety of engineering vehicles is clearing the garbage, leveling the land. A hot mess. And these are the same machines that Gua's head office has turned around. Sha Ruekong said, Mr. Zhang, it's rare to meet you once in a while, and since we've bumped into each other today, let's have a working dinner together. Then I am flattered. Zhang Yu smiled. Shao Qin, make contact. Sherry Khan said to Chen Li. Okay, I'll arrange it. Chen Li nodded. At this time the Eagle Country International Airport, after a 10-hour flight, the airliner from River Air, finally arrived. Wait until all the passengers have left the plane and the work is wrapped up. It was only when the three flight attendants, Lu Hanxia, Di Xiaoba, and Pan Yuya, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's so hard. This flight is finally over. Pan Yuya rubbed her sore knees and said, Yu Yao, it's only halfway there. We still have to fly back tomorrow. Seeing this, Di Xiaoba rubbed her shoulders while saying, Pan Yuya is the youngest of their crew, and everyone's group favorite. Ah, kill me. Pan Yuya was going to collapse. Don't you want to go back soon? Lu Hanxiao turned around and asked with a smile. I want to. Of course I do. Pan Yuyao nodded. However, if only in the future, I could not have to fly international flights. After thinking about it, she asked again. Sister Xiao, do you know anyone in the higher echelons of the airline division? Or should we be mobilized? You think too highly of me. Where do I have that kind of relationship? Lu Hanxiao smiled. In his heart, he remembered that there were people in the upper echelons who had tried to pursue him, but they had long been rejected by him. What would people think of them if they volunteered to go back and ask for help? Speaking of the top, Lu Hanxiao remembered that the major shareholder behind the shipping company seems to have changed. But who doesn't know? She just heard her leader talking on the phone before the crew chiefs meeting. On second thought, there's no one at the top who can speak up, and the major shareholders behind it, even more so. Well, let's go back to the hotel and rest. Should we tell the landlord we're going back tomorrow? Pan Yuyao suddenly said. Yuyao, you're still young. Be a little more reserved, okay? Lu Hanxiao and Di Xieba said almost simultaneously. When they said that, they were actually saying that they, too, were not reserved enough in front of Zhang Yu. So, the fall was too quick. It's only been a few days since we met. A defense that had been guarded for more than 2 decades crumbled too sharply. Looking back, it all feels surreal. It was natural to take that emotion and project it onto her. If you don't say it, then don't say it. What's so fierce about it? Pan Yuyao said with a beak. She didn't know. Yet, what was going on? Lu Hanxiao and Di Xieba, at this time, were both silent. Mentally, all of them floated to the landlord. And the thought of his face was quickly associated with lingering moments. Crap, can't let them see it. Lu Hanxia thought in her heart. I can't let Sister Xiao and Yuyao know about me. Di Xieba also thought. Both of them, they thought they were the only ones to be proffered. So, one must not be seen to be in the wrong at this time. Sister Xiao, Barb, why are you all silent again? Pan Yuyao is still a monk drummer. Lu Hanxiao said. Let's go. It's getting late. Let's go back to the hotel now. Di Xiaoba, who was next to her, suddenly said at this time. Hey, you guys, look at the news headlines in Jiangcheng. I've made another big discovery, she said, holding up her cell phone screen. The two of them, Lu Hanxiao and Pan Yuyao, came over. Eyes couldn't help but widen with surprise. What's going on? Chapter 43, 3 Flight attendants' sense of crisis. Only to be reflected in the eyes was a news report from an official release from Jiangcheng. The subject is Secretary Shah of Riverside District and the President of Rice Technology Company, who jointly inspected the situation of the demolition site of the R&D Center site. If it isn't Uncle Shah. Secretary? Lu Hanxiao saw the photo and cried out in surprise, realizing that he almost mouthed off. He quickly changed his words. Why is he with Zhang Yu? Together. Look at the composition of news pictures. Standing in the C-suite would be Secretary Shah and the boss of the Rice Technology Company, and with his head still slightly bowed, Sha Ruweikong faced the Rice Technology Corporation's boss in a humble manner. And the person in the picture was none other than Zhang Yu. Strange, why is he everywhere? The three sisters were now thoroughly confused. Look again at the content of the news report. The expression used in it is Mr. Zhang. Yes, it's him, that landlord of theirs. All three men looked at each other with surprised eyes when they saw the news. Although they were already accustomed to seeing Zhang Yu's new identities exposed one by one. But, when that identity popped out, the three men still felt like they were dreaming. Zhang Yu was actually the boss of the Rice Technology Company? This is a company with $200 billion in assets. Not to mention Jiangcheng, even in the whole country, there were less than 10 companies that could surpass it. It's the only possibility. Otherwise, the titular Secretary Shah, the number one person in the richest Binjiang district, nor would he be so polite. In front of him, in that case, Zhang Yu's background, it was quite powerful. A young man only in his 20s, fresh out of college. How did you become the president of Rice Technologies? It's something 100 million dead brain cells couldn't figure out. No, Zhang Yu, how many more secrets does he, in the end, have? I'm totally confused about him. I feel sure that's not all he is. It's so scary. Our landlord, surprisingly, comes from such a big place. Lu Hanxiao and the three of them, looking at this news, the shock they received had already exceeded the sum of the things they had encountered in 20 years. And look at the other photos in the news. They found another picture. Just a woman in a slim suit with black-rimmed eyes. Very much an air of intellectual beauty. Looked like someone with a mid-level official position. She stood next to Zhang Yu at a very close distance. It was also reporting something in his ear. It would have been just a little shocking to see a picture of him with Serkang just now. See the second photo taken of this. The heart is a little unsettled. Good, Zhang Yu. You've eaten me dry in the front foot. And there's another female to stick it to? Can't you get enough? Lu Hanxiao thought so in his heart. Another thought turned to him. If it was someone else, it would be better to have Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuyao instead. This one. It's called fertilizer. She also knew in her heart that with a status like Zhang Yu's, there was no one who could tether him. And also yourself. But a few more people might really do it. After all, human stamina is also limited. If the three of them worked together, if he could suppress Zhang Yu, the hungry beast, then he wouldn't have to wreak havoc on other girls. When you think about it this way, we're still doing a good thing. Look in the direction of Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuyao. On their faces, their expressions were also a bit unsettled. Especially, upon seeing Qinli in the photo, she was just a 6 or 7 point beauty. With a few of them, there's definitely a gap. But you can't help it if people are close to the water. For a moment, 3 people, all with one thought in mind, trying to fly back as soon as possible. On second thought, that's a bit ridiculous. After all, it's no status with him. If the name is not right, then the name is not right. Sister Xiao, you say, that woman, what's her relationship with him? The youngest, Pan Yuyao, was the first to ask. I guess it's just a working relationship. Don't think too much about it, Lu Hanxiao said. But I could feel a light in the woman's eyes when she looked at the landlord. I could tell. Girls are very sensitive to this. You can tell in the eyes what attitude one person has towards another. That should only be one-sided admiration. After all, the landlord is so good that people who like him could line up and bury. Di Saba sighed and said, in her heart, she didn't have the luxury of hoping that Zhang Yu would look at herself a few more times. Consider that night of lingering a wonderful memory. She was content. In the future, as long as he could continue to stay in the Riverside mansion and see Zhang Yu every day, this was already very satisfying. Nothing else is expected. Well, don't think about that. Get a good night's rest today, and you can fly back tomorrow, Lu Hanxiao commanded. After saying that, all 3 of them rushed in the direction of the hotel. Each was a little silent on the way, not speaking. Come on, Mr. Zhang, I'll toast you again. Make yourself at home. I'll drink, in a private box. Mr. Guo raised his glass again and toasted Zhang Yu. At a meal like this, although he was the chief of demolition, he didn't know how many minions were under his hand. But at the table, his position, it was the lowest. A few of his beloved henchmen were not even qualified to come in and sit with him. So, Mr. Guo has dried 2 bottles of wine in order to show himself properly, has set his record high. The mind was long gone now. Come on, Mr. Guo. If you drink any more you won't make it back. Zhang Yu smiled faintly. His face was still normal. The whole time it was just programmed to drink with everyone, which was only about a glass. A good chunk of it was drunk with Serkang toasting each other. Zhang Yu didn't have to give face to any of the other people. They drink as much as they want, a half sip for themselves. That's giving face. At this point, the meal was drawing to a close. The table was basically empty of plates, pots, and basically a good portion of it. Secretary Xia, look, why don't we just, today, stop here? Zhang Yu proposed to Xia Ruikang. Mr. Zhang, you haven't had your fun yet. Sherry Khan stood up and held out his hand. Secretary Xia is welcome. It's already fine. Zhang Yu also returned the grip. Qin Li and Mr. Guo, who were on the side, looked at the 2 of them. One was in his 50s and the other was only in his 20s. Just 4 hands holding each other. There was a strong sense of unreality. Who would have thought? The boss of the Great Rice Technology Company was so young and handsome. Isn't a perfect man with no deadlines like this the ideal object for all women? The pass rate is 99.9%. People like that just come with their own aura. It would be a great honor to speak to him. Other than that, what to expect? Then I'll arrange for someone to take you back. Sherikan's face was also as red as Guangong's. Looking around, most people, for the most part, were in a dazed state. Little Qin, Xia Ruikang saw Qin Li next to Zhang Yu. Chapter 44, Xiao Qin, take Mr. Zhang home. Thought the girl was okay. Pouring wine for Zhang Yu, serving soup, and doing it all thoughtfully. Secretary Xia. Qin Li stood up in a hurry. You didn't drink earlier, did you? Sherry Khan asked. Nope, I'm allergic to alcohol. Qin Li smiled a little awkwardly. So can you drive? Sherry Khan asked again. Will, got my license a few years ago. Then I'll arrange a mission for you to send Mr. Zhang back safely. Do you have any confidence? Sherry Khan asked. Don't worry, Secretary Xia. I promise to complete the task. Qin Li also gave a solemn assurance. Good, I'll leave it to you, Mr. Zhang. Xia Ruikang said. That's not very nice, having a section-level cadre personally deliver. Zhang Yu laughed. Section cadres, even a few days ago, were still a class that could not be dabbled in. And now,
She is one of her own drivers. This reversal of identity is very flattering to the heart.
The equivalent of the town's number one, driving his shoes for him.
The other guy still has to thank himself for the opportunity.
But, well, at least they had a position to hold, so they couldn't show too much themselves. Mr. Zhang, you're flattering me for saying that, Qinli hurriedly said.
As the god of wealth of Binjiang district,
I am honored to have the opportunity to give you a gift. After a tug,
Zhang Yu also stopped excusing himself.
The people on the table, after saying goodbye to each other, dispersed. Mr. Zhang, slow down. Be careful of the steps. Zhang Yu walked out the door.
Qinli rushed forward and assisted his arm.
Very active and natural. Nothing forced.
I don't drink enough to know there are steps,
Zhang Yu said. Then Mr. Zhang must also be careful. In case he bumps into it, I will not be able to give a good explanation in Secretary Sha's place, Qinli said. Instead, wrapping her arms around him a little more tightly, a gust of wind blew.
Zhang Yu smelled an ethereal fragrance emanating from her and his spirit was lifted.
Mr. Zhang, why are you looking at me like that?
Qinli realized that Zhang Yu was staring at himself. What kind of perfume are you wearing? It still smells weird, he also said directly.
Ha! Suddenly,
he heard this compliment from Mr.
Zhang. Qinli was at a loss for words. I'm not wearing perfume. The unit has a rule that the dress code can't be too eye-catching.
She was embarrassed to say that the scent,
it was natural yet. Mr. Zhang, where does your family live? Let me send you there.
She hurriedly changed the subject.
Riverside House, Zhang Yu said. Riverside Mansion? Qinli instantly recalled that this property,
the superior had also participated in the ribbon-cutting event.
With Mr. Zhang's status, there is only Riverside Mansion in Jiangcheng that can match him. Or rather, this is only the upper limit of Jiangcheng, not the upper limit of his Mr. Zhang. Riverside House is still a bit of a distance away. It'll take an hour without traffic. The round trip takes 2 hours.
If something goes wrong on the way home by helping Zhang Yu, such as falling asleep or something,
that's not even a night to go back. Mr. Zhang, if you don't mind, go back to my place first. Sober up and I'll send you back in the morning.
Qinli thought for a moment and said bravely,
back to your house? Zhang Yu's drunkenness receded another half a point. Don't you just want to give yourself a hand?
Boys have to protect themselves out there.
Aha. Qinli was a little chagrined that she couldn't get her mouth back fast enough. Because my house is just 3 kilometers ahead. 5 minutes away. That's fine. Zhang Yu laughed.
I'm afraid that the road will be bumpy later and I'll vomit on your car.
It wasn't much to drink, but he wasn't that good a drinker. Being cooled by the wind was a bit uncomfortable. Then, Mr. Zhang, get in the car. Qinli assisted Zhang Yu and came to a Passat, carefully opening the rear door. He covered the roof of the car with his hand and helped Zhang Yu inside. Then, she circled back to the driver's seat again and started the car. Drive ahead. At this point, a somewhat older Woling Hongguang in the back followed quietly. The person in the driver's seat was none other than Zhang Weilong. Zhang Yu and Qinli, a group of them, were leaving the urban village. He still couldn't swallow the breath in his heart, and ignored the whole Zhang family's obstruction, but still drove and followed out. In front of the restaurant where I ate, I waited for 2 hours. When he saw Qinli helping Zhang Yu out, Zhang Weilong's heart broke. Offering to assist and sticking so close, he was completely unbalanced. After wooing her for so long, he hadn't even held hands, even after all the promises of an engagement. And Zhang Yu, just meeting her for the first time, was so proactive. The mind instantly breaks down. I'd like to see where you're sending him. With that in mind, Zhang Weilong then maintained a distance of about 100 meters and kept following. Turned a few corners. He noticed a somewhat familiar neighborhood appearing ahead of him. Isn't this, like, the neighborhood where Qinli lives? Zhang Weilong was surprised in his heart. Many people from the units in Jiangcheng live here, which is a kind of care for the employees. He's been here a few times, but hasn't been in the neighborhood. Much less have I ever been to Qinli's house. See Qinli's car again, stopping in the neighborhood. He didn't have a card for his car and was afraid to follow it in. Only Qinli got out of the car and helped Zhang Yu out from the back seat of the car, then head in the direction of the building. The only sliver of luck he had left collapsed completely. Nima, is Qinli bringing Zhang Yu home? A man and a woman in a room together at night, and drunk. What could be good about it? Good for you Qinli, good for you Zhang Yu. So playful, right? Zhang Weilong felt like he was going crazy. As if struck by lightning in his heart, he lost his mind, turned around, and left the entrance to the neighborhood. Mr. Zhang, lie down for a while. I'll go get you a glass of water. Qinli had a hard time placing Zhang Yu on the sofa, exhausted and panting. He also unbuttoned his suit jacket on the way to the kitchen. The shirt liner inside shows through. It felt a little chilly and I didn't pay much attention to it. After pouring a cup of hot water, he turned back to the living room. Zhang Yu was half lying down, looking at her as she walked over with water in her hand, and couldn't help but be surprised. You, Ami what? Qinli looked down at herself. I don't know when, but the buttons of the white shirt had chipped off 2 of them. It may have been in the process of interceding, perhaps at some other time. Anyway, didn't even realize it. 2 buttons down in battle. Where is there room for the scenery inside? Qinli's heart panicked and she let out a cry of alarm. The cup then slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor. Water and glass sludge scattered everywhere. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. I'm sorry. I'll take care of it right away. Qinli's face went white. The brain went into a state of downtime as well. Frozen for a few seconds, she hurriedly grabbed a rag and cleaned up the mess on the floor. Chapter 45, Qinli. Glasses are the essence. Qinli cleaned up all the glass debris and water stains on the floor. I had just looked up after packing when I suddenly realized Zhang Yu's pants leg also had some splash stains on it. Mr. Zhang, I'm very sorry for dirtying your clothes. It must have been very expensive. I'll pay you back. Qinli was terrified and said in a hurry. No, these pants of mine, they're only $200. They're not that expensive. Zhang Yu smiled. Hearing him say that, Qinli's heart was relieved. Luckily, if the pants were worth tens of thousands of dollars, that would have cost a year's salary. But the heart is still a little too much. At this point, across the street in the neighborhood, there were people cooling off on their balconies. Couldn't help but gasp when he saw the scene in front of him. Can you still play like this? He noticed that the curtains in the living room were drawn. Couldn't see inside the living room, but the silhouettes cast on the curtains by the lights inside. Looks, it would be easy to make the connection. The world is in a state of hurt. Besides, it's still in a unit neighborhood. He was instantly energized. Would love to know who it is. Can't wait for a gust of wind to come now and blow the very thin curtains away. Only, unfortunately, it didn't work out as planned. There was nothing to see but a somewhat blurry silhouette inside Qinli's house. As she was wiping the water stains, she realized that Zhang Yu was looking down at himself. Mr. Chang, come. Zhang Yu didn't say anything and just waved at her. She realized what was going on. The first thought inside my head is that I have a boyfriend. Then, it was quickly dismissed by a second thought. You are not, at the moment, with a boyfriend. Thinking this way, the bonds, the shackles, that the heart puts on itself, do not exist. After 2 seconds of hesitation, there was no more hesitation. Zhang Yu looked at Qinli. Her black-rimmed glasses had slipped a bit and hung diagonally over the bridge of her nose. Instead, it seems to have more of a flavor. Some people don't look that amazing without their glasses. When you put on the glasses, the glamour value goes straight up tenfold. Qinli is like that. The glasses are what she is. Zhang Yu remembered a drama he had watched last year. Chaos Racing. The sister of the black boss, and it is of this type. Qinli's temperament in glasses was a bit better than that of the black boss's sister. He's still drunk. I don't know how long it took, but the eyes saw Qinli stand up, headed in the direction of the restroom. Sleepiness struck at this time, and Zhang Yu went straight to sleep. Day 2. As the sunlight pierced in through the window, Zhang Yu opened his eyes. A quick look revealed that he was lying on the couch in his entirety, and the other half of the couch is knocked down to what the bed looks like. There was a blanket over the belly button. Take another look. Inside the house, where is Qinli's figure? Picking up his cell phone, there was a message from Qinli. Mr. Zhang, I'm going to work. I've already arranged for your car to be driven downstairs. Not bad for her. The work is really meticulous and thoughtful, so that you don't have to get your own car. Zhang Yu put away his cell phone and remembered that he hadn't used today's blind box reward. And so, he then awakened the system. System, I want to draw today's blind box. Soon, the system was then awakened, and the familiar blind box lucky draw interface appeared in front of him. I wonder what, this time, I can draw? Zhang Yu thought in his heart. Since using D Koba's full star buff and getting the blind box with special bonuses, the $200 billion Rice Technologies Inc., now his financial power, in the entire Dragon Kingdom, could be ranked in the top 20. Wealth-wise, it's already strong enough. He also thought in his mind if he could get some interesting rewards this time, even if it's not worth much. And so, with that expectation, Zhang Yu randomly drew a blind box. Soon, the blind box opens and a reward pops up. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an all-around talent. Skill-based rewards. Zhang Yu felt pleasantly surprised. What a thought. Is the system psychic? Omnipotent talent. After the host receives it, he will automatically receive a full set of talent skills family bucket. Includes specialized skills in poetry, music, dance, painting, writing, and treasure appreciation. Skill proficiency levels, all set to world class. It's not just one skill. It's a whole bucket of skills, as long as it's written. Right now he's a jack of all trades. Nice guy, really nice guy. After receiving the blind box, in the back of your mind, a sea of talent knowledge comes to mind. The knowledge of these skillful skills pours into the mind like a tidal wave. Soon, Zhang Yu then realized, something was different in front of me. He looked to the furnishings of the house. There is a vase in the corner. Material, ceramic, produced in Jingdezhen, product of last week. Market price, 300. A famous painting on the wall. Material, rice paper. Imitation version. Reproduction. Market price 500. This is where the treasure hunting skills come into play again. Information about them at a glance. Looking again, I realized that in the corner of the living room, there was another guitar. Zhang Yu, who knew nothing about music, picked up the guitar at this point. Hands on the strings. No pretense. Played a cymbidium very smoothly. No, who's playing the guitar? It's pretty good. We're a unit community, and I can't believe we have such talented people. Wasn't it someone from the Civic and Tourism Bureau's art gallery? No, by the sound of it, it sounds like it's coming from over at the planning department employee building. The planning department, aren't they all science drawing dogs, and such virtuoso players? Some people were home today and didn't go out. It's all about listening to the beautiful guitar playing. Someone pulls out a cell phone and videotapes it. I don't know where the sound is coming from, so record it. Who is this playing the guitar? I think it's all at the level of being a professor with students. No, this can go to play on the stage of the Spring Festival Gala. A retired conservatory teacher, excited to hear the voice. He stood up on his crutches. Rarely do you hear such immortal music anymore. I never thought that I would be blessed to hear it in this staff compound. The guy just posted the video online. It was also quick, and it didn't take long to attract a large following of comments. Chapter 46, The Flight Attendant's Gift. *********, who is this playing the guitar? It's so good. I want to see him play it with my own eyes. A conservatory girl. I just had a belly full of resentment and was so happy to hear this music that I mopped the floor in the house. A full-time housewife. My daughter has spent tens of thousands of dollars without learning anything. I have to let my daughter worship him. A baby mama who expects her daughter to become a master. See what music means? You guys, you're the worst class I've ever led. A music training class. Office of the Planning Department. Chenli is busy changing the program. Taking a break from drinking. I pulled out my phone and swiped it. She saw this video. There is a sense of familiarity. She's had her guitar for so many years that she plays it and can tell the difference herself. And live in and ask in the group. The only person who had nothing to play guitar after work was myself. No, is Mr. Zhang playing the guitar at home? Her mind quickly realized. Mr. Zhang is not only rich, is he even so proficient in musical instruments? A little lost in thought for a moment, took a big gulp of water and couldn't even be bothered to swallow. Zhang Yu finished playing a tune and got over it. Then he got up and left Chen Li's house. After going downstairs in the neighborhood and finding his car, he drove straight back to Riverside House. The time is already afternoon. It was a good night's sleep. After arriving at Riverside House, Zhang Yu saw that Lu Hanxiao's BMW, which was in the parking space. They're all back? He thought this in his mind, parked the car and went upstairs. Before he even entered the door, he heard the sound of 3 flight attendants talking from inside the house, so it opened the door. Inside the house, Lu Hanxiao, Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuya were chatting. Seeing Zhang Yu return, both took a few steps forward and asked, Landlord, you're back. Landlord, didn't you sleep at home last night? Oh, I had a social engagement yesterday and didn't come back until it was too late. Zhang Yu smiled. Lu Hanxiao and the 3 of them looked at each other. It's really normal. Zhang Yu is the old boss of rice technology. Those who want to invite him to dinner, that do not know how long to line up. Then all kinds of socializing, naturally, is inevitable. A somewhat thankful mentality even bubbled up in the hearts of the 3. This feels like one of those rich wives. As long as my husband is back, who cares what he's doing out there? By the way, how was the flight? This time? Zhang Yu asked. International flights, which take over 10 hours each way, have been almost entirely in the air for the past 2 days. Hey, don't mention it. The jet lag is so painful I'm going to catch up on some sleep later. Me too. My routine is upside down and I've grown a tease on my face. Di Saba chimed in. Lu Hanxiao, on the contrary, had long since adapted to it, and being the crew chief, she didn't complain about anything. Why didn't you guys think of that and apply not to fly internationally? I also want to, but I'm just an intern. Not official yet. Who cares? Pan Yuya was bitter. I'm officially unrelated though. It's useless to talk about it. Di Xiaoba sighed. There are so many connections in the airline division that they can't be scheduled. And they have a sparse business, yet they still get excellent every year.
Lu Hanxiao is also the most familiar with the situation of the shipping company.
Outstanding workers not only get bonuses,
but also have priority in picking routes.
No one wants to fly the route.
So naturally it's just the back of the line's turn.
So it is. Zhang Yu was thoughtful. Landlord, if you're asking this all of a sudden, could it be that you know someone in the air division?
Although Pan Yuya was young,
her brain turned fast. If you say so, it's quite recognizable. Zhang Yu smiled. The personnel of the air division.
All of them are his subordinates.
So it's not even a matter of recognizing them? D. Seba looked at him. Mentally,
I remembered the last time a hot search was pulled in seconds and my boss was fired.
Could it be that the landlord, Zhang Yu, is really close to the shipping company?
But,
D. Xiaoba heart to Zhang Yu,
but also did not dare to open his mouth to ask.
After all, this kind of thing, he can give it, but they can't have it.
The two things are just completely different in nature.
She's not a demanding personality either.
Even if he had taken the initiative himself that day, it was just a return of gratitude to him.
Not intending to make any demands with this.
Oh yeah, we brought you a gift when we passed by the duty-free store this time,
Lu Hanxiao said to Zhang Yu. And my gift? Zhang Yu was surprised. Yes, landlord, you've taken such good care of us. Give us a gift to show how much we care. Pan Yuyo also said. Then it took out a few boxes. This is the belt I bought. This is the razor barb bought. No, you both bought it? Zhang Yu asked.
There's also Sister Zhao's.
Hey, how come I don't see it? Pan Yuyo searched through the suitcase and didn't see it. Wasn't it put together? Di Xiaoba asked. Yeah, but didn't see it. Pan Yuyo emptied her suitcase and didn't see any gifts bought by Sister Xiao. Lu Hanxiao suddenly remembered something.
You guys stop looking.
It's probably in my bag. With that, she opened her carry-on suitcase. Then Sister Xiao, let's go wash and sleep first. Take a bath. Pan Yuyo and Di Xiaoba
handed Zhang Yu the gift and were ready to take a bath.
Getting ready for a soak in the big tub so I can sleep better. Well, you guys go ahead.
Lu Hanxiao still buried her head, looking for the gifts she had bought. Thinking that Zhang Yu was still watching, the more he searched,
the more anxious he became.
A lot of the stuff in there is thoughtless.
A brain first. Finally, Lu Hanxiao called out and took out a box. This is, like, a Patek Philippe watch?
Seeing what she was holding in her hand, Zhang Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. What a virtue to receive such an expensive gift from you.
Zhang Yu didn't bother to pick it up. This watch, the market price in Jiangchang would be at least over $400,000. Zhang Yu, just take it, Lu Hanxia said.
Di Xiaoba and the girls told me on the way to thank you for helping them.
And it was bought at the duty-free store with a huge discount. Buying is earning. Okay, I'll take it then.
Zhang Yu accepted the wristwatch.
For Lu Hanxiao, a watch is really nothing. Since she was willing to send it, it would not be a disappointment not to receive it. Instead, it's still a little awkward. Hey, what are these? At this time,
Zhang Yu saw what she took out of her box.
Can't help but be curious. It's... Lu Hanxia followed his line of sight and looked over. Just about to explain. A new black bunny girl suit appeared and it had 2 ears. On second glance, there was an eye patch next to it. Still with lace. The pupils were seismic. And for a moment they didn't know what to say. No?
Zhang Yu looked towards Lu Hanxiao.
I can't imagine that she'll have to carry all this stuff with her on a trip out. Chapter 47, Can you guys have ice? Today? Lu Hanxiao's face, instantly, reddened to the root of her neck.
Although between her and Zhang Yu, there were no more secrets, but for him to see these things full of color, and out of his own box at that,
that's embarrassing. Moreover, Lu Hanxiao knew that it was actually bought by Pan Yuya. It went into its own box because it didn't fit. Lu Hanxiao also does not know. A pure young Luo, also has not been in love. How could she buy these things? But buy it all, and it was agreed that she would put it in her case. Now if he said that these things were Pan Yuyao's, maybe Zhang Yu's misunderstanding would be even greater. Had to say nothing. Carried the pot for Pan Yuya. It was just that his usual high and cold persona was considered completely ruined in front of Zhang Yu. He also didn't know that the owner of these was actually Pan Yuya. Seeing Lu Hanxiao's face redden,
he also smiled meaningfully.
Crew Chief Lu, looks like you like to play with this too. Ha, ha. In her mind she wanted to say, I'm not, don't be ridiculous. But it's so hard to shake the pot now. Just then, Pan Yuyo walked out of the room, changed into his regular clothes. Sister Xiao, let's get going. Pan Yuyo was a bit anxious. If we're late, we'll be late. Okay, wait for me.
I'll go change into one. Lu Hanxiao was also thankful in his heart that she,
at this time,
changed the topic for herself and covered up the embarrassment.
Where are you going? We're going to the Jiangcheng Sports Center to see the Peacock Legends concert, Pan Yuyo said. Our airline company gives out perks. If it's a benefit that's being handed out, why doesn't D. Koba go? Zhang Yu got curious. She, is a little sick, so she won't be going, Pan Yuyo said, and took out 3 tickets. Just one more. Landlord, are you going? There was a look of anticipation in her eyes. Landlord, let's go together. Lu Hanxiao also said. Okay, since it's your invitation, it's a waste not to go, Zhang Yu said. It doesn't cost anything anyway, and it's still the hottest Peacock saga out there. You can't even buy it if you want to without a door. Okay, then let's pack up and get going. Soon, the 3 men then drove to the concert in their car, drove the policewoman's Rolls-Royce Cullinan. When they arrived at the Jiangcheng Sports Center, outside the arena, there were already a lot of fans arriving at the venue, taking support materials, taking pictures there, laughing and smiling. There are duo photos of the Peacock saga everywhere. Wow, what a hoot! Pan Yuyao couldn't help but marvel at the scene. The people in the surroundings, seeing the trio of Zhang Yu, Lu Hanxiao and Pan Yuyao, full of awesomeness. Asterisk. These 2 girls, they're too pretty, tall too, 170 I think, like a model. That guy next to them is so handsome too. Not only is he handsome, but he's got money too. It's a Rolls Royce. Want to go up and ask for a WeChat? There were a couple of passerby girls who were clearly a bit perturbed. There you go. There you go. A few of the sisters pushed me and I pushed you, and it took half a day for one of them to come up with her mouth covered. Embarrassed, he asked. Hello handsome, can I add a WeChat? Zhang Yu took a look at her. She was not bad looking and was considered a little beauty in 10. I'm sorry, they don't agree. Zhang Yu took out a blocker, and 2 of them at that. So there's a girlfriend? It's embarrassing. I want to find a hole in the ground. Wait, why them? Are they all his girlfriends? No way. Is this not going to be a fight? You're afraid you're underestimating the strength of Rolls-Royce. Passers-by left with regret. Lu Hanxiao looked at Zhang Yu. No, what do you mean we don't agree? What do we care about you? She kind of wondered if she hadn't read the calendar on her way out the door and was netting a backseat for someone else today. But there was no desire to have a seizure in his heart. On the contrary, he thought that Zhang Yu's rejection of those little beauties showed that he also had principles and a bottom line. There's an ice cream seller ahead. Zhang Yu pointed ahead and said, why don't you go buy a few ice creams? I can't eat ice today. Lu Hanxia shook her head. What about you? Can you eat it? Zhang Yu turned his head and asked Pan Yuyo again. Thank you landlord. Pan Yuyo looked happy as well. Zhang Yu. Lu Hanxiao was next to him, her eyes fixed on him. Why are you asking that? What can I do? Zhang Yu laughed. As a landlord, kindly treating you guys to an ice, and you're still doing it wrong? Saying this, Lu Hanxia also felt that she, too, wasn't a bit villainous. On second thought, no, look at Zhang Yu's eyes. Something's up, he wouldn't be trying to? Thinking of this, Lu Hanxiao's heart was beating a little. Hurriedly, he went forward and took Pan Yuyao's arm, as if he wanted to lock her to his side. Not a moment too soon. Zhang Yu then bought back 2 ice creams and shared one with Pan Yuyao, then quickly ate the other one myself. And Pan Yuyo ate slowly, like a kitten. One bite licks the cream on top of the ice cream. Zhang Yu looked at her. Do you want a hot dog? Think. Pan Yuyao nodded vigorously. No, you don't want to. Lu Hanxia spoke again. But before he could finish, Zhang Yu came back with a hot dog. The first thing I thought was I trying to be evil again? It always felt like Zhang Yu was doing it on purpose. But he couldn't find any evidence. It held her back. And Pan Yuyo was still saying thank you to him. I'm really afraid that she'll be sold and have to count the money for him. Looking at Zhang Yu's posture, he really didn't want to let any of them go. Himself fell anyway. D. Koba seems to be highly suspected. Just short of a final in-person confirmation. Just one more Pan Yuyo to go. Could it be that the 3 flowers of the Jiangcheng Navigation Division are going to fall collectively? That's horrible. It's really fine to think about. This time, there was a commotion at the front entrance. After waiting so long, we can finally get in. The fans all came to life at once, flocking towards the entrance. The security guards and police officers who maintained order at the scene were also at various positions, guiding the fans to the entrance. The 3 of them, Zhang Yu, were also among the people lining up to enter the venue. Everywhere they went, many people were astonished, triggering no small amount of exclamations. In the distance, in the team of traffic police responsible for the control of traffic order around, someone suddenly said, Captain, look. The policewoman looked over obediently and caught a glimpse of Zhang Yu's figure. No way. He came to the live concert today too? And then look at the 2 beautiful women standing next to him. There's one I don't recognize. And the other one. Surprisingly, Lu Hanxiao? One more chapter to post later. What do the 3 flight attendants look like in everyone's mind? You can show them on the picture. Chapter 48. The concert boils over as he takes the stage. Lu Hanxia was considered her best friend for many years. It's just the nature of their respective jobs that one goes around parachuting and the other goes around catching accidents. It's so busy that you're hitting your feet on the back of your head. Seeing each other is rare. Later, Lu Hanxiao said that he and his colleagues moved out and rented a house. There were also a couple of conversations about renting an apartment. Policewoman Su Mei began to wonder in her heart. Could it be that the Lamborghini driver who raced the car, Zhang Yu, was Lu Hanxiao's landlord? Otherwise, in her usual way, she wouldn't even get that close to a guy and go to a concert. But they're all in, and they have work of their own, so it's not good to go in and interrupt. We'll just have to wait until the job is over and ask what's going on. When he thought of Zhang Yu again, he felt a little chagrined in his heart. I don't know when, yet, I'll be able to redeem my car. The car was never loaned out. I can't believe I'm driving him for a month this time. In a month's time, it's not going to be as spoiled as it should be. Captain, there are 2 motorized vehicles crashed in front of us, the team reported. Okay, I'll be right there. Su Mei also retrieved her thoughts and once again entered into her work. Inside the stadium, Zhang Yu, the 3 of them, had already found their seats according to the seat numbers on their tickets. I didn't realize it was still an infield ticket. Such a good location. Zhang Yu sighed. It was the first time he'd been this close to the stage. The first 10 rows of the infield. The distance to the stage, no more than 10 meters. Yeah, tickets for Legend of the Peacock can't be easy to come by. The airline company has put in the blood this time, Pan Yuyo said excitedly. In the scene, too, there was a constant stream of people coming in, chattering and buzzing. As a male-female duo that has been popular for many years, it attracts all the 90s and aughts fans. Hey, everyone be quiet. The show is going to start soon. There was a shout from the floor, only to see a woman in full dress appear on the stage in front of them. This woman, full of ripe charm. Sister Ling reference chart. Sister Ling. Sister Ling. The fans are high. Ha, why is Sister Ling alone? And where is Baron Peacock? Soon enough, someone realized something was wrong. It's just one guy on the field. Fellow fans, I'm terribly sorry. My partner got stuck in traffic on a temporary matter and will be there in about half an hour. Ha, half an hour? The whole show was only 3 hours long. 2. How do you perform alone? Are we supposed to wait half an hour? Many of the fans were a bit stirred up, and some of the fake fans took advantage of the situation and shouted, "Isn't this a scam?" Within the day, wow. Refund. Seeing that there was clearly some commotion at the scene, the organizers also rushed in to calm everyone down. Why don't we do this? How about we just interact with the fans for this half hour in front of us? Or, invite them to duet? Don't. We came to see them combined. There's no one in the audience who can sing well, either. Besides, who can ride out a baronial effect with Ling? That's right. After years of partnership, who can beat this taciturnity? The fans are all a bit lost and disgruntled. 2. Why don't I try? This time, they heard someone talking. Look over and see someone standing up in the front infield. Wow, he's so handsome. For a while, many fans were surprisingly, somewhat convinced of him in their hearts. But can he really sing? Another person asked. Do you get a refund for bad singing in polluted ears? Zhang Yu, what are you up to? Lu Hanxiao and Pan Yuyao tilted their heads to look at Zhang Yu as he stood up, both surprised. Such a big scene, tens of thousands of people watching. Do you have to be in the limelight? It's hard to adjust to the crowd. And if it doesn't work well, won't it be a disgrace to go abroad? If you don't sing well and want a refund, it's all on me. Zhang Yu said so. The scene boiled over again. Such a big mouth? If tens of thousands of people are dissatisfied, can he afford to pay for it? What about tens of millions of dollars? But when he says that, he should have a bottom line. Should we, take a look at it first? And so, the ideas of those on the scene were agreed upon. Then get up there and sing one. Hey, did you guys notice that he looks a little familiar? That's right. I feel like I've seen it before too. Come to think of it, isn't he the owner of the car that drove the Lamborghini and got hit by the policewoman's motorcycle? Asterisk 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 is still true. It's famous online. I can't believe I'm at a concert. I can see my real father. 666. This wave doesn't seem to be a loss. With a unanimous call, watching Zhang Yu about to go on stage, Lu Hanxiao and Pan Yuya were even more surprised. No, he's really going up there? It's also rich and already famous online. Is it really necessary to make a spectacle of this? In case it becomes a conspicuous package. However, they could not interfere. Zhang Yu had already walked onto the stage. At this point, the Baron is on his way to the scene. Late this shall not be scolded by the audience. Mentally, I've thought about how I'm going to apologize when the time comes, the assistant warned from the sidelines. Sister Ling was there, inviting a fan to come on stage and perform interactively. Ha! The Baron was startled. Hastily, he reached for his phone to synchronize the live feed. Indeed, a very handsome young man took the stage. Sister Ling watched Zhang Yu go on stage. The first thought was, how handsome. It's just that it's not clear as to how well he can sing. Boy, which song is your best? Let's start with that one, Ray said kindly. Both. Zhang Yu laughed. Why don't we let the fans choose? Through the live surround sound, fans got high too. Songs have been ordered. Soon enough, the top hit songs with the highest calls on the floor were pushed out. Okay, let's get started then. Zhang Yu smiled. The song, as it happens, is also sung by the man first. After a little brewing, he opened his mouth to sing. Just opened my mouth and sang the first line. The reaction of the people on the scene. Ha! Something's not right. Thought it was the original singer coming. Even. A bit better than the original singer's tone pitch. Even. No way. Is the landlord even this good when it comes to singing? Off stage, Lu Hanxia and Pan Yuya heard Zhang Yu sing for the first time. Looking at each other, they couldn't believe their ears. Doubt if that's the original version that was played. He was lip-syncing there, but upon hearing it again, it was indeed Zhang Yu's voice. In front of tens of thousands of people, he not only sang it, but even sang it better than the original. And it felt better. It's not just the two of them. The audience at the scene heard Zhang Yu sing a few lines. From the first moment of skepticism, it became instantly frantic. The whole place was abuzz, unconsciously all shouting along with the rhythm. What's the commotion? Off the field, the Baron hears a buzz that feels like the stadium is about to be lifted off the ground. Chapter 49, Pan Yuyo. 9. 5 stars? Neither has arrived on the scene yet, and is still on an elevated surface 2 kilometers away from the stadium. All could hear the mountainous roar in the stadium. The entire stadium, as tens of thousands of people cheered, jumped, and even made the building shake slightly. And outside the arena, there were thousands of other spectators who hadn't gotten tickets and were outside the arena with their little benches, getting high at this point. The show just started. Are you that high? Sister Ling's interaction with that fan seems to have worked very well. The assistant took the live feed from his cell phone and showed it to the Baron. Just see the atmosphere of the scene. It's very enthusiastic. The Legend of the Peacock creates a full house at almost every performance. This time, surprisingly, with a vegetarian. And it works so well? The Baron looked at the fan. On stage, whether it's the singing or the stage presence, where does this look like a vegetarian? Totally a national-level singer with years of experience. Even more so than if he had made an appearance himself. There was also an uncanny understanding with Ling. The Baron had the feeling that he had been stolen from his home. Sister Ling is her old partner that she has been working with for more than 10 years. A great sense of crisis rose up in his heart. Now it's just regret. A lot of regret. If this fan wins everyone's approval, where will there be anything left for himself in the future? Scene. Sister Ling sang a song in chorus with Zhang Yu. The eyes that looked at him were growing more and more appreciative. What a surprise. Thought it was a bronze, but it turned out to be a king. That's a much better performance than even the partner of over a decade himself. The reaction of the tens of thousands of spectators also says it all. One shouted at the top of his lungs. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's so awesome. I've got goosebumps. I can't believe he can sing that well. It's definitely professional grade. I'm from the Conservatory of Music, and I can prove that national-level singers are nothing more than that. He's so young. What the hell is he? Hey, why do I have the feeling that he is the boss of our company? At this time, a staff member of Snappy Loan said, No way. Your boss? That's right. It's him. Even though he's only been in the company twice. There's no mistaking him. Asterisk 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 is handsome, runs a company, and has such good singing skills. This is a treasure man. It's not just the scene. Even on the internet, the hot search of Zhang Yu as a vegetarian, singing duet with Sister Ling, was on the headlines of all the major websites. Somehow, Scarf, Little Sweet Potato, Jitterbug, almost all the mainstream apps, the sliced video of Zhang Yu singing, occupied the homepage. The videos come from different angles and directions, all recorded this moment. Su Mei, the policewoman who had just finished dealing with traffic accidents in the periphery, heard the incomparable bustle in the arena, and after a reminder from other colleagues, learned that the Lamborghini owner, Lu Hanxia's landlord, detonated on stage. Couldn't help but wonder even more. When did Jiangcheng come up with such a person? As if he had risen out of nowhere. I haven't heard a thing before. Su Mei is from the police force and her family has a background in Jiangcheng. For a moment he was more curious about him. Di Seba is at home, lying in bed. During this period of time, the app that was opened.
The homepage was almost full of images of Zhang Yu singing.
What the hell? Di Xiaoba hurriedly sent a message to Pan Yuya on the scene. What's going on at the scene? Why is the landlord on stage? Barb, you don't know. The landlord's singing is just too good. How come I didn't realize it before? Pan Yuya saw the message sent by Di Xiaoba.
I couldn't help but record a few clips and send them to the loving family group.
Her devotion to her landlord rose even higher. Lu Hanxiao didn't speak,
but stared at the stage, and the corners of his mouth were pursed up with a slight smile.
Ding!
Zhang Yu was on the stage and heard the system prompt. Lu Hanxiao's peach blossom value has risen by 1 star to 7 stars.
Pan Yuya's peach blossom value has risen by 0.5 stars to 9.5 stars. It's not. What's with the 5 stars?
Zhang Yu could not help but spit in his heart.
Shelving this spell CC? At this point, the song had just finished as well.
The tens of thousands of fans in the audience were mesmerized.
It's as if he's still in a dream and hasn't woken up. After freezing for a few seconds, once again, the crowd chanted, "One more song. Don't go down there. I'm begging you. Excuse me, I should go down. The main man is back."
Zhang Yu saw that the Baron was making a hasty entrance.
Ray greeted her. "What took you so long? Ha? Is the show over?"
The Baron was surprised.
"I was in a hurry and I was at most 20 minutes or so late." "It's not over, but it's close,"
the assistant said somewhat helplessly. The 20-something-year-old guy got all the limelight for this concert today.
He's all over the internet with all the hot searches hanging around.
But now that the Peacock Legends combo was now back in place,
Zhang Yu could only return to the ring.
The organizers were also relieved. Luckily this Zhang Yu held up the scene.
Otherwise, it would have been a performance accident today. There's no telling how many people will have to return their tickets, not to mention making money.
It is probably not impossible to lose money and go bankrupt. Chapter 50 Hot Knowledge. The ground is literally plowed under. We'll have to thank that man when we find him later. The owner of the organizer also made a decision.
Take the profits from this show and send him 5%, then see if he has any demand for a show. We'll do his next one and split the profits 50-50.
The organizers are also refusing to give up this splash of traffic,
trying to strike while the iron is hot and do something big. But the other guy is just a vegetarian after all.
With him as the main character.
Does anyone buy it? Hands down. He questioned it. Are you unable to see how much potential he has?
What's wrong with vegetarians?
Which star internet celebrity didn't rise from a vegetarian? The organizer boss said.
Such a talented vegetarian is rare.
Find a way to get it. The word is out.
The staff rushed off to get ready.
Roughly estimated. The concert sold $50 million at the box office. Remove artist commission, venue equipment, staff and security personnel costs. There is a net profit of about $20 million. 5%. That's $1 million too. For an average vegetarian, it's a couple years worth of income. I think this vegetarian is really hitting the jackpot. Just a few songs and $1 million in hand. That's a lot of money. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel a little envious and jealous. This way, the Peacock Legend on the stage merged,
and Zhang Yu returned to his seat. Along the way was the sound of countless people cheering and shouting. If it wasn't for the dozen or so security guards at the scene stopping them dead in their tracks, those spectators are going to pounce raw.
It's horrible.
When Zhang Yu returned to his seat,
Pan Yuya was the first to applaud. Landlord, you just sang awesome.
Lu Hanxiao was also looking at him.
This wave has let you get loaded again. How about it? I sang pretty well, didn't I? Zhang Yu smiled. Landlord, did you study this professionally? How can you sing so well that you can debut in place? Pan Yuya could hardly contain her excitement.
The person came over and was about to press on Zhang Yu.
Yu Yao, be reserved. So many people are watching. Lu Hanxiao reminded her. Pan Yuya beamed and returned to her seat. But still, with his hand on his cheek, he kept staring at Zhang Yu. The eyes had been drawn. Couldn't even be bothered to listen to the song. With these blazing eyes,
Zhang Yu felt a little hairy from being stared at.
The mind can't help but think. Luckily it was this concert that restrained everyone. That's a dangerous look if you're at home and there's no one next to you. It's easy to get into trouble when heaven's thunder stirs up earth's fire. Yu Yao. Lu Hanxiao looked at her unproductive appearance and couldn't help but remind her again. She sat between the two and felt a headache as well. Damn. This landlord, Zhang Yu, is exuding more and more charm. How many other surprises does he have that they don't know about?
Although Lu Hanxiao tried his best to control himself with his reason,
but in the back of his mind, he also couldn't help but think about everything about him, especially the late-night eating scene. Couldn't help but blush even more. Why don't we go back?
Zhang Yu said at this time,
yawning. No more concerts? Don't watch it. There are too many people dispersing later. I'm afraid of getting stuck in traffic. When Zhang Yu said so,
both of them nodded in agreement.
The main songs of the day, all listened to, and he just sang those songs. So the trip today wasn't in vain.
So the three retreated toward the field as the crowd watched.
Back at the riverside house, the time was already after 10 o'clock at night. Di Xiaoba, let me tell you, Zhang Yu today, as soon as I get home.
Pan Yuyao then rushed to Di Xiaoba's room. Can't wait to share the shocking scene from today's concert. Zhang Yu and Lu Hanxiao exchanged a glance and also smiled helplessly.
Zhang Yu, I can't believe that you. Lu Hanxiao couldn't help but marvel as well. A man like that radiates light all over. You can't stop the charm. Lu Hanxiao wanted to say something. Standing alone with him like this for a while, she felt her face heat up and her heart skip a beat. There was a feeling of not being able to breathe. No, one must stay away from such a demon. Lu Hanxiao, do you want to go out for a walk? Ha? Lu Hanxiao froze, not knowing why Zhang Yu suddenly said this. I remembered something I forgot in the car and didn't take. Zhang Yu smiled. I'm going down to get it. Well, I'm fine now, so let's go down together, Lu Hanxiao said. Then, the two men then went downstairs. Standing in front of that Rolls-Royce Cullinan, she couldn't help but open her mouth to ask in her mind, but eventually she held back. Does my best friend know that I know him?
Saw this familiar car. She was in a kind of trance.
The world really is too small, but that doesn't matter now.
Zhang Yu got into the car. Lu Hanxia hesitated and also got into the passenger side.
You really can't have ice today? He asked. Really? Lu Hanxiao nodded his head.
Looking at him with a smirk, he suddenly realized something.
Zhang Yu, what does he think about every day? Can't you eat ice without letting it go? And completely unaware of fatigue? Hot knowledge, the ground is literally going to be plowed. Lu Hanyasha was thankful for his relatives. And Zhang Yu didn't think so. Chapter 51, Girlfriends talk to each other? It's too inadequate. At this point, outside the car window, there were pedestrians strolling by. Lu Hanxiao shook his head. What's wrong? Not really. And it's also your own BFF's car. I'll be cursed when the time comes. Zhang Yu listened with a thoughtful look. That Pan Yuyao today. Stop.
Lu Hanxiao became anxious as soon as she heard this.
In his own heart, he didn't know why he was protecting Pan Yuyao so much. In the back of my mind, I thought, maybe it's better to fight for it.
It would be a real shame if it was as if the defense of a certain transport captain had collapsed at the touch of a button.
It's okay to lose, but not by too much. Is that more like it?
Zhang Yu smiled faintly. The words are split. Outside the Jiangqing City Stadium, the legend of the Peacock Concert, 2, is finally over. By the time the tens of thousands of spectators that were there were pretty much gone, it was only then that Sumei finally took a breath, and the taut strings in her heart loosened up. It was an event where she and her small group of over 20 people, almost all of them, turned out. Luckily, everything went well today and nothing went wrong, or this captain won't make it. One more look at the parking lot and his own Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Long gone. No, they're leaving here. Ha! I didn't see my best friend Lu Hanxiao again. Sumei also appeared to be in a somewhat lost mood. Bored, she opened an app on her phone. This app allows you to remotely see what's going on in and out of your car. She had no intention of opening it, but since she did, she also wanted to see where the two of them had gone now. Then, her pupils couldn't help but fall into an earthquake, as the light was not very good. It took some close and careful identification. Zhang Yu was in the driver's seat. The figure on the passenger side with long hair couldn't see his face, but Sumei could be 80% sure that it was her best friend Lu Hanxiao. A best friend is dating someone? That's not enough. Are they talking about boyfriend and girlfriend? When did this happen and why wasn't I told? Sumei wondered. Lu Hanxiao clearly said that he would definitely tell himself when he talked to someone. Captain, what happened? A member of the team came over. Ah. Sumei was so startled that her cell phone fell to the ground, hurriedly bending down to pick it up. It's nothing. Let's close up and go back to the unit. Captain, didn't you say you were going to meet your girlfriends after we broke up for the day? The team asked. So what? She's got something impromptu. Next time. Sumei exited the app in a panic, pretending as if nothing had happened. The scene from earlier popped back into his head. This time, a strange thought actually popped into his mind. No. She quickly mentally dismissed the thought she had just had again. No way. I wouldn't do that to anyone. I don't know how long it's been. Zhang Yu handed her a packet of heart marks at the windshield. Car. Neither man spoke. Still going for a ride? Zhang Yu asked. I'm sleepy. Go back. Lu Hanxiao glared at Zhang Yu, but he didn't care at all. This feeling of not being able to look at himself and not being able to do anything about it was really a dark feeling in one's heart. Especially, when one has a soft spot. Zhang Yu, aren't you sleepy? Lu Hanxiao realized that he wasn't half tired. Can carbon-based organisms be that fit? It's kinda sleepy when you ask. He matched the yawn. Go on, get back. The two men got out of the car and went back into the room.
By the way,
I had the property owner send someone to fix the first floor bathroom today.
so it's working. After returning home,
Zhang Yu said to Lu Hanxiao.
got it. She nodded. And then inside,
There was a sudden sense of gutted loss.
instead, it's a little uncomfortable. After Zhang Yu finished speaking, he went straight to the master bedroom on the second floor. Looking at the time, it's almost 12 o'clock too. It's time to claim your next blind box reward. After waiting for a few minutes,
I saw the time on my cell phone screensaver,
and it came to midnight.
he then awakened the system.
System, I want to draw today's blind box. Chapter 52, sending the wrong message.
Sealing his mouth, preparing a blind box for the host. Then, the familiar virtual extraction interface appeared in front of him.
Zhang Yu didn't think much about it. Today is the 26th, so let's pick the 26th box below.
Congratulations to the host. Gained a reward, the divine skill of detecting faces. The divine skill of detecting faces and colors.
When activated, can check anyone's identity information and hidden information. Nice guy.
Zhang Yu looked at the explanatory notes of the divine skill and praised it in his heart. Even though it was not a reward like wealth.
But that's so buggy. It's the equivalent of having a big database. A casual stroll down the street. People you pass by. What they are. What their hobbies are. What secrets they have.
And even what crimes they have committed.
It's all available to the eye.
Unless you really have done nothing bad or want to put up a fight.
It's just too easy to take someone down.
Who doesn't have more or less a soft spot or something they don't want people to know? And this divine skill doesn't need to be redeemed with points or money. It was still much more flexible than the last time we dealt with the card Ding Coin redeemed. Zhang Yu gladly collected the reward. In the skill bar of the system's personal center, another grid was lit up.
Then, Zhang Yu then got ready for bed. This time, on the top taskbar of my phone,
a number of WeChat picture messages suddenly popped up.
There are a dozen of them. And it's also a group of loving family. Strange. After this group was created, there wasn't much chatter in it. Why are there suddenly a dozen more messages in the middle of the night? Zhang Yu opened it curiously, eyes wide open. Isn't this Pan Yuyao?
She was seen changing into the same costume she had brought back with her.
In his room, posing and taking selfies. It looks like the whole thing is pure and lustful. This is a style that has still never been seen before. Is it really good to give out benefits at night? Zhang Yu instantly sobered up. Sister Xiao, what do you think of my shot? Pan Yuyao then sent another message.
Zhang Yu realized that she had sent the wrong message. It should have been in a private chat with Lu Hanxiao, and it ended up being sent to the group. It just so happened that D. Koba shared a video with the group that topped the chat interface.
Lu Hanxiao, who was in the room, hadn't replied yet. Just realized something was wrong.
His face went white and his blood pressure went up.
She hurriedly walked to Pan Yuyao's room. You sent the wrong message. Withdraw it. Ha! Pan Yuyao froze. Upon further inspection, it was posted in error.
With shaking hands, I prepared to withdraw it, and realized that of the dozen or so pictures, only 2 or 3 had been withdrawn.
The rest, beyond 2 minutes, are inoperable. It's over. It's over. It's a pill. Pan Yuyao's innocent face was clear and stupid. Now it's all for the landlord to see. Such a lustful side. And the way she poses, the beaming and the beaming, it's all vicarious to the mindset of sending it to her sisters. Turns out the landlord picked up the slack. If he sees it, will it change the image in his mind? This time, Zhang Yu sent a message in the group. What's the withdrawal for? It's kinda nice. Pan Yuyao's mind went blank, feeling like she was suffocating. It's fine. Luckily he's the only outsider who saw it. Big deal. We'll seal his mouth. Lu Hanxiao said. I don't think he'll pass it on. The landlord isn't like that. D. Koba also rushed to the room. It's good that it isn't. Otherwise I'd have to leave the planet. Pan Yuyao was terrified afterward. Fortunately, only Zhang Yu, an outsider, saw it. If you accidentally sent it to the company group, it would be a real social death. And you wouldn't even have to go to work tomorrow. Next time you send a message, read it before you send it. Lu Hanxiao couldn't help but sigh as well. What can I say? For Pan Yuyao, her sister, she couldn't spare a single curse. Don't think so much, all of you. Get to bed. Lu Hanxiao said, posting a sentence in the group. Zhang Yu, clear all the chat logs, don't make me beg. She couldn't even say a harsh word. Don't worry, it won't leak out. Zhang Yu took a screenshot of the cleared interface and sent it to the group. Still, save the best ones before that. Everyone loves beauty, so if you tell me to empty it, won't that make me lose face? Seeing Zhang Yu's screenshot, all 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. This landlord is nice to deal with, but he still saw it. Clearing screenshots means attitude. There are more people looking at Asian pictures too, so as long as they don't say it, then they haven't seen it. That's all the consolation one can give oneself when it comes down to it. Otherwise, there is no use in internal conflict.
A hiccup passed. Zhang Yu was also really sleepy.
This time, on his cell phone, a text message suddenly came. Mr. Zhang Yu, I saw your performance online. It was outstanding. I'm Liang Yan from the city's Culture and Tourism Department. If it's convenient, please come to my office tomorrow. There's something important to discuss. Liang Yan?
Zhang Yu saw the text message and frowned.
Looking up her title on the internet in passing,
she was the chief official of the Cultural and Tourism Department of Jiangqing City.
At this level, it's the same as Sherry Khan in Riverside.
Only 41 years old this year.
It's the youngest chief official in Jiangcheng, and the future is bright. Looking at the picture on the Wikipedia, I don't know when it was taken, but it's quite something. When she first took office,
she was known as the youngest beautiful chief official in Jiangcheng.
No, what does she want? And how did she get her contact info? Chapter 53, 3 Cooking, Godlike Days. But, Zhang Yu also did not pay attention to this text message from Liang Yan, so he did not reply. In his opinion, Liang Yan and Sha Ruikhan were on the same level.
Sherry Khan would have to be 7 times more courteous to himself.
Why does Liang Yan have the tone of a superior person?
Telling herself to go herself?
Wouldn't that make you look bad? So, Zhang Yu decided, don't worry about her.
Then the phone was put aside and he went to bed. This sleep was so peaceful that he didn't even dream a single dream.
When he woke up,
he was awakened by the sound of chattering and talking downstairs.
Look at the time. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. Aren't the 3 of them at work at this hour?
Then I looked outside and realized it was raining. A white mist steamed up from the river, and the buildings on the other side of the river were hidden in the mist.
Zhang Yu went downstairs. Just 3 stewardesses. In the living room. Follow along with yoga exercises on the TV screen in the living room.
The 3 men wore yoga pants with revealing tight tank tops.
Strike a straight 1-2 pose. The figure looks even more tantalizing. Is it provoking yourself to commit a crime to be so seductive this early in the morning? Landlord, you're awake? When Pan Yuyo saw Zhang Yu appear, she hurriedly asked. It was also a little nerve-wracking to think about remembering that I sent the wrong message yesterday. Luckily he didn't laugh at himself or anything. Y'all don't have to work today, do you? It's raining today and all the flights are delayed.
The airline company has informed them all to wait for the rain to stop before going over.
Di Sheba also explained. After a rare break, a few people talked it over and decided to practice yoga. Pretty good. You guys carry on then. Zhang Yu smiled. With that, he felt his stomach rumble. Hungry. Landlord, haven't you eaten? Pan Yuyo stood up at this time. Yeah, just got up. Where are we going to eat? Zhang Yu laughed. Oh, I thought you'd eat late-night snacks every day. Pan Yuyo said with some embarrassment. Last time you had a late-night snack with Sister Xiao, you didn't even call out to us. When Zhang Yu heard this, he just smiled knowingly. Are you sure? You want me to shout at you? Yu Yao. At this time, Lu Hanxiao's face was also a bit flustered. Any more talk like this is untouchable. It's all over if it's revealed. So he took the initiative and said, it's almost time for dinner. Let's prepare lunch. I'll cook today. The main task now is to change the subject. Can't talk any deeper than that. Good. Then I'll try crew chief Lu's handiwork. Zhang Yu said, heading to sit on the sofa, just waiting for a ready-made meal. Then I'll have a specialty, prawns smothered in oil. Lu Hanxiao said, Sister Xiao, how can I let you work alone? I'll stir-fry a fish-flavored shredded pork too. Pan Yuyo said, then I'll fry a Northwest specialty of braised catfish too. Di Sheba also said, that's 3 dishes at once. The 3 stewardesses, seemingly in order to perform in front of Zhang Yu and not wanting to appear as if they would only eat ready-made food, offered to fry their own specialty dishes. Alright, since you all have great skills, I'm in for a treat today, Zhang Yu said with a smile. The energy of the 3 men just got better, getting busy in the kitchen. The kitchen is large enough to have both Chinese and Western kitchens. There is also a special area for selective washing, so even with all 3 in the kitchen, there is still plenty of room. Watching a few of their top beauties scrambling to get busy, Zhang Yu couldn't help but sigh. This is truly a divine day. More than just scrambling to cook, whether it's chores or whatever. It can be organized. The 3 of them blushed darkly as they listened. No words were spoken, and the work continued in silence. This time, Lu Hanxia's cell phone rang. She wiped her hands clean and answered the phone. Said, okay, I got it. When he hung up, his face changed a bit. Sister Saya, what happened? Pan Yuyao and Di Shioba asked. The flight director called and said the rain had let up and to go get ready for takeoff. Ha! The 2 men's expressions also grew frustrated. How come it's us every time? It's hard to get a day off, and the dishes are only half done. And here comes the mission? The workers really can't help themselves. Zhang Yu looked in his eyes. In the back of my mind,
I also think that the airline division guys are doing things a little too up. I haven't even had a bite of food in my mouth yet. How can I let them go? And so, without moving, Zhang Yu sent a directive to the shipping company as a major shareholder. The flights flying after the rain are strictly in the order of scheduling. No one, no matter who they are, may make any unauthorized changes. To hear them tell it, there will be a scheduling for flight adjustments and resumption due to unexpected weather. I'm sure there are some connected flight attendants who don't want to fly. It just took Lu Hanxia and her group to the front. At this time, the River City Air Division is preparing for the resumption of flights. A message was then received from the major shareholder requesting that the established shifts be followed. The news quickly spread through the shipping company. The major shareholder behind the curtain came with instructions not to let Lu Hanxia and her group fly. This is the first time a major shareholder has intervened in a flight scheduling matter. Could it be that Lu Hanxiao, their group, has a relationship with the major shareholders? Chapter 54, Certainty of Culinary Skill. Master of Serving Water. It's an open secret that many flight attendants and airline companies have gold masters behind them. As long as it doesn't affect their work, people won't say anything. Yeah, oh, that Koba thing last time. Not just, how dare you mention that? Or be careful. But that group on the platoon is coming from a big place. Do we really want them to fly? That also has to be carried out. You dare to disobey the orders of the major shareholders. Is it that you've worked too long? Then hurry up and call Lu Hanxia's group and tell them not to come for a while. Yeah, we'll have to watch out in the future. 2. We can't catch them as a group of dead grips again. The airline's execution, 2, is strong. Less than a few minutes. Lu Hanxia, 3 people who had just washed their hands and were ready to pack up their things, saw the notification sent out by the group again. According to the superior's arrangement, add Lu Hanxiao a D Shoba at Pan Yuyao. Your group is suspended from flying. According to the scheduling, the second group will prepare for the flight. Sister Xiao, what's the situation? We're not flying again? Pan Yuyao saw the message and asked. Sure, Lu Hanxiao asked in the group. It's messing with the mind to pull so repeatedly. It's confirmed. Your group will just work the normal hours. Voyager replied. Now, the 3 of them didn't know whether to be surprised or delighted. Is someone behind this sudden shift? Sister Xiao, do you have someone in the shipping company behind you? The 2 men asked. No, all of us in our family. Half of us have nothing to do with aviation. Lu Hanxiao shook his head. What was that about? Plain and simple. Several people were puzzled. Hey, you guys don't have to go? Then hurry up and cook. I'm really hungry. At this time, Zhang Yu came to the kitchen door with a smile. The 3 looked at Zhang Yu's expression. I couldn't see anything fishy, so I had to continue back to the kitchen to prepare the dishes. Still, the 3 looked at each other with the same puzzlement in their eyes. Could it be Zhang Yu? He has a very close relationship with the top management of the airline division, right? Di Xiaoba was the first to remember that the last time Manager Li was taken out, it was Zhang Yu who told him not to worry. It's just that she's not sure now, and it's not a good idea to bring it up. Since I can't figure it out, I'd better keep cooking. An hour later, the 3 of them made the dishes and brought them to the table. Well, not bad. Zhang Yu looked at the few dishes on the table. In addition to the 3 of them each having their own specialty, there were also a couple of home-cooked meals made. There were 5 or 6 dishes in all, with a wide range of colors and flavors. Landlord, how about a quick taste? Pan Yuyao put her hands behind her back like a student waiting for praise. Zhang Yu picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the shredded pork with fish flavor. Well, it's good. At the level of a store chef. He laughed. Landlord, how about you try my fish then? Di Xiaoba chimed in. Zhang Yu tasted it and also gave a thumbs up. Lu Hanxiao stood by the side, but did not say anything. Zhang Yu said as if nothing had happened. Let me see how this oil-smothered prawn is. Picked up one, twisted off the head of the shrimp and picked out the threads. The white shrimp meat in your mouth is lip-smacking. Well, this shrimp is good too. I'm going to have 2 big bowls today. Zhang Yu marveled. At this time of year, he is the top-end water guru. All 3 received compliments and were in a cheerful mood. The fruits of today's labor with thought were not in vain. Come on, let's all sit down and eat together. The 4 men sat down on all sides of the table, looked at each other, then couldn't help but laugh. This is like the first time the 4 of us, ever, have eaten together. Nope, didn't we go to the mall to eat last time? Oh yes, this would be the first time we've eaten together at home. Just fire up the house more often from now on. It's still good home cooking. Speaking of the word home, all 3 of them, more or less, felt a tinge of embarrassment. Quietly, he looked at Zhang Yu. He just buried his head in his dry rice, as if he didn't hear what they were saying. Wolfing down the food is the greatest testament to culinary prowess. Looking at Zhang Yu eating so favorably, in their hearts, surprisingly,
A maternal glow rose, wanting to cook for him all the time in the future. Finish eating.
The rain has almost stopped. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed and the sunshine returned to the river.
3 stewardesses cleaned up the mess. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, walked out of the neighborhood alone, ready to take a look around outside. This time, a black business car that pulled up beside him. From the car, stepped a man in an executive jacket with a big back haircut. A panel also surfaced above his head, displaying basic information such as his age, place of origin, education, and position. Hello, Mr. Zhang. You are?
Zhang Yu looked at the person in front of him,
somewhat unfamiliar. Mr. Zhang is really a nobleman. I'm Secretary Sha's secretary, Xiao Lin. Secretary Sha asked me to pick you up,
saying that he wants to invite you to continue discussing the details of the construction of the technology research and development base.
Secretary Lin said. I called you just now and you didn't answer,
so I had the audacity to come here first.
Please forgive me. Mr. Zhang, look at that. That's what hospitality is all about. Picking up in person. In comparison,
that Liang Yan from last night was really taking herself too seriously.
Since it's Secretary Sha who came to invite us, it would be somewhat inappropriate not to go. Zhang Yu smiled. This matter also concerns the construction of the research base,
which is related to himself.
Anyway, it's okay now, so let's go talk.
In order to go further in Jiangcheng and really have a big tree with deep roots, it is natural to need to be assisted by someone like Sha Ruweikang. Chapter 55, Scraping the Heart of the Hand.
Liang Yan's temptation. And so,
Zhang Yu then got into this black official car.
It didn't take long.
The car then arrived at the R&D base of Rice Technologies.
It's not even off the bus yet. You can see it through the window.
A large piece of land in front of me had already been leveled. Some of the old houses from before are long gone.
And the old house of the Chang family, across the far side of the land, 600 or 700 meters apart. It hasn't been removed yet. Mr. Zhang, you finally come. Just get off. Sherry Khan then greeted him from afar, extending his hand ahead of time. There were quite a few people following them. There were a few other people, holding up cameras, video cameras, walking in front of the crowd, clicking away. Hello Secretary Sha.
Looking at Sha Ruweikang being so exuberant, Zhang Yu also extended his hand back to shake it.
It would be inappropriate to pose as the
one person in Riverside District,
giving himself so much respect. So, this is the major shareholder of Rice Technology Corporation. Surprisingly so young.
A middle-aged man next to him said,
Here, let me introduce you. Sherry Khan said, This is Zhang Yu, the major shareholder of the Rice Technology Company. This is the president of the Jiangcheng Chamber of Commerce, Hu Zongbin.
Hello. Hu Zongbin held out his hand.
Hello President Hu.
Zhang Yu also said politely. A couple of guys with long guns nearby kept taking pictures to document the scene.
Look at the work card.
From the Jiangcheng TV station,
Jiangcheng Daily and several other media. Mr. Zhang, what about inviting you here today?
It's also to see the latest progress of the project.
Sherry Khan said, This project is now land leveling, and we completed it with the fastest speed.
Give convenience to the construction of the base of the Rice Technology Company.
Thank you, Secretary Sha. Zhang Yu laughed. My company will complete the commissioning as soon as possible according to the plan. Mr. Zhang said so. In terms of taxes, policies, what needs, just say, as long as I can make the decision, and meet, Sherry Khan said enthusiastically.
The research and development base of the Rice Technology Company,
not to mention the Binjiang district, in the entire Jiangcheng, is one of the top 10 heavyweight projects. Therefore, Sha Ruweikang could put down any work and had to come personally to keep an eye on the project. It's enough to see the importance he places on it.
Secretary Sha is polite.
Zhang Yu laughed.
Then I'll turn around and have the company prepare a report and send it over to you at that time.
Come on, let's go on to the front. Sherry Khan spoke. Suddenly remembering something, he asked Secretary Lin, By the way, have the people from the city's cultural tourism come yet? Secretary Sha. Hello. As soon as the words left his mouth, an official car drove by as well. 2 women got out of the car. A young one looked like a secretary. The other looked to be about 35 or so, with her hair tied in a bun at the back of her head, wearing a black professional outfit, small blazer, open step dress. There was a surfeit of laughter between his brows. Cold white skin with a great temperament. At first glance, surprisingly, it looked 7 parts like a local star in Jiangcheng. Zhang Li.
Zhang Yu's mind also read out some basic information about her.
Height 165. Weight 100 pounds. Place of origin and family are also listed on the second page. However, Zhang Yu didn't take a closer look. Hello, Bureau Director Liang. Sherry Khan said.
then began to introduce them to those present. This is Mr. Zhang Yu Zhang of Rice Technology. This is Liang Yan from the city's Cultural and Tourism Bureau, Jiangqing's famously beautiful chief official. Sherry Khan said so. Zhang Yu and Liang Yan glanced at each other. I can't believe I ran into you here on the first side. He looked over at Liang Yan. Well maintained, though already over 40. But it looks 5 or 6 years younger than it really is. The official air is nurturing, and the skin and body, in the same age, is a downgrade. The human wife is full of gravitas. Women of this age always exude a special charm. Liang Yan reference chart. Zhang Yu was finally able to understand. Why can the spirit of the Chow thieves go through 1,000 years? Not only did not wear out, but more and more to flourish. It's too much of an attraction for a 20-something-year-old. It's still Secretary Shah's card. I've heard about Mr. Zhang's great name for a long time. I didn't expect that it's still a big handsome man. Liang Yan smiled and extended her right hand to Zhang Yu. I see that Bureau Liang is also a magnificent woman. And when I see her today, her name is True. Zhang Yu returned the grip. Liang Yan's 10 fingers were long and soft. After the courtesy handshake, he felt the other man's fingers scraping gently on his hand. What the hell? Look to Liang Yan, she said to Sha Ruikong as if nothing had happened. Secretary Sha, this R&D base project is going to be paired with a recreational park. I wonder what you have in mind. Bureau Liang is joking. I don't know much about the cultural and tourism sector. You're the professional. Both are at the same level and both are commercially blowing each other off at this point. If you ask me, this project is Mr. Zhang's, or Mr. Zhang's call. What does Mr. Zhang think? Liang Yan smiled and said. Zhang Yu was cued by her again and smiled when he heard it. It's no wonder that Liang Yan from Ventures is here at this site. This is because the design plan for the site will include a 20,000 square meter urban park, with water play areas and recreational areas planned. It can be made available for use by those at the R&D base as well as open to the citizens of Jiangcheng. It's kind of a major cultural and tourism project. A group of people were on the lot, viewing and discussing the construction of the project. Time also crept by minute, coming to 2 hours later. Chapter 56, The Flower Language of the Steel Wire Ball, is patience. Where did the landlord go? Why did he go out till now, and not come back? Riverside House Home. Pan Yuyao felt like she couldn't sit still for a bit. Did something drive out? Di Xiaoba asked. She also had a sense of separation anxiety in her heart. No, his car is still downstairs, Lu Hanxiao said as she stood by the balcony. The sight of that Rolls-Royce downstairs was uncontrollable. Thinking about what happened in the car last night. And I don't know if it's cleaned up. When Zhang Yu's car is repaired and returned. When he returns this car, will his girlfriends find out that something is wrong? Thinking of this, Lu Hanxiao's heart was beating a bit. Hey guys, look, Zhang Yu is on the news again, Pan Yuyo said. Then a video was shared to the group. When they looked at it, they saw on the screen the scene of an inspection by several high-ranking officials. Zhang Yu was among them. It's the last Sarikhan again. Bean John's no. 1. I heard he'll soon be promoted to the city. This young man, who would have thought, is a shareholder of Rice Technology. I don't know what percentage of the shares. I think it might be an executive shareholder. Below the video, sharp-eyed netizens in the comments section also spotted was Zhang Yu, who was once again on camera. And he's standing next to the beautiful director Liang Yan. Even though Liang Yan is married, I see that she still has her charm. Have you guys noticed? The way Liang Yan is looking at him. There's something wrong. It's like she's staring at her prey. At this point, 3 stewardesses swiped to these in the comments section. Look to Liang Yan. That look, sure enough, was a bit ambiguous. They, as women, could naturally tell what the look meant. This landlord, how does he attract female attention everywhere he goes? There was a strong sense of insecurity in the hearts of the 3. Looked at each other, especially Lu Han Xiaoxiao and Di Xiaoba. Each other read a signal that as long as Zhang Yu could stay at home and not go out to attract bees and butterflies. It was funny to think that way, and in my head, after all, it's nothing by name. But as the saying goes, fertile water does not flow into other people's fields. Sister Dash, Barb, what are you guys thinking? Pan Yuyo was still relatively simple and didn't think that much. It's okay, you play your game, the 2 said. This way, after inspecting the project, Sharikan ran urgently to the next project without even eating. The gang of journalists and the president of the Chamber of Commerce, 2, basically followed. Zhang Yu, Liang Yan, and her secretary were left at the scene. Mr. Zhang, are you interested in sitting in my office? Liang Yan laughed. Our unit, it's not far in front, just 2 traffic lights away. Since it was personally invited by Bureau Liang in person, it would be somewhat inappropriate for me to refuse. Zhang Yu also laughed, trying to figure out what she was up to.
Soon, their group arrived at Liang Yan's office. The secretary poured a cup of tea for Zhang Yu before walking out. Liang Yan walked to the door and closed it. Then with arms folded, he returned to his wide desk and sat down. The atmosphere in the room began to change subtly. Bureau Liang. What does this mean? Talking behind closed doors. There were only two people, so Zhang Yu opened his question directly. Mr. Zhang, I sent you a message yesterday. Why didn't you reply to me? Liang Yan said, pursing her lips. Is it because you're afraid I'll be too ugly and scare you? That's not. I've heard of your reputation for a long time, and when I see you today, you are indeed very attractive. Zhang Yu laughed. I just don't know. What are you looking for me for? Of course there is something. Liang Yan said, look at how busy I am every day. Why would I have nothing to look for you? Public or private matters? Zhang Yu asked. Mr. Zhang, I'm not hiding anything either. Liang Yan laughed. I, as a person, have a habit that when I see something I like, I want to possess it, no matter what. So I'm part of what you want to possess? This Liang Yan's ambition isn't small. Thought she didn't know who she was and said so when she did. It's also curious to know just how much she has to offer. It's understandable if you want to say that. Liang Yan laughed. As long as you promise me to be a little puppy, I can further your career. The flower language of the wire ball. Is it stoicism? Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh. It's really important for boys to protect themselves when they're out there. Otherwise, it's very easy to be targeted. Thanks to his own somewhat status. Otherwise with Liang Yan's tone, he would have been eaten alive last night, right? For the first time in days, there was a person of the opposite sex, in a condescending tone, talking to himself. As a pure man, how can you be willing to be a man? In the past, Zhang Yu felt that it was nothing to eat a soft meal, struggle for decades less. If someone looks at it, it's because they're attractive. Now the idea is different again. Since I have my current position and status, no one can ride on my head. Chapter 57. I think Liang Yan is still in good shape. Oh, what can you help me with? Bureau Liang? Zhang Yu smiled. After all, you're just ahead of the cultural tourism. Mr. Zhang, truth be told. Liang Yan smiled charmingly. It's true that this is the case now, but it won't necessarily be the case in another 2 months. Then what if I don't promise you? Zhang Yu asked. It's fine if I don't agree. However, your company won't be so good in Zhangcheng. It'll be troublesome for your company to meet fire and safety inspections every now and then. But I believe that your company can withstand the inspections. Liang Yan said, hugging her arms again. A look of determination. When she saw Zhang Yu on the internet, Liang Yan was moved. Used some means to find out his contact information. She hadn't been this possessive of someone in a long time. And her elderly husband lost his function years ago. For the still young, this is naturally not a good thing. What is this piece of writing hanging on the wall? At this time, Zhang Yu noticed a painting on the wall of her office and changed the topic. What are you talking about? Liang Yan's face changed. That Nian Tandang. I think it's clearly a. Zhang Yu looked at her and couldn't help but smile. Right. Are you trying to say that you're about to be appointed as the city's top man and that you're in charge of everything? At this time, Zhang Yu asked another rhetorical question. That's right. Liang Yan nodded. Suddenly realizing something, her face couldn't help but change. You guessed about this? The news. Not long after it was finalized, decisions were made only at the top level. So even if there are whispers going around, they don't travel that fast. Those who know will be at a high level. He's just a businessman, but looking at him, it's not like he's guessing. More than that. Zhang Yu grinned again. I also know a lot of your secrets. Secret? Liang Yan froze for a moment, her face looking calm. Don't swindle me. What secrets can you have about me? Then I'll say too. And if you think what I say is false, do with it what you will. Zhang Yu's face, serious. What do you want to say? Liang Yan suddenly realized that this Zhang Yu, she could not understand. The psychological advantage that he had just gained was also gone in an instant. Two people have played a key role behind you becoming who you are now. One is your former father-in-law and the other is your current husband. The times were 7 years ago and 3 years ago respectively. Am I right? Zhang Yu uttered this. Liang Yan's face, visible to the naked eye, darkened, though there are occasional rumors that she was improperly upstaged. But it's all a catch-22, with no clear evidence, much less pointing to a specific person or time. The only people who know about these things are themselves and the people involved. How did he know? You? What are you babbling about? Liang Yan tried to maintain her composure. My resume. It's all legally compliant. Speaking of compliance, Zhang Yu laughed again. Your college degree, too, is a forgery. Spent a lot of money to buy out a director of the school. You? How do you know? Liang Yan was a bit of a fluke just now. It was horrible to realize now that no matter what she said,
He had words waiting to dislike her back.
So, Bureau Liang. Zhang Yu laughed.
From start to finish,
Except for the person who is real. Your resume is fake.
and your rise to the top is also by improper means.
Can you withstand investigation? He was thunderous with this one.
Liang Yan stood up in a huff, feeling her blood rush to the top of her head. It was almost too much to stand. Bracing his hands on the desk, he just barely managed to control his balance.
You, how the hell did you know? You're checking up on me? Liang Yan couldn't figure out what the problem was.
To be able to let Zhang Yu know so many things, this is not important.
The important thing is,
Zhang Yu gestured.
You are in the palm of my hand. Mr. Zhang, what exactly do you want by saying all this?
Liang Yan felt that her tone was shaking.
Just now,
she had treated Zhang Yu like a sheep.
As it turns out,
his true nature is that of a wolf. In just a few short words, it hit her 7 inches. No longer able to resist,
unable to move. This person, Zhang Yu, was truly unfathomable. So you should know what to do.
Zhang Yu had completely gained the upper hand at this point.
All of this information, fed through the system.
Just scroll back a few pages, and it's all heavy news about her.
That's enough information to put 1,000 holes in a man. Using this information, it's just not that easy to pin her down. Mr. Zhang, I was wrong. Liang Yan began to show weakness. Just take me as a joke. In the future in Jiangcheng,
I will do my best to cooperate with your company.
What support do you need despite saying? Who believes what is verbalized? Zhang Yu smiled and walked forward. Mr. Zhang, don't you have thoughts about me? Zhang Yu's hand gave a gentle push.
I see that you're also charming,
so I'll reluctantly take a loss.
Then Liang Yan ambled over to her desk. There was also a brown picture frame sitting right in front of the desk. In the frame is a picture of her with her family.
Everyone had a big smile on their face. From the present viewpoint, she is surprisingly under the watchful eye of her family in the photo.
Chapter 58. I went out and saw my first love again.
Moreover,
Liang Yan boasted that she was in charge of culture and tourism, and was also a person of very high status in Jiangcheng.
Hundreds of people under his command.
Which of those businessmen who are involved in culture and tourism do not treat her with respect? It's almost effortless to take the likes of them.
And at the moment, instead,
she was completely suppressed from behind by Zhang Yu. A great sense of humiliation rose from the bottom of his heart.
However, there was no ability to struggle against it.
And in Zhang Yu's opinion,
Liang Yan's status was honorable. In Jiangcheng, belonging to the wave of people on the clouds, it has always been a sense of superiority.
It's also taken the trouble to take care of it carefully,
so it looks like it's only in its early 30s. The skin was white and tight, without even a hint of fat.
Looks about 7 times like Zhang Li, too.
Sort of the perfect wife, so it's not a bad wave. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment,
a knock sounded at the door.
Who? Liang Yan asked. Bureau Liang. I have a job I need to report. Can I come in? Outside the door.
It was the secretary's voice.
No. Liang Yan's voice was dozens of decibels higher,
and there was still some panic on her face.
I have something going on right now. Let's talk about it later. Yes.
The secretary turned to leave,
took 2 steps and frowned, sensing that the movement and atmosphere in the office was not right. But Liang Yan all but said she wouldn't be allowed in. The secretary doesn't have the guts either. What did the leader say? A couple of people came up next to him. She's talking to important businessmen. Come back later.
The secretary handed them the debriefing materials.
The men took the materials and could only turn away. In the office, a long sigh followed. Zhang Yu retreated. What are you doing?
With the rest of his sight, he saw him put away his cell phone.
Liang Yan's face was shocked. The emptied thoughts, the disembodied soul, were also violently awake and returned to their place. It's nothing. A little self-protection for fear of your retaliation.
Zhang Yu shook his cell phone,
laughing. As long as you're honest, these are safe.
Big brother,
I'm a person with a family.
Liang Yan felt like she was on the verge of crying.
Playing is fun. Fooling around is fun. Don't take pictures in the office. So what? Zhang Yu laughed. When you threatened me just now, I didn't see that you were actually someone who valued family. Mr. Zhang.
Liang Yan was really scared this time.
Then what should I do? Didn't I say just now, do nothing and you'll be fine? Zhang Yu said.
Of course, if my company is involved in cultural tourism, then I still hope that you can hold your hand high.
It's not guaranteed that you'll get a ventures company someday.
Now wait to say hello in advance.
His attitude is simple. If you treat me with respect, then I won't treat you coldly. But what you have in mind for me, I'll do better than you. Okay? I promise you. Liang Yan endured the humiliation and nodded her head. Then if there's nothing else, I'll leave.
Zhang Yu fastened the buttons on his pants,
lifted his feet and headed out of the office. As he walked to the door, he turned back and added, You grab the office and clean it up. With so many henchmen visiting every day, don't see what's going on. Then, opened the door and left the office. Liang Yan looked at the messy table. You can only swallow your teeth and blood. It took a while to reorganize. Zhang Yu left the office building. Walking out the door, I realized I had been out so long today that I hadn't driven. Was thinking of taking a cab back to Riverside House. The window of a car suddenly lowered. Zhang Yu. He heard someone call out to him and turned his head to look. Surprisingly, it's Princess Sumu? What a coincidence. Running into you here. Zhang Yu laughed. Yeah, where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Sumu Fei said. She drove a pink Mini. Perfect for a woman. Riverside House side. Zhang Yu directly stated the address and then got into the co-pilot. You live in Riverside House? Sumu Fei drove the car with some doubt in her eyes. After thinking about it, it was a relief. Did your old house get demolished for a lot of money? After the last time he was informed that his old house was going to be demolished, there has been no contact in between. If there's enough money in the demolition, a smaller house in Riverside House would be enough for a down payment. That's not true. The house hasn't been demolished yet. Zhang Yu laughed and then changed the topic. And you, what's your deal? Coming here? Sumu Fei sighed. I'm not afraid of you laughing when I say this. The Wind Brigade owes the bank a sum of money. Today came to find Bureau Liang, said not to see guests. The money, at the time, was approved by her for release, so she had to recover it herself. The bank's leadership has also let it be known that if this money is not collected, he may not be able to keep his job. So it's been a lot of fire over this, too, and I can't eat or drink well. How much is it? And how long have you owed it? Zhang Yu asked. Hey, Sumu Fei sighed. I've made you laugh. However, I'd better think of a solution on my own. For one thing, she also does not want to trouble the former White Moonlight Zhang Yu. And secondly, he is not a person of the cultural travelers, and cannot interfere in this matter. Chapter 59, Done and Done. First love's Muchang mentality. How do you fix it? Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile when he looked at her like this. If you could solve it, you wouldn't have to eat a closed door at the entrance. These words, on the contrary, really spoke to Sumu Fei's heart. For a moment, the soft heart beneath the shell of forced bravado was touched. Yeah, it's a debt that has been owed for a long time on the part of ventures, wanted so many times, are all kinds of reasons to shirk, procrastination. Sumo Fei even feel that their own work is going to be dragged by this debt to yellow. So, Zhang Yu, do you have a solution? Sumu Fei asked tentatively. Now she didn't know who she could talk to about it. It's just a matter of a phone call. Zhang Yu's expression was, well, flat. Watching him not think of it as a thing at all. In Sumu Fei's heart, hope flared up and felt a bit unbelievable. She then saw that Zhang Yu picked up a phone call. At this point, a handful of offices in the cultural tourism. Liang Yan saw Zhang Yu's call. Couldn't help but feel a chill in my heart. Mr. Zhang, you called. What's the matter? Wasn't it made clear when we left? How is it that after less than 20 minutes, the call came back? Bureau Liang, do you guys owe the bank a loan that you haven't paid back? What loan? I don't know what you're talking about. Liang Yan said subconsciously. How much is this loan and what is it for? Zhang Yu lowered his voice and turned his head to ask. A $20 million resort credit. Sumu Fei reminded from the side. He listened, then relayed the words directly to the other side. What? $20 million in credit? It was only now that Liang Yan figured out what was going on. The money, a large amount, was naturally impressive to her. Indeed, it was Ventures that stepped in and borrowed the money for expenses on the project. But the money that was going to be used to pay off the bill, it was diverted to something else, so the money has been delayed and not repaid. People from the bank, before, have come and asked for it a couple of times, but in the end it was all fruitless and was sent away. How come this time? Zhang Yu came out to ask for this money? What's going on? Is that girl at the bank? Is she related to him? The world, it shouldn't be that small. The $20 million you borrowed and didn't pay back has already caused serious repercussions on people's work. In any case, you must pay it back today. Zhang Yu let slip. Otherwise, this is not in your favor. Or else what? Liang Yan hadn't finished a sentence. Suddenly, he realized that he still had a hold on him. Is one crazy to go against him? So he immediately changed his words. Mr. Zhang, it's not that I won't pay it back. It's just that we're in financial difficulties right now, and we can't get that much money at a time. If you can't get it, you can borrow it. Zhang Yu laughed. Borrow? Who to borrow from? Liang Yan looked embarrassed. $20 million is not a small amount. How can it be raised so quickly? You can borrow it from me. Zhang Yu laughed. There is a financial company under me, which is faster than the bank's procedures, and the interest rate is not much higher than the bank's.
Just provide equivalent collateral. That's why it's a good idea to take action in threes. Isn't that another deal for the company? 20 million lent to Lianyan with collateral. Not afraid she won't pay back. And that's a solid $2 million or more a year in interest. It's good for you to do this thing. Okay, that's fine. Lianyan thought about it again and again, but finally nodded. It can only be done this way. Tearing down the east and replacing the west. The debt is not less. Just a different debtor. And this is a debtor that can be tougher to mess with than even a bank. This was really going to be his undoing. Su Mufei, who was driving on the side, listened to Zhang Yu and just made a phone call. The problem of the $20 million of debt was solved. And for a moment his eyes were so wide that he could hardly describe his shock. Anyone who has been in the financial industry knows how hard it is to collect a debt. Not to mention the big $20 million bill. Even if it's a small order of $2 million, you'd have to take your skin off to recover it. And this conundrum, to himself, was the biggest trouble. At Zhang Yu's place, it was surprisingly just a matter of a few words. How can the mind not be shocked? Zhang Yu, I don't even know how to thank you. Su Mufei whispered. I haven't seen the teenager who used to go to and from school together for a few years. So poised and powerful these days. It's impressive. As a woman, who doesn't have a strong mentality? At this moment, Zhang Yu's image, on top of the memories he once had been elevated by a good margin. The heart couldn't help but start to get a little bit of a heart attack as well. I also don't know if Zhang Yu still has the same feelings for himself that he had back then. If you really want to thank me, why don't you, finish that thing you didn't finish a couple years ago? Zhang Yu looked at her and suddenly smiled mysteriously. Chapter 60, Whacking and Massaging. Can you get free rent? What? Su Mufei asked in surprise. Then, just visible to the naked eye, she blushed. Zhang Yu looked at her and knew that she was also remembering what happened a few years ago. That was before Muffy Su moved. One day she came to play with herself. There was no one else in the house at the time. Two people are watching VCDs in the penthouse. There is no pattern on the disc when it starts to show. A warning popped up first. They thought it was a Hong Kong movie in the gunfight genre. It turned out to be surprisingly so after playing a section. It was then that the two men looked dumbfounded. It also felt hotter and hotter, so I couldn't help but cuddle up. Just as the forbidden fruit was about to be tasted, someone returned. So the two quickly turned off the TV and pretended that nothing had happened. And then later, there was no such opportunity for alone time. Until Su Mofei's family moved away. This matter became a kind of regret in the heart. Now, Zhang Yu brought this matter back up. Where could Su Mufei resist? Mentally, she was more than willing. It's just that, if he wasn't reserved, how would Zhang Yu look at himself and think that he's been living an open life for the past few years? Zhang Yu, I haven't even been in love. I'm not ready. Su Mufei tensed up. It was hormones out of control at the time. There's more or less sanity in it now. But she also knew that in the face of such a great help from Zhang Yu, it was impossible to say anything without thanking him. Why don't I call you when I've thought about it? Su Mufei asked cautiously. Ha, I'm just kidding. Don't be nervous. Looking at her frightened look, Zhang Yu hurriedly laughed. After all, it was the first love of his life when he was once young, and he wasn't that hungry himself now. You take me back. Zhang Yu changed the topic. Okay then. Hearing him say this, Su Mufei's heart, surprisingly, surged with a feeling of loss. Is it because you're not pretty enough? If he would have taken the initiative, he was ready to half-ass it himself. After all, it's been so many years since I've been in a relationship. Su Mufei still had feelings for him. Now after meeting twice, the fire that had been suppressed at the bottom of his heart was blazing again. Why isn't the landlord back yet? It's been so long. Could something have happened to him? Should we, call him and ask him where he is? Riverside House. The three stewardesses, at this time, were even more somewhat unable to sit still. From the time Zhang Yu left the house at noon, it was almost dark and still not back. The car didn't drive away either. The separation anxiety in my mind, too, is getting worse. Pan Yuya was unmotivated to do anything and lay down on the sofa in a kudzu position. Di Xiaba and Lu Hanxiao were doing kitchen work on the surface. But in their hearts, they were also a bit uneasy. So much so that when Lu Hanxiao beat the eggs, he accidentally threw away the yolks and whites and threw the shells into the bowl instead. Frightened, she glanced back, thankfully unseen by the two of them. Otherwise, he might have to laugh at himself. The stewardess, who is calm and relaxed in the face of all kinds of things, can't even beat an egg. Look, you guys, the landlord is back. Di Seba was on the balcony at this time, and suddenly said. A few people went to the balcony and found Zhang Yu walking down from a minicar. And the car, it just turned around and left the neighborhood. The landlord is so handsome. What an upright figure for a 6'5" big guy.
Seeing Zhang Yu walking towards his home, the three of them couldn't help but be instantly captivated by his handsomeness once again. All that anxiety that had just been in my heart at home was gone in an instant. How in the world can there be someone so handsome? It really is 360 degrees in every way. I hear tall people.
Pan Yuya was halfway through his sentence.
Realizing that Lu Hanxiao and Di Xiaoba were both staring at her, she said with some aggravation, "That's what they all say on the internet. Am I wrong? How do I know?" The two of them, Lu Hanxiao and Di Xiaoba,
almost spoke in unison in the face of her question.
Then, the two of them looked at each other again.
It seemed to read a hint of something wrong in each other's eyes.
Mom yay, this is too magical. Just in front of the innocent-faced Pan Yuya, they were not good enough to explicitly ask for confirmation. This time, the door opened and Zhang Yu walked in. "Landlord, you're back." Pan Yuya stepped forward and asked. "Zhang Yu, we're preparing to make dinner. What would you like to eat?" Lu Hanxiao stepped forward and asked. "I'll do whatever. Have whatever I want." Zhang Yu was still a bit surprised. Is it possible that after complimenting them at lunch, they're also motivated to cook now? Then you'll be lucky to have ready-made food in the future. Why don't we have fondue? The sides are all done. Okay, just fondue.
Zhang Yu also said casually.
But you can't have fondue without alcohol. He said, "There's still snowflake beer in the fridge." "I'll get it." Pan Yuya flew towards the double-door refrigerator. "Just don't drink." Lu Hanxiao followed. "Sister Xiao, looking down on me?" Pan Yuya was a bit unconvinced. "I can still drink 2 bottles of beer. It's not like we're socializing at home. Just drink a little," Di Saba said. "In case you drink too much and don't have a roof over your head. You don't know what kind of a show you're going to make." Soon enough, dinner was served. In the middle of the table,
there was an induction cooker with boiling soup on the stove. Various side dishes were also washed and chopped,
and a plate was rounded up. "Come on, let's drink together."
Zhang Yu raised his cup.
The 3 flight attendants, too, raised their cups. "Have you guys noticed that this moment is really a love for each other family? I feel so happy," Pan Yuya said happily. "I wish it could just stay like this." "Yu Yao, are you drunk on 1 cup? Di Xiaoba knocked her.
"We're spending tens of thousands of dollars a month on renting a room." The implication was that she wasn't sure if the 3 sisters would still live together in the future. "The burden on your own family is heavy, and Sister Zhao's family is rich. It doesn't look like it goes all the way from the surface. Also, airlines have a lot of turnover, and there has been no precedent for permanent fixed crews. Maybe someday, it's time to break up the partnership." A little saddened by the thought, Di Xiaoba picked up her glass and took another drink. These words were heard by Zhang Yu. "You 3 can stay whenever you want." He laughed. "As for the rent." Speaking of rent, all 3 pricked up their ears. "If you guys can get your chores done around the house and then give me a leg hammer and a massage or something, you can be excused." "Ha?" Pan Yuya froze. Chapter 61, Self-Belief? Truth or Dare? How can that be? "Well then, I'm willing to work against the rent." "Sister Xiaoba, what about you guys? She's still an intern and is paid minimum wage. If you can use labor against rent, that's a good offer." 2. Lu Hanxiao looked at her. Another glance at Zhang Yu. Why did it feel like this landlord was hitting on her again? "Yu Yao, this is 10 oxen cannot pull back, you want to go inside ah." On second thought, though, she couldn't very well say that. The seemingly most innocent Pan Yuya, at least for now, had not been attacked by him. Instead, he was the first to raise his hands when he seemed to have the most social experience. Who would believe it? The atmosphere at the table, though, was a bit more lively as a result. It was 2 hours after a hot pot meal. The original 4 guys only came up with 6 beers. As I was packing up, I realized that there were almost 20 or so empty bottles on the table. On the floor, even if the beer is low, you can still get dizzy if you drink too much of it. The 3 stewardesses, all with flushed faces. It was even red all the way down to the collarbone of the neck. The already white skin was set off even more delicately. Been flying in the sky since I became a flight attendant. There aren't a lot of moments of some licentiousness like that. So, a straight-up drink of beauty. "Is it still okay, guys? Why don't you go to bed?" Zhang Yu asked. "No sleep. It's not easy to take a day off. I haven't had enough fun yet," Di Xiaoba said. "So what's next? Why don't we play poker?" Di Xiaoba finished the sentence. Zhang Yu and Lu Hanxiao both glanced at her. "I'm talking about playing cards," Di Xiaoba explained. "When I finished, I realized something was wrong. Strange, why do I have to explain?" "Yeah, I'll fight too." Pan Yuya also came into the spirit. "And so, a card game that just held up. Sister Xiao, are you playing?" Pan Yuya asked. "I'm not going to fight and watch you guys fight," Lu Hanxiao said. "Then let's fight the landlord." Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuya looked at each other and said in unison. "Landlord, you're the landlord. You two are so intent on fighting me alone. Ha! Zhang Yu also smiled helplessly, but he didn't care about that.
First things first, what's the punishment for losing? Di Xiaoba asked. Why don't we have truth or dare if we lose? Lu Hanxiao, who was on the side, proposed. Yeah, truth or dare then. First inning begins. Each of the three got a hand of cards. Sister Xiao, help me see what's going on. Pan Yuyao begged for help outside the field. That's a good card you have. Lu Hanxiao took a look. Good guy. This is a great hand for her. A 17-card hand with 2 bombs and a king. Wow. My hand is so good that with the king bomb I actually have 3 bombs. Pan Yuyao couldn't help but scream out. Zhang Yu heard this and smiled meaningfully. It's over. Di Xiaoba saw the expression on the landlord's face and said so. Isn't it equivalent to a clear license? Zhang Yu was so smart again, and with a simple calculation, he knew what the cards in each person's hand were. This Pan Yuyao is really a piggyback, as expected. In this first hand, Zhang Yu, as the landlord, won. Say, truth or dare. What's the choice? Dare then. The two talked it over and got ready for their punishment. Then you two, in your work uniforms, dance an APT. Zhang Yu laughed. Ha, so earthy. I don't want it. Pan Yuyao had just finished speaking when she realized that she was the one who had lost, and had even dragged Di Xiaoba into it. Couldn't help but say, well, I'll just dance. Then, the two men changed into their uniforms and danced to the music. I have to say, it's a pretty corny dance, though, but the two of them dance, and that's still eye candy. Even the dirtiest dances are different when danced by a girl with a high face value. Unconvinced, let's do it again. After one song, Pan Yuyao's competitive spirit came up. The second handle starts. The two work well together. Airplanes. Di Xiaoba released 6 cards, then said, I'm down to 1. Zhang Yu looked at the cards in his hand and there were none that he could manage, already ready to be punished. And that's when Pan Yuyao suddenly said, I have. Then 6 cards were played. Di Xiaoba's pupils quaked loudly. The landlord is the landlord. What are you hitting me for? Ah, Pan Yuyao scratched her head. I still have a big hand of cards in my hand. I forgot in my excitement. Di Xiaoba really suspected that her teammates were man machines. Sometimes it's quite tempting to switch to manual labor. It's okay, aren't you down to 1 card? It's a wrap. Pan Yuyao dismantled the smallest pair in her hand. Single walk a 6. It's out and done. And Di Xiaoba didn't move. Ha, you can't afford all 6? Pan Yuyao was shocked. At this time, Zhang Yu took over the battlefield. A big card crushes straight to death, and then his own cards go out in one breath. There's nothing Di Littleba can afford. Ha ha ha. Lu Hanxiao was laughing so hard on the sidelines that she was about to turn her back. Sister Xiao, why don't you do it? You lost again. Di Seba couldn't help but beg for mercy as well. This time, what punishment do you accept? Zhang Yu asked. I mean it too. Then let's draw cards and answer whatever we draw. In Zhang Yu's hand, there was a stack of truthful alternative cards. What is my greatest desire right now? Pan Yuyao drew this one, thought for a moment, and said, the biggest wish is to be able to successfully transfer to the airline division and still work with Sister Xiao. This sentence warmed Lu Hanxiao's heart. Pan Yuyao can't lie. This is what's in her heart. Lu Hanxiao was also not wrong about Pan Yuyao. At that time, on the day of the intern's induction, she had instantly recognized this cute girl with double ponytails. It's been almost a year together. And Di Soba, on the other hand, drew the card. What's your most memorable day? She thought about it, glanced at the crowd, then said, my most memorable day was the day before the big day. That day, she took off work and didn't fly flights. Then again with Zhang Yu. The preciousness that he had held on to for more than 20 years was handed over that day. It was indeed memorable enough for her. Ah, the day before the big day. What did you do, Barb? Pan Yuyao asked in confusion. Lu Hanxiao was on the side, looking at Di Xiaoba's expression. Needless to ask, this is sideways solid. Di Xiaoba and her landlord, Zhang Yu, have a story. There was nothing sour in the heart. Instead, there was a surprising sense of celebration, of being isolated and then having a comrade in arms by your side. She didn't know how to describe what she was feeling right now. Nice guy, never could find the right opportunity to ask for it. You end up playing a game of cards and blowing yourself up. Di Xiaoba looked at Lu Hanxiao, and there was also some weakness in her eyes. Chapter 62, Encrypted Calls Again? If Sister Xiao knew that she had that with her landlord, will you scold yourself? The relationship is not even established, and it's given away in an unclear manner. However, it looked like she was in an okay mood. The heart is not so worried. Come Yuyo, take a break. I'll have a game with Barb. Lu Hanxiao, at this time, also rolled up his sleeves. Ouch. You too. Are you going to deal with me together from now on? Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh. Another one of those meaningful smiles that must be insinuating something else. Lu Hanxiao started shuffling the cards with the belief of certain victory in her heart. Zhang Yu, the two of us together, you definitely won't be able to eat it. Really? Let's give it a try then. Zhang Yu smiled. I'm kinda looking forward to it. You. Lu Hanxiao knew that he was encrypting the call again. Sure enough, Pan Yuyao couldn't understand. Landlord, I'm not good at poker, so you don't think it's a match and don't look forward to it. Soon, the next inning began again. This time, Zhang Yu secretly let go of the water and actively lost a hand. Yay! The landlord finally lost a hand. Come on, what's the punishment? Pan Yuyao jumped up and down in excitement. Truthfully, then, Zhang Yu said, Here, landlord, draw one. Pan Yuyao handed over the stack of cards. Zhang Yu drew one, and on the face of the card was written, Tell a secret you don't know. Secret? That's too much. Still, it has to be a less esoteric ahoy. He thought for a moment, then said, The secret I'm talking about is that the shower on the first floor is actually broken, and I deliberately didn't fix it in time. Ha? Pan Yuyao froze. This doesn't count. Lu Hanxiao said, I already knew that. Then you'll have to beat me if you want to hear more. Zhang Yu laughed. Then come. Lu Hanxiao also went out on a limb. Unfortunately, however, in the next few games, Zhang Yu won them all. No more hope for them to win. He was already a good poker player, and with the system, his card counting and memorization skills have increased dramatically. It's long been a professional master class. Against two amateur players, that's trying to win. There are several penalties owed for winning at the end of the day. Directly taking the two of them, Di Xiaoba and Lu Hanxiao, and drying them out of temper. Ah, no more games. No more games. I beg for mercy. Di Koba raised the white flag. One doesn't know how to play. One doesn't want to play. So naturally, this game can't go on. Zhang Yu, you won. Lu Hanxiao was also finally dropping her defiant head. There are several more punishments. Zhang Yu laughed. To save time, just ask one. This question, however, does not draw from the card. So how do I ask? Lu Hanxiao asked. Let Barb ask. Zhang Yu appointed the candidate. Di Koba also had a feeling of being flattered. After thinking for a while, then asked Lu Hanxiao. Sister Xiao, what kind of man do you like the most? You can only say one characteristic. A feature? Lu Hanxiao screamed in his heart. Wouldn't it be a revelation of the old ways if you spoke from the heart? But if I don't tell the truth, I don't feel like I can get through this. Several penalties have been compressed into one. After thinking about it, she took a deep breath before saying, Powerful man. As soon as the words were spoken, a brief silence fell over the scene. Oh, Sister Xiao, I can't imagine that you're externally high and cold, but what you like is actually this kind. Pan Yuyao was the first to yell. In her heart, Di Xiaoba was able to confirm one of her suspicions even more. Naturally, he knew what Sister Xiao meant by that. There's really no one left alive in this house, except for Pan Yuyao who is still out of condition. Well, it's getting late, so let's all pack up and go to bed early. Zhang Yu reminded. The poker game, though between each other, not a word was said, but by asking a few questions and inserting a few horizons, the fog is cleared, and they got clear about each other. Save yourself the guesswork, then you'll know how to approach handling it. The purpose of the poker game was kind of served. Oh yeah, tomorrow is my turnaround date. Pan Yuyao was a little excited and a little nervous. Xiaoba, what do I need to pay attention to before the transfer? Ah, what do I need to prepare? Yu Yao, don't worry. I'll help you get ready early tomorrow morning. Lu Hanxiao said. The fact that no news has come in so far today means that the transfer is basically solid. Tomorrow, you can go to the airline company to sign the transfer contract with the appropriate documents and information and so on. Lu Hanxiao will also be there. Wanted to be the first to know where Pan Yuyao's assignment was going, striving to still be in his own group. Okay then. When Sister Xiao said so, Pan Yuyao was also relieved. The cards were withdrawn, and the three of them went to their respective rooms, ready to wash up and go to bed. Zhang Yu also went back to his master bedroom on the second floor, looked at the time. Good times always fly by, and it was surprising that it was almost 0 o'clock. System, I want to draw today's blind box. Zhang Yu lay on his bed, looked at the time, and summoned the system. This business of drawing rewards can't wait a moment. Host, a blind box has been prepared for you for today. Soon, the virtual interface of the blind box extraction appeared in front of you. He chose one of them. The box opened and a line of text popped up. Congratulations to the host winning the blind box, divine level soul restoration healing technique, in the lottery. Surprisingly, it's a skill class again. Zhang Yu looked to the explanatory notes, finding this healing art a bit special. That is, I don't treat the ordinary ones. I only treat the difficult ones. For the kind of patient who is dying, with only one breath left in him. By applying medical treatment, the life can be renewed and restored. Or for patients with cerebral palsy, paraplegia, they can also recover quickly and can reach the level of self-care. Long-term bedridden vegetative patients have even managed to reach a level where they can be awake and talk. But if you want to be alive and kicking, that current level isn't up to it. Otherwise this would be sci-fi. The healing art, however, doesn't mention much about the more common headaches. After all, these types of underlying conditions are treated by just drinking lots of hot water. So it's just a couple of little healing techniques that come as a bonus in the back, and basic healing techniques for bruises, blood circulation, and blood stasis. As the saying goes, there's no such thing as too much skill. Zhang Yu was also quick, and claimed this reward, storing it in the system's personal center. Done with that, Zhang Yu washed up and got ready for bed. Today was a more physical day and sleepiness set in. Zhang Yu, are you asleep? At that moment, a soft knock sounded at the door. I knew without asking that it was Lu Hanxiao. The three of them, and the other two were calling out to the landlord as much as anything else. She, on the other hand, yells her name a lot. It's so late and she's coming back to herself. I don't know what's going on. Couldn't be. Thinking about it again. Could it? That's why you're here? Chapter 63, Night Swimming. Changing bathing suits. Words to say. If you come to me of your own accord, then I won't be sleepy. Zhang Yu said wait a moment. Then it was off to the door in a pair of shorts and no top. After all, it's nighttime and in front of the room. Who else makes a point of getting dressed before leaving the house? Moreover, Lu Hanxiao was no longer an outsider to himself. Rather, they are their own people who have communicated deeply. The moment you open the door, Zhang Yu's smile was immediately frozen on his face, only to see that in front of them, there were three people standing in front of them. Lu Hanxiao, Di Xiaoba, and Pan Yuyao. Holy! Zhang Yu instantly felt social death and hurriedly closed the door and redraped a jacket before opening it again. No, you three, what are you doing in my room in the middle of the night? That's right, Lu Hanxiao explained. The three of us, we're going to go swimming at the neighborhood pool. Wanted you to help make a decision on what we should wear. No, it's this time of day and you're going swimming? Zhang Yu was a bit surprised. As the highest-end neighborhood in River City, the interior is also equipped with an owner's-only gym. Swimming pool. The pool is heated and homeowners can enter by swiping their face. The water is changed once a day. The pool is also built to the standards of an international competition venue, so it's pretty classy. Zhang Yu had heard of it, but he hadn't been there yet. It still feels weird to go swimming in the middle of the night. Yes, landlord, Di Xiaoba also said. Yu Yao is going to be transferred tomorrow, and she's a bit nervous and excited, so we'll just accompany her to work out and calm down a bit. Isn't that right, Yu Yao? She gently poked Pan Yuyo with her arm, and her next comment made Di Saba feel quite tempted to call the police. Barb, did you see the landlord's bulge? It's killing me. Pan Yuyo looked at the landlord with eyes that were going to be drawn. That scene just now was lingering in the eyes. Yu Yao, what are you talking about? Lu Hanxiao also realized that something was wrong and said in a hurry. This girl, she has a lot of theoretical knowledge. Isn't it, don't you think? Pan Yuyao's rhetorical question, in turn, made both Lu Hanxiao and Di Xiaoba whole. Pan donkey deng xiaoyao. But the donkey thing is true. But they don't dare to say these things. Rather, it was Pan Yuyo who was tongue-tied. Just say this in private. The landlord is still standing here, Di Xiaoba reminded. Oh, Pan Yuyo then realized and said, sorry, you guys are showing me clothes. Where do I look? Zhang Yu saw that the three of them were not holding anything in their hands. You're coming with us to the first floor parlor, Lu Hanxiao said. Then, Zhang Yu followed the three people and reappeared in the living room. Seeing the couch, there were three piles of bathing suits. There are several styles in each pile. There are one-piece bathing suits that have a lot of fabric and are opaque. There are also top-down skirt-style suit swimsuits, and bikinis with minimal fabric. It's hot in the face to watch. No, are you guys sure? You want to put it on so I can evaluate it? Zhang Yu asked with some surprise. Yeah, the three of us chose poorly, just to see what looks good on a man's eyes, Pan Yuyo added. Well then, are you coming one at a time, or together? Zhang Yu asked. We'll go to our respective rooms and whoever is done changing will come straight out. If you can't, go back and change again. All three picked up the couch and their own piles of bathing suits. They still feel, more or less, embarrassed. There are some things that are good to talk about in private, but it's still kind of hard to be open and honest and show it publicly. I will. Then, wait and see. Zhang Yu laughed. I was planning to go to bed. I didn't realize there were benefits in the middle of the night. Next, they each went to their rooms. Not long after, Pan Yuyo walked out wearing a one-piece pink swimsuit. Landlord, what do you think? Turn around and I'll see. Pan Yuyo obediently turned around according to Zhang Yu's request. Well, it's pretty cute. Isn't it a bit too childish? Though, then I'll get another one. Pan Yuyo trotted back to her room. Then, Lu Hanxiao walked out from her room. She was wearing a bathing suit with long sleeves. At first glance, it looks like regular clothes worn for everyday outings. You're about to go swimming in the water, and you're still dressed like that? Zhang Yu, what do you think? Lu Hanxiao asked. I suggest yeah. Why don't you just change into a pair of long pants so you can cover up everything? His suggestion made Lu Hanxiao realize. Great, is he being sarcastic about being too conservative? On second thought, though, it's true that you won't get much of a turnout dress like that. Had to turn around and go back to my room. Within a few seconds, D. Koba came out of the room. Haven't said a word. Zhang Yu's eyes were filled with amazement as he looked at her. She was seen wearing a swimsuit with a plunging V-neck. The hem of the skirt just covered the hips. It looks flirty and sexy. Landlord, what do you think? D. Sheba was a little embarrassed and didn't know where to put her hands and feet. You, pass. Zhang Yu from his own aesthetic point of view, D. Sheba the set, really wear to his heart party above. So don't have to change? D. Sheba didn't expect the first one to be recognized directly. No, let's see how they both do. Zhang Yu said, sit on this side of the sofa and refer together. Next, he watched the two of them, Lu Hanxiao and Pan Yuyo, as if they were models walking down the runway. It took a few rounds of changing before I finally settled on my final wear. Finally, Lu Hanxiao was wearing a bikini, showing off her perfect S-shaped body. Pan Yuyo, on the other hand, is in a pleated skirt short-sleeve swimsuit, with her entire pair of thighs completely exposed, showing off her innocence. So we're, going to the pool now? The three men looked at each other at the finalized version, all a little embarrassed. Landlord, are you coming with me? Pan Yuyo asked again at this time. I'm afraid of perverts without a man present. Lu Hanxiao and D. Sheba couldn't help but sigh silently. There's no such thing as a pervert. If there was, it would be the non-landlord, Zhang Yu. In that case, then, I do have a responsibility as a landlord to protect the personal safety of my tenants. Zhang Yu went down the slope. Then you guys wait a bit. I'll change my clothes. Soon, all four changed and headed for the pool. All had a jacket on outside and took it off when they got to the place. The pool is in the central clubhouse of the neighborhood. When I walked to the door, there were a few other people swimming. As soon as they saw a few of them walk into the pool, their eyes went straight. Asterisk 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 3 great beauties. This pool is so white. No, this bathing suit is so round. I've been in Binjiangfu for a few years now, and I've never seen such a stunning beauty. Chapter 64, why don't you come clean with your landlord? What kind of owner is he that he has 3 people with him? Jealousy separates hostage walls. These people in the pool are the owners of Riverside House. In all walks of life, it's a figurehead. What kind of beauty haven't you seen? Including them now, all with a couple of female companions in the water. Those female companions are starting at 50k in the biz at least. Top beauty face. However, in front of these 3 women, the color was immediately lost. Even in a bathing suit, it was charming but not demonic. Without a trace of vulgarity stained by the wind, the one at the head has a noble temperament. That mixed-race beauty is unforgettable. The youngest, the innocent schoolgirl came to do a pool portrait feel. Everyone is beautiful in their own way. And then look at the guy. In his 20s, fresh out of college, 185 tall, handsome face. It's just so eye-pleasing. Who is this man? I don't know. Haven't seen it in the neighborhood. Those 3 can still get along so well. What a talent. Someone covered their knees, feeling a vague pain. Isn't he the one with the Lamborghini? It seems like it's him. By the way, that time he sang at the Peacock Legend concert. It was him too. It's true. Half the time, the person who is so hot on the internet is the owner of Riverside Mansion. Our neighborhood. It's quite a sleeper. We'd better go. Don't make a fool of yourself. I don't know how many more blows I'm going to take if I stay any longer. Under their envious gaze, Zhang Yu's group of 4 people also went into the water. The water temperature is a constant 30 degrees or so. So, even at night, it wasn't cold. As soon as they got into the water, Lu Hanxiao and the 3 of them happily played in the water. There was a white splash in front of me, and I couldn't tell if it was a splash or what. Landlord, you're coming too. Listen to the call. Zhang Yu had the illusion for a moment that he felt like he had entered the coiled silk cave. Who can hold that? So, with a jerk, he dove into the water. Perform a snorkel. The south is watery and full of rivers and lakes and small ponds. Swimming is a must-have skill for a southerner. All of a sudden, the pool was fluttering with water. When a person is in the water, wrapped in the water around them,
It is like a baby returning to its mother's body, with a natural sense of security. The water is delicate and slippery to the touch. 3,000 words are hereby pressed into service. When the stamina is almost exhausted, Zhang Yu was half lying by the pool, said, "It's getting late, let's go up." "No, we haven't had enough fun yet." Pan Yuyo was still a bit unfulfilled. "It's indeed time to go up." Lu Hanxia looked up at the clock above the swimming pool. "It's already 1 in the morning. Yuyo has to be very energetic for the transfer ceremony tomorrow." "Alright then, Sister Xiao." "I know." Pan Yuyo was reminded by Sister Xiao and remembered that there was business. So, like a chub, out of the water. Others have come out of the water. The residual water droplets, rolling on the skin, are really like a lotus flower now, since the pool is close to the house. So, there was no need to rinse it off here and decided to go back to it. Zhang Yu noticed. It's still a rewarding night out. Lu Hanjiao's peach blossom value is already 9 stars, and Pan Yuyo is already 9 stars. Really convinced of the system, Zhang Yu felt a bit lost and wanted to see what the second full star hidden prize would be, and as a result, a real 9 stars? Zhang Yu, what are you thinking? Back in the living room, Lu Hanxiao asked. "It's nothing, catch up on your washing and sleep." He shook his head and smiled. Lu Hanxiao was about to say something else when he heard his own cell phone ring in the room. "When I returned to my room, I saw that on my cell phone, there were 7 or 8 missed calls from the same number." Zhang Yu went back to his room. After the exertion of swimming, this time it was really exhausting. It was as if the whole body had been emptied. Despite the physical enhancements, he was a carbon-based creature after all. Packed up and got ready for bed. He then saw the cell phone screen, in the darkened room, light up. "Zhang Yu, tomorrow night, can you do me a favor?" "Help you with what? Figure it out?" "Oops. No." Lu Hanxiao replied. "I'm going to make a trip home tomorrow. Can you accompany me?" "Oh, meeting the parents?" Zhang Yu smiled. "So fast?" "Sort of." Lu Hanxiao replied. "My family is forcing me to get married again. Opening up marriages for me that I don't want." Those phone calls just now were all from home. Although Lu Hanxiao had moved out a long time ago because of what happened at home, didn't want to go home, but still couldn't escape the tightening of the house. It can't be helped. Who made her surname Lu? The only descendant of the Lu family? Then I've done you a great favor. Zhang Yu smiled. "How do you plan to thank me after this is accomplished?" What he wanted was not something in return, but to deepen the kind of impression that Lu Hanxia could not stay away from himself. Let her always be, on a psychological level, beneath herself. "Thanks?" Lu Hanxiao didn't know what she could thank him for. Money? Zhang Yu wouldn't care about that either. Himself? For him, it's been had. Could it be that he has something else in mind? "It's okay, as long as you promise I'll tell you when I think of something," Zhang Yu replied. "Well then, I promise." Lu Hanxia felt like she was a fish on a chopping board and could only be manipulated. However, there is no other suitable person to be found at this time. You can only find Zhang Yu. She was ready to pay. "Well, it's getting late. Go to bed early." At this point, Pan Yuyo lay down in her room. "As soon as I close my eyes, Zhang Yu's face comes to mind. Geez, it's annoying, how can I sleep? Landlord, get out of my head." Pan Yuyo was repeatedly flipping pancakes on the bed, but she just couldn't sleep. A touch of his cheeks was as hot as a 39-degree fever. Again, he remembered the few moments that he had, when he was alone with Zhang Yu. "The last time I sat in the passenger side of a sports car, driving around at night. Mentally, I can't help but scream. It's over. This is really and completely trapped. Why don't I just come clean with the landlord? I just don't know if Sister Xiao and Barb will be angry." Pan Yuyo simply sat up. "If I tell you, will I not be a good sister from now on? How embarrassing to go to work. They think I'm stupid. It's not like I can't see it. Both sides are torn. Both and. Is there any way to stay with the landlord but not hurt the sisterhood?" In her mind, Pan Yuyo was constantly thinking about this. Chapter 65, Transfer, Wrong List? Yu Yao, get up. When she woke up again, she was woken up by Lu Hanxiao. As soon as he opened his eyes, he realized that Sister Xiao was in his room. "Help yourself to clothes. It's the airline division's turnaround ceremony today, so you can't be late. So get up." Lu Hanxia took out her sister's tone, said to Pan Yuyo. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up from the bed. "Do we have a flight today?" "There are no flights for us today. There are early tomorrow morning." Lu Hanxiao was also skilled in the aviation timetable. Conversion is the top priority. As a fixed flight hitch, Lu Hanxia certainly hoped that the three of them would always fly together in the future. Unlike the old days, when you ran into all the bad ones and all the connections. "Okay, Sister Xiao, don't rush me. I'm already fast. Dead legs, hurry up."
Pan Yuyao climbed up from the bed. By the way, what is Ba doing today? The other crew was temporarily short of men and moved her over to help. She left early in the morning before dawn. So she'll make it in time for our early morning flight? Don't worry, a short flight. I'll be back this afternoon. Hey, those who are in our line of work are really pure cowhorses. Pan Yuyao spat as she put on her flight attendant uniform. Suddenly I kind of regretted dragging D. Koba along for a swim last night. She definitely didn't sleep well on her impromptu flight assignment. Can't help but feel a little guilty inside. What can I do then? Isn't a flight attendant just a higher class of waitress? Lu Hanxiao laughed. There are filters out there. Think how marvelous it is. But I see that inside the company, many people are very relaxed. Coming to work is like traveling. Pan Yuyao asked. Which, unlike them, is truly flying in the sky almost every day. Often you have to stay in strange cities, strange hotels. Sometimes the two flights are separated by 5 or 6 hours, and there's not enough time to sleep. While the pay is good, that's piled up with flight hours. Yu Yao, you're still naive. Lu Hanxiao laughed. Those are the ones with connections to the top or someone behind them. Don't go comparing that. So I see. Pan Yuyao tied a blue and red silk scarf around her neck. A lot of big bosses. Still like flight attendants. What? You want a big boss? Lu Hanxiao's eyes glared. I don't like those bald general bellies. I'm going to look for them. And I'm going to look for the landlord like that. Realizing that she had a fast mouth, she hurriedly closed it. It's a good thing Lu Hanxiao didn't say anything either. The two packed up and headed for the River City Air Division. Sister Saya, I'm still a little worried about what if the transfer doesn't go through. Pan Yuyao looked a little nervous. Don't worry. I've looked at your scores for every test. There's no difficulty in transferring. Lu Hanxiao laughed. Jiancheng Airlines. There are more than 100 trainee flight attendants in this term. There are 30 spots for those who can convert. 1/3 is not a small percentage. With Pan Yuyao's image and temperament, as well as her various performances, although she couldn't get the best, the top 30 was secure. Assessment scores, which have remained stable between 25 and 28. That's good. Pan Yuyao was also relieved. Mr. Zhang, this is the list of this term's airline division interns who have been converted. Send it for you to take a look. In the bedroom, Zhang Yu was lying on the bed, having just woken up not long ago, just received a list. As the major shareholder behind the carrier, he does not ask questions about the actual business of the job, but all kinds of statements, lists, are sent to him for review. Zhang Yu looked at this list. A quick glance revealed. There was no name of Pan Yuyao. The list does include a Pan surnamed Pan Jinho. This transfer list, what's going on? Zhang Yu realized the problem and immediately called the shipping company. How did someone end up being selected when their test scores were substandard? Mr. Zhang, it's like this. These few, all of them have a relationship with the airline division as strategic partners for many years. This one called Pan Jinha, her prospective father-in-law, is the leader of our airline division's competent unit. All of them were greeted in advance. The implication is that none of them can be offended. After all, the position of flight attendant is only a basic position, and it is not worthwhile to offend those partners as well as the authorities over this matter. It's not good for the company either. So, Zhang Yu's eyes fell into deep thought. Mentally, an idea quickly came to mind. The wonderful show is over. Now, it's up to me to officially announce the names of this year's converted flight attendants. River City Airways. The lecture hall was filled to capacity with several hundred seats. It's all about the interns who are about to turn the corner, and their lead mentors. Then there's the middle and upper management of the airline. Now, it was the manager of the airline division's personnel department who read the list from the stage. Off stage, the prospective flight attendants, who were about to be converted, all began to talk. The names on the list were read out, one by one. Those whose names were read were cheered despite the hundreds of people present. Sister Saya, I'm scared. Pan Yuyao grabbed Lu Hanxiao's hand. Lu Hanxiao comforted her as well, but the drums were starting to beat in his heart. With 30 names, there are fewer and fewer spots left. Last one, Pan, the HR manager. Reading this, paused and took a sip of water. Pan Yuyao came to life when she heard this word. The grip on Lu Hanxiao's hand was also tighter. Pan Jinho, the personnel department warrants the last name. Yeah, sitting in the back row, a woman who had been on her cell phone the entire time. Cheered. Why her? Many of those present wondered. Pan Jinho was in the shipping company, 3 days late and 5 days absent. The performance was poor and was notorious in the company. Everyone thought in their minds that she was definitely swept off her feet at the end of her internship, and it was asserted that other carriers, too, would not want it, because the interns at JAC are of the highest quality, even if they can't be converted. Many of the unsuccessful ones will be wanted by other companies. But the poor performers that JAC doesn't want, the others won't either. I didn't realize that Pan Jinho had turned. There were hundreds of people present, and many of them only then realized it as an afterthought. So, she's related. There are a lot of connections in the airline division, but most of them are pretty low-key. If she's such a high-profile poser like her and still turns out to be good, isn't that a discredit to Jiang Hang? People are a little upset. As for Pan Yuyo, at this time, the entire eyes were devoid of light. The strength of her hand, too, had all slackened off. Yu Yao, don't cry. I'll go ask what's going on. Lu Hanxiao looked at her and was also a bit at a loss for words. The nail in the coffin. How come it's yellow? No, this is something that has to be said. Chapter 66, The Great Reversal. Relationships collectively breaking defense. Lu Hanxiao couldn't believe it. With Pan Yuyao's performance, how could there not be a transfer slot? There are clearly many people on this 30-person hiring list who didn't perform as well as she did and made the cut instead. Shady. There must be something shady. Although Lu Hanxiao is also known for a long time that in the shipping company, all kinds of connections are flying all over the place, but as long as it doesn't infringe on one's core interests, it doesn't matter. But now, this group of people had seized Pan Yuyao's spot. Naturally, I had to find a way to say it. At this moment, Pan Yuyao's eyes were rolling with tears. I had thought that I would be able to make a smooth transition today, and that I would be able to continue working with Sister Xiao and the others in the future. As a result, the list was read out and none of them had their names. Pan Yuyao's mood was incomparably lost. It meant not only would they have to find a new job, but there would be no way to maintain the coterie of the three of them in the future. In the future, Lu Hanxiao saw her like this from the side and felt bad in his heart. She gently patted Pan Yuyao's shoulder and comforted her in a low voice. Yuyo, don't be too upset. Maybe the list is wrong. I'll go ask. But when he said this, Lu Hanxiao didn't have a bottom. He is just an ordinary crew chief. He can't interfere with the personnel decision at all. Pan Yuyao's tears were swirling in her eyes, raising her head to look at the ceiling to keep it from falling. Her voice carrying a hint of choking. I've obviously worked very hard. Why is this happening? With over 100 trainee flight attendants, she's in the 20s, at least. This list, it shouldn't be without her name. Lu Hanxiao comforted Pan Yuyo a few more times and was about to get up to ask for a statement. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. The general manager is here. Lu Hanxiao looked over to the doorway of the lecture hall and walked in a middle-aged man in his 50s with slightly gray temples. He was on his feet, carrying a few sheets of paper, making his way to the report desk. He's the general manager of River Air, Yudong, the middle level of the stage. Seeing that the general manager actually came in person, have stood up to greet. Yudong told them all to sit down. There's no need to be formal. I'm here for something important. General Manager you're here. What are your instructions? The HR manager hurriedly greeted him with a smile. General Manager Yudong presided over the big and small work of Jianghang, and everything in the company had to be reported to him in the end. The acceptance list, you finished reading it out? Yudong asked. Yeah, it was just read out. The HR manager whispered. The list, no questions asked. Yudong glared at him before signaling everyone in the report room to be quiet. Everyone be quiet. That list of hiring just now. There are some mistakes. This one in my hand is the final list. Ah, what the hell? How can there be two different lists? This list, it's not going to get my name off, is it? The people on the stage, they were all talking. How could a company as big as Jianghang, with a market capitalization of tens of billions of dollars and thousands of employees, make such a mistake? But looking at Yudong's expression, it didn't look like he was joking. The two different lists have caused some concern for those who were hired and renewed hope for those who were not. Pan Jinho's expression, however, was very calm, hugging her arms as if the list, no matter how it changed, would always have her name on it. Yu Yao, the list just now, seems to be wrong. Lu Hanxiao also realized that things had taken a turn for the worse and hurriedly reminded her. The heart couldn't help but wonder. This list, what the hell is going on? General Manager Yudong surprisingly came to read the final version of the list himself. It's the kind of small thing that he wouldn't have interfered with before. Could it be that there is some mysterious force that is behind all of this? Who could it be? Lu Hanxiao thought it over, without a clue. But then she remembered the last time. The incident with D. Koba. Everyone thought that D. Sheba was going to be fired. But instead of that, Manager Li was fired. These two things, she felt vaguely, were not isolated. Rather, there is some sort of necessary connection. Quiet, everyone. Next, I'll announce the final version of the acceptance list. Yudong cleared his throat. Start reading the list. This list, nothing has changed. The first few names, same as the last one. The people on the stage, noticing the list didn't seem to make a difference. But, After getting to number 15, the list starts to change a bit. 16th place, Tina Xiong. Yudong's announcement surprised the mid-level leaders, crew chiefs, and interns on stage. The original number 16, not that name.
Some of the mid-levels also realized that the previous 16-bit was a relation.
27th place, Lin Mengyao. Another different name.
The crowd clamored. Lin Mengyao was also an intern who had performed well but hadn't been hired. She is well liked in the company and many people are still comforting her. There was a sense of unreality in suddenly hearing his name. Yudong read all the way up to 29th place.
There have been 4 changes to the list. There's a common trait. The ones that are redrafted are the ones that usually do well but didn't make the list just now. And the ones that fell in this round were all okay performers, but more or less substandard. Strange. General Manager Yu, is the decision on the candidates strictly based on performance this time? The stage speculated.
30th place. As Yudong read out the names, Pan Yuyao and Lu Hanzhao's hearts,
once again, rose to their throats.
Pan Yuyao even covered her ears and closed her eyes,
too afraid to face it all. The 30th place is Pan Yuyao.
Let's congratulate the above 30 interns for officially becoming a member of River Air.
As the announcement of the list ended, the list of 30 people appeared simultaneously on the big screen in the lecture hall.
You picked it.
Lu Hanzhao confirmed those 3 words over and over again, reading them several times before saying to Pan Yuyao, "Ha!"
She was shaken by dash for a moment and looked at the big screen.
On the list, there was clearly his name. It was a moment that she hadn't reacted to in her mind. It feels so unreal. I've been chosen?
Yes.
Yuyao, you've been chosen. Great.
Lu Hanzhao gave her a tight hug.
I'm going to take this good news and tell Xiaoba, Xiong Tingting and Lin Mengyao.
A few other interns who had been reselected also cheered. The heart is so full of gratitude that it doesn't know where to pour it out.
However, in the midst of all this rejoicing, Pan Jinhe, who had lost the election, and a few others, cried out shrilly, "How is this possible? The list has been finalized. How can it be changed at will? I have connections with the Civil Aviation Authority. How dare you disrespect a higher authority? My father-in-law to be is the boss of the biggest partner of Jianghang, my godfather,
but he has the connections of the top 7 of Jiangcheng City Hall.
A few of us lost the election. Can you Jianghang take the responsibility for that?"
Several other interns who had been removed from the program chimed in,
moving to show their strong connections behind them. Who can stand it when you say you're going to make the switch and then you end up publicly losing in front of so many people? Originally, they came to the airline, but also as a tourist, ready to come in on the pendulum.
The big deal is to get pregnant and take a long maternity leave, whitehorning Jianghang Company's various benefits.
The treatment of Jianghang Airlines is one of the best carriers in China, and it's stable. Now that I find out I lost the election, I'm also tearing my hair out, threatened Jianghang. However,
General Manager Yudong's face was calm,
and he responded without panic. I understand your feelings,
but this is not my own decision, but the command of the major shareholder behind the curtain.
And as a subordinate, I naturally have to do as I am told, so you don't need to say anything else. Major shareholders, the entire crowd, several hundred people, was once again in an uproar. Zheng Hong's major shareholder, who has never made a public appearance, all the work, at the highest, is reported to the general manager, including welcoming inspections from various figures and signing business cooperation. It was also Yudong who stepped in. Everyone was curious about the identity of the major shareholder, but couldn't guess. The only impression, that Li Chuxing was expelled, is that the big unit had intervened, but there were no public appearances either. And that, too, involved an ordinary flight attendant. The people on the stage exchanged words and started intense speculation about Jianghang Company, the mysterious major shareholder behind the scenes. What exactly is the identity of the major shareholders? This list of people who have been removed, each and every one of them comes from a very big place. The connections behind them are enough to keep Jianghang from opening. Why does the major shareholder dare to offend so many bigwigs at the same time? And what's going on? Though they both hated the relationship, but it's also more scrupulous about those who are connected. There's nothing to be gained by offending. Over the years, people have only dared to speak out against the existence of related households, watching them fly the best flyable routes without having to stay up late and work overtime. But the benefits that should be taken a lot, the end of the year evaluation and their names, with the major shareholders getting so worked up, it feels like the day is finally dawning. Lu Hanzhao looked at Yudong's mention of the major shareholders. There was also a strong feeling in my heart. The beneficiaries of the two events, Di Xiaoba, Pan Yuyao, and the connection between them, Zhang Yu. That's right. Intuition told himself that Zhang Yu was the major shareholder behind Jianghang. If this is true, that Zhang Yu's identity was just too surprising. He's not only their landlord, He's their boss? Double a status. What else is there to do but get down on your knees and call your father? Sister Saya, tell me, what's going on? Pan Yuya was still a bit cloudy.
I don't know how the major shareholders suddenly came out and interfered in such a small matter.
I'm not too sure. Lu Hanxiao shook her head. Maybe the major shareholders felt that it was important to be fair. Isn't he afraid, then, of getting into trouble with the big boys? Pan Yuya asked again.
I think that the major shareholders should not be afraid of those upper-class bigwigs.
Lu Hanxiao said so. It felt like Zhang Yu was really like that too, as if he didn't carry fear of anything. In addition to that, I have one more announcement to make, as instructed by the major shareholders. Yu Dong,
the general manager on the stage,
said again. Chapter 67, Lu Hanxiao's way of thanking. Your management and crew chiefs on stage. Take notes. 2. Starting today,
the air division is flying strictly on a scheduled basis, while strictly evaluating performance. Those in the company who came in through connections before and are not performing well.
I'm not naming them here,
so please go to the personnel office yourself to go through the separation procedures.
A stone is thrown,
and the one who screams the loudest is the one who gets hit the hardest. Soon there were a few more people on stage expressing their displeasure.
What the hell are you Jiangheng trying to do? Fire us all and your flight won't take off. Call the major shareholder out. I'd like to see what kind of tricks he's pulling. Excuse me.
Yu Dong looked at those few people, the ones who had been stuffed in through connections in previous sessions.
I used to feel a headache, but now that the major shareholders have spoken, there is no longer any psychological burden.
The major shareholder has said that the relations are the key target for optimization.
Please go down and go through the resignation process. Fine. Count your Jiangheng as ruthless. This matter is not over. Pan Jinhua a few relations. The face cannot hang.
Dropped a harsh sentence, then hurriedly left the lecture hall.
Then, Yu Dong turned to the HR manager and said, Fall recruiting is coming up. Post this year's campus recruiting announcements on the official website. Fall recruiting?
The HR manager hadn't responded.
Yes, since there is a big change in staff now, we need to expand some of the recruitment. 200 interns this year, while the number of transfer places is set at 80. Okay, Mr. Yu.
The HR manager hurriedly jotted it down.
Which schools to recruit to? According to the major shareholders, there are 3 main places.
One is the Jiangcheng Civil Aviation Academy.
One is the flight attendant program at Jiangcheng University. And the last one is to go to a job fair and recruit for the society.
Yu Dong relayed Zhang Yu's command.
Okay, I'll go down and do it right away.
The HR manager nodded.
I can't help but sigh. This major shareholder. Things are really thunderous. So soon, there's going to be a complete purge of personnel. At River Air? First, get rid of the relations.
Then there's the massive introduction of fresh blood to increase the turnover ratio,
which in turn makes the older employees nervous.
Some of the bad customs that existed in the river navigation will be reversed very soon.
It will also be a great enhancement for JAC's brand image and customer reputation. It's not that they don't understand these truths. It's just that what they can do is really limited. After Yu Dong had done this, he also sent a message over to Zhang Yu. Mr. Zhang, according to your instructions, I have already explained a few things. Well, that's good. Zhang Yu replied. Send me a copy of the next recruitment effort and transfer program as well. I'll make unannounced spot checks at any time. Yes, General Manager Zhang. After the program is made, I'll send it to you the first time. Yu Dong carefully replied. Should I, leave Pan Yu Yao and the rest of their fillers behind and explain something separately?
Yu Dong knew that Zhang Yu had contacted himself directly after seeing that initial list.
Then,
the few people on the second list who were re-elected in might all be Zhang Yu's people.
But the one with the highest likelihood would have to be Pan Yu Yao, because she's the only one who was connected to the last Dekoba incident. Xiong Tingting and the ones from Lin Mengyao don't seem to have any interactions. This is not necessary. Zhang Yu replied. Do your job, and do the rest less on your own. Yes, Mr. Zhen, Yu Dong promised.
Take the word of a major shareholder at face value.
The internship transition meeting ended with a bang. The people in the lecture hall dispersed.
The faces of the 30 people who were converted were beaming with joy. Being hired as an official flight attendant for River Air means an annual salary of 200,000, 5 insurance policies, 2 bonuses, and all kinds of cosmetic brand movie ticket concert benefits. Couldn't have found a better job for a girl. Those who didn't get hired were disappointed but accepting. As long as you have a certificate of 1 year's internship experience with JAC, you'll be snapped up when you go to other airlines. Zhang Heng's business skills and etiquette training have always been of a high standard, not to mention the face and body, which have long been branded. Only a very small number of poor performers who can't do the business will have to leave the flight attendant profession for other jobs.
Sister Dash, I'm so happy today. Pan Yuyo walked out of the lecture hall. It was hard to hide the joy on her face. Today's ups and downs were too exciting, smoothly transferred. We can continue to be colleagues in the future. Today, let's go back and celebrate. Lu Hanxiao looked at her excited appearance, and also couldn't help but show her teeth with a smile. Nodded, okay, but let's not be in a hurry. Let's finish the process of transferring to the right. Yeah, oh, the contract hasn't been signed yet. Pan Yuyo tapped his head. Afterwards, the two of them went to the personnel department, completed the formal entry procedures, and returned to Riverside House together. Along the way, Pan Yuyo chattered and depicted what she would do when she made money in the future, and Lu Hanxiao smiled the whole time, listening to her talk about what she would do in the future. Meanwhile, in the upper-class circles of Zhongchang, what happened in Zhonghang was something they just couldn't believe. What? River Air removed a lot of flight attendants today? Big Brother 1. I can't believe my goddaughter isn't on the top of the list for transfer? Big Brother 2. Has Zhonghang eaten the guts of a bear? How dare he make such a big move? Big Brother 3. What do they want? Do they not want to work together in the future? Big Brother 4. I take $100 million a year to play with Zhonghang, and Zhonghang treats me like air? Big Brother 5. They were, at that moment, all in the same box in the private club. When they heard the news, they were all furious and blew their tops. The person who came back to pass on the news lowered his head and didn't dare to utter a single breath. Indeed, the separation procedures have all been completed, and Zhonghang is already preparing for a new round of recruitment to replenish the vacancies. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The bigwigs were enraged. Even if we were to lend you Dong 100 guts, he wouldn't dare. Let him come and see us. Boss, it's rumored that this is all a decision made by the major shareholder behind Zhonghang. The messenger said. The major shareholder behind the scenes? A couple of fat-headed bigots looked at each other. The major shareholder behind River Air. I've heard of it, but never seen it. Previously it had also been a perfect stealth of not caring about anything and just taking dividends. Now, it's about coming to the front? But these 5 parties of bigwigs, in the end, had seen the world. The 5 of them, in charge of the aviation discourse in Zhangchang and even the 5 central provinces. Airports are built, airlines are founded, routes are designed. All around them. Even the height of a building in the city has to be certified and agreed upon by them. They are perfectly capable of making whichever carrier red or black if they want. Therefore, their position in the aviation world is supreme. Those fired flight attendants are just their canaries in the coal mine. A canary like that could be replaced with countless others, but the fact that they were fired certainly slapped them in the face. What's the point of spreading the word? Since that's the case, let Zhonghang pay a price. The 5 bigwigs quickly reached a consensus. Go. Find out the background of Zhanghong's major shareholder. We'd like to see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Zhonghang this time, must be finished. Back, Lu Hanxiao and Pan Yuyo returned to Binjiang Mansion, and when they opened the door, Zhang Yu was down in the kitchen. Landlord, are you going to feed us down there again? Let's go out to eat today. Pan Yuyo asked. Looks like you're in a good mood. Turning up? Zhang Yu asked as if nothing had happened. Lu Hanxiao looked at him as if he was completely unaware of this matter. This was too calm. Zhang Yu, the list of this matter of their conversion is on Jitterbug. You don't know about it? Oh, I'm down here. Haven't been paying attention. He also knew that Lu Hanxiao was testing himself. What? I heard that the major shareholders intervened behind the scenes? Yeah, landlord. Pan Yuyo snatched the words. Thanks to the major shareholder, or else I'd be out of a job. I must find a chance to thank him properly. How would you like to be thanked? To give your body in return? Zhang Yu asked with a smile. That depends on whether he's handsome or not, Pan Yuyo said with some embarrassment. However, there shouldn't be anyone more handsome than the landlord. Except for the landlord. Zhang Yu. She had no feelings for anyone else. And what if he's like me? Zhang Yu asked with a smile. Ha? Pan Yuyo froze. Lu Hanxiao hurriedly said to her. Yuyo, aren't you going to tell Xiaoba the good news? Go and ask if she's back yet. Okay, I'm going to ask. Pan Yuyo stepped aside. Zhang Yu. You are? Lu Hanxiao walked to the kitchen and looked at his sword-like eyebrows. Yes, I am. Zhang Yu smiled at her. Sure enough, Lu Hanxiao's answer was verified. How do you plan to thank me for all the favors I've done you guys? He asked again. Smirking. You go to your room first. Later, I'll tell you, Lu Hanxiao said. The thing is, indeed, if it weren't for him, the trio that's been hitched for a year would have to break up today. Today, it's really important to thank him with the utmost sincerity. Zhang Yu looked at her and wondered what new tricks she had up her sleeve. Soon, though, he went back to his room. The sound of the door opening downstairs was heard. It was Di Seba coming back. Several people cheered together, about to lift the ceiling. Sister Xiao, call the landlord up and we'll go celebrate together? You two go first, I'll go up and shout at him. We'll contact each other on our cell phones later, Lu Hanxiao said. Yeah, we'll go ahead then. Watch the two of them go out the door. It was only then that Lu Hanxiao went up to the second floor, knocked on Zhang Yu's door. The door is unlocked. Come in. As Zhang Yu spoke, he saw the bedroom door open. Lu Hanxiao's pair of white thighs were almost uncovered. In his hand, he held the eye mask that Pan Yuyo bought last time. Chapter 68, The landlord is not a pervert. Is he? Didn't realize. And she really came. The two of them, out. Zhang Yu cleared his throat to ease the embarrassment. Out. Lu Hanxiao took the eye mask and walked into the bedroom with a smile on her face. What are you going to do? Zhang Yu asked. You, knowingly. She laughed. Today's matter, you helped Pan Yuyao. And indirectly, you also helped me. So, is this a sign that the older sister is to be thanked instead of the younger one? Although he knew what Lu Hanxiao had in mind, he was still a bit puzzled. But why are you so nice to Pan Yuyao? A blood sister may not even be that nice. They are ostensibly only a co-worker. However, Lu Hanxiao's usual protection and care for her clearly exceeded what an ordinary sister could do. Even if they're sisters, it's nothing more than that. He couldn't understand the reason why Lu Hanxiao was doing this. Zhang Yu, let's not talk about this, Lu Hanxiao softly said. Later, we still have to go out and look for them, said. She then walked slowly towards Zhang Yu. During that time, several calls kept coming in. Lu Hanxiao also didn't even look at it and directly refused to answer. And I don't know how long it was. It was only then that Zhang Yu completely loosened up. The sense of accomplishment in his heart was unprecedented. With the identity behind Lu Hanxiao, willingly this way. For a man, that's top-notch fulfillment. Lu Hanxiao did, indeed, use his utmost sincerity. Jingle bells. At this time, Lu Hanxiao's phone rang. Sister Xiao, have you come down with the landlord yet? Just after connecting the phone, Pan Yuyo on the other side asked. We've ordered all the dishes. Just waiting for you guys. Just wait a minute. We'll be right down. Lu Hanxiao hung up the phone and turned to Zhang Yu. Let's go down quickly. They're all rushing. Then she walked over to the sink next to her. Then another glance at the cell phone message. Lu Hanxiao shook her cell phone. Zhang Yu, after dinner later, why don't you come home with me? Okay, no problem. Zhang Yu was now refreshed and agreed with alacrity. It's not just a cameo as a boyfriend. It's not even a big deal. No one else has had that opportunity yet. Besides, Lu Hanxiao's performance this time was good. Then they went downstairs and the two quickly found Pan Yuyo and Di Xiaoba who were downstairs in the mall. Sister Xiao, this way. When the two of them saw Lu Hanxiao and Zhang Yu, they also raised their hands in greeting, signaling where they were. The two of them are there. Let's go over quickly. Lu Hanxiao also said. Pick up the pace of your feet. A group of four, all in a good mood today, chatting about the twists and turns of the day during the turnaround conference. Luckily it ended up being a scare and nothing happened. A few people were also cracking up from time to time as they chatted. It drew envy from those who passed by around them. I'll go. It's the four of them again. What eye candy. I saw them at this mall last time. This man and three women. They shouldn't be doing anything. All at the same time, right? Hey, you can't be envious. If I had money, I'd have more fun than him. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women is the most striking sight wherever they go. Especially these three. Beautiful women with different styles. Royalty, hybrids, and innocent young roses. Even if only one of them can get along, it's going to be a blast to fly. The onlookers, all knew that Zhang Yu was the owner of the Riverside mansion, driving a Lamborghini. His status was not much higher than theirs. Naturally, I can't hate it at all except for envy and jealousy. It's not even in the same tier. Sister Xiao, landlord, why don't we go play secret room after dinner? Pan Yuyo was in a particularly happy mood as she turned positive today. I'll pay for all the expenses. Yeah, I've been wanting to go for a long time too. Di Xiaoba also expressed her approval. 4 people is just right for a team. Yu Yao, why don't we do it another time? I have to go home later after dinner. Lu Hanxiao said. Ha, going home? What a strange word. Pan Yuyo and Di Xiaoba were both a bit surprised. We've been sharing a room for a year, and I've never heard the word home from her. Sister Xiao, is there something going on at home? Pan Yuyo asked. Then if there's something wrong, Sister Xiao, you'd better go home first. It's not a big deal. Lu Hanxiao smiled. I'll be back in 2 or 3 hours at most, and we have to go to work together tomorrow. Okay. Pan Yuyo looked at the landlord again. Landlord, what about you? Zhang Yu smiled. It's getting late. I'll send your sister Xiao home later. Sounds like it. And there's nothing wrong with it. How the landlord got so considerate all of a sudden. Alright then, we'll both go back first. You guys go back early. Oh. After dinner, Pan Yuyao and Di Xiaoba went back to Riverside House first. Look at the time. It's 7 o'clock at night. It's still early. Realized there wasn't much to do right now either. Why don't we sanitize the first 2 floors? The two of them looked at each other. And they also clicked. Now is the time when a body of exuberant energy cannot be used. And said to do it. Besides, cleaning the room for the landlord is something that was agreed upon from the beginning. Cleaned the first floor first. Then he went to the second floor and started cleaning from Zhang Yu's master bedroom first. Such a big house. But the furniture is well laid out. No dead space and quick to clean. Barb, look. Pan Yuyao suddenly pointed at the sink. Didn't I buy that? And why is it in? Like, the landlord's bedroom? This. Di Xiaoba's mind brainstormed at her question and quickly realized. Sister Xiao didn't come down just now. Did she use this object? And this is the landlord's bedroom again. I don't dare to think about it. This Xiao's sister. It's also to that. Inside Di Xiaoba's mind, the damn desire to win suddenly rose. Did the landlord like it? Did I, last time, seem too juvenile? Because after that day, Zhang Yu hadn't interacted with her anymore. For a moment they all froze a little. Feeling a little bad that I don't know how to please a man. Barb, why don't you say something? Pan Yuyao asked. Noticed something strange. This would be. The landlord was curious to take a look at it. Right? Di Xiaoba's scalp tingled as she hurriedly explained. Barb, stop it. I know. Pan Yuyao suddenly said. What do you know? A sudden chill ran through Di Xiaoba's heart. Had she found out? I think. The landlord must be a BT. Pan Yuyao made her own conclusion. If he's like that, wouldn't it be better to find a girlfriend? Chapter 69, I'll give you $5 million to leave my daughter. Di Xiaoba breathed a sigh of relief in her heart and added. Never mind that. Let's get to work. Walk over to the bed in the bedroom. She felt, again, the house, filled with a faint aroma. Di Littleba smelled it too. The sight of the somewhat disheveled beds made it more certain. Barb, do you smell a smell? What's that smell? I feel the smell in the room. Like the scent on Sister Xiao. I don't smell it. Di Xiaoba calmly denied. It should be just now. From eating with Sister Xiao. So my nose is hallucinating. Okay. Pan Yuyao also wondered if there was something wrong with her nose. I left the distractions behind and continued sweeping and mopping the floor and doing my chores. Crap. Over here. The two drove in the car. On their way back to Lu's house, Lu Hanxiao suddenly called out. What's wrong? Zhang Yu is driving her BMW X6. Without twisting his head, he asked. Eye patch. Lu Hanxiao was a bit flustered. I forgot to take it away. It's okay. I'll just get it later when I get back. Zhang Yu felt that it wasn't a thing. She was about to say something else. When in her cell phone WeChat, she suddenly received a picture message. Lu Hanxiao took a look, and it was definitely the eye patch. Sister Xiao, I've rounded it up for you. Next time be careful. Oh. Di Xiaoba sent a playful emoji of a tongue out. Barb, Yu Yao didn't find anything. Did she? I don't think so. Di Seba replied. But do we have to hide it from her? After all, between the two of them, they already knew each other's bottom line. Of course I have. Lu Hanxiao sent a message and twisted her head to look at Zhang Yu. And you have to hold the last line. Otherwise, the landlord doesn't know how much more he's going to get. Saying the same thing. Di Koba agreed. In the airline company, the three sisters are on the same page. No man can break through the defense. It's also won a lot of accolades. As a result, in Zhang Yu's place, he lost his armor so quickly, and if people knew about it, they would not die of laughter. 2 would be fine, but 3 would be fine. How can we get along with each other in the future? It's embarrassing to think about. It was a bit of a twist in her mind, but it was a decision that she agreed with. Sister Xiao, I know. You come back early. Lu Hanxiao extinguished his cell phone screen and looked forward again. Solved? Zhang Yu did not ask much. Aha. Lu Hanxiao didn't say much either. The two men now had a great understanding in their hearts. My house is just up ahead. Here it is. Zhang Yu looked out of the car. In front of us is a villa area. A standing sign reads, for Princess Hills Golf Estate. Zhang Yu knew that this was a famous villa area in Jiangcheng. The name of the mountain is derived from the fact that 4 concubines were once born here. There is also a golf course on the hill. For the exclusive use of the owners of the villa and their valued guests only. The most expensive Mountain View villa here sells for $100 million. In a way, it's also a rich neighborhood. It's not lower spec than Riverside House. It's just a different positioning and audience. Following the navigation, the car stopped in front of one of the 3-story villas. Lu Hanxia got out of the car. Looking at the villa in front of him, it was familiar and unfamiliar. It's been almost a year since I was last back. Zhang Yu also parked his car and walked down.
Seeing that she had a somewhat despondent expression,
She asked, "Why don't you go up? Missy, you're back?" At this time, in the courtyard of the villa,
a maid who was working,
hearing the commotion outside,
he looked up to see Lu Hanxiao. Then he hurriedly ran back to the house and shouted,
"Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu, Mrs. back." The parlor on the first floor was brightly lit. Upon hearing the maid's report, a middle-aged woman ran out. "Han Xiao, you're finally back. I called you so many times but you didn't answer. I'm so anxious." Zhang Yu looked over.
The middle-aged noblewoman was about 40 years old,
all bejeweled.
Those emeralds you wear on your hands are at least $500,000 apiece.
And between the eyebrows, there is a unique charm that has been precipitated through the years.
And with the expensive skincare products used, the skin and body are well maintained. It was obvious that she was Lu Hanxia's mother.
Land Mother Reference Chart.
Lu Hanxia is the younger version of her.
She still knows to come back. Why doesn't she die out there?
A middle-aged man's scolding voice came from the house.
"Aya old Lu, your daughter is back, so you should say less," the middle-aged noblewoman said,
about to reach out and pull Lu Hanxia into the house. Just now his eyes had been on his daughter,
ignoring the rest.
Only then did he realize that beside Lu Hanxia, there was also a young man standing.
"You are?" the middle-aged noblewoman asked. The guy looked pretty handsome and tall.
Just the age looks like it's right out of college. Still a little younger than his daughter.
And so couldn't figure out who he was. "Mom, let me introduce you. This is the boyfriend I talked to," Lu Hanxiao said with an expressionless face. "Hanyasha, how are you? Hey, it's better to go in first and talk." The middle-aged noblewoman was afraid that her daughter would run away again after a hard trip back. To Zhang Yu, he said, "You can come in as well."
The three walked into the first floor parlor. The maid poured a couple cups of tea over.
In the living room,
a middle-aged man sat in the center of the sofa.
"This is the head of the Lu family, Lu Zhenhua." Looking up, he saw the two people, Lu Hanxiao and Zhang Yu. His face darkened again. "Lu Hanxiao, letting you come back. Why did you even bring back irrelevant people?" "He's not irrelevant," Lu Hanxiao smiled, then said, "Dad, Mom, I came back because I wanted to tell you too. I already have a date,
so there's no need to bother with a blind date for me."
"Nonsense." Lu Zhenhua's face reddened and warned. "I'm your oldest son.
Your marriage has to be decided by your parents.
Do you think you can hide it from us by finding a random unsavory person?" "Mr. Lu is wrong about that." Zhang Yu laughed. "My name is Zhang Yu, and I have a name. It's Lu Hanxia's man, and didn't lie to you." That said, the relationship between the two of them is now just shy of an official announcement.
"You guys?" Surprisingly, Lu Zhenhua is also a man and naturally knows what Zhang Yu means. And then look at Lu Hanxiao's eyes. It's probably long since the raw rice was cooked into thin rice and the soybeans were ground into soy milk. For a moment the blood went to his head.
"Dad, if there's nothing else, we're leaving," Lu Hanxiao said. "Go." Lu Zhenhua stood up. "I asked you to come back for a blind date. You can't leave."
Then, he turned to Zhang Yu again and said,
"Zhang Yu, I think you should know the identity of my Lu family. You are still too young and will find your true love in the future." With that, he beckoned for the old butler to come forward and take a card he was holding. It was handed to Zhang Yu. "Zhang Yu, you are so young. You can still take your time to find. My daughter is 28, so I can't afford to waste any more time. Here is $5 million. You take it." Chapter 70, This Melon. Do we really have to twist it forcibly? Zhang Yu didn't pick it up. "What? Too little?" Lu Zhenhua's face changed. "Young man, don't be too overambitious. 5 million is enough for you to earn for a long time." Poof. At this time, Lu Hanxiao couldn't help but laugh from the side. "Old Lu, you still haven't changed at all. You still have no one in sight." "What do you mean?" Lu Zhenhua looked at his daughter.
"I said you are forever self-righteous,"
Lu Hanxia said.
"He lives in Riverside Mansion and drives a Lamborghini.
Would he care about your $5 million? Lu Hanxiao didn't have all the information about Zhang Yu's identity.
"I only know about Snappy Loans,
a financial company, probably owned by him, with assets of $5 billion. But all the information is just a guess in the mind. Not certain."
The only thing that could be ascertained was that Zhang Yu's actual financial strength would not be too different from the Lu family.
It might even exceed it. And Dad Lu Zhenhua, without investigation, preconceived him as a year-old little puppy who wants to be with a rich woman.
It's really too much of a smug thing.
"I can't believe you have a house and a car."
Lu Zhenhua also knows that the weight of this house and car is worth almost $100 million in total.
But, Lu Zhenhua is in the end the head of the Lu Group.
Its industries have an annual turnover of tens of billions of dollars and employ tens of thousands of people. Having been in charge of a huge business empire for decades,
not many people could be put in his eyes. However, you should be clear that my daughter, is to join an imperial noble family,
so that she is the right person for the family. Even if Zhang Yu he has some money, but there are no roots. Zhang Cheng hadn't heard of any Zhang family, and expanding the scope even further, there was none. And Lu Genoa wants his daughter to marry into a family. Not to mention the fourth generation, at least must be more than 2 generations of merchants and tycoons. Old Lu, what era is this? Are we still practicing arranged affairs? Have you asked me what I think? Lu Hanxiao resisted. I'm doing you a favor. Lu Genoa glared at her. Why don't you know my intentions? The family I found for you is much more generous than ours. And you? Lu Genoa looked at Zhang Yu again. The fact that my family's Haney Xiao was able to bring you back shows that she recognizes you. Thank you for accompanying her on her journey. But my family will have a VIP guest arriving soon. You'd better leave first, said the old butler, and told him to get ready to invite someone. But Zhang Yu didn't move. Zhang Yu, if you don't leave, I'm going to call the police. Lu Genoa warned up. Just as well. If he goes, I go with him. Lu Hanxiao also said. Geez, just how big of a grudge do you two father and daughter have? Can't you talk about it properly? The middle-aged noblewoman was in a hurry. You too, old Lu. It's not easy for your daughter to come back, so don't irritate her. Uncle Lu, Auntie Lu, what are you talking about? Why are you so lively? This time, a voice came from the door. Lu Genoa heard the sound and hurriedly welcomed him out. Mr. Wang, you finally come. Quickly enter the house. Lu Hanxiao and Zhang Yu, who were in the room, looked at each other. Here comes the pesky Wang Xiaosong. Zhang Yu could also see that this was the source of Lu Hanxiao's upset. Lu Hanxiao's mother, too, felt a bit embarrassed. Not daring to offend the Wang family, he walked over to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, why don't you go sit in the inner room first? Mom, Lu Hanxiao looked at her. I brought him back through the front door and this is what you do to him? She's really pissed off. Whether or not one likes Zhang Yu is one thing. It's too much to take her seriously as a parent. Yo! Wang Xiaosong walked into the house and smiled when he saw the two of them. Big Miss Lu, still back. This one is? Mr. Wang, you sit first. Lu Genoa, in contrast to his cold and unfeeling behavior just now, was also entertaining the Wang family's father and son with particular warmth at this time. He's not enough to mention. You don't need to take it to heart. Hear that? Wang Xiaosong crossed his legs. The Lu family doesn't welcome you. So what's the point of staying deadbeat anymore? Then, Wang Xiaosong said to Lu Genoa, Uncle Lu, what about me coming here this time? I'm here to propose marriage to the Lu family. The bride price. I've brought it all this time. Then a clap. A few people outside, and they walked in. The Wang family has made an offer to the Lu family, and the name of the gift list. A man reads the gift list in his hand. 200 gold bullion bars, 100 grams each, 20 kilograms in total. 1 bank card for the bride price, $88 million. 1 Porsche 918, worth $15 million. 1 set of luxury house in Riverside District, worth $10 million. A total of 10 boxes of extreme wild ginseng cordyceps and snow lotus. The last item, a big business deal worth $2 billion. Lu Genoa was flattered when he heard the gift list brought by the Wang family. Geez, all this stuff, it's all too expensive. Are your parents here yet? I'll have to discuss the specifics with them. Uncle Lu, my parents will be here in a few minutes. Wang Xiaosong glanced at Lu Hanxiao, then said, I truly want to marry Lu Hanxiao, so anything will do. I have connections for the banquet. I'll book 200 tables by then, and we'll also broadcast it live and distribute wedding candies all over the city, so that the whole city can witness the union of the Wang and Lu families. This is really great. Mr. Wang is really sincere. Lu Genoa felt the sincerity of the Wang family and was overjoyed. The Wang family coming to propose marriage was naturally what he was most pleased with. 100% satisfied. Because the Wang family is the business hegemon of Jiangcheng. Even a lot of his own properties are bees for the Wang family. That marriage, that $2 billion business bonanza was just the appetizer. There will be more than $2 billion to work with when you dip into the kinship later. Who would mess with money? Not to mention that the Wang family is huge enough. See what you can do. Why don't you invite the world to witness it? Lu Hanxiao couldn't help but spit it out. MS. Lu, if you want, I'll totally do it. Wang Xiaosong said with a smile. That's right. As long as Miss Lu can become my Wang family's daughter-in-law, the wedding can be organized however you want. The budget is $10 million up front. No upper limit. Outside, a stretch Lincoln pulled up. A middle-aged couple got out of the car and walked over in the direction of the living room. They are none other than Wang Xiaosong's parents. Cheeky. Lu Hanxiao felt like she was going to be speechless. I should get back. Where are you going back to? Lu Genoa shouted in a hurry. This is your home. Where do you want to go?
I have to work early tomorrow morning, Lu Hanxiao said. What shift? You get paid 20,000 a month for waiting on people. Does my family need your salary? I don't mind if you don't mind losing face, Lu Genhua said angrily. There are so many people from both of our families today, talking about your life's work. And since you're back, let's talk this over. It's not. What's with the restrictions on personal freedom? Do you really want to twist this melon? Zhang Yu stood on the side, feeling more and more amused. Chapter 71 Zhang Yu's Identity. Grandpa A? Just as Zhang Yu was about to open his mouth, Mother Wang, who walked into the living room, was originally still smiling. See him. Eyes flickered. Then confusion. Then, a wave of amazement. For a few short seconds, the expression changed rapidly as well. Mom, what's wrong with you? When Wang Xiaozong saw Wang Mother's appearance, he hurriedly asked, Mrs. Wang, what happened? Lu Hanxiao's mother also hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Today is the day that the Wang family came to place their bets. How did you get in the door? But with such a look on your face? If it isn't Mr. Zhang, why is he at your house? Mr. Zhang? Which Mr. Zhang? Him? Lu Genhua pointed his finger at Zhang Yu and said, the title, which confused everyone in the room. For a moment, Mother Wang was the most expansive noblewoman of the upper class in Jiangchang, and had seen enough of the world. How come you have such an expression after seeing Zhang Yu? Mom, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Since the last time, Wang Xiaozong had long regarded Zhang Yu as a love rival, took the things about him and looked into them as well. Didn't really find anything particularly strong about him. Don't you all know? At this point, Wang Mother had almost forgotten what she had come to the Lu family for. Looking at the Lu family and their son Wang Xiaozong, all of them were at a loss. Hurriedly, he said, he's the major shareholder of the Rice Technology Company. What? Rice Technologies? When Father Wang heard this name, he gave Mother Wang an incredulous look and then looked at Zhang Yu. He's the majority shareholder of Rice Technologies? That young? Have you lost your head? Isn't the oldest president of Rice Technology Corp. Brother okay? Father Wang said, I'm about to sign a $20 billion contract with him, and the time is set. The Rice Company, which is the A side of the Wang Group, Rice Technologies has also always had Chief OK step in to take care of things. How come I never knew that the major shareholder of Rice Technology is someone else? I just realized it too. Wang Mother's entire body was also a bit at a loss for words at this time, afraid of saying the wrong thing. Mr. Zhang, what a surprise. Why are you here? She used the honorific you. Mom, you're mistaken. How could it be him? The major shareholder of Rice Technologies? Wang Xiaozong was the first to disbelieve. Rice Technologies has a market capitalization of $200 billion, and the majority shareholders are worth at least $100 billion or more in holdings. That's a pretty strong financial position already. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, you can't find 30 people. As for Jiangchang, it was also one of the most wealthy people in the world. How could I be wrong? Wang Mother was a bit unconvinced and got serious. I also bought $50 million of stock in the Rice Technology Company, so I'm also considered a not-so-small shareholder. And our circle of noble women, the White Horse Society, has been talking about it lately. White Horse Club. Wang Xiaozong instantly realized that this was 80% true. It is a circle of top noble women from the 5 central provinces, with less than 20 people in the circle, and its activities are fixed at the White Horse Club. Anything you can get inside and talk about. That's never wrong. Lu Hanxiao's family, who were beside him, also fell into a great surprise when they heard Mother Wang say this. Thought he had status, didn't realize it was so big. Lu Hanxia remembered the news she had seen earlier. Thought Zhang Yu was at most a shareholder of the Jiangchang branch of the Rice Technology Company. There are billions of assets, right? I didn't realize that he was the major shareholder of the head office. The fortune ran directly to the expected tens of times. Mr. Zhang, look at this. My Lu family really has no eyes and has neglected you. Lu's mother was the first to react. If what Mother Wang said is correct, then Zhang Yu is the Lu family's A-father's A-father. That's gotta be called Grandpa A. Moreover, since his daughter Lu Hanxia was able to bring him home, it meant that she was also on good terms. I can't believe you haven't figured him out yet? Otherwise, it wouldn't have been such a mess. Old Lu, say something. Mother Lu glanced at Lu Genhua and said in a hurry, how is this possible? Lu Genhua was, at this moment, obviously still in great surprise. He had treated Zhang Yu so badly just now. Now, if he is his own grandfather in A, it's too late to say anything. This was too much information for Lu Genhua to react. Apologize to him? It looks like he's too good at seeing what's going on, and his toughness just now looks like a joke. Still indifferent? Zhang Yu is, after all, the grandfather of the party A. What good can come from a poor attitude? For a while, it was in an awkward situation of not knowing whether to advance or retreat. Silence, it's the Lukes tonight. At this time, Wan's father was the first to react, and hurriedly said, I really didn't expect that the major shareholder behind the original rice technology company was you. Mr. Zhang, I can't believe I ran into you here. I've heard so much about you. Why else would the Wangs do more business than the Lukes? It can crush him. The brain just reacts quickly. Hurriedly bending down and respectfully stepping forward, he assumed a very low stance and stretched out his hands to shake hands with Zhang Yu. As Father Wan was so respectful, Zhang Yu also smiled faintly and extended a hand to shake back. Come on, don't all stand. Why don't you sit down and talk? Lu's mother was also trying her best to ease the situation. It's just that, with the information overload of the day, she doesn't know what to do with it. I heard that the Wang family is here today to propose marriage to Lu Hanxiao and lay down a contract. It was Zhang Yu who took the initiative to talk about it. Propose marriage? Make an offer? Wolf's father and mother. At this time, their minds were racing. Within a few short seconds, the brain's CPU was about to burn out. I can see that. Mr. Zhang He came back with Lu Hanxia, and the Lu family hadn't known his identity before. I'm sure there was a bit of an argument because of that. As for the source of the dispute, wasn't it the matter of their Wang family coming to make the offer? In that case, Lu Hanxia might have been Mr. Zhang's woman long ago. At this time, dare to come and buck him. Isn't that a reverse Big Dipper? Wang's father and mother realized the seriousness of the situation. He quickly said, Mr. Zhang, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. My canine son has his eye on Lu Hanxia because she is truly outstanding. It just didn't occur to me that she already has a master. This is our mistake. Excuse me, Lu Hanxia will be more blessed with Mr. Zhang than coming to the Wang family. Our heartfelt congratulations to Mr. Zhang. The father and mother of the Wangs were tongue-tied with all sorts of auspicious words, and they paid good morning greetings on the spot. Mom and Dad, what are you doing? Wang Xiaosong was reluctant. Isn't he just a major shareholder of the rice technology company? Without him we won't live? You shut up. Wang's father was in pain. How did he raise such a playboy son? The cub sells the master's field does not hurt. Chapter 72. A way to say thank you. Calling daddy? As the A side of Wang's group, rice technology company steadily brings in tens of billions of dollars in turnover every year. What's the concept of tens of billions of dollars? But women are everywhere. Offending Zhang Yu because of this would be a big no-no. If this gets out, other people will just laugh their asses off. It says that the Wang family can't tell the difference between the important and the bad, and that a lifetime of fame has been ruined on a woman. This kind of thing, even if you've only gone to secondary school, you know who is lighter and who is heavier. Why can't he? Wang Xiaosong. See it? Dad, I really like Lu Hanxia. For her, I would give up everything. Wang Xiaosong is still going strong. If you go crazy again, you won't have a son like you in the future. Wang's father said angrily. Then he instructed the men he had brought with him to prepare to collect all the bride price from earlier. Thinking that something is wrong. Again, tell the men to stop. He quickly said to Zhang Yu, Mr. Zhang, this bride price can't be used, but I'm fortunate to run into you here today, so I'll take this as my filial gift to you. I also hope that in the future, there will be more support. What? On the scene, both families were once again shocked. These bride price gifts are worth a lot of money, and you're giving them away just like that? But do this. Instead, it did make Zhang Yu more satisfied. Since Mr. Wang is so sincere, he laughed. Then this gift, I will accept it for now. However, this $2 billion business contract, I have no related business, so I'll transfer it to Lu Hanxiao's name. In fact, he could have incorporated a company and gotten this business done. Profits start in the hundreds of millions. But for now, just send a favor. Lu Hanxia, what are you still waiting for? Quickly thank Mr. Zhang. Lu's mother's mouth went wide. This contract, the Lu family, if it is in the business world, want to get, at least have to drink a dozen big wine, send a few million gifts to take. As a result, Zhang Yu got it with a light sentence, and lightly, it was transferred to Lu Hanxia. Where did my daughter find a godly man? Lu Hanxiao looked at Zhang Yu. Inside, he was also in great shock. What to do? $20 billion contracts, just transferred to yourself? How can I repay such a big favor? It sinks in when you think about it. I can't pay you back even if I sell myself and work like an ox. She makes $20,000 a month, or $300,000 a year with bonuses. It's not even close to a fraction. Although the Lu family was rich, she didn't want to get too involved with her family. Zhang Yu, this big gift, it's too expensive. Lu Hanxiao said. I, for one, don't dare to accept it. Then how about this? Father Wang proposed. Let's open a company in the name of Mr. Zhang and MS. Lu. When this business is done, it's fine to write it off or continue operating it. That's a good proposal. Mr. Wang. Zhang Yu laughed. Then let's register a company. In this way, Lu Hanxia also has his own industry, and do not have to look at the eyes of the family, have more leverage.
I can't imagine that coming to pretend to be a boyfriend for a game has such a windfall.
More events like this are recommended in the future. Okay, Mr. Zhang, then if there's nothing else, we'll withdraw first? Father Wang asked for instructions. Dad, Wang Xiaozong shouted. He was not willing to do it. He had thought that it would be a sure thing today. Everything's ready, even mom and dad themselves. As a result, a Zhang Yu was killed. Status is still bigger than your own dad. Who doesn't know how to break a defense here? Don't you say another word. Father Wang warned. Say it again and I'll stop all your cards. If he hadn't stopped it in time just now, there's no telling what anticlimactic words he would have said.
As soon as it came to the matter of stopping the card,
Wang Xiaozong instantly dared not say anything else.
Even if there was more reluctance, they could only leave the Lu family with their tails between their legs and follow in a grayish manner.
The noisy living room just now.
It was also quiet at this point.
The bride price brought by the Wang family was transformed into a personal obeisance to Zhang Yu.
Also stayed on the scene.
That, Mr. Zhang, I'll get you a cup of tea. Lu's mother didn't know what to call the young Zhang Yu.
It's not good to call Xiao Zhang,
but it's a bit hard to open the mouth to call Mr. Zhang, then call Mr. Most riskless. In fact,
when Zhang Yu he just came in, Lu's mother had a good first impression of him,
nor did he say anything excessive, but as it turned out,
he had such an identity that she had not expected at all.
This is something to digest today. Thanks auntie, the tea will be fine. Zhang Yu looked at Lu Hanxia's mom and smiled. It's getting late, I should go back. Then he said to Lu Hanxia, let's go. Lu Hanxia glanced at her parents and said, Mom, I have to go. I have to work tomorrow. This time, Lu Zhenhua said nothing. The road is dark, so watch yourselves. Lu's mother knows that a woman is too old for her mother, only to follow out of the living room and into the courtyard. Looking at my daughter's back,
I felt a little like crying when my nose was sore.
Han Xiao, do you eat well every day? Do you want me to bring you food every day? No need, Mom.
Lu Hanxia waved her hand. Take care of yourself, said. The two men then got into the car. After seeing the car disappear,
Lu's mother returned to the house and was furious when she saw Lu Zhenhua. Why don't you say anything? You had to find someone for your daughter. Now is it awkward? And Chen Wan knew he was in the wrong,
so he had to play dumb.
In the back of my mind, I just couldn't figure it out.
Zhang Yu is so young and is only a recent college graduate.
How did you become a major shareholder of Rice Technologies? He doesn't have much of a connection with Chief OK. Chief OK is over 50 years old, and when he came out to make a name for himself, Zhang Yu wasn't even born yet. Was he? Half the time I thought about it, my mind was spinning.
All that was left to do was sigh and say nothing.
And
it would indeed be much better for her daughter to follow Zhang Yu than the Wang family.
For one, Zhang Yu's financial power was above the Wang family,
and he was tall and handsome, and also looked much better than Wang Xiaozong. He took a $2 billion business contract, used it to start a company,
and added Lu Hanxiao's name. It's backing her up.
2. Declare that he is the strongest support behind her. He is her real father.
But Zhang Yu acted more like a real dad. How about it? Are you satisfied with today's result? On the way back, Zhang Yu asked with a smile. Bummer. You have this status. Why didn't you say so earlier?
Lu Hanxiao said somewhat angrily.
Just now.
I was really worried that the Wang family would use their power to bully others and forcefully marry themselves.
No wonder Zhang Yu wasn't worried the entire time. It seems like he has a card. Think of a way to thank me for doing you such a great favor.
Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows.
How can I thank you? It really put Lu Hanyasha on the spot. He's so big. It's trivial to take any thanks. In her heart, a sense of humility actually arose. Being willing to be a little grass in the sunlight. Since you won't even come home and call out to your dad, how about calling out to me? Zhang Yu laughed badly. Chapter 73 Lu Hanxia, A Little Woman's Heart. You. When Lu Hanxia heard this, with a mouthful of silver teeth, she bit on Zhang Yu's finger. However, there was no force used, just a gentle bite. This time, in Zhang Yu's mind, he remembered the system's prompt. Lu Hanxiao's current peach blossom value, 10 stars. Full grade. This is the second of the 3 stewardesses to be fully leveled. After the last stack of full buffs, got a $200 billion rice technology company. What kind of heavy rewards do you get for the second full level? It's been a worthwhile trip. He himself was just giving a passing favor. It resulted in the activation of the full star bonus buff. Now that was something he was looking forward to. It's time to find out what kind of hidden model super prize will be drawn in tomorrow's blind box. It's pretty exciting to think about. An hour later, the two of them drove the car, and then re-entered the Riverside Mansion. 4 feet mountain villa. It would have taken an hour and a half to get to the city, but it was after 10 p.m. and on the expressway, so it took a lot less time than expected. At this point, the time to return to the Riverside Mansion was already after 11 p.m. Sister Xiao, Landlord, you're back. Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuyo, still in the living room. When he saw them return, he stepped forward to greet them. Why are you guys still up? We're flying tomorrow. Lu Hanxia has a clear schedule. It's now in the midst of imminent preparations for tomorrow's flight. Sister Xiao, didn't you read the group message? Pan Yuyo wondered. Tomorrow's flight. It's been rescheduled to 5 in the afternoon. Yeah, I was supposed to be up at 5 a.m. The time was changed so I could stay up late today. Di Saba chimed in. Time tuned? 3 black lines rose on Lu Hanxia's forehead. That's not really known. The family is just wrapped up head to head. Who cares about reading group messages? So what are you guys doing instead of sleeping? She asked again. Live. The two said. It's been a while since I've been up here, and I'm fine to pass the time. Lu Hanxiao took a look, and there was indeed some live broadcasting equipment placed in front of their heels. Cell phone holder. Filler ring. It still looks the same. Right. Landlord. Sister Dash. Pan Yuyo said. I've stewed 8 treasures kanji in the kitchen. Do you guys want to eat? Then serve me a bowl. Zhang Yu happened to be a bit hungry. Okay. Lu Hanxia hurriedly went to the kitchen to serve a bowl. Both hands ended up in front of Zhang Yu. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. Pan Yuyo and Di Xiaoba looked at each other. It's not. The landlord didn't even name her. And Sister Xiao is so proactive? Looking at the two of them, there was something wrong with the way they were looking at themselves. It was only then that Lu Hanxiao realized that he had been a bit too obedient and submissive just now. So he hurriedly salvaged his honor. I happen to be hungry, so I'll serve him a bowl by the way. Okay. Di Xiaoba yawned. Sleepy. Time to sleep. Yu Yao. Let's go wash together. Yeah. Pan Yuyo nodded her head, then said to Lu Hanxiao. Sister Xiao, then the two of us will go wash it first. Well, go ahead. Lu Hanxiao nodded, then watched Zhang Yu drinking kanji to himself there. It looked delicious and served myself a bowl. The two sat at the table and drank the porridge in one gulp. Neither said a word, but the feeling, a strong warmth that pervaded the heart, traveled around the body. This scene is so much like the state of a loving couple, living an ordinary day. You don't need to say anything, you can feel it with your heart. Wait a minute? Lu Hanxia suddenly realized that what he had just thought of was husband and wife. It's horrible. It's amazing how much one's mind has changed in a subtle way. When she met Zhang Yu for the first time, she was still hostile to him. There was no noticeable improvement until later drunken carelessness. But now, she has gone from being a high-strung non-marriageist to having become filled with a little woman's mentality. What a shift. What a fight. When you meet a man you truly like, that is willing to do everything for him, even pulled up her hair in a bun and tied an apron from then on. She decided to download a kitchen app tomorrow. Learn more dishes and make them for Zhang Yu when you have the chance. Thinking about it, stealing a glance up at him, heartbeat feels a lot faster. I'm done eating. Zhang Yu stood up at this time. Wash the bowls later. Then it's on to the second floor. Passing by the first floor washroom, hearing the two playful sounds of Pan Yuyo and Di Xiaoba playing in the water. Back to the master bedroom. He checked the time. It was a few minutes to 12. Called up the system. A full-star buff edition from Lu Hanxiao was discovered and had been hung in the personal center. There is an option to use the blind box immediately with the next draw. It can also be used slowly. However, according to the instructions, the blitz rate will be a bit higher when used on weekends compared to weekdays. Zhang Yu looked at it. The next midnight is Friday, just one day shy of the weekend. He made a decision in his mind. Let's extract a normal blind box at 0 points then. Take the ones that have buff bonuses and use them until Saturday. This will maximize the benefits. Thinking so, and the time went by, minute by minute, to 0 o'clock. You can draw rewards now. With a silent chant from him, the system popped up the interface to extract the blind box. Congratulations to the host, drawing the prop card, Love Elimination, 5 times. What's Love Elimination? Host, the function of this prop card can be used to completely eliminate anything you want to eliminate, including bad memories, emotions, bad events, and nasty people. To use it, select what you want to eliminate, and after making a command, you can complete the elimination. Zhang Yu understood. This is a card with a name that doesn't bluff, but it's pretty functional. Can everyone grow up with someone they don't hate? Classmates, co-workers, bosses, annoying relatives. More or less there will always be a few. When you run into them again, you don't need to bother with more words. You can just eliminate them with one click. From then on it was completely clean. Host, this elimination card, can it eliminate some hot chick country? Zhang Yu asked with a sudden thought. Sorry, host. The system quickly gave an answer. Host's current level.
The elimination card doesn't have such a powerful function. The card can only be used after it has been synchronized and upgraded.
He looked at it. If you look at the current upgrade progress bar, it would take at least a year or more to achieve the ability to eliminate a country. After all, this feature is so counterintuitive. Valid only 5 times.
Zhang Yu decides that it can be used 2 times as the mood takes him.
Save the remaining 3 times first. When the time comes, or the next time you draw the same kind of prop again, you can use it openly. After receiving this reward, Zhang Yu was then ready to sleep. Still, it felt like something was missing. Chapter 74 Emptiness. In the physical sense. At this point, on the first floor, Lu Hanxiao was in her room, also tossing and turning and having a hard time sleeping. There is only one feeling. Emptiness. Yes, not psychological, but empty in the physical sense. What's going on? It makes my face hot just thinking about it. A high cold goddess in everyone's eyes. But in private, the contrast is so big. Who would believe it? Of course, it's not a good idea to talk about it.
Pan Yuyao and Di Xiaoba are still in a state of ignorance.
It's all Zhang Yu's fault, she thought to herself, but she didn't know what to blame him for. After all, it was on his own initiative. It's purely an emotional outburst. Hey, don't think about it, better grab some sleep.
Lu Hanxia closed her eyes and forced herself to sleep.
Riverside House, a night without words. The next morning, when Zhang Yu woke up, after getting up and washing up, Zhang Yu went down to the first floor.
The living room was found to be immaculately cleaned everywhere. The marble tile floors are so bright they could almost be used as mirrors. They've been getting more and more diligent lately.
2. Where are the people? Zhang Yu was curious. It's not like I had to get up early today, so why didn't I see anyone there? Landlord. At that moment, Di Koba came out of the kitchen. Have you had breakfast yet? No. Zhang Yu shook his head. Where are your 2 sisters? The 2 of them
went to Red Lake to buy lotus roots.
Said they were going to prepare a stew today. Going to Red Lake? Buying lotus roots? How does Zhang Yu sound? So abstract. Yeah, Di Xiaoba explained. The lotus roots over there are famous. So go directly to the lotus root fields and you can get the freshest ones. Okay, it's a real tosser. Although the lotus root there is famous, it's at least a 2-hour drive from Jiangcheng. Counting picking and loading the truck, that's 5 or 6 hours round trip. There should be some more necessities to buy. Di Saba said. What's wrong?
We have a flight this afternoon to the northern border.
It might not be back to Jiangcheng until the morning after tomorrow. The northern border? Isn't that your old home? Zhang Yu was curious. Yeah,
so I'm planning to go back by the way to see my relatives and friends,
and buy some Jiangcheng local specialties to bring back. Di Xiaoba explained. It's not right, Zhang Yu said. Since it's your home turf, shouldn't you be the one to buy it? Sister Xiao decided Yuyao to go ah. Di Xiaoba said. Isn't Pan Yuyao's favorite sleeper? She can't get up early in the morning? Can't get it up. Di Saba chimed in.
But Sister Dash pulled her on along first thing in the morning.
I see.
In Zhang Yu's heart,
he immediately had an answer. Lu Hanxiao,
you're so close to chaining Pan Yuyao to your body. The reason why I left Di Xiaoba behind to look after the house is because this blank sheet of paper has also been splashed with my own ink. So, it was understandable that Lu Hanxiao had done so.
But what's 1,000 days of defense against a thief? It's just a matter of time. Barb, Zhang Yu said. Landlord, what can I do for you? After breakfast, let's go out for a stroll together. Looking at what Di Saba is wearing today, it's very cool.
A simple t-shirt with casual pants. A kind of homey temperament highlighted.
Yeah, Di Xiaoba nodded. I was planning on going out.
As long as it is the landlord's orders, he or she will surely do as he or she is told.
So the two hit it off. It was soon down the stairs. The mall downstairs is buzzing with activity. The two were strolling aimlessly through the mall. It also attracts a lot of visual attention. It's them again,
coming out to brush their faces.
Yeah, but how come there's only two this time? Maybe it's not up yet. Someone couldn't help but connect the dots. Maybe there's another reason. What's the reason? Was it chiseled so hard it couldn't get up? The lad's on fire. That's all he can get up for. Keep your voice down. It's not good to be heard.
As Zhang Yu and Di Xiaoba walked along,
Di Xiaoba saw those people looking ambiguous and couldn't help but say, Landlord, their mouths are gabbing. I don't know what they're saying. So many people's mouths can't be torn out one by one. Zhang Yu didn't care. I found a bakery in front of me. Branded Holidays. This store is hot online and is positioned at the high end. One of the main reasons is that the clerks in their store are selected according to the standards of flight attendants. Even that uniform for work kind of looks like a stewardess uniform. So the girls in the store, all slim and with long legs, are also particularly eye-catching in this outfit. That's Holiday's strategy for opening a store. As a result, it attracts a lot of people who go to the store to spend their money. Holiday store staff dress code reference. Landlord, let's get some bread. Koba also spotted the store and the two headed towards it. Then, her eyes froze, and when she saw the clerk in front of her, she suddenly said, Xiong Tingting? A girl in a holiday work uniform looked back. It's really you. Xiaoba took a few steps and greeted her. Why are you working here? Xiaoba didn't know her well and had only met her a few times, or along with Pan Yuyo. Because Pan Yuyo and Xiong Tingting were interns at the same time, they had relatively more dealings. Zheng Yu looked over. This Xiong Tingting, she really is as her name suggests. The buttons on his blouse uniform were about to go taut. Tina Xiong reference chart. And, the name felt a little familiar to him, as if she had been on the list for the second turnaround. Still one of the few people you've handpicked yourself based on your overall performance. Shouldn't she have been converted to become a full-fledged flight attendant for Jiang Airlines? How come she's working in a bakery? When Xiong Tingting saw Di Xiaoba, she also said, I resigned. Why? Di Xiaoba was surprised. You've all turned out well. Zhang Han's treatment, how good it is. What a pity to quit. Although the holiday store has the highest pay in the industry, getting 6 or 7,000, but that's still way less than a flight attendant. Hey, don't talk about it. The work in Xiong Tingting's hand also paused. Although the major shareholders cleared out those stewardesses' relations, the management didn't change much. Barb, here's some bread. Take it back and eat it. I should get to work, she said, turning to go about her business. You wait. Zhang Yu spoke up at this time. Can you tell me what's going on? Xiong Tingting looked at him. The man in front of her, tall and handsome, very young, came with Di Xiaoba. Could it be the legendary man behind her? The last time Di Xiaoba wore a company uniform and stayed in a hotel at night, on the internet as well as the company, it caused an uproar. The hot search was later withdrawn very quickly as well. Manager Li was also fired in this incident. This matter has been discussed privately in the company many times. Chapter 75, A Flight Attendant in Distress. Joining the family? Thinking that, with Di Xiaoba's face value and special exotic flavor, she had been in the company for so long without being tainted, there must be someone behind her. Xiong Tingting envied in her heart, having such a person behind her. Now, this handsome man personally asked about this matter. Could it be his identity, so powerful that he can sway the change of Jiang Han's top candidates? This includes the secondary determination of the transfer list, which also involves itself. Think about it. Xiong Tingting took a 20-minute vacation from the store manager, and then took the two men to a secluded spot. When I was going through the transfer process, there was a guy in the office named Yang Biao who made a move on me. I said I'd turn him in, and he said he was Mr. Yu's brother-in-law, and that no one in the company could touch him. So, in a fit of pique, I tore up my transfer papers and left the company. Xiong Tingting blurted out the matter with a flat expression. How could this happen? Di Xiaoba also felt powerless. When Zhang Yu heard it, it seems that the last time Li Chuxing's matter did not cause alarm in the company. The ones without backstage are perhaps much more restrained, but there are backstage ones that don't seem to have gotten around to processing. That Yang Biao, if he's really the brother-in-law of Jiang Hang's general manager Yudong, then there's really no one in the entire company who can move him. There are so many stewardesses in the company, that there will always be a few sheep, forced by his lechery, by his hands. This is certainly a big destabilizing factor. Maybe the next time Jiang Hang is on the hot seat, it'll be because of all this pantsing. I'm done. I'm relieved, and it's time to get to work. By the way, does Yu Yao know about this? Di Xiaoba asked. In the company, other than Sister Xiao and I, she's the one who interacts with you more. The three of them are regular hitchhikers, but sometimes temporary adjustments are made and large models are flown. And Tina Xiong is the one who comes in for reinforcements. The last time Di Xiaoba took a vacation and didn't fly, the temporary fill-in was also Xiong Tingting. So, except there's no carpooling, it is also considered to be more of a friendship. In the company dinner, but also together at the table. Haven't told her yet. Speaking here, Xiong Tingting also felt a little sad. Xiaoba, you turn around and tell her for me. So where do you live now? Changing jobs so quickly. I'm sure a place to stay hasn't even been found yet. I'm looking. I've got a couple appointments with agents that I'm going to go see after work. Landlord. Di Xiaoba looked at Zhang Yu. Can she stay at our place temporarily? We'll move out when we find a house. Landlord? Xiong Tingting looked at Zhang Yu once again. I had heard that crew chief Lu Hanxia had taken her two sisters and rented a room in Riverside House. So, Zhang Yu is their landlord? Sure enough, a man of honor. No matter how non-money loving a woman is, there is always an admiration for the strong. Not to mention, he's so young and handsome. Fine. Zhang Yu smiled. The house is livable anyway, and since you all know each other, I don't have to worry about anything. Ah, that's not good, is it? Tina Xiong said. What's wrong with that? We should just help each other out. Well, thank you. Xiong Tingting thanked Zhang Yu. At this time, she wouldn't have thought that for this matter. Zhang Yu was also enjoying himself. D. Koba is really on the big scoreboard with this one. That's leading the sheep to the slaughter. Okay then, you add me on WeChat. I'll send you the location, and you can bring your stuff directly from work. After adding friends, Zhang Yu flipped through her circle of friends, which is also a girl who loves life and records. The dynamics are all about various selfies. Because of the eye-catching figure, there's a thrashing feeling in everything you wear. Then, Zhang Yu let Di Xiaobao wander around the store first. Step aside yourself. Dialed Yu Dong's number. Mr. Zhang, is there anything you wish to order? Yu Dong, over there, quickly answered the phone. Did you know about Yang Biao? Zhang Yu asked directly. He's from the personnel office. What happened? He is your brother-in-law. Right. Relying on your relationship, bullying flight attendants. Zhang Yu said. There's a secondary filler. I found out that he resigned and is working outside. I can't believe this is happening? Yu Dong was a bit flustered. I don't know. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang. I'll go criticize and scold him. Manager Yu, I made a special trip to call you and this is the attitude you give me? Zhang Yu was somewhat speechless. Don't be too obvious about protecting your shortcomings. I'm sure that he has also known about some of Yang Biao's affairs for a long time. If you always walk by the river, there's no such thing as a wet shoe. There's always going to be a day when something big happens, and when it does, the branding impact on the company and the stock price drops. So who's to blame for this loss? Should I, Zhang Yu, take the blame myself? Zhang Yu wasn't doing it for anyone, but the presence of such a rat turd in one's own company is absolutely unacceptable. It's a good thing we bumped into this, or we'd still be in the dark. Mr. Zhang, yes, I will deal with it seriously and deduct 3 months of his salary bonus. Yu Dong hurriedly apologized. I'll be blunt. Seeing that he was still protecting his shortcomings, Zhang Yu directly showed his cards. First, Yang Biao must be fired. On the spot. Secondly, you go to investigate strictly whether he has any cases of molestation and embezzlement in the company, and when you find out, you can directly report to the police without telling me. Third, starting with Yang Biao, the company's management, also cleaned from top to bottom, those with problems, all dealt with. The 3 words, too, were like 3 knives hanging over Yu Dong's head. Yes, Mr. Zhang, I will strictly follow the instructions and never condone it. Yu Dong can sit on the position of general manager. Workability and wrist are there. He knew that his brother-in-law could not be saved. Mr. Zhang was close to making it clear. These 3 things, one cannot do well. Their own general manager position cannot want. That's an executive position that pays over $8 million a year. How can you lose it? Not only do we have to make an ironclad case out of Yang Biao, but we even have to find more hats to put on his head. There's really no way around it. He could only blame Yang Biao for his bad eyes and bad luck. Whoever he offended was bad enough to mess with Zhang Yu's head. Mr. Zhang, that stewardess who resigned, do you think she should be reinstated? I'll personally take care of this, Yu Dong said. You take care of the matter at hand first, the rest is not your concern. Zhang Yu's sentence blocked him back again. Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'll do it right away. Hanging up the phone, Yu Dong didn't dare to slack off, left the office, and went to work on it. What do you mean? I'm fired? Yang Piao is playing Black Myth Minion at his workstation, shocked to hear the HR manager come and say this. I don't believe you. I want to see my brother-in-law. Chapter 76 Xiong Tingting's first visit to Riverside Mansion. I'm right here. Yu Dong appeared in the office doorway. This is what I personally ordered. Why? Brother-in-law? Yang Biao was dumbfounded. What did you open me for? This is the meaning of the major shareholder. Why do you think? Yu Dong looked at him and was also furious. What have you done that you don't know yourself and are still asking me? I've been, lately, very honest. I haven't done anything after what happened to Manager Li last time. Yang Biao cried out, then snapped back to yesterday's events. Is that Tina Xiong? How did Yang Biao not think that he would fall on a small flight attendant? Is it possible that behind her, there is a major shareholder covering her? How many stewardesses, in this company, are with the major shareholders? It's horrible. At the same time, the heart is envious of the major shareholders. Now that's a real winner in life. Didn't even have to show up. The other beauties posted themselves. Unlike myself, I still have to resort to means. And even if I do, it may not always work. But, there's no point in saying anything now.
Yang Biao could only accept the reality of being dismissed on the spot.
Grab a paper box and start packing your personal belongings. The news of Yang Biao's dismissal quickly spread throughout the departments of the Zhonghang Navigation Division.
Many have heard that it is the major shareholders behind the scenes who are speaking out.
This is going to be investigated hard. As a result, the people who came to complain instantly filled Yu Dong's office. Yu Dong looked at the few crooked people in front of him. The eyes couldn't help but go black.
Yang Biao, how can you get your hands on either the older ones or the ones with average face value?
Even the cleaning girls from the ground crew? But Yu Dong could only record one by one the sins they accused Yang Biao of. It was quickly memorized for the night. It's over. If he hands it over,
no god can save him.
It's a couple years of squatting anyhow. This way. Xiong Tingting,
who was in between jobs,
took out her cell phone and,
in her circle of friends,
swiped the news that Yang Biao had been fired by the company. He was fired so soon?
And still fired by order of the major shareholders.
It was only an hour before and after.
Xiong Tingting quickly made the connection.
Could it be that Zhang Yu, the landlord of the girls just now, was the major shareholder behind Zhonghang? How else could there be such a coincidence? In his heart, he couldn't help but feel infinite gratitude towards Zhang Yu, whom he had only met once. Yang Biao paid the price for his behavior. It's kind of a way to get the anger out of your heart. Tina, did you see the message? At that moment, Di Xiaoba,
who had returned to Riverside House,
sent her a message. I see, Tina Xiong replied. Thanks guys, then Yang Biao has been fired. And Mr. You seems to have stated that you can return to the company. What do you think? I won't go back to Zhonghang, Tina Xiong replied.
But it makes my heart happy to have you guys as friends. She knew that wanting to go back to Riverhaven was a matter of words.
Okay then, you remember to come after work, Di Xiaoba replied. But we're leaving for our flight at 5. I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for you to get off work. I get off the early shift at 4. Tina Xiong said. Better meet up with you guys. Otherwise, what's the point of a person moving right into Zhang Yu's house? It's only a temporary stay of a few days though. But it's also important to get the etiquette right. 4 o'clock. Xiong Tingting left work without changing her work clothes. At the store at the entrance, he bought some fruits. And according to the address that Zhang Yu had sent, he walked towards the Riverside House. At this point, Lu Hanxiao and Pan Yuyao, who had also bought things, returned to Binjiang Mansion, listening to Di Koba talk about the day. So the major shareholders are going to come down hard this time and clean up the management completely? Yesterday we cleaned up the connections, and this time we're targeting management. Zhonghang is really going to change the sky. As the discussion went on, all three of them realized Zhang Yu is behind this, playing a mysterious role. Di Xiaoba, Pan Yuyao, and Xiong Tingting, 3 people who triggered the incident, were all connected to him. It further validated their last guess. Zhang Yu was not only their landlord, but also their big boss behind the scenes. Who understands this kind of emotion? Still in a huge shock and not coming back to his senses. Outside, the doorbell rang. Yu Yao, go open the door. Pan Yuyao went up to open the door and found Xiong Tingting standing at the door. Warmly, a bear hug was given. However, the two couldn't cuddle together either, being softly separated. Tingting, you're really here. I thought you weren't coming. Come on in. Xiong Tingting, carrying a suitcase and fruit, surveyed the house. Is this Mr. Zhang's house? It's so luxurious. I've heard about the luxury of Riverside House for a long time. I've also seen pictures online, but seeing it in person for the first time, I was still blown away. I don't know where to put my arms and legs, and I'm walking a little smooth and abducted. It creates no small amount of pressure on the heart. Yes, but the rent is also expensive, Pan Yuyao said. I'm all set to use my labor to offset the rent. Nonsense, Lu Hanxiao said. Tingting, come on in. Since the landlord has agreed, you can stay here without fear for the next few days. Thanks, Dash, Tina Xiong said. Thanks for nothing, but the landlord has to agree too, Di Xiaoba said. I suppose the landlord can't wait for her to move in. Pretty one is not spared. Pan Yuyao was truthful again. The two of them glared at her, babbling nonsense and putting people off again. But, Pan Yuyao's words, the speaker was unintentional, and the two of them glanced at each other. Realization, it seems, is still true. I just don't know if Tina Bear will, but she's so rigid in front of Yang Biao, so she shouldn't be, right? Well, it's getting late. We need to hurry up and get to the airport. Lu Hanxiao looked at the time. Let's go. The three, long ago, had changed into their flight attendant uniforms and packed their things. Pick up the case and just go. Ah, you guys are leaving already? Xiong Tingting had a feeling of being at a loss for words. Tina, I forgot to mention that you're staying in my room. I've already changed the sheets. Pan Yuyo explained. We only rent the first floor. The second floor is owned by the landlord. So just move around on the first floor. Things are at your disposal. Xiong Tingting nodded her head and wrote them down one by one. We'll get to work then. Keep in touch if anything happens.
The three men picked up their suitcases and opened the door to leave.
The large house, with over 200 square feet on the first floor, was suddenly empty. Xiong Tingting didn't know what to do,
so grabbed a broom and started sweeping and then mopping. The only way to feel a little more at ease in your heart in front of this mansion is to keep working. It was also decided in my mind that I would have to speed up the pace of my house hunt. It's too much for my heart to bear to live here. Chapter 77, Treasure Girl, Talent Show. It seemed to Tina Xiong's eyes. A tens of millions of dollars mansion like Riverside House is just unreal.
She was just born into a middle-class family. It was well-clothed but not greatly enriched. The parents' income in a year, combined, is only about $200,000. You can't afford a house like this without eating or drinking for the rest of your life. So, Xiong Tingting was still very clear about this in her heart. Busy? At this time, Zhang Yu came downstairs and saw her busying herself. Couldn't help but be pretty impressed with her. It's too diligent. And doing things neatly, obviously someone who does a lot of housework. Aha! Xiong Tingting was clear in her head though, struggling to keep the thought of being calm at all times, but seeing Zhang Yu appear, still a bit of a handful. It couldn't be helped. She hadn't seen much of the world after all. It's easy to be timid when you don't have a heart. Okay then, you go ahead, Zhang Yu said and went into the kitchen, ready to find something to eat. Lu Hanxiao's stewed ribs and lotus root soup was already cooking in the pot. The fire is off and it's keeping warm. He picked up the bowl and took a serving. So, Tina Xiong, do you want some soup? And without waiting for her to answer, she served an extra bowl, just along for the ride anyway. Ha! She, who was doing housework, did not expect that she would be shouted at by Zhang Yu. I was a little flattered for a moment. Do I deserve a bowl of rib and root soup? She admitted in her mind. The moment was struck with tenderness. In fact, she had been prepared for a full armored type of thing when she arrived beforehand. It doesn't matter how rich, how handsome, how established. As long as I keep my cool, then it won't be a problem. But, after all the preparations, even the armor is on. The result was a sword shot through the eye slit. Zhang Yu just scooped a bowl of soup for her in passing. Just let her heart. A soldier's heart. Not knowing what to do. You've been working hard on your chores, so come and have some soup. Just to keep me company. Zhang Yu said so. It would be rude for Xiong Tingting to hesitate any longer. So, with a word of thanks, he sat down at the table. Grabbing a spoon, he took small sips of his soup. So what, Mr. Zhang, thank you for your help today. I'll treat you to dinner sometime. Oh, how did you know it was me? Zhang Yu was curious. There's no reason. It's just intuition. Xiong Tingting gave him a quick look. Although I've only met you for the first time, I have a feeling that the major shareholder of Zhanghang is you. Say, with things settled, what do you think? Are you still going back to river navigation? Zhang Yu didn't admit or deny it either, but changed the topic. Shouldn't be back. She shook her head. It's a matter of one thing and one thing only. The moment the first list came out without her name, the plan was made for what was to come next. Then, the second time she was on the list, that was fine. Then, later, I got stuck at the entry level and was once again disheartened. Then the opportunity for entry was passed up. Now, she was faced with another chance to choose for herself, but she already had an answer in mind. So what's next for you? I have some savings on hand. Xiong Tingting lives a frugal life, and has saved almost 100,000 yuan this year. Ready to rent a house first. Excessive for a period of time. The next step I want to go to become a teacher. As a teacher? In his own name, there is no education industry. Think of Tina Xiong's work history in the personal information form. The credentials section does seem to say that you have gotten your teaching license. Such an independent and sober girl. Zhang Yu still liked. Then he remembered the introduction to the specialties section of his resume. Then asked, I heard your specialty, acrobatics? Ha? Xiong Tingting realized what Zhang Yu was asking. I wrote it blindly. Modest again. Ha? Zhang Yu laughed. If you have any talent, just show it off. There's no one else here. So, I'll make an offering? Xiong Tingting was egged on by Zhang Yu. It suddenly occurred to me that it had been a long time since I had performed my specialty. 2. After leaving the table and warming up, she bent forward and braced her hands on the ground. Then both legs flipped over and spun around, centered on the torso, and then, performed one in place. A circular gauge one horse? This amazing flexibility. Ex-girlfriend Lu Ruyan is from the art department, but only straight lines, not a 360-degree compass. Because of this skill, it requires too much flexibility and core strength. Wonderful. Really good. Zhang Yu also clapped his hands. It does count as acrobatics. With a body like that, being a flight attendant is indeed a condescension. Just this hand. On the live show, hundreds of thousands of millions of fans are not exaggerated. Netflix is not only easy, it's also much faster money. Xiong Tingting got back up and was a little embarrassed by Zhang Yu's compliment. After all, she had no family support for this one, just fumbling around on her own, learning in secret. Actually, I have another stunt that no one else knows about, she snapped. Then he mentally cursed himself for being pressed by a few compliments. I only blame myself for being fast-talking. Oh, well, do I have the honor of knowing that? Zhang Yu was also curious as to what other specialty she had that no one else knew about. I can tie knots and untie them again, Tina Xiong said solemnly. Ha, I would too. Zhang Yu was surprised and wondered if his ears had misheard him leaving. Is that a skill? No. With this, Xiong Tingting was embarrassed, slightly sticking her tongue out. It's not, is it? Zhang Yu's pupils quaked. You can't spray this one. This one is really gifted. He'd been online before, and seen videos like this. The comments at the bottom all say that this goes to the fertilizer factory to sew the mouth of the bag. Can earn tens of thousands of dollars a month. A tangled mess that would be no problem to hand over to her. Of course, it's all playful. What kind of person wants to look at a sewn pocket opening? This one of yours? It's hard for me to comment. Putting it on the internet is going to be reviewed and blocked. Zhang Yu laughed. But your boyfriend should have saved the universe in his previous life. There are 15 million people in Jiangcheng. It's a question mark if we can find 100 like that. No, I'm peony. Xiong Tingting blushed slightly. Oh, then this is really just like a nuclear weapon. It looks powerful but it hasn't been used. Zhang Yu laughed, being in the middle of it all. This is quite a treasure of a girl. This, being said so by Zhang Yu. Xiong Tingting felt very and somewhat embarrassed. The floor isn't finished yet. I'll continue to mop the floor. With her temper, she should have been fuming. However, in front of Zhang Yu, unexpectedly and inexplicably, he could not get angry. After all, people have to be thanked when they give them a house to stay in for free and don't have to pay for a hotel. Chapter 78 Zhang Yu, the absolute best boss. Seeing her continue to be busy, Zhang Yu did not say anything. After finishing the soup, he went back to his room. I had just laid down on the bed, and it wasn't long before I was sitting up again. No, what she just said, is it true? He had 100 rabbits scratching at his heart, decided that it would be better to go to bed for the day, and that I shouldn't be able to sleep if I thought about it anymore. At this point, a flight that is flying through the night sky, from the porthole of the airplane, looking down, a city at the bottom, lit up, countless streetlights show a clear outline of the city, the destination this time. It's Quincy. Coan City is really a tourist destination. It's a pity that we haven't gone for a good spin after coming here so many times, Pan Yuyo said as she finished the work in her hands. Yeah, the main reason is that the Southwest province is just too big and has so many attractions that it's impossible to finish strolling around in a day or two. Di Xiaba also said, we can take annual leave together sometime, make up a week and go out for a trip. Lu Hanxiao suggested. The three of us? Plus Zhang Yu is fine. Lu Hanxiao finished subconsciously and realized that both sisters were looking at themselves, then hurriedly explained. The three of us came out, and it's good to have a male companion to take care of us, but it's really doable. Pan Yuyao nodded her head, very much in favor of this plan. Why don't we just see if we can get some vacation time together these days? The company has an annual break every year anyway, so it's a waste of time not to take it. She was converted and had completed 1 year of service, making her eligible for leave of absence. When the time comes, we'll call the landlord. It's a family that loves each other. In the past, when Pan Yuyo said this, she would definitely usher in Lu Hanxiao's blank stare, but not anymore. Lu Hanxiao was also very much in favor of this plan. Let's go back, then, and get ready to finalize our plans and find a strategy. It's been a busy year and I really haven't had a good break. The longest consecutive break was not more than 3 days. In previous years, she had either taken no annual breaks or slept at home for a few days. This time, or for the first time, a trip was planned, and I don't know what the landlord is doing in the house. At this time Di Xiaba said, looking out the window, suddenly thought, Ting Ting is at home. She won't be able to handle him, right? No way, Pan Yuyo said with certainty. How do you know? Of course I know, Pan Yuyo said with a little smugness, because she told me she was a lesbian. What? The other two froze. The sound, too, caused several people in the cabin to turn around and look sideways. Pan Yuyo was a little embarrassed, then lowered her voice and said, she told me herself, but whether it was or not I don't know. There were other captains at that time who asked me to introduce them to her, and I didn't even say yes. So it is.
Lu Hanxiao was also relieved. Zhang Yu was like a teddy. But still, he should have his own bottom line, right? This time, work orders came over the intercom. Everyone stopped chatting. The plane will be arriving in Koan City soon. Let's get ready to work. Lu Hanxiao switched to work for a second. The work schedule this time. Tonight, after landing in Quincy, rest on the spot for the night. The flight back to Jiangqing tomorrow night lands in the wee hours of the morning, which is equivalent to the day after tomorrow. The time is full, but it's really only about 20 hours or so. But across 3 days, it felt incredibly long. There is always a sense of anxiety of separation in the mind. The work is still a little rougher than before. There was no talk all night. The next morning, Zhang Yu woke up and went down to the first floor, finding the house empty. It's better when the 3 stewardesses are there, yakking away. Not only were the 3 away at the moment, but Xiong Tingting was out at work. So, to pass the time, Zhang Yu decided to inspect a few of his companies. First to go was Snappy Loan Financial. Hello, Mr. Zhen. You're here, Mr. Zhen. The employees were surprised when he showed up at the office. There were warm greetings. The owner hadn't been around for a while since he last took out the company across the street. The boss, however, is not available online. It's a Lamborghini and a construction site inspection, and it's making a big splash. If he had a social media account, this fan base wouldn't be in the millions by the minute. I'll get back to work. I was just passing by and came to take a look. Zhang Yu signaled that there was no need to get excited. Then it was off to his office. Secretary Yang hurriedly brought a cup of tea and a few folders. Mr. Zhang, this is a statement that needs your signature and clearance in recent days. Good performance. Ha? Zhang Yu flipped through a few pages and saw that many of the data were on an upward trend. Yeah, we've gotten a lot more business since the company across the street was dissolved. Performance has naturally gone up. Secretary Yang explained. Well, it's quite good. You order it down. Take out 10 points from the excess profit and give everyone a bonus. Everyone has worked hard. Mr. Zhang, you mean 10 percentage points? Secretary Yang was a bit surprised. Yeah, what's going on? No, boss wise. Secretary Yang's attitude, immediately serious. This month's profits, which went up quite a bit, were $80 million a month. The target was exceeded by $30 million. So 10 points, that's $3 million. There are only 300 people in the company in total, and they have to pay $10,000 per capita in bonuses. That's not a lot of money for a wage earner. Enough for a high-end cell phone, a computer, a gold necklace, and a skincare set. It can dramatically increase the sense of well-being. Mr. Zhang is just atmospheric. It's not like the previous bosses, who withheld the money, just like Pickpocket Joe, and couldn't wait to suck the blood of the workers who beat them dry. Mr. Zhang's proposal to give everyone a bonus quickly spread throughout the company's various departments. Ah, Mr. Zhang is going to give us a bonus? No way. Taking that much money for a bonus? Doing the math plus the bonus, I've got over 20,000 this month, and I've heard that this program, in the future, is valid every month. As long as it exceeds the performance, it will be a proportional commission. Mr. Zhang is really a conscientious boss. I'm going to hammer it. No, blow it. With a boss like that, I could sleep at work. Stop it. I'm placing an order for a marching bed right now. Rumors on the internet that we're cow horses? Let me clarify now. Yes, I aspire to be the company's nuclear-powered cow horse. I'm going to lay down my life for the boss. Wage earners, naturally, know what kind of bosses are good. The central tenet of a good boss is to give up money. Give a little more and the boss can't lose. It's purely a matter of pattern. There are bosses who don't want to give a dime to their employees. Good enough to paint you a picture. The bad ones have to say I've offered you a job and you still want money? The news of 10,000 monthly bonuses per capita at Snappy Lending quickly made its way to the internet. Chapter 79, Secretary Shaw's Promotion, Personal Invitation. The comments section was full of netizens who had brushed up on the news and had come to the site in droves. ******* a $10,000 bonus per capita. Or per month. That's even better than Fat Shilai. Which company? Do you need anyone else now? How can we get our bosses to see this message too? Urgent online. Look what it means to be in someone else's godforsaken company. I'm crying in the company's restroom. Countless netizens have followed the comments, expressing all kinds of envy and jealousy. Such a company is a breath of fresh air. The owner is truly a bodhisattva. It was soon confirmed. This company is called Snaploans. A weird name, but what a great company. The company's assets are $5 billion, and it's doing very well. Wait, their boss, isn't that the one with the Lamborghini? Case solved. It turns out, with a boss like that,
He deserves to drive a Lamborghini. Turns out the online world is so small.
It's amazing how closed loops are formed when you go around.
For a while, Zhang Yu was on the internet, on fire again. This topic of hitting workers resonates the most. Soon,
it directly topped the hot search list one on several platforms.
The word pop on the back is red hot, and the cost, it's only $3 million. Normally,
being on the top one of several big platforms at the same time is not something that can be taken down with this amount of money.
Look, Zhang Yu is on the hot search again.
At this point in time,
the airport in Quincy. 3 flight attendants were eating in the airport cafeteria. Through his cell phone,
he swiped another message from Zhang Yu.
It doesn't even require a deliberate search. It's the first one you open. Yu Yao, you use this word again well.
Lu Hanxiao smiled at her. Having been on the hot seat so many times, they are used to it. It was as if he was born with a hot search saint body, and countless cameras were aimed at him.
The halo is infinite.
To stand by him without shame,
that has to be even better.
There was suddenly a pressure in Lu Hanxiao's heart.
Let's get back to yoga when we get back, and take another 2 hours a day and work out at the gym.
Ah,
Sister Xiao, are you going to work out? Pan Yuyao asked. Yeah, I think so, and you can't stay up late from now on. It's not good for your skin either. Di Xiaba also said. You guys, what are you saying again that I can't understand? Pan Yuyao said. I'd better go back and take a big nap first.
Right. Lu Hanxiao remembered something at this time. Asked Xiong Tingting to see if she wants us to bring back any specialties to share together.
Sister Xiao,
so you care so much about Tingting?
Pan Yuyao looked at her.
After all, they're former co-workers and they're staying with us these days. There would naturally be no problem with the courtesy that Lu Hanxiao should do.
Okay, I'll ask then. Pan Yuyao hurriedly called. The clock is ticking. The airplane is ready to take off at Kuanqing Airport. On Zhang Yu's side, after leaving the financial company, get in the car. On the phone, a message suddenly popped up. Sha Ruikan has been elected as the latest Jiangqing city hand. It's kind of awesome. Looks like the treasure wasn't pressed wrong. The two of them, he and Liang Yan,
were direct opponents in this competition.
It's basically an either/or. After Liang Yan's last incident,
it is obvious that she was greatly shocked and has tightened up a lot.
Sherry Korn,
on the other hand, scored a lot of extra points because of the smooth landing of super projects like the Rice Research Base.
It could be said that the fate of the two of them, because of themselves,
had changed dramatically.
Then, he received a phone call, and when he looked at the caller ID, it was none other than Sha Ruikan who called. Mr. Zhang, are you free right now? I'm ready to go home. Ah, Secretary Sha has something to say. Mr. Zhang, what about me? Today is to invite you for a meal. Please make sure that Mr. Zhang appreciates your presence. Since it's Secretary Sha's invitation, I'll be respectful. Thank you for your time. Mr. Zhang, why don't I send someone to pick you up? No, just send an address. Then Sarikan sent an address. Jiangcheng Cadre Family Home. This is the residential area where many senior cadres live in Jiangcheng. Zhang Yu instantly realized that Sha Ruikan was inviting himself to be a guest in his home.
People in high positions are long tired of going to all kinds of hotels.
Invited to the home. Such a private abode.
One need not scruple to be discreet in one's speech.
That's when you really look at it as one of your own. Since Sarikan made such an invitation,
it also seemed that Zhang Yu was really treated as the most important guest on the seat.
Didn't think much of it. Zhang Yu then drove to the family home. The security guard at the gate post to go up and ask questions. Once he took a look at Zhang Yu's face, he hurriedly bent down and gestured. Mr. Zhang, please come in. You know me? Zhang Yu was curious. Secretary Sha gave a special explanation. If you see you, you'll be released directly. Zhang Yu said thanks. Just drive into the residential neighborhood. This feeling of being honored is really cool. I can't believe that I don't seem to have done anything so soon. You've touched the highest ceiling in Jiangcheng? Military, government, business, gray, the 4 major zones, has accounted for 2 of them. That's a bit of a fast track. Not a moment too soon.
Zhang Yu stopped in front of a unit building.
When I got out of the car, I found that there were many silver-haired old people in the neighborhood, chatting, talking and playing chess together in groups. Life is colorful. Don't look at their ordinary appearance. Casually ring out an identity,
that are scared to death of the title.
The disciples of the old man, I'm afraid. All over the Jiangcheng and even Jingchu province at all levels of the authorities. The unit building has only 6 floors. It doesn't even have an elevator. It's still a walk-up house. High class is really high class and low key is really low key. Doesn't that just feel like a great hiding place? After lamenting a few times, Zhang Yu followed the address and knocked on a door. Mr. Zhang is here. Come in. Please come in.
Sha Ruwei-kang personally opened the door and hastily greeted Zhang Yu warmly when he saw him.
In the kitchen, there were two middle-aged women cooking.
One was the chef and the other one was the handyman.
The tabletops are full of dishes. When they saw Zhang Yu,
they also greeted him warmly.
Sha, quickly pour tea for Mr. Zhang, Sha Ruwei-kang shouted. The teacups of tea are not right there. You pour yourself not more sincere. A voice came from the room. Salsa reference chart. Sha Ruwei-kang couldn't do anything with his daughter. Even if she had a big status outside, she was still going to be taken at home. So that's why the big guys don't let people come to the house easily. It's easy to expose the shortcomings. But in front of Zhang Yu, it didn't matter. Secretary Sandy is really softable and has a nice family atmosphere. Zhang Yu laughed. I'll let Mr. Zhang laugh at you. You sit down first. I'll go pour you some tea. Secretary Sha, is anyone else coming today?
Zhang Yu was curious when he saw the kitchen full of dishes. Then he looked at the dining table, but it was set with 8 pairs of bowls and chopsticks.
Chapter 80, Rebel Girl. Sasha. Yes, Mr. Zhang. Seeing Zhang Yu's curiosity, Sha Ruwei-kang didn't hide it and said directly, there are a few more guests arriving later. With that, he poured a cup of tea and handed it to Zhang Yu. He thanked him and took the tea. Sitting on the couch, his eyes glanced around the house.
This house is about 10 years old.
Typical layout of a cell block. The house is also small, estimated to be about 100 square feet. But because the common area is small,
it's about as effective as a commercial 120.
This time, from the inner room,
a young girl emerged. The young girl's legs were snow white and straight, and they looked even longer in a pair of hot pants.
Long ponytail, almost to her waist.
The hair is also so dark and silky that it could be in a shampoo commercial.
And well nourished, must be about 172 by the looks of it. Mr. Zhang, this is my daughter, Sha. Just turned 19 and is a freshman at Zhangcheng University, Sha Ruwei-kang said, then rushed at her.
Why are you treating your honored guest so rudely?
Come and get acquainted.
This is General Manager Zhang of the Rice Technology Group.
Rice Technology? Sasha's eyes lit up at that.
Then he rushed to Zhang Yu's face.
So what?
You're the boss of Rice Technology. What's the latest product?
Can you give me a test drive?
This? Zhang Yu froze. This girl, she's really self-centered.
And she doesn't care about anything. See, businessmen are so cheap. I don't want it, Sasha said, and went back into the kitchen. Mom, when's dinner? I'm starving. What's the hurry? Who told you to sleep in a lazy bed and not get up? The woman inside scolded. Sasha, playfully, reached out and stole a fried round and slipped out of the kitchen. I'm really sorry to make you laugh, Mr. Zhang.
Sherry-Khan felt that his daughter had embarrassed herself a little.
Dad, did I embarrass you again? Sasha couldn't care less. It's not like I'm afraid anyway, he said, closing the door to the room again. It's okay, it's normal for kids to be naughty.
What young man doesn't go crazy these days?
You're the one who's a kid. The door to the room opened a crack,
and Sasha stretched out her little brain loan.
So who? Mr. Zhang, you're not much older than me. If I were you too. Having said that, it took Sasha a moment to realize, is the oldest president of Rice Technologies so young? Thought it was Chief OK coming.
Many of the electrical items in her home are from Rice's. Seeing the company's president sitting at home was,
for a moment, kind of unrealistically dreamy.
The computer she uses in her room is also a Rice brand.
Sasha, go to your room. Sherry-Khan really can't do anything with her. Mr. Zhang, don't be so mean to her. It's fine. Zhang Yu laughed. I do think it's quite good. And she went to Jiangcheng University? It's the best school in Jiangcheng. I didn't get in back then. Gangxian University is the only 985. The acceptance rate is only 1%. Truly 1 in 100. Mr. Zhang is really modest. College is just a starting point. The road ahead is still long.
I'll thank my ancestors if my daughter can support herself in the future.
Sherry-Khan smiled back. Sha, who was in the room,
was happy in her heart when she heard Zhang Yu's compliments.
This Mr. Zhang, he doesn't seem to be annoying. And he's still different from those other businessmen. At least he's young and handsome. I think we can ask for his WeChat and find him to play with in the future.
But then the corners of his mouth turned down again when he heard what Sherry-Khan said later.
What young, angry man could listen to that? At school she's a gifted young woman,
a favorite in the eyes of her teachers, but back home she's reduced to nothing by her dad.
The hell with going home.
If it wasn't for the fact that my parents had to say that I had an important guest to receive at home today,
it was imperative that I come home for dinner as an important part of the family. Otherwise, it would have been dashing off somewhere by now. That's right. Sasha is just plain rebellious. Although it is from a high family,
in Jiangcheng are known as the second generation of officials,
but acting in a way that is not really well behaved at all. I like to dress up and look exaggerated. And I also like biking,
bungee jumping and other exciting things. Not at all what she should be as a lady of the house.
Ding dong. At that moment,
the doorbell rang outside.
Sherry Khan rushed to the door. Secretary Shah. I'm sorry, there was some traffic on the road and I'm late. Brought some souvenirs for you to keep. The man outside, wearing a black executive jacket, shouted enthusiastically. Mayor Jiang is polite. Where are your words? Please come in. Sherry Khan welcomed the visitor into the house.
Then he introduced it to Zhang Yu.
This is the mayor of Jiangchang, Jiang Xiaoqiao. This is the one I told you about.
Zhang Yu of the Rice Technology Company.
Mr. Zhen, nice to meet you. Long time no see.
Zhang Yu and Jiang Daqiao both shook hands in a friendly manner.
Mr. Zhang is really young and talented. His future is unlimited.
Jiang Xiaoqiao is about 50 years old. When he saw Zhang Yu, he was very appreciative at the first glance. Such a high achievement at such a young age.
In time, this is a genius predator in the business world.
I had heard of him, only to see him invited at the private residence of Sherry Khan.
It's still a bit of a surprise.
It was enough to show how much importance Sha Ruikong attached to Zhang Yu.
It's a pity that Jiang Xiaoqiao doesn't have a daughter,
or else Zhang Yu would definitely want to take him as his son-in-law.
Zhang Yu also looked at the river bridge. This is the number 2 person in Jiangcheng in the next few years. Second only to Sha Ruikong. It's just a family dinner though, but the specification of this family feast is not low.
Who in Jiangcheng has the face to sit at the same table and eat with both Sha Ruikong and Jiang Daqiao at the same time? And it was Sherry Khan who initiated the invitation.
Don't all stand around. Have a seat, Sherry Khan said. By the way, Secretary Shah, didn't you say that Bureau Su is coming? Jiang Daqiao asked. Still on the way, Sha Ruikong said. Come to the house. Let's not be so outgoing. I'm a year older than you, so I'll refer to myself as old brother. Old Sandy. Ask them when they're arriving. We're going to start the dishes. At that moment, a woman in the kitchen brought out a hot pot first,
placed it in the center of the dining table and flipped the switch on the induction cooktop underneath.
Okay, I'll ask then, Sherry Khan said, taking out his cell phone and preparing to make a call.
Heard the doorbell ring again.
It should be them coming. Sherry Khan went forward to open the door. The door opens. 2 men appeared in the doorway. Look alike. Father and daughter by the looks of it. Zhang Yu took another look.
His eyes were suddenly shocked.
How is it her?
The woman standing outside saw Zhang Yu,
and the pupils widened. Why him? Both men froze halfway across the door. Chapter 81, Top Man. You want me to open a bank? The last time they'd officially met,
it was when she'd ridden her bike and rear-ended his Lamborghini.
That's right.
The woman in front of her was none other than policewoman Su Mei.
Su Mei's entire body was surprised when she realized that Zhang Yu was at Sha Ruikong's house. What the hell is he?
I can't believe he was invited to such a high-profile family dinner today.
It's a small world to run into here. You two, know each other? Sherry Khan could see something was wrong in the eyes of the 2 young men. Seen, not familiar. Su Mei said, the last time I rear-ended a car.
It was his car.
No wonder just now,
downstairs, when he saw a familiar car, he thought he had misread it and had doubts in his mind.
When I came up, I realized it was really him. Oh, Sherry Khan was puzzled. So you have such a connection. What a coincidence. Yeah, I can't believe that Captain Su is from Sherry Khan. Oh, let me introduce you.
Sha Ruikong pointed at the middle-aged man next to Su Mei and said,
this is Jiangcheng City's deputy mayor and police chief, Su Guoqiang,
and my brother-in-law,
Su Mei, my niece. This is Mr. Zhang Yu Zhang, isn't it? Hello, I've heard of your great name. Su held out his hand. Hello, Su.
Zhang Yu also extended his hand.
What a surprise. A small family dinner. Surprisingly, the 3 true gods of Jiangcheng were gathered, and Sha Ruikong and Su Guoqiang are surprisingly still related. When these 3 join forces, Jiangcheng will be theirs. The specs are just too high.
Zhang Yu's heart was more or less slightly nervous.
After all, how many people never see such a scene once in their lives? Not to mention a table to eat at. And all 3 of them, they have a direct interest. The only one who is alone is the one who is not directly related to them in any way. Still a little surprised. Everyone's here. It's time to eat. Sherry Khan shouted toward the kitchen. The 2 women in the kitchen. Bring out the dishes.
Only then did Zhang Yu realize that the 2 of them looked very much alike.
Pro-sisters no doubt.
Then it's quite understandable that it's Sasha's and Su Mei's mothers,
respectively. But Sasha and Su Mei, the cousins, don't look alike. Each has its own style. Sasha, come out and eat. Sister Su Mei, you're here. In the room, a brisk figure, as if a milky swallow threw itself into the forest, flung itself into Su Mei's arms. The 2 embraced passionately. Come on, don't play sisterly love there. We obviously met the day before yesterday. Sha Rueikong mercilessly poked the two of them. Come on, everyone sit down. Sherikant, as head of the family, arranges the positions of the 8 men. Come on, Zhang Yu, you sit next to me. He beckoned. Ha, it's not appropriate, is it?
Mayor Jiang and Bureau Su are still here.
And I'm too junior.
Zhang Yu hastily excused himself.
How do you rank it?
It's not appropriate to sit in that seat by yourself.
Mr. Zhang, just sit over there.
Jiang Xiaoqiao and Su Guoqiang said in unison.
Today you are the honored guest. You have to drink 2 cups with Secretary Sha. Both of them, knowing that Sherikant broke the mold.
Zhang Yu played a 4-pronged role. Firstly, it brings big projects and becomes an important booster for Saricom.
For another, Lian Yan suddenly dropped out of the competition.
There was a lot of news that pointed to Zhang Yu.
Since the trip to our office, then a lot of things have changed. But this second party is not a good idea to say it explicitly. I, for one, will respectfully disagree. Then,
Zhang Yu also stopped making excuses and sat down next to Sha Rueikong.
The others, too, sat down. Mr. and Mrs.
Su Guoqiang sat on the left.
Sherikant's lover and Mayor Jiang sat on the right. Sha and Su Mei, the 2 younger juniors,
were seated on the opposite side.
When you look up, you can look straight into the opposite eye. Zhang Yu looked at the 2 of them, whispering there, not knowing what they were whispering about.
And from time to time, they would also sneak a few laughs.
Sasha, it's all at the dinner table. Be serious.
Su Guoqiang also blared at his own daughter.
Everyone's here, so I'll say a few words. Sherikant stood up. Thank you all for coming to this family feast today. I'll drink to that. Come on, together. All 8 men at the table stood up. Those who could drink drank and those who couldn't poured juice. The first glass of wine went down, and everyone ate and drank, and then chatted. At the table, everyone was a bit formal at first, and after a round of drinks, the words all came pouring out, talking about all sorts of things. Mr. Zhang, Sha Rueikong asked Zhang Yu at this time. I saw on the internet that you have a financial loan company?
Yes, Secretary Sha. Zhang Yu nodded his head, but it's just small and not on a large scale.
Well, have you thought about making it expand? Ha?
Zhang Yu did not understand what he meant for a while and had not thought about it himself.
Mr. Zhang, Zhang Dachio said. Old Sha means, your financial company. Is there any idea? To be listed as a bank? Run a bank?
Zhang Yu was even more surprised.
A finance company is good. A bank license isn't. In one province, there are only a few private banks. Banks make money and easy. Collect storage, lending, eat the interest difference in the middle. Really does not need to spend any capital. Is it because other people don't want to open?
It's because they don't have a license.
They don't have access. Zhang Yu would like to draw a bank from the blind box system, but this also depends on luck to draw. I heard that too. Su Guoqiang said. Mr. Zhang, Lao Sha wants to do some reforms in finance and support a group of emerging private banks. Now that the support policy is about to come out, Mr. Zhang, see if you're interested in taking it? Sha Rueikong also looked at Zhang Yu.
He truly wanted to thank Zhang Yu with practical actions.
Gift giving is out of order,
and he's not that far behind.
It just so happened that I saw on the internet.
Zhang Yu has a lending company, and he himself intends to be in the financial aspect,
burning 2 fires. So, the idea came up.
Zhang Yu runs a lending company with technology and experience under his belt,
and there's even less of a shortage of money. And Sarikon has the policy in hand and the approach measures to support it.
It's not at all difficult to put up a license to open a private bank.
If that's the case, then I have to thank Secretary Sha. Zhang Yu said, taking up a cup of wine. Here's to you.
Since he was willing to provide this ladder, he himself would just climb up the ladder.
And don't worry too much about it.
But by turning from a company into a bank,
you can not only lend out money, but also take in deposits in a reasonable manner. Becoming a bank, all kinds of support are also essential. It's also a lot more dignified and a lot nicer to talk about. An opportunity like this can't be found by anyone else. Chapter 82, Pulling the Hook for a Mutual Agreement. Come on, everybody.
Jiang Xiaoqiao and Su Guoqiang knew that Zhang Yu meant that this was an agreement.
For that matter, they are also very supportive.
We'll provide what help and facilities they can.
The next thing is just to go through the process and provide whatever you need to provide.
As long as the characters at this level
agree on one thing, then
it's just a matter of time before this thing is done successfully in River City. It's also a matter of a few words and it's green light all the way.
Holy, won't he have another identity later? Bank president? Su-mei couldn't help but say. He was already curious about Zhang Yu's appearance at his relative's house. After a quick look around, it's amazing to find out who he is.
The majority shareholder of Rice Technologies,
Inc. The owner of a lending company is about to become a bank. At least 2 companies on hand. No wonder. The last time I crashed my Lamborghini, it didn't hurt at all. What's that little bit of money? Yeah, my dad is so good to him. If you didn't know better you'd think he was his own son. Sasha couldn't help but spit out a comment. Sha, what are you talking about? Su-mei said. Auntie is the only daughter you have. Zhang Yu looked at the two of them and whispered again from across the room. He also couldn't help but laugh. Come on, let's drink one too. The sudden attack made them both a bit confused. Sasha, what are you waiting for? Sherry-kan felt she was being a bit rude and prodded. Su-mei and Shasha then picked up the juice and clinked glasses with Zhang Yu. The others were laughing at a few of them. Although Zhang Yu is the owner of a large company, he is ultimately too young. While chatting with a couple of their older ones about business, the 3 of them, however, should have actually gone to the kids' table. By the way, Mr. Zhang, do you have a girlfriend now? Jiang Qiaoqiao suddenly asked. At this question, there was a small silence in the room. Zhang Yu was about to open his mouth, realizing that across the room, Su-mei was glaring at herself. It's like they know something. He realized this, then smiled and said, there is. Can't tell everyone yet, though. Gee, some regrets. The river bridge side. How? Sherry-kan asked. There are so many outstanding single young women in the unit. What with Bureau Director Wan's daughter and Secretary Li's sister-in-law? If Mr. Zhang were single, he wouldn't be snatched up like crazy. Jiang Qiaoqiao said with a smile. Far from it. Close by, isn't this the daughter of Bureau Su? The one who said that was none other than Su-mei. Su Guoqiang smiled cheerfully and didn't say anything. On Su-mei's face, 2 red clouds flew up instead. What? I'm not going to fall in love. Sister Su-mei, you're blushing. Sasha also has a deep appreciation for Sherry-kan and is good at tearing things down. Is there? I'm hot, Su-mei said in a hurry, glancing at Zhang Yu. He had a smirking expression, as if he was reading her mind. Can you tell? Su-mei remembered the scene she had seen in the cell phone app again. It felt like Zhang Yu was like an abyss. Don't get close and you'll be fine. It felt as if he was going to be sucked in as soon as the intersection was created. Sister Su-mei, you've known him for a long time. When was it? That's when Sasha got curious. I told you, rear-ended his car. Su-mei said. But you said you saw him once earlier, or you wouldn't have chased him down and had to give him a sticker. Sasha is truthful again. That's even earlier. He was on Riverside Drive, racing in the middle of the night. Racing? Sasha's eyes lit up. Zhang Yu, so you know how to drag race. When will you take me? She shouted so suddenly that everyone at the table jumped. Sasha, can you be quiet when you're a girl? Besides, is drag racing for girls? You study hard. Sherry-kan said. Dad, you're being curmudgeonly again. Who says girls can't play? Sasha was unconvinced. Oops. Your dad is looking out for your safety too. Mother Shah said. I thank you. Sasha said, picking up her chopsticks and taking a large chicken leg, putting it in Zhang Yu's bowl. It's a deal. You have to bring me next time. Then he added to Su-mei. Sister, if you bump into me next time, don't arrest me. Yo. Zhang Yu also cried and laughed, unable to do anything with this 19-year-old girl. You've got a chicken leg in your bowl, so you can't take it out again. Can you? It just didn't occur to me. It's amazing that she still has this hobby and she happens to know it. It's really, no coincidence. Su-mei also looked at her cousin. You're in my district. I'm definitely in charge. This is a matter of principle. Then, Zhang Yu, let's go to Pan Mountain. Sasha, also ignoring the presence of so many adults, suggested. The disc road is especially fun. Kind of like Bayonne Bunyoku. Let's go there. What is Bayonne Bunyak? The 2 women asked curiously. Sasha, if you say that again, I'll send someone to close the road tomorrow. Su said. My niece is naughty and I have to take a stand myself. As the number 1 person in the Jiangcheng Police Department, which road to seal and for how long is not just a matter of words. Tomorrow? Sasha asked. Really? Of course. Su Guoqiang looked at Sha Ruekong. Brethren, don't worry. Great. No sealing today then, is it? Young minds, they just work. Sasha was quick to spot the holes in his words. Then, Zhang Yu, you'll take me there later. Mr. Zhang, don't promise him. Sha Ruekong said. Give her the usual. However, I do think that if Sasha can promise me one thing, I promise to take you there. Zhang Yu laughed. What is it? You tell me. Sasha asked curiously. After this time, after you, talk back to your dad less, rebel less, and finish school seriously. Zhang Yu's words, it nearly brought old tears to Sherry-kan's eyes. If Sasha could do that, she'd admit to being crazy for once. Just make sure it's safe. Only, will she say yes? Okay, I promise. Sasha thought for only a second before sticking out a pinky. Let's hook up. Okay, then, hook it up.
Zhang Yu also extended his little thumb.
There are so many people watching at the dinner table.
All of them are dignitaries.
And they are not afraid that she will back out later. If she really backs out, no one will take her to play in the future. She still understands the weight of things.
Sha Ruikong saw that his daughter,
who had always been stubborn, was able to listen to Zhang Yu.
While his heart was moved,
he couldn't help but be surprised. Could it be that Zhang Yu could really make this fiery horse docile? If that were true,
I don't know how much less I'd have to worry about if I left him in charge.
So, the heart's resistance was not so strong. Moreover,
he firmly believed that Zhang Yu could do it. Chapter 83, I'll leave Sasha in your hands.
This Zhang Yu, it's still really heavenly.
Don't look at his young age. But he has given himself a lot of help in both public and family matters.
Think about it. Sha Ruikong laughed. Mr. Zhang, you and your little daughter, meeting for the first time, can talk so much and have common topics. I have a proposal. Secretary Sha, if there's anything, just say it. Since you two are chatting, then from now on, I'll leave Sasha under your discipline. Mr. Zhang, what do you think? Sherry Khan asked. Leave it to me, discipline? For a moment,
Zhang Yu did not understand what he meant.
What's this about? Mr. Zhang,
what old Sha means?
At this time,
Shasha's mother said, you and Shasha are close in age and have common topics. So please,
in the future,
bring Shasha along more often.
Sherry Khan nodded.
Not bad for your own sage advice.
Know what you want to say.
Sasha was, after all, only 19 years old.
And they, as parents, were too busy working to care for her. And the age difference is too big to talk about. Zhang Yu's appearance, as it happened, allowed them to grasp onto hope. He's worth hundreds of billions of dollars. And he's young and talented. So let him discipline Sasha a bit more. It can work out.
This, Zhang Yu did not hastily agree. One more 19-year-old girl,
who was still innocent and pretty looking, following her own, that must be an accomplishment. Only, she's here as Sherikan's daughter. If anything happens, you can't afford it. Mr. Zhang, I know what you're concerned about, Su Guoqiang said. Actually, I've also let my daughter Sume manage it, but she's just too busy. If Mr. Zhang could just treat her like a sister and teach her to follow the right path, it would already be good enough. In that case, I'll give it a try. Zhang Yu laughed. If I can't manage it, but I'll return it. Humph. Have you considered my feelings? Just treat me like a commodity? Sasha beamed. So do you want what you call freedom? The words, as soon as they were asked,
Shasha realized the pros and cons of the matter. Mom and Dad, what you're saying is that as long as I follow Zhang Yu,
I don't have to go home, right? Yes. Seeing Sherry Khan nod his head,
Shasha rolled her eyeballs and thought for a moment.
Then said, then Zhang Yu, I'll be hanging out with you from now on. With that, he poured a glass of juice. Here, I toast you. It's the optimal solution for her. That way the family doesn't ask too many questions. The friends she'd made before, her family had been extremely opposed to it. If you follow Zhang Yu this time, you only need to report to him in the future. Won't you regain your freedom completely? Hey, I'm a genius. The meal was almost ready. Shasha stood up and said, Zhang Yu, let's go then. Where are you going? Didn't we say, go for a spin in the panhandle? Sasha said, just in time to take the edge off. What time is it? How unsafe are the mountains? And you're going to go racing? Serkang wants to stop it. Gee, I'm just going to go around. I won't, Sasha said.
Secretary Sha, don't worry.
The steering wheel is in my hands. Zhang Yu also said, well, you guys be safe then. Zhang Yu got up. Then Secretary Sha, Mayor Jiang, Bureau Su, I'll withdraw first. Mr. Zhang, wait a moment. Mother Sha hurried to catch up. These fruits, you put them in the car and eat them on the way. Thanks, Auntie.
Zhang Yu did not push back and took a few fruits.
Geez, come on.
Shasha was impatient and directly reached out,
pulling Zhang Yu's wrist and heading outside. House. Sha Ruikong looked at Su Guoqiang. Su Guoqiang also knew what he meant.
I'll make a call and ask the 2 nearby police stations to strengthen the security patrols in Panshan.
Panshan, located on the outskirts of Jiangcheng. It's the highest point in River City. It's not very high, but it's steep, and the path up the mountain is 95% twisty. At the top of the mountain, there is an attraction called Refreshing Walled City,
with lodgings and shopping streets,
where many people go to escape the summer heat. There are 2 entrances to Panshan, a south gate and an east gate. There are 2 police stations stationed separately, and their daily work is to inspect the scenic spots for various safety hazards.
Su Guoqiang's a phone call. The 2 nearby police stations immediately sent 4 cars
along different routes.
to check the road conditions.
Su-mei, you're going too?
He found his daughter and fidgeted a bit.
Su-mei was a little embarrassed. But, I still have to be on duty tonight. It's the same if you switch with other co-workers. Su Guoqiang said. You go together? More people, more care. Then I'm going.
Su-mei stood up and left after greeting all the elders. Outside the neighborhood, Zhang Yu had just gotten into the Rolls-Royce Cullinan when he saw Su-mei chasing after him as well.
You too, wait for me. Sister Su-mei, you're going too? When Xia saw Su-mei come out,
she hurriedly opened the car door and gave up the passenger side. Sister,
you sit in the front. Then, self-consciously, he went to sit in the back row.
She got in the car.
Sit on the passenger side. It came back to me, not so long ago.
His own best friend,
Lu Hanxia, is in this position, and Zhang Yu. At the thought,
she craned her head.
Unexpectedly, Zhang Yu, at this time,
also turned his head to look at her. The two men looked at each other in all directions. Su-mei was also embarrassed and withdrew her eyes back. He should know that he already knows,
right? But how can the eyes still be so bold? Make it sound like you've done something wrong. All seated. Let's go.
Zhang Yu started the Rolls-Royce.
By the way, Zhang Yu, when can I sit in your Lamborghini? Sasha asked. That's something you'd have to ask your sister. Zhang Yu laughed. I've asked.
And the progress over there is still fast.
It can be sent back the day after tomorrow at the earliest.
Su-mei secretly cursed her cousin.
Which pot is the best pot?
He wants to see himself make a fool of himself. The tailgating scene at that time was a real social death. I was still being read to by my coworkers on the team for quite some time.
That's pretty good,
Zhang Yu said and drove the car out of the neighborhood. Once you get on the third ring,
you head in the direction of Panshan. At this point, an airplane in the night sky came over River City. Crew Chief Lu, look, where is that? It's so pretty, Pan Yuyo asked, pointing out the porthole. It was vaguely a mountain, with darkness all around. Only the top of the mountain is brightly lit, a fierce look like hanging city in the air. There, it looks like Panshan. Lu Hanxia looked over. Based on this flight, the area the route passes through, and the current location of the airplane, projected the place. Chapter 84 Panshan. Unexpected guests. Pan Mountain? D. Xiaoba chimed in. I've heard of it, but haven't been there.
I heard that there's a summer resort on top of the mountain,
and it's still 4A level.
Pan Yuyo picked up her cell phone and searched for Pan Mountain to check the relevant information, then scrolled down and saw another message.
You guys, look, Panshan tonight, a bunch of people are going to go drag racing. Yeah, drag racing in the middle of the night? D. Seba expressed her disbelief. Really didn't lie. Pan Yuyo put the phone screen lit to them.
Several of the positioning are at the foot of Pan Mountain.
Look at the video taken. It is a self-organized drag race. It looks like these guys are all cocky, each one of them driving a sports car. D. Cabano said in surprise.
Those cars that appeared in the video. Looking at the styling and looking at the badges, the cheapest would be over $1 million.
The people who appear in the picture are all dressed in fashionable clothes. All the kind of people who are pampered and don't have to work. With no place to give vent to their excess energy. They like to do things that are exciting and death-defying. Seems like those rich kids like to do that. It's really too dangerous, isn't it? Lu Hanxiao looked at the picture and also thought, these people are really crazy, playing so wild in the middle of the night. It's true that people fly in front and souls chase after them, but racing at night is really quite exciting. As Pan Yuyo spoke, she couldn't help but think of the last time, the night Zhang Yu took her for a ride along the river avenue. That time, wasn't it night, too? With good technology, these issues are not a concern. Then, one couldn't help but think of Zhang Yu's dishonesty. Couldn't help but blush red and red as well. Yu Yao, why is your face red? Are you not feeling well?
Lu Hanxiao noticed that her fair face was red to the naked eye.
No, it's nothing.
Pan Yuyo hurriedly shook her head. It's almost time to arrive at the Jiangcheng airport.
Let's pack up. Lu Hanxiao once again entered the workplace. It was a tiring flight today. The flight was close to 3 hours, but from 2 hours before takeoff, all kinds of preparations were being made. Lu Hanxiao was so tired that he didn't want to move. In the past, when I encountered this kind of continuous high-load shift, I would find a hotel right after getting off the plane and stay there. Not anymore.
Lu Hanxiao also had to save some energy,
and after getting off the plane, drove back to Binjiang House, without returning to Riverside House. I feel empty all over. Okay, Pan Yuyo and D. Xiaoba, too, quickly got into the swing of things. Passengers, this flight is about to arrive at Jiangcheng Airport. Please get ready. The words are split. Zhang Yu and his group of 3, after a half-hour's drive, also arrived at the foot of Pan Mountain.
The road narrows instantly as you come off the main road.
It went from 6 lanes to 2.
The road was narrow and there were cars on the opposite side of the road heading back to town from the summit viewpoint with high beams.
Sasha couldn't keep his eyes open. Couldn't help but curse. These car owners are really unqualified. Nasty. What's this? I've seen too many of all kinds of strange violations. As a traffic police officer, Sume also had a deep understanding. However, Zhang Yu did not say anything. At the foot of the hill, there is a parking lot. This parking lot is a little further down the road that climbs the mountain. From a distance, the road curved around and extended past the top of the mountain. Let's put some gas in the car first. Zhang Yu saw that there was a gas station next to the parking lot. Then it drove on. Almost there. Suddenly, a Maserati sports car, forcefully overtaking from the side and rear, ran in front of their car. If it wasn't for Zhang Yu's quick reaction, the car almost wiped out. Hey, do you have any quality? You still cut in line at the gas station? Sasha can't help it at all. Got out of the car and was about to go up and argue. Sasha, don't you start a fight with them. Sume also opened the car door and followed, saying, at this point, the Maserati sports car, parked for gas. In the car, a man in a jacket with dyed white hair gets out. Seeing Sasha trying to reason with herself, suddenly there was a light in front of me. Yo, isn't this Shasha from Uncle Shah's house? Didn't you say the house is gated? Why are you out at night? The man recognized her. Sasha also recognized the man in front of her and couldn't help but mouth the words. What bad luck. Not even bothering to theorize about it next, he turned around and was going back to his car. Zhang Yu parked his car and saw Sasha like this. The first thing I realized was, is the world so small? Or is Sasha's circle of friends too wide for any triad? Surprisingly, there are acquaintances Sasha knows in this place? Hey, seeing this young master and leaving without saying hello, Sasha-chan is too rude, isn't she? The man, taking a few steps and holding out his arms, stopped in front of her. Good dogs don't get in the way. Get out of the way. Sasha glared at him. The man didn't move. Without thinking, Sasha reached out and kicked the man directly in the calf. She wore small leather shoes with a pointed toe. The kick came suddenly. The man was not prepared, and was hit squarely, grimacing in pain. You stop! The man shouted. Then several nearby cars, all gathered around. The headlights turned on and instantly lit up the parking lot as bright as day. A group of people had also gathered around, all of whom were friends of the man. This time, we drove a variety of sports cars and came for a nighttime drive up Poon Hill. It was the man who took the lead in organizing it, and he was the biggest. So, seeing him kicked by a little girl, they all gathered around. What are you doing? When Sume saw this group of people, they were coming from a bad place. Reaching out, he shielded Sasha behind himself. Vigilantly, he said, I'm a police officer, so back off, all of you. The men looked at each other when they heard her announce herself. I was a little weak. Oh no. I don't think the police have been alerted and are coming to investigate this, right? But, the man from earlier, heard Sume declare himself, froze for a moment, then laughed again. Sume, aren't you the rabbit police officer of Binjian district, and you still managed to come to Panshan? Sume was surprised. The man in front of him, he didn't know who he was. How does he know his name? Wu Iluan, this is my cousin. Treat her with respect, Sasha said. Wu Iluan. When Sume heard this name, she instantly realized why he was still so arrogant even though he knew their identities. Because, Wu Iluan was the second son of Wu Zhangliang, one of the 9 war zones and the commander of the Central War Zone, the headquarters of the Central War Reserve District, located in Jiangcheng. But they didn't belong to the Jiangcheng administration, and even in terms of rank, the commander of the War Reserve area was half a level older than even Jingchu. When Sha Ruikong met Wu Zhangliang, he had to treat him as a superior. Encountered what flood rescue? The need for support. Have to request instructions in the form of reporting to the war zone to play the report. Chapter 85 Want me to win? Then I'll win. Because there is such a layer of context. Wu Iluan, in Jiangcheng that is known to play, got into a lot of trouble, too, but in the end nothing happened. It is with such a powerful background. Not a word. Others have to sell a few faces and offer to cover for him. As for why Sasha knew him, because of her voraciousness, she had friends in all kinds of circles, and it was normal to know Wu Iluan. What I just didn't expect was a confrontation with him today. Okay. The man named Wu Iluan laughed. I always have respect for beautiful women. With that, the conversation turned. But you just kicked me and ruined my pants. My clothes are over $100,000 a piece. So what do you say? $100,000 if you say so? If it's a big deal, I'll pay for it. Sasha said a word and realized. How could she have that kind of money? I don't want you to pay for it. I'm not short of money. Wu Iluan laughed. Sasha girl, since we happen to meet today, come,
Get in my car and play for a while.
Captain Sue, want to join us? Sorry, I'm not interested.
Sumei shook her head.
A sentence fell, and several people around them took another step forward. How dare you not give face to Mr. Wu? These women, they really don't give a about him.
Then we're going to give them a taste of salt today.
Hey, you can't treat a beautiful woman rudely.
A car behind their congregation. A woman leaning against the car
stood up straight and said, "We're not here to play with cars today. Let's not waste time."
She wore big wavy curls and a pair of black leather pants that made her look like she was bursting at the seams.
She's a noble person, not an ordinary person.
Rainbow Sisters reference chart.
Sister Rainbow is right. It's my ignorance. Wu Iluan snorted. However, this niece, Sha, kicked me.
If I don't clean her up,
how can I mix in the future? Sasha?
The woman called Sister Rainbow froze when she heard the name.
Sha Ruikon's daughter? At least it's the new #1 in Jiangcheng. Give him some face more or less. What can I say when Rainbow says so? Wu Iluan laughed, then said to Sha and Sumei, "Alright, I'll let you guys off the hook today." Then he pointed at Zhang Yu's car. "Hey, that driver, move the car out of the way. Our convoy is about to depart." Zhang Yu's car didn't move. "What? You won't let me? Do you want to compete with us?" Wu Iluan saw the car and asked provocatively, "Are you here with the two of them? How about this? You compete with us. You win. Nothing happens. If you lose, you go back alone later."
The others laughed wistfully after this statement.
The second son of Wu, indeed, has a knack for keeping people around.
As long as he sees a girl he wants to keep,
there's no running away.
Sasha had seen it once or twice before and already had an idea in mind. Especially, she was wearing a white blouse with a black pleated skirt, a look that really hooked him.
When Wu Iluan said this, he even made it a point to explain to Sister Hong. "Sister Hong, you could see just now, it's not that I don't give them face, but these few of them, they have disturbed us several times. I also have no choice." Sumei and Sha,
both of them tensed up at this moment.
Wu Iluan, this person, if he moves seriously, he really can't leave today. He couldn't help but look at Zhang Yu. "Okay." Zhang Yu laughed. "However, a competition between gentlemen. Let's not involve two girls." He also knew in his heart that if he didn't play a hand today, they, as a group, wouldn't let the two sisters leave easily. "I promised Sherry-Khan at the dinner table, so I can't just say yes on one foot and leave the two sisters here on the next. That would be unmanly. You kids seems to have your own ideas." Wu Iluan laughed. "Then you say, if I win, you apologize in the paper and promise not to bother Sasha and the girls ever again." Zhang Yu said, "And what if you lose?" Wu Iluan laughed. "There is no such assumption." Zhang Yu shook his head. "I see you have 7 cars. What's the matter? Do you compete together or what?" "Brother Wu, this kid is too wild. He still wants to win over all of us?" A man in the caravan called up. "No harm done," Wu Iluan said. "I was going to go one-on-one. Since you're not happy about it, come join one. Let's compete with 3 cars. A race between the mountains was finalized. Follow the rules. From the foot of the mountain to the destination resort at the top of the mountain. Whoever reaches the top of the mountain in the shortest time is the winner. Cars at the bottom of the hill. 1 car every 3 minutes. Wu Iluan's car, the first to start. His car was a modified Maserati sports car, and he was quite familiar with the road conditions of the Panshan. Where are the curves and how long are they? He knows exactly where there are up and down slopes and what the angle of the slope is. With his car, he disappeared into the night. Sumei was a bit worried. "I heard that this Wu Iluan is a professional racer retired." "Sister, why are you growing others' ambition?" Sha spoke. "I believe Zhang Yu can." "You say so." With that, he patted Zhang Yu's shoulder. He smiled. "This storm wasn't even caused by you, so think about how you're going to thank me when I win." "You win. Make whatever demands you want," Sasha also said with full concern. "And, you have to win." "Okay, I'll win then." When Zhang Yu said this, the people in the caravan couldn't help but feel amused. How can anyone be so arrogant? Wu Iluan's arrogance is that he has capital. What have you got? As for that Sister Hong, she looked at Zhang Yu with a calm and self-conscious face, and the heart stuttered. This young man is so stable and very much a general. It's like it's already 100% certain, and not just making believe for no reason. 3 minutes are up. The second car of the man from earlier also drove off. Zhang Yu also drove his car and reached the starting point. A white line drawn in lime on the ground would be the starting point. Drive to the starting line. Zhang Yu looked at the darkness in front of him. Suddenly, the heart felt a little lit up. If nothing else, there is something refreshing and exciting about exploring like this. Zhang Yu, it should work, right? Sumei stood on the side of the road, looking at Zhang Yu in the driver's seat with a calm expression. In his heart, he suddenly remembered the last time, the embarrassment of not catching up with him along the river avenue. Suddenly there was confidence. She was already the fastest on the force, took the top 3 places in a citywide locomotive competition. But on that day, it was still thrown off by Zhang Yu to the point where he couldn't even eat his tailpipe and returned without any success. This time, even though he was driving his own car. However, Sume also believed that Zhang Yu could definitely win as well. Chapter 86, Instantaneous Speed. Incredibly glued. 3 minutes are up. With a whistle from the man on the spot, Zhang Yu drove his car and also left the original point and drove in the direction of the mountaintop. Ahead, the curvy, winding, coiled road. Half the body has to be off the highway in the sharpest corners. This kid really dares to challenge. The second son of Wu is a rally driver. This road of the Panhandle is child's play for him. That person dared to challenge second Prince Wu. He really doesn't know his own strength. Hey, it occurs to me that it wouldn't hurt to blow the whistle 10 seconds late just now. Would it? 10 seconds late? Do you know how many people you have to pull off in 10 seconds in a rally? But it's fine. Wu Ergongzi must have passed him by the minute. It doesn't matter. What do you think? Rainbow? The gang looked over at the sexy woman in leather pants. I'll sit and watch. Rainbow took out a tablet. There are several red dots on the screen that give clear feedback on the real-time location information of each vehicle. This is because, prior to the race, a device was fitted to each car to locate it. Locators aren't worth much, just a couple $100 a pop, but they work. It has been cleared early due to the disc road. Some of the more treacherous locations are also arranged to have their people set up road signs. The coverage was also very well done and about as good as a professional tournament organization. After all, many of these people who play with cars have also had the experience of racing in amateur events. At this point, Sume and Shasha, both of them, watched Zhang Yu drive out of sight. I don't know how he's doing now, and I can't help but be a little worried. Come on, both of you. Rainbow looked up and waved at them both. Are you yelling for us? Sasha asked, pointing to her nose. I'm sure you're all eager to follow how he's playing. So come over and watch. Rainbow laughed. The others didn't understand why Rainbow did what she did. Though, she must have her reasons for doing so. What the others should do is shut up about it. After all, Sister Hans come from a very big place. Even Wu Yiluan had to give her some face. Naturally, it was not something they dared to ask about. The two of them, Sume and Sasha, came over. See the red dot on the tablet. The serial numbers labeled 1, 2, and 3 correspond to the order of departure. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's going on? At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. Only on the screen, Zhang Yu's No. 3 car. After slowly adapting to the mountainous road conditions during the starting stage, it's gradually picking up speed, because of the 3-minute interval between departures. At first, the gap between car number 3 and car number 2 was relatively large, and with Wu Yiluan's car number 1, the gap was even farther. But now, they could clearly see that Zhang Yu's car was gradually picking up speed. The distance to the number 2 car closed by almost half. It's only 10 minutes before the start now. So fast. How did he do it? At this point, on the remote intercom, there was also forward feedback from a couple of partners halfway up the mountain. Car 1 has passed the first consecutive big turn. Car 3 has passed the first continuous up and down hill and is accelerating. Kind of interesting. Rainbow murmured. The one called Zhang Yu should be coming to Panshan for the first time. But besides being a little unfamiliar with the road at first, it was a little slow. Instantaneous speed, now, is as fast as it gets. If this current instantaneous speed was maintained, then pulling back a bit later, Zhang Yu's entire time taken would be the shortest. When Sasha saw the data on the screen, she also couldn't help but wave her fist and scream. Yay! Sasha, what's the situation? Sume was still a bit confused about the data. Zhang Yu's current average speed per minute is the fastest among the 3 cars. Sasha explained, it's just a little slower in the early going, and a little more catching up in the back, and you'll get first place. Zhang Yu is so powerful? When Sume heard this, her eyes couldn't help but light up. Wu Yiluan was at the level of a professional racer, and the driver of the car in the center had participated in many rally competitions. Zhang Yu had no professional competition experience before. Come to the Panhandle and not read the road ahead of time and memorize the road book. Who would have thought that the instantaneous speed, now, would be number 1? Humph. Don't be too happy. The real test hasn't even started yet. The way I see it, he's just lucky and bold. This stretch of road ahead, there's barely a few turns. Who wouldn't drive a straight line? There was a flurry of disdain in the crowd. There are 3 large sections of the disc road. It's just past the first stage now. 2. For the next 2 sections, the road is more complicated. The higher up you go, the worse it gets. At that point,
A little slower reflexes would make it easier to hit the jumble of rocks. And, with poor visibility at night, it's even more of a test of skill and familiarity with the road. I think it's better to let that Zhang Yu of yours quit, lest he run off the highway later. Humph. You tell your second Prince Wu to withdraw from the match. Zhang Yu will definitely win, Sasha retorted, crossing her arms defiantly. Rainbow, how far ahead am I? At this time, over the intercom, came Wu Iluan's voice. You're in second place for speed right now, Sister Hong said with an expressionless face. Second? Wu Iluan, who was in the car, was obviously a bit surprised. That kid, Fat Wave, who had trouble even finishing before, did so well this time? The Fat Wave he was talking about was the rider who was the second to start. No, the fastest is Zhang Yu, Rainbow said as she stared at the screen. Instantaneous speed. Zhang Yu was currently 10 seconds ahead of Wu Iluan. What? It's him? Wu Iluan's voice, all of a sudden, was a dozen decibels higher. Then, the crowd then heard over the intercom as he brought the car up to speed. Wu Iluan, the second section of the road is more complicated than the first section, and the visibility is bad. Sister Hong prompted. The maximum test safe speed is 80 kilometers per hour. You are now at 83. Slow down. Don't worry, Sister Hong. Wu Iluan smiled confidently. I've run this road more than once. Within 85. I'm fine. The second prince is just great. This section opens 85. If I were, I'd drive 40 at the most. The art is great. Mr. Wu has definitely won this time. At this point, Sha and Su Mei, a worried look appeared on their faces again, both afraid that he won't win and that the hills are unsafe. He just needs to finish well. The two emotions were so intertwined that it was hard to know what to do for a while. And, when Zhang Yu sent out the car, he didn't bring the walkie-talkie they gave him. I don't know if I forgot or if it was intentional. In that case, Zhang Yu did not know what kind of situation he was in. Chapter 87, Despicable. To cheat. Just then, Su Mei's cell phone suddenly rang. Taking it out and looking at it, it was surprisingly Zhang Yu who called. He's driving a car in this situation, and he's free to make a phone call? With doubt, she took it anyway, carefully. Su Mei, can you see the vehicle in front of you now? Zhang Yu directly opened his mouth and asked. Can see. She glanced at the screen, trying to discern the data on it. Your current instantaneous speed is 7 seconds slower than the first car, then the second. Okay, I get it. Hang up the phone, I'm driving. Zhang Yu, who was on the road, heard the feedback from Su Mei, and guessed what was going on. He has top-notch driving skills and has reached maximum speed while ensuring safety and no problems with the vehicle. If you add more speed, you have to concentrate more, because every bit of speed per hour increases the risk, and it's still 7 seconds slower than it is now. It means that Wu Iluan is already traveling at a speed that is beyond the safe range. He'll do anything to win. As for second place speed, it's irrelevant. As soon as you pass the first place, you are naturally the first place yourself. And so, he reacted quickly. Throttle up and the speed came to 86. Holy, car number 3 is accelerating. Am I reading this right? It's going 86 kilometers per hour. First time driving this road and you dare to be so brave? The maximum safe speed limit is only 80. The riders at the bottom of the hill shouted in surprise as they saw the red dot change on the screen. Rainbow also looked at the red dot representing car number 3 and picked up speed significantly. It was a 3-minute late departure though. 3 minutes and 10 seconds to be exact. But he was on the verge of catching up with car number 2. Holy, is that guy a monster? I was in the rearview mirror and I actually saw him. Car 2's voice, over the intercom. In his tone, there was a note of desperation. Being able to see the car behind you in the rearview mirror. The distance between the two cars can't be more than 200 meters. It was certainly a huge blow to him. Fat Wave has run a few professional races after all. Now, surprisingly, after running 3 minutes ahead of schedule, you're looking at being overtaken by the other team? Car 2 was in a state of confusion. What is it now? Apparently, Wu Iluan, from car number 1, glanced down at a couple of consecutive sharp curves. See car 2, car 3, almost in the same spot. He left 6 minutes early and managed to get a tail light seen by the last car? So, in a hurry, he turned on the intercom and asked, Mr. Wu, car number 3 Zhang Yu's speed is now 86. No, it's 87. 87? Wu Iluan was surprised. What does he want? What can I do? Winning you. Of course. Sasha clasped her arms and chimed in. Wu Iluan stopped talking. There was no more sound on the intercom. As you can see, the red dot representing car number 1. Boosted to 85. This was the maximum speed Wu Iluan could handle. But, it's still not enough. Fat Wave. At this time,
Wu Yiluan opened another channel and said to Car 2, "You can't win anyway. Here's a task for you. Jam his line of sight. Interfere with his timing. Don't let him come up." Understood. Fat Wave knew that this, today, had actually been a match between Wu Yiluan and Zhang Yu. Himself now. As long as he can get Zhang Yu stuck, by affecting his time, Wu Yiluan can win. "Hey, that's cheating!" Sasha exclaimed. "How can this be? Is this how you guys win?" She knew in her heart of hearts that if she got caught up in car number 2, all the time advantage built up earlier is going to be consumed here. So what? It makes sense to do whatever it takes to win. The crowd of riders shouted triumphantly. It's time for Fat Wave, the wingman, to be sacrificed. Rainbow looked at red dots number 2 and number 3, entwined almost in parallel. How did he get like this? Doing whatever it takes to win. Sister Rainbow didn't say anything, and at this time, her heart was also in deep thought. It makes me wonder how he even won before, even if it is a wildcard game. But there are basic rules. Without rules, what's the contest? At this point, on the mountainous highway, Zhang Yu saw that the No. 2 car in front of him had obviously reduced its speed, but again, it didn't make way. The highway, originally, was only 2 lanes wide. Car number 2 was riding right on the center line. Zhang Yu couldn't just pass over it either. Only a few honks were necessary to signal the car in front to avoid it. But Fat Wave, now that he's got the assignment, has no intention of letting it go. Whatever. Zhang Yu stepped on the gas. Prepare to force an overtake. The highway is only 2 lanes though, but there are also wild roads about half a meter wide on both sides. Half a meter. And that's enough. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what does he want? Sensing that Zhang Yu was picking up speed, Fat Wave was instantly distracted. Not ready to respond yet. Just feel the car behind him, grazing his car, passed, scraped his right rearview mirror right off. Glass crumbs shattered all over the place. Asterisk 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 asterisk, I just bought a new car. Fat Wave exclaimed in pain. He was not in the mood to race, and pulled over to the side of the road. Zhang Yu is too good. Overtook the car. At the foot of the mountain, Sasha looked at the screen and jumped up and down with excitement. He started 3 minutes late and actually passed the second car. Those friends of Wu Yiluan were all frustrated when they saw No. 2 Fat Bo being left behind by No. 3 Zhang Yu. Fat Wave's round of exertion did not delay Zhang Yu too much. Now Zhang Yu still built up a lead of a few seconds. At this point, the car had passed the last curve. Zhang Yu could already see the lights of the mountaintop resort. Wu Yiluan came to the end of the resort with a speed of 85. At the finish line, a couple of friends rushed to meet them. How about that? I'm good, right? Wu Yiluan got out of the car and said smugly. This time it took more than a minute faster than his previous fastest. Mr. Wu, I'm afraid it's a bit up in the air. The 2 men at the top of the hill with the same tablet. Your final finishing time was 31 minutes and 5 seconds. Had it been at the current pace of the number 3 car, his car, what are the current numbers? Wu Yiluan couldn't help but ask. Had he finished at his current pace, the time would have been 29 minutes and 57 seconds. No, it's 29 minutes and 50 seconds. He's speeding up again. At that moment, another person suddenly looked ahead and yelled. A car with its headlights on came this way. The last few dozen meters, surprisingly, still had no intention of slowing down. Chapter 88, Wonderful. The Hilltop Tavern is abuzz with excitement. Zhang Yu saw Wu Yiluan's car and knew that this was the end of the line. The road at the top of the hill is a semicircular loop. He drove his car, overtook Wu Yiluan's car, and did a beautiful drift swing on the semicircular road. Steadily, the car pulled up in front of a place called the Hilltop Tavern. Great! Zhang Yu won. On the screen, after seeing the final score, Shasha was excited and hugged Sume as well. I knew that he would win. I wasn't even worried. Sasha felt that this visit to Pansan was worth it. I didn't realize that Zhang Yu's car skills were so good. It's good to win. Sume spoke faintly, patting Sasha's back, more like comforting herself. No one knew how worried she was. Just now, in her heart. The heart was in my throat the whole time. My heart was beating 180, and I would have jumped out of my skin if I had been any more nervous. Even though he knew that Zhang Yu had successfully reached the top of the mountain, there was still a pang of fear. Sister Rainbow, are you going to the top of the mountain? If you go, give us a ride. Sasha added to Rainbow. She was also the only one in the group across the street who could communicate properly. The others? What a bunch of people. Sure, get in the car. Sister Han laughed. Sister Rainbow, how do you take them? The riders next to her were disgruntled. They're against us, and they just beat us. And you know it's you guys. Rainbow smiled, then got in the car. No, what does she mean? The others were still reeling from what she had just said. Does that mean it's not with us? So she's here to be a spectator? unable to figure it out. The crowd got in their cars and headed for the top of the hill. Wow, this boy is so handsome. Handsome guy, can I add you a WeChat? That drift you just did was awesome. At this moment, Zhang Yu got out of the car, the tavern at the top of the hill, with lots of wavy black silk, long-legged girls, saw a car in the window, swinging so handsomely. It was a high time. The girls had done their research online and knew that there were often cars racing up the mountain roads. The terminal is near the tavern. It's a great scene to sit in a tavern. And you can often see all kinds of luxury cars. They also came here with the intention of having a great time. Just now, Wu Iluan's car came over, and they felt that it was still a bit routine. The threshold has been raised and there are no particular surprises. But it wasn't until Zhang Yu's car showed up that it suddenly got high. No one dares to play like that in a place like Hilltop. The last one that played like that went right off the cliff. There are even several signs erected on the side of the ring road that prohibit racing. It's been a long time since anyone has played like that. When Zhang Yu's car appeared today, it directly made them feast their eyes. Handsome, you're tired. I'll buy you a cocktail. Handsome, are you a professional racer? Where are your races? I want to watch. A group of chattering girls asked. In each eye, there was a very strong desire. They are both restless at heart and love adventure and excitement. If she got in his car and raced like that for once, she could do anything she wanted. Many of the girls, too, picked up their cell phones and took videos of the scene, and also narrated what had just happened. In the tavern, the surveillance at the owner's doorway had just recorded the handsome image of Zhang Yu's drifting and swinging tail just now. Realizing that this was a huge business opportunity, it quickly spread online, taking the Hilltop Tavern niche with it. The video, which quickly drew a lot of attention online. ********. The Panhandle's version of the Fast and Furious is new again. The drift swing this time. So cool. I've heard that this is the first time this car has appeared here. And it's so awesome. And his underdog, surprisingly, is professional rider Wu Iluan. Which Wu Iluan? Which other one? It's the second son of the commander of the War Reserve. ********. So who the hell was the one who took first place? Technically winning and background-wise? Who sees Wu Iluan and doesn't respectfully yield a few points? The discussion online is growing. Pan Yuyo, who likes to surf the internet, also swiped this video. At this time, the three of them, after getting off work and leaving the airport, were on their way back to Riverside House. Look guys, Zhang Yu is in the limelight again today. What's the theme this time? Lu Hanxiao asked. He raced at Panhandle and took first place, winning against a professional driver. And now so many people in the same town are talking about it. Pan Yuyo read those messages on the internet. He's not at home. Off racing at the Panhandle? Lu Hanxiao, who was driving the car, also took his time and pulled over to the side of the road. Nodding over Pan Yuyao's cell phone, he looked at the video that was captured by the surveillance. That awesome drift swing is truly awesome. Just beyond the highway railing are cliffs so deep that you can't see the bottom. And Lu Hanxiao also noticed, the car he drove was not a professional car. It was the one belonging to his best friend Sumei. One more refresh. Spotting the top of the hill, a few more cars appeared, and by the looks of it, they were all together with the ones that had been racing earlier. In one of the Aston Martins, a couple of tall, beautiful women stepped out. And then look, one of them is none other than her own best friend. When did they get so close? In Lu Hanxiao's heart, there was suddenly a sense of crisis. Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuyo, too, saw those beauties. This pretty girl, isn't she the traffic cop? Why are they together? I don't know. Let's go home first. Lu Hanxiao restarted the car. Zhang Yu, what you did just now was really great. Sha got out of the car, found Zhang Yu, and directly gave him a big hug in front of the crowd. The bodies were close together. Zhang Yu didn't know where to put his hand, so he could only raise his arm to show his innocence. All right, you're about to rib him out of breath. Su Mei reminded. Sasha is such a social terrorist, not shy at all. Sasha loosened her hug and said indifferently, if you hadn't said that, I couldn't resist kissing him just now. Su Mei smiled helplessly. That's how heartless she was. Wu Iluan, a loss is a loss. Just summarize it properly. Rainbow said. She was the only one who dared to say the word lose to his face. No, I didn't play well just now. Let's compare again. Wu Iluan said. And Zhang Yu walked directly to Wu Iluan and smiled. If I'm not mistaken in my calculations, I should, by all means, be winning you by the minute, right? What's the need for this rematch? If it was only a few seconds, a dozen seconds that could be said to be regrettable. It's a minute or so short, so there's no need. I'm just not convinced. Wu Iluan's tone was hateful. Either you compete again, or you don't leave. Chapter 89 Obliteration Card activated. In front of so many people on the scene,
Wu Yiluan simply could not accept the fact that he had lost to Zhang Yu.
If you don't get the scene back, this will be a stain on yourself in the future. So, he has to win. It's the only way to cleanse your mind of the unwillingness to do so.
It didn't matter what was said in front of it was straight up trickery. His foxy friends, naturally, were on his side.
All at once, there were cries of, rematch, must be rematch. Mr.
Wu was unprepared, or he would have one for sure.
Wu Gong on the downhill road is the real car god.
It was as if he had completely forgotten about the fact that he had delayed the matter for nearly a minute by directing the
no-2 fat wave to block Zhang Yu. Otherwise, Zhang Yu was winning by a huge 2-minute margin. Why doesn't this guy admit when he's lost? Since it's a competition, it's natural to follow the rules of the competition. Losing is losing. Winning is winning. Isn't that being a scoundrel? The Hilltop Tavern, as well as some of the people in the neighborhood, couldn't help but sputter as they watched the scene in front of them.
Shoo, you guys can keep your voices down.
Someone warned. This is the second son of the commander of the Central War Reserve District. You guys dare to say things that will kill your heads. The son of the commander of the War Reserve? I've seen the commander on TV. How could I have such a son? Isn't this a discredit to the family? Forget it, cut the crap and watch out for trouble.
And what is the identity of that handsome guy who just won him?
Doesn't he know the identity of the other guy? In the crowd, people were looking away.
The situation in front of me was changing so fast that it was straight up unreadable.
Hey, Wu Yiluan, how can you cheat? Sasha couldn't resist stepping up again. At her age,
she was at her most single-minded and fearless. Seeing that the other party could play the trick so thoroughly,
it was also hard to look away.
Zhang Yu looked at her,
and didn't say anything, just as well,
so she could be her own mouthpiece.
Everyone saw you lose. That's right. Wu Yiluan looked at Sasha. Didn't I say that hand just now?
It was my bad play.
Compete again. I can definitely win. Ha! Sasha laughed.
But Zhang Yu beat you by more than a minute,
and if you hadn't let the no-2 card get in the way, the lead would have been even higher.
You don't really think that it's true strength that you keep running first,
do you? It's just that everyone is just giving in and playing along.
Sasha raised her head and said,
guys, am I right?
At this questioning from her, the other bikers who were hanging out together didn't answer for a moment, but turned their heads to the side.
Wu Yiluan glanced at the crowd and then at Sister Hong next to him. Then he laughed. I don't care. Either. Continue the match. Either. He paused when he said, Sasha, you're not going back today. Wu Yiluan, what do you want? Sasha was a bit scared and moved to her father's identity. My father is Sha Ruekong. Do you dare to stop me?
Amir Sherikan would have to bow 3 times and stand aside when he comes to my house.
How can I not dare? Wu Yiluan said disdainfully. With that, he stepped forward and reached out to touch Sasha's face. Aya, look at this face, all collagen.
So tender that you can pinch out water.
What are you doing? Sasha reached out a hand and blocked him, stepping back.
Zhang Yu sees Wu Yiluan trying to molest Sasha and wants to step in to stop it.
As a result, a few of the other man's men reached out and stopped him. Wu Yiluan, what are you doing? Sister Hong couldn't help but say as she looked at the scene in front of her.
Racing is racing. Why did you start a fight?
He came to Jiangqing for a trip, and his family asked Wu Yiluan to receive him. The two families are family friends,
but haven't seen each other in many years.
As far as I can remember, Wu Yiluan was at least a normal kid when he was young. How come you haven't seen me for a few years and now you're like this? He is like a Wu Nai, relying on the power of his family. He went around doing wrong,
but because there was always someone to wipe his ass behind him, Wu Yiluan became more and more licentious. The whole of Jiangchang would have to revolve around him to make it work.
Sister Hong, this is between me and her, so don't mind it. Anyway,
I'll arrange for someone to take good care of you during the few days you're in Jiangchang.
Wu Yiluan is now on top and doesn't want to listen to Hong's interference.
It's like a giant baby who grew up in a greenhouse without any setbacks.
Acting with the mind of a child. If you want something, you have to get it. And if you don't get it, you have to spill the beans. Such a second-generation ancestor.
Who dares to really get serious with him to do anything but go along with what he wants?
In the long run,
Wu Yiluan became more and more lawless,
with no one in sight. If Sister Hong persuaded him again,
he didn't even know if he would give Sister Hong face again.
In that case, it looks like you have to compete in the second match? At this time, Zhang Yu took a step forward and said, looking at the current situation, what was said earlier at the foot of the mountain was completely nullified. Zhang Yu, don't promise him, even if you win again, he'll still have something to say. Sasha couldn't help herself. It's okay. Zhang Yu smiled. It's okay to agree to play. But if not, there will be fewer conflicts in other areas. Good.
When Wu Yiluan saw that he had accepted the challenge,
he was also incredibly pleased. This time, then, It's a race down the mountain. It's the same rule. Whoever takes the shortest time wins. With that, he got back into his seat, turned the car around and got ready to go again. Mr. Wu, make sure you win him this time. Straight up pull him off the blast. Let's send a few men down the hill and get ready. Other riders, at this point, shouted. Zhang Yu was also indifferent and got back into the car. Mentally, a decision was made at this point. System, I'm going to use an obliteration card. He sat in his car and woke up the system. This Wu Iluan, he's a dog's skin. Win or lose, the result is the same. In that case, let Wu Iluan suffer. Life and death have a destiny. The rest is up to him. Host, please select the object you wish to obliterate. The system prompted. Target of erasure, Wu Iluan. Zhang Yu did not hesitate and said directly. By using the erase card, he can be made to disappear. Unknowingly, after submitting the information, the system interface, a spinning circle appeared. It seems to be vetted to deal with the validity of this obliteration card. Congratulations to the host. The obliteration card has been successfully used. Effective time, within 5 minutes. Soon after the system processed the information for a bit, an alert popped up that the card's use was complete. Then Zhang Yu also exited the system. Chapter 90, Shock. Duke Wu flips his car. Zhang Yu, do you really want to compete with him again? Su Mei, at this time, came to his window and asked somewhat anxiously. She had also seen how rogue Wu Iluan was. Don't know what to do with something like that. It's fine. On Zhang Yu's face, there was a faint smile. Su Mei looked at him, and the uneasiness in her heart suddenly stabilized quite a bit. At this point, Wu Iluan started to send the car. The engine roared. A huge cloud of dust rose from the ground. The car enthusiasts who cheered, ate a mouthful of dust, poo-pooed a few times, and all took a few steps backward. Wu Iluan drove his car with a direct ejection start. Mr. Wu is a cow. You have to give the other team a run for their money at the start. Hey, what's going on? The car enthusiasts were halfway through applauding, when they suddenly realized that Wu Iluan's car was, as it were, out of control. Crooked. Mr. Wu, it's dangerous. The crowd saw the front of the car drive straight toward the railing. There was a lot of yelling. However, he acted like he didn't hear or react, and the car didn't seem to be in control. The car crashed right through the fence. Punch out. What the hell? How the car went out. Tourists near the Peak Tavern, seeing the scene, ran to the railing. Then the sports car, after breaking through the railing, was seen to body down the cliff and flip up. The headlights, wide open, drew circles. This scene was so shocking that everyone froze for a moment. What are you waiting for? Call, help. Rainbow was the first to speak. Wu Iluan's car friends, as if waking up from a dream, rushed to get busy, called the fire, EMS, and police on all sides. Rainbow was also personally calling the commander of the war zone. It was so big that no one dared make the call, and could not suppress the thunderous wrath of the commanding officer. Only Sister Rainbow is suitable. A few phone calls out. Jiang Chang was shaken, learning that Mr. Wu's car went off the cliff. All departments, overnight, the units are lit up and assembled urgently. Su Guoqian was also notified and was prepared to personally lead a team to the scene. It was discovered that the accident occurred at the exact location of Poon Hill, and Wu Iluan's car, too, went down from Panshan. Before he left, he immediately called Su Mei. Su Mei, are you all in Panshan? Do you know that there was an accident? Hurry back. I know, Su Mei said on the phone. I'm afraid we can't leave now because, just now, we saw his car flip off the cliff with our own eyes. Can't walk? What's going on? Su asked. Then, Su Mei didn't hide it, and directly told the story of the racing, the causes and consequences. You guys, wait until I get over there. Su hung up the phone and got into the outgoing car. 3 or 4 police cars, all at once. According to his judgment, Wu Iluan's car, it just flipped out by itself. If the subsequent investigation shows that there was no tampering on the car, then it was a purely personal operator error that resulted. But even so, I'm afraid that Zhang Yu and the others are also going to get into some trouble. Those people would attribute Wu Iluan's cartwheel to Zhang Yu. If they hadn't been more than this match, it wouldn't have ended this way, even though the police have their own investigation methods and conclusions. However, the commander of the War Reserve will not take kindly to this and will surely put pressure on the matter. It's still a pain in the ass. However, the priority now is to get to the scene first to avoid the situation from expanding. At the same time, Su also hurriedly called the public opinion and communications departments. This is something that can't be spread around the internet. It can only be dealt with on the down low. Just got off the phone. Shuriken's call came in as well. Old Sue, where are you now? I'm on my way to Panshin. Me too. Let's rendezvous at the bottom of the hill first. There's no way that a human vehicle casualty accident would, by definition, alarm the hierarchy at which this pair of brothers-in-law reside. The casualty, however, was the second son of the commanding officer. The nature is different. So, when they received the news, they all set off at the first opportunity. In the middle of the night on the mess, all sides of the vehicle are converging on the Pan Mountain, and because it was nighttime, it certainly made search and rescue very difficult. At this point, at the top of the mountain, the people who were eating the melon captured the video of the overturned car, tried to post it online, and found that they couldn't post it at all. Even the nearby signal is gone, and cell phones are turning into slabs. It was as if the top of Panshan Mountain had become an island of information at this point. The outside doesn't know what's going on inside. The message inside doesn't get through either. For a while, there was some chaos in the crowd. Taking advantage of this moment, Zhang Yu let both Su Mei and Sha Sha get into the car. You're not going anywhere. The group of riders, after a moment of panic, it was also fixated on Zhang Yu. If it wasn't for you then this match, how would Mr. Wu have tumbled down the mountain? This group of riders is now regretting it. Wu Yiluan overturned the car and fell off the cliff. The thunderous anger of the commanding officer. Their ordinary body. Who can carry it? Thus, the spearhead was quickly aimed at Zhang Yu. Yes, if you're questioned about it afterward, you'll just bite the bullet and say it's Zhang Yu. Dump the pot all over him. There were so many of them testifying. While there were at most 3 on Zhang Yu's side, nothing will go wrong. Realizing that there were dozens of other eaters on the scene, they also sent people, softly, to try to get them to cooperate and come together to falsely accuse Zhang Yu. Oh, no wonder all of a sudden our cell phones don't get a signal and we can't send anything out. Are you guys trying to get us to falsely accuse good people? We just saw with our own eyes that his car flipped out on its own. The most we can do is not say anything and make us perjure ourselves, which is against the law. That is, even though Mr. Wu is a big shot, that person I don't think is necessarily a soft touch, so it's best not to offend either side. Besides, Mr. Wu's reputation wasn't very good in the first place, so we're not getting involved in this. There are still a few people in the eating crowd who have opinions. Their objections were echoed by some, a few of Wu Yiluan's juniors, seeing that gagging was not an option, warned again. In short, you either cooperate or keep your mouths shut. Then, he commanded the vehicles and surrounded Zhang Yu's car. Someone even took out a baseball bat and threatened. Surname Zhang, don't be a shrinking violet, come down. Zhang Yu. Su Mei pressed Zhang Yu's arm, somewhat worried. It's a mess out there. You can wait until my dad gets here. Otherwise there's no telling what could happen that's out of my control. She was a traffic cop, but at this point, it was clear that she couldn't play a role. You guys just stay in the car and lock the doors and windows. I'm going to go out and check it out. Chapter 91, Scene Investigation. Strange Discoveries. Zhang Yu said, no way. I have something to do with this too. We'll face anything together. Sha Sha, at this time, also opened the car door and followed Zhang Yu out of the car. Hey. Su Mei sighed and got out of the car as well. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, stood on either side of Zhang Yu. Surname Zhang, if anything happens to Mr. Wu today, you're the #1 culprit. The man across the street pointed at him. Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel amused. That's right, Wu Yiluan's car went over the cliff, and it was indeed me who used the obliteration card. But how could you possibly know? Those people who were eating the food could see clearly that he just flipped out on his own. No one touched him. There's no such thing as dumping. At this point, a couple of police cars, whizzing by. We're the Jiangcheng police. Uninvolved personnel stand back. Su Guoqian led the men and quickly took control of the scene. The place where the fence had just been broken through was also cordoned off and guarded. So Bureau, you made it. Inside the car friends, Fat Bo is also considered to be a relatively dignified person. Also went forward and said, Wu Gongzi's current situation is unknown. You guys have to hurry to save people. Don't worry. The firefighters have already started a search and rescue at the foot of the mountain in the first place. Su said, what just happened at the scene? Su Bureau, it's him. Fat Wave pointed at Zhang Yu. Before Su Guoqian could finish, he said, we handle cases on evidence. Everyone leave first. Keep your phones open. We'll summon everyone if anything happens. But, it's getting late. Your family should be worried about you too. So get back. In the end, Su Guoqiang is a person who can speak in Jiangcheng and rank in the top 10. The biggest of these writers, the ones who come from the biggest sources, are just district connections. So, in front of Su Guoqiang, he didn't dare to say anything. All of them left in their cars in the dust. With the previous experience of Wu Yiluan's cartwheel just now, They drove extra careful on the downhill roads. Hourly. It's only 20, I think.
Sister Hong glanced at Zhang Yu and also left the scene.
Auntie. Sasha saw those people leave. Then came forward. I just saw with my own eyes. His car went down by itself. So what?
That's when an official car arrived.
Sherry Khan got out of the car. He's Prince Wu,
the commander's favorite young son.
Dad, what are you talking about?
Because he comes from a big place.
Can you not tell the truth?
Sasha was disgruntled. The eaters at the Hilltop Tavern were surprised.
Isn't this the new one in Jiangcheng, Sha Ruikong, who has even personally come out to face this matter? More surprised, the two sisters, Sha Sha and Su Mei,
turned out to be the daughters of Secretary Sha and Bureau Su respectively.
A little confused for a moment. Today is a day to see a few true gods of Jiangcheng.
It's amazing how many children of big people have come.
And then some sighs.
Even the daughter of such a character was almost molested by that Mr.
Wu just now. Almost couldn't walk. One can only imagine how many good girls he should have plagued. How is it not an act of God to tumble down a hill? This is God's way of coming to collect him.
Even though so many big names were present,
they didn't dare to show too obvious an expression.
But in the heart of hearts,
it's really that kind of mentality. Why should he, Wu Iluan,
be able to act recklessly with his status and treat others as less than human? It balances the psyche a lot to see him in such a state.
All right, all of you. Stop it, Su Guoqiang said. We need to control the scene now. So please, everyone, get off the mountain immediately.
If there is a need for forensics,
we will contact everyone. Dad, Su Mei also wanted to say something.
Su Guoqiang also interrupted them.
Including you all. Go down the mountain. Go.
Zhang Yu reached out his hand to signal the two of them to leave.
This is something that has them taking over. So just go through the process normally. After Zhang Yu and the others left, Su Guoqiang commanded the police officers, accessed the scene's surveillance, as well as the rutted marks and driving tracks on the road. Weird. He frowned. Even as a veteran police officer with decades of experience in handling cases, he was unable to understand the feeling presented by the evidence. In front of him, Su, what's wrong? Sherry Khan asked. Old Shah, look at that. Su demonstrated. Wu Iluan's car. When it was just traveling, everything was normal. Then, suddenly and without warning, it swerved violently and crashed over the fence. What does it say? Sherry Khan doesn't understand any of this either. In my experience, there are two general scenarios for this kind of sudden major turnaround. Either a sudden onset of illness or someone grabbing the steering wheel. Grabbing the steering wheel is impossible. According to the surveillance, he was the only one in the car from start to finish. The morbidity piece, if you rule out congenital disease, it's also unlikely for such a young lad. So you're trying to say? Sha Ruikong looked at Su Guoqiang. Does this look like it's being controlled by a ghost? That's certainly not possible. The two of them, who didn't believe in these ghosts and gods, couldn't explain the phenomena they were seeing. One can only investigate slowly. The most important thing now is to find the person. Otherwise it's not easy to account for it over there. Su finished. Zhang Yu suddenly came back to mind. This was someone who had no roots in Jiangcheng and suddenly rose to prominence. And yet, in such a short period of time, he was able to become a major shareholder of Rice Technologies, Inc., and a financial company. It just reveals an unspoken strangeness. And on the contrary, Wu Iluan flipped his car tonight, and Zhang Yu was again involved in witnessing the whole thing. But then again, he didn't do anything. I also wonder what kind of connection there is in between. In short, it's mysterious and completely impenetrable. Sherry Khan was about to say something. Just got a phone call. Upon answering the phone, he realized that it was from the commander of the war zone. Shah, what's the situation at the scene? Has my son been found yet? A mellifluous voice across the room. A little anxious. Commander Wu, don't worry first. We've already sent out a search and rescue team of several hundred people, and we're in the middle of an all-out search and rescue. Sherry Khan glanced at the base of the hill. The lights are on down there, and dozens of 2 cars are on the side of the road. Hundreds of flashlights, searchlights, crossed, to send out so many people just to look for one person. This is really something unprecedented in Jiangcheng. Has the cause of the incident been investigated? Bureau Su and I are at the scene, and the initial conclusion, it was an accident. Sha Ruikong said into the microphone. Accident? The opposite party was puzzled, and his tone paused for a few seconds. Why did I hear the people who came back tell me that this matter is related to a person named Zhang Yu? Is that so? Chapter 92 Master Horse, Commander Wu. According to the investigation at the scene, this was indeed an accident. Sherry Khan said, still calm. As for Zhang Yu, the scene investigated did have such a person, but at the moment, he is not directly suspected. Even though Zhang Yu was a party to this incident, participated in the race. However, there were dozens of witnesses on hand. So many people don't lie. Zhang Yu was not in control of Wu Yiluan's vehicle. Moreover, Sha Ruikon's intention was to protect Zhang Yu. It's the equivalent of vouching for him on the matter. After all, Zhang Yu was an important catalyst in his own promotion process, and he couldn't do anything to unload on him. Moreover, he had entrusted his precious daughter Sasha to him for discipline. But he can't suddenly be out of the picture again. Oh, on the opposite side of the phone, Commander Wu heard Sha Ruikong say this and had no choice but to say, then it would be hard for Secretary Sha to make a personal trip, though his rank, equivalent to the provincial level of Gingchu. But, after all, it's not the same system. He couldn't care less about the Jiangqing City Hall side either. To put it bluntly, asking any more questions would give Sherikhan every reason not to cooperate. It's not good to get too stiff. Right now, for example, all the people who come to search and rescue are from Sarikam. If he was delayed in the middle, his son's life would be even harder to say. So, Commander Wu added, then I'll have to trouble Secretary Sha to find my son's whereabouts as soon as possible. Definitely, Sherikhan said, then hung up. In his heart, he was cursing Wu Yiluan a dozen times. Before he arrived at the scene, he had a general idea of what was going on in the context of the scene. It was Wu Yiluan who tried to molest his daughter Sasha. Zhang Yu was only forced to come out and compete. From this perspective, Zhang Yu had again become a benefactor of the Sha family. As for Wu Yiluan, falling down the cliff was entirely because the heavens had opened their eyes to take him in. Report! The man and the car have been found. At that moment, at the foot of the mountain, the team in charge of search and rescue called in a report. People found? EMS teams rush in. After Sha Ruikong instructed, he and Su Guoqian rushed to the scene of the incident with their men. To the bottom of the hill, Sha Ruikong and Su Guoqian, both of them, saw a person, wrapped tightly all over his body, being carried out from the dense bushes by several people on a stretcher. Looked bad, didn't move a muscle, even had his oxygen mask set up. The crane also went in, ready to lift out the car, which will be an important piece of physical evidence for the police investigation. Sherikhan glanced at the car. Basically the fall was so bad that not a single piece of tin in the whole car was good. What about Wu Yiluan? Sherikhan asked. Multiple comminuted fractures all over his body, and his head has been severely traumatized. Currently in a serious coma. The situation is very serious. After the scene of emergency bandaging and immobilization, now need to be sent to the hospital as soon as possible for rescue. The EMS team said before sending Wu Yiluan to the emergency vehicle and heading in the direction of the hospital. Outside the hospital resuscitation room, a middle-aged man in civilian clothes waited anxiously outside. There were several uniformed guards nearby. Stand straight on either side of the corridor. Operating room, lights out. Several doctors in white coats, removing their masks, stepped out. How's it going, Doc? Commander Wu rushed forward and asked. We've organized the best specialists to focus on the surgery. But your son's condition is not good. I'm afraid. The lead surgeon's tone paused. I'm afraid of what? Commander Wu glared at him. Due to the severity of the injuries, his life is currently barely preserved. But I'm afraid, your son will not be able to wake up. Can't you wake up? Isn't that like a vegetable? What's the difference between being alive and being dead? Commander Wu was almost paralyzed all of a sudden. A couple of guards stepped forward to help him so he didn't fall. The few nurses and interns behind the lead surgeon were a little gutted at this point. After all, they already knew the identity of the person opposite them. It's the number one man in a Herculean central war zone. The power shook Jingchu, fearing that he would be in a hurry. He would just say that classic Mr. Bully quote and ask them to be buried with him collectively. But, Overlord novels are, after all, novels. After all, Commander Wu was in command of hundreds of thousands of people, and in all these years, what kind of big scenes hadn't been seen? So the expression remained still stable. He waved his hand, signaling the doctor to leave. Then, he instructed the guards, go, call Master Ma over. The guards led the way. It didn't take long. An old man in a tang suit walked over, probably 50 or 60 years old, walking tigerishly. Some of the papers posted in the corridor fluttered and swung with them. It showed his uncommon internal martial arts. The gaze was stern and intimidating. Alongside him was an exotic, burly man with blue eyes and a beard. He was the guest of honor of the Wu family, Wu Yiluan's master, Ma Weigua. Commander Wu. Ma Weigua rushed forward to greet him. How's it going, Mr. Wu? Before he came in, when he heard about Mr. Wu's accident, he expected it to be a big deal. He's waiting directly outside the hospital for Commander Wu's call. Master Ma, it's not going too well. Commander Wu patted him on the shoulder. This matter,
although Jiang Chengsha Ruekong's side said it was an accident.
I think there must be something fishy.
His eyes reddened as he said,
there are some things that are not convenient for me to come forward. I'll ask you to deal with this matter. And if it's found out, the people involved must not be spared. Ma Weigui is the head of a martial arts organization.
It has hundreds of apprentices practicing martial arts,
and previous disciples,
too, are spread across a wide range of fields. What with bodyguards, what with security chiefs, and professional thugs who do the dirty work for people. It can be said that the 3 religions and 9 streams are all gathered in one place. It's much easier and stealthier for someone like that to do things privately and act as a black glove. Even if something goes wrong inadvertently,
it won't be on your head.
The gatekeepers that had been raised for so long were now coming in handy once again. I just can't imagine that this time it's because my own son is lying alive or dead inside.
His mindset, all of it,
has changed dramatically.
Commander Wu, don't worry, Ma Weigui said. Mr.
Wu is also my disciple, and I won't ignore this when it happens to my disciple. He patted his chest and said,
just leave this matter to me, Master Ma. Commander Wu said, take your most trusted person with you. Commander Wu, don't worry.
Ma Weigui pointed at the exotic big man.
He is my beloved, a Hercules from the Eagle Kingdom, very good at fighting. One person can stand up to 10 people. The other beloveds haven't arrived yet, but I'll order them all as soon as possible. Good. Then in this matter, I'm counting on Master Ma, Commander Wu said politely. Ma Weigui led the order to leave. Chapter 93, The Thrifty 100 Billionaire. Okay, I'll see you guys through. At this point,
Zhang Yu also sent Sasha and Sumei all the way to the downstairs of the neighborhood.
Zhang Yu.
Sasha took a step after her and looked down at the ground.
I'm sorry.
She knew that if she hadn't had to go to Panshan today and had a conflict with Wu Yiluan,
this wouldn't have happened.
It might get Zhang Yu involved.
Don't worry. Doesn't your aunt have all the preliminary findings that it was an accident? Nothing will happen. Zhang Yu smiled. But Sasha had some fear in her heart at this point.
The other side has too much background after all. It was only as an afterthought that she realized the matter.
As if it were serious. It's not as petty as it was before. Word from the hospital is that Wu Yiluan isn't dead, but he's not alive either. Sumei said at this time. Sister Sumei, you were able to get this information? Have you forgotten what I do? Sumei laughed. Sasha settled down a bit inside as well. There is a fundamental difference between a person that is dead or alive. Don't worry. Sleep well at night, Zhang Yu said, reaching out his hand and gently patting Sasha on the head. She was also a little more at ease at this point. Watching Zhang Yu drive away, heart suddenly stuttering, he reached out his own hand and placed it over his head. It was as if they were feeling the residual warmth left behind by Zhang Yu's hands just now. Frozen in place, a thunderbolt seemed to strike in his heart. There is a seed that is beginning to sprout under the spring rains. Sasha, what are you doing?
Sumei's eyes went straight when she saw it from the side.
Oh, it's nothing. Sis, let's go back soon.
Sasha blushed and hurriedly picked up her arm,
ready to go home.
Sumei turned around and glanced at the taillights of Zhang Yu driving away in his own car.
Mentally, I can't help but read. Come on, Sasha, are you having a fling? Just like that?
And he was with his best friend Lu Hanxia before.
One is still an eyewitness. Zhang Yu, tell me about you. How many people you have invariably ruffled? Midnight.
Zhang Yu drove his car and finally returned to Riverside House. It was only when I got out of the car that I realized that the Rolls-Royce Cullinan was covered in caked mud, dust, and some crushed leaves from plants.
It's almost unwatchable.
And then look upstairs.
At your own house, the lights are on. Zhang Yu is back. At this point,
the house's living room balcony.
Pan Yuyao shouted. He's finally back. I was worried sick. The 3 stewardesses were at home, all originally worried. When they heard the sound of the car door being shut downstairs, the stone in his heart, too, fell to the ground. Tingting was also in the living room, doing her hygiene. Seeing the reaction of the 3 of them, there was some confusion as to why they would have such an expression when Zhang Yu came back a little late. Let's grab some hygiene. Several people had been mindlessly tending to it a while ago, but now they were suddenly in the mood. Cleaned up and cleared out the trash.
Zhang Yu opened the door and found several beautiful women doing hygiene.
Couldn't help but feel a sense of inner comfort as well.
That's a beautiful sight to see when it comes to doing hygiene.
2. The eyes don't even know where to look properly. Landlord, you're back? Pan Yuyao still took the lead and asked. Have you eaten yet? There's soup heating up in the kitchen. That's so nice. Zhang Yu sighed. This feeling of having food in the pot as soon as you get home. Isn't it the scene that countless men dream of? Not to mention, a couple of beautiful women doing it together. It proved what they had said before, that the 3 sisters were of one mind and would be together no matter what they did. Only, right now, he wasn't hungry. I'll come down and eat later, Zhang Yu said.
I'll take a shower first. This trip to Panshan was covered in so much dust that it wasn't very comfortable.
Zhang Yu, towel. Lu Hanxiao hurriedly handed over a new towel. The towel you used, we washed it for you. Use this one. He looked down and it turned out to be a branded towel. The asking price is tens of thousands of dollars. What a sin. Even a towel for bathing is so expensive. I don't know which of the three of them bought it. Maybe it's a joint purchase too. And he didn't ask. Landlord, that towel you were using before. It's all a bit fried. So change it. D. Saba chimed in at this point.
The towel he used was one that she had rubbed by hand several times, rubbing it with no dirt or impurities at all.
What's the point of changing it? I'm used to it. I can still use it as a rag later on. Zhang Yu said. Even now as a top billionaire worth hundreds of billions of dollars. But it's time to save and spend. A towel is sentimental even after a long time. Not to mention that there have been quite a few stories left on it that are memorable.
Xiong Tingting heard Zhang Yu say this,
couldn't help but look at him more. Is it possible that rich people, behind their backs, are so frugal?
Legend has it that the really rich actually keep a very low profile. For example, when she worked in Guangcheng, the landlord of the room she rented out had several buildings in his name, worth several $100 million, but still went out wearing a white tank top and a pair of flip-flops that were worn to the point of falling off.
Can't figure out the spending habits of the rich.
But it was because of this that Xiong Tingting discovered that Zhang Yu,
no matter how rich he was,
would never be a person who forgot his roots and would always keep his beginnings.
This is a very valuable quality for a man. Not that kind of dude. Tina, what's wrong with you? Pan Yuyo stepped forward and asked. Nothing, I'm done with all the hygiene on my block. See where there's more to be done.
She retrieved her thoughts and said in a rush.
No need.
You've done so much since you came.
I'm over it. Pan Yuyo said. I've just fried up a bunch of watermelon juice. Come and drink it. She greeted warmly. Xiong Tingting resigned and will not work at Zhanghang in the future.
And she doesn't know how long she can live here.
It would be nice to spend some more time together. Xiong Tingting couldn't resist, so she sat down with everyone else. At this time, Zhang Yu had already gone to the second floor to take a bath.
The faint sound of clattering water could still be heard in the first floor living room.
Pan Yuyo and Xiong Tingting chatted.
Both Lu Hanxiao and Di Xiaoba were a bit distracted at this point.
There are some things that are better left untouched. Just like Pan Yuyo, who has always been a heartless little girl. But once you make contact, it's a different story. Eating the marrow. That's what it says. Only, now that everyone was present, nothing could be expressed.
Then the four of them just had a chat about what they had seen recently, while drinking freshly squeezed watermelon juice. It's also a rare moment of comfort.
This time, Zhang Yu washed up and walked down from the second floor clad in his bathrobe.
The four men looked in the direction of the stairs,
and their eyes couldn't help but straighten in droves. Chapter 94, Flight Attendants Group Tour Invitation. Only Zhang Yu was seen draped in a half-length bathrobe,
exposing a pair of calves that were strewn with leg hair.
2 pecks the size of ping-pong paddles were also visible under the bathrobe, and his hair was half dry, half wet,
and somewhat messy against his temples.
The scene, the masculinity of it, is just bursting at the seams.
Not only do men themselves feel so good and handsome after a shower, in the eyes of girls, the boys who have taken a shower are also the most handsome.
Wow, that's pretty cool for a landlord. Pan Yuyao 2 starry eyes. Xiong Tingting looked at it and couldn't help but be in a state of mind.
The first time I saw him come out in such a way, it really slammed the heart bar open.
Lu Hanxiao and Di Xiaoba didn't react as much as the two of them, but after glancing at each other, their faces couldn't help but blush slightly. If anything, the other two, at the moment, are just mouth breathers, and they, on the other hand, have actually experienced it. Can't recall.
Otherwise it will press on.
What's wrong with you guys?
Zhang Yu saw several pairs of eyes staring at him like that. That look made him feel as if he had seen a she-wolf that had been starving for dozens of days and saw her prey.
Really? Once a girl goes on the offensive,
there's nothing for the boys to do.
It seemed like a first for this kind of look. I just came down for soup. Landlord, sit still. I'll serve you. Pan Yuyo was like a milky swallow throwing herself into the forest and flew into the kitchen. Then, brought out a bowl of soup.
Zhang Yu sat down at the dining table and drank 2 sips with his head down, noticing that Pan Yuyo was sitting across the table,
resting her cheeks. She looked at herself with a dandy look.
Several question marks rose above Zhang Yu's head.
I know I'm handsome, but it's not nice to stare like that.
Oh, I was waiting for you to finish so I could return the bowl to the kitchen. Pan Yuyo rested her cheeks and continued.
Yu Yao, come here. Lu Hanyasha couldn't help but say when he saw this indisputable look on her face. Pan Yuyao could only let out an oh-so-sweet sound and reluctantly left from the table. By the way, when did you guys get back? Zhang Yu asked. An hour or so before you get back, I think. Lu Hanxiao replied. That's also very late. Zhang Yu said. I came back even later. Why don't you guys ask me where I went?
Landlord, this is your personal matter. It's not good for us to ask. Pan Yuyo said.
Yeah, just a little worried that something might have happened to you. Landlord, D. Koba adds. Zhang Yu, we actually knew that you went to Panshan.
And we saw the information on the internet.
But we didn't say anything for fear of affecting you.
Lu Hanxiao realized that Zhang Yu had the intention of wanting to bring it up on his own accord, so he simply said it directly.
So, you guys know about Wu Yiluan?
Zhang Yu also wanted to see how far things had fermented.
That Wu Yiluan, who took our flight once before, really caused PTSD.
Pan Yuyo said indignantly.
I almost quit on the spot that day.
He deserved it now that he had fallen down the cliff and was unconscious.
Though it does seem a little bad to think that way.
But he'll be honest in bed later.
How many less people must he wreak havoc on? However, this was not known on the internet.
It was word passed around amongst a few friends.
Lu Hanxiao said.
She was working as a flight attendant though, but after all, she was the daughter of the Lu family, and she also had many well-informed friends.
The internet has been blocked for a long time. It can only be done in a private, social way, by word of mouth. Lu Hanxiao spoke.
At first, I wondered what his relationship was with his best friend.
It's completely mindless now.
As long as Zhang Yu is safe and sound in this matter,
that would be the best. Not to mention, he's back now. That's a complete drop in the bucket.
Aha.
Zhang Yu nodded. These things, you guys shouldn't go out and talk about them either.
Just know for yourselves.
The landlord, they shouldn't, come after you, should they?
Pan Yuyo had just asked this, when Di Shiba pulled her aside again.
Blah blah blah, crow's mouth, there's no gate on your mouth. She beamed, puffed out her cheeks, and said nothing. Well, it's getting late, so let's all take an early rest.
Zhang Yu finished his soup and stood up from the table.
By the way, what are your plans for tomorrow? On his way out, he asked again. We have a flight at 7 a.m., returning in the evening, Lu Hanxiao said. In such a hurry? Zhang Yu is also curious. This is a continuous in the middle of the 5 or 6 hours of sleep.
Aha.
Lu Hanxiao nodded. We've been putting together a vacation lately, so we've been flying a few more times. Yeah, the three of us are going to take a break together. Pan Yuyo also said. Getting ready to go on a trip? Zhang Yu asked. Yeah, guess it's just a long vacation at the end of this month. So you're coming with us? Pan Yuyo didn't have a heart and once again said directly. When he said it, he realized that both Lu Hanxiao and Di Shiba were staring at him. Why are you staring at me again? I'm not wrong. Isn't that what you guys are saying? The sentence that Pan Yuyo spat out sold the two as a complete sellout. Hey, there are things that can be said in private. Saying it in front of him, that's not playing all the cards. It's good for a girl to be a little reserved. Oh, so that's what this is about?
Zhang Yu knew their intentions and smiled.
It's fine. Just let me know when you guys are ready. I'm always available. There are a few companies, but specific matters that you don't have to go to personally. Rice Technologies has OK Total. Zhang Heng himself is just a behind-the-scenes dividend shareholder, regardless of the actual work. And Snap Loan Financial, the transformation into a bank, has Secretary Young sitting on it. One is only responsible for the final signature. It's no wonder so many people want to be big bosses. A well-formed company that doesn't even need to show up every day itself and make its money just the same. Rich and free. That's what it says. Zhang Yu also learned that in the previous circle of friends, there were always the kind of perennial travelers. They should all be very rich to run a company. Great. Landlord, then we can move as a group again. Seeing Zhang Yu agree so readily, the three flight attendants were all very happy. Tina Xiong, are you going?
Pan Yuyo remembered that her friend was also there.
I'll, look again. She was a little embarrassed.
Zhang Yu said goodnight to a few people and then went back to his room.
It was after 2 in the morning. He was going to, first, smoke his blind box for the day before going to bed. Lu Hanxiao's 10-star buff hadn't been used yet. Then use it this time. System, I want to draw today's blind box. Zhang Yu lay on his bed and awakened the system. Host, the blind box has been prepared for you for today. The system prompted. Chapter 95 Special Edition Blind Box, the biggest underground force. With a prompt from the system. In front of his eyes, the interface of the blind box lottery also appeared again. With the same box page, there's nothing to pick from. And all the choices before the draw are just self-congratulatory. What should be drawn was actually set a long time ago. Therefore, Zhang Yu did not dwell on it too much and directly selected a box in the center. Then a golden light flashed before his eyes. Only the blind box slowly opened, and a golden light came out from inside, stacked with a 10-star buff from Lu Hanxiao. What kind of special prize will it be this time? Zhang Yu rubbed his hands together in some anticipation. Congratulations to the host. The system's voice, ringing in his ears. Special Edition Blind Box, Cine Group, was drawn. Cine Group? Is this some kind of company again?
Zhang Yu couldn't help but spit in his heart. What kind of special edition reward was this?
And then suddenly it dawned on me. No way. Cine Group? He had, before, heard of the name. Then, taking a look at the system's introduction to the Cine Group, it dawned on him. It can be described as a corporation, but in reality, it's the largest underground force in all of Asia Pacific under the guise of a corporation. It's not Jiangcheng, nor is it the Dragon Kingdom. Rather, it is the entire Asia Pacific. As the saying goes, where there is white, there is black. The Cine Group, on the other hand, is the largest association that wanders between them. It covers a lot of industries that roam in the gray area, such as the Australian city Lisboa, gold mining, nightclubs, earth moving, and various other industries. Take a cut from the middle. Those storefront companies, before they have to start work and open, they all have to worship the dock of the Cine Group. The company now has a presence in every Asia-Pacific country. Branches are gradually being established on other continents. The total number of people exceeded 10,000 people. It also has the tightest underground darknet information network spread all over the place. So it's a matter of minutes to find someone. With such a group under its banner, it is really not afraid to go out and walk horizontally. Zhang Yu had previously acquired 3 companies, but they were all related to money. Although the line of Sha Ruikong is hitched, but there will always be some people who do not talk about the rules of the Jianghu and are not afraid of these explicit. Now, one has the Cine Group. It's so much easier to do something in secret then. Not bad for a buff-level blind box. This came at the right time. Zhang Yu was so happy that he collected the blind box reward. The Cine Group, too, was formally incorporated under the name of an individual, not long after he had just acquired the Cine Group. Due to the time difference, the heads of the biggest gray forces in various overseas countries got the news of the change of the master of Cine Group at the first time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Cine Group has changed owners. Where should we go from here? Should we give away all our business? Main Vietnamese extended family. The Shinsei Group will probably reorganize the Grey Power Order in the Asia Pacific. Luckily, it's safe for now across the ocean. Eastern Japan Yamade Group. Cine Group. Will it threaten our territory? On the part of the Black West Brotherhood, it's over. It's over. The Cine Group has been secretly developing in our territory for a long time. This time it won't be trying to get bigger, right? Yiddish Blackneck Party. Now, the forces in various places, having gotten the news, were shocked. It feels like I can't sleep well. When a new master takes office, there must be 3 fires, right? Who knows? The fire, if it will go to their heads? The Cine Group, of all the forces in the world, is the largest. They certainly have scruples. If there's a big move this time, won't that threaten their position? Who can sit through this? Hurry up and find out who their new master is. Every power was trying to figure out the new master's background, but alas, nothing could be found out. This information is like top secret, but in favor of that, they put out such a message that it made everyone uneasy. On the dark net, the Cine Group has a special section where this matter is discussed. There were even some forces that had issued heavy bounties and recruited widely for news of their new master. The darknet servers are on some obscure island offshore. It's a glorious world out there, but the dark web is full of information. Just the same, no interference with each other. Such a big thing. On the major online platforms in the Dragon Kingdom, everyone didn't know about it. No one mentioned it at all. And there was absolutely no cognizance in this regard, because it simply doesn't seem like it's from the same world. The two seem to be well watered, yet inexplicably connected. It's probably going to cross paths at some point in the future. At this time, in Jiangcheng, Su Guoqiang, who had just finished handling the search and rescue at the scene, also received a top-secret level correspondence on his way back. Letters of this caliber, which you don't see more than a few times a year, immediately alerted him. There has been a change in the top management of the Cine Group with a new owner. According to the information previously obtained, there are roughly 300 to 400 people from the Cine Group operating in Jiangcheng. Please pay close attention in the near future and beware of any movement. When Su Guoqiang saw this news, he drew a breath of cold air. Cine Group? It's been around for 30 or 40 years, and no one knows exactly how big they're doing now. He knew about this power when he first started work. However, Cine Group in Jiangcheng, although the long-term presence, but recently did not engage in any trouble, but let him not too distracted. But after all, we don't know the other side's background, and when we receive this letter, we still have to pay attention to it. There's no need to reply, just see the message and the other person knows they've received it. It was also unknown whether the Cine Group would make any moves this time, favorable or unfavorable to itself. It's all unknown. However, this correspondence reminded Su of another piece of information. Master Ma has recently appeared in Zhangchang. He's also very powerful, with a martial arts school and a large group of super hung henchmen. I don't know what they're up to, but this has to be taken seriously, and someone has to be assigned to monitor their whereabouts. I don't know, there can't be any mess. This side of Riverside House. After Zhang Yu had collected his reward, he looked at the time and saw that it was already 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Sleepiness sets in and it's time to go to bed. As he slept in a daze, he heard the sounds of packing and talking on the first floor. Should be getting up early to catch the first flight, depending on work commitments. Hey, did you guys see where I put my silk scarf? Why don't you go look in your room and keep your voice down so you don't wake up the landlord? Zhang Yu, half asleep, half awake, felt that they were also really understanding. Then, without realizing it, he fell asleep again. When he woke up again, a great sunny day, the south-facing windows faced the river with beautiful views. Downstairs, that's when the sound of cooking came. Chapter 96, Why are you wearing Pan Yuyao's clothes? You can still smell the aroma of the fumes. Zhang Yu stretched and walked to the first floor, found a man in the kitchen, with his back to himself, cooking. She was seen wearing a loose home t-shirt. The length is just over the hips. 2 white, slender thighs were exposed. She had 2 ponytails, and her hair was slightly disheveled because she was at home. It's this messy beauty that has a special feel to it instead. Zhang Yu suspected that he had misread the situation. This was Pan Yuyao's usual and consistent dress. Didn't she go to work with Lu Hanxia and the others? What's going on at the house? Zhang Yu called out to Pan Yuyao, but there was no response. Walked to the kitchen and gave her a gentle pat on the back. She let out a gasp of surprise, the spatula in her hand, and almost dropped it on the stovetop. Wait until she turns back. Zhang Yu instantly became fully awake and was surprised to realize that it wasn't Xiong Tingting. Why you? He asked. Aren't these Pan Yuyao's clothes? Yeah. Xiong Tingting was a bit embarrassed and explained. I washed all my clothes today and just temporarily found one of Yuyao's. Something I already told her on WeChat. Oh, I see. Zhang Yu smiled. On the front of the dress is a cartoon character. The effect of her wearing it was actually a bit more appropriate than Pan Yuyao. The cartoon character's one eye is more three-dimensional as a result. The rendering is 3D. That's the dress. She should wear it. Realizing that Zhang Yu was staring at her, Xiong Tingting was a bit embarrassed before focusing on the dishes in the pot. Mr. Zhang, what kind of dishes do you like? I'll make it now. Me? I'm not a picky eater. I'll do anything, Zhang Yu said, then asked, by the way, don't you have to work today? She's been working a few days at holidays as well. I switched with a co-worker for the rest of the day. Xiong Tingting explained, I'm going to go out and look for an apartment this afternoon. It was too much for her to stay here for a few days. Still moving out? Huh? Zhang Yu asked. Yeah, Xiong Tingting explained, they all pay rent to live here. I stayed for a few days, so I appreciate you agreeing to it. She knew she couldn't afford to rent a house like this. A small temporary stay of a few days is fine. Anything longer is inappropriate. Although the house is really nice and the heart does love it. Actually, it would be nice if it was about the rent. Zhang Yu smiled. Mr. Zhang, what do you mean? If you live here and get the food and living things right every day, it can also be offset against the rent. Zhang Yu laughed. This matter, I have also told them before. Ha? Still? Xiong Tingting was surprised. Yeah, it would have cost money to have a housekeeper outside to do all the cooking and housework. Just think of it as rent, Zhang Yu said. A few tens of thousands of dollars in rent is nothing to him. It wouldn't be a wasted stay if you tackled a range of cooking and housework on the way. So, in Xiong Tingting's heart, she was a little shaken. Still, it was not an unauthorized decision. Mr. Zhang, let's eat first. With that, she brought out a few dishes. Zhang Yu took a look. The color and flavor looked really like that. What are you good at cooking? I basically know all the home cooking from all parts of the country, Tina Xiong said. Because, I've been learning to cook by myself since I was 8. Zhang Yu heard this and then laughed. Amazing. Then you're not a chef with more than 10 years of experience. Outside to hire various masters. How can you open tens of thousands of wages a month? Mr. Zhang, you're joking. Xiong Tingting lowered her head in embarrassment. She knew that Zhang Yu was praising himself, but without showing his face, making people listen to his heart rather comfortably. And he's so close to saying it explicitly. As long as one fires up the house and cooks every day, it's the equivalent of taking her share of the rent off. Now it's up to her to decide if she wants it or not. Xiong Tingting was a bit confused in her heart, not knowing how to respond to what Zhang Yu said. Said something like, oh yeah, I'll make another soup. With that, he turned and went into the kitchen. Just as he was about to get busy, he realized that Zhang Yu had also entered the kitchen. Mr. Chang? Xiong Tingting turned around and saw his smile. It's fine. Go on about your business.
Zhang Yu smiled faintly. 10,000 words are omitted below. When Xiong Tingting regained the ground, there was a sudden yell. Oops, crap, what's wrong? Zhang Yu retreated. The pot is burning dry. The pot of soup that was made is ruined. It left her a bit overwhelmed. It's fine. It's the same thing next time you cook it. Zhang Yu said. It's already happened. It's better to eat first. He knew, of course, why the pot of soup had burned dry. Have to say, regarding the acrobatics she mentioned inside her last bio, this time it's kind of a witness. It is indeed a masterpiece. Meal time. Xiong Tingting didn't look up from the beginning to the end, just picking up her own food. Even the dishes are only the ones closest in front of you. After dinner later, you go clean up. Zhang Yu said. Xiong Tingting didn't look up, her brain buzzing. Or are you not good enough? So don't want to stay. Just as he was thinking this, his next words came back to his ears. There's another room on the first floor facing south, which usually holds some sundries. You'll clean it up later, and it'll be your room from now on. Hearing him say that, in her heart, she couldn't help but warm up, nodding his head back and forth. After dinner, she finished the pots and pans and went to clean up that room. The room was directly opposite Pan Yuyao's room, next door to Lu Hanxiao. Now, 4 rooms are considered full. At this point, on the flight, Pan Yuyao still looked a little distracted. Yu Yao, why have you been distracted? Lu Hanxiao asked. When I left the house this morning, Tina woke up, too, and she said she was moving out today and had taken the day off. Pan Yuyao said. You don't want her to move out? Di Koba asked as well. Yeah, Pan Yuyao nodded. I'm a good sister to you guys, and my relationship with her is not bad. I don't want to lose this friend. Yeah, Lu Hanxiao nodded. Tingting is indeed a good girl. It's just, why don't we just talk to the landlord and ask him to keep her? Pan Yuyao suggested. As for the rent, ask him for leniency. She can pay less if she lives in the smallest room. Yu Yao, you can think about it. Lu Hanxiao's expression, too, became serious. This is not fun, but a long-term process, just in case there's any conflicting friction later on. That would be awkward. Chapter 97. The company reorganizes the bank and is energized. After all, the 3 of them had been together for over a year. I've been with her for a long time, almost as long as I've been a sister. As for Tina Xiong, although they often co-fly impromptu flights together, they don't communicate much in private. And on top of that, she's not a flight attendant right now and has no desire to come back. That equals a lot less common ground in the future. I've thought about it. Pan Yuyao said. I don't think there's a problem. I'm sure she's good to get along with. Now that you've decided. Lu Hanxiao sighed. Then I'll figure out the rent. After all, it was her suggestion that the 3 of them share a room together, so she paid the lion's share. Now that Pan Yuyao wanted to bring Xiong Tingting in, she had no problem with it, but she had to say the ugly words up front. Now that she's figured it out, the next step is to see how she's going to behave. Pan Yuyao wasn't sure and added, I'll ask her again. It was, after all, still up to her. Then, she took out her cell phone and was about to send a message to Xiong Tingting, found that the chat dialog box received a video from the opposite side first. Yu Yao, I'm tidying up my room. Let's see how it's cleaned up. Tina Xiong sent in a video of organizing that utility room. Tina, why are you in the utility room collection? Do you? Pan Yuyao hurriedly sent a voiceover. In the future, I'll take care of everyone's meals. The other party said. Mr. Zhang said that he'd let me be responsible for the meals every day, and then said that he'd consider it the rent for this room. Really? Pan Yuyao was overjoyed to hear her reply like this. Great, then you don't have to move. Say what? Lu Hanxiao and Di Xiaba asked when they saw how happy she was. Tina told me she can stay. The landlord agreed. Pan Yuyao said with a smile. That's pretty good. Lu Hanxiao glanced at the video, found Xiong Tingting's face, flushed. I don't know if I'm tired of working or what. The heart suddenly stuttered. Then, it met Di Saba's eyes. It's not. In their minds, they quickly realized the same thing. Could she have? Don't even have to think about it. For sure. This Zhang Yu. There's really no stopping it. Now more and more, Pan Yuyao was in danger. All collected? In the riverside house, Zhang Yu passed by Xiong Tingting's room and asked. Well, almost. She nodded. He poked his head in and took a look. This utility room, which was originally very cluttered, was cleaned up and instantly became a very cozy room. The room was the first one immediately after the stairs to the second floor, so the area is also somewhat small, only about 10 square feet. But, life is enough to live in. You'll see what furniture is missing later and call for a delivery. Zhang Yu said, those miscellaneous things that are packed up, you look after them and throw away what should be thrown away. Good. She nodded. Looking at her, Zhang Yu was reminded of acrobatics and became a little foolish again. This time, his phone, suddenly, rang. Picking it up, it was Secretary Yang from Snap Loan Financial. Mr. Zhang, is it convenient for you to come to the company now? Or, where are you? It's fine for me to come to you. Secretary Yang, who was across the room, said, what's up? You tell me. It's like this. Secretary Yang explained. Regarding the company's reorganization into a bank, there are currently some documents that need your approval and signature. Just wait for me at the office for a while. I'll be there now. Zhang Yu said and hung up the phone. Mr. Zhang, can I help you? Tina Xiong asked. Well, a trip to the office. So what time are you coming back? So I can heat up your food and dinner. This sense of caregiving from Tina Xiong is dripping. Say it again. Zhang Yu said. WeChat contact if anything happens. Then he opened the door and walked out. She looked at Zhang Yu's back as he left. Thinking about what had just happened, she couldn't help but blush. This is something that can't be told to Pan Yuyo and the others. She made a quick decision in her mind. Compared to the background, compared to the intimacy of the relationship, he himself is unable to compare with them. Just be conscious and do what you need to do. Don't make a scene. It's a blessing to be able to live here. Cooking is nothing. I have to cook just as much as I do when I rent a room outside. Zhang Yu exited the gate and drove his car, heading directly in the direction of the financial company. In the company, hundreds of employees, at this point, were abuzz. None of them cared to go to work today. It was all about the reorganization into a bank. I'm not dreaming. Am I really converting to a bank? How can this be false? The red-topped documents are all in Secretary Yang's hands. Just last time we were given a bonus. This time it's another heavy bomb. I didn't realize that you can go to work and get a sense of happiness. Mr. Zhang is still powerful. I can't imagine that a small loan company, can turn into a regular bank army. Who says it isn't? How can a bank's license be so easy to get? It's Secretary Shah's hand-picked order for him to get it. I heard that a bank has been set up. So if we go to the branches, won't we be the backbone of the force? The people were talking about various things, envisioning the future prospects, and they were like chicken blood. Then you guys will have to do a good job, depending on your performance. Heard the crowd of employees talking about it. Secretary Yang approached holding a folder. She was wearing a small black professional suit with a white shirt underneath. Underneath the short skirt, the meat silk heels appear to make her calves even longer. Not only is she a secretary, but she's also the best looking in the company. However, Secretary Yang had no superiors and was reporting directly to Mr. Zhang, so no one dared to think anything. As soon as she appeared, everyone stopped talking and quickly got to work. Everyone's here. At that moment, the sound of the elevator opening its doors rang out. Zhang Yu's figure appeared. Hello, Mr. Zhang. The employees stood up in unison and greeted him. There was an honored smile on his face, from the bottom of his heart. Well, all work. We're going to be reorganizing lately. It could be busy, so everyone step up. Zhang Yu said. Mr. Zhang, we will. No one wants to miss an opportunity to perform like this. Mr. Zhang, here are a few materials for you to sign. Secretary Yang bent slightly and handed over the folder with both hands. Zhang Yu picked it up and looked at it while walking towards the office. Secretary Yang jogged a few steps ahead, first going to turn on the air conditioner in the office, then going to pour the tea, doing things very neatly. Zhang Yu sat back down. These two documents, one on the naming of banks, one concerns the location of the new office space. After all, it's time for a makeover. Big time. These are the things that really need to be faced first. Chapter 98, System Upgrade, New Character Slot? Especially the name of the bank. It is still important to sound high and easy to remember. Secretary Yang looked at Zhang Yu and said, the company's middle management also submitted a few suggested names. Mr. Zhang, do you want to take a look? How about this? Zhang Yu had an idea in his mind. Let's call it Jiangcheng Development Bank. Go ahead and submit it for filing under that name. Development Bank? Secretary Yang couldn't help but nod as he listened. It's a good name. Simple and memorable. For Mr. Zhang's decision, brainless bragging is done. Then, Mr. Zhang, the issue of the bank's location. Secretary Yang asked again. Upgrade to a bank with a headquarters, a back-office financial center, and a disaster recovery center. All facilities, including personnel, office space, need to be better equipped. It wouldn't be a matter of 1 or 2 floors of an office building. Whose bank is open in an office building? About how much office space is needed? Zhang Yu asked. Mr. Zhang, after preliminary calculations, a total of 10 to 15 floors are needed, with a total area of over 20,000 square meters. Secretary Yang reported a preliminary figure.
So be it. Zhang Yu thought for a few seconds and said, you go and see where there are office buildings for sale in Jiangcheng, and I'll buy the whole building. Then remodel it. Buy the whole building? Secretary Yang was stunned. This is the strength of Mr. Zhang. An office building. At least 2,000 square meters per floor. The market price of 20 million or more. The core of the city center. A floor of 50 million. Based on 20 floors. We also have to prepare about $1 billion. Yes. Go ask around and find out where there are office buildings for sale. Zhang Yu laughed. Within $2 billion, it can be directly auctioned without asking for permission. Owns an airline and a tech company. How much more than tens of billions of dollars in profits every year? 2 billion is nothing. Okay. Secretary Yang nodded. Mr. Zhang, then I'll get right on it. Well, go ahead. Zhang Yu thought about it and added. Right. The company is going to transform into a bank recently. The workload will definitely be huge. So go mobilize the staff. There are rewards for doing a good job. And then there's also the matter of putting out a job announcement to the public for a group of professional bankers. The employees under the umbrella of Snappy Loan Financial, though, have years of experience in the field. But financial lending companies, and banks, are still very different in their operating logic, especially the use of various specialized systems. It's definitely too late for ad hoc training, and recruiting a group of experienced and skilled people can get the bank on the right track quickly. Secretary Yang? Realizing that Secretary Yang did not respond, Zhang Yu asked again. At this moment, she was staring at Zhang Yu, mesmerized. He gave a sudden cry, startling her and jerking her thoughts back. Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'll get right on it. She agreed, mentally remorseful about how she had just wandered off. But there's nothing to be done about it. Zhang Yu was too young and handsome, and she was a woman with a normal outlook on love. So how could her heart not fluctuate? What's more, he's also a very wealthy person in Jiangcheng, and he can take billions when he says so. All human beings are mustrong by nature, and for such a dragon among men, who can do without confusion? However, Secretary Yang was after all a professional secretary, doing things very proactively, quickly plunged into the work, and did not have the slightest hesitation in what Zhang Yu had explained. Soon, Zhang Yu's instructions then spread throughout the company. Mr. Zhang's meaning is obvious. There must be important rewards for doing a good job. He's never painted a cake since he came to the company. This time, he's really going to play hard to get. Yes, it's rare to come across a godly boss like this. I can't even say that I'm not selling out. The employees, all as if they were on a roll, vowed not to fall off the wagon during the critical transition period. After ordering this, Secretary Yang also posted the need for recruiting bank employees through websites such as Boss Special Recruitment. The salary package, too, is given at a very competitive rate for the industry. You guys, look, a new bank is going to be established in Jiangcheng. This is a bank backed by the government's endorsement. Ah, the strength should not be underestimated. And the package is offered so high? It's almost double that of our unit. The news of the bank's recruitment quickly spread through the banking circles in Jiangcheng. After forwarding it to each other, many people saw the message. Thinking about being in your old unit for so many years with no upside. Now there are new banks that have a private background but have the backing of the government and give out a good deal. It's easier to change units, start from scratch, and maybe be seen in terms of promotions. There aren't many that don't have a heartbeat. So, all secretly kept the job postings and were ready to take the time to apply for the job. Many people say, on the surface, that they won't consider it. In fact, in my heart, I had made plans to resign on the spot if I could apply for the job. This way, after Zhang Yu finished his business, he was ready to leave from the company. Suddenly, in his head, another system alert rang out. What the hell? Zhang Yu was surprised. The system seldom takes the initiative to send out prompts, especially when there is no event triggered. Open the system and take a look. Zhang Yu cried and laughed a little. So, it was the system that had been upgraded? From LV1 to LV2. I have to say, this upgrade is also really a bit slow. But after the upgrade, it's still good. Host, you have risen to LV2 level. Then LV1 level you can enjoy randomly dropping blind box reward rights and interests. Blind box reward expanding rights and interests. And peach blossom value incentive rights and interests. He understands everything else. This last one made Zhang Yu a little curious. Looked at it specifically. It turns out that for every level, in the character slot, you can add a character. That means that you can now choose someone to add to the peach value cultivation goals. Once you get to 10 stars, it's just another lucrative reward stacked with buffs. The first time was with Rice Technologies, brought to you by D Koba buff. The second time was with the Cine Group brought in by the Lu Hanshao buff. 2 buff level blind boxes, both of which are considered top-notch rewards.
Now wait for another chance to unlock a super buff.
Zhang Yu was still heartened. This is so much more rewarding than the blind box that you draw every day. System, can I choose at random? The host's current level. The characters that can be chosen are as follows. Please randomly determine one.
The system's emotionless voice
came through. Zhang Yu took a look. The original character slots were the three of them. Lu Hanxiao. An empty slot is now freed. There are a few character cards that are currently in a gray lock state. Zhang Yu looked at it. Tina Xiong, Sasha, Su Mei, Muffy Su. Surprisingly, there were characters that Zhang Yu had not thought of. However, due to less exposure, it's not good to star up and train, so it's mainly just one of the above. One of the guys. Chapter 99, Manhwa. Taking a stick in the face. Zhang Yu didn't know what to choose for a moment. Who is better to add to the character slots? Each has its own characteristics, but based on current realities, Zhang Yu was still sure. Xiong Tingting. That's her. The reasoning is simple.
Zhang Yu felt that Xiong Tingting was now living in his house and had many opportunities to get along and had already had close contact.
Naturally, then, it would be more appropriate to choose her for the upgrade. Host confirmation successful. With a prompt from the system, the slot was lit up.
Zhang Yu noticed that Xiong Tingting's initial value
was 7 stars. So wouldn't it be quick to raise a full star? He was also glad that he had made a good choice. After doing so,
Zhang Yu left the company and walked out of the building where the company was located.
The one who came out. That's Zhang Yu, right? At this point, across the road, in a black van, someone had binoculars and was watching. In the camera, the figure of Zhang Yu walking out of the building appeared. He's the owner of Snaploan Financial. Been at the office for about 2 hours. The habit of going out is that one prefers to look around first and then walk. Normal travel speed, 2 meters per second. There were several people in the car, analyzing Zhang Yu's every move. Do data logging. Moreover, it was also responsible for monitoring Zhang Yu, figuring out where and when he came and went every day, and figuring out the pattern. These few of them, they were the ones sent by Manhwa.
Manhwa had been secretly investigating about the parties involved in the incident after he accepted Commander Wu Junliang's commission last time, especially with direct contact with Zhang Yu. Surveillance first, then report back to Manhwa, and the next step will be taken. When they saw Zhang Yu go to the parking lot to drive, they also started their cars and prepared for the next round of stakeouts. However, when this car started and drove down the road, suddenly, slanting down the alley, a car pulls out. The two cars were suddenly nose to nose and crashed together. The front of the car was smashed to pieces.
How do you drive? Inside the black van, a few of Manhwa's men hadn't reacted yet. Across the street, in the car, a few people got out, rushed straight to the car and pulled the door open. Are you guys blind? How do you drive? Smash their stuff. The group, no less, directly grabbed the binoculars, laptop and other equipment, all smashed to pieces. You robbers. Do you know what we are?
A few of them were alarmed.
Following Master Ma.
It's always been them who flaunt their power, and no one dares to trouble them.
Where did these guys come from? They're purposely looking for a fight, aren't they? However, they were now, apparently, incapable of resisting.
The people on the other side of the room were clearly more aggressive.
After smashing up all the equipment, he returned the air to the car's tires. Then it was a quick trip to the car and off in a puff of smoke. Call the police. You have to call the police. The man in the van was green with anger. However, the number was half dialed, then snapped out of it and dialed a different number. Hey, how's the investigation going? Across the room, a voice rang out. Boss,
we were in charge of the stakeout when a group of people suddenly rushed out and smashed all our equipment and messed up the car.
They complained. Is that even possible? The one who answered the phone was Manhwa's third disciple. Hearing this debriefing, the seriousness of the problem was realized. You guys keep a record of the relevant evidence. I'll report to Master Ma here. After the 3 disciples hung up the phone, they hurriedly walked to Manhwa's room. Manhwa is lying on his back and a technician is cupping him. What's wrong? Master, there's a situation. The third disciple stepped forward and said. Manhwa made a wink. The fire cupper, then left the room. Say, what's wrong? Manhwa sat up. Master, our people were keeping an eye on Zhang Yu today when a group of unidentified people suddenly rushed out and destroyed all their things and records. And there was also a physical confrontation. I can't believe this is happening. Manhwa's eyes went wide. Interesting, that someone would dare to pick on us. Any idea who did it? I don't know. They didn't blow their own identities and left after the smash. Not seeking money, just smashing things? Manhwa frowned slightly, suddenly realizing a problem. This Zhang Yu, there shouldn't be any power behind him to protect him. right? However, Ma Weigua knew all the big and small forces in Jiangcheng very well.
There was no power that dared to fight him openly.
And who is the power behind Zhang Yu? Ma Wei can't figure it out. Could it be that you're overlooking something? Master, what do we do next?
The third disciple asked.
Add more manpower and deploy more equipment. Ma Weigua said. Then, continue to dig deeper into Zhang Yu. I want to see who is working against me. Yes, the three disciples led the way. But Zhang Yu, at this time, was also unaware of this matter. The people from the Cine group didn't report to Zhang Yu when they were done. Because they are not of sufficient rank. The Cine group's divisions did not have the authority to report directly to Zhang Yu. This matter, too, was only reported to the middle level of the group. Good lord, Ma Weigua's people. They really dare to stare at our new master. What guts! Mid-level shock and awe. In that case, get ready to touch base with them. Give the new master a welcome gift. The directive was then sent to the Jiangcheng branch. There are over 400 people in the branch in total. And it's one of those things that's been dormant for a long time. Usually it's all about the various positions and the shifts. There are those who work as security guards, those who deliver food, those who drive dropshippers. It seems that there is no problem. But now, all of them receive the information through the intranet. An unseen smoke is being lit. Zhang Yu didn't know about this and drove all the way back to Riverside House directly. Got home just in time for the noon meal. Opened the door. The first thing he saw was Tina Xiong wiping the ceiling strip. Although Tina Xiong has a height of 172, but it's also hard to hit the ceiling. You can only stack big stools on top of small stools so that you can reach them. She held the lampshade in one hand and wiped the bulb with a rag in the other. Very conscientious and careful. You scared me. I thought you were doing something. Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile. Tina Xiong can do her chores to this extent and really leaves no stone unturned. That's a real homemaker. Not only do they do it, but they do it meticulously. Lu Hanxia and the others, although they also do, but the degree of refinement, or to lack some. Zhang Yu really felt that it was right to let Xiong Tingting live in. Chapter 100 New Arrangement for Xiong Tingting. For this kind of work, if you let an outside housekeeper do it, how can you charge $1,000 a day? And it may not be as finely crafted, but Tina Xiong, a petite-looking girl, did it all by herself? Landlord, I've got nothing to do today anyway, so I'll polish it so it looks brighter. Then pay attention. She's at this angle, standing so tall. Zhang Yu was not in a good position to stare here and prepared to go back to his room and rest for a while. Okay, landlord, I'll keep an eye on it. It's already wiped. Xiong Tingting finished wiping the chandelier, carefully, and got off the stool. There's none of that fictional doggerel. What with the foot slipping and the accidental fall and all that. Landlord, are you hungry? She came down and asked. Kind of, Zhang Yu said. Then wait a moment. I'll go make dinner, Xiong Tingting said, putting down her rag and washing her hands. She headed for the kitchen. Worked very neatly. Zhang Yu looked at the 7 stars on her head. Sure enough, after selecting the candidate in the system, you can now see the number of stars. And before, it was invisible. Zhang Yu didn't need to do anything deliberately. A normal star ascension would be fine. By the way, Xiong Tingting, do you want to work in a bank? He asked. Stewardesses she didn't want to do. But a cake store wasn't a permanent solution either. Now that the company is going to reorganize the bank, it's the time when there is a shortage of people. I'm not studying finance. I'm afraid I won't do a good job. Xiong Tingting was a little surprised. It's okay, I'll reorganize the new administration and someone will take you on. Zhang Yu decided that Xiong Tingting should be placed in a newly established bank. The administrative side of things is not as specialized as the operational and technical posts. Anyone who has gone to college is qualified. Often, however, an administrative post in any company is not something you can go for on the basis of education alone. Xiong Tingting was even more surprised. Zhang Yu wants to set up a bank and wants himself to work in the administration department? It's like a huge pie, falling from the sky. It's too thick. I don't know how to pick it up. She naturally knew that being an administrator at the bank's headquarters, such a good job, would not have been her turn. Can't even touch the threshold. However, in Zhang Yu's case, it was just a matter of words. I can't imagine that he's so strong that he's going to be a bank. Banks are hens that lay golden eggs. When that door opens, the money is rolling in. It's not as lucrative and profitable as it used to be these days, but it's still the industry that comes out on top. And being an executive, there's not much of a task of pulling reserves. Tina Xiong, admitting that her heart is in the right place. As long as one nods, then the position is theirs. What? More to think about? Zhang Yu smiled. She was incoherent and really didn't know how to take this favor. For him, such a thing is just a word. For myself, it was a big enough thing to change my destiny. Can the heart not make waves? If you're embarrassed, forget it. Hearing Zhang Yu say that,
Xiong Tingting raised her head.
Landlord, I accept. I will do a good job. Okay, I'll give you a contact number, so just report to work when you get there. Through WeChat,
Zhang Yu took Secretary Yang's business card and pushed it to her.
Xiong Tingting did housework so finely that she ranked relatively high in the previous flight attendant transfer test.
The work ethic is naturally needless to say.
Although she has never worked in administration, she is a graduate of a major university and will be able to learn things quickly. Then, Zhang Yu then noticed, her star count skyrocketed to 9.5 stars. It went straight up 2.5 stars. This is too smooth. It's a little unbelievably fast. It was this last 0.5 that made Zhang Yu a little diabolical. It's not the same as Pan Yuyao, is it?
Then Zhang Yu would really want to pull the system out and scold it.
By the way, you haven't joined the group yet, have you? What group? Tina Xiong asked.
It's the group of members of the family now. Zhang Yu looked at it and it was indeed not in the group.
So, she was pulled into the group. Love one another family. The number of members rose to 5. Tina, you're in the group. Ha! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Pan Yuyo posted a hug emoji. In the future, I'll work hard to get along with everyone. Tina Xiong is still a bit terrified when she first joins this group. Fear of what I'm not doing right. You guys aren't flying now? Zhang Yu asked in the group. We're at the airport. Ah, the last flight just ended and it's break time.
It's going to be flying the return flight later,
Lu Hanxiao explained. So when are you guys arriving? I'll cook for you, Tina Xiong said.
Gee, how embarrassing this is.
Let's just take turns from now on.
The three stewardesses looked at each other, also thinking that she was too polite.
It's okay. It's not like I haven't worked as a stewardess before. I come back tired every day and don't want to move, Tina Xiong said. Now, I'll sit in the back and provide everyone with logistics. Ting Ting, since you say so,
then we're not polite,
Pan Yuyo said on behalf of everyone. Right, Ting Ting, Lu Hanxiao said.
That cake store job of yours, why don't you quit it?
It's also very hard.
She wanted to see what positions were available to her at home,
at her company. Since I'm in this group,
or Zhang Yu pulled it in,
then we have to get along in the future. No conflicts. Otherwise, the first one to get upset would be Zhang Yu. Strange.
As she thought of this in her heart,
she suddenly realized that she was now, surprisingly,
very concerned about Zhang Yu's feelings.
I forgot to tell everyone. I have a new job. Ah, what's the job? The three men got curious. It's thanks to the landlord, too. He arranged for me to work at the bank. That new bank coming up in River City? 3 people were surprised.
This news has been heard on the grapevine for some time, and it was remodeled as that financial company of Zhang Yu's.
They're used to it. It was Tina who entered this bank with a slight surprise. Tina, this is a good thing. You have to treat yourself when you get in, Lu Hanxiao said. Definitely, Xiong Tingting said. Whatever you guys want to eat, just say so. Seeing them chatting lively in the group, Zhang Yu also smiled. Put the phone on hold. Before the rice was cooked,
Zhang Yu came to the sofa and turned on the TV to watch. After Xiong Tingting finished chatting, she also continued to go to the kitchen to work.
Not a moment too soon.
She then brought out a couple plates of food and the rice was served.
Landlord, dinner's ready.
Facing his handsome side face,
her heart, suddenly, panicked a little. Chapter 101 again. Experiencing acrobatics. And,
Xiong Tingting also realized that her own face,
too, was beginning to become unbearably hot. When I touched it with my hand, it even felt a little hot. A feeling like this has never been felt before.
Xiong Tingting had never felt this way about any man before.
Not even a hot heartbeat.
At that time, she didn't even think she liked guys. But it wasn't until after meeting Zhang Yu that he realized that it wasn't what he thought. Zhang Yu's appearance brought a lot of bright spots to her life.
And,
he offered himself a job that was good enough for the rest of his life as long as he didn't make a big mistake.
How should Tina Xiong be loyal to such a great favor?
Zhang Yu was like the sun that appeared in her gloom. The sun shines in everywhere.
For a while, the heart was full of emotions.
Zhang Yu got up from the living room sofa and saw Xiong Tingting blushing like this,
glanced at the table, then laughed. I suddenly don't want to eat. Ah, Xiong Tingting froze, then hurriedly asked, Landlord, is it these dishes that don't suit your taste? I'll go redo them right now. No, I mean, I don't want to eat right now.
Zhang Yu looked at her and smiled again.
Ha!
Xiong Tingting seemed to realize something and asked uncertainly,
That, come here.
Zhang Yu also sat back down on the sofa,
gesturing to her.
I'd like to experience some more of your acrobatics.
Hearing him say that,
Xiong Tingting thought for a moment,
then walked over.
The living room is carpeted with tile floors, and you don't have to worry about getting cold. 10,000 words are omitted from the following. when Xiong Tingting rubbed her sore legs and looked outside. It was already completely dark. The light show on the opposite side of the riverbank was also shining into the house.
Go turn the lights on, Zhang Yu commanded. When it got dark a while ago, I hadn't been able to keep the lights on.
Xiong Tingting nodded and turned on the lights first, then went into the first floor washroom. Click.
At that moment,
the sound of a door opening came from the doorway. Hey,
landlord, you're home? As soon as Pan Yuyao pushed open the door,
she saw that the lights in the guest dining room were on and asked curiously. We also saw that there were no lights on in the house when we got downstairs earlier.
Oh, saving electricity. Zhang Yu smiled.
The three stewardesses heard it, and their expressions were highly consistent.
I'll believe the hell out of you. Ah, I'm starving. I can't believe the food on the table hasn't moved.
Pan Yuyao was famished and saw that the dishes on the table were as good as untouched.
Going up, ready to take a bite with my hand, I realized that the food was cold.
At this time of year in temperature, it takes at least a couple hours for the vegetables to get cold.
Yu Yao, the food is cold. Don't eat it yet. I'll go heat it up. At this time,
Xiong Tingting walked out from the bathroom,
and seeing Pan Yuyao's movements, she hurriedly went forward and said, Ting, you two are at home. Why haven't you taken a bite of the fried dishes? Pan Yuyao felt strange. However, Xiong Tingting didn't say anything, took a couple plates of food, carried them to the kitchen, and went to heat them up. Tina, let me help you. Pan Yuyao also followed into the kitchen. Lu Hanxiao and Di Sheba, at this time,
were already putting down their suitcases. The two of them looked at each other as they changed shoes. It doesn't take much to know what it means. It seems that Xiong Tingting's position
is already out of position. This is another confirmation of living in the house and a job placement that could be solid. And it seems to be quite enthusiastic when you can't even keep up with your meal. Zhang Yu, why are you so charming? How was your mission? This flight?
Zhang Yu twisted his head and asked.
Pretty good. Short flight.
Just too much rushing back and forth to get a good night's rest.
Lu Hanxiao said. At 5 a.m.
Before it was fully light, the girls were up and at work.
Been busy until now. That's really tiring too. So get an early night.
Zhang Yu said.
It's early.
Lu Hanxiao didn't want to go to bed that early.
Besides, you can take a day off tomorrow. It doesn't matter if you sleep a little later. Yeah, tomorrow I'm going to sleep until noon and then get up. It's been a while since I've gotten a full night's sleep.
Pan Yuyao was also shouting from the kitchen.
So, what are you guys going to do if you stay up all night?
Zhang Yu got curious.
Practicing yoga. Pan Yuyao interjected.
On her way back, she said she wanted to practice.
I can't figure it out. She hasn't even practiced for a long time. Then you'll have to think about the benefits of practicing yoga.
Zhang Yu smiled.
What's in it for me?
Pan Yuyao didn't understand what it meant and picked up her cell phone to look it up.
Only then did it dawn on me. Oh, so, there are so many benefits to practicing yoga. No wonder so many people practice it. Sister Xiao, I also want to learn this. This, Tingting should be the master. Lu Hanxiao laughed. Xiong Tingting's specialty, they had seen it before. It was a hit at the annual meeting of the JAC. Circle gauge one horse, draw a circle in place. At that time, off stage, there were quite a number of people said, this who became Xiong Tingting's boyfriend. Do not know how happy it should be. No way. Crew Chief Lu is lifting me up.
Xiong Tingting heated up the dishes and came out from the kitchen once again.
The food is ready. You guys come and eat. Tina, Lu Hanxiao said. In the future, we'll live together. So don't be so outgoing. Ah, what should I call it then? Tina Xiong asked. Just call me Sister Dash like the two of them. Lu Hanxiao replied. Well then, I'll call you Sister Xiao from now on. Xiong Tingting nodded. Lu Hanxiao was the eldest sister among the three of them.
Saying that made the burden on my own heart much smaller. You'll be able to fit in faster later.
The group of three sisters became four sisters. Great. Pan Yuyao also cheered up. After that, we'll be four sisters. Okay. You're not hungry. Hurry up and eat. Di Sheba also sat on the side. So a few of them sat down. Eat what Tina Xiong cooks and then rave about it. It flattered her even more. Zhang Yu, aren't you going to eat? Lu Hanxiao asked. Yeah, landlord meals are adequate. Xiong Tingting also said. She thought it was because Zhang Yu was afraid that everyone wouldn't have enough to eat. Okay, I'll be right over. Zhang Yu smiled. In fact, when one is in high spirits, one does not feel hungry. Still, you have to eat some. The evening, after all, is still a long one. After finishing the meal, the three of them, Lu Hanxiao, who had just returned, also went to take a bath first.
Xiong Tingting cleared the dishes.
Zhang Yu, on the other hand,
continued to sit back on the sofa in the living room to watch the movie that he had not finished watching earlier.
102. Half a month of travel planning. About an hour later,
Lu Hanxiao's trio were all pretty much washed, their hair wet, and wearing pajamas. They also came to the living room. Seeing Zhang Yu sitting in the middle of the sofa, he also sat down on both sides. Barb, Yo, we still have to get up early tomorrow, Lu Hanxiao said. Why? I'd like to sleep more, Pan Yuyo said. Did you forget about the three of us having to take a vacation together? Lu Hanxiao said. I have to go to the office tomorrow, catch up on coordinating with other co-workers, and then ask my manager for time off in writing. Yao! Pan Yuyo and Di Xiaoba both realized it as well. What are you talking about? Tina Xiong asked. We're going to go tomorrow, to the office to take next week's annual vacation and hang out. Pan Yuyo said to Tingting. If you have time, come along too. The landlord will be there too. Yeah. Zhang Yu also knew what was going on and laughed. The bank isn't officially open yet, so go ahead and report in. Get the induction paperwork done, and you can hang out together for a few days afterward. Yeah, well, I'll prepare in advance too. Xiong Tingting thought for a few seconds, then nodded. It's wonderful that our traveling party, again, is expanding. Pan Yuyo is a person who likes to have a good time, and this time, being able to mobilize everyone to go along for the ride, it's sure to be an especially memorable one. Go ahead and go to the office tomorrow, transfer your shift and take the day off, then a few more days of back-to-back flights, and next week, the vacation journey can officially begin. Annual vacation is 5 days, counting the 2 weekends on either end, and the days off owed before that. That's a total of half a month off. It can be a luxury vacation. It's been a half a month out there, and a lot of happy things have definitely happened. It's time to plan well for the duration of the trip. After glancing at Zhang Yu, he realized that between his eyebrows, he was also wearing a smile. But Yo, we're going to be pumping in a row for these 3 or 4 days before we go on vacation, Lu Hanxiao reminded. There were shifts transferred with others during these days. Aha! I don't want to. As soon as she heard that she had to work back to back, Pan Yuyo was a bit run down. That means flying around for the next few days, and it stops seamlessly. Not to mention going back to Jiangcheng. It's a question of being able to be in the province. Yao, you don't have to scream. Isn't it motivating to think about the next half month of vacation? Di Koba also warned. Then, won't we, for 3 or 4 days, not be able to return to Jiangcheng? Pan Yuya beamed. In fact, what she had in mind was that she wouldn't be able to see Zhang Yu for a few days. Lu Hanxiao looked at this expression on her face and also comforted her. There's no way around it. The nature of our industry, that's just the way it is. In fact, if you don't want to fly long haul, you can apply to fly only short haul when you get back from vacation. Zhang Yu said at this time. Each flight attendant will have individualized needs, and flying direct for a shorter distance will mean a lot less money, but it will be easy on the person. Those who want money fly more. Those who don't want money as much, fly less. I've really thought about it, Pan Yuyo said. When we come back, Sister Xiao, why don't we try it? Alright, go to bed. Lu Hanxiao didn't answer her directly either. What a nap, Pan Yuyo said. Didn't you say you wanted to practice yoga? I'm all set. Seeing that Xiong Tingting had finished washing the dishes, she darted forward again and pulled her arm. Tingting, you're with us too. Okay, I'll wash my hands and come. Xiong Tingting was also unable to resist such enthusiasm from Yu Yao. Not a moment too soon. The 4 stewardesses, right there in the living room, set up their mats. Follow along with the lessons on the TV video. In fact, Xiong Tingting could be the master. It's just that she doesn't dare to be in front of so many people yet. Pan Yuyo also had to let her off the hook this time. Looking at the beautiful bodies of 4 people, each with their own unique characteristics, Zhang Yu's heart was also full of emotions. Who could understand the little snicker in his heart? After looking at it for a while, he felt his blood turn over a little, so it was up the stairs to the 2nd floor. At this point, without realizing it, the time was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. The day was going by quickly. After washing up, Zhang Yu returned to his bed. The 4 people who heard the downstairs, at this time, also withdrew, ready to rest. Twitter. Another moment passed. It was quite a bit quieter, and there was the sound of rooms closing. Zhang Yu pulled up the 16 cameras throughout the house, found everyone had gone to their rooms and were ready for bed. The lights in the living room are off, too. He exited the surveillance system, then looked at the clock. Half an hour to 12. Zhang Yu, are you asleep? This time, the screen of the cell phone suddenly lit up. Zhang Yu picked it up and saw that it was from Lu Hanxiao. Not yet. Why? He replied. Did you get enough to eat just now? Do you want another late-night snack? Lu Hanxiao sent over a shy emoji. When Zhang Yu saw this, he knew what she meant. It seemed that she was well aware of Xiong Tingting's matter, although she didn't say so directly. He thought for a moment, then replied,
How was your late night snack today? It's good. The package is satisfactory. Good. Then serve it up. Zhang Yu replied. He then heard footsteps on the doorway stairs. After opening the door, the aroma wafted in. When Zhang Yu opened his eyes, it was already 10 in the morning. The sunlight outside, still blinding, walked to the first floor. Noticing that no one was there, the table was left with food on it. The three of them are supposed to have gone to the office and don't know when they'll be back. As for Tina Xiong, she should be going to check in. Zhang Yu felt a bit bored at home, so he prepared to go out and take a look around. Out of Riverside Mansion, across a road, is the Riverland tourist area. The entire river beach is laid out along the river. The length reaches 20 kilometers. There are several core play centers. There's exactly one right across the street from Riverside House. Walking down to the recreation square, it was full of people coming to play. There were families of 3, couples of 2, and those with live streaming equipment, broadcasting live from the square. It was lively and very grounding. This was the first time Zhang Yu had come to play on the river beach since he had moved into the Riverside Mansion. Infected by the atmosphere in front of him, his mood was also free. It's just that my legs are still a little sore, a little overconsumed. Smiling, Zhang Yu then continued to walk towards the densely populated area. This time, an old man walking with his hands behind his back in front of him, walking on the walkway, suddenly, without warning, collapsed. Zhang Yu saw the old man who had fallen to the ground. The sight that presented itself before his eyes caused him to be shocked in his heart. No way? These eyes, surprisingly, are a new discovery. Chapter 103 Old Man with Status. Medical skills come in handy. Zhang Yu's eyes. It could be clearly seen that this old man had a special tip. Others on the road, on the other hand, are not similarly marked. Regulars only have gray borders. What looks dressed up and funky is the red border. The old man, however, was gold-rimmed. It showed that the old man was a very respectable person. Because when you look at the hundreds and thousands of people in front of you, there is only this one golden border. And even without the need for a system prompt, Zhang Yu could still discover it. He was dressed and had an unusual demeanor. And although he was in his 60s or 70s, he could still be seen in his prime. It's a higher position than Shuriken's, only higher. However, Zhang Yu was somewhat in tears. A story that's been used in novels, but it's really happened to me? However, given the old man's strong background, he had to be saved. Otherwise wouldn't it be a waste to not use the medical skills rewarded by the system last time? Opportunities like this don't come along every day. Seeing the old man fall to the ground, many people saw it, but they didn't dare to go forward to help. Who dares to go on those blackmail news on the internet after reading too much? They were all whispering, you looking at me and me looking at you, standing a few meters away. Just no one stepped forward. The reasoning is also simple. Before you help, drive the Big Ben. After the support, ride Yardy. If you don't have a home base, don't get involved. There were a few bold ones who just called emergency services from a distance. Why is there an old man down on the ground? Brothers and sisters testify. Let's go up and see. There were a couple of medical student lookalikes with their cell phone camera functions on, ready to go up and check it out. The students, after all, have not yet been exposed to the vices of the world, and there is still some goodness in their hearts. All get out of the way. I'll do it. Zhang Yu signaled everyone to spread out a bit and then went up. When the crowd saw him, they said, young man, you're fresh out of college, aren't you? So you'd better stay out of this. Yes, and you don't know what he is coming from. In case something happens, his family won't rely on you. Those were medical students earlier. They should be more specialized. Yes, lad, what everyone says is for your own good. So be careful. Come. Zhang Yu ignored the words of those passers-by and said to a few medical students, you guys, help carry him to a cool and secluded place. It's too hot right now. You can't lift it, can you? We're professionally trained not to move people until we know what's wrong with them. Several medical students said, see how you guys are just half-assed, and you can latch on to anything? Zhang Yu didn't care and looked down to observe the old man's condition. He was found to have black lips and his breathing had stopped. 4 minutes of gold. It's now 2.5 minutes past. Any later and it's a godsend. It's imperative to save lives. And so, he couldn't care less, and immediately called up the soul restoration healing technique in his system. Asterisk 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 what's the deal? He's really on it? I don't know what he's about. He's really not afraid of being blackmailed. Even if he is a doctor, does he have the ability to save lives at such a young age? Under the rounds of the crowd, only Zhang Yu was seen lifting the old man's body up in a sitting position. Then reaching out, he quickly wandered around and tapped at the 28 major acupoints around his body. What kind of medicine is this? It's not artificial respiration. It's not CPR. Where's the barefoot doctor? Next to them, there was a lot of talk. We recorded the screen anyway. Whatever happens, it has nothing to do with us. At this moment, on the square, there were more and more people gathered around. When they heard that someone had fainted on the ground and that someone else was administering help, they stopped playing with everything and ran over to see what was going on. Hey, look guys, there's movement. I saw the corners of that old man's mouth move. And the finger. It's like saved? Asterisk. The lad's got a couple of tricks up his sleeve. That's a save? I just saw that old man's mouth was black and I couldn't see a heartbeat breathing. This is a walk on the ghost gate. Good job, young man. That was awesome. Saving someone's life is really a great merit. The crowd realized that the old man had actually made a move. He immediately changed his opinion of Zhang Yu. The half-scooped medical students from earlier had also put away their cell phones at this time. While everyone's attention was on Zhang Yu, he slipped away from the crowd in a grayish manner. I can't imagine that person has such amazing medical skills. It doesn't look conventional at all. Nothing like what you learn in school. These days, it's amazing that you can bring someone back by tapping on acupoints all over the body, except that a chokehold can force a reboot. This kind has really never been seen before. We'll have to hurry back and report it to our mentor. So the medical students left the scene. At this point, when Zhang Yu saw that the old man had reacted, he also withdrew his hand. That old man sat cross-legged, his brows furrowed, and he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of black blood. The black blood stank so badly that the people around him couldn't help but take a few more steps back. Where am I? That old man's sanity restored. Looking around, there was some confusion in his eyes. Grandpa, you just fainted and he saved you. In the crowd, someone pointed at Zhang Yu and said, "You saved me?" That old man slowly rose from the ground, feeling relaxed and unimpeded. A sense of blockage that normally runs across the mind for years and years was surprisingly gone. That discomfort is decades old. In other words, this young man just now cured him of decades of problems. All major hospitals have been there, cannot see the disease. This time also came to the best 2 hospitals in Jiangcheng, also did not see any results. Now, surprisingly, it's completely healed after spitting out a mouthful of blood. He was too shocked to know how to organize his words now that his mind was blank. Grandpa, if you have a heart condition, you need to take your medication with you when you go out and have a family member with you. Someone cautioned. I checked at the hospital. There's nothing wrong with my heart. Family, hey, where's my granddaughter? When the old man heard someone remind him of this, he looked around and didn't see his granddaughter's figure. Old grandpa, where does your family live? Shall we send someone to take you back? By this time, several officers on patrol arrived on the scene. They received a message about someone fainting in the square and immediately came over on their electric bikes. My family, not in Jiangcheng ah. You guys help me find my granddaughter ah. Hold your horses. What's your granddaughter's name and how old is she? The officer asked. Before the old man could speak, someone squeezed in from the crowd. Grandpa, I just bought a water and you ran away and disappeared. Scared me to death. Zhang Yu twisted his head and was suddenly shocked when he saw that person. It's her? Chapter 104, the old man pays his respects. The great benefactor of the Xiao family. To Zhang Yu's surprise, he was able to run into someone he had not expected at all here. Isn't this the rainbow sister who was next to Wu Yiluan the last time he raced with him at Panshan? I didn't talk alone at the time either. I just saw it once. Was wearing leather pants and a tight t-shirt, looking fit and expensive. It was also more impressive. And this time, Rainbow's outfit is very small and fresh, wearing white slacks and bangs. It looks rather ladylike. It's like a good granddaughter next to grandpa. Totally different. Zhang Yu almost didn't recognize him at first glance. Sister Hong obviously recognized Zhang Yu as well, looked at him for a few seconds before saying, "It's you." Yes, what a coincidence to meet here. Zhang Yu smiled. Just now, were you the one who saved my grandfather? Before Rainbow rushed over, she heard passersby say that an old man had fainted, and then someone saved him, rushed over to see that it was the racing man he met last time at Panshan. You know each other? Seeing the puzzled expressions on both of their faces, the old man couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa, how are you doing?" Only then did Rainbow turn to the old man and helped him up. "I'm fine." The old man adjusted his breathing, and his spirits were much better. Thanks to this young man, if it wasn't for him, I might not be alive. Rainbow looked at the ground and there was a large pool of black bruise. The corners of Grandpa's mouth, too, had blood stains that hadn't yet dried. Zhang Yu, you actually know medicine? Rainbow's eyes widened. Couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was amazing. How old is he? Grandpa has felt a sudden feeling of blockage in the heart area and occasional cramps since many years ago. All the major hospitals have gone to check all over, and the nation's top specialists have consulted with them, but nothing abnormal has been found. But the discomfort, it was always there. Then,
As a last resort, I went in search of various remedies, which were still ineffective. I saw that my grandfather's spirit was getting worse every day, and he could not eat or sleep well. Sister Rainbow was also anxious. This time, he brought his grandfather to Jiangcheng, also to search for a hidden famous doctor. The news was still what she had read on the dark web, with the attitude of beating a dead horse. Here it is. Who would have thought that, before finding anyone, he would run into Zhang Yu when he was taking a walk in the square, and Grandpa was cured by him? This is too sci-fi. Rainbow couldn't believe the scene. However, the grandfather in front of him was now rosy-cheeked and in much better spirits. There doesn't seem to be any problem. Yes, girl, I just saw it with my own eyes. It was the lad who saved him. Everyone is afraid to move, so he's the only one who dares to go on. At first I thought he couldn't do it, but I didn't realize it turned out to be a slap in the face. I can't imagine being so young and having such good medical skills. I also have a patient at home and would like to ask this young divine doctor to take a look. I'm willing to sell 2 suites as consultation fees. The onlookers were all abuzz at this point, while explaining the situation just now to Sister Hong. On the other hand, they all flocked to Zhang Yu, wanting to leave his contact information. Sister Hong, if you still have doubts, Zhang Yu laughed, there is a best hospital nearby, so you can take him there for a checkup. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Lad, you can't go. That old man walked up to Zhang Yu and said with a grave expression on his face, my name is Xiao Nantian. Young man, you are my savior. Please accept my obeisance. Doesn't Xiao Nantian know what condition his own body is in? If I hadn't met Zhang Yu today, this old life of his is accounted for. It is worth taking any thanks for such a favor. He said he was going to get down on one knee. Old grandpa, I wouldn't dare. You're killing me. In front of so many people, an old man kneeling down to himself. What was that like? So, hurriedly, he reached out and stopped it. Xiao Nantian, he's Xiao Nantian. Who is he? Is he good? This you don't even know. Xiao Nantian is the top war god in the military, and has participated in various battles since the 40s, having made countless special honors. In the crowd, the copies began to appear. Later on, Xiao Nantian rose through the ranks. He's a top 5 level top man in the military. Peach and Plum are all over the world. Even that Wu Zhangliang from the Jiangcheng War Reserve District is his disciple's disciple. I really didn't expect him to come from such a big place. In that case, he's close to 100 years old now, isn't he? I didn't realize that his body and bones were still quite strong. The crowd knew that this old man was Xiao Nantian. None of them showed an expression of adoration. No wonder he had a regal, heroic aura about him even in his old age. It was also because there were countless warriors like Xiao Nantian. What a peaceful life they have today. For a while, everyone looked at him with adoring eyes, but they didn't dare to go forward for fear of hurting the old man. I could only watch from afar, secretly taking pictures of the scene so that I could share with my friends and family the wonders I encountered today. Zhang Yu also knew the identity of the old man. When the identity was revealed, it had to be said that Xiao Nantian was indeed worthy of a golden edge given by the system. Such a heroic model can be called a living history textbook, a walking military medal. For a moment, he felt that his medical skills, used for the first time, had saved such an important person. There is some pride in the heart. Honger, why don't you thank him? Xiao Nantian said to Sister Hong. Zhang Yu, thank you for saving my grandfather. You are the benefactor of my Xiao family. Sister Hong saluted at Zhang Yu. My name is Xiao Yu Hong. In the future, if there are any dispatches, just feel free to call out to me. Xiao Yu Hong? The crowd, again, began to wonder. Soon it came back to mind. If it isn't the youngest female major general in the Capital General War Reserve District, she's from the information unit. She's gotten a lot of credit. Several sleeper organizations were destroyed by her. It's true that she's a tiger girl from a general's family. Just now I felt that she has a womanly aura. The people around him had this cuckoo, and Zhang Yu was finally able to figure out her identity. It is not difficult to explain that the last time in Pan Mountain, Wu Luan saw a deacon spanning the children. In front of Sister Rainbow, there was not even the courage to speak out loud. Dare I say that Sister Rainbow is far superior to him in both background and ability? In terms of background status, 100 Wu Zhangliangs were no match for one Xiao Nantian. In terms of personal achievement, Wu Luan is at best a half-assed racer, while Xiao Yu Hong is the youngest female major general in the military. And it's still by virtue of ability. Realistically, it is indeed awesome. Zhang Yu was also in awe. I'll refer to you as Sister Rainbow. He laughed. Chapter 105, The Old Master's Messy Love Affair? It's okay, Xiao Yu Hong said. I'm a few years older than you, so calling it something else would seem too stiff. Okay, Rainbow. I'm tired. Let's go back. Xiao Nantian realized that there were more and more people at the scene and was afraid of a stampede. So said. Officers who arrived on the scene had already reported the situation to their units.
It's amazing to know that the top modelers are coming to the Riverland Plaza.
So there was already a large number of people
who came to maintain order. However,
even the division chief did not dare to go up and greet Xiao Nantian.
When you meet someone who is really intimidating,
it is impossible to talk and behave in a calm and natural way. So, just don't go up there to lose face and discredit the unit.
Zhang Yu, I want to go back. Can I invite you to my house for dinner? Xiao Nantian said to him. Dinner? Zhang Yu hadn't thought about it yet. Zhang Yu, just say yes. Xiao Yuhong said. My grandfather easily won't invite people for dinner, let alone to his home. Alright then.
I'm afraid the old man's condition is still unstable, so I'll observe him for a few more hours.
Right.
Only after getting into a black commercial vehicle with no one around did Chen Yuhong ask.
Zhang Yu, my grandfather, what exactly is the situation? It was too crowded for her to ask just now. Elder Zhao's body is fine and he doesn't have any illnesses. Zhang Yu said. But why? After all these years, has he not been well enough to find out anything? Xiao Yuhong asked. If I'm not mistaken, this would be poisoning. Zhang Yu spoke his judgment. The system rewards the return of Soul's medical skill, which can provide insight into the origin of any difficult illness, including poisoning and radiation.
The mouthful of black blood that Xiao Nantian spat out was clearing out the toxins in his body.
Poisoning? Xiao Yuhong couldn't believe it. My grandfather's drinking water, meals, and living environment are all tested by specialists every day to make sure it's fine. How could he be poisoned? And what about the fact that if you were to poison, you had the opportunity to do so, but you didn't choose a poison that could kill you quickly?
It's precisely because it's a slow onset of toxicity that stretches the time out long enough to reach enough people and go to enough places that it's not easy to find out.
Zhang Yu laughed. Boy, I don't know why, but I'm surprised that I'm completely convinced by what you're saying. Xiao Nantian said. Grandpa, who poisoned you? Tell me. I will not spare him. Xiao Yuhong was very angry at this time. It wasn't just because Xiao Nantian was her grandfather, and he's also a hero of war. So who's going to make a move on him? Rainbow. This, you should not ask. Xiao Nantian's eyes changed color and did not say. Then, he asked Zhang Yu. Young man, your medical skills are so brilliant. Not only can you cure me, but you can also know the source. I wonder from whom do you learn from? Gramps, just save me some secrets. Zhang Yu laughed. I'll tell you guys when I have the chance. Good. Since you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask. Xiao Nantian nodded, then added to Xiao Yuhong. And you're not allowed to say anything to anyone about this today. Just tell them that I met a good doctor this time. I know, Grandpa.
Xiao Yuhong nodded her head. Throughout the Xiao family, the old man was a living fossil. Even though he is 100 years old, his authority in the family is still supreme. It still reigns supreme. Saying one is not two. But even so, Xiao Yuhong still couldn't help but be curious about Zhang Yu. The last time I saw him in a passion for speed on the mountain roads of the Panhandle. I was impressed at the time, but didn't take it to heart. This is the second meeting today. Surprisingly, without saying a word, he cured his grandfather of a persistent disease that he had suffered from for years. He's only 22. He just graduated from college. Other people his age are either spending their time not knowing how much they have to spend, staying at home playing games, or fretting about finding a job. Only Zhang Yu, for such an age, he shows maturity beyond his years and his abilities are infinitely more impressive. Being able to get so many things done at once. Xiao Yuhong is from the information unit. For a while, it was surprisingly moved to want to use the relevant manpower and resources to check out Zhang Yu's origins. No, it's against the rules. In the back of her mind she quickly realized the problem again. But if you don't check it out, you can't hold back your curiosity. Can't help but feel so torn. Xiao Nantian saw his granddaughter in such a posture. Suddenly he couldn't help but laugh. Grandpa, what are you laughing at? Seeing her grandfather smile like that made her heart grow a little fuzzy. Honger, you're not so young anymore. Isn't it time to think about your life's work? The second half of the sentence, I think Zhang Yu is fine, was left unsaid. Intelligent as she was, she should know what she meant. Although Xiao Yuhong is now 29 years old, a few years older than Zhang Yu. However, her ability background is top-notch, so if she adds a heavy enough dowry, it's not a bad match. And Xiao Yuhong is a flower in the army. Of the tens of thousands of female soldiers, she was the only one with top-notch face value, a proper T0 level. It can be described as all-encompassing. Grandpa, how many times have I told you? I'm not thinking either way right now. Xiao Yuhong said. Zhang Yu is indeed handsome, mysterious, and saved his grandfather. She was curious about him, and indeed she was.
But it's too far ahead of its time to talk about marriage now, isn't it? It's only the second time we've met, and she's at least earned a few points of prestige, so is Grandpa so eager to marry himself off in a hurry? Really? But she couldn't afford to have a fit. Xiao Nantian didn't say anything either. There was a marked difference in his granddaughter's attitude, and he could see it, too, at least the granddaughter. For now, still had a good impression of Zhang Yu, whether she liked it or not. She certainly didn't reject it or hate it. That first impression is not repulsive, and there's an opportunity later on. In the past, when I was introduced to someone, it was a case of not wanting to hear it before it was finished and avoiding it. But Honger, I'm also someone whose yellow earth is going to be buried on top of my head, so when you get married is my last wish. Grandpa, what are you babbling about? You'll live to be 100, Xiao Yuhong said. Fine, I'll live to be a sperm then. Xiao Nantian was also smiling cheerfully. Here we are. At that moment, the car slowly turned right and turned into a small, quaint house. Xiao Yuhong said to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu twisted his head and looked outside. This turned out to be the once rented area of Jiangcheng. The small building in front of us is quite historical. It has a history of almost 100 years and used to be the administrative office in the concession. This type of building, too, is a protected historical artifact, very valuable, and I didn't realize that someone was living in it. So yeah, after seeing more, the more you feel like you don't see enough. Chapter 106. All the popular figures of Jiangcheng are in the hall. Such a building could not be compared to either the Riverside Mansion or the Liu family's villa. Oh, this is my family's other house. It's been a long time since anyone has come to stay, Xiao Yuhong explained. Had it not been for this visit to Jiangcheng, it might not even have been activated. Zhang Yu nodded. So it was. The car went into the yard. There were 3 or 4 servants, cleaning the yard of dead leaves. When they saw them return, they were greeted with respect. Come on, Grandpa, up the steps. Slow down. Xiao Yuhong held Xiao Nanshan's arm and prepared to enter the house. Zhang Yu, follow us? The courtyard is big. I'm afraid you'll get lost. Listen, what kind of Versailles words are these? The point of this statement is not whether or not you will get lost. Rather, the yard is so large that it's easy to get lost. But such a foreign building, given to such a heroic figure as Xiao Nantian, is worthwhile. This Zhang Yu didn't have anything to say. A chief steward-like person, with windy feet, hurried over. Master, they're here again. In the side room and not gone. Lieutenant Gua, didn't you say they were gone? Why are they still here? Xiao Yuhong was a bit dissatisfied. Grandpa is stricken with an illness and they still bother him every day? Miss, I know, but I can't stop it. Deputy Guo looked a bit aggrieved. Alright, Honger, you say less. Xiao Nantian was in a good mood now. Since you're here, let's meet. Lieutenant Guo led the way. Xiao Nantian and Xiao Yuhong headed over to the side hall. After taking 2 steps, he turned back to Zhang Yu and said, Zhang Yu, why don't you come along as well? Okay. Without asking why, he nodded and walked behind, to the side room. Just a few people were sitting in the hall. Seeing Xiao Nantian appear, they all stood up and bowed very respectfully to greet him. Elder Xiao, it's nice to finally meet you. You're welcome. You're all the people of Jiangcheng. There's no need to be polite. Xiao Nantian laughed. Those few people stood up straight and saw Zhang Yu behind Xiao Nantian. There was a great kind of surprise shining in all the eyes. I wonder if I'm just getting old and misreading it, but 1,000 times over. The person in the back was, indeed, Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu looked at the people on the hall. The one at the head looked somewhat familiar. After thinking about it in his head for a while, isn't this Wu Zhangliang from the Jiangcheng War Reserve District? Seen it on TV in the news. Raced his son. Other than that, there were no other interactions. And I didn't expect to see myself on the Xiao family's alibi. Master, I wonder who this is. Wu Zhangliang knew that the person who could follow the old man to appear here would definitely not be simple. He was also trying to figure out what kind of relationship Zhang Yu and the Xiao family had. Oh, by way of introduction, he is the great benefactor who saved me. Zhang Yu, Xiao Nantian said. This, on the other hand, is the commanding officer of the Jiangcheng War Reserve District, Wu Zhangliang. Hello. Zhang Yu and Wu Zhangliang shook hands. Expressions of friendship. It's like each other never knew who was across from each other before. Others, too, introduced themselves. This, and even Sarikam. Sherikhan actually didn't want to be wrapped up in being here, because he came as a minor player and couldn't say anything at all. But there was no way around it. Jing Chu's superior, as well as Wu Zhangliang, who was on the same level as his superior, had all come, so he himself could only come to act as a little Karami. When he saw Zhang Yu, Sha Ruikon's entire body was skeptical. What the hell? Zhang Yu had actually become a guest of the Xiao family? What the hell happened?
There were too many big shots on the scene, and he didn't dare to talk too much. The mind was desperately brainstorming. Could it be that he had met Xiao Yuhong when he was at Pan Mountain? She happened to be in the mountains that day. Could it be that the two are already on good terms and already have a deep friendship? No way. This is too fast. And what kind of person is Xiao Yuhong? Can't think of any other possibility. Don't all stand. Sit down and talk. Elder Xiao sat down on the eunuch chair in the middle of the hall. The others, too, were seated on either side. The people who came were all big names in Jiangcheng. All are seated silently, according to actual social status. Wu Zhangliang is the first one on the left. The others sit apart in order, with Sarikhan in 6th place. Zhang Yu, come sit over here. Xiao Nantian pointed to the chair in the center of the hall to the right. The left is honored. The empty seat on the right. No one in Jiangcheng was qualified to sit yet. Even if Wu Zhangliang came, he could only sit down. But the old man so has commanded. These top people on the scene exploded. There was incredulity in his eyes. What the hell? Elder Xiao Nantian. Surprisingly, let him sit on top. That means more honorable than all of them. Who understands? They were all over 50 years of age, and had reigned in Jiangcheng for decades, and had long been the best in their respective fields. I can't believe I was doubled by a 20-something kid today. If Xiao Nantian is not old and dizzy, then it is really a powerful character that should not be underestimated. Xia Ruweikong didn't care because Zhang Yu had no grudge against him. He himself also entrusted his daughter Sasha to him to help discipline her. So theoretically, the higher Zhang Yu's status, the happier he was. Wu Zhengliang's face, however, was ugly. He had always been proud and conceited, and in the halls of the Xiao family, no one was above him except the old master. And he still determined in his heart that Zhang Yu was the culprit who caused his son, Wu Iluan, to become a vegetable, and had not yet had time to settle the score with him. He just sat on it? What's going to happen? Gee, my grandpa told you to sit down, so come on over. Xiao Yuhong also said to Zhang Yu. It seemed that grandpa really treated him as a great benefactor, and he himself would have to pay more careful attention to him in the future. If there was anything he needed, if he could help himself, it was a matter of his word. Since Elder Xiao has ordered it, then I'll take it as a compliment. Zhang Yu smiled. Then under the watchful eyes of the people on both sides of the room, he walked up to the hall and sat down on the seat to the right. Since everyone's here, Xiao Nantian looked at the scene. You are all the top figures of Jiang City. What is it that you are looking for the old man for? Just go ahead and say it. The following people looked at me and I looked at you. None of them knew how to speak. Commander Wu, didn't you place several obeisances, saying you wanted to find me? Why don't you say anything when you see me today? Xiao Nantian looked at Wu Zhangliang. Hearing this, Wu Zhangliang hurriedly said, Elder Xiao, you are my master's master. My junior has long admired you for a long time. There is nothing to it. I just want to pay you a visit. What he had meant to say was something else. But now, seeing the situation in front of him, it's not like he's a cutie. How could he think of bringing it up? Is that so? Xiao Nantian frowned. Chapter 107 A $10 billion meet and greet gift. Xiao Nantian just frowned. Wu Zhangliang, nervous, immediately stood up. Elder Xiao, it's really like this. It's just that I've admired you for a long time and wanted to pay you a visit on behalf of the Jiangcheng Battle Reserve District. In fact, how dare he say what he really came for? Seeing that Zhang Yu was so highly regarded by him, he even sat on the hall, higher than everyone else. So nothing could be said. Nothing could be said. Since the last time, Ma Weig was people, by a group of people to smash mechanical equipment. And how you can't find out where that group came from. Wu Zhangliang then realized that there must be someone behind the scenes covering Zhang Yu. Or another possibility was that Zhang Yu's ability was able to be strong enough to have such a mysterious organization working for him. So, he then wanted to use Elder Xiao Nanshan's pathway to get the information support unit to thoroughly check out Zhang Yu's background. Because Xiao Nanshan's granddaughter is a major general of the information force, he has made a lot of great achievements. And with the equipment and technology available to the information force, it is really not too easy to find out who. So, learning that Xiao Nantian had come to Jiangcheng, Wu Zhangliang just wanted to find out the truth about the truth behind this matter as soon as possible. Through his connections, and all these thoughts all vanished the moment he saw Zhang Yu in the hall. Who dares to mention this? Xiao Nantian had put him in such a high position, and he wasn't a little cutie. No is good. Xiao Nantian smiled. You are all great people from this side of Jiangcheng, from all walks of life. I'm very happy that you guys came to see me. I hope you guys can continue to work hard. That's for sure. People from all walks of life, military, political and business, nodded their heads and said, right. Xiao Nantian said, this Mr. Zhang Yu, some of you here may know him, while some of you are just seeing him for the first time. Then, What I want to say is that in the future when he's in Jiangcheng, everyone try to provide him with as much convenience as possible, even if it's to give the old man a face. Elder Xiao is overstating things. Xia Ruweikong hurriedly stood up and said, I know Mr. Zhang Yu, he's young and promising, and there's definitely room for higher development in the future. Xia Ruweikong, this is not only a statement in front of Elder Xiao, but also his own true thoughts. Who would have thought? Originally, he thought that Zhang Yu was just in business and had no small amount of achievements. Now, even Elder Xiao, who was far away from the capital, thought so highly of him that he didn't know what the reason was. It was as if Zhang Yu was Xiao Nanchen's recreated parent. Oh, Secretary Xia knows something about Mr. Zhang? Xiao Nantian said. That's right, Master. Xia Ruweikong nodded. In fact, Mr. Zhang is currently preparing to set up a bank, and we are doing our best to help him unclog all the joints. Private banks? Xiao Yuhong, who was on the side, also thought of the message she had found on her cell phone. Unintentionally. Secretary Xia, are you saying that that private bank is an industry under Zhang Yu? That's right, Major General Xiao. Xia Ruweikong to Xia Yuhong, directly referred to him by his official position. That is also just one of the industries under Zhang Yu. Ahem. Xiao Nantian laughed. Since Mr. Zhang is going to open a bank, capital-wise, I still ask for your support. Don't worry, Elder Xiao. On the hall, another man took a stand. We are going to deposit all of the company's cash reserves into Mr. Zhang's bank. The amount isn't much, about 10 billion or so. Consider it as a welcome gift to Mr. Zhang. Over 10 billion. Zhang Yu couldn't help but glance at the man, one of the top riches of Jingchu province. The company's cash flow, which is a surprisingly high $10 billion, is still scary and indicates a very good financial position. Then I thank you in advance. Zhang Yu said politely. 10 billion, injected directly into the bank. The banks then use that money, take it and lend it out, eating the interest spread in the middle. That's like starting a bank without capital. A bank, let alone $10 billion, would have a hell of a time trying to pull in $1 billion in deposits. And now, it's just a word from Master Xiao. The $10 billion will then be injected directly into the bank once it is formally established. The pie, when you think about it, is just too delicious. As soon as this person took a position, the others also followed one after another, saying that they would give Zhang Yu's industrial development and provide all kinds of help they could. Zhang Yu was not polite and accepted everything. Well, since we're all pretty much done talking, let's all disperse and go our separate ways. Xiao Nantian yawned and stood up, seemingly sleepy. Grandpa, then let me help you back to your room to rest for a while, Xiao Yuhong said. No, you can see the guests off. Elder Xiao said he could do it, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, Honger, do you have Zhang Yu's contact information? Not yet. Xiao Yuhong froze for a moment, then said, today was only the second time he met with Zhang Yu, and he hadn't said a few words the last time he met. In that case, add Zhang Yu's phone number in WeChat, and get in touch more often in the future, Xiao Nantian said. Zhang Yu. Xiao Yuhong had no choice but to take out her cell phone and walk over to Zhang Yu, and he had just heard Xiao Nanchen's words, taking out his cell phone as well. Since it's the old man's intention, let's leave each other a contact. After Xiao Yuhong saved his WeChat and phone number, it was only with some hindsight that he smacked out some other flavors from Zhang Yu's words. What does it mean? She secretly thought in her heart. Did Zhang Yu leave my contact information for the sake of Grandpa's face? Couldn't I hold it in front of him? After glancing at Zhang Yu, Xiao Yuhong felt that the goodwill in her heart was activated. Who doesn't know my reputation in the army? And the number one beauty in the army. I don't know how many dignitaries would like to be related to my Xiao family. This Zhang Yu, on the contrary, is still really special. There was no semblance of blasphemy or anticipation to be seen in his eyes. The tone of the eyes was flat and polite, unadulterated by any purposefulness. This in turn, Xiao Yuhong would not be able to straighten it out. For the first time in my life, I was actually doubting myself, and the whole thing was a little unsure of myself. Xiao Nantian looked at his granddaughter. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile a little. It was the first time I had ever seen my granddaughter with such an expression on her face. It seems that this Zhang Yu appeared at a really good time. The granddaughter's life's work may be solved. I also wonder what Zhang Yu's relationship status is now. Xiao Nantian knew that he was overly charismatic and would attract countless girls. But, no matter what, he had to think more for his granddaughter and create more opportunities. And so, Xiao Nantian said to Zhang Yu, Mr. Zhang, I will still be in Jiangcheng in the next few days, so please come often when you are free and help me regulate my body. You're welcome, Master. Then I'll come when I have time. Chapter 108, The Three Stewardesses, A Testament Before Departure.
Zhang Yu also laughed. Although the toxins in Xiao Nanshan's body were forced out of his body. However, the criteria for complete healing have not been met. There are still some toxins left in the body. Something that needs to be looked at again. Wu Zhangliang, Sha Ruikong and the others walked to the door at this time. Seeing that the old master invited Zhang Yu to come to the Xiao family more often, the shock in his heart goes without saying. They tried to visit the old man, and they all floundered a few times, and they didn't see him until today. Instead, the old man's attitude towards Zhang Yu was to take the initiative to invite him to come at any time without making an appointment. This was enough to prove that the old man held him in high regard. Perhaps, in the future, even Xiao Yu Hong, the little cotton coat, would be worn away by Zhang Yu. At that time, his identity would be Elder Zhao's granddaughter-in-law. What this means goes without saying. As a result, all of them had made up their minds, knowing that they could not easily offend Zhang Yu in the future. Commander Wu Zhangliang left the Xiao family's other compound, got into a black business car on the side of the road. In the car, Ma Weiguo then hurriedly asked, "Well, what did the old man say? Isn't it true? We can have further big actions? Get your men, all of them, to withdraw." "What? All of them?" Ma Weiguo was a bit surprised. "I've only just dispatched all of my people. I haven't settled the score with him for the last time the car was smashed." Wu Zhangliang leaned on the back of his chair and said helplessly, "All of the previously released missions regarding Zhang Yu have all been withdrawn. Thereafter, this matter, no more mention is allowed." It was completely irrelevant what the background behind Zhang Yu was. There's no point in checking anymore. He now, explicitly, had the Xiao family behind him. As for the dark side, whether there are other forces, that can't affect the outcome. In just a few short days, Zhang Yu had become the most unmissable person in Jiangchang, even if he is, as he is, only a businessman. But one knows in one's heart that it will have to do. Wu Yiluan is now a vegetable and can only recognize his own bad luck. Luckily he has other descendants who are not extinct. Otherwise, if this matter goes on, it is unknown whether he can still keep his position as commanding officer. But, haven't I made myself clear enough? Stop it all. When Wu Zhangliang saw that Ma Weiguo was still pestering him, he somewhat couldn't help but want to lash out. "Yes, Commander Wu," Ma Weiguo said in a grey voice. The air in his eyes came up short. He was able to get to where he was now because Wu Zhangliang was behind him. It's the equivalent of being your own boss. The bosses have said they won't allow it. So what else can one do but comply? Drive. After Wu Zhangliang calmed down a bit, he signaled the driver to drive. "Ma Weiguo, when you go down there, order it to be disbanded as soon as possible, and don't show your face." Then, Wu Zhangliang's car then left the Xiao family residence. Ma Weiguo got out of the car and his fists clenched as he witnessed his car leaving. "Zhang Yu, we're back." Riverside House. Lu Hanxiao. The three of them rushed back from the Zhongheng company. All three of them were in a very good mood, because their leave of absence was granted without any problem. "As soon as we get the next few days of workload out of the way, we'll be ready for an almost half-month-long vacation. It's only one longer vacation a year." In their hearts, of course, they were happy. But, upon returning home, I found the large house to be empty. Zhang Yu is not there. Xiong Tingting should have gone to the bank to do the entry formalities and did not come back. "Hey, isn't the landlord home?" Pan Yuyao turned around and went to the second floor to look at it as well. There was no sign of Zhang Yu. "Probably out," D. Saba said. "It's getting late, so why don't you guys go ahead and get what you need to get ready and put it in your suitcases," Lu Hanxiao commanded. On this mission, due to the centralization of the flights, it was not possible to return for several days. So there are more items to prepare than usual. 2. It was now only 2 hours before we had to get to the airport, and it was still a tight squeeze. After Lu Hanxiao had finished ordering, he took a trip to the second floor himself. It was discovered that Zhang Yu was indeed not at home. "Zhang Yu, where have you been?" Unable to resist, she sent a message anyway. "I'm outside." "What's wrong?" Zhang Yu replied. "Oh, nothing much, we'll be flying soon. In that case, you guys be safe, and if there's anything you need to do at home, just talk to Xiong Tingting." See his reply. Lu Hanxiao suddenly felt a bit of a sense of loss. Doesn't he know we're going to be gone for a few days this time? Heck, it's just intentional. Scumbag. It's just scumbag. I wanted to see you on my way out, but you didn't even realize how much I wanted to see you. Pissed off, she thought to herself. The realization came with a jolt. Something's wrong. Something's totally wrong. One's current emotions were unexpectedly being completely taken by Zhang Yu. Every move he made tugged at his own emotions. One couldn't help but think that he wouldn't be able to see Zhang Yu for these next 4 to 5 days. Will the inner thoughts of love be flooded? She jerked her thoughts back to find the room unmoving. Walking over to Di Xiaoba's and Pan Yuyao's rooms,
he found both of them in a daze.
Pan Yuyao's mouth was still chanting, "Dead octopus, stinky octopus," or something like that. "Why aren't you guys moving?" Lu Hanxiao said. "The time is almost up. If you're late, you won't be able to catch up." With that, he went back to his room to pack his things himself. After organizing things and putting them back in the box, she zipped up the case and got back on her feet. "By the way, do you guys want to bring that?" Pan Yuyao probed and asked at this time. "Have to bring some, I guess." With the irregular routine and the jet lag, "Guess it's not good," Lu Hanxiao said. Di Xiaoba over here didn't say anything, and in her heart, she suddenly realized a problem. It's not right. Seems like the days are long gone, but it didn't come? "Barb, what are you thinking?" Lu Hanxiao asked. "No, sister dash." Di Saba returned to her senses and continued to collect her things. "Barb, why don't you bring it?" Pan Yuyao, at this time, came over and asked again. "Oh, look at my memory," she responded and then loaded some. Lu Hanxiao looked at her and fell into doubt. This time, the door to the house opened. "It's Tina Xiong who's back. You guys are leaving, huh?" She was carrying some vegetables, fruits and saw the trio collecting their things and asked. "Yeah, I'm going away for a few days this time, so I'll be working hard on the house," Lu Hanxiao said. "Especially Zhang Yu." The second half of that sentence didn't come out. "Sister Xiao, it's too much for you to say that." Xiong Tingting smiled. "Then you guys eat something first. What do you want to eat? I'll make it now." Chapter 109, The Girl in the Alley. "There's some time to lose. We need to get going. You can't just take a vacation and be late, can you? Bad influence." "Well, you guys bring fruit and eat it on the way." Xiong Tingting hurriedly took the fruits in the bag and took them out to share. "Yeah, there's my favorite sunshine rose, so I'm welcome." Pan Yuyao was still so heartless. "Then take more." Xiong Tingting stuffed her suitcase with fruit. "Barb, are you not feeling well?" Lu Hanxiao became silent when she saw her good sister not saying a word at this moment. So asked. "No sister dash." Di Xiaoba smiled. "Let's grab and go. You guys take care on the road. And send a message when you get there." Xiong Tingting eyed the trio and pushed the box and opened the door to leave. Wait for them to get into the elevator. She began to pack the groceries she had just bought. Today, with the assistance of Secretary Yang, the formalities for joining the company were successfully completed. Since the bank is not yet official, come back and wait for a notice. When the call comes one day, it's time to start working. The salary is set at 20,000 a month. CPF bilateral 5K. There is also a 20 to 30% performance bonus at the end of the year, linked to the actual effectiveness of the bank. It was a treatment she never expected. Even if you turn up at JAC, the treatment is a bit less than this. I don't know how to express the gratitude in my heart, and I thought that when I came back today, I would make some good dishes and thank Zhang Yu properly. Now that the landlord, Zhang Yu, was not at home, she did some preparations first. Prepare the dishes first, and when he comes back, you can just fire them up. Thinking so, the heart suddenly felt, isn't it like a wife waiting for her lover to come home? The same mood, couldn't help but blush. Xiong Tingting, you've brought yourself in too deep. Landlord Zhang Yu is the sun. I'm just a blade of grass. I'm satisfied to be irradiated by the sun. How can I be greedy and want to monopolize the daylight? Her perception of herself was still very clear. There will be no excess of nonchalance. As for the other three people in Lu Hanxiao Pan Yuyao, what she had in mind was, he was the last to come. So naturally he still had to lower his profile and do his part. Don't make any trouble. As long as one serves the landlord to the best of one's ability on this day, just do what he tells you to do. This way, after Zhang Yu left the Xiao family's rented alibi, he was also preparing to return to Binjiangfu. However, when they went back, Lu Hanxia and the three of them were definitely not at home. But, thankfully, there's Tina Xiong. There's no need to worry about it for the next few days. Never mind that she was the last to live in Riverside House and gave herself the most emotional value. As to why not here, since Zhang Yu didn't drive when he came to Zhao's house. When he came back, he also politely refused Xiao Yu Hong's request to send it. Instead, they come back on their own, because the rented Aliyah to Riverside House is not really far. It's only 4 or 5 kilometers. It's only an hour or so away. If you walk fast, just right for a walk and a nice view. It was pretty much the same as the other pedestrians on the road. But who would have thought that the one who was rubbing shoulders with them was a mysterious big shot? Ah, look, that handsome guy, so handsome, and 185 in size. Really my ideal type. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. You're asking the wrong question. It's not whether he has a girlfriend. It's how many. I feel like 7 days a week. Probably every day is unrepeatable. Keep your voices down all of you. He seems to have a lot of status. He's the owner of a Lamborghini, a vegetarian singer-songwriter at a concert,
and a miracle doctor who saved an old man's life.
No way. All of him? This is too much. Hey, where is everyone?
They looked down to finish checking their messages,
and when they looked up, where could they see the handsome man's figure from earlier? At this moment,
Zhang Yu had already walked to a small alley,
preparing to take a shortcut. Suddenly,
a man came out in front. She was wearing a pleated skirt and a slim white blouse. It also looks gorgeous.
Chen Yuan?
Zhang Yu recognized her. She hadn't seen it since the last time she'd come to see the fireworks at the Riverside Mansion.
And she hadn't seen it since then. How did you run into her here?
Only Chen Wan looked at him, her face slightly flustered. It was as if the eyes were signaling,
telling him to go quickly. You're Zhang Yu, right? At that moment, a group of people came out of the slash.
A bald fat man at the head of the group flicked Chen Wan to the side and walked towards Zhang Yu.
You are?
Zhang Yu didn't recognize him.
He also didn't know that the Cine group, secretly,
had taken care of a few things for himself.
Is this someone from Wuiluan's side, trying to come after yourself? Zhang Yu, I'm Chen Wan's brother, Chen Kai. Anything? The fat man, who was only 165, even a little shorter than Chen Wan, tilted his head and said, I heard that my sister was bullied by you. You're still not responsible for it, so I came to ask you how it was. Chen Kai, stop it, I volunteered. Chen Wan panicked at the side and said, don't you go messing with him. Recruitment? Chen Kai laughed. Zhang Yu,
I heard that you are quite famous recently. Also developed.
How? Also give us some flower chanting? You sound like you're trying to blackmail someone, don't you?
Zhang Yu was also aware of the few of them and what their intentions were.
Chen Wan shouldn't have taken the initiative to say anything about this. After all,
she still wanted something with herself.
Then the odds are, it was this punk, Chen Kai,
who accidentally saw the messages and photos on her cell phone. Then it occurred to him to try to knock some money out of himself. Since Chen Wan knew her home address, and this place was close to Riverside House, probably squatted and stood guard here a long time ago.
It's kind of a painstaking effort.
Just, what kind of status does Zhang Yu have now? There are 100 ways to make these punks their pants.
So, too, there was no panic at all. What do you mean by blackmail? Chen Kai said, my sister's innocence, ruined by you. How can she marry in the future? If you don't pay up, I'll eat you up today.
I said so. The invincible man is just that. The richer they are, the more they want to bumper stickers instead. That's why it's better to offend a gentleman than a villain.
Just like a dog's skin. It's disgusting when it's wrapped around you. Just you guys? If you have the sense, make way for him to pass. At this time, behind the crowd,
a young girl's scolding voice appeared.
Zhang Yu looked back. Just a girl in a hat, arms wrapped around her,
standing at the mouth of the alley. The light jacket swayed slightly in the wind.
The lining inside shows off a good figure.
It looks like a regular gym workout with two nice waistlines on her belly. She looked at Chen Kai and these few people,
and in her smile, there was an overriding feeling. Girls reference chart. Chapter 110, she called you, master? Let him through.
Zhang Yu looked at the girl with the hat in front of him. Her body and face were hot,
but that temper is just as explosive. For a while, Zhang Yu did not know what was the origin of this girl. Rather, I'd like to see it before I say it. Hey, you little girl.
Chen Kai was furious at this time. How could someone come to disturb his good deed? Then he fixed his eyes again and saw that the girl in front of him was quite good looking. The slim-fitting t-shirt revealed a snow-white cleavage.
Couldn't help but see the color as well. Little girl, why are you alone? Do you want me to take you home?
Ha! Chen Kai stepped forward and stretched out a pair of salty hands to take advantage.
Just you?
That girl yelled and swung her leg in place. The toe of the shoe was raised high,
and a foot hooked Chen Kai's chin. Chen Kai only felt the teeth in his mouth bite into his tongue,
spitting out large mouthfuls of blood in pain.
Brother Chen Kai, are you alright? A few of the men were dumbfounded. Is this girl so flexible? A kick to the jaw? Asterisk. Give me on.
Chen Kai touched the blood on his hand and was furious. He was also a little famous in this area, but today he was actually beaten by a little girl.
If word gets out, you'll never get along again. With his command, the men, at once, yelled and rushed toward her. It doesn't matter that there are now more people than there are people. If she can't fight, it's time for me to step in.
Zhang Yu calmly watched the situation on the field from the sidelines. He himself now had a super strong physique granted by the system. There was no problem at all in dealing with these few minions.
However, the next scene, on the contrary, made Zhang Yu's eyes widen, only to see that girl, facing a siege of 6 or 7 people, was as light as a swallow in the narrow alley. Borrowing a dumpster by the wall, he stomped and stepped, using the momentum to get airborne.
A leg swept out across the air and several people fell in response. Awesome legwork. Zhang Yu was surprised in his heart. This move, it's beautiful. Several people were knocked down one after another, and the remaining few were even more uptight, charging up like crazy. However, the girl was on both feet the entire time and didn't use her hands at all. In a matter of 3 seconds, they all fell to the ground. A few of them even clicked a few times and broke their ribs. There were a few others who landed ass first, presumably with broken sciatic bones, all lying on the ground wailing, unable to get up. Who would have thought that her pair of thighs, round and slender, which were supposed to be the embodiment of beauty, would become a weapon to hurt people? Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel that even those few minions had still earned it. The next time you can be kicked to the ground by a leg like that, you don't know when it's going to be. How's that? My 2 strokes, okay? The girl looked at Chen Kai. There was a teasing smirk in his eyes. Go, let's go. Chen Kai knew that he had met a tough opponent today, and hurriedly greeted a few of his men and quickly fled the scene. Without looking back, he couldn't even care about his own sister, Chen Wan. Chen Wan was terrified at this time. Her hands were shrunk in front of her chest, her legs were soft with fear, and she wanted to run but it was like her feet were glued to the ground. Zhang Yu, I really didn't know that my brother would know about us. I didn't do it on purpose. She begged for mercy, 2 lines of tears coming down her face. It doesn't look like an act. It should be real fear. It had better be, or my master will not spare you, that sister said, then walked towards Zhang Yu. Master, she cried out, then respectfully, dropped to one knee, one arm across his chest. Zhang Yu's mind was a bit confused. This sister he didn't know, and she called him master? He quickly remembered that the Cine Group, which he had acquired, was the largest underground force in the world. It seems that this sister is the person that Cine Group has planted in Zhangcheng. I can't imagine that the body is quite good. Before she did it just now, who would have thought that she would be able to dry out so many people by herself without taking a breath? It's decisive, and the man is ruthless. Not bad, not bad. If everyone under his own banner was as capable of fighting as Master Yi, he would really be walking sideways. She called you, Master? Chen Wan's eyes widened, as if her mind was thinking the wrong way. She knew that Zhang Yu was rich now, but to be able to take one with such a good body and train him to call him master? Is this girl so submissive? In her head, she didn't even have the concept of the Cine Group. The only understanding of the so-called underground forces is like Chen Kai. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Kai hadn't even entered the door in front of the real underground forces. It's just a roadside punk. Well, there's nothing more for you to do here. Zhang Yu sent Chen Wan away. There's nothing to say. Chen Wan could only fall back, dragging her own steps, and leave the alley. Heartfelt remorse. Originally, there was a desire to find Zhang Yu once more and tell his heart, but just as he opened his cell phone, he was suddenly seen by Chen Kai, and then there was this current scene. After such an incident, it is completely impossible to do so in the future. What's your name? After Chen Wan left, Zhang Yu opened his mouth and asked, Master, I don't have a name. Everyone calls me, Wild Child. Noko? Zhang Yu smiled. This naming was really random, but it's normal. In the Cine Group, there are a lot of people who are orphans without fathers or mothers, and only in this way, there are no worries, thus turning into a sharp weapon. Guess that's how it is with Noko. So what position do you hold on the Zhangcheng side? Zhang Yu asked. Back to my master. I'm in charge of the Zhangcheng branch in general. Currently the Zhangcheng branch has grown to 500 people. Nozomi explained. I'll be damned. It's the head of the Zhangcheng branch? Zhang Yu was surprised. So young and so good at fighting. To be in charge. I'm sure he's beaten everyone in return. Very well. Does the River City branch have enough funding now? Zhang Yu asked. Back to master. Our Zhangcheng branch has shares in a number of KTVs and earth-moving companies, and the monthly dividends are sufficient. Nozomi replied. Good. Then if it's okay, you can go back. I'm ready to go home. Yes, master. Nozomi nodded. Here's my contact info. If you need anything, just select channel 1 and summon anytime. With that, she handed over a walkie-talkie. What a great thing to have. Walkie-talkies are useful regardless of signal or geography, as long as they're within a certain distance. Put it this way, Nozomi should also be secretly operating near the perimeter, thus keeping herself safe. Then, with that, Nozomi turned around and left the alley. Zhang Yu watched her back disappear and glanced down at the walkie-talkie in his hand. Laughing a little, he got ready to go back to Riverside House. At this time, in his mind, a message from the system suddenly popped up, surprising him. Chapter 111 Unexpected News. Mr. Wu hiccuped. At this point, Wu Zhangliang and Master Ma both gathered in the hospital. I'm sorry, Commander Wu. We did our best.
Several doctors and nurses in white coats couldn't raise their heads in front of Wu Zhangliang. You guys? What do you mean? Hurry up and resuscitate. Wu Zhangliang growled. The sound echoed through the corridor. I'm sorry, we've done our best to resuscitate him for 5 hours. Mr. Wu. He wasn't saved. A couple of doctors? Cringing. Wu Zhangliang was furious and hammered his fist on the wall. A lot of siding has come off in droves. Commander Wu. This matter? It has nothing to do with Zhang Yu. We want revenge. Ma Weiguo was heartbroken when he learned that Wu Yiluan had not been resuscitated. Hey, that's just it. Wu Zhangliang sighed helplessly. Wu Yiluan had this calamity, and it was also his bad fate. Find someone to arrange the aftermath. No, Commander, just let it go? Ma Weiguo's eyes were red. What else can happen? Zhang Yu is no longer something I can afford to mess with. If I count any more, it'll just be him that I fold in. With that, Wu Zhangliang lifted his leg and left the hospital corridor. Mr. Wu, this matter, I won't let it go. Ma Weiguo's heart said. Hearing footsteps, he looked up to see that it was Xiao Yuhong from the Xiao family who had come. During the time that the old master was in Zhangchang, she was the one who carried out a lot of the walks with many people in Zhangchang. Is Wu Yiluan really dead? Xiao Yuhong asked as she looked at the wrong atmosphere in front of her. Yes, Ms. Xia, the doctor replied. Okay. Xiao Yuhong didn't know what to say inside. After standing silently for a moment, he turned away. I didn't realize that he was really dead? Zhang Yu was still a bit surprised when he saw the system's prompt of erase card cancelled successfully. At that time, Wu Yiluan tumbled down the hill and fell into a vegetative state. Thought that was the maximum effect of the obliteration card. It didn't occur to me that after a few days, he was still dead. There's still a big difference between dying at the scene and dying from resuscitation. For a while, Zhang Yu also felt a bit saddened. Not that I'm sighing for Wu Yiluan. It just seems that the power of the obliteration card is, well, too great. As soon as it's used, a life is immediately lost. That's a bit of a big play for a prop like that. He's on his way back. The news of Wu Yiluan's death spread on some very niche websites, especially the dark web. Great news. Wu Yiluan, the second son of Commander Wu of Jiangchang, passed away after medical treatment. I thought we said at the time that it was saved and that the vital signs were stable. How did it suddenly take a sharp turn for the worse? I'm not sure. It still feels a bit fishy. Although the official characterization is that it was an accident, there are still suspicions. I think so too. At that time, that race, the current owner of the Cine Group, Zhang Yu, was racing with him. Could it be that something was moved behind the scenes? This would be interesting. If we can really find evidence that it's Zhang Yu, won't we be able to play nice? The people on the darknet were all excited now. Just right. In the bounty area, there were also messages sent out, soliciting for Zhang Yu's weaknesses. The bounty is up to $100 million. For a while, Zhang Yu became the head of the person with the largest bounty on the darknet. Of course, the people of the Cine Group were not idle. Warn everyone on the dark web that they're not allowed to do anything rash. Our Cine Group has the ability to find out the background of every ID. If you don't want to mess with the Cine Group, dismiss all thoughts before it's too late. Faced with a clear warning sign from the Cine Group, many organizations quickly wimped out. Going against the Cine Group is clearly a losing business. That $100 million. If you have the life to earn it, you may not have the life to spend it. Most people's thoughts are, forget it, don't bother with this trouble. Landlord, you're back. When Zhang Yu entered the house, Xiong Tingting was wearing an apron and was busy in the kitchen. The pungent aroma of the dish drilled into his nostrils. Landlord, get ready to wash your hands for dinner. The food is almost ready. Tina Xiong added. There was a fine sweat on his forehead because he was busy. A few strands of hair, too, were stuck to his forehead in a particularly beautiful way. Zhang Yu sat down and looked at her. So far, if it's the one that brings the best experience, it's naturally her, because she has two acrobatics that no one else has. It's a feeling that's easy to get addicted to. Come here. Zhang Yu waved at her. Landlord. Xiong Tingting also realized what he meant. Despite preparing myself mentally, though, I sweat a lot. It's okay. Zhang Yu smiled. Looking at his smile, she thought for a moment before putting down the dish in her hand. It's just a matter of loyalty. Skip 10,000 words below. When Xiong Tingting looked at the table again, several dishes had long since gotten cold. Landlord, the food is cold. Let me heat it up. No need. I'm not very hungry. Zhang Yu yawned. I want to go up to bed. Good. So, do you need me to do anything? Tina Xiong asked. It's not like you need to do anything. You clean up and go to bed early too. Zhang Yu appeared to be incomparably calm at this time. Then it was off to the second floor. A prompt came from the system. Xiong Tingting's star count rose to 9. 8. Zhang Yu's inner OS, I'll fight you with this system. Was getting a little emotional. Suddenly in the system, another message popped up. Host upgrade successful. Current level LV3. Unlock a new character slot. Holy, no. Zhang Yu looked at the prompt sent from the system and was somewhat disbelieving. It took so long to move up to the second level. How did you get to the third level so quickly? With doubts, Zhang Yu looked at the system's upgrade instructions. So it turns out that the speed of upgrading depends on the prestige value that one has gained. It's the number of people you can actually influence. A company with hundreds of employees has only a few hundred direct prestige values. A group with tens of thousands of employees has only tens of thousands of direct prestige values. The scope of these influences are relatively limited. However, having gained support from Elder Shao, the prestige value was huge. The number of people he can directly affect is at least a couple million. None of the influences are on the same level. It can be said that the power of life and death can be held on the end of a lot of people. That's why this upgrade came so quickly. This upgrade was a complete surprise. Zhang Yu was instantly somewhat energized, and the drowsiness he felt just now had completely disappeared. Sit up and get ready to unlock new upgrade rewards as well. Host, please choose the new character slot you need to unlock. The system prompted. Then a few more gray character cards appeared before his eyes. Chapter 112 Pick up Sasha. This ticket. Finally posted. Optional characters this time. Nothing much has changed, and those who weren't selected last time are still up there. A few new people have been added, including Rainbow and Nozomi. Zhang Yu thought about it in his mind. In terms of status, of course it was Xiao Yuhong who was the highest, but it must be relatively difficult to rise to full stars. She's not from Jiangchang, she'll probably leave soon, has little exposure, and her initial star value won't be too high. Others have little direct contact. Think about it. Zhang Yu decided. You're it. Then he settled on the person he wanted to choose. Sasha. Sherry Khan had asked her to be disciplined, so naturally there was plenty of alone time. Wouldn't it be a great opportunity to brush up on your scores? Just brush up on the 10 stars and open another stacked buff version of the blind box yourself. Host's activation of new character card successful. The system prompted. Then he saw, on the panel, the number of stars appear. Current star count, 6 stars. It's kind of nice to have 6 stars after only meeting that one person. After determining your options and exiting the system, Zhang Yu also had a new idea now. He walked to the first floor, where Xiong Tingting was cleaning up the mess at the dining table. I have to go out for a bit. Okay. Xiong Tingting nodded her head and watched his back disappear into the doorway with an empty feeling. Damn Zhang Yu. Stinky Zhang Yu. Didn't you say you were going to take me out to play? How long has it been? Jiangcheng University, in the girls' dormitory. Sasha was mentally breaking up. Just when she couldn't help it, she wanted to make a call to Zhang Yu, only to see the roommate barge in. Sasha, go out and look. What? Sasha looked at her roommate. Just finish your sentence once and for all. There's someone downstairs looking for you, and he's kinda handsome, so go check it out. What kind of hot guy could there be at this school? Nope, Sasha said. No, he's not from the school and he drives a Rolls-Royce. Rolls-Royce? Sasha popped out of bed at the sound of that. As he rushed out the door, he folded back in front of the mirror, straightened his hair, and made his way down the stairs. At this time, downstairs of the girls' building, countless girls were watching from afar, taking pictures. Wow, this handsome guy is really handsome. There are 25,000 boys in our school, and I can't believe none of them are better than him. And he's rich too, in a Rolls-Royce. No, this Rolls-Royce doesn't seem to be his. It's another rich girl's. He can't be a white boy, driving someone else's car and still coming to our school to pick up girls? That Sha is Secretary Sha's daughter. She's not going to be cheated, is she? What do you know? I don't know how many well-protected millennials have ended up in the scourge of yellow hair. Don't make it look like a couple from that school, groundhogging on the floor. That would be embarrassing. But he's so handsome, even if he gets scourged. I'm willing. That's when Sasha's voice came out. It's her coming, come on. The girls were also making a fool of themselves at this point, and they all dispersed. Only a handful of people, upstairs, remained on the fence. You're finally here. Sasha had her hands behind her back, pawing her feet slightly, and was a little faintly rattled. No, why are you still blushing? It's not like we're a couple. Zhang Yu looked at her expression and laughed. She was still wearing her JK set today and looked youthful. It made him, in his heart, also recall his student days a few years ago. Yes? Sasha touched her face with the back of her hand as if it was a little hot. So what do you say? What's our relationship now? According to your father's intention, we can refer to each other as brother and sister. Zhang Yu laughed. Che, who wants to be your sister? Sasha gave him a blank look, then said, by the way, Where are you taking me? What do you want to play? Zhang Yu asked rhetorically. Don't know yet. Sasha didn't think it through. How about this? Let's go to the mall and pin the dolls, Zhang Yu proposed. Ha! Sasha couldn't help it, and gave a giggle. Come on. I'm not 3 years old, who still plays with kids. Just say yes or no. Zhang Yu said. Go. Sasha nodded quickly. Better than staying in the dormitory. Dad Sherry Khan had given orders. He either stayed in his dorm room or went home. If you want to go out and play, you can only go through Zhang Yu. In a way, she was also taken. Anyway, as long as it gets out of school. As for what to play, wouldn't it be better to sneak away without telling him later? She mentally snickered a little. Zhang Yu watched her expression change and did not say anything. Just smiled. Get in the car then. Sasha nodded before getting into the passenger side of the car and buckling her seatbelt. Zhang Yu couldn't help but skim. The Shah family has a daughter who is growing up. What are you looking at? Sasha asked curiously. Look at you. Zhang Yu looked straight into her eyes. Sasha, who wasn't afraid of anything for a moment, was instead a bit overwhelmed this time when faced with his eyes. Turned his head back himself. Sasha stars are worth 7 points. A new alert came through the system. That's it? And just like that it went up a star? It's a little too easy. Maybe tonight, it's a straight to full stars, and it's good to get behind. Thinking so, Zhang Yu said, sit tight, we're off. He took the Rolls-Royce Cullinan and drove outside the school. No, the two of them, where is this going? At this point, on the side of a road, Su Mei is on duty. Couldn't resist opening the app on my phone. Seeing Sasha surprisingly sitting in the passenger side, Zhang Yu drove the car and was taking her out. However, it also came to mind that Sherry Khan Ming had said that Zhang Yu could take his little cousin Shasha out, so he didn't think much of it. Looking at the distance now, it was not far from the road where he was on duty. Nope, the car was headed this way. Hey, isn't that my sister Su Mei up front? Shasha's eyesight was very good, and at a glance she saw Su Mei in front of her wearing a reflective duty uniform, and hurriedly reached out to greet her. Sister Su Mei! Sister Su Mei! Su Mei was helpless and raised her hand to signal for Zhang Yu to step aside. Then a ticket was ripped off. Co-pilot's head hand out the window. Dangerous maneuver. Punishable. The moment. Good news. Su Mei finally gave Zhang Yu a ticket. The bad news. This ticket is for your own car. Her emotions at this point were mixed. Captain Su. It's really ironic. Looking at the rabbit officer in front of him, Zhang Yu also held the steering wheel and laughed. Sister Su Mei, what time do you get off work? Why don't you come play with us? Sasha made the invitation. Chapter 113, Deborah. What's going on? First things first, where are you going? Su Mei looked at the time. It was almost the point where she got off work. Seeing the two of them, especially Sasha making the invitation, the mind was debating whether to go straight home or what. Zhang Yu said to take me to the mall to catch dolls. Sasha said. Ah, that's it? Su Mei was puzzled. Running out in the middle of the night, just to do these things? Of course not. Sasha raised her head at this point. It's not easy to come out. I've decided that I want to indulge today and not go back to the dormitory. It's a little exciting to think about. Sasha was rebellious before, often absent from school and home again. It caused Su Mei to check her whereabouts and bring her back every time. It's been a long time since I'd been out of the house lately. Now, although there was Zhang Yu with him, Su Mei's psyche was still tense. Indulgence? What do you want again? There was nothing she could do with this freshman cousin. When I'm done getting ready, I'll go to the gaming hotel and play a couple games. The configuration is old and good. Yes, Sasha is also an internet addict. The last time she was at home, with all the important guests, she was also nestled in her room playing games. Not even a cup of tea. Ha! A hotel? Su Mei exclaimed. Shasha and Zhang Yu only met a few times. So undefensive. Want to go to the hotel with him? That's more like it. If Secretary Shai knew that the little cotton jacket would be a problem if someone else wore it away so quickly. Don't even dare tell anyone about it. Originally, Su Mei was also not so eager to go, and when she heard Shasha say so, then she immediately said, then Sasha, I'll stay with you tonight. She would take on the responsibility of guarding her cousin. Great. Sister Su Mei, get in the car. Just a moment. I'll explain to my co-workers. With that, Su Mei walked over to a few members of the team and explained the situation. Don't worry, Captain. We'll return on time after our mission. The team looked at the man in the car from a distance and recognized him as the guy in the Lamborghini from last time. For a while the psyche was thinking, I didn't realize that the two of them were really a happy couple, and that Zhang Yu, driving is still Su Mei's car. According to the direction of the drama, when a plot like this occurs, then it will definitely come together in the end. Zhang Yu had his hands on the steering wheel and looked at Su Mei, who was just so emotional. Now they're even going out of their way to leave early, which is clearly not in line with their usual dedicated persona. It seems that Su Mei is also a sister protector. It's too similar to Lu Hanxiao. Lu Hanxiao was protecting and filling himself in. That's something the beginning self didn't expect. In the beginning, she was the most aloof of the three. Achoo! At this time, 10,000 meters above the sky, Lu Hanxia sneezed. Who's cursing me? She said. It's not me, Crew Chief Lu. Pan Yuyo looked at her with innocent eyes. Are you underdressed? It's still a little chilly in the cabin. And okay. Lu Hanxiao shook his head. A quick glance at D-Saber revealed that she was leaning back on the stewardess' special stool. Her eyes closed as she rested. Barb, are you not feeling well? Lu Hanxiao asked. From the moment I left the house, I could see that something was wrong. I'd been like a chicken with no energy the whole way. It doesn't burn. Ha! Pan Yuyo reached out her hand and tried it on her forehead, finding that it wasn't burning. Again, with his own forehead, he pressed it against hers. It's all normal. What's up with Barb these days? Pan Yuyo asked. Lu Hanxiao didn't speak at this time. She mentally counted the hours and suddenly realized. You don't think so? Did Dixie Bar get hit? Though the two men were, with each other, already confirming the situation. But in front of Pan Yuyo, it's not good to ask. And here's another question. If you do get hit, what to do? Lu Hanxia's head was spinning just thinking about it. Blame it on Zhang Yu. Crew Chief Lu. I'm just a little tired. I'll be fine after some rest. Di Shiba laughed at this point. Barb, why don't you, when you land, go to the hospital and get checked out? Pan Yuyo said. Big deal. I'm not sleeping. Accompany you. How does that work? Lu Hanxiao shook her head. If you really want to go to the hospital, it's better for me to accompany her. You're still young. You can't understand a lot of things. Okay then. Pan Yuyo could only nod her head when she was told this. Barb, if you really don't feel well you must say so. Don't force yourself to hold on. There are still several days behind us. I know. Thanks Yuyo. Di Xiaoba nodded. Let's go check out the front and give Barb a break, Lu Hanxiao said. Listening to the sound of footsteps moving away, Di Xiaoba also opened her eyes. The mind began to think away. You don't think so? With such a small probability, is it really hit? The heart was also a little messed up at this point. How can I face everyone in the house from now on? She craned her head to look out. Only the plane had just crossed over a city. The city was brightly lit, and not far from the lights, there was a huge dark shadow. It looks like an unnamed island. There were no lights on it, indicating no signs of human habitation. Lu Crew Chief look. Pan Yuyo also realized at this time that the plane was crossing a large island. This island is so big. What's it called? Let's see. Lu Hanxiao had a map in his head for a long time and thought for a moment. The city that he just flew over should be Coconut City. This island, looking at the distance, is only a few dozen kilometers away from Coconut City, and it seems to be an island on the southern bay. But I don't know exactly what it's called. South Bay? Pan Yuyo's limited knowledge of geography couldn't help but wonder. Isn't this the bay that intersects with South Vietnam? This island, I don't think it's been pulled clear. It's supposed to be an uninhabited island? Who knows? Lu Hanxiao shook his head. I do think that if this island is developed into a tourist attraction, it can definitely become the most beautiful island attraction in the world. It's better than any Maldives, so we won't have to go so far in the future. Pan Yuyo couldn't help but fantasize. I wonder if it would be nice if someone could develop it. This island, it's big enough. At a first approximation, it is as big as two Galanjiu Islands, and it's close to Coconut City, completely in the Coconut City of each other's horns, become the Southern Sea tourism twin star. However, this level of development can be at the national level. One can't manage it on one's own. After a sigh, it was time to get back to work. At this point, Zhang Yu was driving the car. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in his head. Host, a random blind box reward is now dropping. Please check. Chapter 114 Randomly Dropping Blind Boxes. I Become an Islander? Check. It was the first time that Zhang Yu had come across a randomly dropped reward given by the system. For a moment, there was no option to wait, but rather to find out what reward was dropped. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a Southern Bay Island. South Bay. The islands? Zhang Yu was startled. It's not even close to the industry or whatever it is that you've acquired so far. And it's still so far from Jiangcheng. The plane has to fly for 2 hours. The island is located in the middle of the Southern Bay, and due to various issues, this island is now completely privately owned. The island covers an area of about 100 square kilometers, with more than 40% of the island covered by forests and a south-facing coastline of 20 kilometers. It has a high north and low south distribution. The island's beautiful scenery and pleasant climate have high development value. Not bad for a system. After acquiring an island of this size, wouldn't it be completely your own private territory? The movie says there are no restrictions out on the high seas. Not only is it out on the high seas, but it's still completely your own territory. Later on top, develop as much as you want. Nice guy. The system is just awesome.
Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel some excitement in his heart. That's a pretty hardcore reward for a random drop.
Hey, what are you giggling about, Zhang Yu? At this time, Sha, who was on the co-pilot,
saw the inexplicable smile at the corner of Zhang Yu's mouth and hurriedly asked,
"Did you give a ride to two big beauties and are holding it in your heart?"
Sumei also noticed Zhang Yu's smile.
I can't help but think, again,
of the sight I saw in my cell phone app earlier.
This Zhang Yu, too, is really too bold.
And it's still your own car.
Just thinking about this, Sumei couldn't help but get goosebumps. However,
no disgust arose in his heart.
Yeah, how do you know? In the face of Sasha's inquiry, Zhang Yu, on the contrary, directly recognized. You. Sasha blushed at his rhetorical question instead. Humph, I wouldn't. Really? Then I'll try? You still want to try? How can I try? Sasha was not to be outdone. Sasha, stop talking. It's affecting his driving. Sumei, who was in the back seat, saw that if the two of them continued to flirt like this, sooner or later they would have to rub their guns together. So, hastening to utilize the name of security, he said, Well, Captain Su sure does love going to work. When Sasha shut up, she didn't forget to yin and yang her a bit, even changing her name. Something's wrong with Sister Sumei. Nothing's wrong with Captain Su. Sumei couldn't help but want to hammer her cousin a few times. The mall is here. At this time, Zhang Yu said, their car arrived in front of a shopping mall, Wing Hope Mall. The mall is large, with lots of surface parking, and there would be no need to go inside to park. After parking the car, the three headed inside the mall. Along the way, the people who came out of it looked at the three of them with wide eyes. These three guys, they're so good looking, aren't they? The man is tall and handsome, and his temperament is not inferior to that of a first-tier boy. And the female, one in a JK, a proper school girl beauty. The other, who still seemed to be a police officer, had not changed his uniform. The combination of the three of them caught everyone's attention. Don't they know that it's not polite to stare? Sasha couldn't help but whisper. Every time I go out, I'm mobbed like a monkey. At one point it messed with her confidence, thinking there was something dirty on her face. That can't be helped. Who asked you to be so good looking? Sumei laughed. They're supposed to be looking good for you, right? Sasha said. What's there to see in me? Sumei, is it possible that this cousin is not yet enlightened? It shouldn't be. Even if you don't know about it, others will talk about it, not to mention the confessions. But there was no time to think about it, and they walked into the mall. Hey, Sister Sumei, there's a large crane-catching game hall right there. Let's go over there. Shasha directly pulled Sumei and ran over, then redeemed 500 game coins, sunk in and ready to make a killing. Zhang Yu followed behind and kept staring at his cell phone. He was on the internet, searching for information about the island that had just been acquired. Would like to see what more information is available. Unfortunately, though, there isn't much information to be found online, and most of it doesn't add up. What is certain is that this island, not many people know about it. Only a few adventure enthusiasts have passed by, but suspect natives and have not been up there. The latitude and longitude coordinates are there. Someone named it Alcatraz. Sounds rather interesting. Oops, didn't catch it again. At this point, Sasha had already grabbed dozens of coins and not a single doll. Can't help but get a little frustrated. Turning back to see Zhang Yu, he hurriedly said, Zhang Yu, stop playing with your cell phone and come help me catch it. Sasha is knowledgeable about off-field assistance. If Zhang Yu couldn't catch it either, it meant that it was the machine's problem, not his own. Okay, which doll do you want? Zhang Yu put away his cell phone, then laughed. This one, and this one. Sasha pointed to the machines. Gee, I want every one of them. Sasha, you're quite greedy. Sumei couldn't help but laugh. There are more than 20 kinds of machines here. You may not be able to catch them all even after your coins are caught. Going by probability, these machines are set up to average 10 claw miles and drop once. Drop 4 coins at a time. Theoretically 40 coins catch 1. The 500 coins I just bought will catch 10 at most. If you happen to have a little mishap on the must-catch one, that's 80 coins out once. Okay, give me a little coin. Zhang Yu laughed. I'll catch one today all the same. With that, he looked in the system's points mall. He really found a skill of catching dolls and hitting them. It takes 50 points to redeem one time, valid for 24 hours. So, without hesitation, he chose to redeem it. If you have a system, Why don't you use it? It doesn't take many points anyway.
He then took the coins and started grabbing them one by one.
In the order of the machines, Sasha was carrying a yellow basket. The basket, still empty, followed him,
only to see Zhang Yu go down with a claw. A doll was clawed tightly and fell through the shipping opening.
The first one's ready. Take it. Zhang Yu laughed. I'll go. Zhang Yu, you're lucky, aren't you? You won on the first catch? Sasha's eyes widened. Hurriedly, he knelt down and bent over, picked up that doll and put it in the basket. Then, Zhang Yu was seen walking towards the second machine next to him. At this point, Sasha hadn't realized the gravity of what was coming next. Looking at Zhang Yu, he said, the dolls in this machine are the hardest to catch. It's a popular anime IP and one of several machines that drive traffic to stores. Chapter 115, Shopkeeper, this is to smash the scene, right? So,
obtaining the dolls will be more difficult than with other machines.
Sasha saw Zhang Yu, walked over to the machine,
and stuffed in a few coins.
Open catch. Another solid catch. The doll fell down. No? Sasha was shocked. 2 handfuls of catches in a row?
Maybe it's because this machine just had someone in front of it who caught it,
and this time it's out with the obligatory catch.
Sasha couldn't help herself and pulled Zhang Yu to the front of the third machine.
Try this one again. The machine, which Sume happened to have caught once before, had just dropped. Sasha also wanted to see if Zhang Yu was an innate doll-catching saint body. If this one, which had just been out once, could be caught again, then she'd believe it.
Sume also stood by curiously,
watching Zhang Yu operate. 2 men, one on each side, stared at him, even holding their breath. Zhang Yu was unhurried, and after stuffing in a few coins, he began to crank the lever. Inside the machine, the claw slowly moves forward. Catch which one?
Zhang Yu twisted his head and asked.
This one, I think. No, this one. Sasha pointed to one in the corner.
The dolls in the dead center are the hardest to catch because the claws can't even be put down.
Okay, that's it then. Zhang Yu smiled, then moved over and clicked grab. Clunk. The doll was once again a steady grip. Then it fell into the shipping port. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Yu, you really are a god. Not even once. Sasha, excitedly, threw her arms around him and jumped. Zhang Yu, how did you do this? Sume looked at Zhang Yu, a look of incredulity. According to the probability of catching it 3 times in a row and not losing it once is less than 1 in 1,000. In fact, businessmen almost never show up at all in order to make money. Each claw is set so that it won't be so easy to grab. And he tripled up and only used 3 chances. Truly a god.
And Zhang Yu just smiled faintly in his heart.
No claw is good enough in the face of the system. That's the top bug. Wow, that handsome guy is awesome. Hello handsome, can you grab a doll for me? Please, handsome guy, help me catch one. These 2 dolls in my hand. Give them to the girl next to you. There were other people in the store too.
Zhang Yu's feat of 3 clips and 3 hits shocked them all at once. Several little girls dressed in fancy dresses warbled around.
Sasha was pushed out instead, holding her arms and sulking. She was tempted to swear sovereignty, but Zhang Yu has nothing to do with her. Saying it out would be like being petty. We don't allow substitution of catch in this store. At this time, the store owner saw the commotion and hurried over. This chap, if he keeps scratching like this, he'll have to bankrupt his store. Rather like coming to pick a fight and smash it. Sorry, can't catch it. Looking at those little girls, who also had a few good looks, Zhang Yu originally did not know how to refuse. Now the businessman has come to stop it, just in time to not have to make excuses. It's okay, little brother. Then I'll add you a WeChat? Have time to play together, the girls said expectantly. Even if the dolls don't make it, the boy is still handsome. Who doesn't want a contact? The 2 of them, Sume and Sasha, looked like they had seen a sci-fi movie. I've only heard of pretty-looking girls who were asked for a wee-wee on the road, and it's a test of courage and guts for a guy to be asked for WeChat, and in front of so many people. Girls are generally a bit more reserved. Then you sweep. Zhang Yu smiled. Sasha looked on but couldn't stop it. A sudden emotion arose in his heart, chagrined that this feather was too inviting. It's better not to flaunt it outside. Zhang Yu, let's go. It's getting late, Sasha said. Ha, we haven't finished catching the coins yet. Don't you want the other dolls? I'll catch it next time. Anyway, I wanted it the most to catch it. Sasha said so, counting the few in Sume's basket. A total of 5 were captured. If it wasn't for this triple strike from Zhang Yu, the hit rate could be described as touchingly low. The 3 of them walked out of the store. It was only when the shopkeeper's breath hung in the air that he finally relaxed. Who understands? There's a guy here today who hates to go broke. What's next? Is it back to school? Walking out of the mall, Zhang Yu looked at the time. Schools are supposed to close at 11, right? Zhang Yu, I don't want to go back to the dormitory today, Sasha said. Didn't I say just now that I want to go to the gaming hotel to play? I'll book a room. With that, he picked up his phone and opened the app. Sasha, I'll stay with you then, Su-mei also said. Cousin can't be persuaded, what she decides, she won't change. If she was that persuasive, her name wouldn't be Sasha. Zhang Yu, do you have something at home? Come along if you don't, Sasha asked again. It's okay. Zhang Yu faced Sasha and smiled. Let's go then. Strange that he goes along with everything, Sasha thought to herself. It's so different from the family. In fact, she was not born with her rebelliousness. Rather, the cat has to be jerked along with the hare. The more the family won't let her do anything, the more they'll do the opposite. Now that Zhang Yu obeyed her in everything, he instead made himself uncomfortable. Sasha's star value is 8 stars. This time, Zhang Yu heard a prompt from the system. That fast? All of a sudden another star has risen. It made him feel a bit surprised. Following the navigation and driving the car, she soon arrived at the hotel she had booked. The three men parked the car and walked in. The receptionist couldn't help but light up when she saw the three handsome men and women. One of them also appears to be a police officer. It was full of smiles. I booked a large suite online. Sasha took out his cell phone. Do you have your ID card with you? After glancing at Su-mei's clothes, the receptionist added. One will do. I brought it. Use mine, Su-mei said. An ID card was slapped on the counter. Okay, right away. In no time at all, the check-in process was complete. The three men walked toward the room. At this moment, Su-mei's heart couldn't help but start thumping. It was the first time in her entire life that she had lived outside with a guy next to her. If Dad so finds out, will he come to arrest him overnight? For a moment the heart pinched. Sister Su-mei, what are you nervous about? Sasha suddenly turned around and smiled. Ha, yes? Su-mei was a bit disorganized and didn't know how to swing her hands and feet. Okay, room's here, Zhang Yu said at this time, standing in front of a doorway. Swipe in and plug in. The lights in the room, all lit up. Wow, this room is so big. The facilities are pretty full. Sasha couldn't help but be surprised as she looked at the furnishings in the room. Chapter 116, Not feeling well. Go to the hospital for a checkup. Yeah, I can't believe there's a bathtub. Must have been expensive? Zhang Yu asked as he saw the furnishings in the room. Luckily, it's only 800 or so. The moment these words were said, Zhang Yu and Su-mei both looked at each other. Oh Sasha, don't say that outside. You'll get beaten up easily. It's just to play a game and come out to a gaming room that costs over 800 a night. You know, college students only live on $2,000 a month. When Zhang Yu went to school, his monthly living expenses were only $1,500. There's no money left for anything but food every day. When he was in a relationship with his ex-girlfriend Lu Ruyan, it was all about eating bubble buns to get by. Zhang Yu had suffered this kind of pain. As for Su-mei, because of her profession, she will meet many people who are suffering in life. Just like Tan Sir. Some of them may not have $800 a month to live on. Sometimes, Su-mei couldn't see past herself and would secretly slip some money to those people. At this point, it is natural to experience consistency in the face of what Sasha says. Say, Sasha spending so much won't hurt, will it? Zhang Yu asked curiously. After all, Shuriken's position is here. There's always going to be competitors that want to come in and screw him. Zhang Yu, you don't know about this, do you? Su-mei smiled. Her mom and my mom jointly opened a company. There was this company before the marriage. With this explanation, she made it clear that Sasha's consumption was normal. By the way, it also told Zhang Yu from the side that the Rolls-Royce Cullinan that he drove was normal. Well, without further ado, let's start playing the game, Sasha said and walked like the gaming area. There were 3 computers set up in total. Behind the computer are 3 single beds. What game do you play? Zhang Yu asked curiously. I play chicken. It's old and hot, Sasha said, seeing Su-mei also sitting in front of the computer. Zhang Yu was curious. You can eat too? Yeah, I played along a couple times when I was with Sasha earlier. Su-mei also laughed. Oh, this was a surprise to Zhang Yu. Thought this one for Officer Bunny. Was only interested in going to work. After work turns out to be the same as everyone else? Zhang Yu, do you know how to play? Together okay. Zhang Yu also sat down. If you're here, let's play a couple games. This game, however, he hadn't played before. Then, directly in his mind, he mumbled a sentence that awakened the system. Inside the system mall, a point exchange skill was found. Game of Thrones. After redeeming this skill, you can master the playing skills of the 10 most popular games. Skill level, professional player level. Top 10 popular games, including Pesticide, Jerk, Chicken, Ape God, and so on.
The system comes with one high player account for each game.
I'll go. Too comprehensive, I must say.
Zhang Yu had used the points mall these past few times and had found quite a few good things. None of them are big rewards, but they are very useful.
It just costs some points. This game's skill is redeemable for 100 points.
Zhang Yu didn't even think about it and directly redeemed it.
Then followed the chicken account given by the system and logged in. Whoa, Chang Yu? Sasha glanced at his account and was instantly surprised. Why is your level so high? I don't know. A friend played it for me, he said casually. Nice guy. So do you know how to play? Sasha asked again. It shouldn't be a pit stop. Zhang Yu laughed. Good. Here we go then. The game screen shows an airplane taking off. Seeing this airplane, in his mind, inexplicably, he was also reminded of Lu Hanxiao and the girls. I don't know what country or city they are flying to now. At this point, Lu Hanxiao's plane, their plane, finally landed at an airport. This country, it's a lot like the Dragon Kingdom. People look alike and develop in similar patterns. Even the flags look alike. It was just a mouthful of unintelligible words, but it was kind of like the accent over in the southwest. If it wasn't for the unreadable text above those store signs, it would totally look like they were in some city in the Dragon Kingdom. Finally, I'm here. I'm exhausted. After all the passengers have disembarked, Pan Yuyo also pulled her own suitcase and walked out of the airport. Barb, how are you doing? After a few steps, I realized that D. Koba had fallen behind. Lu Hanxiao was also looking at her. Do you want to go to the hospital? There's a hospital run by one of our own here, too. Well, then. Di Shoba glanced at Lu Hanxiao and nodded. Pan Yuyo, I'll give you a task now. Lu Hanxiao said. You take our suitcases, all together, back to the hotel, and I'll take Xiaoba to the hospital. Ah, can't I go? Pan Yuyo asked. Just listen to Sister Xiao and stay put. Di Koba also has a few more years of aviation flying experience in the end. In a foreign country, it's better not to go anywhere but a hotel, especially in one piece. Okay then. Pan Yuyo could only nod her head. Then, Lu Hanxia then took Di Xiaoba and went to the hospital. Flying around the world a lot, I've long been forming a list of what major hospitals, shopping places, and dragon cuisine restaurants are in the area. Memorize it in your head. Sister Dash, I may not be sick. On the way, Di Xiaoba also couldn't help but say, now that it was just the two of them, she wasn't going to hide it. It's better to go ahead and see what happens. Lu Hanxiao said with concern. So, if it's true, what are you going to do? I don't know. Di Koba's mind was also in turmoil. It's all my fault. I'm afraid I won't be able to hide it in the future. It's okay, one step at a time. It's still a long time until that day. Lu Hanxiao comforted. The hospital is here. Let's go in. Yay, it's great. Chicken again. Sasha put down her keyboard and raised her hands in the air. The three of us are awesome. Still? Sume glanced at the battle record table and couldn't help but laugh. It's all Zhang Yu's show. We're just two pegs. Right? Sasha asked curiously. Zhang Yu, didn't you say you don't know how to play? You call this not knowing how to play? Nice guy. From the first hand, Sasha realized something was wrong. From start to finish, there's a silky smoothness that I can't quite put my finger on. Don't even have to use your brain. Just follow along. The entire time it was Zhang Yu who was showing off all over the map, with several times as many kills as the two of them combined. And he was not in a hurry the whole time. Showed a surprising calmness. Sasha also plays this game a lot, and this experience, however, was the best. The two comparisons make it look like all the previous teammates were too good. Zhang Yu's performance, on the other hand, gave the impression that it was the quality of a professional player. Chapter 117, Be careful with your hands, don't touch anything you shouldn't. Seriously, at this level, you're perfectly capable of going pro and competing for the global championship. Sasha said heartily. Zhang Yu, how come you're so sick in games too? This wasn't the first time Sume had seen such an amazing ability from him. It's too comprehensive. Is this still human? Now that's a true hexagonal warrior. I don't know. Maybe it's a gift. Hearing Zhang Yu say this, Shasha was about to go mad. What about my hundreds of hours of practice? At this point, Shasha's knowledge of Zhang Yu was 1 point deeper. Ding! Sasha's peach value has increased by 3 stars, and her current star count is 9. 3 stars. A prompt came from the system. I'll go. Zhang Yu sighed in his heart. Sasha's star count, surprisingly, was all boosted by catching dolls and playing games, but it's normal when you think about it. At her age, Sasha is at her most playful. Whoever is rich and handsome doesn't particularly concern her. Rather, it is those who, in terms of playing, excel that she particularly appreciates. This includes drag racing, catching dolls, playing chicken and all that. It's all about playing. The only thing I regret is that the racing one didn't unlock Sasha's character slot. Otherwise, it would be full stars by now. But there's plenty of opportunity for that later. Well, want to keep playing? Jiangyu stared at the screen and asked. There was no response. Turning my head. Hey, Sasha's even asleep? Sasha? Sume shouted in a small voice with no response. Jiangyu couldn't help but smile. This youth is good. Fall down and sleep. What if she's asleep? Sume asked in a small voice. Just help her into bed. Jiangyu said. Want me to help? No. Sume crossed her arms and made a gesture of refusal. I'll do it. She has a profession that requires regular physical practice. However, looking at Sasha in a very strange position, she slumped into the chair. For a while, I didn't know how to start. Sume was a few years older than Sasha, and was considered to have watched her grow up. Knowing this point, just get woken up. That's a night off from sleep. Why don't you let me do it? Jiangyu added. Okay then. Sume nodded. However, you should be careful with your hands. Don't touch what you shouldn't. Then why don't you get me a pair of gloves? Wearing gloves doesn't mean you didn't touch it. Jiangyu laughed. Sume was a bit dumbfounded as she listened to his words. It feels like the words mean something strange and I don't know how to describe it. Besides, where are we going to find gloves this late? Jiangyu's words did make her realize that she was a bit too nervous, so she stood up and dragged all the chairs next to Sasha out of the way. Leave space for Jiangyu's movements. Only to see Jiangyu walk over and gently put a hand, copying it to Sasha's armpit. With his other hand, he wrapped it around the bend behind his knee. Jiangyu, be careful. Before Sume's sentence even landed, he saw Jiangyu lightly, wrapping his arms around Sasha. There was no semblance of strain or discomfort. No, that's up. Sume looked at him. How come hugging someone is as easy as pulling a carrot? Then, in a daze, he watched Jiangyu, putting Sasha on a bed against the wall. The whole time Sasha didn't wake up. As Sume watched the scene, she could clearly feel the strength of Jiangyu's muscles. If only he had too. A thought just rose in his mind and quickly exploded. No, Sume, you don't want to. Then a look of composure returned to his face. So what's next? What else can I do? Sleep. Jiangyu laughed. Ha, is it all here? Sume was surprised. Then what else? Jiangyu smiled. I don't mind. Sume didn't speak anymore. Her mind was doing a fierce battle. Why don't you stay here and take care of Sasha? I have to get back. Jiangyu said and headed outside. Until the door closed and his figure disappeared. It took Sume a moment to respond. No, just like that? When he did leave the room, Sume realized that her heart was empty. It was as if only Jiangyu's presence could fill it. But it's too late to talk about that when the people are gone. Hey, Sume, it's not unreasonable for you to be single. When she thought of her best friend, she thought, she's still too much of a wimp. Jiangyu walked out of the hotel at this time. Actually, he didn't want to leave. Maybe there will be a story? Only, a sleeping Sasha is a destabilizing factor. In case you get to the halfway point and suddenly wake up, wouldn't that be embarrassing? So it's better not to do such risky things. Today's harvest has been good. Get in the car and get ready to start it. Jiangyu saw the time, and it was also coming to 0 o'clock. System, I want to open today's blind box. Jiangyu awakened the system. Host, a blind box is being prepared for you today. Several blind box interfaces appeared before your eyes. Jiangyu realized that the interface had changed quite a bit since the system had been upgraded. The biggest difference is, before that it was a 4x4 blind box matrix. Now there's only 9 squares. This means that the probability of drawing a big box has nearly doubled. Think that after the upgrade, some blind boxes are rewarded with rewards that don't meet the requirements needed for the level and are automatically eliminated. It's like, well, for example, now Jiangyu is worth over $100 billion. Wouldn't it just seem so pointless to draw another reward worth tens of millions of dollars? So the future of the blind box, not surprisingly, is going to be bigger and bigger. Extract, Jiangyu murmured in his heart. As he chose, a blind box quickly popped up in front of him. Slowly open. Congratulations to the host for drawing the reward, Tiangong Heavy Machinery Company. Jiangyu couldn't help but scream. This was a super company. It's also the 4th big business that I've acquired on my own. Even if you don't have to read the system description. Jiangyu also knew that it came from a great source, with Sanyi, Zhonglian too, and known as the construction machinery industry's 3 giants, Tiangong Heavy Industry, with an annual turnover of more than $50 billion and a net profit of $5 billion. The market can see all the large construction machinery, construction vehicles, Tiangong Heavy Industry. A few words. The rate of appearance is quite high. This includes tower cranes, gondolas, shields, dredges, and even offshore drilling rigs. All have product line distribution.
Anyone who works in engineering and infrastructure has used equipment from Skyworks.
Moreover, the products of Tiangong heavy industry are exported to dozens of countries and regions. Obtaining such a company, Zhang Yu's mood was certainly excited. Chapter 118 Islander Identity. Confirmed. And, this construction machinery company, it's just in time too. That randomly dropped blind box that gets the island. If you want to develop it on a large scale, there are so many engineering instruments that need to be used. And having such a company of your own, with the company's capacity, you can have a constant supply of the engineering equipment you need. Efficiency can be greatly enhanced. Zhang Yu had even thought about it. The island has an area of 100 square kilometers, while its circumference is 50 kilometers.
This length allows for the construction of a scenic belt around the island. Travel through a variety of landscapes including sandy beaches, hillsides, jungles, and rocky beaches. With a little more marketing and promotion, it's not a problem at all to become the most beautiful landscape in the world. It's a little exciting to think about. Zhang Yu hurriedly confirmed receiving the reward.
Late at night, the headquarters of Tiangong Heavy Industry, too, suddenly received news about the change of boss.
All of them are all kinds of shocked. With the arrival of a new boss, destined to burn a few fires,
there will be quite a few changes. For many employees, today is destined to be a sleepless night.
After receiving his reward, Zhang Yu drove back to Riverside House.
Entering the house,
he found the living room light still on.
Turning his head, Xiong Tingting was lying on the sofa, surprisingly asleep. Wake up, why are you sleeping here? Zhang Yu went forward and gently patted.
Xiong Tingting opened her dazed eyes.
Landlord, you're back? Are you hungry? I'll go get you some food. I'm not hungry right now. Zhang Yu asked. Why are you sleeping here?
Ah. Xiong Tingting ruffled her somewhat sleep-mussed hair.
I was thinking of waiting for you to come back,
but I ended up falling asleep somehow.
Okay. Zhang Yu nodded. Then it's better to go back to your room and sleep. Got it. Xiong Tingting stood up,
ready to go back to her cubicle.
Stop. I mean, go to your room on the second floor. Zhang Yu smiled. Xiong Tingting didn't turn around,
her footsteps pausing.
Mentally, I can't help but think, and say you're not hungry. So thinking, or obediently, up the stairs to the second floor.
Zhang Yu turned off the lights on the first floor along the way and followed suit.
Next,
it's time to enjoy the clouds and rain of Wushan again.
Barb, the results are out. Let's go check it out. At this time, in a hospital overseas, after a while of waiting, Luhan Xiaoxiao and Di Xiaoba went to get the results. The moment I saw the checklist, I thought I had the wrong one, but when I looked again,
it was indeed her name.
The two men, surprised, looked at each other. It's not, surprisingly true, Barb.
This, because she was overly surprised. Lu Hanxiao didn't even know how to organize her words. Di Xiaoba was even more shocked at how she still got caught in the rain, even though she had bought her own umbrella.
Barb, you're going to have to be more careful over the next few days. A few seconds of silence followed. Lu Hanxiao said, Aha. Di Xiaoba nodded. The two returned to the hotel. Pan Yuyo went up and asked, how did the visit to the hospital go? It's nothing, just a lot of rest. Lu Hanxiao hurriedly said. Then, Barb, go to bed early tonight. I won't bother you. Pan Yuyo said. Thanks, Yu Yao. Di Xiaoba smiled. I'm going to bed then. What's wrong with Barb?
Pan Yuyo chased her to the bathroom and asked Lu Hanxiao.
Told you. It's nothing. Need more rest. Cheat. Pan Yuyao's face was somewhat serious.
I'm not a 3-year-old child.
You too. Are you hiding something from me? Ha? Lu Hanxiao smiled. There really isn't. If there's anything, we'll definitely tell you first. Go to sleep.
Having said all that, Pan Yuyo went to sleep even though she had doubts in her heart.
What to do? Lu Hanxiao looked at herself in the mirror. Yu Yao must have found out something recently. Should we show our cards to her? But it's been all hidden for so long. Would it be a bad time to tell her? It's better to wait 3 months, then talk about it.
Lu Hanxiao's heart was also a little messed up,
ready to wash up and go to sleep. At that moment,
a sudden feeling of nausea in the throat and a feeling of wanting to vomit was felt.
No?
Lu Hanxiao felt her goosebumps rising.
Can you even hit a stroke together? It's over. It's over. The sky is really falling. Sir, there's an update on the unnamed island in the South Bay. Capital. General Command Room of the Information Force. A report that just came out. What's the latest?
A middle-aged man asked. According to the latest news, that 100 square kilometer island in the Southern Bay is under the ownership of a private individual, the subordinate reported.
Privately owned?
The middle-aged man asked.
Who is it? Is it someone from the Dragon Kingdom? According to the information, the island owner's name is Zhang Yu,
and he is from Jiangchang,
age 22.
The subordinates reported the relevant information they had obtained.
22? The middle-aged man, hearing this number, couldn't help but be surprised. What kind of person, only so young, can own an island of this size? And that island, the owner has never been traced. Both sides are fighting. Checking messages doesn't turn up anything valid either. How is it that all of a sudden, not only has the island identified its owner, but its identity is so surprising? Where are you guys getting this information from, and is it reliable? Report, sir. The source of information is absolutely reliable. Great. The middle-aged man couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. I really didn't expect that the island owner is actually from our dragon kingdom. Then this island, doesn't it belong to our dragon kingdom? Doesn't that just expand the area again? It's not since the beginning of time, but the islander's status is here. Sir, so what do we do next? It's kind of one of the most important discoveries of the year. Hurry up and report to the relevant departments. The middle-aged man said. We can't intervene in other matters. Let's see how the other departments communicate. Yes, sir. The subordinate rushed off to do some work. No way. We have to continue to follow up on this matter as well. The middle-aged man, at this time, realized again in his heart. We also have to follow up and find out the relevant information about the island, and send people to investigate on the ground. He thought for a moment. Major General Xiao Yuhong, at this time, is in Jiangcheng. Without hesitation, he hurriedly called Xiao Yuhong. It doesn't matter what time it is. This is a matter of great importance, and there is not a moment to lose. Sir, what is it? The phone rang a few times before it picked up and, Xiao Yuhong, when are you going to return to the capital? Soon. I'm ready to book a flight at dawn. Xiao Yuhong is sleepy. No, calling in the middle of the night just to talk about this? Don't go back for now. Continue in Jiangcheng. Said the opposite. Chapter 119. If I knew you were so abrasive, I would have let you stay yesterday. Ah, sir, what happened? Xiao Yuhong was instantly sobered up by this sentence from the opposite side. Thinking back carefully, what had gone wrong lately, and why, all of a sudden, had such a big decision been made? Xiao Yuhong, don't misunderstand, said the man across the phone. The reason for you to stay in Jiangcheng is that there is an important thing that you need to do. If this is done right, it's no less than a big deal. What about my grandfather? Xiao Yuhong said. Jiangcheng is still more than inconvenient after all. Don't worry about this. The old man is also a meritorious old man after all, and we will send someone to fetch him at dawn. So, I'll stay in Jiangcheng for the time being, on a mission, right? That's right, but the process, it won't be long, said the opposite. So, what's the mission, exactly? Xiao Yuhong asked. During this period of time, you should pay more attention to follow Zhang Yu's movements. If possible, carry out an in-depth conversation exchange with him. Zhang Yu? Xiao Yuhong couldn't help but be surprised. What happened to him? Why did you alert the chief to this matter? You don't know yet, do you? On the other side of the phone, the officer said. According to the latest information we have, a 100 square kilometer uninhabited island in the southern bay has now confirmed the identity of its owner. The island master is Zhang Yu? Without waiting for the opposite party to finish his sentence, Xiao Yuhong realized. That's right. We're thinking that after this is communicated to the other departments, this island is sure to be a big hit in the future. I need you to be able to get more information about the island. The starting point for the chief's thinking is also simple. This uninhabited island identifies the islander. Just getting started. Because of its sensitive location, the island is not clear. If you want to fight and cooperate, you must have basic information. Only then could he consider how to communicate with Zhang Yu. What Xiao Yuhong had to do was to try to know as much relevant information as possible to provide reference materials for the next step. Yes, sir, I know. Xiao Yuhong also nodded. Since it's a task arranged from above, I'll try my best to do it, but I can't guarantee how much I'll be able to acquire. Her heart was amazed. Previously, Zhang Yu had already opened her eyes several times. Unexpectedly, this time, another shocking news about him broke out, which directly dispelled his own sleepiness. 100 square kilometers of islands. What's the concept? Previously, a large island of only 3.9 square kilometers had sparked a long-running controversy among many parties. The island, on the other hand, is clearly of significantly greater significance, both economically, in terms of tourism, and strategically. 100 square kilometers is almost the urban area of a small city. It is of great significance, both in terms of stationing, developing a tourist area, and as a pivot point. So, Xiao Yuhong knew the meaning of the officer's special call was to fight for Zhang Yu, able to get him to agree to cooperate. Sure, this needs to be talked about at a higher level, and all one can do is learn more about it. Only, Zhang Yu had saved his grandfather and was a great benefactor to the Xiao family. Xiao Yuhong didn't want to, either, approach him with such a purpose.
Although there was no malice, her own heart was diabolical. But after all, he was wearing the clothes again. And so, the heart was in a very difficult place. Feeling a headache just thinking about it. It's better to go to bed first. Day 2. In the riverside house. When Zhang Yu woke up, it was already noon. He was tired and sleepy and didn't go to sleep until 6 a.m. When it was starting to get light. 6 hours of sleep and a lot of recovery. Wake up and see where there's someone next to you. But the afterglow is still there. After putting on a piece of clothing, Zhang Yu got up and walked to the first floor. Xiong Tingting was seen working in the kitchen. Almost every time I saw her, she was in a state of work. I have to say, it's also very hardworking and capable. There aren't many girls like that nowadays. And Xiong Tingting has no intention of continuing as a stewardess herself. So it's just as well that she can sit in the big back. Provide yourself with services when Lu Hanxia and the others are not at home. It's a pleasant thing to think about. Landlord, you're awake. Xiong Tingting turned around to see him and smiled back. A woman who has experienced the nourishment of love has a more dynamic flavor than a young girl. Unconsciously, it flows. The meal will be ready soon. She adds, what are you going to do after dinner? Zhang Yu asked. I realized that the mop in the house is broken and I'm going to the supermarket to buy a new one. Tina Xiong said. That's okay. Zhang Yu nodded. Then after dinner, I'll go out. Coming back for dinner tonight? I'll see, he said. Prepare to visit the company. After he finished, he returned to the couch and saw that Su Mei had sent herself a video. It's Sasha being pouty and cute on camera. What's wrong? Zhang Yu replied. It's Sasha, who woke up and saw you weren't there, and suddenly questioned me about whether or not I made you go back. Su Mei returned somewhat helplessly. It took me half a day of grinding before I could get her to school. Hey, if I had known it was so abrasive, I would have let you be there yesterday. Is she usually like this? It's not usually this reactive. Su Mei was getting a little PTSD. Why are you acting like a child? The two men uttered the words almost simultaneously. Young? That's the way it is. When you're older, easy for you to say. So well protected that you don't know when you'll grow up. Oh. Hey. Right. Su Mei remembered something serious at this time. That car of yours, which has been repaired, is being shipped to Jiangcheng. Do you see if you'll pick up the car then? Or I'll send it to your house? There's no need to go through all that trouble. Just tell me an address when the time comes and I'll go there myself. Okay. Sorry for the trouble this has caused you. Su Mei said. Out of the way. It's not a thing. Besides, it's inconvenient for you when I'm driving your car. Zhang Yu didn't care. Then, after going to the restaurant to eat, he went out of Riverside House, drove out of the neighborhood. Suddenly he saw a woman standing on the side of the road. The woman, seeing herself, beckoned. Zhang Yu fixed his eyes on it. Isn't this Sister Rainbow, Xiao Yu Hong? Why are you in front of the neighborhood? Rainbow. Zhang Yu pulled over to the side of the road, lowered the window and greeted up. Where to? Xiao Yu Hong laughed. Just wandering around. Where are you going? Get in the car. Zhang Yu also laughed. Good. I'll come up then. Rainbow smiled. Then, it was time to pull open the passenger door and get in. Looking sideways, Xiao Yu Hong's side face was as delicate as a knife carving. His nose was straight, and he had a pouncing and aggressive Ing Chi. Chapter 120, Zhang Yu, I have 3 conditions. Xiao Yu Hong fastened her seatbelt. Then, turning his head to look at Zhang Yu. While driving, Zhang Yu took the initiative to say before she could say anything. Sister Hong, you came to find me to discuss about that island in the southern bay, right? Ha! The fact that he took the initiative to ask so bluntly disrupted Xiao Yu Hong's rhythm all of a sudden. Originally, she was thinking about how she was going to euphemize it. It was amazing that he guessed where he was coming from. When Zhang Yu said that, she was at a loss for words for a while and stammered a bit. How do you know? For such a big matter. It's not difficult for you guys to want to know. Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh. So, I took the initiative to bring it up. The island, which is large enough, is already a very mature one. Also, there are many shallow banks around the island with less than 1 meter of water. In time, the area will become larger and larger. Zhang Yu also knew that it was particularly important. Instead of being actively asked by someone else, it's better to make the first move yourself. Then, Zhang Yu, what are your thoughts? Xiao Yu Hong asked. I'll report it and fight for it with all my might. I would say that the flag planted on this island is definitely the flag of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Yu's first sentence set the general tone. This one is also a matter of fundamental principle. Xiao Yu Hong couldn't help but nod. This is natural. There are 100 square kilometers of land on the island, and I'm willing to set aside 10% of it at no cost for the construction of military facilities, bases, etc. Zhang Yu's second sentence caused Xiao Yu Hong to be surprised. Set aside 10 square kilometers at no cost? There was no need to even move his lips much.
since Zhang Yu, as the island master,
had already stated his position in such a manner.
As soon as it's reported, you can send a crew there soon, but you should have conditions too, Xiao Yuhong asked. Otherwise, one feels a bit out of place.
There are a few small conditions.
It shouldn't be difficult. Zhang Yu laughed.
The first one is that I want you to use your power to help me find a few more competent contractors to get the island built up as soon as possible.
Don't worry about this. Even if you don't say anything, we won't let the island be deserted there, Xiao Yuhong said.
Secondly, I'll take shares in the island, and I'll take shares in all the commercial, tourism, and service facilities on the island.
The exact percentage. Let's talk about it. Zhang Yu laughed again. Even with this condition, many people are willing to come and do it. Equivalent to the asset-light model. They only pay for the land, others pay for the construction. You can sit back and wait for the dividends. 50-50, 46, are all common ratios. Any more?
Xiao Yuhong had memorized all the conditions he had just raised.
The last one, all engineering development machinery, vehicles, are leased and purchased from Tiangong Heavy Industry. Zhang Yu laughed. If you want to develop it,
not only do you not contribute a penny to take up shares, but you also have to earn the bench fee of the construction machinery.
If $100 billion is invested in the construction,
the cost of the table is estimated to be more than $10 billion.
Tiangong Heavy Industry?
Xiao Yuhong knew that with her knowledge of him, she wouldn't suddenly say a specific company name,
unless it has something to do with him. That's right. Zhang Yu smiled. Tiangong Heavy Industry is a company under me.
Xiao Yuhong was surprised.
Nice guy. The top 3 construction machinery companies in the Dragon Kingdom, even they are often used. Surprisingly, it would be a property under Zhang Yu's name. But
even an island as large as the Southern Bay was Zhang Yu's private property.
And what are the surprises of owning a heavy machinery company? Good. Xiao Yuhong nodded.
I'll report up truthfully on these points you mentioned.
Wait for my news.
Since Zhang Yu didn't beat around the bush and was honest,
she can't hide anything in this matter, either. But the final decision, I can't decide.
She can't even make it to the first 5 rows in her current position when it comes to having an all-army meeting.
At best, he's an errand boy delivering a message.
Although the old man was highly decorated, he was very old. She also didn't want to go laboring her grandfather to get involved in this.
The only thing I can guarantee is that I will report everything he says, myself. Then,
try your best to put in more good words for Zhang Yu.
I just hope this thing doesn't fall apart. After all, from the information available, this unnamed island located in the high seas of the southern Gulf was entirely his legal and private property.
Then I'll trouble Sister Rainbow to take more care when the time comes.
Zhang Yu laughed. There's a restaurant up ahead. Does Sister Hong want to join us for a casual meal? Oh, no. Thank you. Xiao Yuhong reacted and quickly said. This matter, I have to report it up as soon as possible. I can't delay.
You put me down in the front. I'll get off first.
All right then. Zhang Yu smiled. How is the old man's situation? Give him my regards. Zhang Yu, you have a heart.
Xiao Yuhong was a bit touched in her heart.
He is currently doing well and is ready to return to the capital. Then make sure you're safe on the road. Zhang Yu laughed. Ha! Xiao Yuhong couldn't help but smile.
The old man is still thinking about you at home,
and said that he wanted to meet you before he left. You tell him I'll visit him sometime. Zhang Yu laughed. After saving Elder Shao Nantian, it's still a big help to bring yourself. Most directly, it is that 10 billion injection of capital into the bank.
Others beat their chests in front of the old man. Naturally will not go back on their word.
And indirectly, Zhang Yu was second only to Shao Nantian in terms of seating position in Elder Zhao's house. It's higher than Wu Zhangliang and Sha Ruikang. This matter will be widely circulated in the upper echelons of the military, government and business in Zhengcheng. Everyone, no matter what their mood was,
admired or disbelieved. Both are gutless and have no more questions about themselves. And his own position in Zhengcheng was naturally the most top level.
Even on a larger scale, it's prestigious.
There will be no one to threaten except those who are not afraid to die.
Even if there were such people, the Cine Group would have cleaned them up. Then, Zhang Yu, we'll stop here today. Feel free to contact us later.
Xiao Yuhong made a phone call gesture after getting out of the car.
Zhang Yu waved at her and smiled before driving away. What kind of a person is he, really? Watching the car fade out of sight.
In Xiao Yuhong's heart, she was also more puzzled.
This was only the third meeting with Zhang Yu, but every time we meet, there is something different and new to discover. It's really intriguing and shocking. The information they could get hold of, that was all they could get hold of. However, Zhang Yu gave off the impression that there was clearly more information. It's as if there's an invisible wall that can't be accessed in any way. Chapter 121 Above the Clouds. A 2,000 square feet exclusive office area.
Zhang Yu drove his car and went to see the Jiangcheng Development Bank in preparation.
According to the work progress reported by Secretary Yang on WeChat, a location has been selected for the bank's headquarters building. It's a poorly run Class A office building. Anxious to cash in, he sold it to him at a price he couldn't refuse. Simply revamp and repair, redo the cleaning, and sanitize. It's ready to be put into service. It can be affordable and money-saving.
Zhang Yu's car drove to the front of the building and stopped.
Looking up, this office building still looks new and is in a good location.
It's just that the owner has a broken cash chain and is selling at a low price.
Otherwise, there's no way to pick up the slack. And this building, too, is located on the riverfront in another borough. If you start from Riverside House, it's just under 10 kilometers to the bottom of the building. It's 10 minutes away. Mr. Zhang. At that moment, a man came out of the building. It was Secretary Yang. Knowing that Mr. Zhang was coming, she had been waiting over here for a long time. As soon as he saw the car driven by Zhang Yu, he quickly greeted him. Straight, shoulder-length hair, as it trotted, was also billowing. How's the work going? Zhang Yu laughed. Everything is going well. The formalities, the processes are moving forward in an organized manner.
The building has been redecorated to give you a full floor of office and parlor reception area.
Secretary Yang reported. A whole floor?
Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows.
Zhang Hang and the Rice Company themselves did not set up a fixed office. After all,
he himself was the major shareholder behind the scenes.
Secretary Yang, this time, is quite good at what he does. Getting a whole floor of office space directly to yourself? But there are enough floors in the building to build more. Zhang Yu's interest came at once. Come on, show me. Then, Mr. Zhang, this way please.
Secretary Yang reached out and said respectfully,
walk into the building. Lots of people inside, going about their business. There's replacing plaques on doorways, discarding outdated office supplies, and patching and redecorating. Mr. Zhang, introducing. There is an elevator over here that is exclusively for your use. You can open it by entering your fingerprint. The other elevators are also set up to not reach your floor. Your elevator, on the other hand, can go to any floor. That's pretty good. With so many people in an office building, it would be inappropriate to squeeze into an elevator with others. It doesn't matter how often you come on your own. It only matters if you have this setup. And, Mr. Zhang,
Secretary Yang smiled somewhat embarrassedly.
In order to facilitate the preliminary work, I also entered my fingerprints, without informing you beforehand. It's okay. Zhang Yu laughed. Secretary Yang was a bit surprised in his heart. He thought Zhang would scold himself, but he didn't expect to be so easygoing. However, after the entire bank opens, without my permission, other people's fingerprints should not be recorded for the time being. Just listen to my arrangement. Understood, Mr. Zhang.
Secretary Yang nodded in agreement.
Then, the two then got on the exclusive elevator to the 28th floor. The whole office building is 30 floors. Exit the elevator and see the scene in front of you.
Although Zhang Yu was prepared in his heart, he was still shocked.
Big, just too big. Mr. Zhang, the area of this floor, in total, is 2,000 square feet.
Secretary Yang introduced himself.
It's not quite finished yet. As planned in the design drawings, there are several main areas, including office, parlor, lounge, sports and recreation, and dining areas. We are prepared to make some adjustments to the drawings. I don't know what Mr. Zhang has requested. So functional? Listening to Secretary Yang's introduction, Zhang Yu also smiled. There is nothing special to add. However, add a safe house. I guess. Safe house? Exactly. It's a place to hide in case of a fire, or any other disaster, and also to have an external connection. It can also store important tickets and things like that. Zhang Yu said, that's how people are. When the status is high enough, it's no longer all about how to enjoy and make money. Instead, they are starting to put safety where it counts. Alright, Mr. Zhang, I'll arrange it right away. Use the best materials to create a safe house. How big does the area look to you like it needs to be? 100 square feet would be enough, with a basic diet always in there, and some emergency supplies. Zhang Yu said, okay, I'll execute it right away. Using a pen and paper, Secretary Yang wrote down what Zhang Yu said. It's quiet today. No one is decorating? Zhang Yu walked through the 2,000 square feet of single floor space. There was an echo when he spoke. Mr. Zhang, I emptied the workers today because you are coming. Let them come back tomorrow to start work. Secretary Yang reported. Pretty good. Zhang Yu nodded, then walked over to the window. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the river view. The view from this angle is even more stunning than at Riverside House. And the entire viewing balcony,
which is over 30 meters long.
On the balcony, it's even possible to run.
He looked at the river view and the bridge at his feet. Then he turned around and realized that Secretary Yang was staring at him. Secretary Yang also did not expect that Zhang Yu would suddenly turn back. There was some hand-wringing for a moment, and his head went down quickly.
If there was a hole in the ground right now, I'd love to be able to drill down. Secretary Yang, how many years have you been working? Back to Mr. Zhang. It's been 5 years. Not in love? Zhang Yu asked. Too busy with school and work. Never talked about it. Secretary Yang answered truthfully and wondered, why did Mr.
Zhang suddenly ask this?
So it is. Zhang Yu looked at Secretary Yang. She was wearing a white undershirt under her black trench coat today. Underneath was a black professional dress. The hair is up in a bun. It looks very OL. Why didn't I realize before? You're kinda pretty. Ha! Secretary Yang was stunned. Was Mr. Zhang praising himself? For a moment the heart was a little flattered. You come here.
Zhang Yu waved at her.
This river view. What do you think?
It's beautiful. It's so appropriate for you to work in such a place.
Mr. Zhang. Secretary Yang said, sensing Zhang Yu's call. Just watch the river view. Zhang Yu said.
A beautiful sight always creates a billion impulses in one's heart to recite poetry. Zhang Yu was naturally no exception.
Moreover, this entire floor was his exclusive area. No one will interrupt the elegance of the poem. Secretary Yang knew what Mr.
Zhang meant and cooperated fully.
Acts as a backdrop for the fugue poem. As the sun was seen in front of us, about to set on the west bank across the river, Zhang Yu also stopped chanting and reciting. Well, you go clean up. Zhang Yu commanded. Chapter 122, The Unpayable Rollerblader. Got it, Mr. Zhang. Secretary Yang was also red-faced and stepped aside. Then, Zhang Yu took another look around the 2,000 square feet of office area on this floor. The heart is also in the right place. The area where the building is located is right in the center of Jiangcheng. To each borough, it is not too far away. He wants to use this place as the main office. Apart from people from the River City Development Bank, people from several other companies can come here when they want to report their work in person. And it's also closer to Riverside House, so it's easy to get home. Just thinking about it. Secretary Yang is back again. By the way, Secretary Yang, what's your name? I don't know it yet. Back to Mr. Zhang. My name is Yang Xiaomi. Secretary Yang replied. It's quite good and sweet on first listen. Zhang Yu laughed. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for the compliment. Yang Xiaomi said.
But it would sound kind of weird if the accent wasn't standardized.
Zhang Yu said. I know that too. Someone said that, so I rarely say my name to the outside world. Secretary Yang said. That's fine. In the future, I'll call you Secretary Yang. That way everyone is more accustomed to it.
Zhang Yu nodded his head.
Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for understanding. Secretary Yang finished. At that moment, suddenly on her cell phone, a call came in. Picking it up and answering. Hello, this is Secretary Yang. What? How could such a thing happen? Okay, I got it. After that, Secretary Yang hung up the phone. His face wasn't as flat as it had been a moment ago, and became a bit grave. What's going on? What happened? Seeing this, Zhang Yu asked curiously. Mr. Zhang, it's a payment that should have been collected and wasn't. Secretary Yang was a bit ashamed, but there was really nothing she could do about this matter. The company is going to transform itself into a bank.
Past loan payments need to be sorted out and settled. Secretary Yang's inventory revealed a debt that had been due for a long time and still had not been paid. The company's legal affairs were out in force to investigate, and it was found that there was also no property in the name of the person who owed the debt. His wife and children, however, are still high spenders, gorging themselves on luxury goods. Although the company suspected that he had long been taking out an early loan just to leave it to his wife and children. Then come out on your own and carry everything. But there is no way that the company can face this, because there is no evidence. Such situations are actually very common online nowadays. A lot of people say it's about selling credit for money. Not too long ago, there were a lot of people that took out $1 million loan to go into the stock market. When you make $200, 000, you make $200, 000. If you lose $200, 000, that leaves $800, 000, because they never wanted to pay the money back from the time they borrowed it. This payment, how much is it? Zhang Yu asked. It was a total of $1 million borrowed. It's been a long time since I've paid it back, and there's no property. Secretary Yang took the man's situation and told him in general terms. Outrageous. This is fraud. How dare you get into my head? Zhang Yu couldn't help but ask. Inside the company, how much debt is there? Like this?
Mr. Zhang, the company's overall bad debt rate. It's probably around 5%. Secretary Yang spoke out a figure. That much? Zhang Yu didn't know until he understood. And once he did, he was shocked himself. Although the interest is charged on the money lent, most of it is earned back. But isn't this 5% bad debt rate 5% of the principal that you won't get back? Doesn't this offset the amount of money earned? Outrageous. This is something that I will have to go to personally. Mr. Zhang, this matter, the company's legal affairs, and I will try to solve it. How can I trouble you? You do. Zhang Yu said. Can you find that person if you take me to him now? Zhang Yu thought. He can't tolerate a 5% bad debt rate. Not even 1%. Just the thing to use as a model for this malicious debtor. Seriously. Others who have money but maliciously fail to pay it back need to figure out the cost of default. These are things that could have been left to the concierge or simply mobilize the Shinsei group. However, Zhang Yu was also idle now. There's nothing going on, just enough to experience the diversity of the human species. I should be able to find it. His ex-wife's address. I know it. Secretary Young said. Ex-wife? Zhang Yu was puzzled. I should say it's a fake divorce. Although a divorce decree was issued. According to reliable information, they are still living together as a family. Secretary Young said. Good. Now then, take me. Zhang Yu said. Mr. Zhang, should we, bring the concierge? Secretary Young asked carefully. She was afraid that in case the big man who owed the debt was annoyed, and then there was a physical conflict. It's not good for Mr. Zhang. No need. The two of us, you and I, will be fine. Zhang Yu shook his head, then asked. Right. Have you packed yet? It's all good. Secretary Yang suddenly blushed, somewhat nervously, and tugged at the hem of her skirt again. Okay then, let's go. Zhang Yu and Secretary Yang descended from the special elevator. No stops along the way was real quick, and it took just over 20 seconds to get from the 28th floor down to the first floor. The average layer is less than a second. Got in the car and navigated over to one of the locations that Secretary Young had mentioned. About 20 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a neighborhood. Wonderful flowerland. On the stone at the entrance, there are a few large characters carved in italics. Mr. Zhang, their house is in room 1503. Unit 2, Building 2. Secretary Young said. Go. Zhang Yu walked in front and she followed behind. Came to the door of the family's house. Secretary Young went up to the door and knocked. Who? Inside the house. A somewhat impatient male voice came out. That's him. Secretary Young twisted his head and whispered to Zhang Yu. I'm the secretary of Snappy Loan Company, and I'm here to ask, is Lu Yong home? Didn't I tell you earlier? There's no money. Either you go to court and sue me. Lu Yong is also a hobnailer now. But you're harassing me now. I'm allowed to call the police. This Lu Yong, ID card domicile is where? Zhang Yu turned his head and asked Secretary Yang. Let me take a look. From inside the cell phone's photo album, Secretary Yang found some relevant information. The place of domicile. It's from Lanxian County. Arashur County? Zhang Yu snapped to attention. Ex-girlfriend Lu Ruyan is Lanxian, and has a brother who is named Lu Yong. I just hadn't seen him in the years that I had talked about it myself. On the contrary, Lu Ruyan sent a dynamic that often has the positioning of the wonderful Flowerland neighborhood. Such a contrast. It can't be that coincidental, can it? It happens to be Ruyan Lu's brother? Speaking of which, this old scoundrel still almost became his great-uncle. And so, Zhang Yu also vocalized, Lu Yong, do you have a sister named Lu Ruyan? Chapter 123, does Mr. Zhang want to learn Wei Wu's legacy? Clunk. The sound of a stainless steel bowl falling to the floor came from inside. Footsteps drew nearer and the door opened. A sharp-tongued man in short sleeves and shorts with enough oil in his hair to fry 2 plates of food. He stared at Zhang Yu. Vigilantly, he asked, who are you? What are you inquiring about my sister for? Take it easy. Zhang Yu laughed. I am Lu Ruyan's ex-boyfriend. Zhang Yu. I had heard that she has a brother. I didn't think it was you. You? Ruyan's ex-boyfriend? Lu Yong stared at him, then snapped to attention. Oh, I said what's going on? That boyfriend of hers, Ding Cohen, is what you retaliated for reporting and got to the police station, right? Since you know. Zhang Yu smiled. Then how dare you not pay back our company? Pay back the money? Lu Yong laughed. How can I have the money to pay it back? On my body right now, I don't have a penny. What am I going to pay back? Lu Yong, you're playing the rascal, aren't you? Do you really think that we can't do anything about you? Secretary Yang was on the sidelines and really couldn't listen anymore. How could there be such a scoundrel? I didn't know, at the time, how the payment was vetted and approved. Take it easy. Zhang Yu signaled Secretary Yang to calm down. You the house. The house belongs to my ex-wife and has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with you? Then why do you still live here? What? I can't live? Lu Yong smiled. I have joint child support with her. I'm here to watch the kids. What's wrong with that? Besides, do I have to tell you this? Lu Yong, who is it? At that moment, a woman's voice came from the inner room. It's okay, delivery guy, knocked on the wrong door. I'll let them go. Saying that, Lu Yong was about to close the door, not wanting to listen to any more nonsense from the two of them. Wait. Zhang Yu stretched out a hand against the door of the room. What do you want again? Lu Yong was a little impatient. It's not good. I'll leave after I pay back the money. Zhang Yu said. With interest, plus penalty interest for default, you now need to pay back $1. 3 million. For $1. 3 million. The house was taken and sold just about to cover the debt. The house is still nicely decorated and you can tell money was spent on it. Yo, haven't heard from you in a couple days and you've gotten more? Lu Yong smiled, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Do what you want. $1. 3 million or $1. 5 million. Sue me if you can. That's it. Lu Yong, why haven't they left yet? At this time, a woman in pajamas came out from the inner room. A pair of thighs look slender. The face is kind of okay, and you can tell it's well taken care of too. Did you just say that everything about your ex-wife has nothing to do with you? At this time, Zhang Yu suddenly asked again. What? Lu Yong said. That's right, and as I told you, I live here to watch the kids. I'm not talking about the house. Zhang Yu laughed. Then, this person, your ex-wife, has nothing to do with you either, right? Speaking of which, Secretary Young twisted his head to look at Mr. Zhang. No way. Does he want to? For a young, handsome and rich big boss like Mr. Zhang, as long as he hooked his finger, he didn't know how many women were going to cry and throw themselves at him. Young and old. Even if you know you'll be lied to and it's fruitless, you'll pounce on it. Is he trying to learn from the legacy of Wu Wei? And in front of Lu Yong? Good lord. That's phallic. What do you want? Lu Yong was a little nervous at this point and was about to close the door. This door of his, however, would not close at all. Even though he was using both hands and feet, even his face was making the effort. But it still couldn't resist the force of one of Zhang Yu's hands placed on the door in passing. Which one are you? Lu Yong's wife saw Zhang Yu at the door. Couldn't help but feel a stirring in my heart. How can anyone be so handsome? Knocked right on the heart plop. Even though I am already a wife. No, I'm a divorcee now. I'm back to being free. What do I need to worry about? The law doesn't care about fake divorces or real divorces. It only certifies them. As for the other one in the room, who is he? This lady. Are you Lu Yong's ex-wife? Zhang Yu asked. Yeah. She looked at Zhang Yu, froze for a moment, and said, if he's an ex-wife, why is he living in your house? This way, in case anyone is interested in you, it's not good to know about it. Zhang Yu laughed. It was also implying that she was perfectly capable of finding another good one with her looks, and surely she had people chasing her as well. Why really lose a lot of possibilities for a guy like that? Ex-wife is also a regular on Little Sweet Potato and has seen similar posts. It's just a matter of having the heart but not the guts. Zhang Yu saying this today made her see the hope of throwing herself at Zhang Yu. He came. Today, to see the baby. Gotta go now. The ex-wife also realizes that for whatever reason, Lu Yong just can't stay on. Lu Yong, you've seen your child today. It's time to go. Nah, what did you say? Lu Yong's eyes rounded. Unexpectedly she wanted to kick herself out now? Thanks to myself, I transferred all my property, including this house, to her name. Lu Yong, weren't you the one who said it yourself just now? I'm just your ex-wife. Also, I hope you have some sense of boundaries in the future. My name is Su Na, the ex-wife said. I'll put it up. Lu Yong's mind, all of a sudden, collapsed a bit. What the hell? Is Xiao not trying to break up the gang? If she really wanted to break up the gang, there really wasn't anything she could do about it. Shuan, what do you mean? Kicking me out? Lu Yong stretched out his finger and pointed at her. I have this house transferred into your name. In your name, and this is how you treat me? Lu Yong, I want you to be clear. You volunteered, and you also said that the house will be the child's in the future. So what are you dwelling on? You'd better go by yourself. So many people are there. I don't want to make it too embarrassing. Su Na was a complete different person from just now, changing faces faster than a book. Secretary Yan was watching the drama from the sidelines. It was wonderful. Doesn't it dismantle their alliance of interest by making the two implode first? Well, if you say so, I couldn't care less. Lu Yong said. This house, it's mine. It's you who should go. If you don't leave, I'll make it a murder house tomorrow. Lu Yong, you threaten people, don't you?
Su Na was also in a temper.
I'll stand right here. Let's see if you dare. The temper of both people came up. Really, a comforter cannot sleep two kinds of people. It's all topsy-turvy right now. You guys are from a debt collection agency, aren't you? Chen Wan also reacted now. I have nothing to do with him whatsoever.
I'll change the locks today, and he'll never get in this house again.
Chen Wan realized it too. Chapter 124, Suna, the young woman, was set in. Lu Yong gave the property to himself though. However, there are still de facto marriages if the intermediary relationship is not thoroughly clarified. Then there will still be people coming to the door. Who wants to live like that? Therefore, once the mind starts to think about this, then it's all over the place. Chen Wan, you biker. Lu Yong was annoyed. That's a vicious move by Zhang Yu. Whether we get the money or not, let's destroy the relationship between the two of them today.
Then one would really have to become a Mitsuwa Daijin. What was once thought to be a perfect plan to hide the property falls apart.
If one is homeless in the future, isn't that just a gift to others? A selfish person like Lu Yong. Of course he didn't want it. With that, he stretched out his hand and tried to hit Suna. However, just as the hand reached out, it was blocked by Zhang Yu. If I understand correctly, the ex-wife is considered an unrelated person. Right. And how long does it take to break into an unrelated person's house and assault someone? A word from Zhang Yu. Lu Yong was instantly abashed. Zhang Yu, I have no grievances with you. Why are you harming me like this? He asked. How come no? Didn't you owe $1 million and moved away? Whose ass is it if you can't collect the money? Zhang Yu, you're just a part-timer. Why play like that? How much can you raise? Part-time job? Secretary Yang couldn't help but say from the side. He's the owner of our company. 100% of the shares. What? Lu Yong and Suna.
Both of them were all stunned.
I can't imagine that he's so young to be the owner of a multi-billion-dollar financial company. Secretary Yang was the senior secretary of the company, and she personally accompanied them, so I'm sure it wouldn't be a lie. Chen Wan thought in her mind. Zhang Yu is so handsome and rich, it's impossible to offend him for Lu Yong. So, he turned to Lu Yong again and said, do you hear me? If you don't leave, I'm going to report you for trespassing. Now, legally, she can indeed report this. As soon as he said that he would call the police, Lu Yong wimped out. Eyes red, he dropped a vicious, you wait. Then he dusted himself off, packed up, and left the house. Just leave? Secretary Yang was a bit dazed. Hadn't the money not been received back yet? What's Mr. Chang doing? Secretary Yang, wait outside for a moment. I have something to say. To her alone. Zhang Yu laughed. Yes. Yang Xiaomi nodded. Then he saw that Zhang Yu walked into the house and closed the door behind him. I can't believe you're the owner of that financial company. Suna was a bit shy, fiddling with her hair. Sit down. I'll go get you some tea. Ms. Chen Wan. Zhang Yu smiled. Tea is out. I just want to ask, how do you feel about Lu Yong transferring the money to your name? This is something he volunteered for. Suna put her legs together and made an innocent expression. Voluntarily? That means you were aware of the money. Right. Zhang Yu laughed. Right.
Then you also know where his money came from.
Zhang Yu said with a smile. Large property of unknown origin. If you really want to check, is the property in your hand clean? Also, the fact that he transferred the house to you and you didn't contribute a dime is also something that could be recognized as Lu Yong transferring this property. Zhang Yu said, I think you don't want your child to carry a stain and not be able to take the public examination in the future, right? I really don't know. Chen Wan panicked all of a sudden. And, I have no money in my card. Anymore. Where's the money? Zhang Yu asked. It's all there. Chen Wan pointed to a wardrobe closet. It was covered with a variety of cosmetics and bags. These are things that are worth money when you buy them and can't keep a tenth of the price when you want to cover the cash. There's no point in having any recourse. In that case, it looks like we'll just have to get rid of this house. Zhang Yu took a look at the environment of the house. The decoration is not bad. Quite aesthetic. This is my only housing. If it's gone, where will my mother and I live?
Suna was so scared that tears flew out of her eyes.
But, Zhang Yu didn't feel that she was innocent. She was fully informed of the events and was content to accept the ill-gotten gains. Again, when it happened, he turned against Lu Yong.
Thanks to Lu Yong who willingly transferred all the money to her.
Let's just say it's not family. It feels like Suna, the White Lotus, is more likely to play innocent and coax Lu Yong to take out a loan and not pay it back. If you didn't flip out before, it was either premature or you didn't dare. It's simple. Zhang Yu laughed. If you don't want to sell the house, then you'll work for me. I'll pay you a salary at market rate until it's paid off. But over $1 million? How long is this going to work? Besides,
Shuana can't work as a part-timer because she doesn't get her fingers wet.
If you don't want to work part-time, there's another way. It's quick money. Zhang Yu smiled. I looked at you and saw that you have good qualities, and if it's fast,
it's estimated to be just 2 years.
No. Shuana shook her head. I don't want it. Looking at Zhang Yu,
his heart was isolated at this moment, and he could not help but cry out.
What am I going to do? Woo-hoo-hoo.
Secretary Yang was outside and heard Suna crying and wondered what Mr.
Zhang was doing. And don't dare push the door in. The mind can't help but wonder. Mr. Zhang wouldn't want to use force, would he? That won't do.
It's not good if it comes back to bite you in the ass.
But after listening again, it wasn't what he thought it was, so he was relieved. What's the pity in acquiring something you weren't supposed to have in the first place?
Zhang Yu looked at Suna,
feeling funny. Don't many girls who go astray overspend and then have their creditors come to their door and drive them over the edge? Those clothes and bags and cosmetics would not have been affordable for their spending power. Now that you've used it, you have to figure out the cost behind it. Can I journey 1,000 miles? At this time, Suna suddenly asked, Ms. Suna, the money you owe.
That would have to be 1,000,000 miles of Jiangling. Zhang Yu saw what he meant.
But right now, all one wants is money. Well, then, why don't you wait until I list the house, and I'll pay you back when it sells. That's all Shuana could say. Part-time work is out of the question, so you'll have to sell your house. Unbelievably, this Zhang Yu was not the Prince Charming that he thought he was. Instead, they came to divide themselves. Kick out Lu Yong, the hitter. First, come back to attacking yourself. It's really ruthless. I can't believe I didn't think of that. What a miscalculation. But what can be done? If he really doesn't pay back the money, with his ability, it is true that he can get himself in. She wouldn't dare bet on that either. Chapter 125, Follow Big Brother. Starve for 9 meals in 3 days. Selling the house? Zhang Yu smiled. Since you don't have any money, just transfer this house to me. Save an extra procedure.
Zhang Yu also felt that it would be better to take the set rather than having to pay it back in cash.
It's not a luxury neighborhood though, but the comfort of living in it is still possible.
And it's next to a college town. Several universities are nearby and there is a more residential atmosphere around.
Direct transfer? Shuana was a little surprised. But I have so many things here at home. I'm in no hurry, so I'll give you a week to pack up your things. After a week, I'll send Secretary Yang over to collect the house. Zhang Yu said, being evil is not something you can do on your own. But what's rightfully yours is no less. A week is plenty of time to clean up. Okay. Shuana could only nod her head. Other than that, what else can be said? Alright then, I'll leave you to it. Zhang Yu said, turning around and preparing to leave. Mr. Zhang, wait. Shuana suddenly shouted. Anything else? Zhang Yu asked. I also have a daughter in school. I don't know what to tell her. At this time,
Suna was also a bit remorseful. It's a wonder that at that point in time, the ghosts were not aware that this was completely wrong.
Your daughter, how old is she? Zhang Yu couldn't help but get curious. She doesn't know about you guys? I don't know. Shuana shook her head. She just got into a major university and will be a freshman next semester. Doesn't really know about these things. So it is. Zhang Yu was thoughtful. This is really a good shoot from an outlaw bamboo. 2 parents like this, surprisingly, gave birth to a daughter who got into a major university. More importantly, it's totally hard to tell that Siona's kids are this old. Zhang Yu's estimation, the child is also about 10 years old. Don't worry, I won't say anything about this. Besides, he doesn't know who her daughter is. Then, Zhang Yu then walked out. Mr. Zhang, how's it going? Secretary Yang, who was waiting at the door, came forward and asked. This house of Shuana's, in a week's time, transferred to my name. Zhang Yu said, use it as repayment of the outstanding amount. Mr. Zhang, it's still you who has the solution. Secretary Yang's admiration for him was overwhelming. Okay, stop rainbow farting. Let's go. Yeah.
Secretary Yang followed him. The two walked out of the wonderful Flowerland neighborhood and were greeted by a couple of girls with bangs and sailor uniforms,
coming in the direction of the neighborhood,
glancing at each other for a few moments as they brushed past each other. Zhang Yu thought that those girls were good looking. A couple of young girls across the street were thinking the same thing.
This man is so handsome. It's just a shame there's such a beautiful woman next to him. It's supposed to be his woman. If he was single and alone, he would have gone up and asked for contact information. At this time, the other side, Lu Yong, who had been kicked out of his home, was pulling a suitcase and was making a phone call on the side of the road. Brother Sean, we've been good brothers for years. You have to help me this time. Lu Yong cried on the phone.
A guy named Zhang Yu screwed up and kicked me out of my house,
and now I have nothing. Who dares to provoke your couple's relationship so boldly? I'll slash him right here. On the phone, Sean was also very righteous. But on the younger sibling's side, is it true that they kicked you out? That can't be false. I came out with a suitcase. Don't worry, old brother. This soon see how I'll clean him up. On the other side of the phone, the one called Sean also realized that this was the perfect opportunity. In the past, Mr. and Mrs. Lu Yong were more in love than gold, but this time they turned against each other. Then his own chance. Isn't it coming? Thank you. Then, brother Sean. Thanks for nothing. You get a cab and hurry over to my place, and then confer on what to do next. Under Sean, he also kept 7 or 8 men. It's not easy to deal with a few of them. Lu Yong hung up the phone and took a cab. It's happening right now. A black SUV that pulled up in front of him. Mr. Lu, get in the car. The man in the car said. So soon? Lu Yong looked at his cell phone. This license plate number isn't right either? And, how did they know their names? In the end, Lu Yong is also some clever strength. Otherwise it will not be so long as the old rascal nothing. He realized that the person in the car wasn't right. Lift your leg and get ready to go. But where to get away? Several men got out of the car and took control of him directly left and right. There was another person behind him who came up with a set of sacks and dragged Lu Yong to the car. Why isn't anyone here yet? Shan's group of men, in an abandoned factory, take over the mountain, waited a long time for someone to come, and the next second, several cars were seen, driving up to the abandoned factory. Everyone in the factory, clear out now immediately. The factory will be torn down soon. Everyone, you must move out today. A couple of men came down from the car with megaphones and shouted inside the abandoned factory. And there were actually a few of them straight out of the abandoned factory. Got my own cistern and generator, water and electricity. A kind of wasteland style day. It's still a good life. How come all of a sudden, this abandoned factory is going to be demolished? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who are these people? Going to wipe us out? One of Shan's minions said indignantly. They seem to be from the official family. Can't afford to mess with it, so we'll have to withdraw. Shan didn't dare to play hardball with them. After all, this wasn't their property right either. But, he was also thinking that it was too much of a coincidence that it had come at all. Lu Yong, it's not possible that he's offended some big shot, is it? He tried to call Lu Yong and realized that the phone was not working. It's not that no one answers, it's that you can't get through. Either there's no signal or the card is unplugged. The more he thought about it, the more wrong he felt, and Sean felt a shiver run down his spine. Hurry up and move. Brother Sean, if we keep moving, I'm afraid we'll have to leave the city and return to the rural suburbs. The little brother said. I didn't expect to follow such a wasted big brother. 9 meals in 3 days of starvation. It was just that Lu Yong who really thought of him as a big brother. That will have to go back. Sean doesn't want to get himself in trouble. Let's find out what's going on first. We've got so little. We'll be as obscene as we can be. Brother Sean, why don't we just defect to the Cine Group? One of the minions said. I heard that the Cine Group has recently become active in Jiangcheng. Their head, surprisingly, is still a woman. Quite decent looking. Cine Group? Sean laughed at all of it. Is the Cine Group's door something we dare to step on? If they come with just 2 people, they can beat up 7 or 8 of us. He was still self-aware of his own strength. Chapter 126, Lu Hanxia, in a state of confusion. It's just as well to take a couple of losers and hang around the fringes. Meticulously. If we can't, let's defect to Master Ma, another minion said. Master Ma is also expanding the size of his power. Hugging the big leg is the only way to live. Master Ma? Sean wanted to get up. Recently, 2 forces have sprung up in Jiangcheng. Besides the Cine Group, the other team is Master Ma. I've heard that these 2 groups of people have, secretly, created friction a few times. Mutual. Cine Group is not good. Master Ma's side. But you can go to join on. That's easy to say. Sean spread his hands. We have nothing in our hands. What are we going to take? Brother Sean, you forgot. Lu Yong's wife and child. A junior brother laughed. Bring them and contribute them to Master Ma. That won't be enough. Anyone who mixes in society, more or less know that the master of the horse smoke and alcohol do not touch. Only a good word of color. When you meet a beautiful woman, it's all a walk in the park. Many of those who wanted to defect to Master Ma would have to give such a great gift before they could be taken under his wing. It won't give too high a position, but at least you won't have to starve. When you're in the underground, you need to eat every day. You need money. Those who couldn't get money were naturally annexed. Only the ones that can get money will get bigger and bigger. Thanks for thinking of it. They are the beloved family members of my brothers in arms. Sean cursed. The little brother who was scolded, scratched his head and didn't dare to speak. What you say, though, is a good idea. Sean smiled. Lu Yong can't be contacted now, and his widow and orphan are at home, so it's not a good idea to take them. He also made his decision quickly. Let's move and then we'll get on with this. Overseas, airports. The three of them, Lu Hanxiao, had already embarked on the flight back to their home country. According to the schedule, the flight will pass through Jiangcheng, but will not stop and will land in the northeast. Next stop, another flight to the Woolly Bear. It's the next flight that's back to River City, but that was 2 days later. Lu Hanxia had never felt that time pass so slowly. It's only been a day since we left, and to fly such a super long distance for a few days. And the other reason was that Lu Hanxiao missed Zhengyu. Thoughts start to well up, and that just can't be contained. His nose was sore, and he even had the feeling that he wanted to cry. Lu Hanxiao, you can't let others look at you as a joke. In the past you were such a cold person. She mentally admonished herself. Blame it on Zhengyu. It was as if heaven had sent it to subdue her. It made her, a dignified crew chief, become like a sister of the forest. Where's the kind of good employee? Sister Xiao, it's about to take off. What are you thinking about? Pan Yuyao asked. Nothing. You're not thinking about the landlord, are you? Pan Yuyao laughed cheekily. Nonsense. Lu Hanxiao shook her head in denial. Don't deny it. I heard you talking in your sleep. Last night. What did I say? Lu Hanxiao was startled. Last night, they slept in a hotel room. Could it really be accidental dream talk? Hey, you guess. Pan Yuyao smiled and turned to the cabin. Yuyao. You. Lu Hanxiao didn't finish a sentence. Feeling a little sick to her stomach. Bad. She hurriedly just opened the bathroom door and got in. Then, a test strip was pulled out. When she felt out of sorts earlier, she'd been at the drugstore and snuck one in. Can one test strip decide all? Lu Hanxiao thought for a moment. Then, started the test. After a few minutes, when she saw it, 2 red bars appeared. Her head exploded and it felt like the sky was falling. It's not, is it? Still? How do I explain this? Lu Hanxiao, as the crew chief, had always been calm and collected. For the moment, it was surprisingly panicky. No, it's definitely broken. I'll have to retest it when I get to the next city, she thought to herself. A knock sounded outside. Crew Chief Lu, are you in there? There's a form that needs to be signed. Hey, be right out. Lu Hanxiao threw the thing into the trash can and thought about it, picked it up again and flushed it into the toilet. Zhang Yu and Secretary Yang, on their way back to the office. He sneezed. Mr. Zhang, when you arrive at the company later, are you still going up? I won't go up there. Zhang Yu laughed. I went there just now and saw everything I needed to see. That's fine. Just drop me off at the curb later and I'll just walk up there myself. Secretary Yang said. Yes. Zhang Yu nodded his head. The car turned a bay and arrived at the office building. Slowly pulling up to the curb, Secretary Yang opened the door and got out of the car. Seeing her walk, with a bit of a limp, Zhang Yu couldn't help but ask, are you alright? It's okay. Secretary Yang endured the pain and turned around and waved his hand. Okay, I'll leave you then. Feel free to contact me if anything happens. Zhang Yu said and drove off. Secretary Yang watched the car leave. The mind is again reminded of being in a large 2,000 square foot office. The scene of Mr. Zhang reciting poetry. One can only keep this matter buried in one's heart. Ding! Zhang Yu drove his car on his way back to Binjiang House. In his head, a system prompt rang out. Host, one randomly dropped blind box now. I'll go? Zhang Yu couldn't help but be happy as he listened to the system's prompt. After the system was upgraded, it was really much more flexible than before. Now not only do you have a regular blind box draw every day, and there are randomly dropped blind boxes. Extract. He was also curious to see what he could draw this time. Congratulations to the host. Drawn, full-level grappling combat. What do you mean? Zhang Yu couldn't help but stare. Fighting skills, finally drawn? Upon confirming receipt of the blind box, the host will gain full-level grappling and combat skills. Full level, i.e., world sovereign level, physical agility, endurance and explosive power, will all be greatly enhanced. Zhang Yu understood. The physical enhancement gained before was just a basic stamina bonus. What you get this time, on the other hand, is a bonus on moves. Instead of brute force alone, there are molded moves and variations. That would be a true master of martial arts. After confirming the pickup, a massive amount of grappling Upanishads, like a tidal wave, flooded into the mind. Moment. It also felt like the power in his body had gotten stronger and his blood was rolling a little. Which boy, since childhood, does not have a chivalrous dream of upholding justice and helping the weak and the strong? Picked up a stick on the road. Countless canola flowers, about to get their heads shaved off. It's just that most people, faced with the burdens of life, grow up and stop bringing them up. It was a moment that actually became a reality. His heart was also a little excited. If I wasn't in the car right now, I'd really want to go down there right away and compare notes. Chapter 127, Good Girlfriend's Tirade and Temptation. This time, Zhang Yu saw a somewhat familiar figure appear on the roadside in front of him. Slowing down to take a look, it was indeed Sumei. Tu Dolu. He honked his horn twice. Sumei kinda got to the familiar sound of the horn and turned around to see if it wasn't Zhang Yu driving his own Cullinan. Captain, your Cullinan is at it again. A couple of the officers next to him laughed. You're not allowed to talk. Sumei would get nervous every time she saw Zhang Yu show up in his car, because it would remind her of that blunder she made. It's embarrassing to think that the word is getting around, not only in the team, but in other brigades as well. It was a good-natured joke, though. However, in Sumei's heart, she was holding back her strength, and always wanted to have a chance to get all the lost face back. A couple of officers were seen laughing again. Sumei said helplessly, go. You guys go ahead and patrol the front. I'll come over in a while. A couple of co-workers straddled the motorcycle and walked away. Sumei walked over to Zhang Yu's car. Hey, don't you know you can't park here? I know, so get in the car and talk. Zhang Yu laughed. Sumei got into the car and sat on the passenger side, feeling how strange it was, sitting in this co-pilot's seat. In the back of my mind, I would unconsciously pop up scenes I had seen on my cell phone. It was kind of embarrassing for a while. Where are you going with this? Sumei asked. Not going anywhere. Getting ready to go home. Zhang Yu laughed. No, big brother, I have to work. Aren't your co-workers going to the front? I'll just put you down when you see them. Right. How is Sasha these days? Zhang Yu asked again. It's okay, Sumei said. However, I haven't seen her in the past 2 days either. Hey no, why are you asking about her? Then, with a defensive look, she looked at him. Didn't Secretary Shah say that he wanted me to bring her up more? I wasn't thinking about it, to fulfill Secretary Shah's wishes. Actually, it's still because it didn't get to 10 stars. Gotta push it a little more. It's so close to full stars. Looking at Zhang Yu's smile, Sumei also felt even more that he had ulterior motives. Zhang Yu, I'm warning you, she's only 19. Her mind is still a child. You, don't mess with her. She also felt, however, that her warning seemed too feeble. When Zhang Yu is in a good mood, he listens. If he doesn't want to hear it, there's nothing he can do about it. Look at you. Why are you still in a hurry? He couldn't help but think that Sumei was still quite cute. She didn't say anything. At that moment, a message was received on the cell phone. Fixed his eyes on it. Good guy. But it was sent by his best friend Lu Hanxia. Really good girlfriends don't need to see each other every day and talk every day. But once you chat, it's definitely the most private, least talked about thing to anyone else. Who? Zhang Yu asked as he drove. A friend. Sumei turned her cell phone screen sideways towards herself. Then, seeing the message on the screen, his eyes couldn't help but widen. May, what should I do? I'm, pregnant. These few words, each one cognizant, combined together, fell to make Sumei's eyes about to stare off. What does Lu Hanxia mean by that? Why all of a sudden? Associated with the fact that she, Lu Hanxia, had never been in a relationship. If what she said was true, then the one with the greatest suspicion would be Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, invisibly, how many people have you hurt? Take it easy, what's going on? Sumei replied. I don't know how to say this. I'm thinking about taking care of it. Lu Hanxiao's heart was in turmoil. Why are you dealing with it? Whose is it? Sumei asked. That man. He's my landlord, and I don't know if you recognize him. She had never brought her best friend to get to know her landlord publicly. Still in a fog. Recognize, but too much. Sumei was saying in her mind. I could be sitting next to my kid's father right now. Hold your horses. I'll find you when you get back and then we'll talk about what to do. Sumei replied so. I will always be by your side and face it with you. May, that's all I dare tell you. My parents don't know, and they mustn't know. Don't worry, I won't say anything. Let me know ahead of time when you get back and I'll come straight to you. After putting down the phone, Sumei glared at Zhang Yu. Not even a name. What's going on here? Scum. All the more reason to keep an eye on Sasha. Can't let her get wrecked too. No. Why are you staring at me? Zhang Yu also felt a murderous aura next to him. Since obtaining the system's stance skill enhancement, it was also easy to catch the killing aura around him. No. Sumei showed her teeth and smiled. I just suddenly remembered. Some scummy behavior. What scum? Like the one who knocked up his girlfriend and then ran away without taking responsibility. Sumei said. I can't believe this is happening. Someone close to you? That's you next to me. Did you do this? Sumei's occupational disease is at work. Zhang Yu twisted his head to look. No, I mean the people around you. Not now, but it's hard to say if there will be one in the future. Sume said and asked again. So, Zhang Yu, what are you going to do if you have a girlfriend who is pregnant but not married? If that's the case, I'll just marry her. Zhang Yu laughed. Really? Sume raised her eyebrows curiously. Would Zhang Yu really be like this? It wouldn't be a bad thing if he married his best friend. But, once she thought of this image, Sume had some strange feelings in her heart. Sume, what are you thinking? Shouldn't you be happy that your good girlfriend has a homecoming? She asked herself mentally, and wondered why her mind was acting so strangely. You haven't told me yet. Why are you asking? Zhang Yu was a bit puzzled listening to each of these words from Sume. Did you accidentally have it? Go. You're the one who has it. Sume pushed his arm a bit. Lao Ma is a peony flower. Wow. Great. It's peony. We're saved. Zhang Yu joked. Will you be decent? Sume secretly rolled her eyes. Without speaking, Zhang Yu looked outside the car and suddenly said, Look, there's a robbery. Ha? Where? As soon as Sume heard these words, her spirit was highly concentrated and she looked outside. Over there. Someone grabbed a bag and ran toward the town center. Zhang Yu pointed in one direction. Sume looked along. A back figure ran toward the village entrance. The person who lost his bag behind him couldn't catch up and was in a hurry. No, we have to get the guy. Sume becomes the embodiment of justice. Chapter 128 Excitement. Chasing thieves. Zhang Yu. Sume twisted her head and was about to tell Zhang Yu. He just looked like I already knew. And drove the car in the direction of the intersection of the city center. After driving all the way to the intersection, they realized that the road had significantly narrowed. It's not good to drive in a car the size of Cullinan anymore. Even if you can barely drive in, it's going to be exceptionally slow. It might even get stuck. Might as well run on 2 feet. Let's just get out of the car and chase. Zhang Yu directly parked his car on the side of the road. His initiative, on the contrary, made Sume surprised. No, you want to go with me to catch a thief? Or what? Zhang Yu smiled. I don't feel comfortable with you alone. Come on, don't waste time. Run late. Good. After Sume contacted a few of her co-workers and told them to hurry over for support, she got out of the car. Zhang Yu also got out of the car. Where was the man found? Comrade policeman. There are very important items in my bag. Please help me to recover them. The person who had just been robbed of his bag, chasing after him, couldn't catch his breath, and when he saw Sume, he immediately looked as if he had seen a savior. Don't worry, we'll get it back, Sume assured. Traffic police are also police. When you come across such a situation, it is natural that you cannot sit back and do nothing. And what Sume studied was actually criminal investigation. When I was in the police academy, it was criminalistics. It was only after graduation that he was forced by his dad's operation to work for the traffic police, though there was a sense of grandeur in his heart. But I had to do what I had to do, and I soon became a squadron leader. Except the traffic cop wasn't what she had in mind after all. This time, she ran into a purse snatcher, which activated the hot blood in her heart. Zhang Yu, can you do it? Sume glanced at Zhang Yu before she was about to give chase. She admitted that Zhang Yu had nothing to say when it came to doing business, racing cars, and these things. But this is different. If it weren't for the professionals, it could have been life-threatening. Who knows if the thug had any injurious weapons in his hands. Sume didn't want to gamble on this for whatever reason. Don't worry, let's split up. Zhang Yu laughed. Looking at his smile, Sume's heart, surprisingly, believed him. Alright then, let's split up. If you find the thugs, make sure not to get tough and wait for backup. Remember. Sume glanced at him and emphasized again. Zhang Yu nodded, then said, there are 2 forks in the road here. You go to the right and I'll go to the left. Said, and he ran toward the box. Hey, what are you doing? Zhang Yu identified the footprints on the ground, when suddenly he heard a surprised sound coming from someone in front of him, and the sound of something falling on the ground, though the sound, to a regular person's ears, might be so small that it would be ignored. However, under the strengthened Zhang Yu's 5 senses, this little bit of faint sound would turn out to be a useful clue. Right up ahead, Zhang Yu recognized the source of the sound, then it ran in that direction. At this point, the purse-snatching thief was running down the alley. The alleyway is disjointed. He ran a long way in 7 different directions before letting out a sigh of relief. Now, I don't think we'll be caught up. He was just about to unzip the bag to see what was in it. Just heard footsteps running this way. Asterisk. What kind of person is so fast? With a weak heart, the thief stood up, identified a direction and prepared to keep running. Don't run. I know where you are. Be a good boy and surrender. Across the alley, the thief heard, from across the room. Asterisk. All that close? He was mentally alarmed that his pursuer was just a row of houses away from him. Just turn a corner and you'll see your back. Why don't you run? He's a repeat offender. 2. He's stolen something in the past and gotten away with it easily. What's the matter with you today? Letting someone catch up with you from so far away? The fear grew in the thief's mind. Being confused by that one attack just now, without realizing it, it ran into a dead end. Crap, there's only the south wall ahead. Realizing something was wrong, the thief turned and twisted his head, ready to find his route again. Found. A young handsome man, blocking the intersection. Like a smile, not a laugh. Holding his arms, Zhang Yu stood at the intersection and looked at the thief and laughed. Take what you can, and be a good boy and hand it over. Just you? The thief saw that Zhang Yu was very young and had a thin body, and had few weapons in his hands. The bottom line just got better. With a huff, he pulled a dagger from his waist. The blade of the dagger was, roughly, half a foot long. The blade had been opened and gleamed with sharpness. My dagger has no eyes, so if you don't want to get hurt, get out of my way, the thief said viciously. Zhang Yu got a good look at his face and there was a scar on his face. It looks like the face is hideous. The eyes were also visibly murderous and hostile. I guess it's not a good one. If he had encountered such a one with a weapon yesterday, Zhang Yu might have really had to weigh it up. However, now he himself has mastered the skills of top-notch grappling and fighting combat. A mere dagger was really not in his eyes. The bottom of the heart is not diminished. Good guy, really not afraid to die. That thief, seeing the aura flowing out of Zhang Yu's body, was clearly stronger than himself. The heart is even more unsettled, knowing that if he dragged on any longer, when their reinforcements arrived, it would be even worse for him. Then it's a fight to the death. Yikes! With his dagger raised, the thief charged towards Zhang Yu. An inch is as strong as an inch. His own dagger was this long, so he didn't believe that he would dare not dodge it with his bare hands. However, just as he raised his dagger and wanted to stab Zhang Yu's neck, Zhang Yu was in place and flicked through the dagger's attack range without moving his feet. What? The thief was shocked and was trying to change his stance. Then I felt a sharp pain in my abdomen. Zhang Yu stretched out his 1-meter-long leg, exerted all his strength, and kicked out the thief's stomach. Right in the middle of this kick, the entire person flew 2 or 3 meters backwards, face first into the ground. At a height of half a meter, it hit the wall before bouncing back. The thief spat out a mouthful of blood and braced his hands on the ground, trying to get up, but in the end, he was unsuccessful. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Give you back your bags and let me go, the thief cried out. Poof, you're robbing me, and you want to just let you go? A dainty cry rang out. It was Su Mei who heard the commotion over here and rushed over. As soon as he arrived, he saw Zhang Yu kick the thief away. Zhang Yu, you're so good? Walking up to him, Su Mei shot a glance up and down at Zhang Yu, but without a speck of dust on his body, he overpowered his opponent with a dagger? Chapter 129, Catching a Class a Most Wanted? I'm proud of you. For a while, Su Mei's heart was very shocked. Looking at this thief, he's not a first-time offender. He should have some skill. The eyes were horribly hideous. Even if she was a police officer who had studied criminal investigation, she knew that in this desperate situation, the ferocious ability of a thug was immeasurable. A lot of good police officers get stabbed when they can't perform when space is tight. However, this thief, in front of Zhang Yu, did not take half the advantage. Do you have any handcuffs on you? No. Su Mei was a little ashamed that she wouldn't match them at all. Good then. Let's tie him to a tree for now and wait for your reinforcements to arrive. Zhang Yu saw the shoelaces on the thief's feet. Please, let me go. I promise I'll never do it again. The bag back. This time, the thief climbed to his feet and threw his bag directly at the two of them. The other hand, meanwhile, felt toward his waist. Zhang Yu, he's got a gun. Su Mei's eyes were sharp and she instantly realized that something was wrong. This thief, he's got 2 tricks up his sleeve. Throwing out the bag worked to both distract them and obscure the view. Definitely not an ordinary thief. Definitely carrying something on his back. When Su Mei saw that the other party had pulled out the real thing, she immediately shouted. However, the next second, a scene that surprised her happened. Only Zhang Yu gently smiled. The moment the thief's hand was on the trigger, a sudden kick in the air, just in time to hit the flying bag. The bag ate the force of the kick and instantly reversed direction. The speed also became extremely fast. In almost 1/100th of a second, the thief's hand had just pressed the trigger when the bag flew back and hit him square in the face. Burglar is smothered right by the bag. The pistol in his hand, too, was dislodged on the ground. Seeing this scene, Su Mei ran forward with her long legs and kicked the pistol further away. Zhang Yu, pick up the gun. Su Mei then sat on her knees on the thief's back, buckled him back and tied him up with a few wraps of shoelace. Thief tries to struggle against it. Zhang Yu walked over with his gun raised. Don't move or I'll shoot you dead. Faced with the blackened muzzle of the gun,
The thief was instantly honest. Su-mei was nervous instead. Zhang Yu, do you know how to play with guns? I'm under your gun, too. If it goes off, I'll be a ghost and run to your bedside. Woohoo! Outside, the sound of sirens rang out. The footsteps of a large number of police officers came over and rushed into the alley. Captain Su, are you okay? We called the criminal police here too. A few fellow traffic police officers took the lead and rushed to the alley. Saw a scene of Su-mei on the ground, tying up the thief. It's okay, come help. I don't have the strength. Su-mei shouted. Hurry up and help. Several traffic cops swarmed the area and completely subdued the thieves. Several heavily armed criminal police officers then arrived. Sir, please give me the gun, a criminal police officer said to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu also smiled and handed the gun to him. Hey, finally got the guy. Su-mei stood up at this time and wiped her sweat. That scene just now was a bit of a thrill. Captain Su of the traffic police squadron, the chief of the criminal police leading the team, seeing Su-mei, immediately smiled. It's still Bureau Su's daughter. What a woman, to have subdued an outlaw, which I am. Although Su-mei was eager to take credit, she didn't want to be greedy. Most of the credit for being able to catch this thief goes to Zhang Yu. One doesn't want to risk taking credit for it. However, her words were not yet spoken. Zhang Yu then laughed. Yes, Captain Su's hands. They are really good. It's a pity to be a traffic cop. This gentleman knows Captain Su? The criminal police captain also smiled. Indeed, Captain Su is sort of what I've watched grow up. She originally studied criminal investigation. Captain, we have a situation. A criminal police officer, at this time, came forward and said. The chief of the criminal police brightened up at that, then stepped forward and took a few long looks at the thug. Ouch! He couldn't help but clap his hands and shout. What's wrong? Su-mei was curious. Captain Su, this is no ordinary petty thief. You've made a great achievement. The chief of criminal police was thrilled beyond belief. This is a Class A wanted criminal that has been tracked down for a long time. Inside the system, drug trafficking, gambling, homemade guns and bombs, everything. That gun in his hand, prima facie, is also a replica. The chief of the criminal police was delighted. Now, if Bureau Su knew about this, she'd be proud of you, too. But forget it. Su-mei wasn't hopeful. If he would have been proud of this, he wouldn't have assigned me to the traffic police as soon as I graduated. Who said that? At this time, a majestic voice rang out behind the crowd. Su Bureau. Hello, Bureau So. Everyone saw the visitor and greeted him respectfully. Su-mei turned around and saw that it was none other than her own dad. Su Guoqiang. Why is he here too? I happened to be in the police force's general command room when I heard the news. The information showed that the thug had an identity, so I rushed to bring reinforcements. There is nothing wrong with coming to reinforcements, whether in public or private. Su was on his way, still in a hurry, just arrived at the scene to realize that the thug subdued so smoothly. It often takes dozens of people with dangerous weapons in their hands and vicious people to create absolute suppression. Today, when I arrived at the scene, I saw that I had been defeated by my daughter. Or rather, by both of them and Zhang Yu? Dad, I want to say. Su-mei stepped forward and tried to set the record straight. Zhang Yu, on the contrary, grabbed the first to speak. Su Bureau, just now, Su-mei can really make a great achievement. I think, it is indeed a pity for her to do traffic police. Su-mei could not help but look back at Zhang Yu. Eyes complex. No, you don't even want such a big credit? Don't I owe a huge favor then? Su-mei, you've made a great achievement this time. What kind of reward do you want? Su Guoqiang smiled, looking at his daughter. She was still confused in her head and didn't know what to say. Said he wanted to go to the CID? It's not like I've caught all kinds of thieves before in my capacity as a traffic cop, but every time I've made that claim, it's been dismissed. This time, in front of so many people, she didn't want to mention it. Do you want to go to Interpol? For experience? Su Guoqiang smiled warmly. May I? Su-mei pointed at herself with some disbelief. Sure. Su Guoqiang's face was all proud. My daughter, I can't believe you've managed to catch a Class A wanted criminal. I'm proud of you. Great. Su-mei jumped up excitedly. But I have to make an appointment with you, too. Su Guoqiang's face serious again. Chapter 130. Su-mei, you've got it all wrong. Dad. No. Su Bureau, you say. Su-mei said. You go to the CID. Be strictly disciplined and work hard. Su said. I'll order it down. And you won't be given special treatment just because of who I am. The inspection period is 3 months. If you're not up to the task, get back to the traffic police immediately. Zhang Yu could see from the sidelines that his old father was also really well-intentioned when he said this. He neither wanted to make Su-mei sad and disappointed, and I don't want my daughter to suffer and be in danger in the criminal police force. So,
A 3-month inspection period was given.
Let her better experience how hard it is in there and then be a good traffic cop and think nothing of it later.
I know. I'll do a good job. Sume saluted that criminal police chief. More guidance in the future. Captain Huang. You're not allowed to show her any favoritism. Su Guoqian also looked at that captain and said, yes, Bureau Su. Captain Huang saluted. Absolutely equal treatment. Good. Then you guys go ahead and take the people back. Interrogate them properly. This wanted man has been running for so long and has so many cases on his back. One person can never do this with the power of one person. It's just as well to use this wanted man as a clue to follow the trail to the back of the line. And that bag. 2. Contact the owner to claim it at the team in a hurry. After a group of them left. At the scene, there were only 3 people left. Su Guoqian, Su Mei and Zhang Yu. Mr. Zhang, thank you. Su Guoqian looked at Zhang Yu and gave him a salute. Hey, Bureau So, what are you doing? As the director of Jiangcheng City, such a salute had made him a bit confused. I know it would have been a struggle for my daughter to tackle the thug without you earlier. So thank you, Dad. So you know. Su Mei was on the sidelines, and the stone in her heart fell to the ground. Otherwise it would have to suffocate itself. I've been doing this for years. Can I not know? Su said. This is not a common criminal, but one that has been wanted for a long time. I know how menacing he can be. Even though you studied criminal investigation, you're a girl after all, and it's not like you've actually worked as a criminal police officer. So I know that Zhang Yu definitely helped. His analysis is well reasoned. Dad, you're still looking down on girls. What's wrong with girls? Su Mei pouted. Are you especially sorry because you didn't have a son? Bull ********. Su got serious. I never thought of it that way. If you're not, then you're not. Why are you being mean? Su Mei whispered. Well, it's time for me to go back. It's also time for you to go back to the traffic police. Hand over your work, and report to the criminal police tomorrow. Su Guoqian looked at his daughter. This time, I'm giving you a chance. If you can't catch it, you know what to do, right? I know. I won't embarrass your old man. Su Mei said, watching Su Guoqian leave. She turned her head and said to Zhang Yu, let's go. Where to? You've done me such a big favor. I have to treat you to a nice rubdown. Su Mei laughed. Who would have thought that because of this incident today, he had realized his wish of going to the criminal police force for several years. Dinner won't be necessary. Zhang Yu smiled. Or else, you can just have some verbal thanks. Bah, you're thinking beautifully. Su Mei blushed. I'm still a peony. Hey, several question marks rose above Zhang Yu's head. I mean, let's just have you verbalize a few words of thanks to me. Are you thinking about it the wrong way? He couldn't help but feel a little weepy. How could she have skewed it to that point when her own statement, how it was so conventional? It's outrageous. That's not like something a peony should say. Could it be that she is also a person with a high level of theoretical knowledge? Zhang Yu, I want to beat you up. Su Mei knew her thoughts, skewed too far, and her face flushed red. You want to beat me up? I'm afraid it's a bit hard. Zhang Yu laughed. Just now, the credit for subduing that Class A wanted criminal, himself, should have accounted for more than 90% of the credit. This 90% of the credit, all sent to the smooth. So what? Su Mei pouted. Will you really hit me? That's not necessarily true. Oh, it also depends on how it's fought. Zhang Yu laughed. How do you fight? Hit it with a stick. Zhang Yu this time, there were other meanings in his words. Fine, then I'll sue you for assault. Su Mei had a smug look on her face. She was also in a pretty good mood today, and was now showing her little womanly side. No more of the cold look of a police officer. Well, let's just get out of the alley. Zhang Yu changed the topic and said, why? I parked my car in a hurry just now. That place is not allowed to park, and I was afraid of getting a ticket if I went there late. Su Mei screamed. I don't. That's my car. With that, he ran outside the alley. When he exited the alley, he saw a large group of people, standing at the entrance of the village, talking. Men, women and children, including the guy who just dropped his bag. Seeing Su Mei coming out of the alley, the man who lost the bag also said gratefully, thank you, policewoman. Gee, this policewoman is so good that she can clean up the robbers with her bare hands. If all police officers were like that, we'd have peace and quiet. The woman is the owner of the lost. You must send a banner. Send it, 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 must send it, the owner said happily. In the crowd, there were only a few children, looking at something. Seeing Zhang Yu come out behind him, he jumped up. That big brother just now. We saw him upstairs. He's got good hands. He should know martial arts. That's so cool. I wish I could be like him when I grow up. Big brother, what's your name? When I grow up I will marry you, a little girl said. A few kids really have no resistance to this kind of chivalrous behavior. Look, other little girls have confessed to you that they want to marry you, Sume said from the side. That's not even my heroic and chipper side. Bah, shame on you, Sume whispered. Don't you think so?
Zhang Yu smiled at her.
If anyone could marry me, they would definitely earn it.
With his words, Sume was also speechless, because what he said was,
indeed, the truth.
How long has it been since I've known Zhang Yu?
And every time I see him, he shows different aspects of surprise.
This made Sume all curious as to what kind of person he really was. It's amazing to be such a well-rounded hexagonal fighter when you're only in your early 20s.
As if
there was nothing he couldn't handle.
That sense of unhurried relief is mesmerizing.
It's just so tempting to delve deeper into it.
Chapter 131, Private Words Between Girlfriends. Night. An airplane from River Airlines landed in Hacienda. This is the northernmost provincial capital city of the Dragon Kingdom, due to its proximity to the woolly bear country. So, the city is full of tall women with exotic flavorful features. When the two of them, Di Xiaoba and Lu Hanxiao Pan Yuyao,
appeared on the streets of Haching with their trolley cases, the three of them were tall and not inferior to those exotic-style beauties.
Yu Yao, you and Di Xiaoba go back to the hotel first, Lu Hanxiao said,
taking the trolley case in his hand and handing it to Pan Yuyao.
Sister Xiao, where are you going? Pan Yuyao couldn't help but ask. I'm going to buy something, Lu Hanxiao said, then asked, by the way, what do you guys want me to bring? No, Sister Xiao, why don't we drop off our stuff first, and then we can hang out together, Pan Yuyao said. Barb's a little unwell, so stay at the hotel and take care of it, and if you need anything, I'll bring it back just as quickly, Lu Hanxiao laughed. Okay then, Pan Yuyao nodded, then we'll go back to the hotel first. After saying goodbye to the two, Lu Hanxiao looked ahead to the pharmacy inside before walking in. When I came out, I bought some more local snacks from Hacienda, then back to the hotel. Sister Xiao, you're back so soon, huh?
Pan Yuyao was still a little surprised that Lu Hanxiao had returned so quickly.
Brought you food.
Lu Hanxiao handed her the item in her hand.
Wow, Sister Xiao, you're so nice. Bought everything I wanted to eat. When Pan Yuyao saw the delicious food, her eyes lit up and she couldn't walk a bit. Then take it and eat it. Remember to share some with Barb.
Lu Hanxiao finished.
Then, went into the bathroom by himself.
Took out the stuff I bought at the drugstore. It's a brand from 2 different manufacturers.
Please, let's hope something good comes out of this, Lu Hanxiao's heart wished. Then the test began. A few minutes later, seeing 2 different manufacturers' products in your hand, showing the same results, both are the same.
Along with the last time I measured it,
3 times in a row, I got the same result. It's over. Now.
And it does seem to be true.
A hint of panic appeared on Lu Hanxiao's face. Who could have predicted that it would turn out like this? Hey,
the mind couldn't help but think of Zhang Yu again.
Blame him. I'm not even married yet. If this gets out, how can I be a man in the future? And, it would be nice if it was just you. However,
now Di Xiaoba was in a similar situation to herself. She even found out a few days before she did. This made it even worse for Lu Hanxiao to bring it up.
Sister Xiao, come and see. Just as she was in the restroom, not knowing how to deal with the outcome,
Pan Yuyao was in the hotel room and shouted,
"What is it?" Lu Hanxiao pressed the toilet flush button and walked out. When Pan Yuyao saw her,
she hurriedly held up her cell phone and greeted her.
"Sister Xiao, look, what are you looking at?" Zhang Yu is making a splash on the internet again, isn't he? Lu Hanxiao asked before he could see the cell phone screen. "Yeah, Sister Dash. This time it's different."
Pan Yuyao took the cell phone screen and handed it to her.
Lu Hanxiao looked away. Just see this video.
The number of likes and retweets and comments
are in the tens of thousands. It's pretty hot, to say the least.
All that was seen on the screen was a clip of several images. It can be clearly seen that the video was shot from the angle of a 3- or 4-story residential building.
It was taken with a cell phone, so the image is also rather shaky. However,
it can be clearly seen that Zhang Yu subdued the entire process of a knife-wielding robber, especially the image of the overhead kick, kicking the bag back in midair and smashing it into the mugger's face. The pop-ups directly covered the entire screen. The comments are full of all sorts of words like warrior reincarnation and chivalry. There's no shortage of other comments about wanting to give him children and such. Lu Hanxiao was already not surprised by Zhang Yu's 360-degree fancy outbursts. Every time he came out on a flying mission, Zhang Yu would have a few surprising things to say. But, when Lu Hanxiao saw the other images in the video again, especially, seeing the interaction between the two Su Mei and Zhang Yu, it took her a moment to realize a problem. It's not the two of them, so well acquainted? The demeanor doesn't seem like it's just a relationship of acquaintance. It's possible that it's at the level of talking to each other. Lu Hanxiao snapped to mind what she had said to her best friend Su Mei. Oops. She cried out inwardly that it was not good. Will Su Mei talk to Zhang Yu about herself? How smart is Zhang Yu? Both of them knew that Zhang Yu knew each other, but he didn't know the two of them knew each other. But wouldn't it be a particularly simple thing for him to try to guess in case this got out? Do not Lu Hanxiao hadn't figured out what to do, so she didn't really want Zhang Yu to know about herself. And so, Lu Hanxiao didn't even think about it, and after speaking to Pan Yuyao, she picked up her cell phone, sent a message to Su Mei. Su Mei, where are you now? I'm home. Why? At this time, Su Mei had already bid farewell to Zhang Yu and returned to her home. You didn't tell anyone else about that one, did you? Which thing? Oh, I didn't tell anyone, including him. When Su Mei saw Lu Hanxiao looking for him at this time, she must have been worried that she would take this matter and tell Zhang Yu. She knew it in her heart. You know all about it? Lu Hanxiao was clearly shocked at those last three words from Su Mei. Okay, Hamsa. Su Mei laughed. River City is sometimes very big, but sometimes it's very small. In fact, I've known for a long time that you guys know each other. And what about him? Does he know we know each other between the two of us? Lu Hanxiao asked again. I didn't say that. He shouldn't know. Su Mei replied. Don't worry about it. That's good. Lu Hanxiao's psyche, too, was slightly relaxed. But what are you going to do about this? Su Mei was also worried for her best friend. This is not a small thing. You must think carefully. Whatever choices BFFs make, they will surely face different costs. Each has its own ending. I don't know. Lu Hanxiao had never faced this kind of situation before, and her heart was in a panic. Still, I find myself not wanting to give up. I said, I don't want to give up. To result a life with my own hands is something I can't do. Lu Hanxiao thought for a moment and replied. Then don't think about it and get well. If you can't, take a long vacation for the company. You're a senior employee. It won't go unapproved. Chapter 132 Special Reward. Zhang Yu's ambition. If it's really not approved, big deal. You won't be able to fly back there. I'm afraid. Your health is important. Su Mei said. But, what am I going to tell everyone? Especially, the sisters I share a room with, and my family. Lu Hanxiao sighed. Really a bit numb to the claws. Hey. Su Mei sighed. Who told you to be careless? Lu Hanxiao had always been a sensible and calm person. As a result, in front of Zhang Yu, the helmet was discarded and also, oops, Su Mei. Stop it. I wouldn't have thought it would be like this. Lu Hanxiao replied, then said, alright, I won't talk to you anymore. What's wrong? Zhang Yu called me. Hey, you're. Su Mei cried and laughed a little. Zhang Yu, you're calling at this hour. What's the matter? Lu Hanxiao asked. Nothing much, just asking. Where are you guys now? Zhang Yu asked as he sat in the master bedroom on the second floor. We're in Hacienda now and are resting at the hotel. Lu Hanxiao said so. A wave of warmth surged through his heart as well. She hadn't realized it before, but now that Zhang Yu had only said a few simple sentences, she couldn't help it, and she had a feeling of wanting to be pampered. Is it an estrogen effect? Luckily it was endured though. Oh, you get some rest then. Zhang Yu said. Hey, wait. Lu Hanxiao shouted in a hurry. What's wrong? Zhang Yu asked. Her words, when they reached her mouth, were swallowed back. It's nothing. It's just that. Koba is a little uncomfortable. Is it a watery grave? Or what? Zhang Yu asked. If you really can't, take a vacation. It should be fine. Get some rest and you should be fine. Lu Hanxiao shook her head. You take an early rest. I'll go wash. Then, it hung up. She felt that if she talked more, she might have to spill the beans. Better hurry up and hang up first. This side of Riverside House. Zhang Yu was thoughtful after hanging up the phone. Then another call. Hey, Mr. Zhang. The opposite party quickly answered, shouting in a respectful tone. Lu Hanxiao and her group. When's the next flight? Back to Mr. Zhang. It's tomorrow morning. You do this. Contact the Hacheng side. Zhang Yu said. Adjust the time to the afternoon. That way you can take an extra half day off and not be so exhausted. If we had followed the original schedule, it would have been flying in the sky all the time except for sleeping, and we wouldn't have been able to get a good night's rest at all. Okay, I'll get right on it. The other party was absolutely obedient to Zhang Yu's orders. After hanging up the phone, there was a knock on Zhang Yu's room door. Landlord, I've stewed pear and silver ear soup. Why don't you have a bowl? At the door of the room, came Xiong Tingting's voice. Okay, then you bring it in. Zhang Yu originally, also did not want to drink. However, people are serving it up and standing at the door? So thoughtful. Not drinking seems a bit of a buzzkill. Hey,
I can be very understanding. The door to the room pushed open, and Xiong Tingting came in with a tray, carrying a bowl of steaming dessert, putting the silver ear soup on Zhang Yu's bedside table. Landlord, you drink first. I'm going down to work, Xiong Tingting said with a slight bow. Zhang Yu looked at her and couldn't help but smile. She looked a little more stirring after not seeing her all day. Hair was slightly disheveled, resting on her ears, tying a pink and white apron. What a beautiful cook. You made a trip up here just to deliver silver ear soup? Right. Xiong Tingting's voice was a little small, and the next second, Zhang Yu took her hand. How can I reward you for doing such a good job? Landlord, you're not even charging me rent, and I don't think I'm doing enough. Then you should know. As Zhang Yu spoke, Xiong Tingting symbolically broke free. The fire's still on in the kitchen. Not a thing. Zhang Yu pressed on a button at the head of the bed. Well, the kitchen fire is off. Then, the silver ear soup, which had just been placed on the table, suddenly tumbled to the floor and spilled everywhere. A few hours later, it was late at night. Xiong Tingting cleaned up the silver ear soup or whatever on the floor before going downstairs. Luckily marble floors, too, are better to deal with. Zhang Yu looked at the time. Before I knew it, it was 12 o'clock again. He pulled out a couple of paper towels and wiped his sweat, then murmured in his mind. System, I want to draw today's blind box. Prepare the blind box for the host immediately. The system soon awoke. Then, several blind box images appeared in front of me. Zhang Yu chose a corresponding blind box based on today's date. The box slowly opened after a few shakes. No. Gold? Zhang Yu noticed that the blind box, surprisingly, flashed out a golden light. Isn't that a special effect only available on the special edition blind boxes? He took another look at the system interface. It turned out that, without realizing it, Xiong Tingting's star rating was already a full star, so that bonus stacks the buffs and becomes a special edition blind box. Zhang Yu originally thought that today was just an ordinary blind box. Now, all at once, he sat up. The look was also serious. Congratulations to the host, who has drawn the special edition blind box, a large private military industrial group. The military industrial complex? Nice guy. Zhang Yu was shocked. The private military industrial group, named Tom Lee Military Industry. It produces drones, bionic technology, exoskeletons, artificial intelligence devices, and many other advanced devices. It is widely used in several fields. Its orders are sold to several national regions, and it also has an important share in the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, Zhang Yu looked at the group's turnover. Hundreds of billions every year. However, due to the special nature of the group, it is not listed and does not participate in any top 500 listings. So, not many people who are not in the industry know about this group. Typical of the boredom. Acquiring such a group, Zhang Yu realized that it was not just about making money, but also about having a deeper connection with a higher authority. Now, along with the system's introductory panel, there's a long list of clients at the back. It turns out that even the Jiangcheng war zone under Wu Jingliang's command purchases much of its equipment from its own companies. Nice guy. Zhang Yu was also quick to collect his reward. There's a new megacorporation in the personal center now. The current version of himself is now virtually short in every way. Who would have thought I'd ever see the day? The full star bonus is truly awesome. I don't know when I'll get an overseas company. Zhang Yu couldn't help but long for it in his heart. The way I see it, that tech company in Moscow is great. Chapter 133, Private Clubs, Lycanthropy. If this company becomes his own, then this will make the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom have to give him a few points of face. Ahem. But that's all I can think about at the moment. One should not get caught up in unrealistic fantasies. Looked at the system upgrade progress bar. It should just be within a week of moving up to the next level. It's time to go to the next level. And there's a new character unlock slot. The only two characters that haven't reached full stars yet are Pan Yuyo and Sasha. While waiting for an upgrade, it's important to seize the opportunity to get your star level up sooner rather than later. With such expectations, Zhang Yu yawned. Perfect end to the day today. It's okay to sleep. Notice that the light in the second floor bedroom is off. Tina Xiong, who was on the first floor, was relieved. It was only when he slept that she felt the uneasiness in her heart go away quite a bit. There's no other reason. Who can carry Zhang Yu? She looked at the empty living room. Suddenly, he remembered Lu Hanxiao and Pan Yuyo and the girls. Is it? Her mind recalled an incident and the usual pattern of getting alone. Suddenly they realized that the three of them. I'm afraid so. Just thinking about it. Her cell phone, suddenly, rang. Took her by surprise. Glancing at the caller ID, he picked up the phone. Hey, Tina, what are you doing? I'm getting ready for bed. Why are you still up? Dad? Tina Xiong asked. I heard that instead of being a stewardess, you switched to banking now? Xiong Tingting didn't know how Dad knew. She didn't know how to hide it, though, so she just nodded and said, yes, but, not yet inducted. Still waiting for notification. The contract was signed, that's a good thing. Why don't you tell your family about such a great thing? She hadn't figured out what to say. Papa Bear added, I called you to say, come home tomorrow. You haven't been home for a long time. The family is waiting for you to have dinner together. Got it. Xiong Tingting hung up the phone. The fingers, somewhat uncontrollably, shook slightly. Bang! A teacup, smashed to the ground, shattered. In a private club, several people were sitting in the large box. The person on this video, is Zhang Yu? A burly man with a full beard looked at the cell phone video screen. On the screen, it was the scene where one of his own people was subdued by Zhang Yu, and then captured by the police. It's so damnable. It's all so close to being one, but I've actually lost at his hands. The bearded man looked at the bag on the floor. I hate that I can't reach into the video and get my hands on the bag. In that bag, there was a set of drawing materials that he wanted very much. To get the set of drawings, they made careful plans. Various scenarios were postulated. Took a chance on the shot and did a good job of picking up the slack in the middle of town. It just didn't occur to me. All the plans were under control, but he hadn't counted on the fact that one called Zhang Yu would suddenly descend from the sky. More than your people. Across from him, sat an older man, about 60 years old, and next to him stood a 200-pound hulk of a man. It's none other than Ma Weiguo and his inner circle of men. My men, too, have run into his men several times lately, and lost quite a bit of money. Moreover, Wu Zhengliang's second son, also died after falling off a cliff while racing with him. My poor short-lived disciple, Ma Weiguo said, squeezing out a few tears. No, this Zhang Yu, there must be deep forces behind him, the bearded man said. Otherwise, you wouldn't have hit the wall repeatedly. Master Ma. Yeah, Ma Weiguo nodded. I've also found out some information. Every time he makes a move, it's someone from the Cine group. I suspect that he has high prestige in the Cine group. I just don't know exactly which level. Cine group? The bearded man raised an eyebrow. I've dealt with Cine. If that's the only force he has, then I'm not afraid. But, Zhang Yu has a close relationship with Elder Shao, and the Elder's support for him is not small. Elder Shao? Just an idle old man. The burly bearded man laughed. My godfather. He's an active level big shot. One level higher than even Wu Zhengliang. Then I really didn't get the wrong guy. Ma Weiguo stood up and said excitedly. Zhang Yu is our common enemy. We have to join hands to get rid of him. Exactly. The bearded man nodded. I haven't planted such a big heel yet. This bad anger. I must get it back. He clenched his fists. Then he looked at Ma Weiguo again. Master Ma, your power is far inferior to mine. It's fine for you to join forces with me, but what's in it for me? The bearded man, though angry, but not a brainless person who doesn't do things that don't benefit him. Since I'm here, I naturally come with sincerity. Ma Weiguo smiled, then waved his hand. The 200-pound Hercules, who was next to him, took a flatbed and walked right up to him. You can look first. The bearded man saw, on top of the tablet, a picture of several beautiful women. After flipping back and forth a few pages, each one is more than a little mouth-watering. I really didn't think that there are such stunning women in the Dragon Kingdom. Master Ma, what are they all from? These are all a few of the women who were close to Zhang Yu. According to my investigation, each of them has had alone time with him. Ma Weiguo laughed. I don't know which one you have your eye on. Sir, I'll bring the person straight here tomorrow. I've looked at every one of them pretty good. The bearded man laughed. Sir, if you operated at the same time, it might be a bit difficult and easy to expose. Ma Weiguo laughed. So, let's not be too hasty. After Zhang Yu is killed first, the rest will be easy. So, which one do you think is appropriate? I've also investigated, and those currently in Jiangcheng are mainly these few. Ma Weiwei pointed to a few of the photos. If it's the one with the smallest background and the best to hold, it's her. Good. Great. The bearded man saw the man in this picture. The eyes lit up and clapped their hands as well. These are all top-notch faces, no matter who they are. For what comes next, it's also much more motivating. Then Master Ma, I need to see this man tomorrow. Can it be done? He was also looking at Master Ma's sincerity and ability. If you can't do this, then there's no point in cooperating. Please rest assured that it will absolutely be delivered to you tomorrow. Ma Weiguo assured too. So, we work well together? Have fun working together. Bearded. He lifted a wineglass. Ma Weiguo also raised a wineglass. Happy cooperation. Chapter 134. It's time to work harder in the future. The darkness will eventually pass. Day 2. After Zhang Yu woke up, he first picked up his cell phone and saw the message sent by Xiong Tingting. Landlord, I have to go home today. Talk to you. Kind of interesting. He couldn't help but think. Who would go anywhere to report to the landlord? To the co-tenant.
It's totally treating him like a very important person.
So report back everywhere you go. It's either family or leadership that can get to the point of reporting. What's that, Zhang Yu? Family and leader again? Anyway, no matter what,
Lu Hanxia and the others were away for the past few days.
Tina Xiong happened to be conditioned to be very obedient as well. Good. Let me know ahead of time if you need to pick it up.
Zhang Yu glanced at the time she sent the message.
It was 5 or 6 in the morning. The morning bus to the county area is usually at this time. He had thought, it's been 4 or 5 hours. Is there any point in returning the message? Still, since I saw it, I'd better reply.
Then he got up and washed up afterward.
First, we dealt with the bank preparations. Due to the preparation of the River City Development Bank,
there is the full support of Shuriken's cooperation. Then Master Shao stepped in and there was a $10 billion capital injection, and the bank's liquidity was resolved.
The whole process, too, went exceptionally well. Zhang Yu arrived at the bank's headquarters building. Seeing the roof of the building, 6 big letters have also been put up. Mr. Zhang, you're here. The secretary, Yang Xiaomei, is directing the lifting of the sign on the roof of the bank. Seeing Zhang Yu appear,
he hurriedly jogged 2 steps and greeted him.
He nodded. Your leg, is it okay? It's fine, it's fine. Secretary Yang couldn't help but blush on her face when she was asked that. It's all because of you, and now you're asking about it. By the way, Mr. Zhang, I've drawn up a list of guests for the opening ribbon-cutting event. Take a look and see if there's anything else that needs to be modified.
Secretary Yang handed over a list of names.
Zhang Yu took a look.
Besides some bigwigs from the financial circle of Zhongcheng, there were also peers and important figures from the political world.
Each one comes with a big head. Pretty much. Zhang Yu nodded. Just follow this list and go ahead and send out invitations. Okay, Mr. Zhang. Secretary Yang nodded. Would you like to take another look at the office?
The remodeling has changed a lot today.
I won't go up there. Zhang Yu smiled, and a feeling of disappointment unexpectedly rose in Secretary Yang's heart. If there's nothing going on when I'm not here, I'll come back the next time I'm open. Zhang Yu said. Oh, and by the way, if there's anything important, you can report back to my house. Okay, Mr. Zhang. When Zhang Yu said so, she was happy again in her heart. How many people could there be? Who could be invited to his home?
It's enough to prove that he's taking himself seriously. I have to work harder in the future.
She looked at Zhang Yu, clasping the documents with both hands, and thought silently in her heart. What are you thinking? Watching Secretary Yang fall into deep thought, Zhang Yu could not help but ask. Oh, no, it's nothing, Mr. Zhang.
Secretary Yang came back to his senses and also said with some embarrassment.
Well, go ahead and get to work then. I'm off, Zhang Yu said and left the bank headquarters building. Soon, in the afternoon, quite a few bigwigs from the political and financial circles received invitations from the Zhongqing Development Bank.
The invitations were very beautiful and made to look like crafts. Even the few large letters on the face are pasted on with gold leaf. Worthy of being Jiang Development, even the invitations are so exquisitely made. Someone received the invitation and tanned it online. Jiang Development is rich and powerful. I heard that there is more than $10 billion of capital injection even before the official opening.
Nice guy.
We're having such a hard time pulling in some deposits.
And he's got 10 billion before he even opens?
It's more than $10 billion.
You don't realize that Zhang Yu not only owns this bank, but there are also several companies that are under his name. It's horrible. Why does a young man in his 20s have so many industries? And who's behind him? I don't know. Still, it's only fair to get on his good side in the future. Hey, but it's also difficult. If the Zhongqing Development Bank set sail in such a high profile, what else is there for us other banks to do? It's not just insiders in the financial world who have all kinds of attitudes. Within the general public, there is also a lot of talk about the upcoming opening of the River City Development Bank. It became a hot topic in and out of the circle. Zhongqing Development Bank is really trenchant. Opening deposits are given exquisite gifts. Deposits of 100,000 or more also give gold bars. And the interest rate is quite a bit higher than other banks. For a 5-year deposit, it's even nearly twice as much as other banks. Then they all go to his family's bank to make deposits. And they mustn't go bankrupt? You think? What we want is to all go to his house to deposit. But there's a limit to the high interest rate. So if I'm late, I won't be able to save. So I'll have to make an appointment. No, we're all ICBC employees. We don't deposit money in our own bank? Are you stupid or not? People, Zhongqing Development Bank gives so high interest. Do not go to deposit? But will the leaders disallow it? Besides, Jiangcheng Development is only a private bank. A private bank? Do you know who was behind the endorsement of this bank that was established so smoothly? It'll scare you to death to tell you. Even the employees of various banks, who want to move their deposits, want to deposit their money in the River City Development Bank. A bank, the foundation of its peace of mind, is the amount of deposits. The more deposits you have, the more you can lend out to eat the spread. That's why the major banks are scrambling to pull in deposits. But seeing Jiang Development pulling in deposits like this, the presidents of the banks were dumbfounded. Can't beat that. Can't beat that at all. The newly formed bank is just brave, making such a big move right off the bat. Isn't this Jiangcheng Development Bank, formerly known as Sap Loans Financial Company? At this point, on the way, a woman wearing sunglasses also received a flyer. She is Lu Ruyan. She remembered that her ex-boyfriend, Zhang Yu, was the owner of this company. Now, so soon, Zhang Yu is going to become the bank's boss again? A bank is the same as a financial lending company. They are legal deposit-taking organizations. Lu Ruyan was getting more and more confused and regretful. After spending so much time with him, I even knew how many moles he had on his body, but I didn't know that he had such a deep background and energy. What did you miss? She tried to call her brother Lu Yong's phone and found that she couldn't get through. Called my best friend Chen Wan's phone again. Chen Wan, do you know? What is Zhang Yu's situation now? How do I know? Chen Wan's attitude wasn't very good when she saw Lu Ruyan calling. Chapter 135, Sumei, wanting to turn into a biting rabbit. Lu Ruyan, Lu Ruyan, you really don't know what kind of treasure you're missing out on. Chen Wan now didn't even dare to harbor any illusions about Zhang Yu. The gap between himself and him was like dust meeting the sun. Would have liked to find some traces related to Zhang Yu. Only that time, watching the fireworks from the balcony left no trace of anything but memories. Chen Wan, then you must know where Zhang Yu lives, right? Lu Ruyan was a bit unwilling. Where does he live? Show me. And you want him to come around and get back together. Ha? Chen Wan said. Well, at least I've been with him for years and given him everything. It can't just be. You still have the nerve to say that? Chen Wan was also completely undecorated about her best friend's approach. You're the one who kicked people out and went to that Ding Kuan guy. And now you're saying this. You have to have a face. Don't make me look down on you. Chen Wan, but we are good girlfriends, aren't we? Lu Ruyan said. I don't mind sharing it with you. What did you say? Chen Wan felt that Lu Ruyan must be crazy. You and I, we are not qualified to say that now. Chen Wan hadn't paid much attention to things about Zhang Yu recently. There have also been some videos circulating online. Look at those beauties that showed up next to him. Which one doesn't beat both of them in terms of face, body and temperament? Even the beautiful woman in that alley, who called Zhang Yu her master, was quite a bit stronger than them. Although Chen Wan was unwilling, she knew how much she weighed. Lu Ruyan was really a bit confused. To this day, it's still doing things that make people laugh. Well, what about me? Lu Ruyan felt like she was about to cry. Seek your own blessings. Honestly, with Zhang Yu's current energy, you've already been quite lenient with you by not receiving any bullying or retaliation. Chen Wan said and hung up the phone. I don't think we'll be able to be best friends anymore. It's not a problem to love a little vanity. What girl, in her heart, wouldn't love vanity? But the point is this. Lu Ruyan is just too stupid. She couldn't see what a clear-eyed person could see at a glance. The brain circuits are indeed incomprehensible. Chen Wan felt that if she continued to deal with Lu Ruyan, sooner or later she would be dragged down with her. At this point, Zhang Yu left the bank headquarters building and drove his car. Got a call. It's Su Mei calling. Hey, Zhang Yu, where are you? Zhang Yu glanced at the road. I'm under a tree. Su Mei had a black line. I'm telling you business. What business? That Lamborghini of yours? Shipped back to you. Didn't that have to be returned? Su Mei said this through clenched teeth. 1,000 times I shouldn't have crashed into his car. It's a sinful fate. Not to mention how much it cost to fix the car. The key now is to get this Lamborghini back in good shape, and never get into any trouble. It's a good thing to get rid of one thing in your mind, so you can devote yourself to your new job later on. She can bet with Su Guoqiang. If she can't do the job in 3 months, she has to go back to the traffic police again. So grand? After experiencing the incident of catching a thief together with Su Mei, the relationship between the two, as if invisible, was also much closer. Zhang Yu was even more relaxed and casual in his speech now. Is there going to be a handover ceremony? Then I'll just park the car under your house and forget about it. Su Mei said. But what about my car? Tell you what. Go ahead and wait in front of my cell. I'll be back in a few minutes. Zhang Yu said. Su Mei wanted to say something else. The opposite party just hung up the phone. I'm so mad at you for hanging up on me and putting me on hold. I don't know if I'm going to be busy with the criminal police soon. Su Mei said so with her mouth
Still following Zhang Yu's wishes, he drove his Lamborghini and arrived at the riverside mansion. Along the way, she drove carefully. Other cars on the road. Drive more carefully. It's tense on both sides. Look, isn't this the Lamborghini that appeared in Zhangcheng earlier? Long time no see. Yeah, it was so high profile before it made a couple of internet appearances. Then it went off the radar. How did it show up again now? And the owner of the car, how come it turned out to be a woman? That's what you don't know. This car was hit by a female traffic cop earlier, and the female traffic cop was solely responsible. So it was sent for repair? Look guys, isn't the driver of the car the female traffic cop? It's over. It's over. I can't believe I've been recognized. For so many years, Sume had such a stain that could be taken out and talked about. At that moment noticed that someone is looking their way, also holding the steering wheel with one hand and blocking his face with the other. It's as if they think that they won't be seen. It was hard to get the car to Riverside House. The electronic identification system at the door, too, opened automatically. Sume pulled into the neighborhood. It was also amazing to see the neighborhood. This is one of the most luxurious residences in River City, full of high-end smart technology. However, with Zhang Yu's status, he should at least live in a detached manner to match. She thought silently in her mind, and then realized, this is the neighborhood where best friend Lu Hanxiao rents a place. I've seen her post pictures before. It was only later that I found out that Lu Hanxia's landlord was, in fact, Zhang Yu. The world is so big, yet so small. When she thought of Lu Hanxiao, Sume's emotions, again, came up a little. Damn Zhang Yu, how dare a rabbit eat grass from the nest, victimizing my bestie. Lu Hanxia is also Lu Genoa's daughter. No matter what, in Jiangcheng, the Lu family was also a prestigious figure. If the matter of unmarried pregnancy got out, the people of Jiangcheng would still laugh their asses off. It's scary to think about what would happen. Lu Hanxia has not returned to Jiangcheng yet. Sume also wanted to wait for her to return before discussing what to do. But no matter what, Zhang Yu had to take responsibility for this matter before he could do so. Otherwise, a couple of car horns snapped her thoughts back to reality. Sume looked back. Zhang Yu was seen, driving his Rolls-Royce Cullinan, back to the neighborhood. Sume. Zhang Yu laughed. Why didn't you say anything when you arrived? Even if I did, I'd still have to wait for you to come back. Sume said without a trace of humor. That's different. Zhang Yu said, if I knew you had arrived, I would have circled around a few more times before coming back. You. Sume's red eyes were like a rabbit that was about to bite. Chapter 136, he'll be a good father in the future. Okay. Zhang Yu laughed. Since you're here, why don't you go up and have a seat? I wouldn't dare. In case I go up there, who knows if it will turn out to be two other words. Sume said. Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows. You know me so well? He searched. Sume is in league with Sasha. Didn't cross paths with any of the others either. No. Sume realized that she had kind of let her words slip. Her head shot up. Just go up. Who's afraid of who? If you dare to touch me, I'll sue you for assaulting a police officer. Well, Officer Sue, can we go up now? Zhang Yu got out of the car. The two returned to the house. So this is your house? It's pretty big. Sume walked in and was surprised to see the scene in front of her. This is the first time I've been in here myself. Been prepared for this for a while, though. The luxury of the house still surprised her. Not bad for a top luxury home. Indeed. Zhang Yu laughed. Just enough to live. This is your tenant's room? Sume turned around on the first floor and walked to the area of a few rooms. Zhang Yu was surprised again. It seemed that he, himself, hadn't mentioned his family's situation to Sume. If she hadn't investigated herself specifically, there was only one possibility. Of the several tenants, there must be someone she knew. Zhang Yu thought about it in his head for a moment. Of the four of them, the only one who could cross paths with Sume should be Lu Hanxiao. Lu Hanxia is the daughter of Lu Genoa, and the Lu family in Jiangcheng is also well known. Sume, on the other hand, is the daughter of Bureau Su. Several generations of police, generations of recklessness, in terms of identity, right on the money, and similar age. The other few, in terms of age and family history, don't have a high match value. One more important point, Zhang Yu found out. Sume and Lu Hanxiao had another thing in common, which was what they had found out before. They were both sister protector fiends, whether this sister is pro or not. Thus, Zhang Yu could be 99% certain in his heart. What? Sume looked at Zhang Yu, a little nervous. It's okay. He smiled. Do you know Lu Hanxia? And it's a good relationship. Been found out? Sume's heart thumped. At least he is a police officer and has been professionally trained. How did he show his face so quickly in front of Zhang Yu?
Since you've known each other for a long time. Still hiding it from me. Zhang Yu laughed. No, mainly, there's no chance to get acquainted together. Sumei's explanation was somewhat pale, and that's when Zhang Yu didn't speak anymore, as if he had thought of something. Zhang Yu, be quiet. I'm thinking. He raised his hand, signaling Sumei to keep quiet. Then, the next second he opened his mouth and asked, Sumei, the thing you said last time, it couldn't have been Lu Hanxiao, right? What is it? What are you talking about, scum? What pregnancy? Zhang Yu looked at Sumei. Is it Lu Hanxia? Sumei's heart screamed in agony. We agreed to keep it a secret. And we just got in the house and got caught? You came in yourself, didn't even get a drink of water, and you're being interrogated as if you're a prisoner? Where have you ever been treated like this? This is really the wrong door to step through today. It's too late to repent. If you don't say anything, that's a tacit admission. Zhang Yu said. Such a big thing to hide from me. He's a little pissed off. Ha, I thought that you would. Thought I'd what? Don't want it? Zhang Yu laughed. If it's true, I'm sure I want it. It's not like I can't afford to keep it. When we have kids, I'll hire 3 nannies to take care of them. 1 for cooking, 1 for housework, and 1 for the kids. Can't wait to be happy. Zhang Yu said. I didn't realize that he was someone so willing to take charge. Sumei thought in her heart, and her thoughts about him, again, changed greatly. Thought Zhang Yu was the prodigal son in love. Inviting and showing affection everywhere. There's a child he's really having. Oh right. Zhang Yu also realized that if Lu Hanxiao's identity changed, then this house would not be able to accommodate him. When you have time, you help me identify where there is a large villa that is well decorated. The area is not too big. 5 floors up and down will do. Listen, is this human language? Not too big, and 5 floors up and down? In the entire Jiangcheng, a villa that meets such conditions must be worth at least $100 million. And it's not even known if there are any, because the listings that do qualify are also exceptionally low. Forget it, you're not a professional. I'll ask the real estate agent later, Zhang Yu said. Then another question came to mind. When Lu Hanxia told you about this, did she say anything about her intentions? Nope, she doesn't know what to do. Sumei was also giving up struggling now. Since Zhang Yu had guessed it all, he would tell what he knew. Whatever we do, this flight can't continue. It's prone to accidents. Zhang Yu made a quick decision. In Sumei's heart, she couldn't help but thump again. What? Zhang Yu, you can't make the plane turn around halfway? In her presence, only to see him take out his cell phone and make a call. Check for me, Lu Hanxiao's flight. Where is it flying to now? Reporting to Mr. Zhang. The flight has taken off from Hacheng and is on its way to Kaohsiung. Notify this airplane to return on the same route immediately and fly to Jiangcheng. Ha! The staff member who answered the phone was dumbfounded. Are you that arrogant? On the airplane, there were quite a few passengers, so they just changed their destination and flew to Jiangcheng? You're gonna get yelled at by the passengers? Moreover, the temporary scheduling of flight routes may also cause delays in other flights to be changed. Although Mr. Zhang is a major shareholder, he will not be unaware of this. But why would you do that? The staff were afraid to ask. Don't just do it. All damages will be paid for by the shipping company. How much can you pay for 100 or so passengers? It's nothing compared to your own flesh and blood. Okay, I'll get right on it. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yu's eyes widened when he saw Sumei. Zhang Yu, you actually managed to transfer a flight? An airplane that just flies up into the sky. Except for special reasons, it is mandatory to implement it to the end. Changing the route in the middle of the day. That's a close call. Unusual flight information and possibly a lock on Air Force records. Zhang Yu made such a big show. The plane didn't malfunction and the weather was fine. You want the Lu Hanxia girls on the plane to fly back to Jiangcheng quickly? How can you be so capricious? It was only when Sumei realized that he was doing this for his good girlfriend Lu Hanxiao, couldn't help but mentally say the same thing about what he was doing, saying, I don't know about anything else, but in the future, he'll be a great dad. Chapter 137, the airplane turned around and headed straight to Jiangcheng. There was no need to say it with his mouth, just by what Zhang Yu had just done. No matter who it was, whoever could become his woman would definitely be favored to the heavens. Sumei was envious of her best friend Lu Hanxia. At the same time, a thought bubbled up in his heart. Sumei, how can you think like that? She was also startled at the sudden thought in her mind. Lu Hanxia is your best friend. Even if you like Zhang Yu in your heart, you have to consider her feelings. What's more, she's pregnant now. At this point, Lu Hanxiao, the three of them, were on a flight to the capital of the Manhwa. The plane was passing over a vast expanse of plains at this point. Sister Xiao, where are we now? Down there? That would be Saboria. Lu Hanxiao had been flying for a long time.
and had long been about as good as a living map.
Ha! It's all here. Ha! Pan Yuyo was surprised, halfway through the journey. Yeah. Lu Hanxiao nodded and said, the next station is the capital of the Woolly Bear. In the past few days, the girls have traveled, almost, between the entire Eurasian continent a few times. People are also a little tired. Just then, on the flight, a message was received out of the blue. Attention of the staff on the flight. An emergency notice is now being issued. Please turn the plane around and return immediately. Target. Fly in the direction of Zhengcheng. Repeat. Target to fly in the direction of Zhengcheng. Ask the crew to do a good job of explaining the situation to the passengers. For the inconvenience caused, the airline company will promise to deal with each passenger in a satisfactory way. What's the situation? Pan Yuyao couldn't help but be stunned when she heard the news. The plane was flying fine. How could it return and go back to Zhengcheng? Yeah. Di Xiaoba also wondered. Even if the plane was having some kind of trouble, it would have landed close by. The plane didn't have any malfunctions. It simply received orders from above to fly to Zhengcheng now. The captain, at this point, came over and explained. At this time of the day, return directly to Zhengcheng? Lu Hanxiao asked. Yeah, it's a top directive from the shipping company, and we have no choice but to comply. The captain said. Crew Chief Lu, please also do a good job of explaining to the passengers. Good. Lu Hanxiao and the girls didn't know what was going on either. So, there was a flurry to the cabin. At this point, in the passenger compartment of the airplane, many people noticed that the plane was reversing course. All at once, in the languages of the nations, the questions were asked. Why did the plane turn around? Where are we going? Is there some kind of airplane malfunction? We're not going to die, are we? Please be quiet. There is no malfunction in the airplane. We are now under orders to fly to Zhengcheng. Lu Hanxiao explained in Eagle language. Why are you going to River City? I'm going to be touching silk shells. What's the point of going to Zhengcheng when we're about to arrive? Isn't this a delay? Among the passengers, there were a few hairy bears, who also cursed, mouthing words like sukbori. Please take it easy, we're also following the instructions from above. When we figure out the reason, we'll be the first to explain it to everyone. Lu Hanxiao, at this time, also switched to the furry bear language, with a few of their passengers, patient communicators. Pan Yuyao watched Lu Hanxiao switch between languages with ease, and her heart was in awe. A crew chief like that is truly a treasure for the entire airline division. Fluent in multiple languages and so slick with random switching. And those few furry bear passengers, seeing Lu Hanxia so dedicated and fluent in the language, there was no barrier to communication at all. Many conflicts between people arise from misinterpreting what the other person is saying. And Lu Hanxiao communicated without any misunderstanding even if he was using another country's language. Those passengers, impressed by her dedication and professionalism. It also showed understanding and offered to help the crew and explain to the passengers in the cabin. The other passengers would have complained more or less. The sight of those big, burly, hairy bear passengers was also a sign of understanding. And they all realized that Lu Hanxia was so pretty, and for her patient explanation, the passengers kept their opinions even if they had any. I have to say, beautiful women are just better at what they do. The same words, coming out of their mouths, just aren't the same. So, after the short interlude, the airplane, too, turned around smoothly and flew in the direction of Zhengcheng. The contact tower on the ground, too, told them, all other aircraft on the route along the way have been coordinated. This airplane can fly to Zhengcheng with the fastest speed, turn around from this place and fly to River City and across other countries. It's amazing that it's all been coordinated. It surprised them to no end as well. But, it's also going to take 7 or 8 hours to fly from Siberia to Zhengcheng. I really didn't expect that we would go back to Zhengcheng in such a way. Pan Yuyao couldn't help but sigh. So the flight's behind. Are they still flying? Original. On their flight, they were to get to the Woolly Bear capital first. After resting and recuperating, we will take off again and fly to Zhengcheng. Suddenly changing the route temporarily and flying to Zhengcheng ahead of schedule would bring us back to Zhengcheng more than a day earlier than originally planned. I don't know. Lu Hanxiao shook his head. And I don't know who it was that imposed the command on our airplane. It couldn't be Zhang Yu again, could it? Pan Yuyao said at this time. Lu Hanxiao was shocked. Could it really be him? The previous times made them think that Zhang Yu was probably the big shot behind Zhang Hang. It's just not solid. Today, it really seems to be true that Zhang Yu is the major shareholder behind Zhang Hang. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such a strong mobilization capacity. It was just that why he did it was rather puzzling to the three of them. Han Xiao, when will you guys arrive in Zhengcheng? I'll go over and pick you up. Su Mei sent a message. Ah, you know all about it? Lu Hanxiao looked at the message from her best friend and quickly realized. Oops, Zhang Yu couldn't, by any chance,
already know about himself? Could he? He himself had only spoken to Su-mei so far. Since she asked, it means, Su-mei, you told Zhang about me? Yeah. Su-mei was a little embarrassed. I didn't intend to say it, but I just accidentally let my mouth slip and he guessed it. Gee, how can I say that? Lu Hanxiao's head was big. Now he wasn't even more passive. I don't think it's anything. It's a good thing. Su-mei was a bit puzzled. Moreover, I see Zhang Yu's expression. He's still very happy. Otherwise he wouldn't be in such a hurry. Wanting you to come back earlier. Chapter 138, Upgrade your housing. Buy a villa. It's not that, Lu Hanxiao said anxiously. Su-mei also only knows one thing and doesn't know the other. Because she didn't even know about Di Sheba, neither did Zhang Yu. Su-mei's intentions are good, but one can't disregard Di Sheba's feelings. Always called herself a sister. It turned out to be a steal because of this. Can't do it myself. And, as far as time is concerned, one is at the back of the pack. Hamsa, why on earth not? You have to tell me. Su-mei couldn't help but thump in her heart when she thought of this. Could it be that the baby's father is someone else and that's why you're afraid to tell him? How? Lu Hanxiao got serious. Whose is it that I can't be clear about? Ever since she was a child, Zhang Yu was the only one for her. Then why are you afraid to say it? What on earth are you worried about? I can't tell you now. I'll tell you when I return to Jiancheng. Okay then, how long until we get there? Su-mei realized that the question went back to the first question asked at the beginning. Based on the current bearing and sailing speed, it will probably arrive at Jiancheng in about 8 hours. Lu Hanxiao said after doing some math. If we don't stop in the middle. 8 hours? Okay, then I'll leave in 7 hours. After Su-mei finished sending the message, seeing that Zhang Yu was looking at himself. How so? Zhang Yu asked. Hanyasha said that it will arrive in Jiancheng about 8 hours later. Good. He smiled. It's getting late. I have to get back. Su-mei looked at the time. Okay, I'll give you a ride then. Zhang Yu nodded his head and had no intention of staying. Good you Zhang Yu. Even you didn't say anything like let me sit for a while longer. What a straight man. Actually, Su-mei still didn't want to leave. It was just that the words were spoken. And Zhang Yu didn't say anything about it. Even if Zhang Yu said half a sentence, she wanted to stay a little longer. Su-mei, don't dream. It's better to hurry up and leave, or else you really won't be able to leave in a while. She mentally scolded herself. Dead legs, walk faster, and on the mouth. The next words spoken were, Aya, Hanxiao is in a special situation now. The environment at home must be made better. Zhang Yu's brows furrowed slightly. Wasn't Officer Su going to report to the criminal police force? Which room is Hanya in? Do you have any alcohol in the house? I'll go disinfect and reorganize her room. Su-mei said. Okay, go ahead then. The alcohol is on the liquor cabinet across from the kitchen. Zhang Yu glanced at Su-mei. Then, she was seen taking her things and going to Lu Hanxiao's room to work on it. When Su-mei finished her work and came out of the room again, she was also covered in sweat. Hey, finally got it right. She let out a long sigh. It's hot as hell. I have to go home and take a shower and change, then go to the airport to pick up Hanya. You can either wash it here, Zhang Yu said. Ha? Su-mei looked at him warily. But I don't have any clothes to change? Aren't you and Lu Hanxia about the same size? Wouldn't it be better to find one of her clothes to change into? Zhang Yu laughed again. Don't. Su-mei firmly shook her head this time. You're trying to plot against me. Okay then, go back then. Just go back. Really? After Su-mei said goodbye to Zhang Yu, after walking out of the neighborhood, he looked back at Zhang Yu's house. What's the big deal? Su-mei said so arrogantly that a few people passing by gave her a strange look. Instead, she looked embarrassed and her face burned a little. She felt like she was going down. Never, ever, had there been such an elusive emotion for a man. It changes as if it were the face of a child. After taking a few long breaths and calming himself, he drove up to his Rolls-Royce Cullinan, prepared to leave Riverside House. It's been a long time since I've touched this car. Once in the driver's seat, she then unconsciously remembered again the scene she had seen earlier. What was that like? Su-mei couldn't help but think. Looking up, Zhang Yu seemed to be standing on the balcony. She panicked in her heart and hurriedly drove her car, leaving the Riverside mansion. At this point, Zhang Yu stood on the balcony and witnessed Su-mei driving away. The large room was once again all to himself. It's still early. Go check out the house, he thought. If Lu Hanxia really had her own flesh and blood, she would have to hire a nanny to take care of it later. Even now the house is as much as 400 square meters, but there still won't be enough to live on. Also, sharing a room with other people is more than a little inconvenient. So, Zhang Yu decided that he was going to buy a villa, preferably the kind that is straightforward to renovate and can be lived in straight away after a simple treatment. If it's rough, start renovating from now on.
Even if you are renovating as fast as you can, with the best renovation materials, that's too late. There is a process to remodeling, and you have to wait a while between each process. Therefore, it is best to buy villas that have been renovated. When it comes to houses, it's better to see them in person. Although there are professional secretarial assistants under my command, it's best to do things like this yourself. As it happens, there is a real estate agency called Conk right downstairs from the neighborhood. With a lot of listings, he decided to check it out. Looking for a room, sir? In the agency store, Zhang Yu just walked in. A few of the agents were playing with their cell phones and looked up, not very enthusiastically. But a woman with a pillboxed head and a black professional outfit quickly greeted her, full of spring. After seeing how young and handsome Zhang Yu was, he couldn't help but smile even sweeter. Yeah, looking at houses. He nodded slightly. So sir, what kind of house do you want to buy? Here, we have high-rise, small high-rise, and townhouse products at all price levels. What kind of needs do you have? I'll recommend the right properties for you. The agent's little sister, a fluent mouth, with professional words set, introduced. Do you have any villas for sale here? The kind that has been renovated and is relatively new in color. Villa? The agent's little sister glanced at Zhang Yu. I didn't think that this handsome guy was going to look directly at the villa products. A better impression of him was made for a while. It's a big order if we make it. Villas are hard to sell because of the high total price, so the commission is high. A store that sells 100 ordinary homes a year and can sell 2 or 3 villas is considered particularly impressive. Like this young lad in front of him, directly asking for a villa. That's something you won't run into for a long time. The agency girl was just about to speak. A shopkeeper-like man came over. Sir, you want to see a villa? Let me take you to see it. I know all about the housing situation in the neighborhood. Chapter 139, a sister from the same school who works as a real estate agent. No. Zhang Yu shook his head. It's just her. Good. The store manager said to the girl. Then Xiao Ding. You'll receive it then. Sir. Ding looked back and saw the store manager walking away, a little embarrassed. I'm an intern, and he's also afraid the deal will go south. To me, that looks like trying to steal performance. Zhang Yu laughed. I just looked at your business skills and they are not bad. Be more confident in yourself. He couldn't help but sigh, ringing back to himself a few years ago. It's the same thing when you're working part-time, and you don't even know it when someone else steals your performance. Sir, don't tell the store manager, or I won't be able to work here anymore. Tiny said a little nervously. You just graduated, right? Zhang Yu asked. From River City Teachers University. Tiny nodded his head. Jiangcheng Teachers University? When Zhang Yu heard it, hey, this is still an alumnus. What is it, sir? Tiny asked. It's nothing. Let's get back to business. Do you have the listing I want? There's a set. Tiny looked at the pool of listings. But it's a little pricey. How expensive? Zhang Yu asked. This villa. It's not far from here. 3 kilometers. But the asking price is high. Listed at $50 million. Tiny spoke with a slightly embarrassed expression on his face. The house was actually listed for a year because it was so expensive that no one even looked at it. That's a coincidence. Why don't you show me around? The expression on Zhang Yu's face was calm. Well then, I'll find the key and take you there now. Ding was also a little happy. How did you get here? Sir, I rode the little electric donkey, so I'll take you there, she said. Okay. With that, Zhang Yu got on Ding's small electric donkey. It was a reminder of the time I used to ride an electric bike, and it was kinda nostalgic. She rode ahead, the scent of her hair, drilling into her nostrils with the wind. It kinda smells good. It's a smell unique to teenage girls. Creamy, creamy. Are you seated? Sir, it's my first time taking someone. Ding gripped the handlebars with both hands, a little nervous. Zhang Yu also raised a few spirits. The houses I've shown before were all in the neighborhood, just a few steps away. Ding was a little embarrassed, and the chances of me showing it are not many. So it is. Zhang Yu laughed. Then you ride slower. One look at that man. He can't afford a villa. $50 million. It's been hanging for a year and no one has even looked at it. He's just trying to puff up his face. Ding is really socially inexperienced, too, and was stupid enough to bring a look. It'll be interesting to see if we get fooled later. Think you're great just because you're from Jiangcheng Normal University? Key University. Not still out to be an intermediary. Inside the store, a couple of agents, watching them go, were also talking. For a recent college graduate like Ding, they were recruited with an idea in mind at first. But then it turns out that Tiny is brotherly and long-winded to everyone, but won't get special alone time with anyone. In time, people realized that she wasn't the clear and stupid one. Rather, it's a person who thinks logically. As a result, people began to ostracize Ding intentionally or unintentionally.
and also robbed her of her performance, trying to marginalize her and get her to leave herself. However, because of her good image, she always still has a list and meets the performance requirements every month. Plus the boss also stated that she came in as a management trainee and that the store needed such a highly educated and younger talent. So, even if the store manager wears small shoes, it will only be small shoes. And that Tiny's heart was in a particularly good place, so one couldn't help but wonder if she was pretending to be a pig in a poke. However, today, when I saw this young handsome man, look at her enthusiasm, they felt that Xiao Ding, this time, must have planted a big head, and then she would naturally not be able to stay in the store. Sir, we're here. A few minutes later, the little electric donkey stopped in front of a villa area. Zhang Yu looked away. This villa area is called Jinhan Mansion. It's about 3 kilometers away from Riverside House, which isn't that far, a matter of a foot of gas. Location-wise it's not bad. Walk into the villa area. The furnishings inside the neighborhood look good too. After all, it is a high-class villa area, so all kinds of valuable trees are everywhere. Sir, this is the building. Tiny led him, walking to a villa. Zhang Yu looked up. This is a single-family house. There is no shade in front or back. Sir, such a detached villa, in the entire Jiangcheng, is currently the only one left. Ding introduced. The center of the city, where inches of land are at a premium. Such single-family homes would not have been allowed to be built again. Luckily, the plans for the neighborhood were done beforehand, and it ended up being completed without a hitch. The tone and accent with which she introduced the villa was rather as if one thought it was a professional explanation inside a museum, as if she was introducing a cultural relic. And the Mandarin is so standard. You could say it's a podcast accent. What's your major? Zhang Yu asked curiously. Sir, I'm studying broadcasting, Xiao Ding said with some embarrassment. I know what you want to ask. Actually, I had originally gone up to the TV station, but I ended up being brushed off. What's the reason? Zhang Yu felt that with her demonstrated business skills, it was unlikely that she would be brushed off. Why? It's all in the past. Let's not talk about it. Xiao Ding didn't want to bring up the matter, but continued. Sir, what do you think of the villa's appearance? Do you want to take a look inside? Okay, go in and take a look. Zhang Yu looked at the appearance of this villa, which was still good, quite satisfied. After walking into the villa, inside, the scene comes to life. You can tell that the interior of the villa is made of high-end materials, but it's not flashy at all. It's very understated. Sir, this villa has 3 floors. Each floor has roughly 300 square feet. Dinky continued the presentation. There are 15 rooms in total that can be used as bedrooms, recreation rooms, studies, etc. The kitchens, on the other hand, are 3, 2 on the first floor with a Chinese and Western kitchen. The second floor also has a kitchen. There are 2 living rooms, one on each of the first and third floors, of which the first floor is a 6-meter-high ceiling. Please see. Tiny reached out and gestured. Zhang Yu looked over, only to see the raised 6-meter living room. A huge crystal chandelier hangs down and looks really dominant with a kind of dominance too. Living in such a house, that really has a kind of Mr. and Mrs. Young master and young lady rhyme in it. And the decor, too, is of that very immersive Chinese style. The villas rented in movies and TV shows are usually in this style, like the one at Ming's house. Chapter 140, Hometown Dialect Soars Out. Is it a Sichuan and Chongqing girl? And the first floor is mainly for meeting guests, so the living room is very big. Then, a couple of rooms on the first floor are a bit smaller in size. Relatively speaking, it's supposed to be used as a room for nannies, housekeepers, and security guards. Separated from the second floor, they don't interfere with each other. From the second floor, each room is a separate suite with its own bathroom and checkroom. Because the area is large enough, the area of each suite are more than 50 square meters, and a small 2-bedroom house suite area are about the same. On the second and third floors, there are 8 such suites. There are also several functional rooms that can be used as billiard rooms, gaming rooms, home theaters, etc. Good man, if we move to this villa, even if there were 10 more people, it would definitely be livable. Zhang Yu's satisfaction with this villa, not to say 100 points, 95 points at least. Mr. Zhang, let me take you to the basement again. See the main part of the villa. Tiny introduced himself again. Mr. Zhang, this way. The basement has 2 levels. The first basement level can be used as a storage room, wine room, etc. The second basement level is the garage. After you come in from the neighborhood, there's a special place to go into the garage. Ding introduced. It can be really good. Zhang Yu nodded his head. Parking is easier with a garage. Not only your own car, like Lu Hanxia's and their cars, you can park in Speaking of cars, Zhang Yu also suddenly remembered that last time Wang Xiaocong's dad
gave himself a Porsche 918.
has not yet gone to pick up the car.
It's been a busy time, and I've almost forgotten about it. The Porsche 918 isn't too great of a car, but it is a compliment after all.
It's just the thing to switch around in case you run into traffic restrictions or maintenance.
Going to pick up the car when I can. Mr. Chang?
Xiao Ding at this time, halfway down the stairs, saw that Zhang Yu did not follow him, so asked,
"Oh, it's fine. You go ahead and I'll just follow," he said, following a few steps forward.
Then slow down, Mr.
Zhang.
I'll find where the light switch is.
Xiao Ding had,
for this villa,
only been here once before.
Fumbled at the wall for a moment before turning on the lights on the negative floor.
Lights on. Din was just stunned. The legs were weak,
just about to fall down the stairs. Zhang Yu's quick eyes and hands directly copied from the back and intercepted Ding.
"What's wrong? I just saw a rat." She was scared out of her wits. "That's not going to work. We need to get some rat poison and haunt it."
Ding was so emotional that even his hometown dialect popped out.
"You're, like, from Yucheng?" With such an obvious accent, Zhang Yu heard it. "Aha." Tiny nodded a little embarrassed. "I'm from Yucheng, but not the main city.
I'm from the suburbs."
Saying this, she tried to break free. "Mr. Zhang."
"Oh." Zhang Yu reacted and also loosened his hand.
"Just now. Thank you,
or I would have rolled down the stairs."
Tiny thanked. "It's nothing. It just happens." Zhang Yu laughed. "No wonder. Ding is petite. About 163.5 inches.
More than a head shorter than himself, but the body is well proportioned.
The legs look to have a kind of well-proportioned beauty, because Yucheng was mountainous,
and since they were young they were constantly going uphill and downhill,
and came this way.
So even if you're not tall, if you just look at the photos, in terms of proportions, it all feels like 170.
It is highly deceptive. And Ding's temper doesn't seem to resemble the stereotypical Chuanyu Tyrannosaurus rex. It's kind of like the soft, little Wu-known language over in Jiangnan. "What is it, Mr. Chang?" Tiny asked softly. "Yucheng is quite far from Jiangcheng. Why don't you work in Yucheng but in Jiangcheng? Yucheng is also a big city, and it's easier to get home, too. My house is all empty."
Xiao Ding was a little embarrassed and said, "My dad is good at playing cards, and when he lost money,
he didn't know where to run off to. My mom is physically ill,
so she went back home to Su Cheng. I also have a younger brother who is also studying in Jiangcheng."
Oh, Zhang Yu understood. So, Xiao Ding's life was so rough,
with a family as rough as hers. I'm afraid that if she hadn't gone to college, she would have been forced to go to another venue.
And
Zhang Yu now also figured out why Xiao Ding had the style of a small family in Jiangnan. Because of her mother,
who was from Su City.
So, when I heard that I was making money selling houses, I came to work as an agent so I could pay off my college student loans early. I didn't realize that houses are not selling well at all now.
I can see that. Dinky, this is coming from the bottom of his heart. Zhang Yu laughed. But don't you worry, there's a payment coming soon. He had seen the villa, all 3 floors above and below ground,
very happy with the various layouts,
furnishings, and all. But there were rats in the basement just now, so you have to take some points off for that one. "Ha? What money?" Tiny asked blankly. "This villa. I'll take it." Zhang Yu asked. "How much did the original landlord specifically list it for?" "Ha?" Tiny was even more surprised. "This handsome young gentleman in front of you, he actually wants to buy it after just one look? Mr. Zhang, why don't you take a look around a bit more, like coming on a rainy day to check the villa's drainage or something like that?" Xiao Ding prompted in a friendly manner.
A villa of tens of millions of dollars,
so hastily decided? It's like buying a cabbage. Even if you buy a cabbage, you still need to look at more than one. How rich he must be then. By the sound of that, it must be worth at least a couple billion. Boy, Ding hadn't seen this tier of rich people yet. Billions, and the upper limit of what she could imagine. No need to look. "I think it's fine," Zhang Yu said, "prepare to take the next step in the process." Then Mr. Zhang, the listing price of this villa is 53 million. Ding reconfirmed. "Are you prepared to pay the full amount, or take out a loan?" "Full one-time payment," Zhang Yu said. "Well, why don't I contact the landlord later and get the price down for you again?" Tiny said. "Okay, then I'll leave this matter to you," Zhang Yu said. "Right, there's one more thing that I have to trouble you to solve before I move in. In fact, it's rare for an agent to come across a client who doesn't haggle. A villa selling for $53 million is a lot less commission than selling for $50 million. But instead of doing that, she had to cut herself a deal. Doesn't seem to be someone who is only into money." On this point, Zhang Yu appreciated it. "What is it?" "You find someone, build the flowers and plants of the villa, Clear out the rats completely.
And the whole villa should be sterilized and cleaned 3 times.
About how much it costs? I'll transfer it to you. Okay, Mr. Zhang. Xiao Ding nodded. I'll find someone to go in the next 2 days. However, I can't charge you for the money.
Your willingness to buy this villa is a great help to me.
Chapter 141, Selling a Villa. So many chain reactions?
This villa, if sold for 50 million, her commission is 1%. The commission is $500,000 straight up. All the problems encountered in the immediate past were solved at once.
It was something Tiny hadn't dared to think about before. At the previous rate, $500.
000 was a sum that would take her at least 5 years to earn.
Good.
Zhang Yu nodded his head.
Then the house will be seen here today. By the way, Mr. Zhang, what is your contact information? Xiao Ding said. When things are done and the contract is signed, it will be convenient for me to contact you. Then add me on WeChat.
Zhang Yu took out his cell phone. Ding sent himself a message after he swiped the code and added his friend.
Din Vai. Ding Wei Wei reference chart.
Zhang Yu looked and felt like he had seen this name somewhere.
It's a long time to think about it. Even if I had seen it,
it wouldn't have been in the last 2 years.
Well then, feel free to contact me if anything happens.
Zhang Yu raised his cell phone.
Mr. Zhang, do you need a ride on my electric donkey? Dimwit asked. Why don't I buy you dinner?
It was such a big deal that she still acted as if it was a dream.
It's not too late for you to treat me when the deal is over. Zhang Yu laughed. There's no need for you to send me. I live in this neighborhood. Said. He then left the villa. Looking at his tall back, Ding Weiwei froze for a few seconds before sighing. What are you thinking? You're just a small town. How dare you think of that?
Then she rode her electric donkey back to the agency store.
Yo, Ding's back?
The store manager looked her up and down.
Her hair neat, her clothes tidy. There's nothing suspicious about it. That guy, he's a crook, right?
But it's okay to make a trip for nothing,
as long as there's no loss. He's not a liar, Ding said. He said he'd buy the villa. Full payment. Really? Ding, you sent it then.
A few other co-workers came over.
Still, he's playing you a little more. The other co-workers followed. That villa,
which has been hanging for so long without anyone looking at it.
He wants it today after taking a look at it? Isn't that someone who's stupid and has too much money? It's impossible. They've been agents for so long. People who buy houses are more cautious than one another. Not to mention a $50 million house.
Even a $5 million one would take months of deliberation and tug-of-war before you could make up your mind on a deal.
After all, I'm still young. This tuition fee can be paid. In the face of their yin and yang, Ding Weiwei was a little speechless. She believed that Zhang Yu would not be a liar. But I don't know how to explain it. A contact was left. But what does that tell you? It's happening right now. Ding Weiwei's cell phone, Ding Dong, received a message. It must have been that guy just now,
who asked her out to try to whore herself out for nothing.
Under the guise of wanting to buy a house. A female colleague analyzed it darkly.
Ding Weiwei didn't care about their comments and picked up her cell phone to take a look.
It's a $200. 000 transfer.
It also says deposit for villa.
I forgot. I want this house. Pay a deposit first. Don't show this villa again.
Ding Weiwei raised her cell phone and said to the store manager.
That Mr. Zhang, pay the deposit.
The store manager looked closer.
This house.
And she really let her sell it?
Humph. Just now at the villa. It must have used some dishonorable means. How else would it be so easy? I'll go on me. Other female co-workers, unwillingly, twisted their hips. All right, is there no work in your hands?
A store manager can be a store manager, and he's a smart guy after all.
This is the time to see it too. That Mr. Zhang of the others, no matter what purpose he came for, but he just recognized Ding Weiwei. If she hadn't been in charge, there's a good chance that the opposite side, in all likelihood, wouldn't have bought it at all. Although he was a little upset that he couldn't get the big head, he had to accept it. Because the villa sells, everyone else gets some commission, just not as much as $500,000.
The fact that Ding was able to sell this villa is also helping our store to fulfill at least 1 quarter's worth of sales.
Why don't you guys know how to be grateful?
The store manager said,
addressing Ding Weiwei. Ding,
you continue to follow up on this order and make sure to make it happen. Once Chen closes the deal, I'll apply to my superiors and promote you to head of sales 3. This store, which is kind of a big store, has over 20 people in sales. There are 3 sales divisions. The store manager knew that Mr.
Zhang, who wanted that villa with just one look, also transferred a deposit of 200,000 yuan directly. It means that it must be a very rich man, and the circle of people behind him is not simple.
If Ding Weiwei became a sales executive and continued to dig deeper into the demand for home purchases behind the scenes,
this would definitely be a not-so-small business opportunity. Nice guy, Dimwit couldn't believe her ears. How can selling a villa have such a big knock-on effect? Straight from the youngest in the store, to head of sales? However, in the agency business, regardless of seniority, it is entirely based on performance.
What the store manager said wasn't all pie in the sky.
Promoted to sales executive, base salary can be 2,000 more,
and participate in everyone's purchase commission.
It would be better than where we are now. Much better.
I'll try to negotiate the order,
Ding Weiwei said in her mind.
One's circumstances can change so quickly, all because of this visit from Mr.
Zhang today.
I don't know how to repay him for such a great favor. Vivian Din doesn't consider herself to be that skilled in sales.
Mr. Zhang could have gone to anyone.
Why himself?
Hey, whatever. Just take a step. As long as it doesn't cost me my little life and I don't do anything illegal, I'll do whatever I'm told. Hey, I see this Mr. Zhang. Is it Zhang Yu? At this time,
a colleague looked at that transfer record and suddenly asked,
which Zhang Yu? Is he famous? The other co-workers got curious. No, don't you all watch the news? He's been in the limelight repeatedly in Zhengcheng lately. I've been on the hot seat at least 3 times just from what I remember. Ding, take a look. His WeChat real name. What is it? A co-worker came over and asked. With everyone witnessing,
she also had no choice but to click on Zhang Yu's WeChat avatar.
Tapped on the transfer screen.
The name displayed on it was the word *feather. His first name is 2 words, and with the last name on it.
Isn't that Zhang Yu? I'll go. It's really him.
Co-workers were surprised. This is a super rich man in Zhangcheng, close to Secretary Xia and Elder Shao. The new bank that's going to be established recently is also his. The agency store was all abuzz.
Chapter 142 Xiong Tingting in danger? The big action begins. Ding Weiwei was confused. How do they know so much?
This information is completely in their blind spot.
Ah, Ding, you're still single, right? What's the point of selling your house? If you can be his woman, you won't have to struggle in this life.
Yeah, find a way to emulate that Huang woman and give the son of the richest man a son and a daughter,
and you'll take off straight away. What are you talking about? Ding Weiwei's face reddened. Not until I'm married. She is still, in her thinking, very traditional. After all, it comes from a small county in a mountain town. Ideas are still of the most primitive kind. See, you're tough talking now.
Sooner or later it's going to smell real good,
the other co-workers said, dispersing and continuing to gossip.
Ding Weiwei picked up her cell phone and tried searching for Zhang Yu's name.
Some photos and videos popped up, and the person on them was, indeed, him. Now, it's 100% certain it's him. Thought he was a multi-billion-dollar man. Unexpectedly, according to the incomplete statistics of some good people on the internet, his worth, which can be seen on the surface, is at least more than $300 billion.
It's even more unknown how many are not in plain sight.
Who understands?
The man who went to look at houses today on his own little electric donkey is worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Ding Weiwei felt her heart pounding faster and hurriedly exited the cell phone page. It took a couple dozen sips of water to calm himself down a bit. I felt my face burning as I thought of the scene in the basement, where I almost fell and was stopped by him. This way. After Zhang Yu left the villa, he was on his way back to Binjiang House. This time, he saw, on his cell phone, a sudden 1-second voice from Tina Xiong. He clicked on it and just heard the word save. That message was then quickly withdrawn. Zhang Yu called back again and couldn't get through at all. Across the street is wonderful rejects. Strange. It's so wrong. Zhang Yu immediately realized that Xiong Tingting was in trouble.
Who dares to touch my woman? While Lu Hanxiao and the 3 of them were away,
Xiong Tingting took care of her food and living. She's a person with no complicated social connections.
Who's going to make a move on her?
Obviously someone who had a grudge against himself.
Without hesitation, Zhang Yu quickly called Nozomi. Quick, help me find out where Tina Xiong is. Someone is trying to do something bad to her. Yes, master. I'll act immediately. Nozomi was able to be in Zhangcheng,
and was in charge of the Cine Group's work in Zhangcheng.
Naturally, there is an overabundance of them. At once,
the Zhangcheng department of the Cine Group.
Several hundred people acted.
Get informed through your own network of relationships and channels.
News from countless points converged into a dense intelligence network.
The messages came together and reached Nozomi's cell phone screen.
Wild Child quickly called Zhang Yu. Master, Xiong Tingting was captured by Ma Weigua's men. Ma Weigua? Zhang Yu frowned. This man, I've heard of him, but I've never met him. Why? Would he do it to his own woman? Master, Ma Weigua is Wu Zhenliang's disciple, Wu Iluan's master. Wild Child continued to report. I see. That's not surprising. Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh.
He's trying to avenge his disciple's death.
Then you guys hurry up and find his lair. Master, the direction Xiong Tingting is going now is not his territory, but another organization.
The wanted criminal that you and Officer Su caught together last time,
Master, is from that organization. Nozomi continued to report. So, you guys can't handle it?
Zhang Yu heard the meaning of her words.
Master, I'm sorry. If we, the Cine group, were alone, we would have no problem dealing with either of them. But they, right now, are two branches, the people from the other cities. It's too late to transfer them now, Nozomi said apologetically. I understand. Zhang Yu nodded. Send up all the people you can now. Not a moment to lose. I'll handle the rest. Master. Nozomi led the way. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yu directly called Su Guoqiang. Mr. Zhang, what is your instruction?
Su Guoqiang saw Zhang Yu's call and quickly answered it. Now there's a major opportunity for a meritorious performance.
Do you want it? Zhang Yu asked directly. Mr. Zhang, speak slowly. I don't really understand.
Su was in his own office chair,
also sitting up straight. I can't tell you in a word or two. However, that wanted criminal last time is from that organization. I now have exact information about them. You just send more people to support them. Zhang Yu said. It's them.
Su Guoqiang instantly realized the seriousness of the problem.
The wanted man, when he was brought back, refused to let go of the story about the other people behind it. I didn't realize that Zhang Yu knew the specifics. This intelligence network, it's even more sick than theirs. Su Guoqiang couldn't help but respect Zhang Yu.
That's right. He knew that Zhang Yu definitely didn't call himself just to make up a blind story.
All that needs to be done now is to send out the best of the best right away and move quickly.
Thus, Su Guoqiang said to Zhang Yu,
Mr. Zhang, don't worry. I will personally lead the team there. Hanging up the phone, he quickly deployed as the #1 person in the Jiangcheng police force. For a time, the major police departments in Jiangcheng, emergency mobilization. Su Mei at this time, walking down the corridor, saw sirens blaring and countless police officers assembling. Vehicles are also flashing their lights, and in the unit plaza, they are lined up in a row, making preparations to go out on standby.
She hurriedly accelerated her pace and jogged to Su Guoqiang's office.
Why don't you come in without knocking? No rules,
Su Guoqiang said without a trace of anger.
So bureau, what happened? Su Mei retreated a few steps,
knocked on the door a few times,
and walked back in. According to reliable information, there is a major mission to be carried out. Su Guoqiang was also checking his equipment. Bureau Su, I'm applying to move in together. Seeing this scene, Su Mei felt a little excited, her scalp tingling and her blood boiling. Big move. You just don't go. Su Guoqiang turned back and glanced at Su Mei. Why? Because I'm your daughter?
Su Mei said somewhat unconvincingly.
Didn't you say that as long as you're in the unit, you have to treat everyone equally? Can't have special treatment for me? I did say that, Su Guoqiang said. However, you also know that the mission of this operation is rather treacherous. In your capacity, you are new to the Interpol, not yet qualified to participate in the operation. But, Su Mei wanted to say something else. Su then put on his hat and walked straight outside. You have no outside duties today, so do what you have to do and carry out your orders. I'm going to lock up. Chapter 143, no one will come to the rescue even if you scream through your throat. Dad. Su Mei wanted to say something else when Su Guoqiang locked the office door. Sighing, he told her, don't call me Dad. I'm ordering you now as chief. Go ahead and carry it out. With that, Su Guoqiang quickly walked downstairs. Su Mei looked downstairs through the corridor, only to see a large number of heavily armed police officers, who had already assembled. Su came to the first floor. There wasn't much talk, just an explanation of the main points of the operation, and they went straight out. Everyone turned in their cell phones, and no one knew what they were going to be doing today until they arrived at the place where the mission was to be carried out. But such a big battle today may not happen once a year in Jiangcheng. Su Mei also didn't know what kind of mission it was that required the use of so many people. Even positions such as dadsos are led personally. Things are definitely not small, but alas, for an operation of this magnitude, she could not participate. It's really hard to hold it in and I don't know what to do. At this point, in her heart, she suddenly remembered Zhang Yu. Strange. Su Mei realized that she would be the first to think of Zhang Yu whether she was happy or unhappy now. And before that, it was Mom who came to mind. So Zhang Yu equals Mom? No, the formula was applied wrongly. In Su Mei's heart now, Zhang Yu's position could already be as important as his parents' family, though the two of them only met and have nothing to do with each other now. But Su Mei still couldn't help herself and gave Zhang Yu a call. Hello, Su Mei? At this moment, Zhang Yu was rushing in the direction of his destination based on the location information provided by Cine Group's men. It was still a bit of a surprise to get a call from her. As a matter of fact, they are not allowed to carry cell phones when they are on a mission. And the fact that Su Mei can call this number means she's not part of the operation? Hey, Zhang Yu, what are you doing? Oh, I have something important to go out on.
Zhang Yu thought in his heart.
Since Su Mei didn't participate in this operation,
it must be Su Guoqiang's intention.
In that case,
he also thought that it would be better to do more than less, so he didn't tell her the specifics.
Something important? Su Mei remembered.
Hadn't Lu Hanxia and the three of them not returned to Jiangcheng yet?
Sasha is at school. In what other way is he important right now? Could it be from work? But Su Mei didn't dare to ask. Yeah, Zhang Yu laughed. Since you don't have a mission, do a good job of staying in the unit. Wait, the perceptive Su Mei, hearing his words, quickly reacted. How do you know? I don't have an assignment today, and need to stay in the unit? Holy!
Zhang Yu instantly realized that although he had not said anything, the sentence he had just said was still captured by Su Mei. Not bad for a detective's job.
With a sentence like that, you can analyze a significant amount of information. Anyway, go ahead and work. I'm driving. Hang up. Zhang Yu said and hung up the phone. Su Mei over there, however,
was even more unsettled in her heart.
Humph, what do you mean?
Su Mei thought in her heart. You're not telling me about this big mission,
are you? Even a non-police Zhang Yu knows. No, since Zhang Yu knows,
it means that this matter must have something to do with him.
Su Mei didn't know what it was about. However, this matter is related to Zhang Yu. She was instantly on the edge of her seat and absolutely could not sit idly by. And so, she glanced at the few officers who remained in the office, then walked out. Officer Su, where are you going? A co-worker asked.
I'll go to the command center and see what I can do to help.
Su Mei said.
The office will trouble you to look at it first.
Okay, Officer Su.
Colleagues are also aware of her true identity. Although Su Guoqiang clearly said that he couldn't treat Su Mei in a special way.
But when it comes to implementation, who would really dare to ask too many questions? At this point, a business car, flying down the road. Aha! MMM. Tina Xiong had her mouth taped shut and her hands tied behind her back.
Sitting in the back seat of the car, there were two other thugs to the left and right keeping a close watch.
Go ahead and scream.
Even if you scream your throat out,
no one can come to your rescue. Several people looked at Xiong Tingting and laughed obscenely. Not bad for the chosen woman. The face and body are really top-notch.
If it wasn't for the fact that Ma Weigua had explained to them to send the person to that bearded man as soon as possible,
they really have a little something else in mind. In the back of his mind, he was also thinking, I wonder when they're going to take that step and become the boss. Two men to the left and right. One tall and thin, the other short and fat. Funny looking too. Xiong Tingting gave them a look.
The heart can't help but despair. If you fall into their hands,
you might as well be dead. Drive faster. The two crouching phoenixes said to the driver. Hurry up and send the people. If we're late, Master Ma will scold us. The short fat man said. Hey, what's the situation? How come there's not a single car in front or behind on such a wide road? The tall, thin man realized something was wrong. Okay, I'm so sorry. The driver agreed and was just about to accelerate. Suddenly the tire caught a bunch of nails, leaked air, and lost its balance. The driver, playing hard to get the wheel, hit a guardrail on the side of the road and smashed the front end of the car. Holy! The two crouching dragon phoenixes in the back were thrown off their feet, bleeding from the head. What's the situation? Where did the nails come from on the road? It's not an accident. There's a situation. The driver sees several cars, front and back, gathered around. Put down the people in the car and you can be let off. In the car, a woman in a leather jacket and pants gets down with a large group of people. She was the head of the Jiangcheng branch of the Cine Group. Wild Child. After knowing the exact news of Xiong Tingting's arrest, early on, they had predicted where they would be traveling, cleared the area in advance, and set up an ambush, and really waited until they came. No, you dare to block our way? The short, fat man and the tall, thin man instructed the driver to stand guard in the car and then got out. Okonoko yelled at them. Know who we're with? I know. Ma Weigua's man. So what? Nozomi had specific information about the two men before they arrived. It's been a miserable life following Ma Weigua, hasn't it? Otherwise, like this, if you guys come to my Cine Group, your treatment will be at least twice as good as it is now. Nozomi laughed as she hugged her arms. The other Cine Group people, dozens of them, stood in 2 rows in front and behind, with a very strong momentum. Others, too, are on their way to the scene. You're, like, the Shinyi Group? The two men, the short fat man and the tall thin man, had their eyes wide open. Chapter 144, Sleeve. Police and Bandit Confrontation. This is no joke. Didn't you kidnap the chick with the least background? Why are there still people from the Cine Group coming out to even the score? Sure you want to play this big? The Cine Group, however, has always been very prestigious in their circle, and I heard a while ago that the top changed ownership, which sparked a long discussion. Many people want to turn to the past. One is afraid of Master Ma retaliation. The second is afraid of Cine Group does not accept. Two sides are not people that would be difficult. Exactly. Nozomi laughed. Hand over the people and you can be let go. Why don't we just let it go? The tall thin man and the short fat man looked at each other. Look at the stance of the Cine Group across the street. If you don't hand them over, you won't get out of here in one piece today. The fact that people are here means that they have been prepared for a long time. They were, in the end, only 3 people now. So how could they fight? Ha ha ha. Cine Group? I've heard about it a long time ago. I didn't think I'd have the honor of seeing it today. At this time, there were a few more cars, in a circle outside, surrounding the several cars of the Cine Group. The man at the head of the group was none other than the bearded man. It's you? Nozomi looked to the bearded man. Got an impression. The last few incidents of vandalism in Jeonchang. There were you guys, weren't there? How dare you come out? Joke, who can stop me when I want to do something? The bearded man laughed. This woman. I'll take her. With that, he waved his hand. Go on, bring out the men. And he doesn't bull asterisk. The villain dies from talking too much, but he knows that. Now is the time to hurry up and grab the people. And then quickly escaped. I'll see which one of you dares to come over. Nozomi took a large group of people from the Cine Group and stepped forward with a loud voice. However, looking at the opponent's strength was strong. There were even hot weapons in their hands. The mind can't help but think the same thing. Didn't the master notify the police? Why haven't they arrived yet? Could it be the wrong way? It's not really going to be like in the movies, where you go in to reap the rewards after both sides have been spelled out. Is it? Don't bull asterisk them. Hurry up. The bearded man glanced at the time and urged. He's not making such a big deal about just one woman. Rather, they have long wanted to break bread with the Cine Group. Today the preparation was to come early to pick up the slack, only to find out. Behind this Xiong Tingting, she can even make the Cine Group. It seems that the Zhangyu that Ma Weiguo was talking about. That's quite a background. His words just fell. Then, a group of henchmen, then brandished various weapons and lunged at Noko and the others. An engagement. Even if Nozomi and the others were capable of fighting, they still hadn't expected that the opposite side had so many people and had brought so many weapons. The battle was also very grueling. The bearded man couldn't help but feel smug. Hurry up and take the man away. Hurry up. That woman, tie her up and take her away for me as well. He noticed that Nozomi, a female, so spirited, was also very capable of fighting. Couldn't help but think otherwise. I'll see who dares to come over. Noko had blood on his head. In his hand was a dagger with blood on it. I don't know who it's on. It happened so suddenly that there was no time to set it up. Even though she had ed over a dozen opponents by herself, still can't beat the other side's crowd. Noisy. The bearded man was impatient. Up with a flying leg kick. Noko blocked with both hands. Still being kicked with the force of the kick. Backing up a few steps. Everyone stop. We are the Jiangqing police. That's when the alarm went off. Su Guoqian with heavily armed police officers rushed to the scene quickly. As soon as they got out of the car, they deployed quickly. A blackened gun. Aim for the center. Everyone. Su got out of the car. I was surprised to find that there were 2 groups of people at the scene. For a while, it was not clear what was going on between them, but it should be safe to assume that one of them should be following Zhang Yu's orders. When did he, in fact, have an underground power? And you're calling yourself and asking for someone to come out? What the hell is going on here? But, regardless of how it's said, who are the people involved? This is definitely a rare and big case. Then, Su Guoqian's eyes swept around and saw the bearded man, then realized, Bai Shan, I've searched so hard for you, so it turns out that the last few cases in Jiangchang were really done by you. So what if it is? Shiroyama laughed. I really didn't expect you guys to get here so fast. He still underestimated his opponent's speed. Originally, I thought that I could kidnap Xiongtingting without realizing it. However, the Cine Group came and slowed down the progress a bit. Having just gained the upper hand, the officers arrived. It's so humanly possible. Bai Shan, don't put up a fight. Su Guoqian warned. Put down your weapon and surrender now to fight for leniency. Su Guoqian, are you fooling around? I've been in the palace 3 times and you're telling me this? Shiroyama has a rollicking look about him. Also, he's got Noko under control now. Any idea who she is? A dagger in Shiroyama's hand, pressed against her neck. She is the Jiangcheng head of Cine Group, Zhang Yu's subordinate. You were also called out by Zhang Yu, weren't you? If this matter gets out, will you still be able to keep your hat? Su Guoqian? What are you babbling about? I don't even know them. Su Guoqiang said angrily. But hearing him say that, could it be that the Cine group is really under Zhang Yu? This Zhang Yu, so young, how did he do it? Besides, how should I face him from now on? Cine group had developed for so many years and had done many dishonorable things before. How much was Zhang Yu involved? But, right now, the most important thing is still not to let anything happen to the hostages. No? Shiroyama laughed. So, these loyal servants of the Cine group at the scene, life and death have nothing to do with you? Hakusen, things are one size fits all, and you're holding them hostage so you can get out? Su didn't budge an inch. Let's try it. Then, fish out of water. The dagger in Baishan's hand stabbed into Noko's neck half a point further. Blood, running down her white neck. Stop, Su Guoqiang roared. The officers' guns were also loaded. Baishan, even if I spell out that I won't be sitting in this position, you won't be able to escape today. Su Guoqiang also pulled out his own sidearm. If you dare hurt the hostages one more minute, I will absolutely shoot. For other criminals, there is room for negotiation to be spoken of. For the White Mountains, that's no room for that maneuver. It's not like it's the first day he's dealt with Hakusen. Know that this man is brutalized 3 times in the palace and still come out. And I do not know what kind of invisible hand, behind the rise of the wind. If we let him go today, there's no telling what kind of mess will come out of it. So, Su Guoqiang's finger, too, was on the trigger. Chapter 145. No, who authorized her to act without authorization? The gun was aimed at Shiroyama. You dare to shoot? Baishan said disdainfully. There was a stalemate. Kill her. This time, the headphones hanging from Shiroyama's ears heard a distant voice. Hakusen, I have seen your valor, but today this wild child must die. Of course you will die too, but your death will be worthwhile. As long as Su shoots, I have a way to bring him down. The voice behind the headphones. It's not loud but it's intimidating. In fact, the people behind the scenes have been analyzing the situation on the field. If we can take out the Jiangcheng head of the Cine group today, at the same time lose Su's hat again, then, it's time to take advantage of the chaos of the next period to make a bigger move. However, as the right-hand man of his men, Baishan is certainly not alive, because he's been exposed. Even if he got away with it today, then the police and the Sunnyside group, too, would come all the way after him, exposing himself instead. Better to make him an outcast and take a couple more at the end. Maximize the use of value. Boss? Shiroyama's eyes widened in disbelief. The big man behind this is so big that he's going to take his own life to fill it. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of all your family. Hear this. The light in his eyes dimmed. The boss has moved out of the family. So today, it's just a matter of doing it. Su, you won't get what you want. Yikes. Shiroyama raised his dagger and built up his strength about to stab at Noko's neck. Bang. Just then, a gunshot. Baishan's forehead blossomed, and the force in his hand suddenly unloaded. Noko takes the opportunity to break free, and Baishan, staring, with incredulity, collapsed. Who fired the shot? The police officers on the scene, as if they were on the verge of an attack, quickly formed into a formation and alerted. Bureau Su, go to the car first. It's too dangerous here. The captain realized that this operation today was no ordinary small scene. Don't mind me. Su Guoqiang's eyes, as sharp as an eagle's, based on the direction the trajectory came from. Look across the street, not far away, to the roof of a building. It was no one else. It was clearly his own daughter. Su Mei. What's she doing here? And who authorized her actions? Reporting to Bureau Su, the robber has been killed. Su Mei shouted over the intercom. Everybody, hands on your head. Don't move. The captain took his men and quickly brought the scene under control. Baishan's gang of brothers, seeing that their big brother had already been killed, they also surrendered all of a sudden. Nonsense. Just nonsense. Su Guoqiang looked at Su Mei and shivered with anger. You give yourself 3 days of confinement and write a review out. Wait for the next disposition. He was now afraid afterward. At this distance, in case the shot misses, not to mention Su Mei, their father and daughter will all be finished. So he wasn't half as happy as he should have been. So Bureau, where are you going? He was seen driving a car and was about to leave. The captain asked in a rush. You guys clean up the mess at the scene and take the thugs and hostages to the station. Su took off his hat and his sidearm and gave them both to captain. These you take back for me. I'm going to ask for a pardon. This action today turned out well. The processing, however, was completely beyond one's wildest dreams, especially since Su Mei, who wasn't authorized to act, came to the scene and beat the thugs to death. He was genuinely frightened. Su Mei is also too ignorant. It's not like she's in the industry for the first day. Doing that would really kill her own future. And Su Mei at this time, her heart was also in a state of fear. Hands were shaking uncontrollably.
It was the first time she'd had a direct encounter with a thug.
I recognize whatever punishment I face, she thought to herself. Anyway, I've kind of gotten my wish. Today. Think about it.
And she was prepared to face all the consequences.
Well, there's nothing more on your end, so you can leave. Night.
When Xiongtingting finished her statement,
walking out on my feet, still soft.
It had been the longest day for her.
Great joys and sorrows were repeated today. It's the first time I've seen such a complicated scene.
She was completely unaware of what was going on and witnessed a firefight between the two sides and casualties. It took 3 hours to make the statement,
and I really asked about everything. Until now,
6 of the 7 souls have been lost. Only one spirit remained, leading itself out of the police station's transcript room.
At this point, one next door also opened its door.
The one who walked out was none other than Su-mei.
Su-mei saw Xiongtingting, doubtful for a moment,
knowing that this was the man at the center of the whole thing today.
Pretty indeed, with clear eyes, as if unworldly. It's bad luck to be involved in this today. Moreover,
she should be the 4th tenant in Zhang Yu's house that her best friend had talked about. The fact that her matter could alarm so many people was also enough to show that she had a not-so-small status in Zhang Yu's heart.
Are you okay? Su-mei asked. I'm fine. Are you?
Xiongtingting knew that she was the one who fired that shot today.
Will it have an effect on you? Things I should have said. Su-mei couldn't help but laugh a little. The biggest problem is that my unauthorized action
and unauthorized use of a gun
are both violations.
It's a good thing it turned out to be no big deal.
And it's a bit of a save. Anyway, wait for the notification from above. Then why did you do it? Xiongtingting didn't understand. Even if she was someone who knew absolutely nothing about the mechanics of how it worked inside,
she knew that the implications of doing so were too great.
I don't know. Su-mei gave another dry laugh. No matter what,
the one who's happiest that you're not in trouble should be Zhang Yu.
You know the landlord?
Xiongtingting's eyes widened.
Could it be that she went out of her way just for Zhang Yu? That's how many people like him. And it's not just a general favorite. Recognize Su-mei didn't have the intention to hide.
Lu Hanxia and I are still girlfriends who have known each other since elementary school.
Xiongtingting was even more surprised.
It turns out that there is such a layer of relationship, but it seems a bit redundant.
You guys are hungry. Take you to dinner. At this point, outside the door,
a familiar voice rang out.
It was none other than Zhang Yu. How dare you come? When Su-mei saw him, she couldn't help but walk up and say, the Cine Group is under your command? Do you know what that means? Meaning what? Zhang Yu smiled. Meaning, it's the target of our special crackdown. Su-mei said. No way. The landlord is definitely not that kind of person.
Xiongtingting was a bit anxious.
Even if he really is from the Cine Group, he wouldn't do anything evil. Chapter 146, Frightened and Relieved.
This Xiongtingting has so much trust in Zhang Yu. It really wasn't in vain to save her.
Looking at her,
she was extremely defensive of Zhang Yu. It was also clear in his mind that this was his charm.
It can kill someone. And, in your own heart, you actually believe it. Zhang Yu won't be the one to do evil.
Even though he has strong ties to the big-name Cine Group, it should just be a small head of the branch in Jiangcheng or Jingchu side.
And the entire Cine Group,
which is located in dozens of countries around the world.
On the South Burma side, there are even formed armed units. Even famous underground organizations overseas are very afraid of it.
I don't know how Zhang Yu got involved with the Cine Group, taking advantage of the fact that Zhang Yu was just a small head of a branch.
It's better to pull him back early. Don't get in too deep. Zhang Yu, I have something I want to say to you. Su-mei opened her mouth. So, I'll go back first?
Xiongtingting saw the scene and said knowingly.
Are you okay? Zhang Yu asked. I'll ask someone to send you. After all that,
I don't know if she's slowed down yet.
Thanks, landlord.
The subway station is right in front.
I'll just take the subway. Xiongtingting laughed. All right then,
keep in touch if anything happens.
Watching her figure, she left for the subway station. Before Zhang Yu could say anything, Su-mei said, You're related to the Cine Group? Don't you know? What kind of organization is it? I know. Zhang Yu laughed. Zhang Yu, maybe you are rich and can subsidize them. Su-mei remembered that many rich people were related to underground forces.
It's the equivalent of paying to keep people and then they work for the rich when necessary.
But this organization, after all, the waters run too deep. What about my personal safety? Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh. Should I trouble you? If you need protection, I can. Su-mei couldn't help but say subconsciously. Okay, let's leave it at that for now. I know what I'm doing. Zhang Yu said.
He wasn't in a good position to tell her the truth of the matter, either. If Su-mei knew that she was the biggest head of the Cine Group,
what kind of reaction would it be? Imagine not. But, Su-mei looked anxious.
She didn't want Zhang Yu to be in danger, and with her own identity here.
Zhang Yu has not been summoned so far. indicating that the Cine group, at least in Zhangcheng, is not doing anything. There's no reason to go to him. However, if he really did something bad, he didn't want to make an enemy of him himself. Okay, aren't you going to pick up Lu Hanxiao? Zhang Yu laughed. Depending on the time, it should be getting close. Oops, almost forgot about that. Su Mei tapped her head. I can't break an appointment when I've promised something. After walking a few steps, Su Mei stood still and turned back to ask, aren't you going? Just as the words came out of her mouth, she shook her head. Forget it, I'm going. With that, she left. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, didn't move at the door. It didn't take long to see Nozomi come out of it. Her neck, still wrapped in a bandage, looks like it was just bandaged up and came here to make a statement. Nozomi saw Zhang Yu. With surprise in his eyes, he trotted up a few steps. Master, why are you here? I've come to take you back. Zhang Yu laughed. Master, it's my fault. I didn't do things right. Hearing him say that, Wildchild blamed himself. I underestimated their strength, leading to a passive scene and almost missing the mark. No need to talk about that. Zhang Yu shook his head. You're all injured and the situation is clear to me. Master, so you mean, you don't blame me? A sense of relief passed over Nozomi's face. Sure, Zhang Yu said. It's also thanks to you bringing people there today that they were held back. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to settle this matter so quickly. That Whitehill was killed on the spot. Dozens of people under his command were taken in, and there were no major casualties among the hostages. It turned out sort of very well. So, the girl, how's it going? Nozomi asked. She's fine and has come home. Zhang Yu laughed. Where do you live? Let me send you back. The fact that you can come out after making a statement means that there's nothing to it. Even the Cine group hadn't done anything evil in Zhangcheng recently. Instead, as the righteous side, they helped the police to catch a large number of real villains. Not to take credit for it, I guess, but it definitely won't be punished. Master, why don't you ask? What have they asked me? Nozomi asked. Since you were able to walk out so quickly, that means you're okay on you. I believe you. Zhang Yu seemed to have downplayed the situation with such a sentence, but it made big waves in Nozomi's mind. Isn't that trusting her unconditionally? In the face of such a master, what reason is there not to be fully loyal? What are you waiting for? Get in the car. Zhang Yu opened the car door. Nozomi was flattered and got into the car. Then the car moved forward. Leader, what do you mean? In a high-spec office, Su Guoqiang stood in front of his desk and was a bit surprised to hear the leader's words. That's right, the leader said. Today's this matter, the situation I have grasped. You go back, write a statement of the situation on the line. Tomorrow should go to work. What to do? Su Mei is not punished for acting without authorization either? Su was surprised. He didn't want Su Mei to be punished, but the procedure had to be correct. It still surprises him a bit that the leader now says there is no impunity. Su Mei has done a great service today. Not only will she not be punished, I want to reward her, the leader said. However, this incident today is also a bad start. In order to make it easier for you to manage it, so there will be no rewards. In the future, we need to emphasize more on discipline, and also strengthen the auditing and checking of weapon extraction. If you have to take measures against Su Mei, I suggest just have her suspended for 3 days to reflect and write a review. Yes, leader, I know. Su Guoqiang was also happy in his heart. Taking the initiative to come and explain the situation seems to have worked. The current situation is maximizing the impact of this, minimizing it. There will be no entry in the file. It won't be a big deal for the future. It had been a much better outcome than he had expected. Yu Gong is fine. Selfishly, when Su Mei came home, he still had to give him a good knock. It's so thrilling. I almost got in trouble today. If Su Mei's bullet had missed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Right, the leader asked again at this point. Did you just say that the Cine group is also involved in this operation? Chapter 147, surprised or shocked to learn about Dixiaba? Yes, Su nodded. According to the scene, and the transcripts, there was indeed a team of Cine group, but their goal was to try to rescue the hostages. When we arrived, they were being suppressed by White Mountain's men. The man with the dagger against his neck is the head of the Cine group, the real head behind it. There should be someone else, right? Exactly, Su Guoqiang said. It's one, named Zhang Yu. Speaking of which, Su Guoqiang could not figure out when Zhang Yu had a relationship with Cine group. At what level of relationship? None of it is known. What can be known is that Cine group is doing a good job this time, and since the Cine group appeared in Zhangcheng, it hadn't done anything evil, so he didn't really want to get into any kind of trouble with them. It's been a while since I'd been down there. 2. The leader's side. The Cine group now is still not quite the same as it was 20 years ago. So, what do I do? Su asked for instructions. No need to mind him, the leader said. Just do your day-to-day work, patrol when you need to patrol, and be on duty when you need to be on duty. Well, there you go. Yes, Su gave a salute. Then he walked out of the office. The deputy at the door, too, had been waiting for a long time. So bureau, what's the word? In this case, focus on the group in the White Mountains and find a breakthrough. Su Guoqiang commanded. The people from Cine Group, after making statements, let them all go back. Yes, the deputy was surprised but nodded and complied. By the way, this incident today, all public opinion must be blocked. No news can be let out. Su said, after all, this matter is too complicated and involves too many people. Since the case is being solved, tighten up the control on the public opinion side. Prevent some bandwagoners from opening their mouths and misleading the uninformed. Master, I'm here, Nozomi said. An ordinary residential building in the city looks nothing out of the ordinary. This is the Cine Group, in Jiangcheng. Settlement? Zhang Yu thought of dens and strongholds, but none of them seemed appropriate. What kind of person talks about themselves like that? Yes, master, do you want to go up and see? Nozomi asked. Come all the way. Then let's go up and have a look. Zhang Yu nodded his head. Noko led the way. After crossing a few alleyways, stopped in front of an iron gate. She gave a few rhythmic, gentle knocks on the door, and someone came out to open the door. Seeing Zhang Yu, a stranger, his face was wary. This is the master of the Shinyi Group. Nozomi droned. No insolence. The talent was immediately respectful. Zhang Yu followed Noko into the iron gate. Up on the third floor, the building is a gyratory structure, with people living on four sides and a small garden in the center, which is considered an event space. Master, this is where we usually meet. Nozomi led Zhang Yu to one of the rooms. Zhang Yu walked in to take a look. Ho, nice guy. On one of the two walls, there was a huge map. The other wall is spiderweb-like, with lines connecting, and photos of different people are thus strung together. If I didn't know what this place was, it kinda looks like the usual analysis board that police officers use for cases. Otherwise, I'd say the Cine Group could be so big. Each of the smallest organizations has a clear structure, and a strong intelligence-gathering capability. Master, you drink water. Nozomi handed over a bottle of mineral water. Right, so how do you guys usually get food and shelter? Zhang Yu asked curiously. Normally there wouldn't be many people here except for meetings. Everyone outwardly. It's all security guards, vendors, office workers, so it's just eaten in the flat. If you live, there are more people living on the second and first floors, except for the third floor. Each floor has a locked door. Nozomi replied. Pretty good. Zhang Yu nodded his head. Master, I have a question, and I don't know if I should ask it. Nozomi said at this point. Ask. This question, which was also fed back from the people below, is, which direction will we, Cine Group, go in the future? Just press on. Zhang Yu said. Now since everything is normal, there is no need to fight for turf and interests. Just keep an eye on those fields. I know. Nozomi also heeded Zhang Yu's meaning. That is, a change of style and not coming out and screwing up again. But it's important to consolidate the current territory, such as any KTVs, pubs and such. Can't let anyone else take it. The main one is a man who does not offend me, but it also has to have the backbone to lift the table at any time. What is it? Zhang Yu saw quite a few files, USB drives, and cell phones on the messy table. Master, this is the relevant information we have on some important people. Do you need a copy? I'll copy it to you right away. Nozomi said. Got any for me? Zhang Yu smiled. Master, when Nozomi heard this, she was startled and went down on one knee. Definitely don't dare to investigate you, but for the sake of your safety, we have done some investigation on the people who appear around you. If Master doesn't like it, then I'll destroy it all at once. I'm just asking. You don't have to be afraid. Zhang Yu knew that this was also Wildchild's duty as a subordinate. Definitely get to know the people around you well enough to prevent anyone from turning against you. But nothing has been said so far. It means that the backgrounds of the people you meet are clean and unproblematic. This she knew herself even if she hadn't looked it up. But Master, there is something you should not know. Nozomi said. What is it? One of your tenants, D. Koba, was tested at the hospital and is supposed to be expecting. What? Zhang Yu heard this. The pupils widened. Is it that exciting? He himself was still only aware of Lu Hanxiao's situation through Sumei. And what Noko said shouldn't be false. Could it be that D. Littleba also? This news really surprised Zhang Yu. I don't know what the master intends to do with it. Or we can if the master needs it. Anyone who creates accidents on a regular basis knows how to do something without leaving a trace. Say what? Zhang Yu glanced at Noko. You, heartfelt enough, But as I said, don't get ahead of yourself. Yes, master. Nozomi's face went white as well. Well, get some rest. I'll go back and check. Zhang Yu stood up. If I don't go back, it feels like the house is going to be a mess. Should this news be described as a surprise? Or should it be described as a shock? How did this all come together? Chapter 148 Lu Hanxia, be a sister. At this point, River City International Airport. Sume also received Lu Hanxia and the three of them. You're that officer Su from the internet. I've heard of you, Pan Yuyo said somewhat self-consciously. Heard of me? Sume couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed in her heart. It couldn't be the time she rode her bike and hit Zhang Yu's car. One is tempted to deliberately forget. But nah, someone always brings it up. Alright, Yu Yao, didn't you keep shouting that you were tired just now? Rest for a while. I'll shout at you when we arrive. Lu Hanxiao said from the passenger side. Re-seeing this car back in the hands of the BFF, I'm sure Sume should have met with Zhang Yu as well. Okay then, I'll shut up. Pan Yuyo wisely shut her mouth. Di Chanba looks. Is she a little uncomfortable? Sume looked at Di Shoba, who was sitting in the center. Through the rearview mirror, she was resting against the seat with her eyes closed. It should be. It hasn't been a good couple of days since I got on the plane. Lu Hanxiao was also not in a good position to tell Sume the Di Shoba's real situation. That's in case the BFF finds out. There's no telling what kind of reaction that would be. I'll drive steady then. Sume drove for a while and saw that the two sisters behind her were asleep. With light snoring, she just asked in a small voice, Hamsha, that matter? How do you think about it? Ah, you don't say that in the car. Lu Hanxiao was a little nervous. It's the only chance I'll get to see you. So how will I get a chance to ask you when I get back? Sume said. I haven't thought about it either. Lu Hanxiao's heart was in turmoil. However, your flight turned around and came back directly in the middle of the journey. So it's obvious that Zhang Yu still takes it very seriously. Sume said. It's Zhang Yu? Lu Hanxiao was surprised. Now, finally, she realized. He can command the entire air division. Solid. Thinking back to the previous few incidents, every time, as long as it was related to Zhang Yu, things would be resolved exceptionally well. This time, even directly let the airplane still abroad, turn around and fly back to Zhangcheng. The energy that needs to be used behind the scenes, the parties that need to be coordinated. Just thinking about it makes one's head spin. It seems, Zhang Yu was not only their landlord, but also their boss. It just wasn't solid before. This time it's really confirmed. Exactly. Sume nodded. That's why I can't figure it out. Zhang Yu is only 22 years old. Why does he have so much energy? And how did this happen? Science can't explain it anymore. It can only be explained on a metaphysical level. Could it be that Zhang Yu's real father is some kind of reclusive superstar? That's what I read in the novel. Lu Hanxiao said. You'd better read less tomato novels. There aren't that many hidden great men. Sume laughed. Lu Hanxiao saw her own girlfriend take her own talk about Pan Yuyo tone about themselves. Cannot help but want to teach a good girlfriend. Stop it. I'm driving. Sume dodged a bit. In case anything bad happens to you, one body and two lives. Then what will I take to see Zhang Yu? What one body? Pan Yuyo suddenly opened her eyes at this time. What are you guys talking about? I want to listen. No, you don't want to hear it. Lu Hanxia hurriedly closed the mic manually. Yu Yao's sister. We're talking about the plot of a novel. Sume hurriedly rounded off. A novel? Ha ha ha. Pan Yuyo laughed. I just love reading novels. I used to think that novels were all fake, but now I realize that there are such characters around me. Lu Hanxiao and Sume exchanged glances, knowing who Pan Yuyo was trying to say. Why don't you guys answer? It's no fun. She was about to continue when she saw that the two of them weren't responding, and her interest died. Hey, Sume thought in her heart. Pan Yuyo is still too young. If she knew what her sister Xiao was going through right now, it would be a real dog's blood. Lu Hanxiao also had a mournful look on her face. I don't know when and in what way to tell Pan Yuyo. Would she feel cheated if she was told? You may not be able to be sisters anymore. By this time, the car turned a corner and came to the entrance of a neighborhood. On the boulder at the entrance, the words Riverside Mansion were written in large letters. Barb, we're here. Wake up. Lu Hanxiao shouted. Di Shoba rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked ahead. And indeed she had arrived. Finally, Pan Yuyo is active again. I really don't know how the last few days have gone. On my bed. I missed you. After the car stopped, she was also the first to get out of the car and go to the trunk to get her stuff. It's like it's just been fully charged. And it looks especially energized. Sume was also infected by this emotion. Isn't she just a larger version of Sasha? Unfortunately, the two of them didn't know each other and their lives didn't intersect. Otherwise, it's definitely a good friend to play with as well. Barb, why are you still sitting still? We're all here. Seeing her slow movements, Pan Yuyao couldn't help but urge her. Yu Yao, if you can't wait, take your stuff up first. Lu Hanxiao said to her. We'll wrap it up at the back. You horsey, always leaving things behind. I'll go up first then.
Turn on the lights and air conditioning.
Pan Yuyao said heartlessly. Walking to the door of the hall, he saw a man coming up to him. Oh, landlord? Seeing Zhang Yu walking over, in Pan Yuyao's heart, waves rose again. I haven't seen him for a few days. Why do I feel he's handsome again? Nope. This time the emotions were different than before. Before that it was just pure broken appreciation, not thinking about men and women up there. And today, Pan Yuyao's second reaction to seeing Zhang Yu. It's just that. Your own stomach is rumbling. Aren't you tired of carrying the suitcase? Hurry up and go up.
Zhang Yu looked at her and laughed.
I'll go up first then. Pan Yuyao lowered her head, whispered softly, and then went upstairs. Zhang Yu walked out of the hall, saw Lu Hanxiao and a few of them. Back? Zhang Yu smiled.
Lu Hanxiao looked at his smile, which was not the same as usual.
Not quite the same. More emotions in there. Like, caring and thoughtful and a little worried? Could it be, just because after knowing about yourself? This thing, does it change people that much? Is Zhang Yu ready to take charge? Lu Hanxiao's heart, naturally, was happy.
The nervousness that he had felt before had subsided for the most part.
In fact, she was prepared for the worst. The big thing was to pretend that nothing had happened. However, Zhang Yu's reaction settled her heart quite a bit. Just looking at Di Koba next to her, she was again in a difficult position. Su Mei told him, but he didn't know about Di Xiaoba yet.
Xiaoba had called her sister Xiao for so long, and after a few years of spending time with her, her feelings had long been the same as those of a close sister. At this time, it was only natural to behave as a sister.
Chapter 149, you guys are talking weird. Only,
she did not realize that Zhang Yu already knew about Di Xiaoba's situation.
So nodded. Back. Then, she assisted Di Xiaoba's arm. Di Xiaoba has been unwell for the past few days, so let's take her back to rest first. Good.
Zhang Yu glanced at Di Xiaoba and nodded with a smile as well.
Xiongtingting is at home and has prepared food. Go back and eat something first. That what? Su Mei said. Zhang Yu, I won't go up. My dad is still waiting for me back at home. Saying that, she passed a wink to Lu Hanxiao. You, then, be safe on the road. Watching her best friend about to leave,
Lu Hanxiao had no intention of staying.
Real girlfriends are not so polite with each other. Saying something is wrong is really something. Subsequently, Zhang Yu and Lu Hanxiao, a few people, returned home. You're all back. I made chicken soup, so come and have some, all of you.
Xiongtingting came out of the kitchen,
carrying a casserole. Sister Xiao, Barb, you guys come and drink.
Pan Yuyao sat at the dining table.
I've already had a bowl. The chicken soup Tingting made. It's really good. Okay, then I'll taste it.
Lu Hanxiao originally wanted to politely refuse.
Always let Xiongtingting cook. He really some overesteem.
She's not a servant in this house.
However, thinking about the special situation I'm in, it's time to drink some chicken soup and take a good tonic. Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh as well. It's going to be nice to have Tina in this house. So good at cooking. Then, her next burden may be heavier. Zhang Yu, I have something to say to you. After a bowl of chicken soup, Lu Hanxiao opened his mouth, ready to lay things out. At this time, Zhang Yu said, before you say anything, there's something I want to say too. What is it, landlord? Pan Yuyao couldn't help but get curious. In the past few days, I've been looking at a villa with 4 floors up and down.
There's also a separate garden.
Zhang Yu said, the deposit is all paid and I want to move over there. Ha, landlord, you're moving? Pan Yuyao, who didn't know the situation, yelled at once. So, the house, are you selling? Her emotions were, for a moment, a little lost. Thinking about what? Zhang Yu laughed. That villa.
It's much more spacious to live in and not be disturbed.
I think it's better than here. This riverside house neighborhood. And then high grade. After all, a building also lived in other households. Inevitably, there are a lot of people. You're all moving in together. The rent is still the same as before. Zhang Yu laughed. I think it's fine. I agree to move. Lu Hanxiao nodded at this time and said, even though Zhang Yu didn't say it, she guessed his intentions. Moving to a villa allows for a more peaceful stay. After all, you're not married and I'm not married. Something like this, if it gets out, it's not going to have a good impact. His industry, right now, is on the upswing. Lu Hanxiao expressed his understanding, so he was the first to step forward to express his agreement. Landlord. Next to her, Di Xiaoba also said at this time, the house over there, is it newly renovated or something? She was a little worried that if it had just been recently renovated, it would not be a good environment. Although you don't know what to do with it now, it's better not to take the risk if the environment is harmful. If you can't, you'll have to rent another room for yourself. The house is second-hand, renovated very early on, but not lived in much, so it could be considered new. The comfort level is pretty good. As Zhang Yu spoke, he also subconsciously glanced at Di Xiaoba's stomach. The heart also wondered about the creation of the world. How did it all go down in one shot? And, at the time, it was clear. No. Why do I get the feeling that you guys, you're all talking weird? Pan Yuyo spoke up. Chapter 150, cutting the price of the villa and saving $5 million. What's wrong? Well, you go wash up and go to sleep. I thought you said you were sleepy. Lu Hanxiao said. Nope. You guys are hiding something from me. Pan Yuyao's eyes rolled. Landlord, if you want to move to a villa, do you want to hire some nanny maids to come to your house? Pan Yuyao asked at this time. Why do you say that? Lu Hanxiao was a bit nervous at this time and asked in a hurry. Sister Xiao, I'm asking the landlord. Why are you so nervous? Pan Yuyo said. I'm saying this because I just heard that there are a lot of rooms in this villa. And right now, Riverside Mansion would have been enough to live in. So, I'm just guessing that moving to the villa, the rooms are more than enough to keep a few for the nanny. Pan Yuyo speculated. That's right, I really let you guess right. Zhang Yu could not help but laugh. So landlord, is it because we don't do our chores or cook well? Pan Yuyo asked with a beak. Alright, go wash up and go to bed. Why are you acting like a curious baby? Lu Hanxiao put his hands on her shoulders and pushed her in the direction of the bathroom. This little ninny. If we let her ask any more questions, it would be bad if she really asked anything. Okay then. Pan Yuyao couldn't do anything about it, so she could only go and wash it first. Lu Hanxiao let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Yu glanced at Di Xiaoba again at this time. You should also go to bed early. You can't stay up late. Her mental state was obviously worse than Lu Hanxiao's. Let's just say yes. It's such a low probability to stumble upon. It really is time to go buy a lottery ticket. But now that it's in front of us, let's face it, now that villa he was going to buy, he was planning for the future as well. But, inside, Zhang Yu was still quite happy. The average person would be more or less numb with their hands and claws when it comes to this. But he's different. With the current level of financial resources, there's no need to have anything to worry about. So what's the worry? Barb, you should rest early too. Lu Hanxiao finished and glanced at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu could see the meaning in her eyes. So he said, then you guys go ahead and get busy. I'm going to the second floor. Landlord, are you still drinking soup? Xiong Tingting, who had been busy, asked again at this time. I'm not going to drink anymore, and you should go to bed early too. This Xiong Tingting was so virtuous that he was a little unsure how to face it. Zhang Yu finished speaking, then went up to the second floor, lay down on the bed in a wide berth, then taking out his cell phone, he saw a message from the real estate agent girl. Ding Weiwei, Mr. Zhang, the owner of the villa has agreed to sell the house, and I've helped you cut the price to 45 million. There's no way to let it go any further. It was accompanied at the end by an emoji expressing embarrassment. 45 million? He raised his eyebrows. This was 5 million less than what Zhang Yu had expected. It was listed at $53 million and his mental price was $50 million. Selling at that price would equal another savings. Ding Weiwei is also worthy of being a real estate agent, saving himself such a big sum. Originally, he also thought it didn't matter. $50 million or $45 million. It doesn't make much difference to him. Still, spending $5 million less is a nice thing to do. Naturally, this made Zhang Yu feel that Ding Weiwei was not just a real estate agent anymore. Rather, in my heart, I'm really looking out for myself. Her earlier comment about helping herself to a cut price was not a casual remark, but one that she took to heart. $45 million. That's pretty good. Thank you, Zhang Yu replied. After chopping so much, after the deal is done, I'll treat you to dinner. Mr. Zhang, you are too polite. I'm the one who should be thanking you for selling this villa. Never seen a list this big before. Dimwit's hands were shaking as he sent the message. There seems to be no objection from either side. So once the villa is sold, it would mean hundreds of thousands of dollars in commission in hand. Then does Mr. Zhang have time tomorrow? I'll make an appointment with you and sign the trading contract. Ding Weiwei was, for one thing, afraid of a crossroads. Secondly, he also intended, after the contract was signed, to invite Zhang Yu for a meal to express his gratitude. Chapter 151 New Blind Box Reward. Swimming in water. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow then. After replying to the message, Zhang Yu exited WeChat. Then I saw the time on my cell phone and it just came to midnight. That's so nice. There's a new blind box to draw from. He didn't want to wait a moment, so he immediately woke up the system.
Then on the 9-panel extraction page that popped up in the system, one of the blind boxes was randomly selected. It's the same with whatever you pick. What you're going to draw, the outcome is already set. This is nothing more than a passing animation. Soon, as the system's extraction interface popped up, a new reward came into view. Congratulations to the host, who has drawn the blind box, 5-star large cruise ship Tianhe. The cruise ship cost more than $5 billion, with a total of more than 10 floors of space above and below, with a total height equivalent to a 25-story building. The ship is 330 meters long and has a displacement of 130,000 tons. Equipped with 10 aprons, it has 2,000 guest rooms of various grades, equipped with a commercial shopping street, restaurants, chess and card entertainment rooms, and other various function rooms of more than 5,000 square meters. I'll go. Zhang Yu was surprised. I've read in the news before that this is one of the top luxury cruise ships in the world, registered in Manhwa, with all the facilities and routes around the world. It's a palace at sea. Now that's interesting. In addition to the ones flying in the sky, now there are those swimming in the water. Zhang Yu pressed down his excitement and then looked at the introduction behind him. On top of the Tianhe, there are a total of more than 800 employees such as waiters, crew, and cooks. The number of fully loaded people can exceed 5,000. Tickets are priced at $3,888.18, $888 per person, and you can charge up to $25 million for a full boatload of tickets. Each round of sailing takes about a week. Boy, see here. Zhang Yu realized that this one ship could bring in 100 million a month, and that's just the admission revenue. There's entertainment up there that's still a secondary fee that's no less than admission revenue, mainly because there's spinach and entertainment up there. A lot of the big boys just like to have a little fun and they get on a boat and go out on the high seas. Zhang Yu had only seen it in a movie before, but had not seen what it was like with his own eyes. Having acquired the ship myself, I was a little curious for a while, and according to the system, the Tianhe is currently berthed in Jiangcheng Harbor. The next round of travel would start from Jiangcheng, go through Jinling City, Magic City, and then a few neighboring countries, turn around and come back. As there is only one Tianhe ship at the moment and it is a top-class 5-star cruise ship, all kinds of configurations are super luxurious. So even though the price of the tickets is high, still a lot of rich people clamoring for it. It's like a superstar concert, where VIP tickets are speculated at tens of thousands of dollars, and there are still a ton of people buying them. Zhang Yu couldn't help but think in his heart, I've been so busy with company stuff lately that I haven't had much fun. And Lu Hanxia and the girls, too, had a vacation. This time it's just right, and it's a very good idea to change your travel plans and take a cruise. With a cruise ship of this size, the ride will be very steady and there is no possibility of bumpy seasickness. And the cruise ship is equipped with a hospital. After confirming this, he followed the contact information provided at the top of the system and called the cruise ship operations office. At this time, the cruise ship office, even at 12 o'clock, is still working on ticket processing for passengers who have purchased tickets. Seeing Mr. Zhang's phone call, the staff was amazed. The news of the sudden change of ownership of the cruise ship owner was just learned a few minutes ago. Why is the boss calling personally at this moment? Is he here to check on the work situation? For a while, they couldn't help but all get a little nervous, not knowing how to react. What's wrong? At this time, a woman in a cheongsam walked over. Under the high-split cheongsam, round and slender thighs were hidden. Seeing the situation in front of him, he frowned. Why don't you guys answer the phone? Didn't I say that the phone must be answered within 2 rings? It's the end of the year and I've been busy lately. Normal updates will resume in a few days. Next, there will be a copy story of a boarding trip. Be prepared to bring 2 to 3 female characters on board, and a couple of new characters will appear on board as well. What do you all think? Which of the characters that have appeared before would you like to bring? What are your expectations for the new characters? Please leave your comments. Chapter 152, Staying in a Room. A mansion on the sea at $200,000 a night. Sky River Cruises. One of the most high-end and classy cruise ships in the world. The charges are high, in addition to the superior configuration, but also with the best service. So, in order to serve our customers with the best attitude, there are also requirements for timeliness in answering calls. It rings twice and must be picked up. Anyone who fails to do so will have their pay docked. This staff, in the past, almost never made mistakes like this. What's going on today? Manager Shen. It's not a customer. It's the boss called. Boss? The new boss? Shen Haosheng, the general manager of the cruise ship wearing a cheongsam, was also a bit surprised. Shen Haosheng reference chart. She had only learned about the change in ownership of the Sky River cruise ship a few minutes ago. Shen Haosheng hastily took the call. Hey, Mr. Zhen. With such a shout from the opposite side, Zhang Yu did not feel surprised, thought the voice was rather nice and magnetic.
He then said, "When is the next time the Sky River sails?" Back to Mr. Zhang, "It's the day after tomorrow." Shen Aoshang replied, "May I ask what your orders are?" Mr. Zhang, "It's nothing," Zhang Yu said. "I'm just telling you that I plan to take a few people out on a boat for a few days. You set aside 4 to 5 rooms for me. Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'll get right on it."
Hearing that Zhang Yu was only staying in the room,
Shen Aoshang's heart, too, was relieved. "Does Mr. Zhang have any other orders?"
"I can have the staff prepare in advance."
"That's not true. Go ahead and do it." After Zhang Yu finished speaking, he hung up the phone. He simply said it, and this side of the cruise ship, it got busy.
Shen Aoshang instructed the staff to hurry up and take down the presidential suite with 3 sides looking at the sea and a few small attached rooms.
The presidential suite is on the second highest level,
and the views and sightlines are excellent,
and the rooms are up to 300 square feet, so it's a mansion on the sea. The presidential suite is sold to the public for $200,000 a night. For that astronomical price, there is still an oversupply.
Just took the listing off the shelf.
A client's call came through. "Hey, what's wrong with you, Tianhe? Why aren't the biggest presidential suites for sale?" "I'm terribly sorry, the presidential suite is booked," Shen Aoshang said. "What? I can't believe someone is stealing from me." "You let Manager Shen speak. I am Shen Aoshang." She laughed slightly. "Ah, Manager Shen ah." When the opposite party heard this, their tone changed. "I've shaken all my people. It's not right to not let me set it, is it? I'm really sorry.
There are other suites available if you want to travel."
Although Shen Aoshang was customer-oriented, in the end, she was working for the boss. Since the boss wanted the room, everyone else would have to step aside, no matter what. Outrageous.
"Do you guys still want to do business in the rich circle? I'm worth tens of billions of dollars.
And you guys are doing this to me? I'm sorry, but the person who wants the room is of a more honorable status than you.
And if that person is displeased,
I'm afraid you." Fine. Okay, other rooms then."
As soon as the opposite side heard that someone was coming from a bigger source,
they immediately didn't dare to say anything more. It could only give in. For the sake of client privacy, Shen Aoshang will definitely not disclose the identity of the guest.
But since she dared to say that, it wouldn't be good to offend in case there really was someone bigger than him.
They are all hanging out in this circle. In case of conflict and upsetting people, it's really not a good idea to do it in the future. Send this client away.
Shen Aoshang was also relieved. In 2.5 years as a cruise general manager,
I've seen all kinds of clients.
It also put her coping skills to work.
"Manager Shen, what did they say over there?"
the staff member asked carefully.
"The room is reserved for General Manager Zhang," Shen Aoshang said.
"Instruct the guest room cleaning department to send 20 people to start a thorough cleaning without dead ends inside the room. All the bedding and fabrics are replaced with the best.
Also add the guards over there. 4 to 8 from tomorrow, until the end of Mr. Zhang's trip. Don't let any idle people come near. At the same time, the entire ship is going to undergo a thorough overhaul,
so notify the 800 employees to hurry up and there will be rewards for a job well done."
Since it was Mr. Zhang who was going out for a trip,
naturally he had to put his best foot forward. Manager Shen is in charge of the operation of the cruise ship and has a high degree of autonomy in making decisions.
Money moving accounts under $5 million can be done without reporting to the boss. Just clear it with finance. So the staff is managed exceptionally well. "Yes, Manager Shen." The staff received the order and immediately went to carry it out.
After Shen Aoshang finished her orders,
she was then idle.
Another glance at her cell phone.
About Zhang Yu's information in photos. Then it got curious. Even in his ID photo, he is still handsome. And look at the profile. It's only 22 years old and 185 feet tall. So young to be the owner of the $5 billion Tianhe. What's his story?
One could not help but begin to envision what kind of scene it would be like when Zhang Yu visited the Tianhe in person.
Chapter 153 Boundaries. Rules of the game on board ships. Shen Aoshang is the general manager of the 5-star cruise ship Tianhe, managing 800 shipboard staff under her. The crew, the cooks, the engineers, the security department, the waitresses, inside and out.
She was in full charge. All positions are at her disposal. And with a cost of over $5 billion and an annual turnover of over $3 billion.
This cruise ship is the equivalent of a large mobile public company. Therefore, Shen Aoshang had seen all kinds of rich people, especially on this ship.
It is all a very favorite place for bigwigs from all walks of life to relax and have fun. But Shen Aoshang was still,
for the first time, curious about a rich man. And don't blame her. Someone so young, yet so rich, not the son of any great family. It's as if the wealth appeared out of thin air and was possessed out of thin air. How can this not be curious? Xiaoshang also had no time to think more.
His own personal phone rang. She picked up the phone and saw that it was also a big shot in Jiangcheng with a fortune of over $50 billion.
Manager Shen, I heard that the best suite is booked out. Ah, that's right boss. It's true that it's not for sale to the public anymore. Xiaoshang replied. Who is it that can make you take down listings so far in advance? The opposite side is also curious. Sorry, this can't be revealed to the public. Xiaoshang held on to her professional bottom line. Never say a word about what you shouldn't reveal. What's more, it was his own boss who wanted the room. Well, it seems that I really didn't guess wrong. There's definitely a superstar coming aboard. The owner across the street then asked. So what rooms are left now? Boss, there are currently a few third-class rooms left. Third-class room? The boss was clearly surprised. Can I cut in line for preferential treatment even though I'm worth $50 billion? Is it so hard to grab a ticket this time? In the past, even if I couldn't get a special classroom, I could still get a first class. I'm sorry, there's really only third-class rooms available. Xiaoshang replied. Screw the tens of billions, I don't care. The special room is the owner's. First-class rooms are also reserved for the owner's friends. Others will have to order from second-class rooms at best. Okay then, third class is third class. The opposite side can only accept it. This time it's all rumored that there will be a giant man on board. It's not often that you come across an opportunity like this. Powerful people of all kinds reveal their natures on uncontrolled sea cruises. In addition to being able to let loose and play with things you wouldn't dare to play with on land. What's more, a few giants are occasionally refreshed on board. And that's all a good time to consolidate business resources. There are also myths circulating in the industry. There are some companies on the verge of bankruptcy where the owner goes on a boat once and comes back and the company is full of life. And I don't know whose line I'm on. It's just amazing anyway. As a result, many people who book this boat ticket don't necessarily do it simply for fun. It's also something they look forward to when they can meet some of the mysterious bigwigs in restaurants, dance halls, and card rooms. Whether there are dates or not, take 2 shots and talk. After Xiaoshang handled this third-class room ticket, the staterooms all over the ship are just about booked. Not much left. There are 5 classes of tickets. The first class is the presidential suite. The first class the executive suite. The second class is the junior suite. Third-class rooms are superior standard rooms. Fourth-class rooms are regular window standard rooms. Even the fifth class, non-windowed inner cabins have long been sold out. She then rubbed her temples before looking out of the ship. Through the porthole, a large row of well-dressed young girls were seen on the pier, boarding the ship in turn. So many people? Xiaoshang was a bit strange. That's twice as many people as on previous trips. They all came on board for the show. Personal information is registered before boarding the ship, and also turn in any cell phones, watches, any devices on your person that have recording camera capabilities. Wait until you get off the boat and then take it. This is also to protect the privacy of those on board from leaking out. As for why they did it, Xiaoshang didn't want to ask too much. Still, it's not uncommon to have so many more people. Next, on the dock, the head of registration shouted. A couple of young girls stepped forward and handed over their cell phones, then took a piece of paper and registered it. In the occupation column, each put dancer, DJ, the tea artist. Fill it out and release it. A few of the girls headed for the boat. Looking at the magnificent Tianhe, one can't help but gasp in amazement. Wow, that's the Tianhe. Seeing this cruise ship in person felt like a dream. It's just so luxurious. How in the world can there be something so beautiful? I can't wait to look forward to the rest of the ride. The young girls who came aboard, chattering away. I've heard that cruise ships have every form of entertainment you can think of. Tennis courts, swimming pools, bars, gyms, and there's an indoor theme park too. I've seen it a million times online, but I didn't think I'd actually come up here today, so maybe I'll even run into the one I'm meant to be with. Gee, it feels like I'm in the movie Titanic. Blah, 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 that's not a good thing to say. It's bad luck. Their faces were young and fresh to the luxurious sky river. Look, there's a new batch of girls on board. It's really pretty. On the lower level of the sky river, in a couple of rooms against the dock, some people saw a row of young girls being boarded and their eyes were awestruck. If this were placed in every school, it would be at the level of the school flower. It's really eye-catching. What's wrong with the schoolgirl? That's the lowest end of the food chain on this ship. Who said that? Isn't the bottom of the barrel our part-time crew? That's true, but it's good to earn a paycheck. The salary manager Shen gives us every month is quite a lot. Manager Shen is also just running things for the boss. The money is all the boss's. Speaking of bosses, have you guys heard that the owner of the Sky River has changed? A bunch of the crew talked from the schoolgirl back to the boss. How did the change happen? Haven't heard a thing about it. The dealings of the upper echelons of people. That's top secret. By the time we The crew know about it.
It will already be the presentation of the final result.
Hey, you can't compare. This is the world of the rich. On a boat, the hierarchy can still be so strict. Well, stop chatting and get some rest. We have to prepare the final work before sailing at dawn. It was late at night. They couldn't get enough of it, and felt as if this trip would be a little more special. Shen Haosheng, at this time, was also walking towards the presidential suite that was surrounded by the sea on three sides to see how well the staff had cleaned the room. The boss, Zhang Yu, will soon be boarding the ship, so he can't be sloppy. Chapter 154, Pan Yuyao, going to let herself go? The words are split. On Zhang Yu's side, after resting for a night, as soon as he woke up and walked to the living room on the first floor, he saw Xiong Tingting was in the kitchen, busy making breakfast. The aroma coming from the kitchen went straight to the nostrils. Zhang Yu's stomach rumbled. He was indeed hungry. Landlord, you're awake? Xiong Tingting heard the commotion and turned around to ask, smiling sweetly. Breakfast will be ready soon. You wait at the table first. From now on, you don't call me landlord. Zhang Yu thought in his heart, Xiong Tingting and himself, in-depth exchanges, after all, is not considered outsiders. It does seem a little bad to yell like that again. Ha! Xiong Tingting's face, flushed with panic, was visible to the naked eye. The hands and feet were a little overwhelmed, not knowing what they had done wrong. Look at you scared. Zhang Yu laughed. I mean, in the future, you can use other names. What do you call it? Xiong Tingting looked down, a little uneasy. Then you'll adapt slowly. Zhang Yu laughed. From now on, you can just call me brother Yu. I wouldn't dare. Her head bowed even lower. Well, it's settled. Zhang Yu said. What did you make for breakfast? I made a couple of scallion oil pancakes, steamed a cage of buns, boiled silver ear and lotus seed soup, and ate treasure congee. Tina Xiong said. It's quite rich. All handmade by yourself? Yeah, the ingredients outside aren't fresh, so I buy the raw materials and come back to make my own. Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile. You cook with so much care and still taste good. What if you make my mouth difficult? Isn't that what captures a man's stomach? Ha! I hadn't thought of it that way. Xiong Tingting became even more nervous. Who says it's only men's stomachs? There's ours too. At this time, Lu Hanxiao's voice came over. You're awake. Ha! Zhang Yu turned around to see her and smiled back. I thought you would sleep more. I'm no younger than they are. Jue less. Lu Hanxiao walked over. Sister Xiao, breakfast will be ready soon. Tina Xiong said. Ting, how can this be a good thing? Letting you cook breakfast every day. Lu Hanxiao was a little overjoyed. It's not like she's their underling. It's okay, I'm used to it. I feel empty without doing something. She gave a somewhat shy smile. Well, sit down. Your body is important. Zhang Yu said in a hurry. Is Sister Zhao's body not feeling well? Why don't I boil you a medicinal meal to make up for it? Tina said off to the side. Nothing. Lu Hanxiao shouted out somewhat nervously, realizing that her tone was off, and eased up a bit. You don't need to be busy. I'm fine. Saying that, he couldn't help but glance at Zhang Yu. Hate to swallow him. It's not even your doing, and it's something that's still up in the air. Lu Hanxiao couldn't make up his mind and didn't know what to do with it. The longer it drags on, the worse it gets. Right, Zhang Yu said it this time. Aren't you guys off for the next week? Let's go out on the water. Out to sea? Lu Hanxiao frowned. Not too good, right? It's a rough sea. It's okay. I booked a cruise on the Sky River. The routes are all offshore. It won't go very far. Seemingly seeing what Lu Hanxiao was worried about, Zhang Yu said, the Sky River? When Xiong Tingting heard the name, her eyes showed anticipation. It was the most luxurious 5-star cruise ship in the world, and she had long admired it. She'd like to go, but the thought that I was about to start working in a bank was quickly dismissed again. Sister Xiao, since it's brother Yu who said so, you guys should go. Xiong Tingting smiled. I'll keep house. I'll have to ask Shoba and Yu Yao what they want before I can decide. Well, you guys were discussing where to go. Why didn't you yell at us? Pan Yuyao and Di Shoba also walked out of the room at this time. Take a ride on the Sky River and go on a cruise. Zhang Yu smiled. Yes, landlord, sailing is good. I want to play this. Take me. Pan Yuyao couldn't help but jump. Yu Yao. Lu Hanxiao glared at her. You're still in your pajamas. Pay attention. She jumped so much that she wasn't seen by both Zhang Yu. Oh, Pan Yuyao quieted down. Landlord, I want to go then. Okay, you count one. Zhang Yu didn't care how she shouted. Anyway, heartless, he didn't know how he would shout next time. Well, I'll go too. Lu Hanxiao didn't feel comfortable with Pan Yuyao being out of his sight. What about you, Barb? You guys go ahead. I want to rest for a few days. Di Xiaoba looked like she hadn't quite gotten her blood back yet, So what are you going to do when you're home alone? Lu Hanxiao was worried about her health and couldn't say anything. Normally, that would be fine.
But now she's a special case.
Sister Xiao, don't worry. I'm still at home.
I promise to take good care of Barb.
Tina Xiong volunteered. Alright then, it's settled. You two go. You two keep house. Zhang Yu clapped. Let's get our stuff packed up today and get ready to go. Anyone else have any questions? I have. Pan Yuyo raised her hand. Go ahead. Zhang Yu smiled. I've heard that the Sky River will be out on the high seas. And there's a rumor going around on the internet that when it comes to the high seas there are just no rules and absolutely no prohibitions. Is that right? What? Are you afraid? Great. Pan Yuyo got excited again. I just want to experience that feeling of breaking taboos and being reckless. I can't wait to go now. You're overthinking it then. Zhang Yu said. It's not like the Heavenly River is outside the law. It's just relatively unrestrained. The 800 employees of the Sky River, 300 of whom are in charge of security, are fully armed and equipped. It's to prevent people from taking the opportunity to cause trouble on the ship. Surely chaos must be relatively messy. Even on land, there's still a lot of fighting going on in nightclubs and bars. On a boat, people from different regions and countries, letting their hair down. It's inevitable that there will be some conflict. Most conflicts, though, can be effectively controlled without making a big deal out of it. Ah, so there's still someone in charge? Pan Yuyao couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Yuyao, if no one cares, you'll be targeted as soon as you get on the boat. At that time at sea, with no help around, who can save you? Lu Hanxiao couldn't help but to clear the stakes with her. Yeah, Yuyao, play is play. You still have to be safe outside. Xiaoba also reminded. Hey, I'm not afraid. Zhang Yu will protect me. Pan Yuyo listened, then laughed. Di Xiaoba and Lu Hanxia, after hearing these words, they couldn't help but look at each other. She might, this time, really be a sheep in a tiger's mouth. The three sisters, they're all going to be wiped out from now on? Chapter 155, the explanation before the journey. Some people are not happy about it. And, even if it was Pan Yuyao's heart, she didn't have the mind to think in that direction. But would Zhang Yu, the teddy, let her go? And by then it's on a boat. It's like an island. Night and day. There's no telling what's going to happen. Thinking so, with their eyes, they all looked at Zhang Yu again. Want me to protect you? He smiled. Yeah. Pan Yuyao nodded. That's not impossible. But you have to promise me one condition. Zhang Yu said. On what terms? Once you're on board, you can't wander off. And be subject to my spot checks at all times. He stated his conditions. The Tianhe cruise ship, which is more than 300 meters long and 80 meters wide, has a floor area as large as 3 soccer fields on a single level, not to mention that there are 10 floors up and down, not including the hangar and equipment room below deck. It only takes 3 seconds of inattention to lose sight of the person. Spot check? The 3 flight attendants were a little confused. I mean, even if it's out of my sight, you have to let me know where it is at all times, and you can't go off the grid. Zhang Yu thought to himself. Pan Yuyo fell back on her face, but the eyes of the two people, Lu Hanxiao and Di Xiaoba, were clearly thinking the wrong way. What's that got to do with it? I'll share 800 orientations a day with you, as long as you don't mind. Pan Yuyo, this was considered a promise. In that case, get ready. Zhang Yu smiled. Pack up and we'll head out. Then I'll collect it now. Once she heard that she could go out to play, Pan Yuyo was really happy. After working continuously for so long and flying in the sky every day, it's hard to come across a vacation. Barb, are you sure you don't want to go? Lu Hanxiao twisted his head and asked Di Xiaoba. I'll be home for a few days. Barb smiled. In her heart she actually wanted to go out and play. She just didn't want to take the chance after getting the results from the hospital. It's better to keep it well at home. He hadn't told Zhang Yu himself yet, nor did he want to. Let's keep it under wraps until it's just too much to keep under wraps, and then we'll talk about it then. Thinking so, the bottom of his eyes quietly glanced at Zhang Yu, whether he recognizes it or not. I won't regret it anyway, Di Xiaoba thought in her mind. In the years she has been working, she has saved some money in addition to the necessary rent and living expenses. Sister Xiao, you guys just feel free to go out and play. I'm here at home. Seeing Lu Hanxiao's concern, Xiong Tingting said from the side. She brought out a bowl of silver ear and lotus seed soup. Sister Xiao, try this sweet soup. It's very tonic. Thanks Tina then. And for serving it yourself. Lu Hanxiao was a little embarrassed. Sister Xiao, you usually take care of me. This is nothing. Xiong Tingting smiled. Well, don't you guys get all sisterly, Zhang Yu said. Then in these few days, the house will be in your hands. Although Di Xiaoba hadn't told him, she already knew herself. Xiong Tingting was a girl after all. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu sent another message to Wildchild.
I'm going out for the next few days, so send someone to guard the house well. No mess. Yes, master. Nozomi quickly replied. Please don't worry, master. I'll send my best men to watch over the Hama house. She then gave her men their assignments. Go to Riverside House to observe the most convenient and closest to Zhang Yu's house and rent 2 houses. Keep an eye out for suspicious movements around you. Zhang Yu was still a bit uneasy, and after giving an explanation to Nozomi, walked off to the side again and called Sumei. Officer Su, there's something I have to ask you. He got straight to the point and left out the pleasantries nonsense. Mr. Zhang, the omnipotent Mr. Zhang, still has time to find me? The tone of Sumei's voice on the opposite side had 3 parts surprise, 3 parts astonishment, 3 parts arrogance, and 1 part theft. The mood shifted in a complex way over the course of a few seconds. I'm going to be out on the water with your girlfriends for a few days over the next few days, but there are still a few girls left at home, so please increase the frequency of your patrols over here. Zhang Yu felt like an old father now. It's not a good idea to explain everything on the way out. Only when both white and black are accounted for can we protect the Riverside House without any dead ends. 1 bright and 1 dark, each with its own role. But I'm still a rookie cop. I don't have that much mobilization authority. Sumei over there said, then sighed again. Alright, not to tease you. Since it's Mr. Zhang's request, then you can rest assured about this. Thank you, Officer Su. Then, by the way, which ship are you on and where are you going? The Tianhe. The route is from Jiangcheng, out to sea and all the way north, passing through several neighboring countries. Why do you ask? Zhang Yu was curious. Me, can't you ask? Really? When he asked this, Sumei's heart panicked a little. No, I'm a cop. I've arrested many criminals. Why should I be afraid of him? Probably in the back of my mind, I'm still a little worried. Thinking of this, she puffed out her chest again. Then you take care of my best friend. If a hair is missing, I won't spare you. Hear the grunt. Zhang Yu knew what she was thinking. Just a smile. Well, I'm going to go pack. Sumei over there, hearing the phone hang up, hadn't reacted yet. Sasha, who was on the sidelines, came up to the table. Today, she happened to be a guest at Sumei's house. Sister Sumei, you're in love? No, why do you ask? Sumei was startled. You just spoke in a tone of voice with a bit of sappiness and a naturally flowing smile. It's not like that when it's not to someone you like. Sasha had the look of I know it all. Yes? Sumei touched her face somewhat unnaturally. You little girl, what do you know? Just love. 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 She found a reason to start fighting back. In my opinion, the one who talked to you on the phone just now was Zhang Yu, right? Sasha asked again. How did you know? Sumei couldn't help but widen her eyes. This little cousin, who just turned 19, is getting more and more quirky now. A lot of things can't be hidden from her anymore. What a headache. And I don't know, who's going to be able to hold her as a mixed bag? That's not easy. He's the only male you've had more contact with lately. Sasha couldn't help but gossip. What did he tell you? Share. I want to hear it too. It's not good to eavesdrop on people, is it? If you won't tell me, then I'll ask him myself. Sasha looked like she was about to leave. Hey, no, I'm scared of you. Seeing this, Sumei hurriedly pulled on her white and delicate arm. He said he was going to go out to sea for a few days and asked me to help look after the house. What? He's going to go out on the ocean for fun and he's not even taking me with him? I'm going to make a scene. Sasha couldn't help but yell at that. Chapter 156, Boarding the ship. 10,000 people come toward it. This way. After explaining the private matters at home, as well as the matters at the company, the 3 of them, Zhang Yu, Lu Hanxiao and Pan Yuyao, then drove to the pier where the Tianhe cruise ship was docked. Along the way, Pan Yuyao was the most excited and couldn't stop longing for this journey. Like a twittering bird, Lu Hanxiao's expression, on the other hand, was not that relaxed. Although I agreed to come out and have fun, I was still unsure about the environment on the ship. And, still have to look at Pan Yuyao. This is not going out to play, completely out to jail. While the Sky River Cruise is a top-of-the-line luxury cruise ship, the comfort is absolutely nothing to sneeze at. She had also heard several first-class passengers, when she was flying the flights, talk about how comfortable the journey was on the Sky River Cruise, because the hull is big enough and the draft is heavy enough. Not one of those sampan boats, so it's like walking on water. Even so, the Sky River was a surface vessel after all. For the next few days, it was only possible to stay on this isolated island of hundreds of thousands of square meters up and down. The heart is still not in the right place. About half an hour later, gradually the traffic jam built up in front of us. These cars, they're all headed for the docks. Zhang Yu glanced at it. The front and rear, right and left side of the car are full of luxury car brands, and the bullhorn shield is not uncommon. Even the worst of them are luxury brand cars like the BBC.
Also normal. The family environment is pretty good for taking so long to get out and buying such expensive boat tickets. Look, you guys, that's the Sky River ship up ahead, isn't it? Pan Yuyo sat in the back seat. Tilting his head, he looked ahead. At the behemoth docked at the edge of the pier. There are 10 decks on the Sky River, and there are 6 or 7 more decks down to the level. The whole ship, close to the height of a 20-story building. But don't you have to tilt your head to see it? Zhang Yu also looked at the Tiana and noticed that many of the people in the car had their cell phones poking out horizontally, trying to capture the grandeur of this huge ship. It would be the prettiest boy in your circle of friends to be able to take a trip on this ship and post about it once. Proper social currency. However, even the best cell phone can't capture the spectacular full view of the Tianhe from this angle. Can't even do that with an ultra-wide angle. Zhang Yu looked at the huge Tianhe ship, although he had prepared for it in his heart. But still, when you see it in person, you're still shocked by it. Not bad for the most luxurious cruise ship in the world. It's like a palace on the sea. And this cruise, it's still in your own name. That's all the more reason to have a little snicker in your heart. But not many people know about it at the moment. So he can't just tell everyone that he owns the cruise ship, can he? In fact, the richer the person, the lower the profile, because there are too many good things in their hands to show them off anymore. People with only half a dipper make a little money and hate to yell it all over the world. Hey, isn't that guy Zhang Yu? He's going out to play too? In the traffic, someone recognized Zhang Yu. He was now a celebrity in Jiangcheng and it was hard not to be recognized. Yeah, that's him. My goodness, this ship is really full of rich people. He's got 2 more beauties in his car. And an imperial lady and a double ponytailed loli. What fun! Even a newcomer to Jiangcheng like Zhang Yu has boarded the ship. That presidential set. It wouldn't be him who ordered it, would it? Someone couldn't help but speculate. It's a possibility. But there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons on every ship, so who knows if there's a bigger name. Yes, look, there are many friends from abroad. They look like they're all pretty big. Those passengers who were ready to board the ship murmured, discussing a newcomer to Jiangcheng like Zhang Yu. He was also curious about those foreigners of various skin colors. There were white foreign faces, escorted by a large group of bodyguards, probably some kind of royalty. Others, wrapped in white turbans, are oil daddies. At a glance, they gave the impression of being rich in oil and wealth. The women accompanying them, moreover, showed almost only one pair of eyes. In the crowd, there were also people with faces similar to those of the Chinese, but with single eyelids and small eyes. And even if they didn't speak, at a glance, they were from the 2 Confucian countries next door. In short, the way to board the ship was like a universal exposition, with an almost complete range of people from all kinds of countries. Looking at it was particularly spectacular. Wow! So many gringos. It feels like it's going to be so much fun. On this ship, I can't wait to go up and spend money. The passengers were excited. Well, let's get ready to get off too. Zhang Yu, a few of them, parked their cars in the parking lot of the pier. Then it was off the bus, dragging a couple of suitcases with it. 2 suitcases. For the 2 of them, Zhang Yu was too much trouble, so he didn't bring anything with him this time out. For a cruise ship of this size, there are supermarkets and duty-free stores right on top. Daily necessities, clothes, towels and whatnot are still readily available. Taking a step back, even if you didn't buy it, just talk to the cruise general manager, Chen Wan, and ask her to do it. At this point, Chen Wan was at the boarding entrance, her eyes somewhat anxious as she watched the crowds of people boarding the ship one after another. Why hasn't Mr. Zhang come over yet? Seeing that the boat was already 70% to 80% full of guests. Chapter 157. I wanted to avoid suspicion, but I don't think I need to. Chen Wan was a little anxious, and in her heart, she was wondering if she should give Mr. Zhang a call, but would the fear of him being busy again upset him? The mind was in the midst of a fierce battle, her eyes, sweeping over the crowd. Finally, I see Mr. Zhang. Although he had not seen him in person before, Zhang Yu naturally had an aura that was very different from others when he was in the crowd. Kind of calm and understated, but instantly recognizable. And at 185, it's still very noticeable in the south where the average height is 170. And Mr. Zhang had 2 big beauties on his left and right. In parallel, an imperious woman with an outstanding temperament, cold and beautiful. One wore a double ponytail and was youthful. The 2 of them, who were on a sea cruise with Mr. Zhang, must have special status. Chen Wan hurriedly greeted them, shouting at Zhang Yu. He said, Mr. Zhang, you finally arrived. Mr. Chang, Lu Hanxiao and Pan Yuyao, who were on the side, were both a bit curious when they heard this title. Looked at each other. Zhang Yu gave Chen Wan a look. She immediately reacted.
so these two beauties, they still don't know that this cruise ship is his. So he reacted quickly and said, "It's like this, we, the Tianhe Cruise, have information about our clients. Mr. Zhang booked the deluxe presidential suite and is the ship's VIP, so I'm personally receiving them. Well, the Sky River Cruise, the service does live up to its name." Zhang Yu smiled, looking at Shen Aoshang, who was wearing a cheongsam in front of her. She was also considered to be a big beauty with a lot of flavor, sexy and flirty, gives the impression of being very sociable. Such a woman has an air of ease of holding a man. Men who don't have deep enough morals to be sold by her will count the money for her. And this trait, when used in the right way, is typical of a strong woman who stands alone, born to be a female president material. So the fact that she can be the general manager of a $5 billion Sky River cruise ship, managing nearly 1,000 men, is a sign of value. However, the ship's personnel is complicated and has many eyes and ears. In the future, it's better not to reveal my identity. Zhang Yu was also giving Shen Aoshang a lesson by reminding him so. Let her know what to do next. Shen Aoshang had also known his intentions for a long time now, and quickly switched to her signature smile when treating guests. Then please board the ship as soon as possible. Mr. Zhang, we will have staff to guide you back to your room. This way. 3 gentlemen and ladies. A couple of attendants in the back stepped forward and took what they were holding. Wow, that's a really big boat. Pan Yuyao felt fresh when she looked at everything, took her cell phone, turned on the camera, and took pictures along the way. Lu Hanxiao took 2 steps and had to look back every now and then. There was a look in his eyes, the same kind of look that an old mother has when she looks at a playful child. Sister Xiao, look, the deck of this ship is too big. There's even an apron. Pan Yuyo marveled again. And on the tarmac, 2 large civilian helicopters are parked. One of the assets on the Sky River cruise ship. It attracted a lot of people to take pictures and take cards. This way, 3 of you. Soon, a few of them, after being guided, made their way to the second level of the cruise ship from top to bottom. This level, more than 20 meters above the deck. It is more than 40 meters higher than the pier. The sightlines are really quite good. Watching the deck and the people on the pier and taking in the panoramic views is visually stunning. Zhang Yu, yours is the presidential suite, right? I heard it's old and luxurious. Can I go and have a look after I put my luggage later? Pan Yuyao looked at Zhang Yu with great anticipation and stars in her eyes. Sure, as long as your sister Xiao agrees. He laughed. It didn't matter to himself, but he knew exactly what Lu Hanxiao wanted. This time on board, Lu Hanxia and Pan Yuya, is to live in the same room, a second-class executive suite. It's not as big as the 300-square-foot presidential suite, but the room is more than 80 square feet in size and has all the amenities you need. Moreover, a dozen or so second-class executive suites and presidential suites are all on the same floor. It is part of the superior rooms area. It is separated from the rest of the floor with separate entrances. The entrances and exits are manned on a 24-hour rotating basis. There is separate access to the restaurant, to the top of the boat, and to Commercial Street. After all, the price is here. When money is spent, naturally you have to have a different experience. The Sky River understands customer experience. Sister Xiao, can I go? Pan Yuyao sold herself in front of Lu Hanxiao. You go. Sister Xiao smiled with a relaxed face. It was not easy to come out for a trip, so she could not be chained to her. However, you can't be too indulgent. You'll have to pay for any damage to the facilities. Hey, I know. After receiving Lu Hanxiao's permission, Pan Yuyao was also happy. It seemed that on this trip, Sister Xiao wouldn't be paying as much attention to herself as she did in the sky and on land. Sister Xiao, why don't you come with me to see it? Pan Yuyao took her arm again. Alright then, I'll accompany you. Lu Hanxiao nodded. Originally, it was also to avoid suspicion, not to let her feel that she was too casual in going to Zhang Yu's room, but now it seemed that with Pan Yuyao there was no need to hide it. I knew it. Sister Xiao is so nice. Then, Pan Yuyao seemed to have sensed something and paused in her steps, looking towards the sky above her head. Yu Yao, what's wrong? Lu Hanxiao saw her like this and became curious. Zhang Yu, Sister Xiao, you two look. Pan Yuyao stretched out a finger. Look, that eagle. Chapter 158, Noise at the door. Unexpected guests? Surprise in his eyes. What eagle is that? Zhang Yu and Lu Hanxia followed her line of sight. Just over 100 meters above the cruise ship, there was a black eagle flying slowly by. This eagle, the way it flies, feels a bit strange. Lu Hanxiao looked at the bird in the sky and frowned slightly. Not a real hawk. Zhang Yu looked at the thing that slowly flew past and said, it's supposed to be a bionic eagle, and it's actually an overhead detection and filming device with a rotatable high-definition camera. His company, Rice Technology, was also developing this bionic product.
The principle of function is much the same, so there is some understanding of this. Ha! Who the hell would fly this thing around here? Is trying to do something? Pan Yuyo asked suspiciously. I don't know. Let's go to the room first. Zhang Yu looked at the eagle flying past in the sky and said with an expressionless face before walking towards the room. After arriving at the presidential suite, everything in front of me opened up. Just see the meeting area of the presidential suite, with windows on 3 sides. You can look out of the window at 270 degrees. The lighting is also very good. This is a first-class sea view if you are out at sea, with a line of unobstructed view. In the presidential suite, in addition to the parlor area, there is a fitness area, an entertainment area, and a reading area, fully functional. If it weren't for the cruise ship, this would be more luxurious than a mansion on land. It's almost a direct transplant. And in the bedroom, a bed with motorized controls. Together they are 3 meters wide and separately they are single beds of 1.5 meters each. Wow, what a big bed. Pan Yuyo entered the room and saw the giant bed with excitement in her eyes. It's not just any way to roll without fear of falling. Speaking of this, she looked at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, I have a sentence. I don't know if it's appropriate to say it. Asking just isn't allowed. Lu Hanxiao glanced at her and took over. This room, it's really nice. It was obvious that many of the furnishings inside the room were newly replaced. No signs of use including bedding, carpeting. It seems like this cruise ship is so high on the presidential suite guests. A new one every time? The online guide, though, doesn't seem to mention this. It might be that Zhang Yu's trip this time coincided with a major change in room facilities. Well, the room is done looking. Later on, let's go out for a walk and have a meal in the restaurant on the way. Zhang Yu proposed. Good. What about after dinner? Pan Yuyo was a bit excited. I heard that there is a bar on the ship. I haven't been to a bar yet. I want to check it out. After the ship leaves the open sea, I heard that there are more fun things to do. Pan Yuyo had a curiosity and was eager to see it too. That depends on. Zhang Yu hadn't finished a sentence. Just as the entrance was heard, the sound of an argument was heard. You guys let me in. I'm really looking for someone. A female voice said. I'm sorry, you're on a second-class ticket. You're not allowed in this area. The security officer said. Aha! Zhang Yu heard the female voice just now and found it a bit familiar. So, went out to see it. Sure enough, at the entrance to this floor, saw a young girl. Sasha, what's she doing here? Lu Hanxiao and Pan Yuyo also looked at each other in disbelief, not recognizing them, not having seen them before. Sasha saw Zhang Yu come out and said to the security guard, he's the one I'm looking for. Let her in, Zhang Yu said, but her boat ticket. The security guard hesitated a little. It's all one ticket, one person on board, and you can never take someone across the area to stay. Otherwise it's a total mess. I'll tell you what, the cost of what she needs to upgrade is on me. It was only after Zhang Yu said this that the security guard opened the gate and released the passengers. Sasha came over to him, before he could speak, and glanced at the 2 beautiful women behind him. No wonder he was ready to go on a sea trip and didn't call out to himself anymore. So it turned out, he had brought 2 such beautiful women with him. It made Sasha feel a bit inferior. Could it be that what Zhang Yu liked was this style? Imperial sisters and double ponytailed Lolitas? She's a big girl and doesn't seem to have dabbled in either style. Is it a bad time for me to be here? She asked with some uncertainty. Chapter 159, Zhang Yu, I'm hungry. No, you're just in time. It's still a bit chilly to come out and play with only 2 people as companions. You can't even get the right number of people to play mahjong. Therefore, Zhang Yu smiled. It's just that you sneaked out and didn't tell your family, right? How do you know? Sasha looked at him with some surprise. What's the point of asking? Zhang Yu said. Secretary Sha disciplines you so strictly. How could he allow you to go out alone? So I can't say that I went out with you? If so, he would have checked with me. But so far, I haven't heard anything from him. Zhang Yu looked at Sasha and added. And you didn't even dare to send a message to me before you boarded the ship because you were afraid that I would find out and have someone stop you, right? Ah, Zhang Yu, you're so great that you guessed it all. Sasha was a little embarrassed. She did sneak in alone. Ever since I found out about it from Sume. Then I was in my own network and actually bought a ticket. Getting her ticket, Sasha didn't even take a vacation and ran straight to board the ship. It can be described as capriciousness taken to the extreme. Still, you need to call home and check in, Zhang Yu said. I'm not going to. I'm afraid they'll take me back. Sasha shook her head. There are several more cities to stop in ahead. There are people my dad knows in those cities. If the family finds out, they'll be taken back before they can sail. I'm next to you. What are you afraid of? Zhang Yu laughed again. Oh, right? Sasha realized then. Dad said in front of so many people that he would hand himself over to Zhang Yu for discipline. Now that he's right next to him, Isn't it logical that he has a reason to come out on his own? This is great. Well then, I'll call home now. Sasha made his decision quickly. Parents know that they sneak out to play, and when the phone calls start, they're sure to get a few words. However, knowing that Zhang Yu was also on board, he would not arrest himself back. Within minutes, Sasha finished her call and walked back in. Well, Zhang Yu looked at Sasha's expression. They agreed. Oh yeah. Sasha was dancing with joy, seeing the two beautiful sisters, Lu Hanxia and Pan Yuya. Next to her, she still collected herself. To introduce myself, my name is Sasha, a friend of Zhang Yu. What about you guys? She stepped forward graciously. We are Zhang Yu's tenants. The two of them, Lu Hanxiao and Pan Yuya, introduced themselves. Oh, I've heard of it. Two beautiful sisters. So good looking. Sasha didn't mince her words of praise. Sasha, you're pretty too. Especially Pan Yuya. Looking at Sasha, her eyes were also releasing a glow. She could tell that Sasha was somewhat similar to herself and close enough in age to play together. So he also said enthusiastically, Sasha, since you're here, let's stay together. Ha, convenient? Sasha asked. I booked the presidential suite and a few rooms around it left and right, and I can stay in whichever one I want. Zhang Yu said. Called before, asked the general manager Shen Aoshan to keep the room. She kept a total of 5 rooms. Even with 1 room for each of the 3 of them, there was extra room. Gee, that's great. Then I'm welcome. Sasha was also at this point, after a brief moment of restrained trial and error, back to her true nature once again. She saw the presidential suite's king-sized bed and, without even thinking about it, jumped on her butt and lay on top of it. The soft bed even bounced her lithe body a few times. Wow, this bed is so comfy. You guys try it. Sasha extended an invitation. Really? Pan Yuyo also went up and lay down on the big bed, and was also pleasantly surprised. Really? It's too comfortable. What kind of mattress is this using? I've never slept on such a comfortable bed before. You too. This is Zhang Yu's room. Lu Hanxiao was a few years older than them, so naturally she wasn't as active, and she doesn't dare to do anything strenuous. It's okay, it's just fun out here anyway. Zhang Yu didn't mind as he watched the two of them fooling around. Lu Hanxiao glanced at him and thought, did he mean something else in his words? She then saw that Zhang Yu also looked at herself. What are you, looking at me like that? Her heart was in a bit of a panic. I'm hungry, Zhang Yu said with a smile. Chapter 160, Crooked Man Who Accosted Me. Ha, Zhang Yu, you're hungry? I'm hungry too. At this time, Sasha heard it, got up from the bed, came over and said, I heard that the buffet restaurant of the Tianhe ship has a lot of delicious food. Let's go eat. Yeah, I'd like to check it out too. I made a guide. The restaurant's caviar is a masterpiece. Limited supply. If you go late, it's gone. Pan Yuyo also got up and said, it was hard to take a vacation and come to the Sky River cruise. It's natural to drop everything and relax, to experience all the various features on board. All of them. The two men stood on either side of Zhang Yu, one on the left and one on the right, seeking his opinion, and they both looked at each other. At first meeting, there are so many similarities that it really feels like you're seeing each other for the first time. In that case, you two go ahead. We'll be right behind you. Zhang Yu smiled. Let's go then. That's what I thought. The two of them, Pan Yuya and Sasha, went out the door as they spoke, heading towards the restaurant. It's finally quiet. Seeing the two chirpy girls leave, Zhang Yu also breathed a long sigh of relief. Sitting on the chair, he saw that Lu Hanxiao was still standing. So, reaching out, he tugged on her wrist. Zhang Yu, Lu Hanxiao symbolically broke free. I am now inconvenient, but I'm really hungry. Zhang Yu spread his hands and made a helpless gesture. She looked at his expression and it didn't look like he was joking, but it's understandable. Zhang Yu has just graduated from university and is at his most energetic age. She wanted to tell him the classic line about being young and not knowing X is precious and growing old with empty tears, but then another thought. A hungry Zhang Yu is dangerous on this cruise. Wait a minute then. Thus, Lu Hanxiao glanced outside, then walked over and closed the door and the curtains. The light in the large suite dimmed considerably. The floor is thickly carpeted and you don't have to be afraid of catching a cold. Lu Hanxiao eyes closed, heart crossed. The Tian has set sail, and an import-export trade begins. The two of them, why haven't they come down yet? How long has this been going on? Or call and shout. In the cafeteria, the two big greedy girls, Pan Yuya and Sasha, had already eaten around and were not yet full, and were in the queue for additional dishes. From time to time, as the crowd moved, heads stuck out and cast their eyes toward the entrance of the restaurant. The restaurant's clientele came in and out, but there was no sign of him. The The expressions of both of them turned from the cozy feeling of savoring the food just now to some anxiety. If you keep looking, you're going to be looking at the Featherstone. Hey, two beautiful dragon girls. At that moment, behind them, the voice of a man spoke. It sounded like the words were a little awkward and the accent wasn't standard. Looking back, they saw a white-skinned, curly-haired crooked man, greeting them. The two girls are beautiful. May I know you? The crooked man, full of smiles, looked at the two of them. Tall-looking, with a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, worth $1 million now. And this crooked guy, he's kind of handsome, high nose and blue eyes, like a movie star in Europe or America. Pan Yuyao's aesthetics are all online all the time. This kind of handsomeness, however, did not raise much favor in her heart. Although she was a face reader, she didn't like everyone she saw. Instead, the first thought that came to her mind now was, if Zhang Yu saw himself being accosted by another man, would he be upset? One did not want to upset him. Sister Yu Yao, let's go. Ignore him. Sasha took her and was ready to leave the area and go to another team. She has a lot of foxy friends and has met a lot of crooked people. Having met so many people, my first instinct upon seeing him was that this was a man who was very good at hunting and then plucking the ruthless. Naturally, it's not a good idea. Sasha though likes to play outside and make all kinds of friends, but has a very positive outlook in her heart. Unlike some women, who are picky about the guys around them, but when they see a crooked guy, it doesn't take more than a few minutes for them to fall right into it. Incomprehensible. Talking to you guys? Why don't you answer back? No manners. The crooked man, taking a few steps, followed and stalked. Chapter 161, who's a Brazilian steak? You stop pestering us. Not interested in you. Sasha was more than a little impatient to see this white-skinned crooked guy following her. No matter what your status is, you can't buy and sell by force. I haunt you? Crooked man is breaking his defenses a bit now. Since he came to the Dragon Kingdom, he didn't even need to take the initiative himself. He didn't know how many girls took the initiative to stick up. It's not even an exaggeration to say that you have to eat it every day. Now when he saw two beautiful girls, who were so unimpressed with him, his heart was a little too much to take in. Where do you encounter such frustration? Mentally, he tried to get on top of it, only for Sasha to hold out her arm to block it back, making it even more embarrassing for him. Many people in the cafeteria were also fascinated by their argument. Wow, this crooked guy is very handsome, just like a star. I've been noticing him for a while now, thinking about how to say hello. Those two girls were really rude. How could they treat an international friend like that? I hear he's a valued guest in first class, or something. These two sisters, I'm afraid they don't know what they're missing. A lot of people were sitting in the restaurant, talking about this little episode. And the crooked man, too, understood them. The more you say that, the more you want to get back at it. I've been in the Dragon Kingdom for so long, and I've yet to hit a wall. Fark, it's just two Brazilian steaks. What's the pretense? The crooked guy laughed. If you're embarrassed in public, it's okay to come to my room in private. I'm first class room 5. Some of the nearby onlookers also whispered and covered their mouths and laughed. They're all men of honor. Hearing 4 words so insulting didn't speak for either of them. Instead, it's a mindset of watching the show. It's true that a lot of girls really are just Brazilian steaks. On little sweet potato, as long as it's crooked, the powder rises especially fast. One night can be tens of thousands of fans. What are you talking about? When Pan Yuyao saw that he was getting more and more outrageous, his emotions also came up, and he couldn't wait to snap a plate onto his head. Then she saw that Sasha, next to her, had done so before herself. Only Sasha took the bowl of soup on her plate and threw it right on him. Crooked man dodged and backed away, but there was still soup splattered on his shoes. This is a new Armani I bought. Hundreds of thousands of dollars a pair. The crooked man yelled out a fark. You pay. What happened? This time, a beautiful woman in a cheongsam walked over. It was Shin Aoshang. The two parties clashed just as she entered the cafeteria to make her rounds, saw the scene and immediately came over to inquire about the situation. Manager Shen, you're just in time. That crooked man, seeing Shin Aoshang, instantly had a bottom. These two girls from the Dragon Kingdom, they were rude to me. What do you say? Why are you still evil? Shasha saw Shin Aoshang and recognized her as the reception at the door, so she said the same. Manager Shen, he's the one who harassed both of us first. Shin Aoshang also felt a big head. On the one hand, one of the two of them was someone brought by Mr. Zhang, and the other one, since they were together, must also be very close. On the other hand, the identity of this crooked man, which she was well aware of, came from a great source, and a foreign guest. If not handled properly, it could easily trigger some international public opinion. For Sky River Cruises, it will undoubtedly affect the reputation with the high-end.
For a while the CPU of her brain was also running at a high level.
We're all in the same boat. Let's talk about what's going on. Let's step aside for a moment.
Chen Wan felt that the situation at the scene should be brought under control first.
Avoid more people seeing it. I'm not going to say much. I broke my shoe. Pay for it. Crooked Man said. How much? I'll turn it now. Sasha also just wanted to hurry up and break the bank. I don't want money. And I'm not short of it.
The Crooked Man laughed. Just get down on your knees and clean my shoes.
And you don't have to pay for the money.
Sir, I'm afraid this is not appropriate.
Chen Wan said in a hurry. A little too insulting.
And they're friends of Mr.
Zheng. Manager Shen. I advise you to stay out of this.
Either kneel down and wipe your hands clean for me, or this isn't over. The Crooked Man is even more high and mighty now that he's got a bit of leverage.
At this time, this side of the presidential suite.
It was an hour before the fireworks arrived late and went off.
Zhang Yu took a pack of tissues. However, he saw Lu Hanxiao waving his hand, indicating that there was no need. Noticing her expression, he was surprised. You're surprising. Lu Hanxiao smiled. It's fine. And
there was still a sense of guilt in her that this would have to do.
Zhang Yu couldn't help but be reminded of a joke.
A couple of girlfriends were talking and the egg eater said it was one cell one life. The roe eaters say it's hundreds of lives. And what the third BFF said was, you guys talk, I'll go first.
And at this time, Lu Hanxia is the third BFF in this joke.
Zhang Yu helped her up.
The heart is a 5-bit mixed bag.
It's better to try not to toss her for some time to come.
That's when it came to his mind. Suddenly a system alert rang out. Ding. Host.
You have obtained a randomly dropped blind box.
Do you open it? Dropping random blind boxes again?
Zhang Yu did not want to wait, and immediately meditated in his heart and opened it. Congratulations to the host, who drew 20% of the shares of Amazon Inc., become the second largest shareholder, dividing the Asia-Pacific and Afro-Latin business. The system prompted.
Holy, Amazons?
Looking at the virtual interface in front of him, a list of the company's business and operations.
Even if you don't read them,
Zhang Yu had been familiar with this company since he was a child.
And it was quite well known. What began as an online bookseller has grown into the world's largest online retail site. The market capitalization is even more at 2 trillion rice dollars. 20% of your own shares. That's not 1, 10, 100, 1,000, million, 4,000 billion rice dollars? Converting it into the Longwa currency is. He couldn't even do the math.
Zhang Yu was once again shocked in his heart. The previous rewards, which were so great. And it's the first overseas company he's acquired since he planned to go overseas. To give such a big reward at the beginning, what would be given later? He didn't even dare to think about. Can't help but look forward to this journey a little more. He rushed to collect his reward.
Zhang Yu, what are you thinking? Lu Hanxiao's sentence pulled his thoughts back to reality. Oh, nothing. Come on, let's go down to dinner.
They've been down there for ages.
Zhang Yu said. I'm not hungry,
so I won't go down there.
You go ahead. Lu Hanxiao shook his head. Zhang Yu couldn't help but wonder, is this full? Chapter 162. Let him go into the water. Swim back. On his lips, he said, then rest for a while, and message me later if you want to eat anything. Good. Then, Zhang Yu left the room and went to the cafeteria. Just as he arrived at the restaurant, he saw, in front of him, several people arguing about something.
And the protagonists are none other than Pan Yuyo and Sha Sha. Next to them were Chen Wan and a crooked man he didn't recognize.
I say again, if you don't do as I ask,
you will have no peace on board.
The crooked man is arrogant, and Chen Wan was in a difficult position.
His family just threw in a lot of sponsorship and advertising support on the cruise.
She can't make a decision on something this big. Was unable to resist asking his boss, Zhang Yu, for advice.
A familiar voice was heard from behind.
What happened? Chen Wan and Sha Sha Pan Yuya turned around, and when they saw that it was Zhang Yu, a hopeful look immediately flowed out of their eyes. And that crooked man turned around and saw Zhang Yu.
There was also a disdainful grin,
and didn't take him seriously. As for the others in the restaurant, they saw Zhang Yu appear. Eyes were frozen for a moment before they responded. Isn't this Zhang Yu, the new nobleman who has recently stirred up Zhongchang?
He has several multi-billion-dollar companies under his belt. He also saved old Mr.
Xiao Nantian. Even Sha Ruekong was polite to him. I've heard that it's also close to the Cine Group, which equates to having people on both the black and white sides. I remember. Those are the two girls who boarded the ship with him. No, the other one is a royal girl. Not like this. Doesn't that make 3 of them? Anyway, it's no wonder those 2 girls don't give a damn about Crooked Man at all. But this Crooked Man is also from a very big place. And it's also an international friend. So I think, he's definitely going to have to give in. The onlookers, from a distance, were all talking. Mr. Chang. Xiaoshang stepped forward and was about to explain. The crooked guy got a little impatient. Who are you? Minding my business? With that, he said to Xiaoshang, if you can't handle this matter, let your boss come. I'm withdrawing my sponsorship and advertisement for the Tianhe. He wanted to force the issue this way to get them to back off, to achieve his own ends. What sponsorship? Zhang Yu saw Xiaoshang's expression and then realized, the ship does have a lot of sponsorship. A variety of categories are involved. It can be said that the cumulative amount of sponsorship can be measured in billions. It can be said that a lot of money has been paid out. But, coincidentally, the sponsor is none other than the Asia-Pacific regional branch of Amazon's. This crooked guy. What's with the branch? Sounds like you have a big mouth. You have the right to withdraw your sponsorship? Zhang Yu looked at the crooked man and smiled. Why can't I? My father is the president of the Asia-Pacific region. The crooked man said proudly. I don't want to bull you. Manager Shen, let your boss come. I don't think we need to call out the owner of the cruise ship on this one. Zhang Yu said with a smile. What do you mean? The crooked man froze. At that moment, he suddenly shouted, Dad! No! Why are you calling out for Dad all of a sudden? Pan Yuyo and Shasha froze. Then I saw a middle-aged man walking over. Two people who looked so much alike. Not bad for father and son. The crooked man greeted me. Father, these Dragon Country girls are rude to me. And Manager Shen doesn't call out to the boss. So you have to help me deal with it. Let me see what's going on. The middle-aged man walked over. Seeing the scene before him, he was about to inquire. Then, the line of sight swept over to Zhang Yu. Not sure. Take another look. Isn't this the second largest shareholder that Amazon's just named? It's only the second largest though, but manages the Asia-Pacific region and has an absolute voice in this large region. Why is he on the boat? Then look at the girls, standing on either side of Zhang Yu. It's obviously just a great relationship. Why does my son have a problem with them? It happened suddenly, and I haven't thought about how to organize my words. Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile when he saw the middle-aged man. Mark, is this your son? Through the system just now, Zhang Yu had an understanding of the organizational structure of the Asia-Pacific region. One look and you won't forget it. The one in front of him, called Mark, was the head of the Asia-Pacific region. Report directly to yourself. Due to the long time working in Asia-Pacific, it has become half Long Guitong. Not only can you speak and write the Dragon Kingdom language, and knows a lot about some of the human conditions that are unique to the Dragon Kingdom. You dare call my father by his first name? Mark's son yelled. Fark, just shut up you. Mark cursed his son in his own country's language. Then he said to Zhang Yu, sorry, everything is my responsibility. I'll let him apologize to the two ladies. Make me apologize? The crooked man was shocked. They soiled my shoes. Father, that's what you bought. Shut up. Hurry up and apologize to them. Mark's face, too, hardened. I'm not apologizing. In front of so many people. Mark Jr. wasn't happy. If he loses this face today, won't everyone on the ship treat him as a joke? Pop. Mark slapped him across the face. Father, how dare you beat me for two strange women? Mark Jr. was stunned. Mark was even more furious. Can't this stupid son see what he's so nervous about? You brat. They are friends of Mr. Zhang. How dare you be rude to them? What Mr. Chang? Mark Jr. wasn't able to tell east from west for a while. Let me tell you, your father is my subordinate. I am his superior. Got it? Zhang Yu stepped forward and said. The identity was picked out and the whole room was shocked. Shen Haosheng, Xia Xia, and Pan Yuyo looked at Zhang Yu as if they were looking at monsters. Did you hear me right? Amazons? The head of the Asia-Pacific region is his subordinate? What kind of adult fairy tale is this? No, it's not even a fairy tale. But they are all regular shoppers on this site and have memberships. The shock that this incident brought to them was completely indigestible. The brain's CPU is seriously overloaded. Mr. Zhang, I'm really sorry for causing you trouble. I'll take my son back to discipline him. Mark apologized in a hurry. I'm afraid that's not going to work. Zhang Yu laughed. Harassing my friend. This is something that won't pass muster with me. Then, what do you think, Mr. Zhang, to do with him? Mark was quick to smile with him. Father. Mark Jr. tried to say something else, but he held him back. Shut up you. Verbal apology is meaningless. Reparations are their own company? Left hand to right hand. Zhang Yu laughed. Otherwise, let your son get into the water and swim back? Yeah. Pan Yuyo and Shasha clapped their hands. We don't want to see him either. Chapter 163 Another full star. Sasha. Boss. This. Mark looked out through the cafeteria window. At this time, the Tianhe cruise ship has long been traveling in the waves of the river for thousands of miles. The ship was sailing on the center line, 5 or 600 meters from the nearest shore, and the cruise ship is so high. If you really want to jump, will you still be alive? That's the only son he has. Naturally, he had to fight tooth and nail to keep his son alive. Father, you have to save me. I don't want to go in the water. Little Mark, at this time, also realized that the man in front of him, who was a few years younger than himself, was coming from a really big place. His own dad has to whisper so low in front of him. What a kick in the ass today. I can't imagine that there is such a powerful man behind what I thought were 2 Brazilian steaks. He was quick to concede when he realized this. Hopefully dad will save himself. Otherwise, letting yourself jump off the boat is really a 9-way street. If you jump into the water, there's a chance of survival. If you jump just in time to be hit by a propeller, you'll be a meal for the river fish. He also didn't dare to bet if the other party really dared to throw him down. Mr. Zhang, please, spare his life. Mark folded his hands again and begged for mercy. It was so close to getting down on my knees and kowtowing to one. The others in the restaurant, looking at the scene, were saddened. Mark is already considered a successful, little-known professional manager with a $10 million a year salary. Now in front of this young man, Zhang Yu, he was nothing. I'll do anything you want me to do if you'll spare him. At this point, some white-skinned, blue-eyed people came over to help as lobbyists. Sir, consider him a first offender and spare him. Let's make peace. To not go down? That's fine too. Zhang Yu looked at this 40-something-year-old man who was scared like this, considering that there are also really quite a lot of bigwigs from all walks of life on board. The impact has to be considered more or less. So he continued to laugh. Then throw him in the utility bay. Don't let me see him again until we're off the ship. Ha? The utility hatch? Little Mark gave a surprised cry. That place? Can it be inhabited? He's all dressed up in designer labels, a few $1 million on his whole body, and he's in and out of upscale places. And now you're going to be sent away for a week to a place that doesn't see the light of day and smells like? The fallout is too great. That's really not very damaging and extremely insulting. Don't thank Mr. Zhang yet. Mark was quick to thank him. A miscellaneous bin is better than actually throwing it straight down. Thank you, Mr. Chang. Mark Jr. finished the sentence awkwardly and then made to leave. Later, Zhang Yu shouted again. Mr. Zhang, what else? Mark asked again. He hasn't apologized to my 2 friends for the confrontation earlier. And apologize? Mark Jr.'s eyes widened. He's been sent to the utility bay and he has to apologize? But looking at the situation in front of him, he couldn't leave without apologizing. And so, he could only walk up to both Shasha and Pan Yuyo and bowed deeply. I'm sorry, both girls, I was wrong. The gesture of apology was not insincere. Regardless of what is in your heart, the face is done enough. Shasha and Pan Yuyo watched him apologize in the presence of so many people. It's also gained extreme emotional value. Well, that's it. Wouldn't it have been better to apologize earlier? Sasha said. Then, Mark, father and son, left the restaurant in a hurry. For the next few days, this little Mark won't get a chance to come out and be an eyesore. Alright, let's all continue to dine. Shanaoshang said to the dining guests at this time. We apologize for the bad dining experience. We will be giving each passenger a dessert coupon. Whoa. In the restaurant, there was also applause. Good job on the aftermath of the Sky River. A dessert coupon worth hundreds. The desserts on board the Sky River are also very special, handmade by renowned dessert makers. As the saying goes, if you eat this dessert, then don't let the matter leak out. The most important thing for people in the business world is that they are concerned about the word faith, and they're not going to get themselves in trouble about it. At this point, Shasha and Pan Yuyo looked at Zhang Yu, and the changes in the 2 of them were more pronounced as they felt for him in their hearts. Especially Sasha. She loves to play outside, and her favorite kind of man is the one who can level things out and work things out. It wasn't the first time he'd, relieved himself. Zhang Yu also saw, the peach blossom value displayed on Sasha's head was surprisingly full of stars straight away. I'll go. It's a bit of a surprise. She came out so late but reached full stars before Pan Yuyo. Then look at Sasha, who was staring at herself in a way that was almost drawn out. It is also not as dramatic as before. Between the eyebrows, the veins of love, a few words. Performance is very apt. A 19-year-old girl with her first thumping heart. Like a buried seed, the spring breeze blows through and the seed begins to awaken and sprout. Well, I'm hungry and need to eat something. Are you guys still eating? Zhang Yu interrupted at this time. Eat? I still want to try the dessert. Pan Yuyao's mind was still on the food. I'll stop eating. I'll go to my room. Sasha came back to her senses, feeling her face a little burned. It's a feeling that wasn't there before. She was so used to being big and bold that she was suddenly quiet, and even she was a little confused. Back to the room.
She couldn't help herself and sent a message to Sume.
Sister Sume, what does it feel like to like someone?
She didn't have that experience and her first thought was of her cousin. But Sister Sume is also a peony and has no experience.
But it's good to eat for a few more years, so I can only ask her. What did you say? Who do you like? At this time, Sume was working on a case, shocked to see Sasha's message,
then quickly realized what she meant by what she asked.
Sasha, you really got on board? You and Zhang Yu, what happened?
Thinking about the last video I saw, Sume did not dare to associate it with the next. Sasha will not be folded in the hands of Zhang Yu.
That what? The heart is anxious. Oops, nothing happened. Sasha hastily denied it. How do you know it was him? Who else could it be but him?
Sume couldn't help but want to roll her eyes. You can be more reserved. She just hated that she hadn't gotten on board.
Just finished talking to Sasha. Sue's phone call came in. Dad, what is it? Come on, you guys, move. On the other end of the phone, Su Guoqian's tone was urgent. There are a few wanted criminals stowed away on the Tianhe ship. There are many VIPs on it,
as well as foreign guests. The ship will moor at the next station. You guys take the high-speed train now and hurry over.
The Sky River? Sume was shocked. Wasn't it on the cruise ship they were on?
I've only heard that wanted criminals who sneak away take a smuggling boat,
go through Burma, Laos, and then transfer to Simplicity Walled City. How dare you steal a luxury liner this time? Chapter 164, The Blonde's Hitchhiker. Okay, I'll be ready to board at the next stop right away. But since it's a mission coming up, Sume is now all about executing as quickly as possible. There are people from the Marine Police Department on board, and we've made contact. In order not to spook them, we're going to wait until you've boarded the ship. Su Guoqian spoke to Sume about his next deployment. The Tianhe stop at Jinling is in 3 hours. We've coordinated the nearest high-speed train, 1.5 hours. You guys can get on the train directly when you go. We'll do all the formalities. Well, without further ado, we're off now.
Sume also realized that this pursuit was now a race against time.
After hanging up the phone, Sume couldn't imagine it.
It was surprising that he himself had boarded the Sky River in such a way.
After all, let's hope it's in time, she thought to herself. Not only was Sasha on board,
but Zhang Yu was also on board. Those wanted criminals wouldn't have made much noise if they were just trying to escape.
After all, when a ship sails into the river and sea, it is an island.
I'm just afraid that they'll jump over the wall,
and that'll be a problem. But, Sume thought back to the last time,
when she and Zhang Yu caught the prisoner together. He was assured of his own stature.
There is nothing wrong with self-preservation and protecting those around you, at least, at this point.
There was a lot of singing and dancing aboard the Sky River. Mealtime at the cafeteria has passed and it is entering a 2-hour moratorium to rest and recuperate. The guests, too, dispersed. When you get to the entertainment and commercial floors, go play what you want. There are bars, billiard rooms, card rooms, all kinds of ground-level entertainment businesses on board. Only, for now, the boat is still in the inland waterway. Trying to sail out of the inland waterways and reach the open sea would be after midnight at the earliest. Zhang Yu had a full meal in the restaurant, getting up and getting ready to leave. Suddenly heard, behind them, someone shouted something in a foreign language. Seems to be calling out to himself? He turned back. He only saw 3 blonde, blue-eyed foreign women, walking towards him. All of them were tall, with amazing facial features, and could be described as devilishly fit. Zhang Yu's eyes couldn't help but light up. There's a kind of awesomeness to it, I have to say. White-skinned foreign girls do look different. Could it be that he has a chance to get acquainted with a foreign girl too? It's still an experience like no other. One of them, with a half-eaten burger in his hand. It seems like a trio of foodies. Looking at their costumes, they had a bit of the local flavor of Zhangchang. Could it be a foreign stay-at-home kid who goes to school in Gangxiang? Are you guys yelling for me? Zhang Yu passed the 6th grade in foreign languages in college. Basic everyday conversation. Or no problem. But, in the other hand, with the translation tool on in his cell phone. So he didn't have a conversation in a foreign language. Yes, the 3 foreign women smiled at each other. We were in the cafeteria just now, and we noticed you. We, for one, would love to get to know you. Foreign ladies have always been honest and open, not hiding anything. It's also still a big difference compared to the more reserved nature of dragon girls in general. They had just witnessed Zhang Yu making a splash. Also, he's good looking, so there wasn't any hesitation. Since you're out to have fun, it's definitely not going to be like being at home. Still want to make more friends and memories. Want to get to know me? Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile before he asked in Longwa. Virgin? What's he talking about? The 3 foreign women, their eyes a little puzzled. After a while, a translation tool was used to translate the meaning of his question. Then, the response from the 3 blondes was, yes,
What? After Zhang Yu got their reply, couldn't help but be even more surprised. They say you're honest, but you're honest to this extent? That confused him a little bit not to. Chapter 165, this is my room card. However, this communication just now seems more or less ineffective.
And he was only joking.
But the blondes, on the other hand, didn't look like they were joking. As it is, Zhang Yu also didn't want to delay the foreign blonde's beauty so, he quietly entered the system's personal center.
On the points redemption page,
find the skills section. Again, in the skills category, find the language subcategory. For each language, a different number of points are required. Flipping to the back,
Zhang Yu found a omnipotent language proficiency.
The curiosity was immediate. Tapping on the description,
I found that this omnipotent language proficiency required a lot of points.
A few thousand points.
I have just enough points to redeem myself.
But there's barely enough left over after I'm done.
Zhang Yu only hesitated for a second before deciding to redeem it anyway.
Because, according to the system, this all-around language proficiency is just too comprehensive. Not only the big international popular languages nowadays, but also all the small languages. More particularly, it also includes dialects from all over the world and even some primitive tribal languages of communication. Nice guy. With this omnipotent language proficiency, go around the world and understand yourself. As long as you are a human being, their language, there's no need to find an interpreter. This is a feature that is really comprehensive. Thus, without a word,
Zhang Yu quickly consumed his points and redeemed this omnipotent language proficiency.
Then a sea of knowledge of the language all rushed into the mind.
The whispers of the three foreign women across the street, discussing in their own language that he was handsome,
fell on deaf ears.
They were about to use the translation software to continue communicating with Zhang Yu.
Zhang Yu used their language and smiled. No need to translate. I can understand what you guys are saying. Ha! They were surprised that there wasn't some miscommunication just now. How is it that all of a sudden he can speak the language of his country so fluently? It's amazing that you have that level of pronunciation of a diplomatic spokesperson. But this is good.
The cost of communication is greatly reduced. Do not have to say a word to each other converted several times.
Hello?
The three of them glanced at each other before the middle one of the ladies smiled at Zhang Yu.
My name is Grace. The one on my left is Monica. And the one on my right is Martha. Grace reference chart. Martha's reference chart. Monica reference chart. Hello guys. My name is Zhang Yu.
He introduced himself fluently as well. We noticed you in the restaurant earlier.
You're very manly. So we'd love to make friends with you. Making friends? How? Zhang Yu laughed. Mostly, Grace was eager to meet you. And we came with her.
Grace.
We'll go back to the room then. You guys talk.
The two female companions next to her smiled and left first with a greeting.
The girl, Monica, said, swallowing the remaining small half of her burger in one gulp. The two took each other's hands, said goodbye to Grace, and headed for the stateroom elevator. Sir, it's not convenient to talk here.
Grace glanced around and smiled at Zhang Yu.
Then a black card was pulled out.
He noted that it was a room card for a first-class room.
That's a bit of a coincidence. Could it be that it's one of the several rooms next door? Or across the street, from Lu Hanxia and the others? At this moment, she walked over and got very close to Zhang Yu. Exhale.
Cupping that card in his hand,
he went around to Zhang Yu's back, tucked the card right into his back pants pocket. Then he gave him a wink. Exotic as all get out. Here's my room card. Later, I'll wait for you to come over. It's not, is it?
Even if Zhang Yu was now used to seeing all kinds of girls,
he could not help but be shocked at this time.
This foreign chick named Grace. She's too good at teasing.
Isn't she? Not beating around the bush at all. Hitting straight balls? Next, it's up to you to catch it. Chapter 166, you can't let foreign girls underestimate you. However,
Zhang Yu naturally could not let these foreign chicks underestimate him.
Thought all the men in the Dragon Kingdom were afraid to pick up the slack. So,
as Grace's hand went into her pants pocket and was just pulling it out, just clutched her hand.
Lead over to one spot. Why wait until the evening when you can go and talk now? He grinned.
He had surprised Grace a little with this initiative.
Stop it. It's crowded now.
Zhang Yu was surprised to realize that.
Originally, you are not as bold as I thought.
They say foreign chicks are open, but a woman's reserve,
after all, is still there. Okay, later then, I'll meet you. Zhang Yu smiled. Grace was then relieved to fall away. When I returned to my room, my heart was still pounding bumper to bumper. Hey, Grace, that dragon boy, he must be mesmerized by you, right? Back to the room. Monica and Martha,
who were sprawled out on their beds playing with their cell phones,
showed off their beautiful curves. Seeing Grace return, she couldn't help but snicker. It's better not to mention it. This Rokoku boy, he's even bolder than I thought. He went so far as to, what happened to him? The two sisters couldn't help but be curious. I won't talk about it.
Grace couldn't bear to look back at the thought of what she had just seen.
But, she clearly felt that Zhang Yu's capital, on the contrary, was very good, though she only has theoretical knowledge.
Zhang Yu went back to his room and realized that the room was already empty. They should have gone to their respective rooms.
At this point, the Sky River cruise, after a couple hours of sailing, a city appeared ahead, and it looked like a big city. There are also the ancient walls of the old city. This should be to Jinling. According to the cruise ship's schedule, the ship arrives at Jinling and stops for half an hour, because some of the passengers will be boarding the ship in Jinling.
Zhang Yu looked through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows.
Seeing the boat docked at the pier, a few people caught his attention. Those guys, though, were in civilian clothes. However,
whether it was the body shape and temperament,
or the posture of walking, with ordinary passengers, or the difference is very obvious. He took another look. Just one of the women, wearing a black jacket and a baseball cap, goose egg-shaped face with very fair skin. Surprisingly, it's Su Mei?
Zhang Yu naturally had a deep memory of this stunningly beautiful face.
Why is she on board, and still get on the boat from Jinling? He thought about it in his head for a moment and realized, a jolt to the heart. Could it be that there is a hidden criminal on board the Tianhe? That's the best possibility. If that's the case, those criminals, too, have too much guts to lurk on a commercial vessel. How did you get through security? Are you really not afraid of being found out? Could it be? Is there something else going on? Zhang Yu was, after all, the owner of the Heavenly River cruise ship, and when he thought of this, he was a little numb. And so, he hurriedly called Shinaoshang. Mr. Zhang, may I ask what your orders are? Shinaoshang answered the phone quickly. What's the security, patrols and arming of the ship like? Back to Mr. Zhang. There are a total of 300 security forces on board, all selected from retired soldiers. A total of 3 shifts. There are 100 men assigned to fixed duty points, 100 in patrol teams, and 100 on duty at special locations. Patrols are split into 3 squads. Each squad patrols every 2 hours. As for special locations, they are naturally places such as important equipment rooms and high-class entertainment halls. In that case, you arrange it so that the intervals between patrols are narrowed. And, at the same time, special attention is paid to patrolling places where there are fewer people. Shinaoshang somewhat did not understand what Mr. Zhang meant, but since he ordered so, then just do it. As a subordinate, you have to do whatever your boss asks of you. Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'll order it right away. Shinaoshang finished. Then remembering something, he said to Zhang Yu, Mr. Zhang, I'm very sorry about the restaurant today. I didn't handle it well. This matter, pressed in Shinaoshang's heart, made the burden in her heart very heavy. Not a big deal. It's all in the past. Zhang Yu did not take it to heart. This matter had already been dealt with according to his own wishes and had been turned over. But there is something I must report to you. Go ahead. That Amazon's Asia-Pacific president, Mark, was not happy with the way this was handled, and I heard the room's department staff react. He scolded you in the room. What customer is not a customer? It's the experience of Mr. Zhang that counts. Cursed what? Mr. Zhang, I can't say this. It's always greetings to family members and such. Shinaoshang was a little nervous. This matter, what should be done? Cursing me? Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile.
A couple of drunken booze monkeys accidentally break into someone's room just in time to be seen again by an uninvolved person.
What kind of nasty repercussions would that have? Let's clean up the mess first. A letter of removal from office on the grounds of public opinion is also immediately on its way. He had spared him once, and he still dared to curse? That's really asking for death. Oh, you mean?
Shinaoshang instantly realized what he meant.
I'll do it right away. Chapter 167, Selling Your Sister for a Promotion?
Zhang Yu was also very pleased.
Being a good subordinate means having the ability to fully comprehend your intentions. A lot of things don't need to be said explicitly. She can appreciate it herself. No wonder they all want to be bosses. It's really comfortable to be a boss like this. It is always told on the news that those who are the richest people in the world sleep only 4 or 5 hours a day and are still in high spirits. It's only now that it makes sense. Can a day in the life of a boss be the same as a day in the life of a working cow or horse? The boss talks business, has a ball, a drink, washes his feet, and it's all taken care of. That's work time in their eyes. There are countless other subordinates to carry out specific things. So, up to a point, being a boss is really a god profession. Only those owners who are still starting out, or facing financial pressures, are tired of being the boss. Far from it. Shinaoshang went on a work assignment. Zhang Yu laid back on the bed. At that moment, a call came in as well. It's none other than Yang Xiaomei from Snappy Loan Financial. Of course, It's now a move to banking. River City Development Bank, officially opened today. Thanks to all the green lights from the top brass in River City. So the bank opened up very quickly. The first 5 bank branches were opened. 10 more outlets are in the pipeline. However, Zhang Yu did not go to the opening ribbon-cutting ceremony. It was Secretary Yang who attended as the bank's representative. The bank opens and she takes on a new identity. General Manager of the bank. Overall responsibility for all aspects of the bank's work. Mr. Zhang, the bank officially opened today, and all the various processes went smoothly. So I'll report to you. Yang Xiaomi spoke on the other end of the phone. It still seemed like she was in a dream about what was happening now. It's good to be open. There's a heavier burden on you in the future. Do well. Zhang Yu learns of the official opening of the Zhangcheng Development Bank. A green light all the way. Naturally, with the help of those at Sherrycon. When we get back, we still have to be polite and invite them to dinner. I know, Mr. Zhang. Yang Xiaomei said. The bank just opened and there are many documents that need to be signed. Shall I send you paper copies? Or, I'm currently on the Tianhe cruise ship, going out for a few days. Zhang Yu replied. Just send me an electronic signature. Okay, Mr. Zhang. Secretary Yang hung up the phone and went about her business as well. When Secretary Yang represented Zhang Yu and appeared at the opening ceremony, this event has not only attracted bigwigs from all sides of the financial world, it also attracted a lot of media attention. Some good people learned about her background and couldn't help but marvel. This Secretary Yang has really run into a valuable person. If it wasn't for Zhang Yu, she would be nothing more than a secretary of a financial online lending company right now. Now it's the general manager of the most promising bank in River City. It's an eye-opener to be promoted so quickly. A lot of people didn't even realize her superb work ethic and started making yellow rumors up. What's the big deal? It must have been in the shape of Zhang Yu long ago. A beautiful woman's rise to the top is fast. This is the general manager. On par with us old geezers. No wonder there was no response when she was recruited earlier. It turns out that it's been riding the donkey for a long time. What's the point of pretending to be noble? I heard that this Secretary Yang has a sister who works in a nightclub. No, a nightclub? It's a bit interesting. Doesn't that Zhang Yu promote his subordinates without investigating their family and social background? Yeah. I'm afraid Zhang Yu is not clean himself. There can be a few good companies that do online lending. Many people, especially his peers, are even more scornful of him. With the sudden emergence of such a new bank fully backed by the upper echelons, won't the pie get smaller and smaller for them, the old financial bigwigs? If he takes one more bite, they have to take one less. Naturally, we can't just sit back and watch Zhang Yu get bigger with the wind. I seem to have seen Zhang Yu go to the Tianhe cruise ship today, and I heard on there that it's a lot of fun, especially after going out to sea. Maybe there's something on it. You don't say. You really don't say. Secretary Yang's sister is the one who frequents the Tianhe. Good lord. Forming a closed loop? It's a bit interesting. Did you sell your own sister for a promotion? A woman would be a small thing, but I'm afraid there might be something else behind it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's exciting to think about it. If something really happened to Zhang Yu, then the nature of things would be different. Chapter 168. The girls are all on board. The business world, sometimes, is like that. A top nouveau riche comes out of nowhere. Except for those who want to suck up to him and work with him. Outside, there's still a lot of old money. And the big boys whose big trees have fallen before, whose own interests have been touched, and by such a young man, naturally the psyche is offended. In the face of Zhang Yu's current springiness, many people hated him with a passion. Can't wait for him to plant a big one. And the best thing that can make a man fall on his face is what laws he has broken. Any one of these things can take the skin off a businessman's back. With the previous experience of the rich merchant surnamed Lu in front of them, a Zhang Yu was not untouchable in their opinion. Sure. Many people's current perception of Zhang Yu was naturally stuck on the news from 2 days ago. Unbeknownst to him, the rewards he had received, in the past 2 days, had reached a new level. At this point, some of the traditional bigwigs on the ship were also informed of the opening of Zhang Yu's bank. This man, what is he? And why is he so smooth? It's better not to provoke it. I've heard that Secretary Xia of Jiangcheng has paid his respects to him. And this? That's not true. In order to get acquainted with Zhang Yu, he sent his daughter out. Ha? So abstract? That's how the rumor spread, and no one in the room was shocked to hear it. Why would I lie to you? I saw his daughter board the ship. As soon as she boarded the ship, she went to look for Zhang Yu. I'll go. It's a bit interesting. Wasn't there 2 other women who followed Zhang Yu onto the ship before? All these news can be dug deeper. Sitting on the Tianhe cruise ship are many bigwigs from all walks of life. Zhang Yu had now clearly become the character in their mouths that they were most interested in discussing. This way, Zhang Yu, after hanging up on Secretary Yang, got up and walked over to the window and looked out. The cruise ship Tianhe, after passing Jinling, it's right into the lower reaches of the big river. After a good night's sleep tonight, we sail tomorrow. By then, the scenery of the sea will be even better than the river view. The presidential suite, on the other hand, undoubtedly has the best view. Just then, there was a knock on the door of his own room. Are the girls coming over again? Zhang Yu frowned. Go ahead and open the door. Opening the door and seeing the person in front of him surprised him a bit. It's Su Mei. Only today Su Mei was seen wearing a casual dress. Simple body shirt with blue slim jeans. These jeans, however, accentuated her perfect and vibrant legs. Nice legs. Zhang Yu could not help but marvel in his heart. He hadn't paid attention to it before, but now he realized that Su Mei's waist-to-hip ratio was, surprisingly, the best among all the girls, probably due to the fact that she's more athletic and better for full-body proportions. Now, except for the inconvenient Di Xiaobai and Tina Xiong, who was taking care of her, other sisters, for various reasons, are now aboard the ship, the Sky River. Will the next few days be passable? He couldn't help but wonder. Noticing Zhang Yu's eyes looking at himself like this, Su Mei lowered her head a bit in embarrassment before regaining her expression. That look in your eyes. Something's wrong. What's on your mind? She asked, slating a pretty face. I was wondering in what way to take you. Zhang Yu laughed. You? Su Mei didn't expect him to be so direct, but he made himself a little embarrassed. By the way, where's Sasha? Oh, you're looking for Sasha? Zhang Yu said and walked over to the bedside. Su Mei looked at the quilt on the bed. It was rumpled. The perspective. It really seems like there's a silhouette of a person in there, shouldn't she? Su Mei's heart, all of a sudden, was in her throat. Did Zhang Yu really become a beast? The next moment, she saw it. Zhang Yu lifted the quilt and there was nothing inside. A stone fell from his heart. However, this action of his really stirred up the emotions within Su Mei. Sasha, she's, not with you? She can't even speak properly. You should ask her. Why did you come to me to find someone? Zhang Yu's expression was saying, am I that untrustworthy? I will go find her. Su Mei said. However, I boarded the ship on official business. On this ship, there are several Class A wanted criminals with human lives in their hands. You need to pay more attention. Is that such a stretch? Zhang Yu guessed that she came with official business. However, the fact that human lives were involved was a bit of a surprise. This ship is full of lights and singing. The darkness that lurks, however, is silently brewing. Yeah, you should pay more attention. Well, without further ado, I'm going to go find Sasha. Su Mei said and was about to leave. After walking a few steps and realizing that there was no sound, he stopped then turned back and asked, Zhang Yu, why didn't you ask me anything? When she said that, she actually meant in her own mind that she was a little reluctant to leave. It was like the first thing she did after coming on board and explaining her work was surprisingly to come directly to Zhang Yu. It was as if there was an invisible magnetic force that sucked her in. Chapter 169, Great. So it's Deja. There's nothing to ask. Zhang Yu smiled. When he said that, the look of anticipation on Su Mei's face dimmed a few points, but quickly said again as if nothing had happened. Alright, I'll go over first then. As she walked out the door, she couldn't help but mentally curse herself. Su Mei, what's wrong with you? Come up here on official duty to catch the prisoner. How come he's trapped here in Zhang Yu? It's said that children have a lot to do with each other, but we're not in any kind of relationship right now. With a shake of her head and a sigh, she went off to find her cousin Sasha. Zhang Yu stayed in his room for a while, playing with his cell phone, and the Tianhe continued sailing again. Seeing that the sun had already dipped to the west, with nothing going on right now, he stretched, ready to head out the door and go around the floors. Not long after walking out of the presidential suite, he saw a room open next to him. 2 rooms, no more than 10 meters apart, almost next to each other, just separated by a corridor. Hey, Mr. Chang. Zhang Yu twisted his head to see that it was the same Grace who had left her room card for herself. It's you? She was seen wearing a white halter top, leaning against the half-open door, her hair down. It looks very flavorful. Also, she had a bottle in her hand. Halfway through the bottle, her face flushed. Look at the state of the dress holding up. Great. So it's Deja. What are you smiling about? Grace asked, looking at the smile on the corner of his mouth. Nothing. Remembered a cartoon. Zhang Yu smiled, then asked, hello, is calling me something? Mr. Zhang, I have a bottle of good wine here. Would you like to come in for a drink together? Grace said, shaking the bottle in her hand. They're both away. Went downstairs to do some shopping at the duty-free store and to go to a movie, and won't be back for 2 hours. She added, nice guy, telling himself in such detail. Is this a lure? Zhang Yu's eyes rolled before he laughed. Fine, then I'll be flattered. Anyway, I have nothing to do now, so I'll just go in and have a look around. Come in.
Grace held the door open.
Walking into this room, a whole side of glass with the blue river outside. This is the configuration of a first-class house. One side has a view. He surveyed the room. The rooms are all well furnished, with high-end configurations, and are 30 to 40 square meters in size, so there's plenty of room. In the room, there was also a light aroma that was kinda nice. Zhang Yu admired the scene in the house, and with the rest of his eyes, he noticed Grace's line of sight, which had been peeking at himself the whole time. The eyes are all drawn together. This made Zhang Yu feel that he had just come out of Lu Hanxiao's place. It's only been a little while. If you run into a challenge, will you still be able to fight for your country? You can't afford to tarnish the international reputation of the country's men yourself. It has to be stubbed out. Come on, Mr. Chang. Grace picked up a tall glass, poured a glass of wine, and handed it to Zhang Yu. Why don't you drink first? Zhang Yu took the glass and laughed. What if you poison me? Ha ha ha, Mr. Zhang Yu are so funny. Okay, then I'll drink first. Grace exhaled and laughed. Europe and the United States' unique cold white skin. Appear this face is more dynamic. Facts aside, there really is something different about foreign chicks. It is said that a white color covers all ugliness. Then if a girl herself is beautiful plus white, the charm is a few points deeper. Only Grace picked up the glass of wine that had been poured for herself. Tilting his head, he took a sip. Good. Then I'm relieved. Zhang Yu hadn't finished his sentence. Only Grace suddenly came closer and gave a gentle push. Zhang Yu then sat down on the chair behind him. Grace then sat over, looking at him with a frown on his face. It's not. Zhang Yu couldn't help but be a little surprised in his heart. So spirited? And Grace had previously said she had no relevant experience. Seeing yourself and becoming so forthcoming? You can see that you're a real charmer. Then Grace came closer with one mouth. Between his lips and teeth, a mouthful of flavorful liquor was ferried over. Chapter 170, Night Concert. Used Lily. Men never change. As a kid I liked Deja. When I was growing up, I still liked Deja. And it's still a dickie in an automatic. It's only rare to see a Deja in the Dragon Kingdom. It's either that or technology. When he met the real one, Zhang Yu could only say sorry from the bottom of his heart. Unexpectedly, this time Grace understood the meaning of his words. Lifting her blonde hair, she smiled and said, "It's okay, it's human." Unconsciously, the sunset hanging diagonally outside, it gradually disappeared behind the mountains. Nightfall. It took Grace a moment to get back to her feet. When Zhang Yu's consciousness returned to reality, looking at the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but say, "Sorry for dirtying your room. It's okay, I'll just clean it up." Grace laughed. "Your two friends, are they coming back soon?" Zhang Yu was a bit embarrassed at this time. A sage will always think a little more than usual. "It's okay, they're still shopping." Grace laughed. The two girlfriends would not return to their room until they heard from her. This was agreed upon before leaving the house. This time, outside the door of the room, there was a sudden knock. "You don't mean?" Zhang Yu froze. "I'll check it out." Grace put her hands behind her head and tied her hair up. While tying her hair, she walked to the door. The back is curvy and tall. She reached the door and opened it after. Only two girls stood in front of him. Zhang Yu recognized that it was actually Xia and Pan Yuya. The two of them together looked as if they had known each other for a long time as girlfriends. "Zhang Yu, why are you here? We didn't know you were in this room until we asked security," the two men asked. Then looking to Grace, he couldn't help but call out, "Wow, you're beautiful. You guys are pretty too. We can be friends for the next few days." Grace laughed back. "It is also easier to come and go as a guest in the same first-class cabin. Yes, we love to be friends with pretty sisters." Xia and Pan Yuya, both of them, also speak foreign languages fluently. Zhang Yu had now mastered omnipotent language proficiency, and the two of them were already speaking at a level higher than even the 6th grade of a university. Everyday conversations are no problem at all. However, Zhang Yu seemed to be in a mess, all messed up. If they got to know each other, with Grace being such an open personality, will it spill the beans about what just happened? If he said it to his face, with such a subtle character as Zhang Yu, he would more or less shoot himself in the foot. Worry about what comes. Soon after, Xia asked, "By the way, do you know Zhang Yu? Why did he come to your room?" "Oh, it's like this. I was having some problems with the drain in my room and I happened to see him and asked him for a little help." So is the sewer open?" "Yes, oh folk was." Grace laughed. "Well, let's go on deck then. I hear there's a concert on deck tonight." "Yay, I heard that too. So let's go now. We won't have a spot late." Grace and the girls quickly became good friends. Social cows meet social cows. Zhang Yu sighed in his heart and told the netizens that the people of the Dragon Kingdom were not cowards. It's important to bring out the absolute home atmosphere in front of your international friends. Subsequently, Zhang Yu and the three of them then came to the deck. The deck of the Tiana has an area of about 2,000 square meters. It's about the size of a small theater. It was the first time I had been up on deck since boarding the ship. Nighttime. The river blew a cool breeze. You can also see that the river is getting wider and wider, which is about to reach the sea. Deck. At this time, drums, pianos, and other various musical instruments were all set up long ago. Zhang Yu noticed. There were several staff members who were debugging the equipment. The orchestra players, they haven't made their debut yet. I've heard that the Sky River invites a well-known band to play on board every time. Once a day. This boat ticket, it's worth the price of admission. I can't believe there's a concert to enjoy. What a top-notch experience. This is. I just wonder. Where is this band? Today? From? Didn't you read the check-in tour guide handed out in the guest rooms? It's the Used Lily Band. Who's Used Lily? Haven't heard of her. Is it famous? On deck, many of those waiting for the music to start asked each other. Others have expressed ignorance and contempt for the band. Wish you all a happy new year. How much money have you received this year? Chapter 171, Grace's True Identity? Great. It's Used Lily. I always love listening to them. When Pan Yuyo saw the scene in front of her, she also pulled Shasha and ran forward. At this point, the deck was 70 to 80% full, with a few empty ones. Hurry up. There won't be any room when we're late. Pan Yuyo and Shasha went up to take their places, and there were barely a few seats left in the two companies, for in a row is even less. However, this is when the benefits of their amazing face and body popping out come into play. Many of the guests, seeing how pretty they looked, voluntarily moved and gave up their seats. There were just a few more empty seats. Thank you. Having been thanked by the two of them, those people were also very flattered and had a feeling like a spring breeze. Two beauties that are real eye-catchers. The few people who gave up their seats sought to be considered dignitaries. Seeing that Pan Yuyo and Shasha are young, it's a good opportunity to take this opportunity to ask for a WeChat. You can have an abalone or something later. Took a few steps forward and was about to speak. Spotting the two of them taking their places, they sat down and then waved in the direction behind them. Come on over here. You too. We've got room here. The guys who were trying to strike up a conversation looked up and behind them, only to see a tall, handsome young man smiling and walking this way. At 185 feet, it really stood out among the crowd. It immediately made them all feel a little ashamed of themselves in their hearts. They are either bald, beer-bellied, or old. It's very unconfident on face value anyway. On second thought, that could be a wave that could be won back on the strength of money. What girl doesn't love money and spending nowadays? Don't like money? That's not giving enough. But, when they once again saw the person in front of them clearly, it was actually Zhang Yu. Nothing temperamental. Now, Zhang Yu is a rapidly rising newcomer in Jiangchang, with several listed companies under his banner. Good relationship with the city. He owns that bank. And he's also very close to Elder Shao in the capital. A man like that, in that capacity, would be an almost deathless hexagonal warrior. They are totally incomparable. Hey, can't compare then can't compare. I really envy Zhang Yu, being able to eat so well. I've been operating in Jiangcheng for 30 years. What kind of beauties haven't I seen before? These two really caught my eye. But what's the point? People might have been in the shape of Zhang Yu a long time ago. Young people don't know how to exercise moderation. They are really pulling the book and screwing. I feel heartbroken. Those people said while sighing. It was only after he had finished speaking that he noticed that there was a blonde, blue-eyed, snow-white foreign girl following beside Zhang Yu. The figure is even taller, at 175, comparable to an international supermodel. It also looks expensive, walks with a glamorous step. Holy, why is there a foreign chick next to him? I thought it was some other bypasser, but it turned out to be the one who has been following Zhang Yu. I have seen in the restaurant dinner time. Before the side cannot have him on only two female companions. When did the relationship suddenly so good? Does Zhang Yu like foreign seafood? They marveled, wave after wave. Hey, you can't be envious. There weren't many foreign chicks with facial features that fit the dragon's aesthetic, and she was clearly that. Moreover, they are purely natural kind of white, which is something you can hardly see in the Dragon Kingdom. Wait, at this time, someone in the crowd suddenly realized something was wrong. What again? This girl? I think I've seen her somewhere. It rings a bell. No way. What field has such high quality? Don't eat alone. Remember to bring me next time. The others said. This girl looks like she's only 20. Younger than your daughter. I think. How did you meet her? What are you thinking? If I remember correctly, she's pretty big. She's not to be messed with. The middle-aged man who recognized Grace. When he said that, his pupils widened looking shocked. Immediately, he was caught up in the memories of the past and remembered something. Chapter 172, enjoying a concert and dropping a randomized blind box. Who the hell is that? Mysterious. Come on. Hey, it's just a rush for us. The people next to him, seeing his words in mid-sentence, couldn't help but urge him on. Her identity, if I remember correctly, is that of a princess of the royal family of the Kingdom of Britain.
The middle-aged man looked at Grace, trusting his own eyes,
and could definitely not be mistaken. A princess of the royal family? No wonder the temperament and dress look like they don't eat the earth. No way.
I admit that Zhang Yu is now the new nobility of Jiangcheng.
But how did he know the royal princess? Can it be that he will become the princess's son-in-law in the future? If this is true, that's something. I'm afraid it's going to be a state wedding. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs will have to pay attention to such characters.
Zhang Yu is so familiar with Princess Grace. I'm afraid his identity is definitely more than what we see. These people on the ship were supposed to be big shots in various fields. The status was no weaker than Zhang Yu.
However,
having learned that the one standing next to him now was actually the princess of the British royal family,
one just doesn't dare to come forward. The heart is not in the right place.
And seeing Zhang Yu in front of a princess,
he was still calm and relaxed. That princess even still follows him with good behavior. It left them all dumbfounded. This kind of scene has never been seen before. Completely unseen. Princess Grace's identity was already awe-inspiring.
And Zhang Yu's mysterious background was even more elusive. Those who originally wanted to flatter could only watch from afar at this moment,
not daring to approach easily.
Zhang Yu seemed unconcerned about the commotion around him. He smiled slightly and said to Grace and Pan Yuyo and Shasha beside him,
"Looks like you guys have become the center of attention on the deck tonight. Especially Grace."
Although Zhang Yu did not know her true identity right now,
as long as he used the system, it would be a matter of minutes if he wanted to know. However,
Zhang Yu now possessed a superb ability to observe people's micro-expressions and insight into their psychology. It didn't take a system to see that those people were looking at Grace in a decidedly different way.
It was enough to show that her identity, in the entire Blue Star, was feared to be among the strongest of the bunch.
Grace also smiled gently,
her gaze bland.
"I've long since gotten used to such occasions,
so I can only pretend I didn't see it." Pan Yuyo, on the other hand, winked mischievously. We're just here to listen to music.
Why do we care so much?"
Yeah, this group of people are acting like they've never seen a beautiful woman before. It's too much. Sasha also spat.
At this point on the deck stage, the used lilies are tuning their instruments and getting ready to start playing.
The band, an all-girl band, consisted of 8 people. In recent years, it has rapidly become popular in the Dragon Kingdom, winning the hearts of countless listeners with its unique national style of music. The number of followers across all platforms exceeds 30 million. With 10 million followers on Jitterbug and 3 million followers on B-Site.
Appearance fees are also up to $1 million a game.
At this time, the 8 artists of Used Lily, tall and tall, wore a long dress,
appeared above the stage. The crowd below began to whistle. Zhang Yu leaned loosely on the back of his chair, his gaze cast to the stage,
his expression appearing relaxed. Right at this moment, in Zhang Yu's mind, the system's beep suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving the randomly dropped blind box reward. What the? How is it that random blind boxes are dropping again at this time?
After Zhang Yu's heart froze slightly,
a trace of anticipation then surged up. This blind box, I wonder what's in it. With doubt, he then murmured and opened the blind box. Then, the system's electronic voice prompted.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blind box reward, 15% of the shares of the Disney Entertainment Group, becoming the 3rd largest shareholder of the group.
I'll rub it in. Is that the Disney I know?
Zhang Yu's heart was once again shocked.
How long has it been on board? And you've acquired a stake in a major global conglomerate?
Although it's only the 3rd shareholder.
So scared. Is getting on this ship entering the NUS bonus level? At this rate, will I become the Earth's governor?